Your profession is the one-of-a-kind hexagonal assassin.
Not only skilled in poisoning and arson, but also adept with a blade.
And its combat prowess far surpasses that of a gold saint. Physical defense comparable to a humanoid tank.
You can even compare magic with the mages when there's nothing else to do.
Other assassins lurk in the shadows, waiting for the right moment to strike. Yet you wielded a dagger and sliced through the dungeon with ease. Just because you awakened the SSS-grade infinite plunder talent, can steal prey's skills, and thus grow infinitely stronger. Starlight Luadu No. 1 High School. Luoxue stepped onto the job transfer platform.
When the girl touched the awakening crystal, suddenly, a golden radiance emerged. The scene erupted in an uproar.
This is truly a golden legend. Boundless prospects. Luoxue acquired the skill Meteor Fire Arrow. Ranger, a combat-oriented profession. Just as the mentor announced. The last awakened golden legend. Now a big shot in his own right.
The sword saint of the modern era.
And by your side, your buddy Zhang Hao is winking at you. Bai Ye, look, it's Luo, the campus belle. He seems to take good care of you. Could he possibly be interested in you? Take my advice, brother. Hurry up and hold on to this golden opportunity tight.
Just as Zhang Hao was speaking,
the mentor also called out your name. You step onto the transfer platform, and gazing at your retreating figure, Luoxue was even more nervous than when she had changed jobs herself. They wouldn't fail in changing jobs. If that were truly the case, taking care of Bai Ye for the rest of his life wouldn't be out of the question either. Just as Luoxue's thoughts began to drift, Zhang Hao on the side joked, Luo Xiaohua, you're not worried that Bai Ye might fail in changing jobs, are you? Startled, Luoxue hurriedly retorted, I didn't, don't talk nonsense. Though the words were spoken, but a blush flashed across Luoxue's face. You have now arrived before the job-changing crystal. To be honest, you're still a bit nervous.
Since the emergence of the Great Cataclysm,
both parents went missing 14 years ago. Only you and your sister were left to rely on each other.
If unable to switch to a main combat profession,
how to investigate parents' whereabouts, how to help my sister. Sister went to pay the tuition fees. As you touch the crystal, it emits a radiant glow. White Knight awakening skill, high-speed movement. Assassin, a combat-oriented profession.
Accompanied by the mentor's report.
Everyone present couldn't help but sigh and lament.
Because assassins have the highest mortality rate among all professions. Basically, team fights are all about overwhelming firepower coverage.
An ending that was instantly decided.
The gazes of the crowd turned toward you.
Good news of mercy.
Awakening the main combat profession has become a 1 in a million existence.
Bad news, this is a damn high-risk profession. Who would ever want to marry you? He's definitely the king of men.
Yet your expression on stage was oddly peculiar. The assassin awakened within oneself. Her talent seems different from other assassins.
Congratulations, you have awakened an SSS-grade. With the infinite plunder effect, upon killing a unit, it will plunder certain attribute values or a random skill. This effect can only be applied to the same target once. Effect 2.
You can fuse the plundered talent skills. What's yours is mine at a fair price.
What's mine is still mine. Hand it over.
And the emergence of this talent.
It means you can break through the limits.
There is limitless potential for growth.
Which talent could be so heaven-defying? How can an assassin grow infinitely? Will eventually become a hexagon warrior. Never imagined my talent could be this damn impressive. For a moment, your emotions were hard to calm. As you step off the stage, Zhang Hao comforted you, saying, White Knight, don't be too upset about it. Although an assassin, the mortality rate is a bit higher, but as long as you play it safe, it's not entirely impossible. Developed to the late stage, today is the day we can finally go hunting. We're all good brothers. Let me show you how it's done. Faced with the kindness of a good brother, you can just refuse. Zhang Hao, keep up the good work. I'm ready to level up alone. He patted Zhang Hao on the shoulder. You leave while watching your retreating figure. Zhang Hao was stunned for a moment. Only then did he react. Damn, how did this kid manage to show off like that? Zhang Hao suspects you're showing off. But the problem is, he has no evidence. After leaving No. 1 high school, you have arrived at Moonlight Road, stepping into an equipment store. I saw you wearing a white shirt with a plaid skirt. The ponytailed girl's eyes lit up. She hurried over to greet them. She is Luoxuan. She is Luoxuan's younger sister. More than 10 minutes ago, she heard from her older sister that you switched to being an assassin. Xuan, do you have any recommended assassin gear? He naturally patted the girl's head. You laughed, saying Luoxuan's expression carried the excitement of a first encounter, replaced by deep concern. After all, compared to other professions, the mortality rate of assassins has always remained alarmingly high. Luoxuan said with a serious expression. Don't worry, Bai Gu. My sister is a true adventurer. Once you're out of the city, have her protect you, as long as you can come back safely. Even if my sister were missing an arm or a leg, I don't even care. Luoxuan added further. Of course, you shouldn't care about it either. Focusing on improving your strength is what truly matters. Your lips twitched. Damn, if your sister finds out about this, I'll spank your butt until it blooms. Luochuing took out a box from behind the counter. Speaking of assassin-exclusive equipment, Brother Bai, you can take a look at this. This is what my sister specifically asked me to save for you. Luochuing also opened the box. Only a sleek and sophisticated-looking sword was visible. A dagger gleaming with cold light catches your eye. The Blade of Ruin. Premium quality. Each attack will inflict a bleeding effect. Deals an additional 10 to 20 damage. You're surprised. The health points of low-level monsters typically range between 50 and 200. Went monster hunting with this gear. That's like taking out kids one by one with a single slash. You turn to Luochuing and ask, such great equipment. The price must not be cheap. Luochuing smiled smugly. Oof. It's alright, Brother Bai. My sister will pay for you. Take it if you want. Hearing these words, you can't help but be moved. Over the years, the Luo sisters have indeed helped you siblings a great deal. You are someone who repays kindness with gratitude. I must remember to thank them properly in the future. After bidding farewell to Luoxue Eagle, you've also left the main urban area of Luoyang, arrived in the countryside. As far as the eye can see, the wild grass, nearly waist-high, was lush and verdant, boundless. This is the beginner's training area on the outskirts of Luo City, the green grass plains. Although it's a beginner's leveling zone, you can't afford to be careless. After all, the vast majority of beasts act in packs and are extremely ferocious. Every year, numerous adventurers lose their lives to beast attacks due to carelessness. As Bai Ye continued forward, soon, a strange beast with a horn on its forehead, roughly the size of a house cat and resembling a rabbit, emerged from the grass. Magic rabbit? Looking at the strange beast before him, without hesitation, Bai Ye activated his skill and charged forward, swinging his blade with precision. As a representative of the grassland's strange beasts, the demon rabbit's individual combat strength isn't actually that strong. However, these beasts typically act in groups of dozens or even hundreds. The horns on their heads serve as signal transmitters to communicate with their companions. If not dealt with promptly, they can easily attract all their kind within several miles. As Bai Ye swiftly defeated it, his innate ability activated. You have obtained the magic rabbit's attributes, speed +1. As he felt his body grow lighter, after experiencing the benefits of the talent, while storing the remains of the beast in his storage space, you recall the magic rabbit's ability to gather monsters. And then you recall your own talent of growing stronger with each kill. In an instant, a bold idea formed in Bai Ye's mind. Infinite talent plundering, right? I'll just go on a killing spree. Chapter 3. Don't get the wrong idea, I'm not a good person. He continued forward, walking for half a day. As they delved deeper into the heart of the lush green meadow, suddenly, I noticed something unusual coming from the grass ahead. Bai Ye stopped in his tracks. Soon, the rustling sounds grew louder. A snow-white magical rabbit darted out of the grass. Squeak! Upon spotting Bai Ye, the magical rabbit fixed him with a gaze reminiscent of a predator eyeing its prey. Just one magical rabbit that wasn't enough to be feared. But what if there were 10, or even dozens of them? As a gentle breeze blew, one demon rabbit after another darted out from the waist-high grass. For other newcomers who had just changed professions, caught off guard, they probably wouldn't last more than an hour before being devoured by the rabbit horde, leaving nothing but bones. But as an assassin, mobility is key. Combined with the bonuses from their equipment and skills, Bai Ye still had some skill. Darting through the rabbit herd, these adorable little rabbits were no match for him. One swing of his blade, and they were gone. You have looted the magic rabbit's attributes, speed +1. You have looted the magic rabbit's attributes, health +5. You have reached LV point 2. You have obtained 10 free attribute points. You have reached LV point 3. Gain 10 free attribute points. As a low-tier monster, the experience and attributes obtained from the magic rabbit are very limited. But they can't withstand large numbers. Over time, the bodies of the surrounding large rabbits pile up into mountains. Bai Ye's various attributes also underwent a qualitative leap. As the sun sets and the entire rabbit herd is slaughtered to the last, while storing all the remains of the beasts in his storage space. With a thought, Bai Ye opened his attribute panel. White Knight. Class Assassin First Transformation. Level, LV point 10 9.69%. Health 2000 2000. Magic 300 300. Strength 188. Speed 660. Stamina 500. Resilience 100. Talent Infinite Plunder. Available attribute points 100. Professional skill High speed movement. Evaluation far surpassing the terrifying speed of assassins of the same rank, the friction of their footsteps is like the footsteps of a demon. Upon seeing the attribute panel, Bai Ye was astonished. Although he was only at the 10th tier, his attribute values were higher than those of some 20th or 30th tier transferees, weren't they? Moreover, unlike other transferees who focus on improving one or two attributes, he had achieved all-around attribute enhancements, moving toward the path of a well-rounded warrior. As he thought this, as the thought crossed his mind, Bai Ye directly allocated all 100 of his available attribute points to strength, enhancing his burst damage. Extremely high movement speed, combined with strength bonuses rivaling those of a berserker. The assassin class has been mastered by Bai Ye. He exhaled a breath of stale air. After adapting to the changes in strength, White Knight continued forward. As he traversed the grasslands, he reached the end. In the distance, countless demonic trees shot toward the sky, blocking out the sun. The dense magical energy emitted by the demon trees formed a faint yet intimidating aura, striking fear into the hearts of all who beheld it. This was the Wild Boar Forest, a mid-tier training zone several times more dangerous than the green grass plains. A nightmare for newcomers and those who have recently changed their professions. Not only are there countless strange beasts in the Wild Boar Forest, there are also countless dungeons located in dimensional fissures. Even some mid-tier class changers above level 30 find it a place to fear. However, for Bai Ye, the strange beasts hidden within the Wild Boar Forest only served to excite him further. After a brief rest, he ate some food, drank some water, and restored his condition. Bai Ye also stepped into the forest. As he entered the forest, a chilling breeze swept over him. At the same time, a dense magical energy filled the air, forming a mist that obstructed his vision. In such a harsh environment, if caught off guard by a beast, one would either die or be severely injured. SSS. The sound of a snake flickering its tongue echoes. Following the direction of the sound, Bai Ye instinctively looked up. A massive snake, entirely pitch green with a triangular head, coiled itself among the treetops. The distance between them was no more than 20 meters. Upon noticing Bai Ye, the giant snake immediately bared its sharp fangs and lunged downward toward Bai Ye with lightning speed. At the snake's speed, covering 20 meters in less than 2 seconds, it could close the distance in an instant. For any other class-changed adventurer without allies to provide cover, being struck by such a blow, they would likely have met their end before taking 5 steps. After all, people who are frequently bitten by snakes know this well. That triangular head is quite stable, you know. Just as the giant snake's gaping maw closed in. With the skill activated, Bai Ye flew backward and retreated. Immediately afterward, taking advantage of the giant snake adjusting its attack posture, he thrust his dagger directly at the giant snake's pupils. The attack and defense switched roles, leaving the giant snake completely caught off guard. In the past, all the class changers it had encountered had always avoided direct confrontation whenever possible. But why was Bai Ye so bold? Not only did he avoid its fatal strike, but he actually initiated the attack. Who was the real prey here? Enraged by humiliation, the giant snake charged once more. As it raised its front half, exposing its vital spot, Bai Ye smiled. He went in for a sliding tackle. Crackle! Under the enhancement of his equipment, countless scales flew everywhere. Put! As blood spurted out, the wound split open, and the giant snake collapsed to the ground, convulsing uncontrollably. After waiting a moment, the giant snake gradually fell still. As the talent activated, a notification sounded in Bai Ye's mind. You have obtained the poisonous Fang snake skill, Venomous Fangs. Venomous Fangs LV.1. Effect, consumes 10 mana, causing the next attack to inflict a poison effect, dealing 20 damage per second for 1 minute. Evaluation, don't get the wrong idea, I'm really not a good person. It seems that to obtain skills or innate abilities, one must hunt down beasts with higher species values and levels. With a sigh of resignation, after reading the information about the newly acquired skill, Bai Ye's eyes lit up. Poison stacking has no limits. Combined with his high attack speed as an assassin, without any special skills like purification or antidotes. Once an enemy is poisoned, it's basically unstoppable, right? Skillfully dismembering the giant snake and storing its parts in his storage space. Just as Bai Ye was about to continue deeper, he never expected to be drawn in by its bloodthirsty scent. From the depths of the forest, a ferocious wild boar charged toward them. Crash! Amidst the collapse of countless trees, it forcibly cleared a path. Driven by momentum, it was unstoppable. If it had been earlier, before obtaining the venomous fangs, perhaps Bai Ye's attacks would have been as ineffective as scraping the surface. But now, all he could think to say was, family, who understands? Gripping the dagger tightly, as the enraged wild boar charged toward him, Bai Ye darted forward, charging head-on. As a massive amount of magic energy is expended, a flash of silver light appeared. On the rampaging wild boar's body, Bai Ye carved out over 10 deep gashes. The wounds were not deep, but under the corrosive effects of the poison. Just as the raging wild boar prepared for its second charge, intending to teach this insolent little insect a lesson, it suddenly realized something was terribly wrong. Its body grew weak, and it began foaming at the mouth. With a thunderous crash, the raging wild boar collapsed to the ground. With its blood-red eyes, it glared fiercely at the human before it. It had actually poisoned him. What a lack of martial arts ethics. But Bai Ye didn't care about any of that. He stepped forward to deliver the finishing blow. Soon, with a few swift strikes, the ferocious wild boar met its end in the northwest. His innate ability was triggered. A notification sound rang in Bai Ye's mind. Chapter 4, I'm an assassin, yet my defense is as sturdy as a tank? You have obtained the C-rank talent from the enraged wild boar, sturdy armor. Effect, physical damage reduced by 20 points. Evaluation, even if you give me 3 moves, what's the big deal? The stronger and more unique the beast, the easier it is to obtain its talent. Talents are generally ranked from E to A based on their quality. As for S rank, that's 1 in 10,000. And Bai Ye's ability to infinitely plunder is the first of its kind. This means that there might only be one person in the world with an SSS-grade talent. Not only can he plunder attributes, but he can also continuously enhance his talents and skills. The potential of this talent far exceeds what Bai Ye initially imagined. As he ventured deeper into the Wild Boar Forest. Upon reaching an open clearing, Bai Ye retrieved the wild boar's corpse. This place is called the Wild Boar Forest precisely because of the rampant wild boars. These wild boars have an extremely keen sense of smell, using the scent of blood as bait. This was perfect for Bai Ye to gather the beasts. Soon, not long after, while waiting, the ground trembled and dust flew everywhere. Several wild boars were drawn toward us. Could there be a wild boar herd nearby? Bai Ye thought to himself, and before the herd could get close, he drew his dagger and charged forward. At first, the boars paid no heed to Bai Ye's harmless attacks. But soon, as they were constantly baited and their energy drained, the boars began to tremble in fear. Despite the fact that Bai Ye hadn't inflicted any significant damage. Why was their health dropping so rapidly? Something was wrong. Something was very, very wrong. You have looted the attributes of a berserk wild boar, strength plus 5. You have looted the attributes of a berserk wild boar, health plus 10. You have reached LV point 11. You have gained 10 free attribute points. You have reached LV point 12. You have obtained 10 free attribute points. You have obtained the C-rank talent of the Frenzied Wild Boar, Sturdy Armor. You have obtained the C-rank talent of the Frenzied Wild Boar, Sturdy Armor. Notice, a duplicate talent has been detected. The talent quality has been upgraded, accompanied by continuous sounds. The talent evolves accordingly. Sturdy Armor. Quality S. Effect, reduces physical damage taken by 500 points and elemental damage taken by 1000 points. Evaluation take on 3? No, I want to take on 10. If I could hunt a few more ferocious wild boars, wouldn't I be able to obtain a second SSS rank talent? That would be absolutely amazing. As he sighed in admiration, he stored the materials in his inventory and continued deeper into the dungeon. Now, he possessed the tank's resistance and the assassin's burst damage. Even if he faced some dungeon bosses hiding in the boar forest, he was confident he could take them on alone with ease. Just as he thought this, while searching for dungeons and hunting, from the nearby jungle, the sound of an argument echoed. We've come all this way, and now we're just going to go back? Are you really okay with that? But with our strength, it's hard to take down this dungeon. Exactly. Without an assassin to flank them, we can't fight them. If you want to leave, go ahead. My daughter has contracted the demonization syndrome, and I need money. Old Wang, I'll go with you. Me too. My son is still in school, and my wife just got hospitalized again. We have to clear this dungeon today. Just as the group of class changers were arguing heatedly, as Bai Ye emerged from the jungle, he immediately caught the attention of the other job changers. May I ask what you're talking about when you mention the dungeon? Noticing Bai Ye's assassin-like attire. As a level 20 warrior and the team leader, Wang Dahai couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Young man, you're not aware of the situation. This dungeon requires at least 10 people to enter together. Unfortunately, we don't have enough strength, so we can only watch from the sidelines. How about it? Want to join our party? Upon hearing this, Zhang Jigua chimed in from the side. Young man, you don't know the situation. This is a goblin dungeon. The boss inside is a goblin shaman. We're currently in urgent need of an assassin to take down the boss. If we team up, we can definitely clear this dungeon. Having said that, he feared Bai Ye might refuse. Zhang Jigua added. Don't worry, young man. We're not bad people, and our team is pretty strong. We won't put you in any danger. As everyone turned their expectant gazes toward him, Bai Ye also took a quick look at this group of job-changing adventurers. 4 warriors, 2 priests, 3 archers, and a mage, 10 people in total. In a typical dungeon, a frontal assault should be no problem. But what was keeping them from breaking through? The goblin shaman in this dungeon is no ordinary foe. However, this was a fortunate turn of events. If they could loot the goblin shaman's talent or skill, it would be a significant boost for Bai Ye. We can obtain the dungeon rewards while also enhancing our own strength. Why not take advantage of it? Thinking this, Bai Ye agreed. Joining the party is fine, but let's get the terms straight first. After clearing the dungeon, I want to take 50% of the rewards. Upon hearing this, Wang Dehuai and the others couldn't help but gasp in shock. It's just a goblin shaman.
Bai Ye was demanding half of the rewards from clearing the dungeon.
That's way too much, isn't it?
While complaining, Wang Dehuai replied, "Young man, all you need to do is kill the goblin shaman. As for the rest of the goblins, we'll handle them."
Asking for half right off the bat doesn't seem quite right, does it?
Upon hearing this, Bai Ye replied calmly,
"Once we attack the boss, it will inevitably attract the aggro of nearby monsters? If we can't take down the boss in one hit, I'll be the one in a desperate situation. Taking half is already very generous. If you don't want it, forget it. Don't bother with all this nonsense."
Upon hearing this, Wang Dahuai's expression changed slightly.
In a moment of struggle, after whispering with the others, Wang Dehuai gave his response. "Young man, you've made your request. However, before we go in, let me first tell you about the distribution of goblins in the dungeon."
Having said that, Wang Dehuai adopted a serious expression. After a brief pause, he continued.
"The goblin shaman is guarded by 5 giant goblins. Once we go in, the rest of you draw their attention. You and I will charge into the nest's inner sanctum. At that point, I'll distract the giant goblins. You kill the shaman.
You're the assassin, and it's the mage you have the advantage over it.
Once you've taken out the shaman, I'll cover your retreat, and then we'll regroup." After briefly discussing the tactics and assigning responsibilities for each position, following Wang Dehuai and his group under their guidance, using the teleportation array, Bai Ye entered the dungeon. Chapter 5, As an assassin, it's reasonable for me to perform long-range assassinations, right? As they entered the dungeon, standing on a hill, looking out.
In the distance, the entrance to the goblin lair was already heavily guarded by goblins. Perhaps because they had just endured a fierce assault. The goblins were clearly on high alert.
To the group, Wang Dehuai commanded. "All right, everyone, follow the plan we discussed earlier. White Knight and I will charge into the nest and go straight for the heart of the lair. The rest of you will do your best to draw their attention and hold them off."
They knew that the success or failure of the mission hinged on this moment.
A serious expression appeared on everyone's faces.
As the mages raised their staffs and chanted spells.
As the magist, a thunderous explosion echoed through the air.
A massive fireball hurtled toward the lair.
The battle was about to begin.
Taking advantage of the chaos on the scene, Bai Ye and Wang Dehuai ventured deeper into the nest's interior. They made their way through the narrow, dimly lit caverns.
Having already infiltrated this area once before, Wang Dehuai was already familiar with the terrain. As they walked, Wang Dehuai laughed. "Don't worry, Bai Ye.
During the previous assault, we had already weakened the goblins' forces significantly. In the nest, there are only the shaman and 5 giant goblins.
There won't be too many ordinary goblins.
With my strength and your assassin's abilities,
it should be fairly easy to handle them."
As he spoke, he casually disposed of all the goblins that had been intercepted along the way.
Continuing forward, the view gradually opened up. Just as they entered the deepest part of the hall, a goblin shaman sat on a throne constructed from piled-up human bones. Surrounding it were 5 large goblins acting as guards. However, when he noticed the hundreds of goblin elite soldiers in the hall, Wang Dahuai's expression changed slightly. Weren't all the goblins in the nest lured out by the chaos outside? How could there still be so many? Just as Wang Dehuai was lost in thought, as the shaman issued his commands, the goblin elite troops let out strange cries and charged toward the two, closing in for the kill. As the goblins closed in, just as Wang Dehuai was momentarily unable to react, from the side, Bai Ye darted forward. In the dimly lit hall, a cold gleam suddenly flashed. As Bai Ye passed by, countless goblin elite soldiers were instantly killed. "You have looted goblin attributes, strength +1. You have looted goblin attributes, health +5. The constant beeps echoed in the air. Bai Ye was already immersed in the thrill of looting and leveling up. As Bai Ye charged forward, unstoppable, he was about to go on a killing spree. Behind him, Wang Dehuai couldn't help but widen his eyes. His expression was filled with disbelief. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Rubbing his eyes, he cast another appraisal at Bai Ye. But upon seeing Bai Ye's level and profession, and witnessing his performance once more, Wang Dehuai began to doubt his own life. "No, are you sure this is the combat power of a level 15 assassin? Even a level 50 assassin? It shouldn't be this absurd, right?" Just as Wang Dehuai was venting his frustration, in the Grand Hall, all the goblin elite troops had already been slaughtered by Bai Ye. Facing the goblin shaman and 5 giant goblins, holding a dagger, Bai Ye stepped forward. At that very moment, he also realized something was wrong. The goblin shaman immediately raised his staff high. At the same time, 3 of the 5 giant goblins guarding the shaman charged toward White Knight. Standing 3 to 4 meters tall, the giant goblins loomed over Bai Ye like small giants. Roar!
As they roared, one of the giant goblins struck its chest with one hand and raised a wolf's tooth club with the other, swinging it toward Bai Ye.
Under the immense force, a piercing sound echoed through the air.
This strike seemed capable of slicing through the air itself.
However, despite the giant goblin's swift movements and fierce attack,
but Bai Ye's speed was even faster.
He leaped into the air. Just as the giant goblin's attack was about to land, White Knight appeared in the giant goblin's blind spot behind it. The dagger in his hand pierced its neck. As the poisonous fangs activated, the giant goblin let out an agonizing scream.
He swiftly disposed of the first one, taking advantage of the remaining two giant goblins' stunned expressions, unable to react.
Bai Ye repeated his previous tactic. The entire battle, from start to finish, unfolded in mere seconds. Watching the three giant goblins lie motionless on the ground, struggling briefly before their breaths ceased. Behind them, Wang Dahai couldn't help but gasp in shock. After all, even he, who was about to undergo his second transformation, when facing giant goblins, it would still take some effort, let alone facing three at the same time. Just how terrifying was Bai Ye's strength? Just as Wang Dahai's worldview was being completely overturned, he noticed the shaman sitting high on the throne, grinning maliciously, had already completed his incantation in casting. Wang Dahai's expression immediately turned grim. "Be careful, Bai Ye." Before he could finish speaking, it was already too late. A magical orb hurtled toward Bai Ye. Boom! Amidst the explosion and deafening roar, dust and debris flew everywhere, blocking the aftereffects of the impact. Wang Dahai gripped his great sword tightly. The assassin's body was fragile. Most of the time, it was either kill or be killed. In Wang Dahai's view, he had directly blocked a magical skill. Bai Ye must already be in pieces, with no body left intact, right? Bai Ye, don't worry. I will definitely avenge you. As he murmured this, just as Wang Dahai was about to activate his skill and launch an attack on the shaman, as the dust in the air gradually dispersed. The next moment, seeing Bai Ye unscathed, he demonstrated what it truly meant to be smoke without injury. Wang Dahai, who had been feeling sorrowful, nearly dropped his jaw in shock. Who am I? Where am I? What's going on? Is this really the assassin he knew? High attack, low defense, with no chance of survival? He was completely dumbfounded. And it wasn't just Wang Dahai. Sitting on the throne, holding a magic staff, the goblin shaman's savage grin slowly froze on his face. As Bai Ye approached, a look of terror involuntarily appeared on its face. Among the class changers it had faced before, none had ever reached the same level as Bai Ye. Roar! In a panic, it issued orders to the two giant goblins beside it. The goblin shaman turned to flee, noticing its movement. How could Bai Ye not know what the other was thinking? Thus, as the two giant goblins charged toward him, White Knight also moved. Like a phantom, he charged forward. Using the dagger, he poisoned both giant goblins, without giving the shaman a chance to react. The blade rose and fell, and the shaman's head rolled to the ground. And White Knight's innate ability activated at that moment. You have stolen the goblin shaman skill, Fireball. Fireball LV.1. Effect, consumes 10,000 points of mana to launch a fireball, dealing 110,000 points of spell damage. The more mana consumed, the longer the casting time, and the higher the damage dealt by this skill. Evaluation: are you ready for my 5-shot fireball barrage? Accompanied by the Plunder. After reviewing the new skills you've looted, Bai Ye was satisfied. As an assassin, knowing some long-range assassination techniques is pretty reasonable, right? Chapter 6, First Glimpse of Talent. Everyone is shocked. Bai Ye, you must have been hiding your true strength, right? As the battle ended, Wang Dahai looked at Bai Ye with a look of suspicion. Bai Ye looked innocent. No way, I just switched jobs not long ago. Wang Dahai rolled his eyes at him. I don't believe you for a second. You're up to something. As the two chatted idly, the goblin shaman, the boss, was defeated. The battle outside quickly came to an end. Zhang Jigua and his group also burst into the depths of the lair. Looking at the scattered corpses and the traces of flames burning in the grand hall, everyone was stunned. What kind of fierce battle had taken place here? Stepping forward, Zhang Jigua patted Wang Dahai on the shoulder. Old Wang, how are you? Are you all right? Recalling the battle just moments ago, Wang Dahai still felt a chill run down his spine. I'm fine. Wang Dahai shifted his gaze toward Bai Ye. It's all thanks to Bai Ye. If it weren't for him, I'd probably be dead by now. After speaking, Wang Dahai brought the conversation back to the main topic. Alright, since everyone's okay, let's open the treasure chest. Together with the others, they waited for the moment the treasure chest opened. At that moment, countless magic stones filled everyone's vision. Class changers are a profession where one risks their life. Naturally, the rewards were also generous. As everyone pondered how they would use the money once they got it, Wang Dahai had already taken half of the magic stones from the treasure chest. He stuffed them into a sack and handed it to Bai Ye. Here, Bai Ye, this is what you deserve. Thanks. If there's nothing else, I'll be on my way. After saying that, Bai Ye put the magic stones away and was about to leave. However, Zhang Jigua, watching Bai Ye's departing figure, cast a suspicious glance. Old Wang, are you sure you didn't get it wrong? This kid is really that powerful? Wang Dahai nodded. He was well aware of what everyone else was thinking. He decided to tell them everything that had happened in the boss's room earlier. As they listened, they heard that Bai Ye and Wang Dahai had faced a group of giant goblins. Tension began to show on everyone's faces. And when they heard that Bai Ye had defeated them all single-handedly, everyone couldn't help but burst into a chorus of exclamations. Once again, they looked at Bai Ye's departing figure. Everyone's expressions changed slightly. A newcomer who had only recently changed jobs could actually go toe-to-toe with a goblin shaman. That's way too terrifying. Time flew by, and a day later. Returning to Luo City, Bai Ye also arrived at the Job Change Guild. Perhaps it was because there had been several dungeons that had been difficult to clear recently. As soon as he stepped into the hall, Bai Ye saw that it was already packed with people. As time passed, after a long wait in line, Bai Ye approached the service counter. Could you please tell me how much these magic stones are worth? As he spoke, Bai Ye took the magic stones out of his storage space. As the counter attendant, Xiao Jiangxue couldn't help but show a look of surprise on her face. Everyone knew that assassins were a high-risk profession with a high mortality rate. To have cleared a dungeon and obtained so many magic stones as a reward, White Knight must have gone through a lot, right? Thinking of this, Xiao Jiangxue couldn't help but cast an admiring glance at Bai Ye. As she counted the magic stones and began to collect them, Xiao Jiangxue spoke up. The total value is 413,000. Sir, may I ask your name so I can transfer the money to your account? Bai Ye. As Bai Ye gave his name, just as Xiao Jiangxue was retrieving Bai Ye's information, thinking she had made a mistake, Xiao Jiangxue rubbed her eyes. When she confirmed again, Xiao Jiangxue nearly gasped in surprise. How much time had passed? A new assassin like Bai Ye had already broken through to level 15. That leveling speed is way too fast, isn't it? Noticing Xiao Jiangxue's unusual behavior, Bai Ye looked puzzled. What's wrong? Nothing. Please wait a moment, I'll assist you right away. He hurriedly replied, as Xiao Jiangxue began working at the counter. Soon, Bai Ye also received the transfer notification. Looking at the screen of his phone, Bai Ye was puzzled. How could there be 500,000? In response, Xiao Jiangxue smiled brightly. Sir, this is a special favor I arranged for you. I had the change rounded down for you. Bai Ye nodded slightly and then brought up another matter. I'd like to purchase some skill advancement books. Are they available here? Yes, sir. They're on the second floor exhibition hall. You'll see them as soon as you go up. As he spoke, facing Bai Ye, Xiao Jiangxue couldn't help but feel her heart race. Mr. Bai, if you don't mind, would you like me to show you the way? Noticing that Xiao Jiangxue was far more enthusiastic toward him than toward other job changers, Bai Ye fell into deep thought. However, he didn't hesitate to accept her invitation. Then I'll trouble you, Miss Xiao. Hearing this, Xiao Jiangxue smiled even more broadly. No trouble at all. It's my honor to serve Mr. Bai. When Bai Ye left the Job Changers Guild, it was already half an hour later. In addition to the advanced manual, he had also purchased a new piece of equipment. Poisonous Blade. Quality fine. Effect, increases poison damage by 20%. Evaluation: a real man never looks back at an explosion. For other assassins, pursuing the ultimate burst of power is the way to go. After all, once you strike, there's no turning back. Who's waiting for you to slowly build up the poison? But for Bai Ye, it's different. His speed already surpasses that of other assassins. With exceptional mobility and high damage reduction, in a head-on clash, he can wear down his opponents to death. Such a margin for error other assassins would probably grind their teeth in envy. Half an hour later, Bai Ye returned to the cheap apartment he shared with his sister. Xiaoyu, I'm back. Look what I bought for you. Tonight, I'll make your favorite braised pork ribs. As soon as he opened the door, a petite figure darted out from inside the house, flying toward him, and hugged Bai Ye tightly, choking him until he couldn't breathe. You're so mean, Bai Ye. You went out to level up without even sending me a message. Do you know how worried I was? As she spoke, Bai Ye's voice choked up, and she burst into tears. You're my only brother. If you die, then I won't live either. Feeling his sister's warm embrace, Bai Ye felt a bit embarrassed. Sorry, Xiaoyu. It's my fault. Let go first. Your older brother has been out in the wild for days, rolling around in the dirt. I haven't had a bath in ages, and I've gotten you all dirty. Bai Ye snorted coldly. Mind your own business. This time, she hugged Bai Ye even tighter. Chapter 7, You bunch of old fools. Whoever's slowest goes last, right?
My little sister is great in every way, but she's just too clingy. As they entered the room, Bai Ye glanced at the unwashed instant noodle container on the table and looked at Bai Yu. While I was away, you didn't eat instant noodles every day, did you? Feeling guilty, Bai Yu shifted his gaze and tried to play it cool. Bai Ye gently tapped her forehead. Hurry up and clean that up. Hey, you little. As the brother and sister were playfully wrestling. Dong dong. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. When Bai Ye opened the door, he saw Luo Shuiying holding some vegetables, standing outside the door. Looking up and seeing Bai Ye, Luo Shuiying looked surprised. Brother Bai, you're back so soon? Bai Ye nodded. Yes, I've been troubling you to take care of Xiaoyu these past few days. Luo Shuiying smiled. I'm also Xiaoyu's senior, so I came to visit my junior. As she spoke, she entered the house. Luo Shuiying naturally headed toward the kitchen. White brother, you two sit down for a moment. I'll call you when dinner is ready. Watching Luo Shuiying, she seemed more like the mistress of the house. Bai Ye shot Bai Yu a questioning glance. Bai Yu gave a sheepish smile. Hee, you didn't know, did you? Luo Shuiying's cooking is amazing, especially her braised pork ribs, that's her specialty. Bai Ye remained expressionless. So that's why you've been so idle at home? After dinner, he returned to his room. Bai Ye had an idea. He focused on enhancing his skills. Poisonous Fangs. Effect, consumes 10 mana, causing the next attack to deal additional poison damage, inflicting 100 damage per second for 1 minute. Evaluation: from the moment I marked you, you were already dead. Upon seeing the skill description, Bai Ye sucked in a cold breath. With his current magic points and equipment bonuses, in theory, within just 1 minute, Bai Ye could easily unleash a burst of damage exceeding tens of thousands of points. Without armor or special buffs, even some tanks with levels as high as 60 or 70 would struggle to withstand this smooth combo, right? As he marveled, Bai Ye continued watching. Fireball. Effect, consumes 2,000 mana to launch a fireball, dealing 580,000 magical damage. The more mana consumed, the longer the casting time, and the higher the damage dealt by this skill. Evaluation: come on, let the world feel the pain. It can deal up to 80,000 points of damage. Such a wide area skill damage perfectly compensates for the assassin's bug of only being able to instantly kill one target at a time. This is absolutely amazing. For a moment, Bai Ye felt utterly delighted. The next morning, stepping out of his home, Bai Ye arrived at the Class Change Guild. As the official exclusive guild, it was different from other guilds. It was relatively welcoming to new job changers. To support newcomers, the guild frequently posts commissions. Completing these commissions not only earns a certain commission but also provides a large amount of experience and materials. For newly awakened job changers, this is truly a win-win situation. Just as Bai Ye accepted a commission, Xiao Jiangxue couldn't help but look surprised. She kindly reminded him, Mr. Bai, the Snow Lotus Valley is no easy task. Are you sure you want to tackle it alone? Bai Ye nodded lightly. I'm confident. Seeing Bai Ye's confidence, Xiao Jiangxue could only give up. While helping Bai Ye with the paperwork, Xiao Jiangxue said, if you notice anything unusual, please withdraw immediately. The commission is a minor matter, safety is the top priority. He knew this was the other party's well-meaning concern. Bai Ye thanked him as well. Thank you for the reminder. I'll be careful. As Bai Ye left, shortly after, a man dressed like a knight emerged. This man was none other than Qin Ming, the president of the Luo City Job Change Guild. If he can indeed clear the Snow Lotus Valley dungeon on his own, then let him participate in the dungeon raid for the Fairyland Kingdom next. Upon hearing Qin Ming's words, Xiao Jiangxue couldn't help but say, but hasn't the dungeon in the Fairyland Kingdom been stalling us for a long time? But Bai Ye is just a newcomer. Isn't it too dangerous to let him join in? Qin Ming smiled. That's why I said it's contingent on successfully clearing the Snow Lotus Valley dungeon first. If he can successfully clear the Snow Lotus Valley dungeon on his own, then participating in the Fairyland Kingdom dungeon should be no problem. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jiangxue nodded, seeming to understand but not quite. It's clear that he's found a promising recruit, even if he's an assassin who's looked down upon by other guilds. But Qin Ming still decided to nurture him. Meanwhile, at the outskirts of Snow Lotus Valley, due to the dungeon's influence, countless beasts were swarming out, turning this place into a sacred ground for countless class changers to level up. Leading his team to grind monsters, Zhang Hao couldn't help but feel proud. After all, killing monsters of a higher level grants extra experience points. Plus, the beasts in Snow Lotus Valley were significantly higher in level than those in the green grass plains. After days of relentless effort, Zhang Hao had already become a level 6 berserker. Meanwhile, following Zhang Hao as he tested the limits of danger on the outskirts of Snow Lotus Valley, scavenging for loot. One of his subordinates couldn't help but worry. Brother Hao, something feels off. Maybe we should head back? Zhang Hao looked annoyed. He scolded them with frustration. What do you know? Take a chance, turn a bicycle into a motorcycle, you know?
The job evaluation is coming up soon. If you go back now, how am I supposed to impress my good brothers?
Just thinking about the expression on Bai Ye's face when he accidentally showed off his true abilities.
Zhang Hao felt a surge of satisfaction. Turning to his henchman, Zhang Hao sneered. Don't worry. I've heard the news.
The Job Changers Guild has recently arranged for people to tackle the Snow Lotus Valley dungeon.
There are high-ranking job changers leading the way. As long as nothing goes wrong, we should be safe.
Just as he finished speaking, he noticed the blank expressions on the faces of his subordinates.
Zhang Hao was puzzled. What's wrong with you guys? One of the subordinates trembled as he pointed behind him. How good, if nothing goes wrong, it seems like something bad is about to happen. As soon as the words left his mouth, a shadow loomed over them. Zhang Hao immediately felt an ominous premonition.
He slowly turned around. There stood a creature resembling a small giant, its fur a dark purple, looming behind him.
Just as he was about to identify it and see its attributes, Zhang Hao's vision went black.
However, he swallowed hard and forced himself to remain calm.
Everyone, don't be afraid. We're a team. As long as we work together, we still have a chance to defeat this demonic lion.
Just as he spoke, he heard no movement behind him. When Zhang Hao turned around, he saw that everyone had already fled to a safe distance without him noticing. In that moment, Zhang Hao felt as though the sky was falling down on him.
You bunch of cowards. Whoever runs last is supposed to cover the rear, right? Chapter 8, Instant Kill of the Shadow Lion. Zhang Hao's shock. They had left Luo City. At noon, Bai Ye also arrived at the Snow Lotus Valley. As they ventured deeper, after passing through a dense forest, a cry for help echoed through the air. Help! Save me! I'm Zhang Hao from the Zhang family. Whoever saves me will be rewarded handsomely. Up ahead, Zhang Hao was being chased by a demonic lion. His bulky body trembled, giving off an oddly comedic vibe. It had only been a few days since they last saw him. How had Zhang Hao become so pitiful? Just as Bai Ye was about to comment, Zhang Hao spotted Bai Ye and his expression turned anxious. White Knight, run! If the shadow lion catches up, we're all dead. However, just as Zhang Hao finished speaking, the next scene was something he never expected. Bai Ye remained silent, holding his double blades, not retreating but advancing instead. What?
Zhang Hao stopped in his tracks, startled. When he turned to look back, he froze in place.
He saw Bai Ye's twin blades dancing wildly, leaving visible slashes all over the body of the demonic lion at a speed that could be seen with the naked eye.
That massive body, which had been used to suppress the enemy's strength,
now, it had become Bai Ye's living target. 100. 160. 200.
As time passed, the damage caused by the White Knight was growing exponentially. Zhang Hao couldn't help but rub his eyes. Then, when he saw Bai Ye's current level,
Zhang Hao's mouth dropped open.
After all, the two of them had undergone class changes at the same time.
Why, despite starting on nearly equal footing, was Bai Ye's level so much higher than his?
He was afraid his brother was struggling, yet also afraid he was living it up. At that moment, watching Bai Ye prepare to solo the Shadow Lion, Zhang Hao's lips twitched.
You have obtained the Shadow Lion skill, Shadow Stealth. Shadow Stealth LV.1. Effect, consumes 20 magic points, enters shadow form, lasts 60 seconds.
After dispatching the Shadow Lion, Bai Ye's skill level increased by 1.
Just as Bai Ye was checking the skill information, Zhang Hao looked utterly disbelieving. Even the White Knight was already at level 15, defeating the Shadow Lion should still be quite challenging. But the result? It was instantly defeated? Wow! Zhang Hao couldn't help but exclaim, wow! Bai Ye, how did you do that? How did you get so strong? White Knight answered honestly, I just randomly killed some monsters. I didn't expect to level up so quickly. It feels like leveling up isn't that hard after all. It's pretty easy. Just killed a few monsters and leveled up? Wait, is that even human speech? Look at Bai Ye's innocent expression.
Zhang Hao clenched his teeth so hard his molars almost broke.
Wow, I didn't expect Bai Ye to pull that on me again. At that moment, as Bai Ye tossed out the appraisal, upon seeing his best friend's current level, Bai Ye couldn't help but laugh out loud. You're not my buddy, are you? How come you're only level 7? No way, no way? There's no way someone actually thinks leveling up is hard, right?
As soon as he said that, Zhang Hao couldn't hide the look in his eyes that said he wanted to kill someone.
However, he stubbornly replied, White Knight, don't get too cocky. I've just been in a bad mood lately and haven't been grinding much. Once I'm back in shape, I'll leave you in the dust. Seeing that his best friend had nothing but a big mouth to boast about, Bai Ye's lips twitched. If he hadn't just seen Zhang Hao being chased by a shadow lion, he almost believed him. After parting ways with Zhang Hao, he continued along the beast path. Unbeknownst to him, Bai Ye had entered the depths of the Snow Lotus Valley. Just as he arrived at the location of the dungeon, at the teleportation entrance, a group of class change adventurers had gathered. They were discussing strategies for tackling the dungeon.
There are too many magic spiders in this dungeon, they're hard to handle. Yeah, unless you're a mage, there's no way to clear them all at once. But we don't have any mages in our team. Maybe we should just give up. I agree. We can't risk our lives just to clear a dungeon. Listening to the others' discussion, a disheveled man with a beard couldn't help but show a look of distress on his face. Could it be that they really had no choice but to give up? After all, Snow Lotus Valley was a recently discovered special dungeon with a difficulty level second only to the Fairyland Kingdom. If they could clear Snow Lotus Valley, it would mean they secured a spot to participate in the Fairyland Kingdom raid from the guild. With the opportunity right before their eyes, Chengo simply couldn't bear to give up. Just then, Bai Ye attempted to enter alone. Chengo called him back. Brother, wait. You're not planning to tackle this dungeon alone, are you? Bai Ye nodded lightly. Just me is enough. Upon hearing this, seeing Bai Ye's arrogance, Chengo and his group exchanged glances. Wait, is he serious? As everyone looked on in confusion, Bai Ye had already entered the dungeon. The dimly lit cave was illuminated only by a few special crystals. As one walked through, footsteps echoed. And every few steps, one could see one or several corpses that had been devoured beyond recognition. From the traces left on the surrounding stone walls, one could imagine how brutal the battles that had taken place here must have been. What kind of monsters lurk within this cave dungeon? What could have driven so many mid-level adventurers in their 40s and 50s to meet their end here in the northwest? Stay vigilant and continue forward. As the cave passage gradually widened, Bai Ye heard a rustling sound in the air. He senses enemies approaching. Bai Ye swiftly raised his right hand forward. As his magic power continued to deplete, Bai Ye chanted the spell. 10 seconds later, when the power reached its peak, a massive fireball shot toward the depths of the cave. Boom! With the explosion, flames erupted violently. The light from the flames illuminates the entire passageway. The enclosed space was filled with scorching heat. Fire served as the only source of light. In the white night, countless magic spiders the size of wild cats struggled and twisted in the heat, losing their breath. You have looted the demon spider's attributes, magic +1. You have looted the magic spider's attributes, stamina +1. You have obtained the D rank innate ability of the demon spider, dark perception. Effect: in darkness, perception is enhanced by 100%. In no time, as the intercepting magic spiders were cleared away, Bai Ye also understood why the reincarnated adventurers teams had failed. Unlike acting alone with Bai Ye, combined with the assassin class, which possesses extremely high mobility in team combat, to prevent the warriors and tanks in the team from being hit by skills, the mage's damage output was restricted. Additionally, the narrow environment prevents archers and rangers from utilizing their mobility. Facing a tidal wave of magic spiders, those reclassification teams are completely overwhelmed. Winning is nearly impossible. They fought their way forward, killing enemies along the way. Fireball spells clear enemies in large areas. Before they knew it, Bai Ye had reached the deepest part of the dungeon, the lair of the magic spiders. Chapter 9, This assassin is truly cool. The environment was dark, but with enhanced darkness perception. The Spider Queen lurking in the nest had nowhere to hide from Bai Ye. Gazing at the Spider Queen climbing the stone walls, waiting for the perfect moment to strike, White Knight raised his right hand. Magic surged forth, gradually condensing. After a brief charge, a massive fireball shoots forth. Boom! With the explosion, she was caught off guard. The Spider Queen plummeted down the stone wall, emitting an agonizing scream. Despite being engulfed in flames, the Spider Queen continued to struggle. Bai Ye was surprised. He hadn't expected that as a boss, this thing had such high magic resistance. With that thought, holding his dual blades, White Knight charged at the Spider Queen before she could react. With her level increasing and her attributes constantly improving through looting, White Knight's true strength was far greater than what met the eye. Taking the initiative at every step, Bai Ye closed in swiftly. In the blink of an eye, Bai Ye had already closed the distance. The Spider Queen was startled. She hurriedly spat out venom to block his path, attempting to hinder Bai Ye. Sizzle! As the venom splashed, the intense corrosion caused white smoke to rise from the ground. However, Bai Ye's speed was simply too fast. As he closed in, the twin blades in his hand sliced through. 100, 200, 400. Although the damage from a single strike wasn't enough to instantly kill the Spider Queen, but it can't withstand the high attack frequency of the White Knight. Under such high frequency attacks, this isn't just scraping the surface. This is clearly bone scraping. You have obtained the Spider Queen's B-rank talent, Dark Perception. Notice, a duplicate talent has been detected, and the talent's quality has been upgraded. Darkness Perception. Quality A. Effect increases perception ability by 1000% in darkness. Evaluation: lurk in the shadows, hunt the shadows. You have reached LV point 20. You have obtained 10 free attribute points. A series of sounds followed. With a thought, he used the free attribute points to allocate them.
White Knight also checked his current information. Bai Ye. Class Assassin first job change. Level LV.21.46%. Health 3000 3000. Magic 500 500. Strength 440. Speed 800. Stamina 550. Resilience 120. Talents Infinite Plunder, Sturdy Armor, Dark Perception. Available Attribute Points 0. Class Skills High Speed Movement LV.1, Venomous Fangs LV.5, Fireball LV.5, Shadow Stealth LV.1. Evaluation Warrior? Mage? No, I'm just an assassin. After reviewing his attributes, Bai Ye was quite satisfied. Based on his current leveling progress, he might even reach level 30 before the academy exams. He could reach level 30 and undergo his second class change. As he thought this, Bai Ye packed up all the magic spiders he had hunted and took them with him. Then, in a corner, a treasure chest caught his eye. Upon opening it, he saw various magic stones and rare materials specifically used for crafting equipment inside. Bai Ye felt quite pleased. This solo expedition had been quite profitable. At that very moment, outside the dungeon, seeing that Bai Ye had been inside for so long without any movement, Shengo and his group didn't even need to think to know that Bai Ye must have met a gruesome end inside. Sigh, a level 15 assassin, without any teammates, and he still dared to go solo? That's way too reckless. Yeah, that kid must have been devoured by those magic spiders, leaving nothing but bones. No wonder the death rate for assassins is so high. They're all as reckless as bullies, unable to gauge the difference in strength between themselves and their opponents. Just as everyone was discussing this, suddenly, they noticed a figure slowly emerging. Immediately afterward, they saw the teleportation array in the dungeon slowly closing. The group of class changers couldn't believe their eyes. He actually did it? No way, he's just an assassin. How did he manage to do that? Facing Bai Ye, Shengo stood there dumbfounded. Seeing that Bai Ye seemed to have cleared the dungeon unscathed, Shengo had never heard of any assassin capable of such an absurd feat. As Bai Ye grew farther and farther away, Shengo finally snapped out of it. He had foolishly thought Bai Ye was doomed. What a fool the clown was actually me. For a moment, Shengo's face turned red. 2 days later, back to Luo City. Just as Bai Ye was about to submit the relevant materials for appraisal, looking at the piles of various materials stacked on the table, Xiao Jiangxue swallowed hard. Mr. Bai, did you really manage to obtain the copy of the Snow Lotus Valley? Bai Ye nodded lightly. Could you please help me count them and calculate the total cost? As Bai Ye finished speaking, Xiao Jiangxue's mind snapped back to reality. She hurriedly responded, "Alright, Mr. Bai, please wait a moment. I'll settle the payment for you right away." She realized that Bai Ye was no ordinary person. While counting, Xiao Jiangxue couldn't help but glance at Bai Ye a few more times. In the past, when she thought of assassins, her first impression was that they were short-lived. But now, after meeting Bai Ye, Xiao Jiangxue could only think, this assassin is really handsome. Half an hour later, as the inventory was completed, Xiao Jiangxue handed the list to Bai Ye. She replied respectfully, "Mr. Bai, for this dungeon raid, including the guild's bounty, our guild is offering just over 4 million. After a brief pause, Xiao Jiangxue added, "But this time, we'll round it up to 5 million for you, Mr. Bai. Do you have any objections? Who rounds up like that?" While complaining, Bai Ye said, "No objections. Transfer the money to the previous account." Upon hearing the response, they proceeded to handle the transaction for Bai Ye. As Bai Ye was about to leave, Xiao Jiangxue hurried forward. "Mr. Bai, please don't leave yet. Our president would like to see you. Would you mind taking a moment of your time?" Bai Ye was puzzled. "Your leader?" Xiao Jiangxue replied, "As you know, Mr. Bai, elite assassins like you are highly sought after by various organizations and institutions, so..." Before she could finish, Bai Ye had already understood Xiao Jiangxue's meaning. Thus, he spoke up, "Then lead the way." Under Xiao Jiangxue's guidance, they took the elevator to the top floor office of the guild. As soon as they entered the room, Bai Ye saw a well-dressed middle-aged man sitting at the desk. Upon seeing Bai Ye, Qin Ming stood up. "Mr. Bai, my name is Qin Ming. I currently serve as the president of the Luo City Job Changer Guild." Facing Qin Ming, Bai Ye instinctively performed an appraisal. Qin Ming. Occupation, Paladin 4th Transformation. Level, 80. An 80th level Paladin must be incredibly powerful, right? Just as Bai Ye was thinking this, Qin Ming didn't beat around the bush, he went straight to the point. "Mr. Bai, how much do you know about the Fairyland Kingdom?" Bai Ye shook his head. Seeing this, Qin Ming pulled out some documents. "Mr. Bai, let me explain first. The Fairyland Kingdom is a very special dungeon. Previously, we dispatched 10 teams composed entirely of mid-level transferred adventurers to conquer it. Unfortunately, all of them failed." While listening to Qin Ming's explanation, he flipped through the documents collected by the previous teams of reclassifiers. Bai Ye understood the other party's intentions. President Qin, are you suggesting that you plan to involve me in this mission to conquer the celestial realm? Qin Ming admitted frankly. Exactly.
We have already recruited 4 teams of transferees, but we are still missing a main attacker.
I think you, Mr. Bai, would be the perfect fit.
Bai Ye paused briefly while flipping through the documents.
Mr. Qin, what benefits can you offer me for participating in this mission?
As he asked, Bai Ye also cast a glance at Qin Ming.
Chapter 10, Wind Chasing Armor. Dare you race against the wind?
Qin Ming had already prepared his response. First, we will prepare an epic quality assassin's equipment set for Mr. Bai. The quality of class change equipment is divided into 5 tiers from lowest to highest: common, fine, epic, legendary, and mythical.
Legendary and mythical are extremely rare and hard to come by.
Therefore, for the vast majority of class changers,
epic quality equipment is already the best weapon one can obtain. Offering an epic quality piece of equipment shows that Qin Ming is truly sincere. Bai Ye nodded, gesturing for the other to continue. Seeing that Bai Ye was tempted,
Qin Ming also smiled and said, secondly, after completing this dungeon raid, you can take 1/5 of the raid rewards. Seeing Bai Ye remain silent, Qin Ming continued.
Third, Mr. Bai, you have a younger sister, right? Regardless of whether this expedition succeeds or fails, we will ensure her education. If she becomes a class changer in the future, we will provide her with appropriate equipment and arrange for her to join a suitable career changer team. If she chooses to continue her studies normally, we will also guarantee her future employment. After a brief pause, Qin Ming continued. Mr. Bai, aside from the above 3 points, if you are willing to join this operation, regarding your missing parents who went missing during the Great Cataclysm, we will also mobilize our connections to help you investigate. What are your thoughts on this?
Seeing that it was merely participating in a single mission, Qin Ming offered such generous terms, Bai Ye was surprised. Especially after learning that the other party was even willing to help him find his missing parents, he couldn't help but be tempted.
However, before agreeing, Bai Ye also voiced his doubts. Mr. Qin, with such generous terms, you must have no trouble finding people, right?
Qin Ming shook his head. Mr. Bai, the mortality rate for assassins is higher than that of other professions.
The best assassin we can find at the moment is you. Plus, your performance in the Snow Lotus Valley battle was impressive. After careful consideration, you are our exception. Upon hearing this, Bai Ye understood.
If we truly succeed in clearing the dungeon,
it would be a successful investment. And if the raid fails and Bai Ye dies in battle,
then Bai Ye would have risked his life for the guild, and the guild would take care of his family for life.
Not only that, but it could also be used as publicity.
Not only would it eliminate the negative impact of the failed attempt, it would also strengthen the guild's cohesion.
It's definitely a win-win situation.
After giving Qin Ming a meaningful look, Bai Ye spoke up. So, Qin President, when will you be acting?
Qin Ming replied, we can depart tomorrow.
I'll arrange for someone to notify you, Mr. Bai, at short notice.
Bai Ye nodded slightly.
He stood up from the sofa.
Alright, just contact me when the time comes. If there's nothing else, I'll be on my way. He left the Job Changers Guild. Bai Ye headed to Moonlight Road. If he was leaving tomorrow, time was tight.
Bai Ye naturally needed to make thorough preparations.
He arrived at the Luo family's weapon shop.
Upon seeing Bai, it was as if they had seen his level.
Luo Shuiying was surprised. Brother Bai, your level has improved way too quickly. Bai Ye humbly replied, I just work a little harder than others.
Speaking of which, Shuiying, where can I find the best assassin armor here?
Upon hearing this, Luo Shuiying was taken aback.
But she quickly recovered and laughed. Brother Bai, you've been doing well lately. As she spoke, she led Bai Ye inside.
They entered the store together.
Luo Shuiying opened a secret door, and a set of lightweight armor was taken out.
Brother Bai, this is the best armor we have in the store right now. Take a look and see if it fits.
Upon hearing this, he took it.
Upon inspection, the equipment information appeared. Wind Chasing Armor. Quality Epic. Effect 1, after equipping, movement speed is additionally increased by 20%. Effect 2, physical defense increased by 50%. Effect 3, magic resistance increased by 30%. Evaluation, dare you race the wind? Epic quality?
After reading the equipment details, Bai Ye was astonished. He turned his gaze toward Luo Shuiying.
Shuiying, this armor must be pretty expensive, right?
Upon hearing this, Luo Shuiying stuck out her tongue and chuckled.
It's indeed not cheap. But if you really want it, just take it. I'll have my sister cover the rest for you. Hearing this, Bai Ye's lips twitched. This girl is trying to take advantage of her sister, isn't she? While complaining, he thought for a moment and said, I can only come up with 5 million right now. Is that enough? 5 million? Startled, Luo Shuiying nearly bit her tongue in excitement. Brother Bai, where did you get so much money? She looked at Bai Ye with concern. As if she had thought of something, Luo Shuiying's face turned pale.
Bai Ye, you wouldn't have taken on some illegal job to assassinate an important figure, would you? Bai Ye couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. How could that be? I was just clearing a dungeon. Upon hearing this, Luo Shuiying patted her chest and relaxed. I knew it. Brother Bai wouldn't do anything illegal. Seeing that Bai Ye wasn't short on money, Luo Shuiying didn't beat around the bush. As she swiped her card, she handed the wind-chasing armor to Bai Ye. By the way, Bai Ge, do you know about the Land of Fairy Tales? Bai Ye nodded. You mean the dungeon that the Job Changers Guild has been unable to clear recently, right? Seeing that he knew, Luo Shuiying adopted a serious expression. That's the one. Brother Bai, you don't know how difficult that dungeon is. Take my advice, don't let the guild's bounty rewards lure you into danger. As Luo Shuiying finished speaking, Bai Ye's lips twitched. He ruffled her hair and said, don't worry, I'll be careful. Time flew by. Before they knew it, the next day had arrived. Seeing that Bai Ye had only been home for one night and was already preparing to leave, Bai Yu couldn't help but feel a little worried. Brother, are you going to go on a dungeon run again? Running his hand through his sister's hair, Bai Ye smiled and said, if you run into any problems, Shuiying will help you. She's your senior. Bai Yu nodded lightly. Then, big brother, promise me you'll come back safely. Just as the brother and sister were about to part ways, a knock came at the door. When the door opened, Qin Ming was standing at the door. Mr. Bai, we can go now. Bai Ye replied, all right. As he spoke, Bai Ye also introduced Bai Yu. Xiao Yu, this is Mr. Qin, the president of the Job Change Guild. If you ever encounter any trouble, you can go to the guild and find him. As Bai Ye finished speaking, Qin Ming smiled. Xiao Yu, uncle is your older brother's friend. If you ever need help, just come find me. While introducing Bai Yu briefly, Bai Ye said, Mr. Qin, while I'm running dungeons, please take care of my sister. Qin Ming replied, Mr. Bai, rest assured. I promise to treat Xiao Yu like my own sister. After leaving the low-income housing, Qin Ming arranged a private car to pick them up. 3 hours later, as the car drove out of Luo City, it came to a stop at the border. As soon as they got out, Bai Ye saw over 30 transferees waiting there for some time. Looking around, all the transferees were between levels 40 and 50. It was clear that the transferee guild had gone to great lengths to prepare for this secret realm expedition. Just as Bai Ye was thinking this, facing the group of transferees, Qin Ming spoke up. You are all elite members carefully selected by the guild. I have full confidence in your abilities. However, since I must remain in Luo City to hold the fort, I cannot act rashly. Therefore, I will entrust the strategy for the Fairyland Kingdom dungeon to you all. Now, please allow me to provide some additional information about the Fairyland Kingdom. Chapter 11, Bai Yu, your brothers on TV. According to the intelligence we have gathered, the monsters in this dungeon have very high attribute values, with most of them being magic wolves and ice elves. Additionally, please be cautious. The dungeon boss is a demon, and it's very difficult to defeat. After briefly explaining the details of the dungeon, Qin Ming also introduced Bai Ye to everyone. Additionally, let me introduce everyone. This is Bai Ye, and his profession is an assassin. In this operation, Bai Ye will be the main attacker during the boss fight. I hope everyone will cooperate closely. As Qin Ming introduced them, among the crowd, upon seeing Bai Ye, Wang Dahai and Zhang Jigua, who had also come to participate in this mission, couldn't help but stare in surprise. Wang Dahai exchanged a glance with Zhang Jigua. Zhang Jigua couldn't help but exclaim, I never expected the main attacker for this dungeon to be Bai Ye. Wang Dahai nodded. If it's Bai Ye, then our chances of success in this mission are still quite high. Hearing their discussion, a nearby class changer couldn't help but ask, who is this Bai Ye? Is he that strong? I thought he was just a level 20 rookie assassin. Wang Dahai replied, I've fought alongside him before. He took down Big Brother Blin with a single move. Big Brother Blin? The man couldn't help but swallow hard. After all, Big Brother Blin was the berserker of the goblins. With extremely high resistance and decent damage output, even some class-changing warriors at levels 40 to 50 would have to put in some effort to defeat him. But here, in the White Knight, he was taken down in an instant? Just how terrifying is Bai's offensive power? No wonder the Transcended Guild chose Bai Ye as their main attacker. There's a reason for that. As the discussion continued, everyone's gaze toward Bai Ye suddenly changed. At that very moment, just as everyone was about to enter the dungeon, Qin Ming also handed over a short blade to Bai Ye as agreed. Mr. Bai, this is the epic tier equipment I promised you. I hope it will be of assistance during this dungeon run. Thank you. As he accepted it, the equipment's information unfolded before Bai Ye. Shadow Blade. Quality Epic. Effect 1, deals an additional 50 damage with each attack. Effect 2, while equipped, movement speed increased by 25%. Effect 3, when the class is Assassin, gains an additional 20% damage bonus. Evaluation born in the shadows, hunt the shadows. After reviewing the equipment details, Bai Ye was in a good mood. He equipped the Shadow Blade. With the equipment's boost, his strength underwent a small but significant transformation. Seeing that Bai Ye was satisfied with the equipment provided, Qin Ming smiled and said, "Mr. Bai, the entire city of Luo is closely watching this dungeon raid. We're confident you'll succeed in clearing the dungeon, stopping the demonic beasts from descending, and becoming heroes of Luo City." Under the watchful eyes of Qin Ming and the others, along with the other class changers, Bai Ye stepped into the teleportation gate and entered the dungeon. At the same time, at Luo City's second high school, during lunch break, lying on the desk, he thought about how Bai Ye would be heading into the dungeon again today. Bai Ye couldn't help but feel a little worried. Although he knew his older brother would never do anything without a plan. But when she thought about the assassin's terrifyingly high death rate, how could she not be worried? Since her parents went missing, it was Bai Ye who had raised her. If something were to happen to Bai Ye, then she. Just as Bai Ye was lost in thought, she saw Jean Lian, her homeroom teacher, rush into the classroom. "Bai Ye, your brother is on TV." On TV? Upon hearing this, Bai Ye couldn't help but feel a pang of anxiety. Could it be that Bai Ye had been killed in battle? Or could it be that Bai Ye, using his assassin abilities, got caught doing something illegal? Thinking of this, Bai Ye's mood grew heavy. At that moment, he was unaware of Bai Ye's thoughts. Jean Lian exclaimed excitedly, "Bai Ye, look! Your older brother is the main attacker for this Fairyland Kingdom dungeon raid." As she opened the news on her phone, Jean Lian continued, "Bai Ye, you really are something. Your brother is so amazing, why didn't you tell us sooner? By the way, Bai Ye, does your brother have a girlfriend yet? What kind of woman does your brother like? What about me, old classmate? I'm 29 years old. Does your brother like older women who know how to take care of someone?" Seeing Jean Lian staring at him as if he were some kind of rare treasure, Bai Ye's lips twitched involuntarily. Wait, the main attacker? When did her brother become so impressive? How come she didn't know? Luo family mansion. Having just returned from the suburbs, Luo Shui was in a good mood. After her relentless efforts during this period, she had already reached level 10. Among the new transferees, she was among the top 10. I wonder what will happen when the academy exams come around and she meets Bai Ye again. Will he be surprised by her? Just thinking about Bai Ye's astonished expression, Luo Shui couldn't help but secretly rejoice. Just as she was thinking this, she saw her younger sister walking toward her with a serious expression. Placing her hands on Luo Shui's shoulders, forcing her to meet her gaze, Luo Shuiying spoke. "Sister, I have some unfortunate news for you. You may soon become a widow." Luo Shui? As Luo Shuiying shared the news that Bai Ye had joined the dungeon raid in the Fairyland Kingdom and was serving as the main attacker, Luo Shui couldn't sit still. "No way. I have to go save Bai Ye. I can't just watch him go on such a dangerous mission." Just as Luo Shui turned to leave, Luo Shuiying grabbed her arm. "Sis, don't be foolish. Your level isn't as high as Bai Ye's. Going there is just a suicide mission, right? You're saying my level isn't as high as Bai Ye's?" Luo Shui looked utterly disbelieving. In response, Luo Shuiying nodded. "Sis, you've been gone for so long, you didn't know? Bai Ye has already broken through level 20. 20? Level 20? Luo Shui's voice trembled, and she was completely speechless. She had even planned to impress Bai Ye. Little did she know that before she even saw him, she had already been outdone by Bai Ye. No way. She couldn't let Bai Ye outshine her. With that thought, Luo Shui made up her mind. "Shuiying, go tell Dad that I'll be gone for a while and will return after the academy exams." Watching her older sister come and go in a hurry, Luo Shuiying was a bit confused. Wait, where is Luo Shui going? Unaware of the situation outside, she followed her into the dungeon. A prompt also appeared before Bai Ye's eyes. "Notice, you have entered the Fairyland Kingdom." Standing on a mountain peak and looking out, a vast, endless forest came into view. Gazing at the lush, dense forest, Bai Ye couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It turns out not every dungeon is in a cave, some are exceptions. Just as he was thinking this, Wang Dahai and Zhang Jigua approached him and struck up a conversation. "Bai Ye, what a coincidence. I didn't expect you to be here either." Bai Ye nodded lightly. "It is quite a coincidence." Just as they were talking, the leader of the group spoke up. "Everyone, let's go. Don't waste any time. Let's aim to complete the mission within 3 days. I'm eager to get home to spend time with my wife." At those words, laughter erupted from the crowd. The tense atmosphere caused by the dungeon's difficulty vanished in an instant. Following the map provided by the guild, they gradually made their way toward the boss's location. As they walked, Wang Dahai casually remarked, "It's just like when we dealt with the goblins last time. White Knight doesn't need to get involved. Your assassins have poor endurance." Just wait until the boss fight and flank it to deliver the final blow. On one hand, they were concerned about the massive energy expenditure from prolonged combat. On the other hand, they were worried that if Bai Ye intervened, he might not return, leading to a swift defeat. Regarding the other party's kindness, Bai Ye actually wanted to say, "I'm not as weak as I look." Just as he was about to vent his frustration. Suddenly, at that very moment, he sensed the enemy approaching. Everyone stopped in their tracks and assumed an attack stance. The sound of rustling could be heard from ahead. Bai Ye naturally noticed something was amiss as well. Chapter 12, Secret Realm Under Attack. Battle, let's go. Moments later, while on alert, several mutated giant scorpions, each 1 to 2 meters in length, burst out of the jungle. Warriors, move forward and limit your attacks. Tanks, draw the fire and create space for the mages to attack. As orders were issued one after another, the group of class-changed adventurers worked together seamlessly, each fulfilling their roles. In no time, those few mutated giant scorpions were all eliminated. Those who have reached this level are no strangers to battle. Such attacks were nothing new to them. A quick cleanup of the battlefield. Just as everyone was preparing to continue on their way, a distant howl of a strange beast echoed through the air. Awu. It sounded like a summoning call, drawing responses from all around. One after another, crimson-colored demon wolves burst forth. As they were about to be surrounded by the wolf pack, the group of adventurers who had previously appeared calm and composed now couldn't help but look grim. Out of curiosity, Bai Ye also cast an identification spell at them. Magic Wolf. Health 1000-1000. Strength 150. Speed 100. Evaluation: a pack of wolves, never to fear. Though a single wolf isn't particularly strong, any person could easily handle one. But they can't withstand the sheer numbers of the demon wolves. No one anticipated that, in such a short time, the number of demon wolves would grow so vast. Facing this unexpected change, there was commotion within the group. What's going on with this dungeon? Yeah, how could there be so many demon wolves? We're in trouble. The guild's intelligence was wrong. Just as the scene descended into brief chaos, one of the demon wolves finally couldn't hold back any longer and charged forward. And as this demon wolf made the first move, it was as if a fuse had been lit. Countless demon wolves swarmed in from all directions. Attacked from all sides, the group was surrounded. The entire group of class changers was completely thrown into chaos. Tank! What's the tank doing? Protect the rear. Where are the warriors? Don't let the monsters charge over here. This is bad. I can't cast spells, it's too chaotic, we'll hurt our own people. Wait, the priest. Yes, you. Why did you use all your skills on yourself? Are you kidding? Amid the chaos, a class changer fell to the ground without anyone noticing. Like dominoes, the entire formation collapsed in an instant. After all, it was just a hastily assembled team. For the class changers, just surviving and staying with familiar teammates was already a challenge, let alone having to look out for others. Amidst the crowd, watching the team go from their bold declarations before entering the dungeon to the silence upon entering, now, facing the demon wolves, they were babbling incoherently. Bai Ye couldn't help but sigh softly. Excuse me, please move aside. He pushed aside the person crowding him. Holding a sharp blade, Bai Ye charged out of the crowd. For the group of class changers, these demon wolves were all soul-reaping demons. But in Bai Ye's eyes, these were clearly nothing more than moving experience points. Battle, so satisfying. You have looted the demon wolf's attributes, health plus 20. You have looted the demon wolf's attributes, speed plus 2. You have looted the demon wolf's attributes, strength plus 2. As talents continue to trigger, sounds keep ringing. Just as Bai Ye was immersed in gaining experience and enhancing his attributes. With his arrival, the hatred of the demon wolves was also drawn toward him. For a moment, the pressure on everyone eased significantly. They reacted swiftly and reorganized their formation. Under Bai Ye's leadership, the group of class-changed adventurers sounded the trumpets of counterattack. An hour later, the ground was littered with the corpses of demon wolves. The air was thick with the pungent smell of blood, making it hard to breathe. As they gazed upon Bai Ye, who seemed like a god of death, having narrowly escaped death, the expressions on the faces of the other transfigured warriors were complex. They knew that being chosen as the main attacker meant Bai Ye must be no pushover. But they never imagined that an assassin like Bai Ye could possess such terrifying strength. Just as everyone was still in a daze, Bai Ye spoke up. Everyone, take the injured and the fallen back to camp. As for what comes next, leave it to me. Upon hearing this, seeing that Bai Ye was preparing to take on everything alone, Wang Dehuai also urged, White Knight, you must stay calm. As his words fell, the other transferees also echoed his words. Yes, why don't we go back and discuss a new strategy? The longer we stay, the stronger the beasts and monsters we'll encounter. Relying on you alone, Bai Ye, I'm afraid Listen to me, brother. Money can always be earned later. There's no need to risk your life here. Facing everyone's pleas, Bai Ye shook his head lightly. Don't worry. If I can't handle it, I'll retreat. Seeing Bai Ye's determination, the crowd said no more. Watching Bai Ye's figure grow increasingly distant, someone in the crowd suddenly muttered, "It's just a few magic wolves. He's just an assassin. Does he really think he can handle it?" Upon hearing this, many other disgruntled former mercenaries nodded in agreement. Yeah, it's only because of our teamwork. Without us, he wouldn't think he's invincible, would he? Sigh, I've never heard of a lone wolf like him becoming a star general. Teamwork is the norm among job changers. As a result, among the group of job changers, Bai Ye was undoubtedly the odd one out. Of course, the most crucial point is that Bai Ye, an assassin, manages to level up so quickly. What gives him that advantage? Ignoring the clowns, he darted through the dense forest. Having broken away from the group, Bai Ye's pace quickened significantly. Indeed, compared to the constraints of teamwork, White Knight preferred to act alone. Just as he was thinking this, unbeknownst to him, following the map given by Qin Ming, Bai Ye was now only halfway to the boss's location. As he gradually came to a stop, a wolf-like beast with a body several times larger than a demon wolf and a long horn on its forehead blocked his path. Facing the beast, Bai Ye had a vague suspicion. Could this creature be the one who ordered the demon wolves to attack earlier? With that thought, Bai Ye immediately cast his identification spell. Chapter 13, New Skill. Everyone is shocked. Demon Wolf King. Health points 120,000,120,000. Magic 800,800. Strength 500. Speed 500. Skills Mist Veil creates a black mist, blocking enemies' vision. Shadow Claw enhances the next attack and reduces the enemy's speed by 50%. Evaluation Leader of the Magic Wolf Clan, possessing extraordinary combat prowess. Just after reading the information about the Demon Wolf King, Bai Ye was slightly surprised. Compared to the demon wolves he had previously defeated, the Demon Wolf King's attributes were far superior. Apart from the level difference affecting attributes, it seems that one's own potential and racial values also play a role in the combat power of these beasts. As he thought this, the Demon Wolf King's front paws began to emit a purple glow. Before it could attack, Bai Ye had already begun chanting his spell. Before the Demon Wolf King could react, a massive fireball hurtled toward him. Boom! With the explosion, thick smoke billowed out. 58,888. The damage numbers appeared. Bai Ye was not surprised. After all, there was a certain degree of magic resistance, plus 400 points of speed. The Magic Wolf King could easily avoid the fireballs head-on. At that moment, the once lavish fur on its body had been burned away by the intense heat, leaving little remaining. The murderous intent in the Demon Wolf King's dark gaze could no longer be concealed. Oh whoa! As the roar echoed, thick black mist spread out from the Demon Wolf King, engulfing Bai Ye in an instant. In the darkness, the Demon Wolf King silently approached Bai Ye. Yet, trapped within the black mist, Bai Ye smiled. As Shadow Stealth activated, he slipped into the darkness. As the White Knight suddenly vanished without a trace, the Demon Wolf King, who had been about to pounce, couldn't help but feel puzzled. But before it could react, White Knight struck back, and as the blade sliced through the air, the Demon Wolf King was marked with a poisonous seal. Feeling the searing pain on his back and his life force rapidly depleting, the Demon Wolf King instinctively turned its head. But it never expected that Bai Ye had already executed a series of moves, reappearing in its blind spot. After several exchanges, as the poison effects continued to stack, until it finally fell, and the black mist dissipated, the Demon Wolf King's expression was filled with frustration. The mist was clearly its territory. Yet here it was, Bai Ye turning the tables on it? Ignoring the Demon Wolf King's hateful glare, White Knight approached with ease to deliver the finishing blow. You have stolen the Demon Wolf King's skill, Xiao Wu. Mist LV.1. Effect, consumes 50 magic power to create a large area black mist, obscuring enemy vision. Evaluation, I am the one who kills in the mist. First use Shadowy Mist, then activate Shadow Stealth. Silently send enemies to their doom. This is the thrilling combo move of the White Knight. As White Knight followed the beast path, steadily advancing deeper into the dungeon. At that very moment, a group of class-changed adventurers emerged from the dungeon in disarray. Their bodies were covered in wounds, and they looked disheveled and exhausted. The journalists who had been waiting nearby rushed over. Everyone, could you please tell us the current situation inside the dungeon? Yes, with the guild gathering everyone here, conquering the Fairyland Kingdom shouldn't be too difficult, right? Facing the journalists' questions, everyone couldn't help but reveal a bitter expression. We're sorry, everyone. We've let down the people and the guild. The dungeon raid has failed. These words caused an uproar on the scene. While all the high-tier class changers rushed to the ancient battlefield, The job changers in the 30 to 60 level range were the backbone of the forces protecting the people. Yet so many of them were told that they couldn't even clear a single dungeon? How difficult is this dungeon, exactly? Does that mean, during the time they were requesting reinforcements from the high-tier class changers, they could only stand by and let the beasts and monsters pour out of the secret realm, rampaging and slaughtering at will? At this thought, a heavy weight pressed down on everyone's hearts. Just then, among the class changers, Wang Dahai stepped forward. However, everyone, don't worry too much. There are still people inside the dungeon. If it's him, he might even be able to figure out how to clear the dungeon. Upon hearing this, everyone couldn't help but turn their gaze toward Wang Dahai. One of the journalists couldn't help but ask, "Sir, who exactly are you referring to?" "He's the White Knight assassin, he's the main attacker this time." After a brief pause, Wang Dahai continued. "If it weren't for the White Knight assassin, our casualties would have been unimaginable." Upon hearing this, those who had narrowly escaped death also felt relieved. "That's right. Thanks to the White Knight assassin for saving me. If it weren't for him, we'd probably be dead by now. I have a feeling that in the future, Bai Ye might very well rise to the ranks of a star general as an assassin." Listening to the discussions and generous praise from the class changers about Bai Ye, the journalists couldn't help but feel curious. An assassin who is so highly regarded by so many people, just how strong is he? In the copy, following the map provided by Qin Ming, they continued forward. Before he knew it, Bai Ye had also entered the depths of the Fairyland Kingdom. A faint mist drifted through the jungle. Towering ancient trees blocked out the sky. No matter where one went, the environment remained similar, creating a suffocating atmosphere. As he navigated through the mountains and forests, if Bai Ye remembered correctly, the boss's room should be approaching soon, right? Just as he thought this, suddenly, whoosh! An arrow flew out of the darkness, heading straight for Bai Ye. 50. Fortunately, he had high resistance and health points comparable to a warrior. Otherwise, if it had been any other assassin, they would have likely met their end by now. Looking in the direction the arrow had come from, two figures stood atop the treetops. Silver hair, pointed ears, and white gold eyes. Those were two ice elves. As one of the few intelligent magical creatures, they not only possess formidable combat strength but also know how to set traps and ambushes, making them extremely difficult to deal with. Facing the ice elves. Upon appraisal, their attributes were displayed before Bai Ye. Ice Sprite. Health 1000-1000. Strength 100. Speed 800. Talent Keen Perception increases perception of auras by 500%. Description: they are the master archers roaming the forests, capable of hitting a target from 100 paces with ease. With a movement speed of 800. This is almost on par with Bai Ye. The high mobility that assassins pride themselves on is completely useless against these ice elves. Facing these high-tier magical creatures. If it were any other class, they would likely avoid combat at all costs. But Bai's expression betrayed his intent to fight. Even if their movement speed is roughly equal, so what? Two archers could never defeat an assassin. As Bai Ye's thoughts flickered. As the mist was released, thick black fog instantly obscured the ice elf's vision. Failing to kill Bai with a single arrow was one thing. Now they were trapped within the black mist the enemy had released. They had never encountered such a situation before. Unable to help but panic, the ice elves were completely unaware of the impending danger. Chapter 14, A True Man Never Looks Back. Explosion. Taking advantage of the gauzy mist to intervene. In the instant he darted behind the ice elves, Bai Ye swung his blade. You have looted the Ice Sprite's B-ranked talent, Keen Perception. You have stolen the Ice Elf's attributes, Speed +10. Quickly eliminating both Ice Elves. Cleared the battlefield. He drank the recovery potion and magic potion to restore his condition. With no obstacles remaining, Bai Ye also successfully reached the deepest part of the Fairyland Kingdom. Standing on the hillside, when looking down below, Bai Ye saw a monster covered in tentacles, looking eerie and utterly terrifying, sleeping in the basin. Through his senses, Bai Ye could perceive the monster's terrifying power. Compared to the demon wolf king and ice elf he had encountered earlier, this monster was in a completely different league. This must be the final boss of the dungeon, right? As he thought this, as Bai Ye moved his thoughts, the identification tool was activated, and the monster's information appeared before Bai Ye's eyes. Abyssal Demon. Health 100,000. Magic Power 100,000. Strength 1000. Speed 800. Resilience 200. Skill Abyssal Gaze consumes 50 magic, reduces the movement speed of the targeted enemy by 20%, and has a chance to inflict fear status. Monster Summon consumes 100 magic, attracts all monsters and beasts within a 10-mile radius to the caster's location. Description: a demon born from the depths of the abyss, corrupted by divine power, capable of attacking enemies with its tentacles. Evaluation: want to experience tentacle cosplay? We've got you covered. That's all the information about the Abyssal Demon. Bai Ye's expression turned serious. He chanted the spell. As the magic power reaches its peak, the next moment, under his control, a fireball hurtled down from mid-air, crashing into the abyss demon with tremendous force. At that moment, the demon's massive form became a living target. The intense heat scorched everything nearby. With the explosion, the demon was engulfed in a sea of flames. 68,888. As the damage numbers appeared, the abyss demon's health dropped by nearly 1/8 in an instant. However, relying on its high health and defense, the abyss demon, upon spotting Bai Ye, immediately summoned countless tentacles to attack. Hundreds of tentacles, each one that swept through the air, accompanied by a piercing sound. An ancient tree that would take 10 people to embrace collapsed with a thunderous crash under the relentless strikes. Speed was not limited to movement speed, attack speed was also factored in. The number of tentacles the abyss demon possessed was simply too great, and their striking speed was far too fast. While passively dodging, Bai Ye couldn't help but feel fortunate. Fortunately, in the previous battle, he had seized keen perception from the ice elf. This allowed him to predict the demon's attacks and dodge before they even reached him. Otherwise, he would have been instantly killed by the abyssal demon's combo by now. As he thought this, he calmly observed the situation. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Ye activated his skill. Using his high-speed movement, he targeted the gaps between the tentacles and quickly closed in. As magic power visibly depleted at an alarming rate, he unleashed the poisonous fangs. As the twin blades in his hands danced wildly, inflicting damage, layers of poisonous marks continuously stacked. As an assassin, even through plundering, he had significantly increased his magic power. But Bai Ye's magic power is still insufficient. After casting a fireball spell, with his current magic power, he could only manage to apply over 30 layers of marks on a deep abyss demon. Calculating at 100 damage per second, plus the 20% effect boost from the poison-coated blade in his hand. Even with resilience reducing the poison effect, it is also sufficient to instantly kill such a deep abyss demon within a minute. 500. 200. 500. 200. As the damage and poison damage values continued to flash. Just as the magic power was about to be depleted, Bai Ye flew backward, creating some distance. The abyss demon also sensed something was wrong. In just half a minute, its health dropped below half. When it noticed that Bai Ye had relentlessly stacked over 30 layers of poison effects on it, a look of terror flashed across the abyss demon's face. The assassins it had faced before all relied on skills to unleash burst damage, didn't they? Who was like Bai Ye, relying on auto attacks to stack passive debuffs? This is way too underhanded. As Bai Ye moved out of its attack range, the demon's blood-red eyes glared at Bai Ye's figure with hatred. Even if it dies, Bai Ye won't escape unscathed from here. As the incantation is cast, just as it was about to explode, the abyssal demon's piercing voice echoed through the jungle. As the skill activated, the ground trembled faintly. All the strange beasts and monsters within a 10-mile radius were summoned. Looking out into the distance, one could see the distant landscape in turmoil, with countless ancient trees crashing to the ground. A large number of beasts and monsters surge forward, forming a small wave of beasts. However, holding dual blades facing the approaching beast tide, Bai Ye's expression betrayed a hint of excitement. A beast tide? They're nothing but experience points. Facing the countless beasts and monsters, Bai Ye charges forward. Just as he darted into the battlefield. As his health dropped to 0, the abyssal demon exploded. You have obtained the abyssal demon's skill, Abyssal Gaze. Note, you have reached LV point 23 and obtained 10 free attribute points. Allocate all the free attribute points gained from levels 20 to 23 to magic power. At the same time, he downed several bottles of magic potions. White Knight's condition was also restored from the previous battle. With MP restored, skills can be activated continuously. White Knight darted through the swarm of strange beasts and monsters rushing toward him. Once poisoned, they were as good as dead. A true man never looks back at an explosion. Calculating the damage he was taking, Bai Ye was that confident. Tip, you have reached LV point 24 and gained 10 free attribute points. Notice, you have reached LV point 25 and gained 10 free attribute points. The sounds keep coming as his level rises rapidly. Under the relentless plundering, Bai Ye's attribute values continue to rise. The more he fought, the stronger he became, using battle to fuel his growth. Just as Bai Ye was immersed in the joy of constant improvement. Outside, after hearing Wang Dahai's report, in the Job Changers Guild, Xin Ming was completely flustered. If Bai Ye truly manages to conquer the Fairyland Kingdom alone, then the world's perception of assassins would be completely overturned. Realizing that Bai Ye wouldn't do something without a sure plan. Which means, thinking of this, he immediately ordered Xiao Jiangxue. Xiao Jiangxue, arrange it for me. I need to pay a visit to Bai Yu tomorrow. As soon as the words left his mouth, he seemed to think of something and changed his tone. No need to wait until tomorrow. Arrange it now. We're going to Luo City Second High School to pick up Bai Yu.
At present, the competition among the major guilds was extremely fierce.
Before Bai Ye had even left the land of the immortals, Qin Ming planned to use Bai Yu as a mediator to outmaneuver the other guilds and bring Bai Ye over to his side.
Following Qin Ming as he left, Xiao Jiangxue was very excited.
The guild had already assigned her as Bai Ye's personal liaison.
She had finally climbed onto a powerful figure's coattails. I wonder if Bai Ye is single. What kind of woman does he like? Such thoughts made Xiao Jiangxue's mind wander. Regardless, she must curry favor with Bai Yu.
Who knows, maybe she'll become my sister-in-law one day.
Chapter 15, Level Cap. Equipment Fusion. Luo Duo Second High School.
As the sedan slowly approached, upon learning that the guild master of the Job Changer Guild had arrived in person, accompanied by a group of department heads, Principal Huangfeng personally greeted them.
President Qin, welcome to our school. May I ask what brings you here today?
As he asked,
Huangfeng's expression betrayed a hint of flattery. As they walked, Qin Ming got straight to the point. There is a girl named Bai Yu at your school. I am here to find her.
Upon hearing this, Huangfeng's expression turned puzzled.
Bai Yu? Seeing Huangfeng's puzzled expression,
the principal standing beside him guessed Qin Ming's intentions. Immediately, he told Huangfeng everything he knew. Upon learning that Bai Yu's older brother was none other than the assassin currently causing a stir by single-handedly targeting the Celestial Realm Kingdom,
Huangfeng couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat.
Soon, they arrived at the classroom.
Upon seeing Qin Ming, Bai Yu was surprised. Uncle Qin, what are you doing here?
Upon hearing this, he noticed that Bai Yu and Qin Ming seemed quite familiar with each other. Huangfeng sucked in a sharp breath. He immediately called Jean Lian over.
Miss Jean, I thought the city level 3 good students hadn't been decided yet, right?
Jean Lian looked puzzled.
Yes, Principal, what's the matter? Huangfeng cleared his throat and said, I think Bai Yu is a great candidate.
She has a diligent and rigorous attitude toward her studies and is very ambitious.
Let's nominate her. Hearing this, how could she not understand what Huangfeng was thinking?
Jean Lian's lips twitched.
In the copy. As the potion ran out,
the concept of time had become blurred.
In the relentless battle,
just as they were about to annihilate all the beasts and monsters, with countless corpses at their feet, White Knight's level had reached its maximum.
White Knight. Class Assassin First Job Change. Level LV.30 can reclassify. Health points 3500 3500. Magic 1000 1000. Strength 689. Speed 1062. Stamina 800. Resilience 200.
Talents Infinite Plunder, Sturdy Armor, Dark Perception, Keen Perception.
Available Attribute Points 0. Class Skills High Speed Movement LV.1, Venomous Fangs LV.5, Fireball LV.5, Shadow Stealth LV.1, Abyssal Gaze LV.1.
Evaluation: when you gaze into the abyss also gazes into you.
Through constant plundering and deliberate stat allocation,
his speed and magic power have both broken through the 4-digit mark. Looking at his attribute panel, Bai Ye couldn't help but feel curious.
After the second transformation, how will his strength change? As he pondered this,
while clearing the battlefield, Bai Ye carefully collected his loot and stored it in his storage space as a special dungeon that had withstood the prolonged attacks of the Job Change Guild.
When Bai Ye finally conquered it,
the rewards obtained were quite generous.
He packed everything up and took it with him.
As Bai Ye opened the treasure chest hidden within the dungeon, besides a large quantity of magic stones and jewels, as well as various rare materials, the pearl hidden at the bottom of the treasure chest caught Bai Ye's attention.
Destiny power detected.
You have plundered the power of destiny. Just as he was about to remove the pearl,
the moment the alert sounded, his innate ability activated.
The power within the pearl merged into Bai Ye's body. At the same time, the entire jewel shattered.
The power of destiny? Just as Bai Ye was puzzled, the talent page unfolded. His talents underwent a minor transformation at that moment.
In addition to being able to steal an opponent's attributes, talents, and skills,
Bai Ye could now fuse equipment with equipment to transform their quality. After spending a few minutes,
after gaining a basic understanding of the new effects of his talents, a bold idea suddenly came to Bai Ye's mind, and he couldn't wait to try it out. He retrieved 3 short blades from his storage space. As the talent activated, a flash of white light appeared. You have obtained the effect of the shattered blade. You have obtained the effect of the poisonous blade. As the text appeared before Bai Ye's eyes, as the equipment fused together, the Shadow Blade also underwent a transformation. Shadow Blade. Quality Epic. Effect 1: each attack deals a tear effect and an additional 100 damage. Effect 2: non-skill damage increased by 50%, movement speed increased by 30%. Effect 3: additional 50% increase to negative effects. Although the equipment quality has not been improved, all effects have been enhanced. Equipped with Shadow Blade 2.0. Compared to before, Bai Ye's strength has increased by several times over. When the dungeon is cleared, the teleportation array also activates. With the array's assistance, Bai Ye returns to the present world. Just as he exits the dungeon, seeing a large crowd of journalists surrounding him, casting intense stares, Bai Ye was startled. Meanwhile, seeing that the boss was dead, the dungeon began to close. The journalists were in a state of shock. If I'm not mistaken, Bai Ye has only been in the dungeon for 2 days, right? Yeah, that's way too fast for a dungeon run. Even a well-coordinated team of mid-tier class changed players couldn't clear a dungeon this quickly like Bai Ye did. The scene was chaotic. Journalists rushed forward, jostling each other to get their cameras in front of Bai Ye's face. Seeing so many journalists staring at him as if he were a naked beauty, Bai Ye felt extremely uncomfortable. She knew it was impossible to leave the forest normally. She decided to take a leap. Before the journalists could react, Bai Ye had already vanished from their sight. Seeing this, the journalists realized that even the cameras couldn't capture Bai Ye's movements. The journalists couldn't help but look at each other in disbelief. At that moment, a thought crossed their minds simultaneously. In the near future, White Knight might very well become the one to rewrite the history of assassins. At that very moment, at the Luo family mansion, while licking the yogurt lid, Luo Shuiying watched the TV. Upon learning that Bai Ye had gone to the land of fairy tales and was tackling it alone, she couldn't help but feel deeply concerned. Given Bai Ye's strength, even if he couldn't defeat them, he should be able to escape from the dungeon with ease, right? Just as Luo Shuiying was thinking this, the TV showed Bai Ye emerging unscathed from the dungeon and successfully completing the quest. Seeing the news, she was astonished. Luo Shuiying dropped the yogurt in her hand unconsciously, leaving white stains on her clothes. White Brother's strength is actually this powerful. She couldn't sit still anymore. Luo Shuiying quickly stood up and changed into a different outfit. As she walked toward the door, she sent a message to Bai Ye, sharing the good news. Chapter 16, Job Change Quest. Demon Assassin. In a high-end apartment complex in the heart of Luo City. Seeing Qin Ming bring her here, Bai Ye was a bit confused. Uncle Qin, what are we doing here? Qin Ming smiled and said, Little you don't know. Your brother made such a great contribution to Luo City and the guild. This house is a special gift from us to thank your brother, and it was prepared especially for the two of you. From today onward, this will be your new home. How about it? Do you like it? Upon hearing this, Bai Ye couldn't help but swallow hard. Uncle Qin, are you joking? Qin Ming didn't respond but gestured for Xiao Jiangxue, who was standing beside him, to retrieve the keys and property deed. Xiaoyu, Uncle Qin wouldn't joke about something like this. Facing the keys and property deed handed to him by Qin Ming, Bai Ye hesitated. She understood the saying, he who eats another's food is bound to his master. Bai Ye didn't want her younger sister to cause Bai Ye to owe an unnecessary favor to others. End up owing an unnecessary favor to someone else. At that moment, seeing what Bai Ye was thinking, Qin Ming added, Little you, this is all your brother deserves. Just accept it. In response, Bai Ye couldn't refuse anymore and nodded lightly. Then, Uncle Qin, I'll temporarily accept it. I'll explain everything to my brother when he returns. Upon hearing this, Qin Ming didn't mind. He didn't say anything else but smiled and said, All right. It's getting late. Little Bai, let's take you home. Bai Ye replied obediently, Thank you for your kindness, Uncle Qin. As dusk approached, they returned to Luo City. They arrived home and entered the house. Bai Ye saw that besides Luo Shuiying, Qin Ming and Xiao Jiangxue were also there. Upon seeing Bai Ye, Qin Ming teased, Mr. Bai, we've come to your home for a meal. You don't mind, do you? All guests are welcome, how could I mind? As they chatted, Bai Ye noticed Luo Shuiying wearing an apron, bringing out dish after dish. At the dinner table, Luo Shuiying took the initiative to serve food. Mr. Bai, try this fried pork ribs. I tweaked the recipe a bit. I wonder if it suits your taste. After taking a bite, Bai Ye's eyes lit up. Shuiying, your cooking skills are getting better and better. Luo Shuiying blushed and smiled shyly. As long as you like it, that's all that matters. Seeing Bai Ye and Luo Shuiying chatting casually, for some reason, Xiao Jiangxue couldn't help but feel like she was the third wheel. As the eldest daughter of the Luo family, she knew how to capture a man's heart through his stomach. Plus, she was very familiar with Bai Ye. Luo Shuiying's girlfriend vibes are off the charts. For a moment, Xiao Jiangxue felt utterly defeated. After dinner, the night grew late. After sending Luo Shuiying and Qin Ming off, when only the brother and sister were left inside, Bai Ye also took out the property deed and keys. Brother, this is what Uncle Qin gave me today. What do you think, should we accept it? Facing his older brother, Bai Ye also voiced his concerns. Brother, what if we accept them and Uncle Qin intentionally assigns you some high-risk tasks? In response, Bai Ye stroked Bai Ye's head. He smiled and said, Take it. Don't worry too much. It's just a token of their goodwill. In this world where only those who become class changers can rise above others, those with strength are the ones that major guilds strive to recruit and court. Therefore, Bai Ye wasn't surprised. Looking at Bai Ye, he said, "Little you, let's move tomorrow. Whatever you want to buy, I'll get it for you." Bai Ye's eyes lit up. "Are you serious, big brother? Have I ever lied to you?" Bai Ye chuckled. Of course. Before they knew it, the next day had arrived. Early in the morning, they moved first. And during the afternoon, Bai Ye also went to the Job Changers Guild to submit his quest. Facing the mountain of materials Bai Ye had taken out from his storage space, Xiao Jiangxue couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. To clear a dungeon and hunt down so many on his own, among job changers of the same rank in the entire Dragon Kingdom, perhaps only Bai Ye could achieve such a feat. As he muttered to himself, Xiao Jiangxue also said, "Mr. Bai, you submitted too many materials. It will take some time to sort them. Would you mind taking a short break?" Bai Ye nodded. "Then please have Miss Qiao help me sort it out first. I'll go apply for the job transfer," he said to Xiao Jiangxue. Bai Ye also made his way to the second floor of the guild hall, the job change hall. As soon as he entered, he saw a black-haired woman in glasses with a professional smile approaching him. "Mr. Bai, you're here to change jobs, right? The guild master has already informed me. Please follow me this way." Hearing this, Bai Ye was somewhat surprised. Knowing he was coming to change professions, Qin Ming had arranged this way too meticulously, hadn't he? A few minutes later, after completing the procedures, under the guidance of the woman in glasses, they entered a room where a crystal ball made of a special material caught his eye. Upon touching it, a line of text appeared. "You have met the requirements for a job change. Please select the difficulty level for your new job." Each time a character changes jobs, they can choose from 3 different modes: normal, hard, and inferno. The higher the difficulty chosen, the stronger and rarer the advanced class that appears when advancing to the next level will be. However, the higher the difficulty, without external assistance, completing difficult or higher tier job change tasks alone is virtually impossible. However, this only applies to other class changers. For Bai Ye, completing a class change quest of Inferno difficulty is not impossible. Thinking this, Bai made his decision. "I choose the Inferno difficulty." As he made his choice, the job change quest appeared before him. Job change quest: Demon Slayer. Requirements: defeat a major demon and obtain the demon's heart. Upon seeing the requirements of the class change quest, Bai Ye paused for a moment. Given his current strength, combined with the infinite growth potential granted by his innate talent, given some time, defeating a large demon alone wasn't entirely impossible. At most, it will just take some effort. But the problem is, the demon comes from the abyss. Where should he go to find the great demon? For a moment, after understanding his job change quest, Bai Ye was at a loss. At that moment, someone noticed Bai Ye's class change quest. The glasses-wearing woman comforted him. "Mr. Bai, don't worry too much. Although the great demon is hard to find, but we will mobilize the entire guild's resources to find him as soon as possible and help you complete your job change." Upon hearing this, Bai Ye pondered for a moment before responding. "If I'm not mistaken, class changers can also initiate requests, right?" The glasses-wearing woman was taken aback. But she quickly recovered and replied, "Yes, they can." Upon receiving the answer, Bai Ye spoke up. "Then please place a commission for me. Whoever can help me find the great demon will receive 2 million as a reward." Upon hearing this, the glasses-wearing woman gasped in shock. She hurriedly replied, "All right, Mr. Bai, I'll arrange the commission immediately." Having recently conquered the Fairyland Kingdom, Bai Ye wasn't short on money. Therefore, he could afford the reward for the commission. However, what he cared about more than the reward was time. After all, once you reach the level cap, you can no longer kill monsters to gain experience. Every second was a loss for Bai Ye. As Bai Ye descended the stairs, Xiao Jiangxue had already finished counting the materials. "Mr. Bai, we've rounded it up for you. The total is 8 million. After deducting the commission you posted, the final amount is 6 million. After all, the Job Changers Guild is an organization backed by the authorities. Plus, given Qin Ming's personality, he wouldn't shortchange anyone in such a matter. Therefore, Bai Ye didn't suspect anything. As he signed the confirmation document, Bai Ye casually asked, "By the way, Miss Qiao, do you know where to buy weapons specifically for assassins?" Upon hearing this, after a moment's thought, Xiao Jiangxue replied, "If Mr. Bai is interested in acquiring quality weapons, you can visit the Tianyin Pavilion branch. The Tianyin Pavilion is the best and largest auction house in our Dragon Kingdom. If you go there, you might find equipment suitable for you." Upon hearing this, Bai Ye thanked her. "Thank you. Well, Miss Qiao, I'll be on my way." As Bai Ye departed, watching his departing figure, Xiao Jiangxue couldn't help but feel a surge of infatuation. Bai Ye actually thanked her. Could it be that Bai Ye has feelings for her? At that moment, the blush on the young girl's face spoke volumes. Chapter 17, Equipment Fusion. Legendary quality. Half an hour later, they arrived at the Tianyin Pavilion. Bai Ye saw countless special potions with a chance to enhance attributes and various high-quality equipment. The entire hall was bustling with job changers coming and going. While exploring, Bai Ye used his appraisal skill to search for the equipment he desired. He wanted to enhance the quality of the Shadow Blade. At least he needed equipment of the same quality. Seeing that the equipment here was all ordinary or premium, there were no epic tier items. Bai Ye couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Just then, noticing Bai Ye, a receptionist approached him. "Mr. Bai, it seems like you're looking for equipment. Do you have any specific requirements?" Looking at the black-clad woman with a professional smile, Bai Ye was taken aback. "Do you recognize me?" The woman replied, "Mr. Bai, you're joking. You're now a famous figure in Luo City, how could I not recognize you?" Led by the woman, he stepped into the elevator heading to the second floor. Bai Ye also asked, "Does your Tianyin Pavilion have equipment of epic quality?" The girl nodded slightly. "Yes, Mr. Bai, but epic quality equipment is not something we typically sell directly to the public." After a brief pause, under Bai Ye's gaze, the girl continued, "If Mr. Bai wishes to purchase epic quality equipment, coincidentally, we are holding an auction today. It's on the second floor where we're heading now. Mr. Bai, you can go take a look. You might just find something worthwhile." As they spoke, the elevator doors slowly opened. Under the girl's guidance, Bai Ye also arrived at the second floor auction hall. Noticing Bai Ye's interest, the young woman spoke up. "Mr. Bai, if you don't mind, would you like me to assist you?" Bai Ye replied, "That would be a great help." The young woman smiled. "Mr. Bai, you're too kind. This is all part of my job. Besides, if you happen to purchase anything, I'll also earn a commission. Serving you is my honor. Power brings privilege." As Bai Ye's abilities were exposed by the media, no matter where he goes, he is the center of attention. As he listened to the reception staff explain the auction rules, the auctioneer also walked onto the stage. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Tianyin Pavilion auction. I am the venue's top auctioneer, Bing Bing." After the auctioneer's brief introduction and going through the formalities, the first item up for auction was brought onto the stage. It was a spiritual herb. Looking at the spiritual herb, Bing Bing introduced it. "Ladies and gentlemen, this is a celestial spirit herb. It is rumored that the celestial spirit herb has a certain probability of alleviating the symptoms of demonization. The starting bid for this auction is 50 million. Each bid must be increased by at least 100,000. As Bing Bing finished speaking, the crowd of transfigured individuals below, gazing at the celestial spirit grass, began to breathe heavily. Noticing the change in everyone's expressions, Bai Ye turned to the side and asked curiously, "I recall that the heavenly spirit grass only has a probability of alleviating the symptoms of demonization, not a guaranteed cure, correct?" The receptionist nodded slightly. Seeing that Bai Ye seemed unfamiliar with the demonization syndrome, she sighed wryly. "Mr. Bai, you should also know that the demonization syndrome is an incurable disease. The longer ordinary people come into contact with high-tier class changers, the higher the likelihood of contracting the disease. For those high-tier class changers, money isn't an issue, since there is a certain probability of saving one's own family members. That's better than watching them suffer and die slowly, isn't it?" After hearing the other person's explanation, Bai Ye understood. Without saying another word, he continued watching the auction. As time passed, as one item after another was taken out for auction, soon, Bai Ye also found what he was looking for. Sanctioned Blade. Quality Epic. Effect, inflicts judgment on shadow-type monsters and beasts, dealing an additional 100% damage. Evaluation: have you ever seen an angel? Percentage-based damage bonus. If stacked with Shadow Blade, who knows what kind of chemical reaction it might trigger, or what kind of transformation it might bring about. Just as Bai was thinking this, at that moment, Bing Bing also excitedly introduced, "Everyone, the next item up for auction is the Sanctioned Blade. This assassin-specialized equipment possesses a special effect that deals additional damage to certain unique magical beasts and monsters. The starting bid is 1 million, with each bid increase must be at least 50,000. As Bing Bing finished speaking, the on-site class changers and some equipment collectors began bidding. In no time, the price of the equipment had been bid up to 4 million. Seeing the exorbitant auction price, the class changers all backed out. Bai Ye knew it was time to act. 5 million. As he bid, all the job changers present instinctively turned their gaze toward the source of the voice. Even the collectors specializing in rare equipment couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. A piece of equipment that only deals additional damage to specific groups. Even if it's of epic quality, the price is clearly inflated. Bidding 5 million for a short sword? In everyone's eyes, Bai Ye was utterly foolish. For a moment, they all turned to Bai Ye with mocking expressions, unaware of others' opinions or their true thoughts. Having obtained the sanctioned blade, Bai Ye was in a great mood. He couldn't wait to return and fuse the equipment. The auction had not yet ended, but Bai Ye had already achieved his goal. He stood up from his seat and prepared to leave. "Let's go, I've already obtained the equipment I wanted." Upon hearing this, the host was puzzled. An item that only provides bonuses to a specific group, how could it be worth Bai Ye's excitement? He saw Bai Ye off and watched his departing figure. Shaking his head, the receptionist didn't think much of it. The transaction was complete. Even if Bai Ye regretted it later, it would be too late. Besides, she had already received her commission. How Bai Ye would use that short blade was none of her concern. Back to the new home. Bai Ye hurriedly made her way to her room. Seeing Bai Ye's hurried manner, Bai Ye was puzzled. Why does it feel like, ever since he changed jobs, his older brother has been acting so mysterious? While complaining, Bai Ye also asked, "Brother, what do you want to eat tonight?" "Whatever." As Bai Ye answered, Bai Ye's lips twitched. "Whatever? Isn't that just another way of saying she can't cook something casual tonight?" Yawning, she rubbed her temples and headed toward the kitchen. For some reason, lately, Bai Ye had been feeling unusually tired. At that moment, in the room, as Bai Ye's innate ability activated, a flash of white light appeared. When the two weapons merge into one, a short blade with a hilt where gold and silver intertwine, and a faint demonic purple glow flickering along the blade, appears before Bai Ye's eyes. Judgment Blade. Quality Legendary. Effect 1, each attack inflicts a judgment effect, dealing an additional 100% damage. Against shadow-type monsters and beasts, deals an additional 500% damage. Effect 2, non-skill damage increased by 100%, movement speed increased by 50%. Effect 3, increases the effectiveness of negative effects by 100%. Evaluation: all my actions are for justice, and those who oppose me are unjust in both word and deed. After the equipment quality is upgraded to legendary, the benefits it provides are doubled. With the Judgment Blade in hand, Bai Ye's strength undergoes a significant transformation. Facing the upcoming class change quest, Bai now has a bit more confidence. Chapter 18, The Conditions for Job Change. The hunt begins. Time flies, and 7 days have passed in the blink of an eye. Now, only 13 days remain until the class change exam. And during those past 7 days, apart from spending time with Bai Ye and spoiling his younger sister, Bai Ye hadn't gone anywhere else. He knew that without obtaining information about the relevant abyss demons, he couldn't do anything. Rather than waste his efforts, he might as well let go and enjoy the peace and quiet of the present moment. Dong dong. Just as Bai Ye was scrolling through his phone as usual, the sound of knocking came from the door. As he stood up to open the door, Bai Ye saw Xiao Jiangxue, dressed in a professional OL outfit, looking excited. "Mr. Bai, someone has found the big devil." Hearing this, Bai Ye was intrigued. "Really?" Xiao Jiangxue pulled Bai Ye out the door. As they walked, she replied, "Of course it's true. Upon receiving this information, we've already dispatched scouts to investigate." Soon, a few minutes later, under Xiao Jiangxue's lead, they exited the residential complex. Just as they spotted the transfigured individual who had become the great demon, Bai Ye was slightly surprised. This world is really small. It wasn't anyone else who had found the great demon, it was Zhang Jigua, whom he had encountered several times before. "Brother Bai." Upon seeing Bai, Zhang Jigua looked embarrassed. "Could you ask the guild to transfer the money to me first? My daughter is still in the hospital, and we need the money to save her life." Upon hearing this, Bai Ye looked toward Xiao Jiangxue. Xiao Jiangxue said, "In principle, the party concerned must confirm before the guild will make the payment. However, if Mr. Bai doesn't mind, we can make the payment now." Bai Ye replied, "Transfer it to Uncle Zhang." Upon hearing this, Zhang Jigua looked deeply grateful. Thank you, brother Bai Ye." Bai Ye smiled, "Zhang Dashi, you're too kind." Regarding Zhang Jigua's situation, Bai Ye had actually heard about it before. Years ago, his wife divorced him, leaving him to raise their daughter alone. After becoming a job changer, he worked tirelessly on tasks, believing he could provide his daughter with a happy life. But unexpectedly, his daughter contracted the incurable demonization disease because of his status as a job changer, and now she can only spend the rest of her life in bed. For this man who had sacrificed everything for his family, Bai Ye still held a great deal of respect. Leaving Luo City. A day later, under Zhang Jigua's guidance, they entered the Emerald Forest. As they made their way through the dense forest, Zhang Jigua explained to Bai Ye, "Brother Bai, the place I'm about to take you to is a mutated dungeon called the Emerald Kingdom. This instance is extremely challenging. Generally, only high-level class-changed adventurers dare to enter. The monsters inside have very high attributes. Once inside the instance, you must be extremely cautious, Bai Ye." White Knight replied, "Don't worry, Uncle Zhang, I have my own plans." As they chatted, they gradually ventured deeper. Finally, they arrived at an open area. A massive bronze door came into view. This was the teleportation gate leading to the Emerald Kingdom.
Uncle Zhang, you can go back. I can handle this on my own. Without hesitation, Bai Ye stepped forward. He stepped into the dungeon.
A flash of white light swept past. As the scene before Bai Ye's eyes gradually came into focus. Stepping into the dungeon, Bai Ye found himself in a dreamlike forest seemingly constructed from jade. The dense magical energy caused the plants to glow with an emerald hue, lush and vibrant.
No wonder it's called the Emerald Kingdom. Compared to the unique geographical environment here, the name of the dungeon must have originated from it. Luo City.
It was from Bai Ye that she learned of Bai Ye's journey to the Emerald Forest. Luo Shuiying couldn't help but gasp. After all, that's an area only mid-tier class changers can enter. While eating, Luo Shuiying curiously asked,
Xiaoyu, do you know why Bai Gu went to the Emerald Forest?
Upon hearing this, Bai Ye paused in his movements. I heard from my brother that he's probably going to do a class change quest.
A class change quest? Upon hearing this, Luo Shuiying vaguely guessed what was going on.
Looking at Bai Ye, she couldn't help but swallow hard.
Xiaoyu, your brother's job change quest isn't going to be heading to the secret realm of the Emerald Forest to hunt the Great Demon, is it? Bai Ye nodded slightly. Right. I heard him mention something like that. How did you know, senior? Luo Shuiying's lips twitched. A level 30 assassin had actually spent 2 million to collect information on demons, preparing to take down the Great Demon alone.
Such a sensational event was impossible to ignore.
Achoo! Walking through the dense forest, Bai Ye couldn't help but sneeze.
Bai Ye suspected someone was mocking her, but she had no proof. The Jade Forest serves as a sacred training ground for intermediate level class changers.
The dungeons here are naturally excellent places for leveling up.
Along the way, Bai Ye frequently encountered other class changers. However, as they ventured deeper, the number of transferees he encountered grew fewer and fewer.
A whoa!
Just then, accompanied by a low growl,
sounds echoed from the forest ahead.
Bai Ye saw a creature with a snake-like tail, roughly the size of a rhinoceros, its dark purple fur glistening in the light.
It bared its fangs, scanning left and right, clearly regarding Bai Ye as its prey. Holding a sharp blade, Bai Ye faced the shadow lion, ready to strike.
Unexpectedly, just as the shadow lion lunged forward, a fireball flew toward it, interrupting Bai Ye's movement.
Boom! With the explosion, scorching heat waves surged outward in all directions.
Instantly, the shadow lion grew enraged. The hatred shifted. It turned its gaze toward the direction from which the fireball had come.
These ants dared to provoke a proud lion patrolling its territory.
It must tear the attackers to shreds and make them pay a terrible price.
Roar! With a roar, the shadow lion charged at the attackers.
As the two sides engaged in combat, Bai Ye saw that the ones who had interrupted his battle with the shadow lion were a 4-person squad, all at level 60, consisting of a warrior, a tank, a mage, and a priest. Facing the shadow lion, this group of class-changed adventurers worked together seamlessly. It was clear that this team had been together for a long time. And all members were at level 60. This was precisely the point where they could advance to their third transformation.
Could it be that their objective is the same as his? Are they here to hunt down that level 80 abyss demon as well? Just as Bai Ye was speculating, he saw the shadow lion being finished off by the 4 of them. After disposing of the shadow lion, a warrior-like figure, seemingly the squad leader among the 4, approached Bai Ye head-on. Chapter 19, Abyssal Demon. Competing transformed warrior teams. Young man, you look like you're alone, don't you?
The Jade Forest is a key training ground for intermediate-level reincarnated warriors.
If you want to come here to grind monsters, you should wait until you've completed your second class change and joined a team first.
In response, Bai Ye smiled and politely replied,
I'll keep that in mind. The warrior nodded slightly. Alright, that's settled. My name is Fang from the Crimson Guild. If you're interested, feel free to come by our guild. Our guild welcomes new assassins like you who have the courage to take on challenges. Bai Ye said, I'll come by if I have the chance. Although the other party snatched the prey. But this was merely the other party's good intentions. Bai Ye didn't take it to heart. For him, the priority was to defeat the abyssal demon in the Emerald Kingdom first. Thus, he quickly put this minor incident out of his mind. After parting ways with Fang and the others, he continued forward along the map. Perhaps because he was getting closer to the abyssal demon's lair. The monsters and beasts that appeared began to grow more numerous. However, to Bai Ye, these beasts and monsters were nothing more than moving attribute points. Before reaching the destination and finding that abyssal demon, he would use the emerging beasts and monsters to enhance his own attributes. Just as Bai Ye drew the judgment blade from his storage space. Roar! With a mighty roar, a demonic bear burst out of the dense forest. Before the demon bear could get close, Bai Ye charged forward, his blade flashing with a cold glow. Faced with an overwhelming attribute disparity. With a single strike, Bai Ye instantly killed it. You have looted the demon bear's attributes, strength plus 10. Defeated the magical bear. As Bai Ye emerged from the dense forest, 2 magic bear cubs came into view.
Their eyes locked with the cub's hate-filled gaze. Realizing that the cubs harbored a grudge, Bai Ye knew he couldn't leave any potential threats behind. He stepped forward, and before the cubs could turn to flee, Bai Ye swung his blade. After all, a family should be complete. You have looted the magic bear's attributes, strength +5. You have looted the magic bear's attributes, strength +5. And after plundering the attributes of the 2 magic bear cubs, White Knight's strength attribute had also broken through the 1000 mark. With his current strength, even some berserkers would find it hard to match him, right? As his strength increased, he felt the feedback it brought to his body. Bai Ye couldn't help but wonder. With his current strength, how would he compare to that 80th level abyss demon? One day later, following the map's instructions, Bai Ye arrived at a canyon. As soon as he stepped inside, a surge of demonic energy engulfed him. Realizing that this hunting target was no ordinary foe, Bai Ye quietly raised his guard. As they continued deeper into the canyon, Fang and his group were discussing tactics in front of the sleeping abyssal demon. Noticing Bai Ye's arrival, Fang was surprised. "Brother, didn't I tell you to go back? What are you doing here?" In response, he glanced at the sleeping demon in the distance, whose entire body was shrouded in thick black mist. Bai Ye also spoke up. "Judging by your appearance, it seems you're no match for this abyss demon. Why not let me handle it instead?" As Bai Ye finished speaking, before Fang Yi could respond, the female mage in the group couldn't help but exclaim in shock. "Hand it over to you? Are you kidding me? Are you sure you're not joking?" As the mage finished speaking, upon seeing Bai Ye's level and class, the priest on the side also wore a skeptical expression. "You're just a level 30 assassin, and you actually want to take on the great demon alone?" Seeing the commotion in his group, Fang Yi stepped forward. "Brother, this great demon is the target of our 3rd-tier quest. We finally found it, and we're not going to let you have it. Besides, I don't think you have the strength to take it down alone. Alright, brother, please step back. Don't get caught in the crossfire between us and the demon." With that, he led his team away. Fang Yi and his group also stepped into the thick black mist created by the abyssal demon. As they walked, the 2 girls couldn't help but discuss. "Haha, are all the recent job changers this arrogant? Yeah, a level 30 assassin actually wants to take on a great demon alone? Are they kidding us? This is hilarious. Who gave him the courage? Is it Liang Jingru?" Hearing his teammates' discussions, Fang Yi furrowed his brows. He spoke up to warn them. "Don't talk like that. We all started from the bottom and worked our way up to where we are now. Besides, I really don't like it when people slander others behind their backs." Seeing Fang Yi always act this way, the 2 women exchanged glances and shrugged their shoulders. "Alright, let us not talk about it anymore, shall we? Right, let us go. Let us take down this big demon. I'm waiting to go back and take a shower." The entire team is where it is today. It was all thanks to Fang Yi who had brought them all together. Since Fang Yi had decided to bring them along to take on the demon, in their eyes, he must have complete confidence. This time, the mission will surely go as smoothly as before. However, seeing that the 2 women didn't seem to be taking this mission seriously at all, Fang Yi furrowed his brows. "This mission is crucial for our promotion and job advancement within the guild. I'm warning you in advance, this abyss demon isn't going to be easy. Everyone, stay on your toes and give it your all." The 2 women thought Fang Yi was overreacting. The 2 women replied half-heartedly, Yes, Fang Yi, don't worry. Our levels are so high, and we work together so well. Nothing will go wrong. If it were anyone else, Fang Yi would have already started yelling by now. But after all, they were teammates who had worked together for years. In the end, Fang Yi could only sigh lightly and let it go. Seeing Fang Yi's troubled expression, the man serving as a shield soldier also comforted him. "Fang Yi, don't worry. With our strength, nothing will go wrong." Fang Yi nodded slightly. "Let's hope so." Just as they spoke, they stepped into the deepest part of the black mist. A demon from the abyss appeared before Fang Yi and his companions. It resembled a giant with goat horns and dark purple skin. It seemed as though the demon had awakened at some point. When he cast the identification spell and saw the demon's attributes, Fang Yi's pupils contracted involuntarily. With their strength, they had no chance of defeating it. "Everyone, flee quickly." Just as he spoke, when Fang Yi activated his skill to cover his teammates' retreat, it was already too late. The demon had somehow slipped into the rear ranks. There was no room for Fang Yi to intercept. In an instant, the mage and priest were covered in blood, their heads rolling to the ground. Watching his teammates die like that, Fang Yi's eyes turned red with rage. "You bastard! Die!" Holding his long sword, Fang Yi charged forward without hesitation. Seeing this, the shield soldiers had no choice but to follow closely behind to provide cover. At that very moment, outside the black mist, noticing the unusual activity within the black mist, without hesitation, Bai Ye immediately stepped into the mist alone. Chapter 20, Skill Scrolls. The Hidden Uses of Talents. Entering the black mist.
All White Knight could hear were constant roars and screams. Following the direction of the sounds, Bai Ye quickened his pace.
Soon, when he reached the center of the battlefield, Bai Ye saw that the two rear guards had turned into headless corpses. As for the shield bearer, his limbs were shattered, and he lay in a pool of blood, no longer breathing. Only Fang, the team leader, could barely hold his own against the demon.
Facing the demon, Bai Ye also threw out his identification. Great Demon. Health points 186, 420, 200,000. Magic power 4, 505,000. Strength 2000. Speed 600. Resilience 200.
Talent Abyss Breath creates an aura that has a chance to instill fear and intimidation in enemies. Description: a great demon born from the abyss, feeding on the flesh of the human race, possessing power far surpassing that of ordinary demons.
Evaluation: Soul Essence, overwhelming. After reading the information about this abyssal demon, Bai Ye also understood why Fang and the others had failed. As Fang was on the brink of exhaustion, he darted forward and rescued Fang from the abyssal demon's grasp. "It's you?" Upon seeing Bai Ye, Fang's expression betrayed his surprise.
But he quickly realized they were on the battlefield. His expression turned anxious.
"Hurry! You must escape. I will hold it off."
Saying this, Fang struggled to his feet.
He had assumed Bai Ye would choose to flee.
However, Bai Ye's next move caught Fang off guard.
Instead, Bai Ye actively approached the great demon. "Leave it to me."
As he spoke, Bai Ye drew the judgment blade and charged at the demon. Behind him, Fang watched as Bai Ye and the demon fought fiercely, neither willing to give in.
Fang was stunned.
Despite wielding legendary quality equipment, a level 30 character was able to hold his own against the great demon. In the over a month since he had entered the Emerald Kingdom, when exactly had such a powerful and mysterious class changer appeared in the outside world? Thinking back to how he had just rejected Bai Ye's proposal,
Fang couldn't help but regret it.
If he had chosen to give up the opportunity to attack the Abyss Demon first,
would his teammates have survived?
Bai Ye was unaware of what was going through Fang's mind. At that moment, Bai Ye's blade danced wildly in his hands.
1,000. 2,000. 1,000. Although this demon has a lot of health, but with its high attack speed and mobility,
White Knight can deliver 10 strikes per second, dealing over 1,000 points of damage, which is still quite impressive.
During the battle with Bai, the great demon gradually realized something was amiss. What kind of damage is Bai Ye dealing? Which assassin relies on sustained damage output by attacking at high frequencies? Knowing that continuing would only lead to being slowly worn down and killed. Yet, when facing Bai Ye, it was powerless to do anything. If it were any other assassin, their stamina and resilience would have been depleted by now.
But against Bai, who constantly drains their resources, all his attributes develop evenly. To have to deal with Bai, this six-sided assassin, all one could say was that this great demon was simply unlucky. As time passes, finally, as the enemy's health drops to the kill line, before the great demon could react, Bai Ye struck with lightning speed and cut him down.
You have looted the B-rank talent of the great demon, Abyssal Breath. Seeing that the Abyss demon was dead, as the talent activated, White Knight also ripped the demon's heart out of its body. With this, he should be able to undergo his second transformation upon returning, right?
Just as Bai Ye was about to store it in his storage space.
As the demon died, the black mist permeating the air dissipated.
At the same time, a hidden cave within the black mist came into White Knight's view.
What is this? Curious, Bai Ye stepped inside. The cave was neither too deep nor too shallow.
As the passageway grew narrower,
soon, Bai Ye reached the deepest part. There, a wooden treasure chest appeared before Bai Ye.
Upon opening it, Bai Ye retrieved a skill scroll.
To obtain skills, class changers could only do so through two methods. Either through class advancement and leveling up,
or absorb the power of a skill scroll that matches their profession.
Facing the skill scroll,
at that very moment, Bai Ye's innate ability activated.
You have obtained the skill, Fireball. Notice, a duplicate skill has been detected. Fireball has evolved. Notice, you have awakened the skill, Inferno Blast. Skill, Inferno Blast.
Effect, consumes 10,000 mana to launch a fiery blast, dealing 1,100,000 spell damage and applying a burning effect. The more mana consumed, the longer the casting time, and the higher the skill damage.
Evaluation: do you dare challenge me to 3 moves? I never expected that my innate talent could actually fuse stolen skills together.
At that moment, Bai Ye felt a surge of excitement. Just as he discovered the new functionality of his innate talent, suddenly, Bai Ye's mind was struck by a bold idea.
Since skills can be fused infinitely,
then doesn't that mean that as long as one repeatedly acquires the same skill,
wouldn't his skills eventually evolve into forbidden techniques? 3 days later, he left the secret realm and emerged from the Emerald Forest. Upon returning to Luo City, there were only 6 days left until the job change examination. Fang also bid farewell to Bai Ye.
Bai Ye, thank you for everything these past few days. Additionally, I have decided not to become a class changer. Upon hearing this, Bai Ye was taken aback. But soon, upon seeing the complex expression in Fang Ye's eyes, Bai Ye understood. Transitioners were a high-risk profession. Many class changers have suffered psychological trauma from dungeons and quests. No doubt, it was such trauma that prevented Fang Ye from ever fighting again. As he thought this, Bai Ye spoke up, there are other ways to live even if you're not a class changer. I wish you all the best. Fang Ye nodded slightly, flashing a bitter smile. The days ahead. I plan to go with my uncle to conduct research on demonization syndrome. If anyone around you contracts magic corruption, feel free to contact me. Maybe I can be of some assistance. Bai Ye replied, alright, if I encounter any issues related to this, I'll come find you for help. After parting ways with Fang Ye, carrying the demon's heart, Bai Ye also arrived at the Job Changers Guild. Upon seeing Bai Ye, Xiao Jiangxue rubbed her eyes in disbelief. Upon realizing it wasn't a hallucination, Xiao Jiangxue couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Mr. Bai, weren't you supposed to be on your job change mission? How did you return so quickly? Bai Ye took out the strange beasts and monsters he had hunted, along with various materials. I completed the job change quest, so I came back right away. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jiangxue was completely stunned, almost speechless. Seeing her disbelieving expression, Bai Ye smiled and said, I'm here to submit the task now. How about it? Is there a room available for me to complete the job change? Xiao Jiangxue was snapped back to reality by Bai Ye's voice. Xiao Jiangxue nodded repeatedly. Yes. Of course. Mr. Bai, please follow me. Soon, under Xiao Jiangxue's guidance, they entered a room containing the class change crystals. As Bai Ye stepped forward to touch it, a prompt appeared before him. Chapter 21, Successful Second Job Change. Skill Transformation. Job Change Quest completed. Submit? Yes. As Bai Ye removed the demon heart, the heart merged into the class change crystal before him. At the same time, a white glow erupted and merged into Bai Ye's body. Congratulations! Job change successful. You have obtained the skill, Shadow Stealth. Note, a duplicate skill has been detected. Shadow Stealth has evolved. You have obtained the skill, Shadow Kill. Note, you have awakened the skill, Shadow Kill. Skill, Shadow Kill. Effect, consumes 5 mana, increases movement speed by 100%, enters stealth mode for 60 seconds, and enhances the next attack to deal an additional 500% damage. Evaluation. Do you like black? The first class change is simple and unassuming, merely a small step forward in breaking through level restrictions. Only when advancing to higher tier classes later on, the early accumulation will lead to a qualitative change. White Knight. Class Assassin second job change. Level LV 0.30%. Health 4000 4000. Magic 1100 1100. Strength 1120. Speed 1020. Stamina 880. Resilience 210. Talents Infinite Plunder, Sturdy Armor, Dark Perception, Keen Perception, Abyssal Aura. Available attribute points 0. Class skills High Speed Movement, Venomous Fangs, Flamethrower, Shadow Kill, Abyssal Gaze. Evaluation. When you gaze into the abyss also gazes into you. After class change, all attributes receive a certain boost. However, compared to the attribute boosts, Bai Ye is more focused on the transformation of his skills. With the blessings of his innate talents and the unique mechanics of the assassin class, with Bai's current strength, even some high-tier magical beasts should be easily defeated, right? Especially after upgrading Fireball to Inferno. As an assassin, Bai Ye's weakness in dealing damage to groups no longer exists. Currently, the only thing limiting Bai Ye's power is his mana. After leaving the Guild of Transcendence, as he converts the various materials he has collected into cash, White Knight also becomes wealthy. Once he purchases the skill scroll for high-speed movement and evolves the skill, his strength will rise to a whole new level, right? Thinking this, Bai Ye soon arrived at the Tianyin Pavilion. Upon seeing Bai Ye, the receptionist who had previously worn glasses immediately lit up. She hurried toward Bai Ye. Mr. Bai, congratulations on successfully changing your profession. May I ask what you've come here to purchase today? As they walked toward the tower, Bai Ye also explained his purpose. Do you have any skill scrolls for high-speed movement? As Bai Ye finished speaking, the receptionist was taken aback. But she quickly recovered and replied, we do have them, but Mr. Bai, even the basic skill scrolls are quite expensive. Bai Ye didn't seem to mind. Money isn't an issue. Besides the skill scrolls, could you also prepare some healing potions and mana potions for me? Hearing this, seeing how generous Mr. Bai was, the receptionist's eyes lit up. A transferee like Bai Ye, who was both powerful, young, and had potential. In her eyes, he was the perfect marriage material. Unaware of the receptionist's thoughts, after completing the transaction and obtaining what he wanted, Bai Ye stepped out of the Tianyin Pavilion. He headed toward his home. as Bai Ye's innate abilities activated. A feint, audible only to him, followed shortly after. Notice, identical skill detected. High-speed movement has evolved. You have obtained the skill Flash of Lightning. Skill Flash of Lightning. Effect consumes 10 mana, increases movement speed by 1000%, lasts for 30 seconds. This effect gradually fades over time. Evaluation: have you ever been kicked by light? For just 10 mana, you can gain up to 10 times your movement speed for the next 30 seconds. This is quite cost-effective. With this skill, paired with Shadow Kill, White Knight's attacks are virtually unstoppable. As he walked, Bai Ye couldn't help but wonder what kind of synergy would be created by combining these skills. By the time Bai Ye returned home, it was already afternoon. As mealtime approached, he heard the news of his successful job change. To celebrate, Luo Shuiying had specially prepared a feast. "Brother Bai, you're back." Wearing an apron and with her hair tied in a side ponytail, Luo Shuiying looked like the epitome of a devoted wife and mother. As she served the dishes, upon seeing Bai Ye, she smiled and said, "Bai Ge, you're back." Bai Ye nodded. "Yes, Shuiying, you come to my house every day to cook." "Thank you so much." Luo Shuiying's ears turned slightly red. "Brother Bai, you're too kind." "How could that be? I'm bored when I'm alone, so coming here gives me someone to chat with, like Xiao Yu." Just as the two were chatting idly, Bai Ye walked into the house with a woman wearing a black and white office uniform. "Teacher, this is my older brother, Bai Yu." As Bai Yu introduced them, upon seeing Bai Ye, Jean Lian's eyes lit up. "Mr. Bai, hello. I am Jean Lian, Bai Yu's homeroom teacher. I'm here to inform you that Bai Yu's application for the Luo City Level 3 Good Students Award has been approved." Before Bai Ye could speak, Luo Shuiying, with a smile on her face, stepped between the two. "Oh, it's Ms. Pan. Nice to meet you. I'm Bai Yu's senior, Luo Shuiying." As Luo Shuiying's smile grew wider, Jean Lian's expression froze. Miss Luo, my surname is Jean." Luo Shuiying nodded. "I know, Mr. Pan." "Jean Lian?" She suspected that Luo Shuiying was intentionally insulting her. But the problem was she had no proof. After dinner, as Jean Lian left, Luo Shuiying felt much better. During the days when Luo Shuiying wasn't around, she wouldn't let those foxes seduce Bai Ge away. If anyone was going to seduce him, it would have to be herself. Noticing Luo Shuiying's gaze directed at him, Bai Ye grew suspicious. "Shuiying, what's wrong?" As Bai Ye spoke, Luo Shuiying grew flustered. Nothing, Bai Ge. I was just thinking about something." To hide her panic, Luo Shuiying quickly changed the subject. "By the way, Bai Ge, the job change assessment is coming up soon. Which guild are you planning to join?" Bai Ye replied, "I don't plan to join any guild, but if I have to, I'll choose the Job Changer Guild. After all, it's an official organization, and it'll be better for Xiao Yu." Ever since their parents went missing in a major upheaval several years ago, the brother and sister had been relying on each other for survival. As a result, as family, Bai Yu holds a special place in Bai Ye's heart. In Bai Ye's view, with unlimited opportunities for plunder, his potential is boundless. Joining any guild is more or less the same. Might as well accommodate Bai Yu and look out for each other. However, upon hearing that Bai Ye might choose to join the Transmutation Guild, Luo Shuiying secretly noted it in her heart, planning to tell Luo Shuiying when she returned. Just thinking about her older sister's arrogant demeanor, Luo Shuiying couldn't help but feel frustrated. "Sister, your little sister can only help you this far." Chapter 22, Guild Commission. The Crimson Guild. The next day. Only 5 days remained until the academy exam. Looking at her balance, Bai Ye sighed lightly. To outsiders, having cleared 2 dungeons in a row, he must be quite wealthy. But in Bai Ye's eyes, he was still too poor. Yesterday, he had purchased the skill scroll for high-speed movement and various recovery potions. Plus, he had maxed out his current skills. With his current savings, it would be difficult to afford another set of epic tier armor to fuse with his current gear. Just as Bai Ye was thinking this, his phone lit up. Seeing that it was a message from Xiao Jiangxue, Bai Ye was surprised. But soon, as if he had thought of something, he replied to the message. He stood up to leave. Noticing Bai Ye's movements, Bai Ye casually asked, "Bro, are you going to run a dungeon again?" Bai Ye paused in his steps. "Yes, I'm going to run a dungeon, but this time it's a bit different." Bai Ye looked puzzled. "Different?" Bai Ye explained, "Yes, the major guilds have joined forces to organize a strategy event, inviting new transferees to observe. The official organizers and major guilds are showcasing their strength to promising class changers, hoping to recruit them. Such events are not uncommon. Anyway, I'm just hanging around, so might as well go check it out. Though I don't really understand it either." But Bai Ye was intrigued, thinking about next year, when it will be his own awakening and job change day. To get a head start, he wanted to gain a basic understanding of how class changers fight. So Bai Ye asked, "Hey, can I come along too?" Upon hearing this, he recalled that it was merely an observation activity. There's no danger anyway.
Bai Ye couldn't help but be tempted. I'll ask. He sent a message to Qiao Jiangxue. At that moment, in the guild.
As Qiao Jiangxue relayed Bai Ye's request to bring Bai Yu along, Qin Ming did not refuse.
It's just a visit, it's not a big deal. Go ahead and arrange it.
Understood, Guild Master.
With Qin Ming's permission, Qiao Jiangxue also sent a message to Bai Ye. Soon, not long after.
Accompanied by Bai Ye reunited with Qiao Jiangxue. Upon seeing Bai Yu hiding behind Bai Ye, Qiao Jiangxue smiled and said, "Little Yu, hello.
We just saw each other last time."
Upon hearing this, Bai Yu also politely greeted her.
"Hello, Qiao's sister."
As they chatted, they got into the car.
As the car drove toward the dungeon's location,
Qiao Jiangxue also explained the details of the event.
"Mr. Bai, it's like this. This event is a joint effort by multiple guilds to tackle a dungeon. The goal is to showcase the guild's efforts in training class changers and attract a new batch of class changers to serve as fresh reinforcements." He was speaking to Bai Ye.
However, Qiao Jiangxue glanced at Bai Yu with a smile.
After all, if they could recruit Bai Ye would naturally align with them. How could he not understand their little maneuvers? However, Bai Ye didn't seem to notice. "Alright, I understand. I'll keep an eye out." Qiao Jiangxue nodded.
As the official guild, our Guild of Job Changers places greater emphasis on nurturing new members compared to other guilds.
If Mr. Bai ever considers joining a guild in the future, you might want to give us some thought.
As they chatted casually, an hour passed. As the car slowly came to a stop at an empty lot in the suburbs. Stepping out of the car, Bai Ye saw that over 50 job changers were already waiting there. Apart from the team responsible for tackling the dungeon and showcasing their strength to the outside world, there were over 20 others curiously looking around. They were also job changers who had come to observe, just like Bai Ye.
While waiting for the raid to begin,
a burly man was walking toward them. He was a level 60 shadow hunter.
As Bai Ye noticed him,
looking at Bai Ye, Lai Koan smirked.
"Qiao Jiangxue, your official guild is really going downhill. You're even recruiting assassins of this caliber? Lai Koan Hunter, please watch your language. We are free to invite whoever we want." Hearing this, Lai Koan couldn't help but laugh out loud. "You call yourselves an official organization?
Training assassins like this is useless." Facing Bai Ye, Lai Koan sneered with disdain. "Don't end up getting your ass kicked in the dungeon and having to leave in disgrace." Upon hearing this, Qiao Jiangxue's gaze turned cold. "Our leader has high hopes for Mr. Bai's strength and potential. There's no need for you, Hunter Lai Koan, to worry."
Seeing Qiao Jiangxue's unwavering stance, Lai Koan snorted coldly. He is just an assassin. How much potential could he possibly have? Finding the conversation tedious, Lai Koan turned and left. As he watched Lai Koan's departing figure, Bai Ye casually asked, "Miss Qiao, what's the deal with this Lai Koan? He's so angry."
In response, Qiao Jiangxue explained, "Mr. Bai, you're not aware, but the Red Guild has always been at odds with us, and Lai Koan is a member of the Red Guild, so..."
As Qiao Jiangxue briefly outlined the conflict between the two sides, Bai Ye understood. Dungeons were a double-edged sword, dangerous yet a valuable resource. The official authorities control far too many of them. Plus, there's the unique hiring mechanism.
This undoubtedly harms the interests of the Red Guild.
No wonder Lai Koan harbors such hostility toward them. Just as Bai Ye was thinking this,
he saw the raid teams from various guilds leading their visitors into the dungeon one after another. Qiao Jiangxue also brought Bai Ye to her own team. Leading the way was Wang Tong, who had a center-parted hairstyle and, like Lai Koan, had reached level 60. In addition, there were 4 other class-changed players. At first glance, they were clearly newcomers. Just as the 4 of them were feeling slightly curious about the Bai Ye siblings,
Qiao Jiangxue introduced them. "Everyone, this is Bai Ye the assassin. He is here to visit, just like the rest of you. And this is Wang Tong, the swordsman. He is the team leader for this mission. If you encounter any dangerous situations, please stay close to him. He will ensure your safety."
As Qiao Jiangxue handed the floor to Wang Tong,
Wang Tong nodded slightly. "I am Wang Tong. If there are no further questions, let's proceed inside."
As Wang Tang finished speaking,
everyone entered the dungeon.
Following this, Bai Ye, accompanied by Bai Yu, also followed suit.
Chapter 23, Dungeon Anomaly. Unexpected Incident. You have entered the dungeon, Maze Cavern. Upon entering the dungeon through the teleportation array,
a prompt also appeared before Bai Ye's eyes.
The dimly lit cave was illuminated only by torches on either side.
On Bai Ye's side, Bai Yu peered around curiously.
"Big brother, I didn't expect the dungeon to be like this."
Bai Ye gently tapped her forehead.
"This is a dungeon, not the outside world. Stay close to me, Xiao Yu."
Just as the siblings were interacting, a priestess-like girl with a pure appearance approached them to strike up a conversation.
"White Knight Assassin, I've heard of you.
I heard you recently soloed the Fairyland Kingdom."
"That's impressive." Bai Ye humbly replied, "It was just luck.
Upon hearing this, the girl giggled. "You're such a joker." Realizing she hadn't introduced herself, the girl spoke up, "By the way, my name is Tonghua, and I'm a priest." As she spoke, Tonghua looked at Bai Ye. "This little sister must be the younger sister of the assassin Bai Ye, right? She's so beautiful." She rarely interacted with strangers. Hiding behind Bai Ye became shy. "Sis, hello, my name is Bai Ye." Seeing Bai Ye look like a little kitten, Tonghua couldn't resist reaching out and poking Bai Ye's face. "How do you take care of your skin, Bai Ye? It's so smooth." "Actually, I don't really do much to take care of it. Women are just so strange when they're together." As they chatted, the two women grew more familiar with each other. As time passed, under Wang Tang's guidance, everyone gradually made their way deeper into the dungeon. They navigated through the intricate caverns. The number of strange beasts and monsters they encountered began to increase. However, with their coordinated efforts, with Wang Tang and his group's strength, they should still be able to handle it. Following closely behind, Bai Ye quietly observed and noted down the coordination among Wang Tang and his four companions, as well as their individual combat styles. Thinking about the class change a year later, Bai Ye couldn't help but feel excited. By then, what profession would she awaken to? As she pondered this, Bai Ye instinctively glanced at Bai Ye. Although she had seen Bai Ye on TV, but she had never seen how powerful he truly was. How powerful was her older brother, after all? Outside, it had been an hour since everyone had entered the secret realm. Everything was proceeding smoothly as planned. Xiao Jiangxue secretly let out a sigh of relief. She exhaled in relief. Perhaps she had overthought it. For Wang Tang's team, this ordinary dungeon was a piece of cake. How could anything go wrong? Just as Xiao Jiangxue turned to leave and head back to report, a startled cry rang out. "Something's wrong. Look, something's off about this dungeon." At those words, Xiao Jiangxue instinctively turned her head to look. The white runes that had formed the teleportation gate were rapidly being stained crimson at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, a barrier descended, completely severing the dungeon from the real world. "No way, a dungeon mutation has actually occurred." Muttering to herself, Xiao Jiangxue's expression grew pale. In history, such sudden instance dungeon anomalies had occurred over 100 times. And every time, the adventurers who ventured into the dungeon to tackle the challenge were wiped out, never to return. There have even been cases where high-ranking adventurers lost their lives within the dungeon. Everyone had thought there would be no unexpected incidents this time. But unexpectedly, an accident occurred. It is likely that Bai Ye and his group are already in grave danger. Without wasting a moment, Xiao Jiangxue immediately contacted her superiors to report the situation. At that very moment, inside the dungeon, as the team was gradually advancing, Bai Ye and his group, along with Wang Tang and his men, also noticed something amiss. Countless crimson-colored, tadpole-like unknown runes began to crawl upward, quickly enveloping the entire interior of the cave. "What is this?" Gripping his staff tightly, Tonghua realized something. "White Knight, something's wrong. The dungeon we're in has mutated." Hearing this, Bai Ye, who was beside Bai Ye, looked puzzled. She looked at Bai Ye. "Brother, what does dungeon mutation mean?" Bai Ye explained, "A dungeon mutation means the difficulty has increased. Unless we complete the dungeon guide, we won't be able to escape." Noticing the two women's concerns, Bai Ye assured them, "Don't worry, I'm here. Follow me closely, and we'll be fine. As long as we complete the dungeon strategy, we'll be able to get out." Upon hearing this, Tonghua nodded. "Alright, Bai Ye, we're counting on you." Just as the three were chatting, as the team leader, Wang Tang couldn't help but snort derisively. "Newbie, are you sure you're not joking?" Facing Bai Ye, Wang Tang looked down on him. "I really don't know what the higher-ups are thinking. They actually want to use this opportunity to recruit a new assassin." Along the way, though he hadn't said much, but in truth, he had already grown to dislike Bai Ye. And now, hearing Bai Ye say he plans to tackle this abnormal dungeon, Wang Tang couldn't take it anymore. "From now on, everyone follow me out. We'll head to the dungeon's entrance and exit to wait for reinforcements." Facing the crowd, Wang Tang paused briefly. "However, I cannot guarantee what will happen along the way. If you newcomers want to survive, follow me closely." After a brief pause, Wang Tang turned his gaze toward Bai Ye and the other two. "You two women, if you don't want to die, follow us. As for Bai Ye, aren't you here to tackle the dungeon? I'm looking forward to your performance." Wang Tang had assumed that Bai Ye and Tonghua would be able to tell the difference. But to his surprise, both women had sided with Bai Ye. "No. I'm staying with my brother. I believe in Bai Ye." Hearing the two girls' simultaneous response, Wang Tang snorted coldly. Seeing the three of them venture deeper into the cave, Wang Tang casually said to the others, "Let us go." Watching Wang Tang lead the group to retreat, one of the transfigured warriors couldn't help but feel concerned. "Captain, is it really okay to abandon them like this? What's the big deal?" Wang Tang shrugged indifferently.
Those two women are too foolish. How could they possibly clear a mutated dungeon? They're going to their deaths. Are you going to follow them? Seeing the transferee shake his head, Wang Tang laughed. Then that's settled. Enough. Don't worry about them. Once we reach the entrance exit of the dungeon, we just need to hold our ground until we open it from the outside, and we'll be safe. As Wang Tang finished speaking, everyone unconsciously quickened their pace. This place was a nightmare. They didn't want to stay a moment longer. Chapter 24, Bai Ye's Power. Tong Hua's Shock. As Bai Ye led Bai Yu and Tong Hua deeper into the dungeon. At that moment, outside, the leaders of the major guilds branches in Luo City had all arrived at the scene, facing the dungeon gates sealed by unknown runes. Everyone's expressions were grim. It was no secret that those who had entered the dungeon were not only the backbone of the guilds but also the promising new recruits on the verge of joining. If anything were to go wrong, it would be a significant loss for everyone involved. Just then, a burly man approached Qin Ming. Qin Ming, those who entered the guild this time are all our guild's top talents. Now that this has happened, they might all die in the dungeon. Don't you owe us an explanation? Seeing that Qin Ming didn't respond, Zhen Nanzhang grabbed Qin Ming by the collar. Oh, and by the way, Lai Kun is the younger brother of the Grand Master of the Red Guild. If anything happens to him, none of you will escape. Seeing Chen Nanzhang confront Qin Ming, Xiao Jiangxue spoke up to interrupt. Mr. Chen, we didn't want this to happen either. You can't blame it all on us, can you? As Xiao Jiangxue finished speaking, Shen Nanzhang also slowly turned his gaze toward her. For a moment, Xiao Jiangxue felt as though she had been locked onto by a wild beast, sending a chill down her spine. Just as Qin Nanzhang was about to release Qin Ming and walk toward Xiao Jiangxue, Qin Ming moved. He grabbed Xian Nanzhang by the arm. Xian Nanzhang, what do you think you're doing? Luo City isn't a place for you to act so boldly. As Qin Ming finished speaking, Xian Nanzhang's expression darkened. What did you say? As Qin Ming and Xian Nanzhang locked eyes. As magic surged forth, their auras collided. It seemed as though the two were about to fight. The crowd on the scene shifted uneasily. Both were 80th tier class changers. If they were to actually fight, it would cause significant damage to the entire city of Luo. Given the current abnormal situation in the dungeon, higher authorities are already closely monitoring the situation. And if they did fight, then all of them would be implicated. President, don't do it. You'll be dismissed. As Xiao Jiangxue spoke, the other guild branch leaders also stepped forward to try to stop him. We're all working for the official authorities and the guild. There's no need to make things so tense. That's right, give us all some face. Let us each take a step back. The urgent matter is to break open the dungeon portal as soon as possible. What are the two of you arguing about here? Seeing that everyone was giving them an out, Qin Ming regained his composure and suggested, everyone, try channeling your magic and see if we can break this barrier. Upon hearing this, everyone stepped forward. Seeing this, Shen Nanzhang snorted coldly and gave up. At that moment, inside the dungeon, 3 hours had passed since the anomaly occurred. Navigating through the intricate, labyrinthine caves, the difficulty of finding the boss's room had risen sharply with the changes in the dungeon. Footsteps echo through the caves. Unbeknownst to them, as the area ahead gradually opens up, several hellish wolves, their bodies glowing a vivid crimson, slowly emerged from the caves. Tonghua couldn't help but swallow hard. As a priest with little offensive capabilities, how could he not be afraid? She was already trembling uncontrollably. Bai Ye, these demon wolves, can you handle them? In response, Bai Ye smiled. Stay here. I'll handle them. With a thought, he drew the judgment blade. Bai Ye charged toward the hellish wolves. As his magical energy depleted, as a flash of lightning erupted, the shadow kill technique was unleashed simultaneously. As his speed reached its peak, Bai Ye became a blur. Before the hellish demon wolves could react, he had already emerged from their blind spot. A terrifying burst of power, akin to an eerie speed. The hellish wolves were completely unable to counter. All they could do was watch as their comrades fell one after another. They had never encountered such a terrifying opponent before. From the hellish demon wolves' perspective, Bai Ye was no different from a ghost. Even though they were beasts, the hellish wolves couldn't help but feel fear. Their footsteps instinctively retreated a few steps, their tails tucked between their legs, and there was no trace of their previous bloodthirsty gaze. Seeing the hellish demon wolves retreating, but Bai Ye had already gone berserk. How could he let them escape? In the dimly lit cave, silver light burst forth. A prompt echoed repeatedly in Bai Ye's mind. You have looted the demon wolf's attributes, health plus 20. You have looted the demon wolf's attributes, strength plus 5. You have looted the demon wolf's attributes, stamina plus 5. As the talents continued to trigger, the attributes were constantly being stolen. Bai Ye shows no signs of fatigue. Positioned at the rear. Watching Bai Ye completely dominate the entire battle, it was a clear case of a lower dimensional attack. Tenghua's cherry red lips parted wide in astonishment.
She knew that Bai Ye could conquer the Fairyland Kingdom alone, so her strength must be formidable. But Tenghua never imagined that Bai Ye's strength could be so overwhelming. She couldn't help but ask Bai Yu, who was standing beside her. Bai Yu, is it reasonable for your brother to be this strong? Regarding the strength of class changers, Bai Yu actually didn't know much. She tilted her head, looking confused. What's wrong? Isn't it unreasonable that my brother is so strong? At that moment, Tenghua's lips twitched. Just as Tenghua shifted his gaze back to Bai Ye, the battle had ended. Watching Bai Ye store the remains of the demon wolf into his storage space, Tenghua couldn't help but feel relieved. Thank goodness she had followed Bai Ye here. If she had followed Wang Tang, things might have turned out differently. Just as Tenghua was still trembling with fear. After clearing the battlefield, Bai Ye spoke up. Xiaoyu, Tenghua, we should go now. She was snapped back to reality by Bai Ye's voice. As Bai Ye and Bai Yu's figures grew increasingly distant, Tenghua hurriedly followed after them. Bai Ye, wait for me. Just as he shouted, he didn't notice Bai Ye's footsteps halting. Tenghua collided with him. Ugh! Holding his nose, which was sore from the collision, Tenghua's eyes welled up with tears. Seeing Bai Ye's gaze fixed on the darkness ahead, Tenghua was puzzled. Mr. Bai, what's wrong? Did we encounter enemies again? Bai Ye nodded slightly. Someone's coming. Just as he spoke, a group of people emerged slowly from a cave in the darkness. The arrivals were none other than Lai Kuan and the small team he led. When the two met, Lai Kuan couldn't help but be surprised. It's you, kid? Facing Bai Ye, Lai Kuan gave him a contemptuous smile. The boss's room is probably just ahead. You managed to survive this far? You're pretty lucky. As he spoke, he glanced behind Bai Ye. Lai Kuan looked at him with disdain. That woman Xiao Jiangxue was pretty full of herself, wasn't she? How come only you made it here? Where are the others? Are they dead? Seeing Lai Kuan acting like a clown, Bai Ye ignored him. Instead, he turned to Bai Yu and Tenghua and said, let's go. Once we kill the boss, this dungeon will be over. As he spoke, Bai Ye was about to continue forward. However, upon hearing Bai Ye's words, Lai Kuan couldn't help but laugh out loud. Newbies should just stay here. Newbies like you shouldn't make a fool of yourselves. Leaving the boss to us is the right choice. As he spoke, he turned and began walking toward the boss's room. Lai Kuan's expression betrayed a look of greed. After all, up until now, no class changer had ever defeated this type of mutated dungeon boss. If he could lead the team to defeat it himself, once they emerged, the glory awaiting him would be unimaginable. As he watched Lai Kuan and his group enter the boss room, knowing Bai Ye's strength, Bai Yu couldn't help but feel angry. Brother, these guys are way too much. They're attacking us at point-blank range. Bai Ye ruffled her hair. It's okay. Our goal isn't to get out of here? Whoever defeats the boss, it's all the same. Upon hearing this, Tenghua nodded in agreement. White Knight, you're right. They're just barking like dogs. We don't need to stoop to their level. Looking ahead at the deep, dark cave, Bai Ye said, alright, let's go. Let's go inside and take a look. Under Bai Ye's lead, the three of them stepped inside. Chapter 25, The Boss Room. Battle against the Skeleton Demon. Following the passageway, they entered the boss room. A loud boom echoed through the air. The heavy stone door leading to the room closed at that moment. At the same time, the room was illuminated by the crystals serving as light sources. In the vast hall resembling the Parthenon, the skeleton demon, composed entirely of bones, appears on the throne at the front, facing everyone. Though both are monsters like skeletons, the skeleton demon's power far surpasses that of ordinary skeletons by an immeasurable margin. Feeling the terrifying aura emanating from the skeleton demon, Bai Ye couldn't help but exclaim, this is a formidable enemy. As he thought this, facing the skeleton demon, Bai Ye also cast his identification spell. Skeleton Demon. Health points 250,000,250,000. Magic power, 3,000. Strength 4,000. Speed 1,000. Toughness 5,000. Talent blazing speed attack speed increased by an additional 100%. Description: a demonic creature formed from the souls of the deceased, possessing power far surpassing that of its living form. Evaluation: flesh and blood are weak, only by transforming into a demon can they ascend. After reading the information about the skeleton demon, Bai Ye was astonished. 4,000 in strength and 1,000 in speed. Such numbers were a force he could only confront by giving his all. Could Lai Kuan handle it? Just as Bai Ye was thinking this, he saw Lai Kuan charge forward first. This guy is fast. He's an assassin. Tanks use taunts to draw his aggro, and warriors protect the rear. Following Lai Kuan's commands, the other class-changed warriors sprang into action. Compared to the high attack, high defense beasts, the skeleton demons had relatively low health and defense. Use tanks to draw aggro, then focus fire to deal massive damage in an instant and severely wound it. This strategy was sound in theory. But Lai Koan had overlooked a crucial fact. That is, the skeleton demon not only has high movement speed and attack speed, but its attack power is also quite high. In an instant, before anyone could react, as the skeleton demon's long spear extended, the shield soldiers who had released taunts were pierced along with their large shields and instantly killed by the skeleton demon. The shield soldier died too suddenly. For a moment, everyone at the scene was caught off guard. However, noticing the skeleton demon's gaze shift, its crimson eyes flickered with a cold glow. Lai Koan reacted in time. What are you all standing around for? Attack! Don't give it too much time to react. At his words, the thoughts of the other transfigured warriors were snapped back to reality. As their skills were unleashed, they all counterattacked the skeleton demon. However, facing a skeleton demon with a health pool as high as 250,000. With their strength, how could they possibly be its match? Facing the Red Guild's group of class changers, the skeleton demon had already established a numerical advantage. Like slaughtering chickens and dogs, it picked them off one by one, continuing its rampage. In the rear, they observed the battle. Seeing the chaos on the battlefield, Bai Ye did not act rashly. Behind him were Bai Ye and Tong Hua. In Bai Ye's view, protecting his own people was far more important than getting involved in the chaos. Tightly gripping the hem of Bai Ye's robe, smelling the blood-soaked air, Bai Ye's face paled. She couldn't help but feel worried. Brother, with your strength, can you handle this guy? Bai Ye reassured her, don't worry, Xiao Yu. I've got this. With me here, I'll make sure we get out of here alive. Seeing Bai Ye so confident, Tong Hua gripped his magic staff tightly. The opponent was so terrifying. As part of a team, if she couldn't provide any assistance to Bai Ye, could Bai Ye really defeat them as he claimed, relying solely on himself? Thinking this, she bit her lip lightly. Tong Hua chanted the spell. As the skill was released, Bai Ye felt her body grow lighter. You have obtained the Lion King's protection, increasing your defense and speed. At that moment, facing Bai Ye's gaze, Tong Hua said, Mr. Bai, you focus on fighting. I will provide backup and protect your sister from behind. Hearing this, Bai Ye nodded slightly. Alright, then I'll leave Xiao Yu in your care. As he spoke, seeing that the timing was right, Bai Ye charged into the battlefield. Meanwhile, at the front lines, Lai Koan was covered in blood. He was a shadow hunter who had advanced to the third stage of the assassin class. Though only at level 60, he was still confident in his ability to handle this skeleton demon. But he never could have imagined that his theoretically sound strategy would prove completely useless in real combat. Not only did the entire group of fellow class changers get wiped out, leaving him as the sole survivor, he himself was also mercilessly beaten and humiliated throughout the entire ordeal. As the skeletal demons closed in, Lai Koan's expression turned. The next moment, just as Lai Koan was about to engage the skeleton demon in a life or death battle, unexpectedly, the skeleton demon's target wasn't him at all. Bang! As the long spear collided with the short blade, sparks flew. Watching Bai Ye and the skeleton demon engage in combat, Lai Koan was taken aback. He could actually hold his own against the skeleton demon. This kid had some real skill. Just as he thought this, he suddenly felt uneasy. That skeleton demon was his prey. By interfering now, wasn't Bai Ye stealing his prey? Watching the two figures flash back and forth in combat, when he noticed that Bai Ye was holding a legendary grade weapon, Lai Koan's expression changed. Being inside the dungeon, no one outside could know what was happening here. If Bai Ye and the skeleton demon both die, not only would he be able to claim the dungeon's rewards for himself, upon exiting, he could use the excuse of conquering the mutated dungeon to become the object of everyone's admiration. Moreover, if the legendary short sword in Bai Ye's possession also fell into his hands, then his entire life would likely be filled with wealth and luxury. Fame and fortune at that moment. Facing Bai Ye, Lai Koan harbored murderous intent. He slowly stepped back. As he exited the battlefield, Lai Koan shifted his attention to Bai Ye and Tong Hua. He was unaware of the situation outside the battlefield. Bai Ye was fully engrossed in the battle. 1800. 2400. 1800. As the damage numbers keep flashing, every collision between the two sides triggers a shockwave. Due to the influence of the boss room, countless monsters and beasts throughout the dungeon erupt into chaos. At this very moment, those waiting at the entrance and exit of the dungeon, seeing that the outer forces have yet to break through the dungeon's barrier, and the surroundings are eerily quiet. After narrowly escaping death alongside Wang Tang, a female mage who had also come to explore, couldn't help but feel uneasy. She regretted her decision to continue waiting like this. Without food supplies, wouldn't they be slowly dying? If she had known this, she shouldn't have listened to Wang Tang. She should have chosen to follow Bai Ye instead. What if the most dangerous place is actually the safest? Maybe the depths of the dungeon are safer? Just as the female mage was lost in thought, as another visitor, Lin Tian, couldn't help but ask, Captain Wang, if we stay here, will we really be okay? Wang Tang smiled confidently. Don't worry. Those magical beasts usually gather around the boss's room. And our current location is at the very edge of the dungeon. Unless something unexpected happens, those monsters won't come here. Those who have died frequently know this. If nothing goes wrong, something will go wrong. Just as Wang Tang finished speaking, for some reason, Lin Tian and the others felt an increasingly strong sense of foreboding. Crack! The sound of a stone rolling down echoed. Just as Lin Tian instinctively looked in the direction of the sound, a pack of hellish demon wolves stared intently at them, drooling. Captain Wang, Captain Wang. Just as he spoke, Lin Tian turned around. He saw Wang Tang leading his team, preparing to leave. For a moment, Lin Tian panicked. Captain, wait for us. Whoosh! Just as he finished speaking, without any warning, Wang Tang suddenly released his skill toward the wall. Boom! As massive boulders split the cave walls apart. Seeing that Wang Tang had used them as bait to distract the monster, Lin Tian couldn't help but reveal a look of despair. Roar! A hellish demon wolf had already circled around him and tackled the female mage to the ground. No, don't kill me. Get away! The female mage struggled to push the demon wolf away, her hysterical screams filled with tears. She regretted it deeply. She should have known Wang Tang was so unreliable. She had said she would follow Bai Ye no matter what. Alas, there is no such thing as a regret pill. As the demon wolf's massive jaws closed, the female mage ceased to breathe. Along with Lin Tian, the two of them soon became the demon wolf's meal. Chapter 26, Dungeon Guide. Everyone was shocked. Boss room. As Bai Ye continued to deal damage to the skeleton demon, the skeleton demon's health bar dropped at a visible rate. As time ticked away, Bai Ye was on the brink of a mutually destructive battle with the skeleton demon. Lai Kuan also charges toward Bai Yu and Tong Hua. One was an ordinary person, the other a priest. Given Lai Kuan's strength, subduing the two women would be no difficult task. Just as Lai Kuan was about to use the two women as leverage. At the center of the battlefield, Bai Ye delivered the final blow to the skeleton demon. You have obtained the skeleton demon's B-rank talent, Super Speed. As the skeleton demon was slain, its talent was triggered, and Bai Ye felt the benefits of the talent. A startled cry rang out from behind him. Bai Ye turned to look. He saw Tong Hua lying unconscious on the ground, blood trickling from his forehead. Meanwhile, Bai Yu was being held hostage by Lai Kuan. He noticed a streak of blood on Bai Yu's fair skin. Bai Ye's gaze grew icy. Lai Kuan, what are you up to? Gripping the blade of judgment tightly, his gaze grew intense. Noticing Bai Ye's subtle movements, Lai Kuan paid no heed, instead flashing a savage grin. What do I want to do? Don't you understand yet, Bai Ye? Seeing that Bai Ye didn't respond, Lai Kuan, believing he had Bai Yu in his grasp and that victory was already his, spoke to himself. What I want to do is simple. From this moment on, Bai Ye, put down your weapon, remove your armor, and turn around. Bai Ye remained calm. Do you intend to kill us? Facing Bai Ye's gaze, Lai Kuan didn't care at all. So what if I do? So what if I don't? Do you know what I'm saying, Bai Ye? If the news about the abnormal dungeon is leaked, I'll be all over the internet. After a brief pause, a look of fanatical determination flashed across Lai Kuan's face. At that point, I won't just gain the attention of my older brother in the guild, but I won't have to fight on the front lines like other class changers. The more he spoke, the more excited Lai Kuan became. In response, Bai Ye sighed deeply. You're talking too much. Lai Kuan was confused. What did you say, Bai Ye? I said, don't you know that villains die from talking too much? Bai Ye walked toward Lai Kuan, speaking slowly and deliberately, without haste. Taking advantage of the brief pause in their casual conversation, Bai Ye had already completed his spell in the shadows. As the gauzy mist in the gaze from the abyss activated, his vision was obscured, and his body suddenly stiffened. Cold sweat trickled down Lai Kuan's forehead. By the time he reacted, it was already too late. In that split second, as the flash of lightning and shadow kill activated simultaneously, Bai Ye darted behind him. As the judgment blade flashed with a cold gleam, Lai Kuan's head fell to the ground. You have stolen Lai Kuan's attributes, speed plus 20. As the talent triggered, Bai Ye froze. Gazing at the lifeless, headless corpse of Lai Kuan, Bai Ye revealed a look of disgust. After so many battles, Bai Ye had also summarized some patterns regarding the talent plundering mechanism. The stronger the opponent, the more talents and skills they possess. The probability of Bai Ye obtaining skills and talents was higher. However, from Lai Kuan, he had only managed to plunder attributes. This meant there was a high likelihood that Lai Kuan didn't even qualify for Bai Ye to steal his talents or skills. With such strength, he dares to use Bai Yu to threaten him. Who gave him the courage? Just as Bai Ye was venting his frustration, after being rescued, Bai Yu flew into his arms. Brother, I thought I was going to die and never see you again. Seeing Bai Yu's tearful eyes, Bai Ye stroked her head and comforted her. Silly girl, with me here, no one can hurt you. As they looked ahead, the teleportation array leading to the outside world began to activate. Bai Ye also spoke up, let's go, Xiaoyu. I'll take you home. Everything is over now. Upon hearing this, Bai Ye noticed the remains of Lai Kuan in the distance, and her pupils contracted involuntarily. Brother, you killed someone? Bai Ye nodded slightly. Yes, he deserved it. Even before becoming a class changer, Bai Ye had heard rumors that some class changers would take advantage of entering dungeons or venturing into the outskirts to harm those around them. As a result, he had already prepared himself mentally. In Bai Ye's view, to say he felt no emotional stirrings would be an exaggeration. But to say he was trembling with fear was an exaggeration. Glancing over, he noticed that Bai Ye hadn't had time to react. Bai Ye said, alright, little feather, don't worry too much. Go back and get some rest. I'll handle everything. Bai Ye nodded and pulled at Bai Ye's collar. Facing his younger sister's little gesture, Bai Ye thought to himself. It's clear that this incident has hit her pretty hard. About 10 minutes later, he stored the rewards from the dungeon raid in his storage space and burned the remains of the bodies at the scene until nothing was left. The battlefield was cleared. Carrying Tonghua on his back and leading Bai Ye, they stepped into the teleportation array. At that moment, outside, nearly 10 hours had passed since the dungeon anomaly occurred. Seeing that they were still unable to break through the barrier enveloping the dungeon, the guild masters couldn't help but feel a bit impatient. After such a long time, based on previous cases, those inside the dungeon are likely already in grave danger. As the night grows deeper, a oppressive atmosphere begins to permeate the scene. Just as everyone was about to give up, a sudden cry of surprise rang out from Xiao Jiangshui. President! Look! The dungeon has changed. At those words, Qin Ming instinctively lifted his head. The dungeon array, which had previously been an eerie crimson red, gradually transformed into a deep blue. This was a phenomenon that only occurred when the dungeon had been defeated. In an instant, everyone else also noticed the change in the dungeon. The gloom weighing on the hearts of all the presidents dissipated. Xian Nanzhang couldn't help but burst into joy. This time, the combat strength of their red guild was the strongest among those sent into the dungeon. Therefore, the truth was clear. Haha, could it be that Lai Kuan that guy got the dungeon guide? That's impressive. I never expected him to have such skill. He's done a great service for our red guild. As Qian Nanzhang burst into laughter, the atmosphere on the scene suddenly became tense. Meanwhile, gazing toward the teleportation array, the expressions of all the guild masters grew slightly grim. Over the years, this was the first time anyone had successfully cleared the mutated dungeon. If the Crimson Guild truly managed to clear this special dungeon, they would be overshadowed by the Crimson Guild for a long time to come. There might even be a large number of new transferees using this as an excuse to join the Crimson Guild. Just as everyone's expressions were shifting, 3 figures appeared at the dungeon entrance. After defeating the dungeon boss, only 3 survived? Seeing this, Xian Nanzhang couldn't help but feel a pang of unease. But he quickly reminded himself that it was their red guild that had cleared the dungeon. Upon further reflection, Xian Nanzhang found himself able to accept it. A few minutes later, under everyone's gaze, Bai Ye slowly stepped forward. He saw Bai Ye carrying Tonghua on his back, accompanied by Bai Ye. Qin Ming was taken aback at first. He quickly recovered. A look of joy flashed across Qin Ming's face. Xian Nanzhang, you didn't expect this, did you? It wasn't your red guild that cleared the dungeon, but Mr. Bai, the special guest of our transcended guild. As Qin Ming burst into laughter, Xian Nanzhang's smile froze on his face, and his expression grew grim. After all that, the fool was himself? With a cold snort, Xian Nanzhang followed the other guild leaders into the secret realm to rescue his guild members. As Tonghua was taken to the hospital, Qin Ming asked, Mr. Bai, why are only you back? What about Wang Tong and the others? Bai Ye replied indifferently, they thought seeking help would be better, so they split up with me. Split up? At that moment, it seemed as though Bai Ye had noticed Qin Ming's confusion. Bai Ye, standing nearby, briefly explained the situation. Uncle Qin, it's like this. Wang Tong and the others. Just as he was about to explain further, Qin Ming nodded. Alright, I understand. I'll report this to the higher-ups. He ordered Wang Tang to lead the team and take care of the visitors. But he never expected that, as a transferee, the other party would be so afraid of death. Suppressing his anger, Qin Ming also apologized. I'm sorry for causing you trouble, Mr. Bai. Let's handle the compensation and any follow-up arrangements tomorrow. Tonight, Mr. Bai and the others should go back and rest well. How about that? Knowing there was nothing more for him to do, Bai Ye nodded slightly. Then, Mr. Qin, you go ahead with your work. We'll head back first. As he was being pulled away by Bai Ye was momentarily taken aback. Looking at Bai Ye, she blinked her eyes. Brother, is this really over? Am I dreaming? Pinch me to see if I'm awake. Chapter 27, The Crimson Guild. Qin Ming's invitation. Ouch. I'm your sister, brother. You really pinched me. Covering her face, Bai Ye puckered her lips. Bai Ye couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. "Isn't this what you asked for?" Pulling on Bai Ye pouted. "I don't care. You're bullying me, I'm going to punish you." "Punish me?" "Yes. I'll punish you by making you buy me some candied hawthorn on a stick." "Alright, I'll buy you 10 skewers. Then I'll punish you by making you take me out for barbecue tonight." "Alright, just tell me what you want to eat." Under the streetlight, the brother and sister's shadows stretched out very long. Hearing Bai Ye pamper her so much, Bai Ye couldn't help but chuckle softly. She pulled Bai Ye closer, holding him even tighter. Now it was Bai Ye who was protecting her. One day, she too would become someone who could protect Bai Ye. Recalling everything she had experienced today, Bai Ye silently resolved in her heart. Noticing her unusual behavior, Bai Ye asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" Bai Ye shook her head vigorously. Nothing. "Let's go, brother. We should head back." Pushing Bai Ye, the two headed toward their home. Just as Bai Ye was leading Bai Ye away, at the dungeon site, the leaders of various guilds also led their people out. Though the losses were severe, it wasn't a total annihilation. For the guilds, this was still acceptable. Just as Wang Tang emerged alone from the dungeon, upon seeing Qin Ming, he immediately approached him to complain. "Guild master, you don't know that Bai Ye, relying on his own strength, completely ignored my orders." Seeing that Qin Ming didn't respond, Wang Tang continued, "If it weren't for Bai Ye, Lin Tian and the others wouldn't have died, and my teammates wouldn't have died either. How are you going to explain this to Lin Tian's family?" Qin Ming stopped in his tracks. "Are you done?" Seeing that Qin Ming seemed off, Wang Tang didn't think much of it. "Speak up. Are you done? How do you plan to handle Bai Ye, President?" Seeing that Wang Tang had come this far, he was still trying to stir up trouble. Qin Ming couldn't help but laugh in anger. "Wang Tang, do you really think I don't know what happened? Mr. Bai has already told me everything." Upon hearing this, Wang Tang's heart sank. He only heard Qin Ming continue, "Wang Tang, from this moment onward, you have been expelled from the guild." As Qin Ming finished speaking, Wang Tang instinctively took a few steps back, his face turning pale. After all, joining the transferee guild was different from joining other guilds. It was essentially a secure job. Yet now, Qin Ming was actually expelling him because of an outsider? "Guild master, you're not joking, are you?" Qin Ming's expression was cold. "I assigned you to protect the new recruits on the tour, and this is how you handled it? Your teammates were all wiped out, yet you walked out unscathed. Tell me, should I expel you?" Seeing Wang Tang trembling and falling to the ground, Qin Ming sighed. "Well, since things have come to this, you'd better take care of yourself." Watching Qin Ming's departing figure, at that moment, Wang Tang's expression twisted in anger. He clenched his teeth. Bai Ye. Learning that Bai Ye was still alive and had reported him, ruining his future, Wang Tang was consumed by rage. Just as Wang Tang's hatred for Bai Ye reached its peak, he saw Qian Nanzhang walking toward him. "Boy, you're the one leading the Transfiguration Guild, aren't you?" Looking at Qian Nanzhang's icy expression, Wang Tang couldn't help but swallow hard. Yes, Mr. Qian." Upon receiving his answer, Qian Nanzhang said, "Since Qin Ming doesn't want you, come with me. I have some tasks for you to handle." Wang Tang nodded. As Qian Nanzhang turned to leave, he hurriedly followed after him. As they walked, Qian Nanzhang began to explain his plan to deal with Bai Ye. Wang Tang couldn't help but show a look of joy on his face. After all, Qian Nanzhang's methods were known to be ruthless. Bai Ye was an assassin with no background and had not yet fully developed his skills. Offending such a powerful figure was a sure path to certain death. Thinking of this, Wang Tang seemed to already foresee Bai Ye's mysterious and tragic death in the shadows. As the branch leaders of various guilds reported the information they had obtained, the entire Dragon Kingdom was already in turmoil. This night would be sleepless for countless people. However, none of this had anything to do with Bai Ye anymore. Closing his eyes and opening them again, as the long night faded away, the next day arrived in the blink of an eye. Early the next morning, Bai Ye saw Qin Ming and Xiao Jiangxue paying him a visit. Besides the two of them, there was also a woman dressed in a journalist's outfit. He could see what Bai Ye was thinking. As they entered the house, Qin Ming smiled and said, "Mr. Bai, let me introduce you. This is Tang Shishir, a journalist. She's here to report on you." After saying that, as if aware of Bai Ye's concerns, Qin Ming added, "Of course, Mr. Bai, please rest assured. Tang reporter will only report on matters that can be disclosed. Anything that cannot be disclosed, she will not report on." Bai Ye nodded slightly. Then, "Mr. Qin, what did you mean by what you said last night?" Qin Ming said, "Mr. Bai, as you are aware, the number of copies appearing worldwide and the strange beasts and monsters descending through these copies is increasing." Bai Ye replied, "I am aware of that. Is what you're about to say related to this?" "It's somewhat related. In recent years, our guild of transformed warriors has seen a significant decline in the number of promising transformed warriors, making it increasingly difficult for us to compete with other guilds. Staring at Bai Ye, Qin Ming spoke earnestly, therefore, I hope Mr. Bai will consider joining us. Bai Ye waved his hand. Joining is out of the question, but cooperation is possible. For other transmuters, due to the need to rely on a team, they had no choice but to align themselves with a guild for mutual support. Additionally, every time they tackle a dungeon, the rewards must be split among teammates and the guild. Basically, class changers are locked into their guilds. But Bai Ye was different. He can clear dungeons alone. The resources he obtains are all his to keep. Additionally, his unique innate abilities. In Bai's view, joining a guild is nothing but self-imposed restrictions. Just as he received Bai Ye's response, Qin Ming still wasn't ready to give up. Mr. Bai, is there really only cooperation between us? As their eyes met, Bai Ye suddenly smiled. Of course. However, if you ever encounter any difficulties in the future, feel free to come find me. I will assist you in any way I can. As Bai Ye finished speaking. Upon hearing his response, Qin Ming secretly sighed in relief and smiled. Then, Mr. Bai, let's work together smoothly in the future. Cooperation will be smooth. With the matter of inviting Bai Ye to join the guild settled, Qin Ming turned to another matter. Mr. Bai, did you encounter Lai Kuan in the dungeon? Bai Ye asked, what's the matter? Qin Ming said, Lai Kuan is the younger brother of Lai Ao, the leader of the Crimson Guild. He encountered trouble in the dungeon and may pose a threat to you. Be extremely cautious in the coming days. Chapter 28, Job Change Exam. The Arrogant Luo Shui. As Qin Ming explained the relationship between Lai Kuan, Lai Ao, and the Red Guild, Bai Ye nodded slightly, alright, I understand. I'll be cautious about this. At that moment, on the side, seeing that Bai Ye and Qin Ming had finished their conversation, Tang Shishir couldn't wait to start her interview. Mr. Bai, you are the first person to clear the abnormal dungeon. Could you share with us everything you encountered in the abnormal dungeon? Upon hearing this, he met Tang Shishir's eager gaze. Except for the matters involving Wang Tang and Lai Kuan. Everything else, Bai Ye also recounted in detail. Half an hour later, during the QA session, after everything was clarified, Tang Shishir couldn't wait to get up from the sofa. Thank you, Mr. Bai, for agreeing to this interview. I will definitely report on your achievements and make sure everyone sees them. As Tang Shishir hurriedly left, Qin Ming smiled and said, Mr. Bai, I wonder how you plan to dispose of the materials you obtained in the dungeon? How could he not know that Qin Ming was after the crystals and the remains of the demonic beasts he had obtained? In response, Bai Ye went with the flow. Those materials are useless to me. If Mr. Qin doesn't mind, I'll hand them over to your Transfiguration Guild for disposal. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Qin Ming's face lit up with joy. Various crystals and monster remains are indeed useless to individual transferees. But for the official authorities, these are crucial materials for converting them into mechanical energy or maintaining the teleportation arrays across regions and for research and development. Thus, Qin Ming readily agreed. Alright. Mr. Bai, we'll take the materials you have here. After a brief pause, Qin Ming added. However, the Luo City Guild currently lacks sufficient working capital. Would Mr. Bai be willing to accept payment in 2 installments? If so, we will pay you additional interest at that time. Upon hearing this, Bai Ye shook his head. There is no need for interest, but if possible, Mr. Qin, would you be willing to trade equipment instead? Qin Ming looked puzzled. What do you mean, Mr. Bai? In response, Bai Ye explained, if possible, I would like the guild to replace the monetary transaction with epic quality assassin equipment or armor. Qin Ming asked, what kind of equipment does Mr. Bai require? Bai Ye replied, 2 epic quality assassin daggers, plus 3 sets of epic quality assassin armor sets. When Bai Ye stated his requirements, Qin Ming was surprised. Ordinary assassins wouldn't carry that much equipment. Seeming to notice Qin Ming's confusion, Bai Ye said seriously, Mr. Qin, you may not know this, but equipment is something you use one set, keep one as a backup, and have another backup for the backup. That's quite reasonable, isn't it? Hearing this, Qin Ming's lips twitched. Though he didn't know why Bai Ye was saying this, he nodded anyway. Alright, Mr. Bai. Our guild will gather the equipment you need as soon as possible. As he handed over various materials, Bai Ye saw Qin Ming off. Having worked together so many times, he trusted Qin Ming's character. Therefore, even if payment was made after delivery, Bai Ye could accept that. Once Qin Ming had gathered all the equipment he needed, under the fusion of his innate abilities, temporarily, he will possess a full set of mythical grade equipment, right? Thinking of this, Bai Ye couldn't help but feel excited. As the matter regarding the abnormal dungeon gradually subsided. In the days that followed, before the job advancement exam began, Bai Ye spent his free time leisurely. However, when Tang Shishir exposed the incident, the entire internet was immediately thrown into chaos. No way?
Someone actually managed to clear the abnormal dungeon? Is that even real?
This is the first time in all these years.
Exactly.
And the one who cleared the dungeon is a level 30 assassin.
Could this be a publicity stunt? Guys, does anyone know what's going on?
Red Guild Kyoto headquarters. Upon seeing the news, a middle-aged man sitting at his desk frowned. As he grew angry, the desk in front of him shattered instantly.
As Lei Ao grew furious,
a secretary trembled in fear. As the leader of the Red Guild, Lei Ao's brutality was well known throughout the guild. There had been instances where people had offended Lei Ao. Not only did they meet a tragic end, but their entire families were also caught in the crossfire.
As Lei Ao's secretary, she had never seen her boss this angry before. Just as the secretary was feeling the pressure, Lei Ao spoke up. Tell Chen Nanjiang to use any means necessary to deal with Bai Ye.
Upon hearing this, the secretary felt a huge weight lifted off her shoulders. She immediately made arrangements. As the secretary left,
Lei Ao also revealed a savage smile. Do they really think they're safe just because they're backed by the authorities? This matter isn't over between him and Qin Ming. Just as the entire Red Guild was caught up in the turmoil. Unbeknownst to them, the day of the job transfer assessment had arrived. The job advancement exam is the official assessment of the potential of those undergoing their second job advancement at the same time. The more potential one has, the more likely they are to catch the official SI and become the object of competition among the major guilds. Of course, the benefits extend far beyond that. If one performs exceptionally well in the assessment, you can also gain access to internal information about special dungeons, or even participate in large-scale dungeons reserved exclusively for officially selected personnel. Given Bai Ye's strength and talent, whether he can participate in the job advancement assessment is actually irrelevant. However, the reason he is participating is actually for the information about those dungeons and official events. Not only can he obtain the information he desires about the dungeons, he can also leverage his potential to secure special treatment and appropriate protection for his younger sister from the official authorities. At the same time, he can use this opportunity to search for his parents who went missing during the disaster. A 3-for-1 deal. Why wouldn't Bai Ye take it? Just as he arrived at the site of the job change assessment, he had just stepped out of the taxi. Bai Ye saw a crowd of journalists with gleaming eyes surrounding him. Mr. Bai, we heard that you've consecutively cleared the dungeon alone. Is that true? Mr. Bai, may I ask if the title of first person to clear the abnormal dungeon is true? Please wait a moment. What are your thoughts on the major guilds? Is there any guild you'd like to join? At that very moment, he had already arrived at the scene. Watching Bai Ye being fawned over by everyone, Zhang Hao clenched his teeth in frustration. Through his relentless efforts over the past few days, and with the help of his financial resources, he had already become a level 20 berserker. Among this batch of class changers, Zhang Hao also belonged to the top tier. He had thought that on the day of the class change assessment, he could finally show off in front of Bai Ye. But to his surprise, he had been outshone by this kid again. No matter how hard he tried, Zhang Hao couldn't figure it out. How is Bai Ye so different from other assassins? Meanwhile, at the same location, Luo Shuei looked complicated. After constant hunting over the past period, she had already reached level 24. She believed it wouldn't be long before she could undergo her second transformation. Luo Shuei had thought that as long as she showed a little of her strength, Bai Ye would definitely look at her with newfound respect. But she never expected that Bai Ye's strength had improved so quickly. In just 7 days, he reached level 30 and completed his second transformation. As an assassin, how did Bai Ye manage to do that? Just as Luo Shuei was lost in thought, she saw Bai Ye walking toward her. Luo Shuei instinctively panicked. Noticing her unusual behavior, Bai Ye furrowed his brows. Are you okay? You don't happen to be sick, do you? As Bai Ye reached out to touch her forehead, Luo Shuei's ears turned red instantly. I'm fine. She quickly dodged away, stammering, her voice involuntarily rising several decibels. I was just worried that you might fail the exam later. Don't overthink it. After saying that, she let out a soft hum. Just as the two were chatting idly. As the examiner arrived, the job promotion exam began. Chapter 29, Bai Ye's Easy Victory. Zhang Hao goes all out. Facing the crowd, standing at the entrance of the teleportation array, an examiner dressed like a military officer spoke up. Everyone, it has been 7 days since the initial job transfer. I believe you have all diligently trained and hunted strange beasts and monsters during this time. Now, through the teleportation array behind me, you will enter a medium difficulty dungeon. Through practical combat, we will evaluate your performance. Your performance will directly impact your subsequent rating. As you are well aware, the upcoming rating is crucial for your future as a job changer. I want to elaborate further on this point. Dungeon difficulty is divided into 3 levels: beginner, intermediate, and advanced.
In addition, there are special type dungeons and mutated dungeons as alternative options. In medium difficulty dungeons, the monsters and beasts range from level 30 to 40. For the vast majority of new job changers, such a dungeon is no walk in the park.
Just as Bai Ye was thinking this, the teleportation array activated. The examiner also spoke up. Everyone, from this moment onward, you may enter the dungeon. Your performance will be evaluated comprehensively by floating robots. However, I must warn you in advance that the dungeon is dangerous. We cannot guarantee timely rescue, so please proceed at your own risk. Now, I declare the job advancement assessment officially underway. As the examiner's words fell, the entire scene erupted as thousands of job changers quickly scattered in all directions, searching for their teammates. After this period of monster slaying and leveling up, many job changers had already adapted to team combat. Going it alone as lone wolves was, after all, the exception rather than the rule. As a large number of job changers began to enter the area, Zhang Hao also made his way toward Bai Ye. Bai Ye, how about it? Want to team up with me? Though I'll admit your strength is indeed formidable. But my strength isn't weak either, okay?
As Zhang Hao made a face.
How could Bai Ye not know what the other was thinking?
If he didn't put on a show in front of him, Zhang Hao would feel uncomfortable all over.
Bai Ye smiled and agreed. Alright, once we're in the dungeon, we'll be counting on you. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hao was overjoyed.
I'm the craziest at Luo City First High School, the strongest in Class 3 of Senior 3.
Who doesn't know Zhang the troublemaker?
My name is Zhang Hao, remember it. That slogan, that gaze people around them couldn't help but glance at Zhang Hao.
This fat guy really deserves a beating. Put. Even Luo Shui couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh out loud.
Seeing this, Zhang Hao dragged Bai Ye over to face them.
Hee, Miss Luo, the school flower, do you want to team up with us too? Luo Shui nodded lightly.
Sure. After saying that, she glanced at Bai Ye. When their eyes met,
Luo Shui instinctively felt flustered. She had agreed so quickly, would Bai Ye think she was too forward?
Thinking this, she hurriedly explained.
Bai Ye, don't misunderstand. This isn't for you.
I just think we'll get a higher rating if we team up.
Don't worry, I won't hold you back.
I'll protect you, so let me stay by your side. As soon as he said this, Zhang Hao looked at Bai Ye and Luo Shui, and he gave them an anti-smile.
Bai Ye, Luo Shui, when we enter the dungeon, make sure to stay behind me.
Soon, everyone entered the dungeon. Outside, the current levels of all the class-changed players were displayed on the large screen. The commentary began.
Hello, everyone.
I am Bing Bing, the host responsible for explaining this class change assessment. The class change assessment has now begun.
May I ask President Qin Ming, which job changer do you think has the most potential?
As Bing Bing shifts the camera to Qin Ming also shared his thoughts. Personally, I am more optimistic about the White Knight Assassin. He has collaborated with our official team on multiple occasions. He has also achieved notable results in solo missions. I have a hunch that the White Knight Assassin is highly likely to break the record for the fastest promotion to Star General in our Dragon Nation.
Just as Qin Ming was lavishing praise on Bai Ye.
At that very moment, inside the dungeon, Bai Ye and his two companions were steadily advancing. Zhang Hao was taking the brunt of the damage up front, while Luo Shui only needed to focus on dealing damage. With their coordinated efforts, a level 40 magic bear crashed to the ground in no time. As the magic bear was defeated,
Zhang Hao couldn't help but look smug. How about it, Bai Ye? Your older brother Zhang is pretty impressive, right?
Seeing that Zhang Hao had practically written praise me on his face,
Bai Ye couldn't help but laugh. Zhang Hao, you're amazing.
Hearing this, the smile on Zhang Hao's lips couldn't be contained. He waved his hand.
This demon bear is nothing.
You should know that your older brother here has even hunted down 50-level beasts.
Just as Zhang Hao was secretly showing off,
Bai Ye suddenly noticed Luo Shui glancing at him from the side,
facing her equally eager gaze and awkward expression.
Bai Ye also said, but to be fair, Luo Shui,
you reacted pretty quickly too, didn't you? You were pulling your weight just now, right?
Upon hearing this, Luo Shui's lips curled slightly. However, upon noticing Bai Ye staring at her, she quickly reacted.
Bai Ye, let me tell you, don't think I'll be happy just because you said that.
With Bai Ye cheering her on from behind,
Zhang Hao and Luo Shui were also full of energy.
As the two of them went all out. Before long, the three of them had reached the depths of the dungeon.
Outside the dungeon, seeing Zhang Hao and Luo Shui's performance, the examiners were all satisfied. A berserker and a ranger both are extremely powerful. It seems like our Dragon Nation is about to gain 2 more core combatants. Indeed, such promising talent is rare. I wonder how Bai Ye will perform next. Given the commotion he caused recently, Bai Ye must be no slouch, right? Just as everyone was discussing, watching Bai Ye lie completely still throughout the entire battle, almost being carried through the dungeon,
The evaluators couldn't help but exchange glances. Bai Ye hadn't made a single move the entire time. How were they supposed to evaluate him? If they gave a high score, it would inevitably spark controversy. But if they gave a low score, that would contradict Bai Ye's previous performance. For a moment, the evaluators found themselves in a dilemma. In my opinion, giving Bai Ye a B grade would be appropriate. As one examiner spoke up, the other examiners couldn't help but turn their gaze toward Qin Yang. Mr. Qin, what's your take on this? Chapter 30, Battle Against the Giant Demon? Bai Ye defeats it instantly? Under everyone's gaze. After a moment's hesitation, Qin Ming also gave his answer. Let's wait until they've figured out the dungeon strategy first. Given the current situation, with Zhang Hao and Luo Shui's abilities, Bai Ye has no need to intervene. Making such a hasty conclusion now feels a bit off to me. As Qin Ming finished speaking, all the examiners nodded in agreement. Facing the images projected by the floating robot, everyone continued watching. At that very moment, inside the dungeon, after overcoming numerous obstacles, Bai Ye and his group finally arrived at the boss room. However, they were not the only ones to arrive at the boss room. Another team was also present. Upon seeing Bai Ye and his group, Yang Xian was startled for a moment but quickly regained his composure. What a coincidence! Isn't that Bai Ye and Zhang Hao? Zhang Hao sneered disdainfully. Isn't that the Lightning King? What's the matter? Afraid to step forward? After just a few days, how did you become so weak? As he spoke, he glanced toward the boss's direction. Seeing that the boss of this dungeon was a giant troll, Zhang Hao's expression froze. Wait, this boss is completely different from what he imagined. No wonder Yang Xian didn't go in. This boss is waiting for others to go first and then pick up the scraps. He muttered under his breath, calling the other person cunning. But when it came to saving face, Zhang Hao absolutely couldn't lose. So, Zhang Hao boasted arrogantly. This giant is a piece of cake to deal with. Yang Xian, don't blame me for not giving you a chance to show off. If you don't step up, we'll take it down in an instant. Upon hearing this, Yang Xian was displeased. Who doesn't know how to brag? He immediately retorted, look at you, Zhang Hao. Do you really think I don't know how weak this giant is? I'll just go down there and shatter the darkness with a thunderous strike, okay? Upon hearing this, Zhang Hao straightened his body. No way, no way? You need a big move to kill a giant? I can take it down with a smooth combo in one go. Yang Xian, you need combos? Against this trash, I can kill it with just one skill. Zhang Hao, one skill? I'll just use a basic attack. Yang Xian, a basic attack? Do you believe me? I can make the giant monster call me grandpa just with my aura. Zhang Hao, you're so confident. You've gone this far. If you're so good, come and try. Come on. Yang Xian, no way. Don't blame me for not giving you a chance. Zhang Hao, you said you could kill with a basic attack, right? Come on. Zhang Hao, no. We should go in order. You go first. Let me see your performance. Yang Xian, you go first. Zhang Hao, you go first. Yang Xian, you go first, old man. Watching the two of them act so silly. If it weren't for their levels, one might have actually thought they were that strong. Unable to help but comment, Bai Ye's lips twitched. He stepped forward. Enough arguing. Let me handle this giant. Just as Bai Ye finished speaking, Zhang Hao blinked his eyes. Bai Ye, don't be so impulsive. A worthless giant like this should be left to the Thunder and Lightning King Yang Xian. Bai Ye sighed helplessly. I said I'll handle it. Zhang Hao, stay here. I'll go kill this giant. With that, Bai Ye walked toward the giant troll on his own, entering the boss room. As he watched Bai Ye's back, Zhang Hao couldn't shake the feeling that Bai Ye's words had been a bit off. Go kill a giant monster? Go buy an orange? This guy is intentionally trying to trick me, isn't he? Just as Zhang Hao realized what was happening and his gaze turned resentful. Facing the giant, Bai Ye struck first. As the skill was released, he instantly teleported behind the giant. With his high mobility and attack speed, Bai Ye dealt massive damage in an instant. 2,000. 3,800. 2,000. As Bai Ye showcased his agility, the giant's health bar continued to drop rapidly. Not only Zhang Hao, but Yang Xian was also stunned. He couldn't help but utter a sigh of admiration. Damn it! Others can cut 99 with one stroke, but Bai Ye can cut 99 in 1 second, right? Zhang Hao nodded in agreement. That's way too strong. Are the main characters always the last to appear? They were all joking. Who could have guessed that Bai Ye was actually planning to take down the giant in an instant? Seeing the giant monster lying at Bai Ye's feet, it signaled the appearance of the array that would reveal the dungeon's strategy. Zhang Hao and Yang Xian couldn't help but cast admiring glances at Bai Ye. On the side, Luo Shui opened her cherry red lips in astonishment. Earlier, she had already learned from Luo Shuiying that Bai Ye was extremely powerful.
But Luo Shui never imagined that Bai Ye's true strength could be so formidable. As a high-tier monster, the giant troll was simply treated like a common enemy by Bai Ye? That's way too exaggerated. For a moment, her gaze toward Bai Ye was filled with complexity. Just as Bai Ye and the others emerged from the dungeon via the teleportation array, the examiners who had previously doubted Bai Ye's strength, now, they no longer hesitated. They all gave the highest rating, S. Meanwhile, the representatives of various guilds below looked at Bai Ye with eager eyes. The world is bustling with people, all driven by self-interest. The greater Bai Ye's reputation, the greater the prestige of the guild he joined. As a result, more new members joined the guilds temporarily. In the eyes of the representatives from the various guilds, Bai Ye was nothing short of a walking advertisement. Report it. This must be reported. At this thought, the representatives of the major guilds could no longer sit still. President Qin, Bai Ye hasn't joined your guild yet, you can't force him. That's right. You may have more resources, but we're not that bad either, are we? Exactly. Bai Ye joining which guild is his freedom. If you dare to interfere forcefully, we won't let this go. Facing everyone's warnings, Qin Ming smiled and said, although our Transcended Guild is an official organization, we will never interfere with the decisions of any transcended individual. Upon hearing Qin Ming's assurance, the representatives finally relented. They didn't leave the scene until then. They couldn't wait to report Bai Ye's performance. To win Bai Ye over, major guilds were already engaged in heated disputes behind the scenes, sparking a major controversy. After bidding farewell to all the representatives, Qin Ming also stepped down from the audience seats and approached Bai Ye proactively. Having witnessed Bai Ye's performance in the dungeon, Qin Ming was very satisfied. He hadn't misjudged her or invested in the wrong person. At Bai Ye's current rate of improvement, he had an extremely high chance of becoming the youngest rising star in the entire Dragon Nation in the future. Qin Ming had a premonition. The profession of assassin will be completely redefined by Bai Ye, forever changing how the world perceives it. Chapter 31, Epic Level Equipment. Fusion and Advancement. Mr. Bai, congratulations on achieving an S-rank evaluation in this assessment. As Qin Ming approached, Bai Ye nodded slightly. Mr. Qin, I heard that the higher the rating you achieve in the class change assessment, the more dungeons you can access and learn about at the class change guild, right? Understanding what Bai Ye was asking, Qin Ming explained everything he knew. Mr. Bai, you're asking about the great disaster that occurred years ago when your parents went missing, aren't you? Seeing Bai Ye nod in acknowledgement, Qin Ming replied, since you entrusted me with this matter a few days ago, I've been helping with the investigation, and we've finally made some progress. Really? Bai Ye showed a hint of joy. In response, Qin Ming smiled and said, of course it's true. I've prepared all the relevant documents. Why don't we head over to the guild now to discuss the details in more detail? Then I'll trouble you, Mr. Qin. As they joked around, Bai Ye followed Qin Ming out. As he watched their departing figures, when he came to his senses, Zhang Hao couldn't help but exclaim. It had only been 7 days since they last saw each other. How did Bai Ye manage to get to know someone as influential as Qin Ming? Unaware of Zhang Hao's thoughts. An hour later, as he stepped into the interior of the Job Changers Guild, entering Qin Ming's office, Qin Ming handed a file to Bai Ye. While Bai Ye was flipping through the file, Qin Ming explained, Mr. Bai, your parents were once high-ranking job changers in our Dragon Nation. However, during the great disaster over a decade ago, they went missing. Now, according to our investigation, that great cataclysm is intricately connected to the large-scale dungeon that appeared 10 years ago. We boldly speculate that this large-scale dungeon is likely the evolved product of that great cataclysm. As he listened to Qin Ming's explanation, as he flipped through the files in his hands, Bai Ye furrowed his brows. Mr. Qin, are you saying that my parents might not be dead, but are instead trapped in some corner of the dungeon that evolved from the catastrophic event? Qin Ming sighed wryly. We have no concrete evidence to support that. We can only speculate that your parents may still be alive. They just haven't found a way to escape the alternate reality yet. Upon hearing this, Bai Ye couldn't help but clench his fists. Even if it was only 1 in 10,000, or even 1 in a million, he would find his parents who went missing during the Great Cataclysm. This was his promise to himself, and also to Bai Ye. Thinking of this, Bai Ye asked, Mr. Qin, could you tell me the exact location of that large dungeon? Qin Ming shook his head. Mr. Bai, I understand your concern for your family as a son. But you are currently the most promising assassin in our Dragon Nation. For your own safety, before your strength has improved, I will not reveal the location of that large-scale dungeon to you. Facing Bai Ye's gaze, Qin Ming paused briefly before continuing. If you wish to venture into that large-scale dungeon, I suggest you wait until you reach level 60, complete your 3rd transformation, and advance your profession before proceeding. As Qin Ming finished speaking, Bai Ye understood. After the 3rd job advancement, job changers would undergo their 1st class advancement. For many class changers whose awakened professions are relatively ordinary.
It was no exaggeration to say that the profession advancement after the third job change was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to change one's fate.
After a brief moment of silence,
Bai Ye spoke up, breaking the tense atmosphere.
Level 60, third job advancement, and career advancement? Alright, I understand.
I'll work hard to reach that level as soon as possible.
As soon as he spoke, the slightly tense atmosphere between the two eased instantly. Qin Ming smiled.
Well, I wish Mr. Bai smooth leveling in the days ahead. After offering his congratulations, Qin Ming shifted the topic to another matter. By the way, Mr. Bai, all the equipment you need has already been prepared and can be handed over to you now. As he spoke, with a flick of his thoughts, 2 epic tier short blades and 3 sets of epic armor were retrieved from his storage space. He didn't expect Qin Ming to act so quickly. Bai Ye was slightly taken aback. As he stored the equipment in his own storage space, Bai Ye also felt a surge of excitement. With this gear, and with his innate abilities, he would be able to craft a mythical tier set. As he thought this, Bai Ye expressed his gratitude.
Thank you, President Qin. You've gone to a lot of trouble for the equipment.
Upon hearing this, Qin Ming waved his hand dismissively.
Mr. Bai, you're too kind. We're partners, I'm just doing my part. After exchanging a few more casual words, seeing that it was getting late, Bai Ye prepared to leave. He planned to go ask Luo Shuiying. As the second young miss of the Luo family, Luo Shuiying must know some insider information. As Bai Ye was about to leave, before he left, Qin Ming also gave a reminder.
Mr. Bai, be careful lately.
Due to conflicting interests, some guilds may pose a threat to you. Although I have already warned them.
But after all, open attacks are easy to avoid, while hidden threats are harder to guard against.
When you head to the dungeon, it's best to be cautious.
Upon hearing this, Bai Ye paused in his steps.
Thank you for the reminder, President Qin.
I'll be careful. Leave the Job Changers Guild. Soon after, Bai Ye also arrived at the equipment store owned by the Luo family on Moonlight Road. Most of the time, whenever she had free time, Luo Shuiying would come here to help out. And today was no exception.
Upon seeing Bai Ye arrive, Luo Shuiying smiled.
Brother Bai, congratulations on achieving an S-rank evaluation.
He. You're the first person in our city to do so.
Thank you. Luo Shuiying said, Brother Bai, you mentioned earlier that you wanted to ask about the official strategy battle organized 10 years ago, right?
Bai Ye nodded. Do you know any insider information about that battle? Without holding back, Luo Shuiying told him everything she knew.
10 years ago, that battle was organized by expert Pei. However, due to his poor command, the high-ranking transferred soldiers who participated in that campaign were almost completely wiped out.
Upon hearing this, Bai Ye was intrigued. The expert you mentioned, Pei? Pei Qianhua.
Upon hearing Luo Shuiying's response, Bai Ye's expression grew peculiar.
A money-losing good for nothing?
Yes, Pei Qianhua, the expert. After a brief pause, Luo Shuiying continued, he's from the Pei family. Being appointed as the commander of that battle was probably just a way for the Pei family to polish his resume.
Bai Ye asked, so if we find this expert named Pei, we'll know everything about that battle?
Luo Shuiying shook her head.
Bai Ye looked puzzled. Does that mean we can't find this expert?
Luo Shuiying replied, no, he was sent away recently. As she spoke, Luo Shuiying opened her phone. When she scrolled through an old news article,
the headline immediately caught her eye. Shocking. Is it the collapse of morality or the distortion of humanity?
The mastermind behind the deaths of over 1,000 high-ranking adventurers in a dungeon 10 years ago, his identity is actually.
Upon seeing the headline in Pei Qianhua's photo, Bai Ye's face darkened.
Great, he had finally tracked down the relevant person.
Only to find out that the person had been sent to prison recently? Wait, does it have to be this dramatic? Chapter 32, Mythical Equipment. Thorn Armor. Just as Bai Ye couldn't help but complain.
As if sensing his thoughts, Luo Shuiying spoke up. Speaking of which, Bai Ge, the official organizers seem to be planning to organize a group of class changers to attempt to clear the dungeon they failed to conquer 10 years ago. Seeing Bai Ye glance at her, Luo Shuiying continued. If it were before, I definitely wouldn't have told you about this, but...
She gave a mischievous smile. But you know, there are always exceptions. You know how capable you are, Bai Ge.
If you want to learn more about that large-scale dungeon, I recommend you sign up and check it out when the time comes. After saying that, Luo Shuiying added, of course, Brother Bai, don't act impulsively. Always prioritize your own safety.
Upon hearing this, Bai Ye nodded. Alright, I understand.
Thanks for telling me all this, Shuiying. Luo Shuiying stuck out her tongue playfully, giving him a cute look.
You're too kind, Bai Ge. Leaving Moonlight Road. On the way back, Bai Ye couldn't help but fall into deep thought.
He recalled his earlier conversation with Qin Ming. Qin Ming had told him to level up to 60, complete the third transformation, and advance his profession.
Could this be because the other party already knew that the official organizers were planning to launch another major event soon and was hinting at it?
As he pondered this, Bai Ye felt that it was highly likely.
Soon, as he returned home,
he locked himself in his room. He took out his equipment, and Bai Ye's innate abilities activated. Under the white glow, several pieces of equipment fused into one. Before long, a set of armor and a short blade appeared before Bai Ye's eyes.
Thorn armor. Quality, mythical.
Effect 1, movement speed increased by an additional 200%. Effect 2, physical defense increased by 1000%, magic resistance increased by 500%.
Effect 3, reflects 10% of all incoming attacks.
Effect 4, restoration ability increased by 1000%.
Evaluation: an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. This is the power-up of a mythical tier equipment.
After reading the information about the thorn armor,
Bai Ye couldn't help but utter a sigh of admiration. Though the equipment is fused together, it still differs from true mythical tier gear. But its bonuses are simply mind-blowing. He put the equipment away.
After examining the armor, Bai Ye turned his attention to the weapon's information.
Holy Light Blade. Quality mythical.
Effect 1, each attack applies a judgment effect, dealing an additional 2000% damage.
Effect 2, movement speed increased by 200%.
Effect 3, increases the duration of negative effects by 500%. Evaluation: represents the holy light, punishing you. Compared to its previous version, after quality advancement, the effects of the Holy Light Blade have become simpler and more direct. However, this does not mean the equipment's effects have been weakened. With Thorn Armor and the Holy Light Blade, with Bai Ye's current strength, even a level 60 beast demon should be easily defeated, right? The focus is on no skill required, just raw numerical superiority. To enhance his strength before the official organization launches a large-scale expedition. The next morning, Bai Ye arrived at the desolate land. This was the leveling zone for mid-tier class changers. As far as the eye could see, there were countless transfigured warriors with levels as high as 50 or 60. Among the crowd, Bai Ye, who was only level 31 and alone, stood out like a sore thumb. For Bai Ye, choosing to search for monsters systematically in the desolate land was too slow for leveling up. Compared to hunting the strange beasts and monsters roaming the silent realm, diving straight into a dungeon offered a much faster way to level up.
Just as Bai Ye was thinking this,
he noticed a group of adventurers approaching him.
Hey, you're an assassin, right? How about joining our team?
Although Bai Ye's level was relatively low compared to the other class changers.
However, as an assassin, they can still play a significant role during boss battles. Seeing that Bai Ye didn't respond, the leader of the group laughed. Hey, you probably didn't know, but recently, a mid-level special dungeon appeared in the Silent Lands. A lot of people are trying to clear it to get rich overnight.
As the class changer finished speaking,
Bai Ye couldn't help but be tempted. Could you tell me more about this dungeon? Where is it located? Without giving it much thought, the class changer shared everything he knew. A lot of people are going into that dungeon. Just follow the crowd and you'll find it. What do you say, buddy? Want to join our group? I'm not bragging, but our team is pretty strong. Just as he was boasting,
unbeknownst to him, Bai Ye had already stepped into the desolate wasteland. In the blink of an eye, Bai Ye had vanished from sight. Everyone looked at each other in shock.
At that moment, one person in the group couldn't help but speak up. That's way too fast. It's like a ghost.
Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. He paid no heed to what was on everyone's minds.
Half an hour later, following the crowd, they made their way through the bustling area. Bai Ye also arrived at the depths of the desolate place. He found the location of the dungeon.
Before the teleportation array, a large number of class changers had already formed a long queue.
While waiting to enter the dungeon, the class changers couldn't help but discuss. This dungeon is huge. Last time I didn't bring enough healing potions.
This time, our team will definitely clear it.
Forget it. This isn't just an ordinary medium difficulty dungeon. With your skills, you'll be lucky to tag along and get a few scraps. What are you talking about?
Our team is determined to win this time. I'd rather believe I'm Qin Shi Huang than you. Speaking of which, it seems like the Tianjin Pavilion S-Raid team has also entered.
Really? It looks like this dungeon might get cleared by Tianjin Pavilion after all.
Amidst the chatter and banter of the group of class changers, before he knew it, it was his turn.
Without hesitation, Bai Ye stepped into the teleportation array.
As a flash of white light passed before his eyes, as the scene gradually came into focus,
Bai Ye entered the dungeon. You have entered the dungeon, Forgotten Land.
He was teleported to a sheer cliff within the dungeon, where biting cold winds howled.
When Bai Ye looked down,
below, a lush forest stretched out, with countless ancient trees reaching toward the sky, forming a labyrinth of trees. Being there, it felt less like entering a dungeon.
It feels more like stepping into a vast, separate world distinct from reality.
Facing such a vast hunting ground,
Bai Ye couldn't help but show a look of excitement.
Following the cliff, he leaped downward. Through the dense forest, Bai Ye searched for the boss's room while keeping an eye out for monsters. Soon, not long after, a monster resembling a chimera blocked Bai Ye's path. Seeing the monster, Bai Ye was eager to fight. He wanted to test it out, to see just how much of a boost the mythical tier equipment could provide. Without hesitation, he darted forward and charged at the strange beast. 3,000. 2,000. 3,000. As the damage numbers kept popping up, Bai Ye was surprised. The base damage of each of his attacks has nearly doubled compared to before, faced with the overwhelming numerical advantage. Soon, as the beast fell, Bai Ye's innate ability activated, stripping the opponent of its attributes. The equipment's bonuses have been tested. Just as Bai Ye was about to continue forward, boom! He heard a deafening explosion and saw thick smoke billowing from the direction ahead. Such a commotion. What kind of massive creature could have caused such a commotion? Curious, Bai Ye couldn't help but speed up his steps. Chapter 33, The Human-Faced Demon. Nye Xiaoyu's shock. At that moment, in the forest, at the explosion site, as a mage, Nye Xiaoyu's expression was grim. As the representative of the Tianyin Pavilion, Nye Xiaoyu had believed that he could lead his team to fame by conquering this dungeon. But little did he know, he would fail before even beginning. They had only just entered the dungeon. The entire team was overwhelmed by the beasts, with some killed and others fleeing in panic. Their team had truly demonstrated what it meant to peak at the very beginning. Looking at the countless tentacles swaying before him and the humanoid monsters with human faces, Nye Xiaoyu exhaled a breath of stale air. The fireball spell she had charged up to full power had already depleted most of her magic. Yet the result was nothing but smoke and no damage. Given the current situation, she was likely to die at the hands of this human-faced creature, torn apart and devoured by it. At this thought, Nye Xiaoyu couldn't help but shiver. With a loud clatter. Just then, as the humanoid creature's tentacles twitched, the sound of tearing through the air followed. The monster's attack was simply too fast. As a mage with nearly depleted MP, Nye Xiaoyu could only watch helplessly as the tentacles closed in. It seemed as though he had already foreseen his own death. In despair, Nye Xiaoyu instinctively closed his eyes. However, moments later, the expected outcome of being swept up by the tentacles and swallowed by the human-faced creature did not occur. When Nye Xiaoyu opened her eyes, she froze. A young man dressed as an assassin stood blocking her path. The tentacles of the human-faced creature that had been attacking her were all severed in an instant. Staring at the assassin's back, Nye Xiaoyu couldn't help but swallow hard. In the novels she had read, whenever the female lead faced danger, the protagonist, a holy knight, would descend from the heavens. However, reality proved to Nye Xiaoyu, those who descended from the sky were not necessarily noble and heroic paladins. It could very well be an assassin lurking in the shadows, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Unaware of what Nye Xiaoyu was thinking, facing this human-faced creature, Bai Ye threw out his judgment. Human face species. Health points 469 948 500,000. Strength 1000. Speed 500. Resilience 1000. Description: they are the failed creations of the gods, and as such, they hate the world and everything they encounter. Evaluation: I am not at fault, the world is to blame. After reading the information about the human-faced seed, Bai Ye fell into deep thought. High attack and defense, but relatively low speed. To Bai Ye, this meat mountain was nothing more than a living target. As he thought this, the human-faced creature manipulated countless tentacles to strike toward Bai Ye. Bai Ye also moved. With a light leap, he soared into the air. He darted through the web of tentacles that had formed a surrounding net. Skill activated. While dispatching the tentacles obstructing his path, facing the humanoid creatures, Bai Ye swiftly closed in. Meanwhile, from behind, upon witnessing Bai Ye's actions, Nye Xiaoyu was speechless. Even before entering the dungeon, Nye Xiaoyu had actually heard of Bai Ye's name. She knew that the Tianyin Pavilion had highly praised this assassin who had caused such a stir in Luo City. But she never imagined Bai Ye's strength was so formidable. Just as Nye Xiaoyu was lost in thought, at that very moment, in the center of the battlefield, Bai Ye closed in on the human face seed, facing the human-faced creature's resilience of 1,000 points. The poison effect caused by the attack was severely weakened. However, fortunately, Bai Ye wielded a divine artifact and was still able to break through the human-faced creature's defenses with the aid of his equipment bonuses. As time slowly passes, the human-faced creature could only passively endure the attacks, growing increasingly frustrated. If it were any other assassin, they would have already exhausted their stamina and mana after enduring a few of the human-faced creature's combo attacks. But the human-faced species never expected that Bai Ye was a six-sided warrior. In their intense battle, Bai Ye's stamina and magic seemed endless. As the blade in Bai Ye's hand continued to inflict wounds on the human-faced creature. An hour later, the human-faced demon's health bar reached Bai Ye's kill line. As the silver glow erupted, Bai Ye delivered the final blow. You have looted the human-faced creature's attributes, gaining plus 1000 HP. You have reached level 32 and obtained 10 free attribute points. 1000 points of health was still decent for Bai Ye. It was the first time he had ever plundered so many attributes from a monster. Just as Bai Ye was thinking this, he was about to store the human face monster's remains in his storage space. At that moment, Nye Xiaoyu's voice echoed from behind Bai. You actually killed the human face seed? Seeing her startled expression, Bai Ye was puzzled. What's wrong? That's a human face seed. In some medium difficulty dungeons, it can even become a boss. Bai Ye casually replied, so what? Seeing that he didn't seem to care at all, Nye Xiaoyu's lips twitched. Seeing that Bai Ye intended to continue pushing forward and completely clear the dungeon, she cleared her throat and spoke up at that moment. Bai Ye, can you take me with you? Just as a tag-along. Seeing that Bai Ye didn't respond, Nye Xiaoyu continued, Bai Ye, don't worry. Once we get out, I'll definitely treat you well. Worried that Bai Ye might leave her behind, she decided to reveal her identity. You know about the Tianyin Pavilion, right? You've been there recently for a transaction, Haven TU? To be honest, the Tianyin Pavilion is actually run by my family. As Nye Xiaoyu finished speaking, Bai Ye was intrigued. Are you the young miss of the Tianyin Pavilion? Nye Xiaoyu nodded. Yes, my father is the master of Tianyin Pavilion. You saved my life. Once we're out of here, my father will definitely reward you. Facing the large-scale dungeon raid organized by the authorities next. By then, as the largest merchant guild in Dragon Nation, the Tianyin Pavilion would certainly get involved, right? Thinking this, Bai Ye replied, then come with me. Follow behind me. As Bai Ye finished speaking, Nye Xiaoyu nodded repeatedly and quickly followed behind him. As they walked, Nye Xiaoyu and Bai Ye chatted casually. Just then, she noticed the armor on Bai Ye's body. Nye Xiaoyu stopped in her tracks. Noticing her unusual behavior, Bai Ye turned to look at her. Pointing at the thorn-covered armor Bai Ye was wearing, Nye Xiaoyu's voice trembled slightly. Bai Ye, the armor you're wearing, could it be a mythical grade equipment? Bai Ye did not deny it. Nye Xiaoyu exclaimed in shock. My goodness! This is mythical grade equipment. If it were me, I'd never dare to wear it. I'd rather keep it at home and worship it every day. But you actually. Seeing Bai Ye's expression of what's the big deal, Nye Xiaoyu couldn't help but sigh deeply. As the eldest daughter of the Tianyin Pavilion, she didn't even know what mythical grade equipment looked like. Yet Bai Ye, a newly risen assassin with no background, treated it as if it were nothing special. This is truly a case of comparison is the thief of joy. Chapter 34, is this an assassination? This is clearly a bombing. As Bai Ye continued to advance through the dungeon. At that very moment, in the outside world. Upon hearing the news that Bai Ye had left Luo City and entered the desolate lands, Qian Nanzhang couldn't sit still. He immediately contacted the Red Guild's transfigured warriors near the Silent Lands and ordered them to hunt down Bai Ye. Seeing that Qian Nanzhang had no intention of taking action himself, Wang Tang couldn't help but feel concerned. Mr. Qian, Bai Ye was able to clear the mutated dungeon. His strength is formidable. Are you sure it's okay for you not to handle this personally? Upon hearing this, Qian Nanzhang glanced at Wang Tang. He snorted coldly. Do you really think I don't want to take action against Bai Ye? Qin Ming is watching me so closely. If I act now, won't he that be handing him the evidence? The seat determines the mind. Qian Nanzhang was worried about not being able to deal with Bai Ye and being targeted by Lai Ao. He also had to worry about taking action against Bai Ye, which could lead to Qin Ming's impeachment. Having risen to his current position, how could his considerations be as narrow-minded as Wang Tang's? At that moment, in the desolate wasteland. Upon receiving the message sent by Qian Nanzhang, the members of the Crimson Guild who had undergone class changes also gathered. Upon learning that Bai Ye had entered the dungeon, they blocked the entrances and exits, preparing to ambush him. Seeing that the Crimson Guild's group was no pushover, passing by transferees couldn't help but feel sorry for them. After all, among all the guilds, the Crimson Guild was the most unreasonable and domineering. Offending the Red Guild, who knows whose misfortune that would bring? In the dungeon, Bai Ye rampaged, slaughtering and reaping lives. Throughout the journey, he had already lost count of how many beasts and monsters he had slain. As his innate abilities kept triggering, he grew stronger with each kill. Besides the increase in attribute values, Bai Ye's level was also rising. You have reached level 35 and obtained 10 free attribute points. Upon hearing the notification, Bai Ye furrowed his brows upon realizing he had only reached level 35. There were still too few beasts and monsters in this dungeon. His leveling speed is still too slow. Just as Bai Ye was thinking this, following closely behind him, as he watched a white light emanate from Bai Ye's body, Nye Xiaoyu was so shocked he went numb, questioning the meaning of life. He had only leveled up 4 times, yet why had Bai Ye's strength changed so drastically? Is this even reasonable?
This is completely unreasonable, right? As he vented his frustration, Nie Xiaoyu couldn't help but glance at Bai Ye with curiosity. How did Bai Ye manage to improve so quickly in such a short time? Just as Nie Xiaoyu was lost in thought. Before she knew it, the two of them had also arrived at the deepest part of the dungeon. Standing on a mountain peak, they looked down at the vast expanse below. They saw a large number of monsters gathering. It seemed to sense the threat posed by Bai Ye. As the dungeon boss, the human-faced creature had summoned nearly half of the monsters in the dungeon to protect itself. No wonder they hadn't encountered many monsters along the way. It seems they've all gathered here, facing the countless monsters swarming around. Bai Ye understood. As he threw out the identification, he checked the information on the human-faced boss. Human-faced species. Health points 200,000, 200,000. Magic points 10,000, 10,000. Strength 500. Speed 500. Skill magic manipulation consumes 100 magic points to manipulate a single unit of equal or lower level, lasting for 1 hour. Description: a special humanoid species with the ability to manipulate other living beings. Evaluation: overwhelming in numbers, unstoppable. Feeling the surging magic energy engulfing the sky, Nie Xiaoyu couldn't help but swallow hard. With so many monsters, the two of them alone might not stand a chance. Thinking this, Nie Xiaoyu spoke up to Bai Ye. Bai Ye, why don't we retreat for now and regroup before attempting this again? Just as Nie Xiaoyu thought Bai Ye would play it safe and choose to retreat, planning to return another day. To his surprise, Bai Ye directly refused. No need. I have a plan. Nie Xiaoyu was taken aback. You have a plan? Bai Ye replied matter-of-factly, all we need to do is assassinate that person. Nie Xiaoyu nodded seriously. But she quickly realized something. No, that's not right. Bai Ye, you're an assassin. Facing so many monsters, you'd never come back alive. How could you possibly get close enough to the human-faced seed boss? Bai Ye smiled. I think you've misunderstood. Nie Xiaoyu looked confused. I misunderstood? Bai Ye said, who said assassination requires getting close? As Nie Xiaoyu looked on in confusion, Bai Ye raised his hand, and as magical energy gathered, a fiery explosion erupted. Boom! As the magical array took shape, a pillar of flame hurtled toward the human-shaped target, its explosion deafening. In an instant, the flames boiled and rose into the air. The humanoid creature was engulfed in flames. The monsters guarding it were also caught in the blast, reduced to ashes. Upon witnessing such an exaggerated scene, Nie Xiaoyu was completely stunned. But lacking education, she couldn't help but let out a muffled after holding it in for a moment. Wait, is this an assassination? This is clearly a bombing, right? And how could Bai Ye, an assassin, possess a mage's skills? Just as Nie Xiaoyu turned her gaze toward Bai Ye explained, I'm an assassin. It's reasonable for me to know some long-range assassination sniping techniques, right? For a moment, Nie Xiaoyu's lips twitched. She nodded reluctantly. Reasonable? That's too reasonable. As the two spoke, as the flying sand and dust gradually dispersed, the human-like creature had only been severely injured, it wasn't dead. Its eyes flickered with anger. Bai Ye held a short blade, and his attacks were mostly close combat. Who would have believed that the opponent was actually a mage? As the humanoid creature emitted a sharp, metallic screech, countless monsters under its control rushed toward Bai Ye. Seeing this, Bai Ye remained calm. He drank the magic restoration potion. After replenishing his stamina, he gripped the holy light blade and said without looking back, Xiaoyu, find a safe place to hide. I'm going in. Just as Nie Xiaoyu was startled, facing the countless monsters that had formed a tidal wave, Bai Ye charged forward. He darted through the ranks of the beasts and monsters. With each swing of his blade, Bai Ye inflicted poison debuffs on his enemies. With the power of a divine artifact, combined with his overwhelming attributes, dealing with these monsters was still quite easy. As he watched Bai Ye lose sight of his target, and the notification that their party had been disconnected from him, Nie Xiaoyu couldn't help but stomp her feet in frustration. She was the eldest daughter of the Tianyin Pavilion, and the men pursuing her could circle the entire city of Luo. Yet here, she was being treated like a disposable teammate who could be abandoned at any moment? Is this really all women can do, just slow down Bai Ye's leveling speed? With a sigh of frustration, Nie Xiaoyu hurriedly fled the battlefield. She was just a fragile mage. Without protection, she's easily taken down in a one-on-one fight. Chapter 35, Panicked Nie Xiaoyu. The misunderstood crowd. Unaware of the complaints about Nie Xiaoyu, she was right in the middle of the battlefield. As the poison effect reaches its peak, the beasts and monsters he had injured fell one after another. At the same time, when his innate ability was triggered, alert sounds kept coming. You have looted the attributes of the Shadow Wolf, Strength +5. You have looted the Grass Lion attribute, Health +50. You have obtained the Deep Abyss Demon Cat attribute, Stamina +5. You have reached level 36 and obtained 10 free attribute points.
You have reached level 37 and obtained 10 free attribute points. At this very moment, Bai Ye was surrounded by countless strange beasts and demons.
The human-faced race couldn't help but reveal a mocking expression.
It didn't care whether Bai Ye was an assassin or a mage. After all, Bai Ye was nothing but a fragile weakling. It was controlling thousands of beasts and monsters. Even if it relied solely on numbers, it could wear Bai Ye down to death. Just as it thought this, time began to pass. The human-faced demon gradually realized that something was amiss. When they saw Bai Ye slowly emerge from the mountain of corpses and sea of blood, approaching them, the human-faced creature couldn't help but reveal a look of terror. They were supposed to be assassins, mages. But this creature had health and defense thicker than a tank, and a fighting spirit that grew stronger with each blow, like a berserker.
Is this really what an assassin should be capable of?
How could Bai Ye, a mere class changer, be more monstrous than this very monster itself? Overcome by extreme fear, the humanoid creature completely gave up resistance.
It turned to flee. This dungeon boss can be anyone's if they want it. Anyway, it's not playing anymore. However, facing such a massive moving experience point source, how could Bai Ye possibly let it go? He stepped forward and struck swiftly. Soon, the human-faced creature lay defeated at Bai Ye's feet. You have looted the human-faced creature skill, magic manipulation. With Bai Ye's current magic power, this skill is rather useless. However, if he could loot similar skills in the future and fuse them together, perhaps a qualitative transformation might occur? As he thought this, consuming free attribute points, Bai Ye allocated them to his magic power. Compared to health, strength, and speed, stamina, resilience, and magic power increase relatively slowly. After all, the latter three attributes are generally weaker in most. It's difficult for Bai Ye to obtain these attributes through innate talents. As he sighed in frustration, Bai checked his own attributes. White Knight. Class Assassin, second transformation. Level, LV.53 40.95%. Health 18 950 18,950. Magic power, 2,510 2510. Strength 1890. Speed 1450. Stamina, 1080. Resilience 260.
Talents: infinite plunder, sturdy armor, dark perception, keen perception, abyssal aura, super speed.
Available attribute points 0. Class skills: flash of lightning, venomous bite, fireball, shadow kill, abyssal gaze, magic manipulation. Evaluation: are you ready to dance? All attributes have been enhanced to varying degrees.
The greatest improvements are in health and strength. No doubt, this is because the beasts and monsters he has faced are mostly strength-based. Just as Bai Ye was storing everything from the scene and the rewards from clearing the dungeon into his storage space. Not far away, the battle was about to end.
Nie Xiaoyu couldn't help but gasp in astonishment.
She rubbed her eyes in disbelief.
Just moments ago, she had actually seen the human-faced monster, the dungeon boss, cowering in fear before Bai Ye. A creature that could even make monsters tremble. Just how overwhelmingly powerful was Bai Ye?
As she couldn't help but marvel,
Nie Xiaoyu suddenly had a bold idea.
Currently, only she had witnessed Bai Ye's true strength.
If they could somehow bring Bai Ye into their Tianyin Pavilion now,
then in the future, the Tianyin Pavilion might very well take another step forward. Or even establish an 11th guild, separate from the top 10 guilds. At that moment, Nie Xiaoyu's gaze toward Bai Ye grew intense. In her eyes, Bai Ye was the pillar of their Tianyin Pavilion. She took the initiative to reach out to Bai Ye.
Brother Bai, let's go, we should head back.
Bai Ye furrowed his brows. He shook off Nie Xiaoyu's arm that was wrapped around him.
Wait, what's wrong? Speak properly. Upon hearing this, Nie Xiaoyu's expression froze. In the novels she had read, weren't guys supposed to like girly girls? Why doesn't it work with Bai Ye? Is it because she is not fragrant or soft enough? Or was Bai Ye just too straight? With an awkward smile, Nie Xiaoyu replied, Bai Ye, don't mind me. I'm just a little excited.
Seeing Nie Xiaoyu's gaze fixated on him,
Bai Ye didn't say much, but simply said, alright, let's go back.
Hearing this, she knew that causing more trouble would only backfire. So Nie Xiaoyu obediently nodded her head.
In the desolate wasteland, outside the dungeon,
as the color of the teleportation array gradually changed, they knew this was a sign that the dungeon had been successfully cleared. The expressions of the group of class changers immediately changed.
As a medium difficulty special dungeon, this one was still quite challenging. The party of class changers who managed to clear this dungeon must be incredibly powerful, right? Just as they were thinking this, as Nie Xiaoyu emerged from the dungeon, he noticed the robe she was wearing, emblazoned with the emblem of the Tianyin Pavilion. Everyone else also looked on with understanding. Though it couldn't compare to the top 10 guilds, the Tianyin Pavilion was still quite powerful compared to some smaller guilds. If it was the Tianyin Pavilion, then clearing the dungeon wouldn't be that surprising.
Thinking this, everyone began to flatter Nie Xiaoyu.
Miss Nie is truly young and talented. Indeed, you're truly the most promising transferee in Luo City.
With your leadership, Miss Nya, the entire Tianjin Pavilion will surely rise to new heights under your guidance in the future.
Exactly.
Compared to that so-called White Knight hyped up by the media, Miss Nya is 10 times, even 100 times better.
Someone in the crowd muttered this under their breath.
For a moment, Nya Xiaoyu felt incredibly embarrassed. Seeing Bai Ye also emerge from the dungeon, she hurriedly explained, "Don't say such things.
This dungeon was actually cleared by Bai Ye.
I only managed to escape thanks to her help." Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. I didn't expect Miss Nya to be so generous and magnanimous. Indeed, to save Bai Ye's face, she was willing to give up the credit for clearing the dungeon without hesitation. I admire her greatly.
Miss Nya, please don't say anymore. We understand. Listening to everyone chatting away,
Nya Xiaoyu was so flustered she was about to cry.
No, I'm telling the truth. What do you all understand? She instinctively glanced in Bai Ye's direction. Seeing Bai Ye's expressionless face, Nya Xiaoyu couldn't help but tremble inside. Could Bai Ye have misunderstood? Did she think I was intentionally taking credit for his work and using this as an opportunity to show off?
In a panic, she pushed through the crowd.
Nya Xiaoyu grabbed Bai Ye's arm.
I'll tell you all, this dungeon was all Bai Ye's doing.
Bai Ye, you agree, right? Chapter 36, Skill Fusion. Talent Development.
Facing Nya Xiaoyu's gaze directed at him,
Bai Ye nodded slightly. That's right, this dungeon was all my doing. Seeing that Bai Ye didn't deny it, and noticing Nya Xiaoyu stepping forward to vouch for Bai Ye,
at that moment, everyone's expressions subtly shifted. Their gazes toward Bai Ye were filled with contempt. Bai Ye was just a new assassin who had only recently completed his second transformation. Even if he were incredibly powerful, how could he possibly defeat the human-faced monster in that dungeon? But
how dare he eat off others so shamelessly? This pretty boy is truly without shame. Seeing that everyone still didn't believe him, Nya Xiaoyu couldn't help but grow impatient. Just as she was about to say something, unexpectedly, Bai Ye interrupted her. No need for further explanation, Xiaoyu. I'll send you home. Explaining too much would only lead to self-justification. Besides, if it's true, is there really a need to explain it all? As Bai Ye was about to leave, Nya Xiaoyu cast a glance at him. Bai Ye, don't you care?
Why should I care? Just as Bai Ye finished speaking, Nya Xiaoyu froze for a moment, but quickly snapped out of it. She realized she had been acting like a child, stubbornly holding her ground. Blushing slightly, Nya Xiaoyu's ears turned red. It seemed like only she was the one who cared about such trivial matters. Just as Nya Xiaoyu was lost in her thoughts, Bai Ye suddenly stopped in his tracks.
Ugh! Caught off guard, Nya Xiaoyu bumped into Bai Ye's back. What's wrong, Bai Ye?
Just as he spoke, Nya Xiaoyu lifted his head. He saw a group of people blocking their path ahead. Noticing the red guild emblem on their opponents' bodies and recalling the rumors he had heard earlier,
she knew they meant harm to Bai Ye. Nya Xiaoyu's expression changed slightly. Unbeknownst to them, Nya Xiaoyu was already formulating a plan in his mind. He ordered his men to form a semicircle, surrounding the two of them.
As a 50th level sword dancer, Su Qi also spoke up at that moment.
Miss Nya, this has nothing to do with you. We're here to find Bai Ye. Please leave. I won't. Nya Xiaoyu's expression was firm. He produced the appraisal and glanced at everyone's levels. Nya Xiaoyu also spoke up. Su Qi, don't say I didn't warn you. Bai Ye is extremely powerful. If you dare to act, you'll all suffer terribly. Upon hearing this, Su Qi couldn't help but laugh out loud. Miss Nya, are you trying to laugh me to death so you can inherit the loans I haven't paid off yet? At this, the people following Su Qi also burst into laughter. Ha, he's just an assassin. How could he possibly defeat all of us? Just a mere assassin? He'll probably crash and burn the moment he steps onto the field. Miss Nya, even if you're trying to scare us off, you don't have to go that far, do you? Seeing that Su Qi and his men didn't take Bai Ye seriously at all, Nya Xiaoyu's face tightened. I'm telling you the truth. If you leave now, I might even let you off the hook. At these words, everyone laughed so hard they could barely close their mouths. Su Qi cleared his throat and spoke. Miss Nya, we're not joking with you. If you leave now, we won't stop you. But if you choose to stay with Bai Ye, don't blame us for being ruthless. As Su Qi finished speaking, the members of the Crimson Guild grew solemn. A faint aura of murderous intent filled the air. Seeing that Su Qi and his group were about to act, seeing Nya Xiaoyu so determined to stay with Bai Ye, the onlookers couldn't help but feel sorry. Who would have thought that the eldest daughter of the Tianjin Pavilion was actually a lovesick fool? For a man she had only met by chance, she was willing to risk her life. Seeing Nya Xiaoyu still stubbornly refusing to give up, Su Qi no longer bothered with empty words. Attack! As his words fell, members of the Red Guild rushed toward Bai Ye to surround and attack him, facing an attack from over 20 transfigured warriors. The outcome was obvious.
It seemed certain that Bai Ye and Xiaoyu would meet their end in this desolate place, becoming a pair of doomed lovers.
Just as everyone was thinking this,
facing the Red Guild members charging toward him, Bai Ye also moved. Holding the holy light blade, Bai Ye charged forward. He darted through the crowd of transformed warriors. His speed was so fast that the naked eye could barely follow him.
In just a few seconds, the bodies of the transmuters who had charged forward began to stiffen. Thud. One after another, they fell, their breaths ceasing.
10 steps to kill one, 1,000 miles without a trace.
The assassin's high mobility was fully demonstrated here in the White Knight.
You have looted the Berserker skill, Bloodlust. You have obtained the Warrior skill, Fearless Charge. You have obtained the Fire Mage talent, Blazing Fire. Compared to beasts and monsters, the probability of obtaining skills and talents from class-changed characters is significantly higher. Soon, as Bai Ye swiftly eliminated the entire Crimson Guild.
When the talent triggers.
As skills and talents fused together,
Bai Ye's strength underwent a qualitative transformation.
As he watched everyone around him fall one after another, Su Qi's previously arrogant smile gradually froze. As Xiaoyu sighed softly, she looked at Su Qi with a pitying expression. I told you that if you dared to lay a finger on Bai Ye, you would all die. Why didn't you believe me? At that moment, Su Qi's smile was uglier than a cry.
He had thought killing Bai Ye would be easy, but little did he know that the clown was himself.
As Bai Ye stepped forward, he was overwhelmed by his killing intent. As a silver flash gleamed, Su Qi's head rolled to the ground.
You have obtained the Sword Dancer skill, Frenzy. Skill, Frenzy. Effect, consumes 50 mana. Within 1 second, deals damage equal to the number of normal attack segments based on your current level to the targeted unit. After consecutively slaying over 20 people, Bai Ye's skills and talents also surged dramatically. Looking at the long list of talents and skills he had acquired, Bai Ye couldn't help but feel troubled. Skills and talents are not always better in greater numbers.
Some skills were completely useless to him. If only he could convert those useless talents into points to upgrade other skills.
Just as Bai Ye was thinking this,
suddenly, at that very moment, a line of text appeared, visible only to Bai Ye. Detected self-skills.
Do you wish to seize them and convert them into skill points?
Staring at the prompt, Bai Ye froze.
Everything can be plundered. And this included himself? Overcome with surprise. While decomposing excess skills into skill points, Bai Ye also leveled up and allocated points.
You have enhanced the skill, Shadow Kill. You have enhanced the skill, Flash of Lightning.
You have enhanced the skill, Poisonous Fang. Notice, a fusible skill has been detected. The skills have been fused. You have obtained the skill, Reaper's Descent. Skill, Reaper's Descent.
Effect consumes 20 mana, increases movement speed by 2000%, and enhances the next 15 basic attacks, causing them to deal an additional 1000% damage and apply a poison effect.
Evaluation send you away, thousands of miles away.
I didn't expect that not only the same skills can be fused. Even with partially different skills, they can still be fused together. After fusion, not only does it eliminate the need for Bai to cast spells, making his combos smoother and more fluid. Even the effects of the skills have seen a significant improvement compared to before.
It's like discovering a brand new application of one's innate talent. Bai's strength has been enhanced to an epic level. After further refinement,
White Knight retained the 6 skills, Death's Descent, Flame Burst, Magic Manipulation, Mist Veil, Abyss Gaze, and Frenzy Dance. Using Mist and Abyssal Gaze to restrict enemies' vision and movement.
He then seamlessly transitions into Reaper's Descent and Frenzy. This combo sequence. Facing the sudden burst of massive damage, anyone with lower resilience or defense would be instantly knocked out. Chapter 37, Shenong Ridge. Xiaoyu, the Unbeatable.
As Bai Ye skillfully stripped Su Qi and his group of their equipment and items,
he also instructed Xiaoyu, start a fire. Don't leave any evidence behind. This is between you and me, no one else must know. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu's lips twitched. Wait, there are so many people here. Is it really appropriate for Bai Ye to plan this so openly? Despite her inner complaints, Xiaoyu quickly sprang into action. After digging a pit, she threw all the bodies inside. As magic surged, Xiaoyu added a handful of fire to the pit. Among class changers, mutual slaughter and scheming in the wild were not uncommon. It wasn't even considered a secret. Moreover, it was Su Qi and his group who started it first. If they were killed in retaliation, it wasn't anyone else's fault. Compared to Bai Ye crushing Su Qi and his group in an instant. What everyone is truly concerned about is another matter. Could what Miss Nye said be true? Did Bai Ye really clear this dungeon? Wow, this isn't just an assassin, it's a monster. I always thought that the Sword Saint from 7 years ago was the most talented class changer in our Dragon Nation, but I never imagined there could be someone even braver than him. Once Bai Ye's strength improves, with the Sword Saint and Bai Ye, tackling that large-scale dungeon from 10 years ago should be a piece of cake, right?
Yeah, I heard the developers are planning to organize another raid on that large-scale dungeon soon.
Will Bai be joining too?
As everyone discussed excitedly, their hearts were already in turmoil. Bai Ye and Nie Xiaoyu had already left the desolate land. On the way back, Bai Ye casually asked Nie Xiaoyu, Xiaoyu, there are still too few strange beasts and monsters in the desolate land, and leveling up is too slow.
Do you know of any dungeons that can quickly boost levels? Recommend one. Recommend one? Nie Xiaoyu was taken aback.
Then she nodded repeatedly.
There are some, Bai Ye.
There are 9 more dungeons like this that can quickly level up class changers. Clearing her throat, Nie Xiaoyu continued. Excluding large-scale dungeons and those anomalous dungeons that no one has managed to clear yet, there are still plenty of dungeons you can choose from if you want to level up quickly. She briefly explained the current distribution of dungeons in Dragon Country. She then provided her recommendations.
With your strength, Bai Ye, you can try going to Shinnong Valley.
It's a training ground for mid to high-level job changers, and it's not far from our city of Luo, just in the neighboring province of Shao City.
Upon hearing this, Bai Ye nodded in agreement. He then asked, Xiaoyu, do you know about the official large-scale dungeon raid strategy that's been organized recently? Seeing that Bai Ye was interested, Nie Xiaoyu didn't hide anything.
Regarding that, we at the Tianjin Pavilion have also received word. It seems the official authorities plan to launch the raid within the next 1 or 2 months, though the exact date hasn't been finalized yet.
Upon hearing this, Bai Ye fell into deep thought.
A buffer period of 1 to 2 months. That would be enough time for him to reach level 60, accept the job change quest, and complete his second job advancement.
After roughly calculating the timeline, Bai Ye had a plan. Little fish, does the Tianjin Pavilion accept materials?
As Bai Ye finished speaking,
Nie Xiaoyu understood his meaning.
If you want to sell the materials you obtained in the dungeon to us, that's not a problem. However, the prices at the Tianjin Pavilion may be slightly lower than those at the official store.
Bai Ye didn't mind. I don't need money. Little fish, can your guild exchange money for skill scrolls to trade with me? Upon hearing this, Nie Xiaoyu nodded.
Of course we can, but our guild doesn't have many skill scrolls suitable for assassins.
Bai Ye said, that's fine. As long as they're skill scrolls, the strength of the skills doesn't matter. Though he was puzzled by Bai Ye's request for so many skill scrolls, Nie Xiaoyu still nodded. Alright, let's exchange contact information.
Once I've gathered all the skill scrolls, I'll get in touch with you.
Bai Ye replied, I'll head to Shinnong Valley first. You can take the materials with you. Once I return in a few days, you can give me the skill scrolls. The Tianjin Pavilion was one of the largest trading halls in the Dragon Kingdom. Plus, after spending some time with Nie Xiaoyu recently, he still trusted her quite a bit. Seeing that they had just entered Luo City, Bai Ye was already preparing to part ways. Nie Xiaoyu hurriedly said, Bai Ye, you don't have to be in such a hurry, do you? Why don't you come with me to Tianjin Pavilion for a while? You saved my life, I will definitely repay you properly. Bai Ye refused. Women would only slow down his progress. After handing her the materials, Bai Ye turned and left. Nie Xiaoyu couldn't help but stare in disbelief. All the men she had encountered before would fawn over her once they learned of her wealthy background. Knowing she was the eldest daughter of the Tianjin Pavilion and the future heiress, who wouldn't treat her with the utmost respect? A guy like Bai Ye, who didn't care about her status or appearance and was completely focused on leveling up, was the first she had ever encountered. For a moment, Nie Xiaoyu felt a surge of competitive spirit. She refused to believe that, with her beauty, figure, and family background, she couldn't make Bai Ye take a second look at her. One day, I'll make you fall at my feet. Unaware of Nie Xiaoyu's thoughts, she booked a ticket for the next morning to Shao City. When he returned home, Bai Ye was delighted. Brother, you're back. Have you eaten? Shall I cook for you? Hearing that his younger sister could actually cook, Bai Ye was surprised. Not yet. Little feather, you can cook? Bai Ye stuck out her tongue and gave a cute pout. What's so hard about that? Just stay in the living room and relax. I'll prepare a big meal for you. She walked into the kitchen with a smug expression. Then, Bai Ye pulled out her phone. She silently opened the delivery app for the nearest restaurant. Before long, Bai Ye walked into the kitchen carrying takeout, arranged the dishes on the table, and naturally placed them on the dining table. Bai Ye's face darkened. Is this the feast you were talking about? Bai Ye chuckled. Just tell me if the dishes are plentiful or not. After finishing his sentence, Bai Ye added another remark. Besides, you don't know, but those restaurants only need to cook the food. But I have to plate it, which involves a lot more work. Hearing this, Bai Ye's lips twitched. Since he became a job changer, the lives of the brother and sister had improved significantly. Especially after Bai Ye gave Bai Ye some pocket money. He had never seen Bai Ye cook at home. The only time they had a proper meal was when they called Luo Shuiying over to cook. It was all his fault for spoiling Bai Ye too much with Luo Shuiying. Bai Ye suspected that Bai Ye had been spoiled rotten. But the problem was he had no proof.
Chapter 38, Bai Ye remained silent, only continuing to unleash a series of attacks. The next morning, he saw Bai Ye preparing to leave. Bai Ye casually asked, "Brother, you just got back. Aren't you going to rest a few more days?" As he walked toward the door, Bai Ye replied, "The official team is about to organize a large-scale dungeon raid. I don't have much time left to level up." Large-scale dungeon? I heard it's related to the major disaster that happened over 10 years ago when our parents went missing. Upon hearing this, Bai Ye couldn't help but feel tense. "Brother, don't do anything reckless." "I won't. Little feather, don't worry. I'll be back." Before Bai Ye could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Bai Ye. "No, don't go making promises you can't keep." Amidst his younger sister's complaints, he boarded the train heading to Shao City. At noon, they arrived in Shao City. As soon as he stepped out of the station, he saw job changers from various provinces gathering. Bai Ye was puzzled. Could it be that a particularly challenging dungeon has appeared, one that's been impossible to clear despite repeated attempts? Just as he was thinking this, Bai Ye spotted a familiar face. As soon as he saw Luo Shui, she also noticed Bai Ye. "Bai Ye, what a coincidence. Are you also here to reinforce Shao City and fend off the beast tide?" Hearing this, Bai Ye was taken aback. Beast tide? As their eyes met, Luo Shui was speechless. "You don't know? Then why did you come to Shao City, Bai Ye?" "To go to Shinnong Valley to level up." "Shinnong Valley? Isn't that the place where the dungeon recently collapsed and the beast tide erupted?" Just as she spoke, she noticed the bus in the distance about to depart. Before Bai Ye could react, Luo Shui grabbed his hand. "Never mind, there is no time to explain. Get on the bus first, I'll tell you everything on the way." Pulling Bai Ye along, Luo Shui boarded the bus that had been specially arranged to pick up everyone. The scenery outside the window flashed by as the bus began to sway. Looking out the window, Bai Ye asked, "By the way, what did you mean by beast tide earlier? This has something to do with certain guilds." "Bai Ye, you should know that dungeons are also a kind of resource, right?" Bai Ye nodded and gestured for Luo Shui to continue. "In simple terms, some smaller guilds have occupied dungeons, but they lack the ability to clear them. Over time." As Luo Shui explained the situation, Bai Ye understood. Dungeons that remain unconquered for extended periods attract an increasing number of exotic beasts and monsters. Once they reach a certain threshold, the dungeon will shatter, and the beasts and monsters will emerge into the real world. This is what caused the beast tide that affected Shao City. It must be the result of some unscrupulous guild being greedy and biting off more than they can chew, right? As he pondered this, Bai Ye asked, "But shouldn't high-ranking class changers be responsible for handling dungeon collapses?" Luo Shui shook her head gently. "That's true, but in recent years, dungeons have been appearing more and more frequently. Add to that the military competitions between nations and the exploration of the abyss. Our high-ranking class changers from the Dragon Kingdom have all been deployed to various locations. It's not feasible to recall them immediately. Moreover, since we can summon class changers to resolve the issue and minimize the impact, why go through the trouble of mobilizing high-ranking forces?" Upon hearing this, Bai Ye nodded. "Indeed, if we were to arbitrarily redeploy them, what if a border crisis erupted suddenly? That would be disastrous." As Bai Ye and Luo Shui chatted idly. As time passed, before they realized it, dusk had fallen. The bus slowly came to a stop at the border between Shinnong Valley and Shao City. As soon as they got off the bus, the leader of the operation spoke up. "Everyone, from this moment onward, you are free to act as you see fit. Before the beast horde attacks Shao City, please take the time to eliminate all the strange beasts and monsters within Shinnong Valley. Upon completion, we will provide additional compensation." As the leader finished speaking, the crowd couldn't help but erupt into cheers. It was clear that they didn't take this beast tide seriously at all. In the eyes of the newly transferred warriors, those beasts and monsters were nothing more than moving experience points. At least 1,000 reinforcements had been dispatched to Shao City. It was likely that before the beast tide even reached them, those beasts and monsters would be slaughtered to the last one. No doubt the authorities have considered this, which is why they deemed this small-scale beast tide insignificant. Just as Bai Ye was thinking this, Luo Shui extended an invitation to him. "What do you say, Bai? Want to team up with me?" "No, I want to level up alone." Upon hearing his response, Luo Shui's smile gradually faded. "Why?" As if she had guessed something, Luo Shui's expression grew dejected. "You don't think I'm too weak, do you?" Bai Ye shook his head and answered honestly, "That is not it. It's just that we're about to reach level 60 in the second transformation, and I'm worried that if you share your experience with me, I won't be able to level up." "Level 60, second transformation?" Luo Shui froze. When she instinctively asked Bai Ye to appraise her, she sought his current level. Luo Shui couldn't help but gasp in shock. As everyone knows, the higher the level, the more experience points are required to level up. How much time had passed? How could Bai Ye have already reached level 53? Even if he's cheating, it shouldn't be this extreme. Just as Luo Shuei was feeling conflicted, Bai Ye had already set off. Alright, I'll go in first. Before she could react, Bai Ye had already stepped into the Shinnong Valley, leaving Luo Shuei standing there, her hair and clothes fluttering in the wind. As Bai Ye delved deeper into Shinnong Valley, he soon encountered wandering demons. Gazing at the giant demon that had sensed the scent of a living being and was approaching, Bai Ye's expression grew wary. This giant demon's aura is very powerful. Just as Bai Ye was thinking this, unexpectedly, the giant monster spoke. Human, you haven't even reached the third transformation. Why do I sense danger from you? The giant demon looked at Bai Ye with confusion. Seeing that Bai Ye didn't respond, the giant demon didn't think much of it. It reached out to grab Bai Ye. In the dungeon, it had been feeding on beasts and monsters, and the giant troll hadn't tasted human flesh in a long time. The thought of tasting human flesh and hearing Bai Ye's agonizing screams as he chewed filled it with anticipation. The giant demon's expression betrayed its delight. However, the next second, just as the giant demon was about to touch Bai Ye also moved. Xiao Wu and the Abyss Gaze were released simultaneously, and he hid within the shadows. As his vision was blocked, the giant's alarm bells rang loudly. What? This skill? Trapped in the black mist, the giant looked around frantically. Human, how did you come to master the power of the abyss? White Knight remained silent, continuing to unleash a barrage of attacks. As Death's Reaper and Frenzy were unleashed simultaneously, the troll's health plummeted. 3,000. 3,000. 3,000. 53 strikes per second, each one cutting to the bone. As the skills merge, White Knight isn't just about endurance. His burst damage is equally impressive. As the giant demon continuously punches and strikes, in the black mist, it can do nothing. Damn it! You cowardly humans! If you've got the guts, come face me in a fair fight. What kind of skill is sneaking up on someone? Just as the giant was raging in frustration, seeing its health bar about to hit rock bottom, the giant couldn't help but panic. Human, spare me, and I'll tell you a huge secret. Don't you want to know why we emerged from the dungeon? As the troll shouted. In the black mist, Bai Ye paused slightly. Speak. Seeing that Bai Ye had temporarily halted his attack, the troll also sighed in relief. Human, help me remove the poison first, or I'll die soon. First tell me everything you know. As Bai Ye answered calmly. The giant was helpless. As his health points steadily dwindled, the troll was well aware that it was now the one in need of help, not Bai Ye. Thus, it blurted out everything it knew. Chapter 39, Beast Tide Erupts. Skill Transformation. Humans, the reason we emerged from the dungeon is all part of that great being's plan. The troll's expression betrayed a look of fanatical devotion. Upon hearing this, Bai Ye's face darkened. Who is that great being? Just say it. Are you trying to be a riddle master here? Just as Bai Ye was about to vent his frustration, as the poison continued to accumulate, the giant's health had reached the critical threshold. Even Jesus couldn't save it now. You have looted the troll's attributes, strength plus 20. As the troll collapsed completely, the looting effect triggered. Bai Ye's lips twitched. Although the troll served as the riddle giver, but it wasn't hard to guess that there was definitely someone behind it all. Simply follow the direction of the beast tide. One should be able to find the master the troll mentioned, right? Thinking this, Bai Ye quickened his pace. He had a premonition that this beast tide might not be as simple as it seemed on the surface. Just as he thought this, all he could hear ahead were screams and wails. Could it be that what he was thinking about was actually happening? With a sigh of exasperation, Bai Ye quickened his pace. As he made his way through the dense forest, standing on a hill, he looked down into the valley. He saw numerous transfigured beings trapped within, shrouded in thick black mist that enveloped the entire valley. Their vision was obstructed, and countless lurking monsters were waiting in ambush. Caught off guard, their formation was completely disrupted. This is a sign of imminent annihilation. Just as Bai Ye couldn't help but furrow his brows. Roar! Amidst the roar, a pitch-black tiger-like monster charged toward Bai Ye. Daring to show off your trivial skills in front of a master? Bai Ye struck swiftly with his blade. However, as it was destroyed, the creature turned into a black mist and dissipated. He realized that the looting had not been triggered. White Knight also sensed something amiss. The black mist attacking the class-changing warriors was not a normal demon. Rather than a monster, it was more accurately a summoned creature created through a skill. If we cannot find the one behind this, these summoned creatures will be endless. Thinking this, Bai Ye made up his mind immediately and rushed in the direction the black mist was spreading. Those who realized the monsters were endless were not just Bai Ye. Others had also realized the nature of the problem. As he arrived at the depths of the black mist, Bai Ye heard a voice coming from within the black mist. Miss, is it really safe for us to split up? Maybe we should stay with the main group instead? Do you think I'm just anyone? I can't just leave like that. But miss, this place is too dangerous. What if? What if? I have a premonition that the culprit behind the dungeon collapse and the approaching beast tide is definitely here in this black mist. Oh no. Miss, please spare me. He. I'll definitely become as powerful as my sister one day. In the black mist, a beautiful young girl let out a pleasant laugh. A tense atmosphere and oppressive environment. None of this seemed to affect the young girl in the slightest. Lee was confident in her own abilities. It seemed as though the voices of the mistress and maid had startled them. In the darkness, a pair of crimson eyes glowed. The mastermind behind the black mist and the beastly horde slowly emerged from the darkness, gazing at the massive tiger before her, completely engulfed in the flames of the underworld. Feeling the terror of its aura. As the servant, Yi Qing's expression changed drastically. Miss, we're doomed. Li feigns calmness. Little Yi, you go first. I'll hold it off. She said this with her mouth. But don't let Li Yi's calm exterior fool you. In reality, she was panicking like an old dog. What Li Yi didn't expect was that Yi Qing nodded solemnly. Miss, don't worry. I'll go find reinforcements right away. You must hold on. As Yi Qing turned and ran off, leaving her alone, Li Yi was speechless. Wait, I was just joking. You're really leaving? What am I supposed to do now that you've left? Staring at the Yomi tiger before her, which could swallow her whole in a single bite, Li Yi couldn't help but swallow hard. She was only a level 50 second-class martial artist. Under normal circumstances, she could handle it. But alas, the current situation was far from ordinary. She hadn't even been on a date yet. She still had so much time left to enjoy life. Could it be that she's going to die here? Facing the yin-yang tiger's gaze, which was like that of a predator staring at its prey, Li Yi was completely panicked. Don't come any closer. Just as the yin-yang tiger lunged forward. Just as Li Yi thought her life was over. A figure darted out from her side. Bang! As the fist collided with the tiger's paw, a deafening roar echoed through the air. As Bai Ye threw out the appraisal, and upon seeing the information about the underworld tiger, Bai Ye's eyes lit up. The Yomi tiger's innate abilities and skills were exceptional. But now, it was his. Thus, after retreating swiftly and briefly creating some distance, he released his skill and charged forward once more. Meanwhile, from behind, Li Yi watched as Bai Ye and the Yomi tiger exchanged blows back and forth. Li Yi rubbed her eyes in disbelief. She repeatedly cast identification spells on Bai Ye. After repeated confirmation, Bai Ye's profession was confirmed as an assassin. Li Yi couldn't help but be speechless. No, the strength to go head-to-head with the Yomi tiger, is that really something an assassin should possess? Even a berserker wouldn't be able to match Bai Ye in strength, would they? Just as Li Yi was marveling at this. At the center of the battlefield, Bai Ye had already completely subdued the Yomi tiger. Are you the one the ogre spoke of? As Bai Ye pressed the holy light blade against the Yomi tiger's throat, and locked eyes with its icy gaze, the Yomi tiger's expression betrayed a hint of fear. Having reached his current level in strength was no easy feat for the Yomi tiger. Therefore, the Yomi tiger was quite afraid of death. It hurriedly gave its response. I could never be that noble being. Upon hearing this, Bai Ye furrowed his brows. If it's not you, then who is the great being you mentioned? I don't know. I'm just following his instructions to invade this city. As Bai Ye's gaze grew colder, Yominghu hurriedly explained, Human, wait. Though I don't know the nobleman's name. But I know about the great disaster over 10 years ago. And the large-scale dungeon 10 years ago, all of that was orchestrated by that nobleman. As the Yomi tiger finished speaking, Bai Ye's heart sank. He continued to press the issue. As the interrogation continued, seeing that the yin-yang tiger truly knew no more, Bai Ye showed no mercy. He swung his blade, and the Yomi tiger's health bar was depleted. Ugh! You despicable human! You don't follow the rules of combat. As he lay dying, the Yomi tiger never imagined that Bai Ye had never intended to spare him. You have obtained the Yomi tiger's skill, act as a tiger's henchman. Notice, similar skill detected. Skill has been fused. You have obtained a new skill, manipulate the dead. Skill, manipulate the dead. Effect, consume 100 magic points to control a corpse to fight for you. The corpse will wield 20% of its original strength. Evaluation, come on, show off your skills. This is a party of corpses. A fusion of magic manipulation and aiding the enemy. White Knight has also obtained a brand new skill. Although there are no longer any time restrictions on the duration of control. However, it can only utilize 20% of the target's original strength, which is somewhat underwhelming. Just as Bai Ye was thinking this, with the death of the yin-yang tiger, the black mist that had been lingering in the valley gradually dissipated. The ghosts controlled by the Yomi tiger also vanished without a trace. As if seeing Bai Ye's true form, Li Yi blinked her eyes. Why does Bai Ye look somewhat familiar to me? Shaking her head, Li Yi pushed the thought aside. Bai Ye was her savior. It wouldn't hurt to say hello and thank him. With that thought, Li Yi walked over. Nice to meet you. Thank you for saving me. Oh no. Before she knew it, Li Yi performed a faceplant. Another slip, and she landed in Bai Ye's arms. He caught a whiff of the faint scent of her hair and felt the softness against his chest. To say that Bai Ye wasn't moved would be impossible. But was that on purpose or an accident? Why did she bump into him like that? Just as Bai Ye was about to complain, Yi Qing arrived with reinforcements. Miss, I've brought people to rescue you. As Yi Qing pulled Luo Shuai forward, he saw his own young miss lying in Bai Ye's arms in an ambiguous position. Yi Qing couldn't help but freeze. He had promised to stop the Yomi tiger for her. But in reality, he was putting on a show of rescuing the damsel in distress. Was this also part of your plan, miss? Just as he saw Bai Ye holding a woman in his arms, Luo Shuai snorted coldly, her jealousy flaring up. She had thought Bai Ye was fully focused on leveling up and fighting monsters. Instead, he was flirting with another woman? Flirting is one thing. But the object of his flirting was actually her best friend? At that moment, Luo Shuai's gaze toward Li Yi was filled with venom. Chapter 40, Who is this general? He is so brave. Hearing Yi Qing's voice, Li Yi panicked and stood up from Bai Ye's embrace. Facing Yi Qing and Luo Shuai's interrogating gaze, Li Yi cleared her throat a few times. Cough, cough. I said it was just an accident. Do you believe me? Before she could finish, Luo Shuai rolled her eyes at her. I believe you? You old fox, you're up to no good. Yi Qing's eyes welled up with tears. Miss, you don't want me anymore? Oh no. She fell flat on her face, landing on the ground. Bai Ye. Such things, it seems, can even be inherited between master and servant. After a moment, as they grew more familiar with each other, Bai Ye finally learned that Li Yi was from the Silver Chamber of Commerce, as the second largest merchant guild under the Tianyin Pavilion. Unlike the Tianyin Pavilion, which held a monopoly, the Silver Guild's guiding principle was to seek common ground while respecting differences, so the more allies they had, the better. The Luo family was naturally one of the families the Silver Chamber of Commerce sought to ally with. Over time, Luo Shuai grew familiar with Li Yi and became close friends. During a break, Bai Ye couldn't help but glance at Luo Shuai again. Before becoming a transferee, the Luo sisters had always been kind to him and Bai Ye. Bai Ye was not the kind of person who forgot kindness. So he spoke up, Shuai, if the Luo family ever faces any trouble in the future, you can always come to me. Whatever I can do to help, I will. Crossing her arms and tilting her head, Luo Shuai snorted coldly. No way would I ask you for help. After saying that, she sneakily glanced at Bai Ye and muttered under her breath in a voice only she could hear. If you're going to help, it should be me helping you. Li Yi watched her best friend being so dishonest. She gave a wicked smile and suddenly embraced Luo Shuai. Shuai, I remember you used to always share stories about Bai with me, right? You'd just start talking about ugh. Before Li Yi could finish her sentence, Luo Shuai quickly covered her mouth. I didn't. Don't make things up. Pulling Li Yi away, she changed the subject. Alright, it's not safe out here. Let's go back first. Luo Shuai looked at Bai Ye. Bai Ye, we're going back. Are you coming with us? Bai Ye shook his head. Shuai, you two go back. Don't worry about me. Knowing Bai Ye's personality, Luo Shuai sighed softly. You're impossible. Just be careful. Hunting alone is dangerous. After saying that, Luo Shuai didn't forget to add. Don't misunderstand me. I just mean that if something happens to you, it's not a big deal, but Xiao Yu and my sister will worry. Bai Ye laughed, alright, I'll be careful. He watched as Luo Shuai and the three women left. Bai Ye turned his attention back to hunting the strange beasts and monsters. A beast tide was approaching, and the strange beasts and monsters appearing at the borders of Xiao City were merely signs of the impending beast tide. He was currently moving through the forest. Just as Bai Ye casually disposed of a Yomi wolf and his level rose to 55. He sensed an unusual presence in the jungle. Bai Ye turned his gaze toward it. The ground trembled, and a howling wind swept through the air. In the darkness, pairs of eyes glowed with an eerie green light. Tonight, the beast horde erupted in full force. The beast horde was closing in. The number of beasts and monsters exceeded 10,000. But Bai Ye felt no fear. On the contrary, he wore an expression of excitement. The reason Bai Ye was searching for the traces of these beasts and monsters here. What he was waiting for was precisely the beast horde. These monsters are not disasters, they are clearly moving experience points. I wonder, after slaying all these beasts and monsters, his strength would undergo such a profound transformation? With anticipation in his heart, as the beasts and monsters gradually closed in, Bai Ye chanted his spell. Moments later, as the inferno blast was unleashed, a crimson aurora surges forth, engulfing countless beasts and monsters in rolling flames. In an instant, all the beasts and monsters were reduced to ashes. Boom! The sudden explosion sent shockwaves rippling through the surrounding area. In the darkness, the fiery light shone brightly. In the nearby city of Shao. Startled by the explosion, countless adventurers awoke from their slumber. Enemy attack. Everyone, be on alert. A beast horde is approaching. The alarm sounded throughout the borders of Shao City. People heading to the shelters were filled with panic. Even after more than a decade, the memories of the great disaster still linger in the minds of many. And the beast tide was undeniably linked to the disaster. Facing the beast horde, could the reinforcements of class-changed warriors and the Shao City authorities truly withstand the onslaught and defend the city? Just as people were filled with anxiety while praying for the defense to go smoothly, the mercenaries and guards were already in position. They have entered the battlefield. However, upon arriving at the scene, they saw a figure darting in and out among the beasts and monsters. Everyone was stunned. Who could this be? Such bravery is unheard of. With the support of the ranger, upon recognizing it was Bai Ye, Luo Shui stomped her foot in anger. She had told Bai Ye to be careful. Why did Bai Ye charge into the beast horde? With a sigh of frustration, Luo Shui drew her bow and nocked an arrow. Without a moment's hesitation, she began to chant the spell and cast it directly. Various buffs stacked up. Immediately afterward, as the arrows were fired from the sky, fiery arrows plummeted into the beast horde. Faced with this wide area AoE attack, numerous beasts and monsters fell to the ground in an instant. Within the beast horde, seeing the fire arrows dodging them and continuously mowing down the surrounding beasts and monsters, Bai Ye was stunned. Wait, he was leveling up just fine. Who was stealing his kills? Realizing the opportunity wouldn't come again, without hesitation, Bai Ye plunged deeper into the swarm of beasts. He was unaware of what Bai Ye was thinking. From Luo Shui's perspective, seeing Bai Ye temporarily escape the encirclement of the beasts, she couldn't help but sigh in relief. But soon, she saw Bai Ye once again plunging deeper into the beast horde. Luo Shui's lips twitched. No, is this guy an idiot? Although she knew Bai Ye was extremely powerful. But even if he's that strong, he shouldn't be so reckless, should he? With a sigh of frustration, she downed the magic restoration potion. Luo Shui drew her bow and nocked an arrow. There's nothing she can do about Bai Ye, so she'll just have to secretly assist him in his actions. She believed that Bai Ye would know she was protecting him from the shadows and would surely thank her. Thinking of Bai Ye thanking her, Luo Shui's lips curled into a slight smile. Meanwhile, at the center of the battlefield, although the large number of class changers had deprived Bai Ye of many opportunities to loot, but fortunately, through his relentless efforts, Bai Ye finally successfully broke through level 60 and reached the level cap for the second job change. Now, he simply awaited the opportunity to accept his class change quest. Just as Bai Ye was thinking this, as dawn broke, as the invading beasts and monsters retreated in disarray, just as everyone believed that this beast tide, like the smaller ones that had appeared before, could be cleared and the battle concluded, unexpectedly, a dragon's roar echoed from the distance. The disaster that had triggered the beast tide revealed its true form at that moment. Chapter 41, You're just an assassin, how do you know magic? Its colossal form, as vast as a mountain, caused the earth to tremble with each step. In the morning light, Bai Ye also beheld the true form of the colossal beast. It was a wyvern covered in scales as black as jet. In the present day, the dragon clan, once capable of destroying the heavens and the earth, has become nothing but a legend. As descendants of the dragons, the wyverns undoubtedly stand at the pinnacle of the beasts. The moment the wyvern appeared, everyone couldn't help but show a look of terror. Who could have imagined that this was merely a small beast tide, yet it was actually being led by a sub-dragon? Feeling the overwhelming pressure emanating from the sub-dragon, everyone trembled uncontrollably. To slay a dragon, one would likely need to be a high-tier class-changed warrior, wouldn't they? As tension filled the air, someone in the crowd spoke up. Everyone, we can't retreat. Behind us lies Shao City. If we retreat, what will happen to the countless people of Shao City? Upon hearing this, the other mercenaries also realized the gravity of the situation. Even if they couldn't defeat it, even if it meant death, they must stop this dragon here. Suppressing their inner fear, everyone prepared to act and confront that calamitous existence. As the group of former soldiers charged forward, continuously clearing the way of the monstrous beasts blocking their path. At the forefront of the battlefield, Bai Ye had already charged toward the dragon. Though the dragon, as a descendant of dragons, possessed high health and defense. However, thanks to his superior attributes, equipment, and special skill bonuses, in Bai Ye's estimation, it was still quite manageable. As Bai simultaneously unleashed his mist and the abyss's gaze, hiding within the shadows. Yalon also took a slight interest. In the age when dragons had vanished, as a descendant of dragons, it was born in Rome. No one had ever been able to match it, and even some class changers lacked the courage to face it in single combat. Finally, it had encountered a human daring enough to launch an attack against it.
Yalong was curious to see how the opponent would handle it. But no matter the method,
ultimately, it would inevitably collapse in despair due to its dragon scales, unable to break through its defenses.
Yes, in Yalong's eyes, Bai was no different from the humans it had faced before.
They were nothing more than weak ants.
However, the dragonling was unaware that this very information gap gave Bai an opportunity. When Death and the Dance were released simultaneously, it flickered to the position of Yalong's. The silver blade in Bai Ye's hand flashed brightly. D is a scale near the heart of a dragon, and it is also the weakest part of a dragon's body. As a descendant of the dragons, Yalong was no exception. After more than dozens of strikes hit the same area, even if the damage was initially superficial, it eventually became bone deep. The scales began to peel away, poison accumulated, and the wounds were deep enough to expose the bone. In an instant, the young dragon's health plummeted. Just as the dragonling sensed something was wrong, it couldn't help but utter a sound. How is this possible? Its vertical eyes fixed on Bai Ye.
From Bai Ye's body, it sensed a hint of threat.
Roar! In the roar, Dragon's breath poured forth,
facing the white aurora charging straight toward him.
Bai Ye curled the corner of his mouth. You're the one who gave me the opportunity. Now that I've taken the bait, you're backing out?
With a swift leap, Bai Ye dodged out of the way. Thanks to the battles along the way, his movement speed had reached an absurdly high level. Basically, Bai Ye could dodge most skills using his agility. The only thing that could restrict Bai Ye was the mismatch in resilience. This caused Bai Ye to feel a sense of disconnection between his body and mind every time he dodged.
It seems that over-specializing in a single attribute isn't always a good thing. Just as Bai Ye was complaining about his obvious imbalance in attributes. Boom! As the aurora pierced the distant mountain peaks, the explosion echoed deafeningly.
Seeing Yalong display his divine power, those rushing to the battlefield were startled.
As a descendant of the dragon, Yalong's attributes far surpassed those of other monsters. Can Bai Ye really handle this?
In the crowd, as Bai Ye dodged each attack with the grace of a dancer on a tightrope, Luo Shui's heart was pounding in her throat. She had clearly warned Bai Ye before, but why was he acting so recklessly every time? She couldn't help but think of the jokes circulating in their circle about assassins. She certainly didn't want to become a widow. Drawing her bow and nocking an arrow, continuously clearing the strange beasts and monsters along the way. Luo Shui was growing increasingly anxious. She feared that if she was even a moment too slow, she would regret it for the rest of her life. Unaware of what was on Luo Shui's mind, at that very moment, at the center of the battlefield, as the battle intensified, as the dragon's claws struck down, Bai Ye was also injured. Had it not been for the innate bonus of sturdy armor. Plus, he was wearing thorn armor and had significantly higher health than a typical assassin. Otherwise, a single strike from the dragon would have instantly killed Bai Ye. Just as Bai Ye was downing healing potions like water and diving back into the next round of combat, the dragon roared in anger. Human, I'll kill you. At this point, the dragon's health had dropped below half. Every time Bai Ye executed a combo, it would reduce Yalong's health by about 10%. After withstanding several consecutive combos head-on, even if its health was higher, it simply couldn't withstand the attacks. The dragon wanted to end the fight quickly. But unfortunately, facing Bai Ye's high mobility, it couldn't even get close to him. The frustration must have been unbearable. At that moment, as it maneuvered and dodged, Yalong's health had already dropped to 1/6. Bai Ye knew his chance had come. As he flew backward to create distance, Bai Ye also spoke. Hey, Yalong, dare you take this move of mine? If you can block my next move, I'll stay still and let you attack once. How about that? As Bai Ye issued his challenge, Yalong looked skeptical. Really? Of course it's true. As Bai Ye answered without hesitation. Yalong's expression was teasing. Even if his health was down to just 1/6, it still had a significant margin for error. It could easily withstand one of Bai Ye's attacks. Moreover, it can make countless mistakes. But Bai, on the other hand, would be finished in one strike. How could Bai propose such terms? Has he lost his mind? Thinking this, Yalong immediately agreed. Alright, human, if you've got the guts, come on then. Hearing this, Bai Ye also laughed. You're not my buddy, you don't know that you're already on my kill line. He downed several bottles of magic restoration potions one after another. As his magic power fully recovered, Bai Ye sheathed the holy light blade and raised his right hand toward the dragon. Noticing Bai Ye's action, Yalong was puzzled. As an assassin, Bai Ye's attack methods should only be close combat. Now, this action, does he really think he's a mage? Just as Yalong slightly straightened his chest, waiting for Bai Ye to cast his spell, unconcerned, the air twisted. As Bai Ye's magical energy was completely depleted, orange-red flames swept toward the direction of Yalong's. His defenses were already breached. When the flames struck his chest, it felt no different from a true wound to Yalong. As his internal organs cooked in the intense heat,
the dragon let out an agonizing scream.
It never imagined that Bai Ye, an assassin, would actually know magic.
Chapter 42, As an assassin, integrity is key.
The scent of roasting flesh filled the air. As its body gradually stiffened, the dragon finally collapsed.
You have obtained Yalon's innate ability, Dragon's Might. Notice, similar skills detected.
Skills have been merged.
You have obtained the skill, Divine Eye. Skill, Divine Eye.
Effect, consumes 100 mana, causing units that notice you to be stunned or frightened, with a chance to immobilize and confuse them. The lower the target's level, the longer the skill lasts.
Evaluation trash, look into my eyes. This is a support-type skill.
Although it deals no damage, it functions as a powerful area of effect control ability.
With this skill, no matter the time or place, Bai Ye can charge in and start a fight, right?
As an assassin, he prides himself on being straightforward and uncompromising. With the death of the dragon, the organization collapsed and the beasts and monsters scattered instantly. The sky began to lighten with the first hint of dawn. After a night of fierce battle, the defensive battle was nearing its end. Seeing that Bai Ye was only slightly disheveled and hadn't suffered any serious injuries,
Luo Shuai suddenly embraced him.
Feeling the softness in front of him, Bai Ye was about to speak.
He sensed something was wrong. Luo Shuai, let go of me. Are you trying to strangle me? Murdering your own husband? Murder my own husband? She quickly let go. Bai Ye, don't say such things.
I was just relieved you're still alive.
I'm not in love with you. Seeing that Luo Shuai was as stubborn as ever, Bai Ye almost laughed out loud. Alright, I was just talking nonsense. Miss Luo, can we go back now?
Blushing, Luo Shuai nodded slightly.
Then let's go back. Just as the two were about to leave.
At that moment, Bai Ye saw several officially dressed job changers walking toward them. The lead woman, with a cold and stern expression, spoke first.
Mr. Bai Ye, thank you for your outstanding contributions in repelling the beast tide. I am Lu Ruyan, the overall commander of the Border Defense Forces of Shao City.
As Lu Ruyan briefly introduced herself, Bai Ye was taken aback for a moment but quickly recovered.
Captain Lu, you're too kind. We're all citizens of the Dragon Nation, this is what I should do. Lu Ruyan nodded.
This beast tide is significantly different from previous ones.
Do you happen to know anything about it, Mr. Bai? Their eyes locked for a moment. Bai Ye didn't hide anything.
Speaking of this, I once interrogated a strange beast and discovered that this seems to be connected to that nobleman. Lu Ruyan looked puzzled.
That nobleman? Yes, that nobleman. Upon hearing Bai Ye's response, Lu Ruyan's lips twitched. Wait, who exactly are you talking about? What's going on here? Just as Lu Ruyan's gaze grew resentful.
Realizing there was a misunderstanding in her words, Bai Ye cleared her throat.
Captain Lu, I'm sorry.
I only know that the beasts refer to him as that nobleman.
As for who he truly is, I have no idea.
Upon hearing this, though slightly disappointed, Lu Ruyan replied.
Is that so? Thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Bai. We will report this matter to our superiors. Recording the statement was just a minor formality. As they entered Shao City, Bai Ye suggested to Luo Shuai. Shuai, there's a place I want to go. Do you want to come with me? With you? Luo Shuai blinked her eyes.
As if she had thought of something, her ears turned red.
A man and a woman alone, could this be a date?
Thinking this, she shyly nodded her head.
As she followed Bai Ye, Luo Shuai couldn't help but think, Bai Ye, with his wooden head, could he finally be coming around?
Just as she was thinking this, she soon followed Bai Ye to the weapon shop.
Seeing Bai Ye purchase a large quantity of healing potions, Luo Shuai's smile gradually faded. She realized she had overthought it. Unaware of what Luo Shuai was thinking, after leaving the weapon shop, Bai Ye headed toward the Guild of Job Changers. Since he was already in Shao City, might as well complete the class change here. As Bai Ye stepped into the guild hall, he immediately caught everyone's attention.
Though assassins are known for their exceptional one-on-one combat skills,
but the only one capable of single-handedly defeating a level 30 dragon is probably Bai Ye, right?
There was no doubt that Bai Ye's performance last night had completely changed everyone's perception of assassins. As the crowd whispered among themselves, Bai Ye approached the front desk. The front desk attendant greeted Bai Ye enthusiastically. Hello, class changer. Is there anything I can assist you with? I'm here to accept the third-class job quest. Upon hearing this, the front desk attendant's eyes lit up.
So young and already at the third job change? This is a real rising star. For a moment, her gaze toward Bai Ye was filled with admiration.
Those who can achieve great things in their career changes are not bound by trivialities. Although it seemed like Luo Shuai and Bai Ye were a couple. But Bai Ye probably wouldn't mind having a chance encounter with her, right? Just as the front desk clerk was pondering how to get closer to this promising job changer, Bai Ye pulled out his ID. Could you please help me with the procedures? As Bai Ye finished speaking,
The front desk clerk's thoughts were snapped back to reality.
She hurriedly began processing the paperwork.
All right, please wait a moment, job seeker. She quickly completed the procedures for Bai Ye. Following the instructions, she led Bai Ye into the job change room.
She skillfully touched the job change crystal. Bai Ye also selected the difficulty level for the job change quest he wanted to undertake. Seeing that Bai Ye wanted to choose the Inferno option,
the front desk attendant couldn't help but express her concern.
Sir, the tasks at the Inferno difficulty level are extremely challenging.
At level 30, you might barely manage it.
But at level 60, with just your strength and that of the female ranger, I fear. She stopped mid-sentence. But Bai Ye understood what the front desk clerk meant.
Thanks for the heads up, but I have my own plans.
As they spoke, Bai Ye had already accepted the quest. The information for the class change quest appeared.
Job change quest Abyss Solo.
Requirements: in a non-party setting, reach the second layer of the Abyss and defeat 10 high-tier beasts or monsters, obtaining their beast core crystals.
After reading the task, Bai Ye understood. If the targets were specified, it would indeed be challenging. But the specific locations have already been provided.
In Bai Ye's opinion, completing the job change quest would just require some effort.
Bai Ye thought it was simple. However, the front desk clerk on the side didn't think the same way. She exclaimed in surprise. What? You're going to the Abyss alone?
That's a place only high-ranking class change users can go to.
How could you possibly survive the first layer of the Abyss alone?
Sir, you're doomed.
Bai Ye was puzzled by this. It's just passing the first layer of the Abyss. Is that so hard? Seeing Bai Ye so calm, the front desk clerk was speechless. No, this is simple, isn't it? Could Bai Ye be intentionally showing off and trying to act tough? Who would have thought that Bai Ye was this kind of person?
For a moment, the front desk clerk's attitude toward Bai Ye grew noticeably colder, completely losing the enthusiasm she had shown earlier.
Chapter 43, Third Transformation Quest. Head to the Abyss.
As they stepped out of the guild.
Upon hearing that Bai Ye intended to head to the Abyss, Luo Shuai was taken aback. The Abyss?
I heard from my father that it's filled with mid to high tier bloodline beasts and monsters.
With your strength, Bai Ye, can you handle it? Hearing this, Bai Ye grew displeased. What are you implying? Can't a man say he can't do something? Luo Shuai couldn't help but laugh out loud. Fine, you're the best, then.
Though she was joking, she still felt a bit worried.
Once you enter the Abyss, Bai Ye, you must be careful. Don't try to be brave.
If you encounter danger, make sure to stay far away immediately.
I'll be careful. Luo Shuai, why are you acting like an old lady? Who's the old lady?
She stomped her foot in mock anger.
Anyway, with my abilities, I'd just be a liability. Bai Ye, you take care of yourself. Saying this, Luo Shuai bid farewell to Bai Ye. Although Bai Ye was currently very powerful, but the assassin profession has a very low ceiling.
The further one progresses, the less effective the damage becomes. Once she improves her strength and catches up to Bai Ye, at that point, she would definitely make Bai Ye look at her in a new light. Thinking of this, Luo Shuai decided to head to the Jade Forest.
The dungeons there have yet to be conquered by anyone.
For someone of her level as a class-changed character, it was a perfect place to grind levels.
Unaware of Luo Shuai's thoughts,
as they parted ways.
A day later, Bai Ye also arrived at the entrance to the Abyss.
The Abyss was another world connected to the present world.
Unlike dungeons, the Abyss cannot be completely conquered.
Like the Endless Tower, there are rumors that both were created by the gods. Upon arrival, Bai Ye saw a large number of class changers coming and going. Top-tier class changers above level 100 and star generals did not appear.
Those high-tier class changers between levels 60 and 100 are currently the strongest fighters. These class-level class changers are all Abyss explorers dispatched here by major guilds. Among the crowd, Bai Ye, who had just reached level 60 and was alone as an assassin, stood out like a sore thumb. Just as Bai Ye was heading toward the teleportation array,
a young man who looked very sunny blocked his path. Brother, you're only level 60 and haven't even undergone your third transformation yet.
The Abyss isn't a place for you. Go back. Seeing the confusion on Bai Ye's face,
the young man glanced around before whispering in a voice only the two of them could hear.
Brother, you don't know the situation. There's been turmoil everywhere lately, even in the Abyss. Besides, he glanced at the thorn armor Bai Ye was wearing.
Besides, your gear is too good, and you're an assassin. If you encounter some unscrupulous guild members who want to rob you, you won't stand a chance.
Upon hearing the young man's words, Bai Ye understood.
Acting so conspicuously, he was nothing but a sitting duck in the eyes of certain people.
At the same time, Bai Ye also thanked him. Thank you for the reminder. I'll be careful. Seeing that Bai Ye insisted on entering the Abyss,
the young man sighed helplessly.
Since I can't persuade you, there's nothing more I can do. However, if you encounter any danger, you can try mentioning my name.
My name is Yang Hua, from the Holy Light Guild.
He knew the other man meant well. Bai Ye didn't say much. He smiled.
Alright, I'll be careful. As he stepped into the abyss. Each layer here was like a small world. As far as the eye could see, there was nothing but desolation. In the sky, a blood-red moon hangs high, casting an eerie glow.
The abyss has no day or night.
Each day here remains largely unchanged. In such a vast expanse, finding a 100-level demonic beast is no easy task. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Bai Ye headed straight toward the direction where the magical energy was thickest. Whether they are beasts or monsters, they all prefer places with dense magical energy. Therefore, heading toward areas with dense magical energy was undoubtedly the right choice. Just as he thought this, he hadn't walked far before sensing an unhidden presence.
A demon creature emerged from behind a rock. It was a deep abyss demon wolf. As the most common demon in the abyss, it was still fairly easy to deal with. In the blink of an eye, as Bai Ye's sharp blade sliced through it, the abyssal demon wolf fell to the ground. You have looted the abyssal demon wolf's attributes, movement +1. Does this mean that only creatures of a higher level or with higher racial stats can be looted for more attributes?
Feeling the slight boost from the attributes he had obtained, Bai Ye thought to himself,
as he stored the abyss demon wolf in his storage space.
Suddenly, at that moment, glancing aside, Bai Ye noticed someone following him.
Who's there? Come out.
As soon as Bai Ye finished speaking, he saw several class changers emerge from behind the giant rock. He noticed the mocking and greedy expressions on their faces.
Recalling Yang Hua's warning before entering the abyss, Bai Ye understood.
It seemed these people were after his equipment. And it seemed as though they had guessed what Bai Ye was thinking. The leader of the 3 transformation fist masters spoke up.
Kid, you should know this without us telling you. Hand over all your gear, and we'll let you go.
As the fist fighter finished speaking, a mage on the side also laughed.
Your weapons and armor are all divine artifacts?
You're really something, kid.
You must have some good stuff on you.
The mage's words also made the 5-person squad hesitate.
Yeah, Bai Ye is fully equipped with divine artifacts. His storage space must also contain many valuable items. If we were to take everything from Bai Ye, that would mean.
At this thought, the greed in everyone's eyes grew even more intense. They had no intention of letting Bai Ye go.
After all, Bai Ye is so wealthy and powerful he might be the son of some prominent family. If they let Bai Ye go back, if Bai Ye were to report them to his family, wouldn't they be in big trouble?
For a moment, as they exchanged glances, murderous intent flickered in their eyes.
How could he not know what they were thinking?
Bai Ye smiled faintly.
If I hand over my equipment, will you spare me?
The martial artist impatiently replied, That's right, kid.
Hand over your equipment. You want me to hand over my equipment? You're dreaming.
As Bai Ye spoke disdainfully, the boxer's smile froze.
Seeing Bai Ye's lack of respect, the boxer decided to drop the act and prepare to take it by force. With a savage grin, he charged at Bai Ye without warning. Seeing the boxer move, the others looked at Bai Ye as if he were a tiny insect.
The boxer was a 3rd-tier martial artist.
How could a 2nd-tier assassin like Bai Ye possibly be his match?
Before the attack even reached him, in their eyes, Bai Ye was already as good as dead.
However, just as they thought the outcome was decided, White Knight activated his divine eye. You scum, look me in the eyes.
In an instant, the overwhelming pressure nearly solidified into a tangible force, engulfing the fist masters. At that moment, the fist master broke out in a cold sweat, and his attacks came to an abrupt halt.
Chapter 44, The Divine Eye. The Wrath of the Fire Dragon. What's going on? Why is Bai Ye's aura so terrifying? Why can't he move an inch when facing Bai Ye?
Out of fear, the boxer instinctively took a few steps back. But he quickly snapped out of it.
There were so many of them they shouldn't be afraid of Bai Ye.
With that thought, the martial artist darted forward to attack. His expression was fierce, as if that could hide his inner fear. Through the skill of the divine eye, Bai Ye also reached a conclusion about the crowd control effect of this skill. Under nearly equal levels, a hard control effect of the divine eye can only last for over 10 seconds. 10 seconds of hard control, not short, but not long either. But for Bai Ye, it was enough time to execute 4 or 5 combo attacks, more than enough to eliminate his opponent, before the negative effects of the control wear off. Just as the fist fighter charged forward, with a flash of silver light, Bai Ye instantly killed him. Before anyone could even see his movements, his teammates were already lying on the ground. The remaining 4 were startled. Such speed, could this truly be the ability of a level 60, 2nd transformation assassin? Fear gripped their hearts, and some began to hesitate. Just then, the swordsman in the group roared loudly.
He is alone. Assassins have low magic power, so he is probably already out of stamina.
Raising his greatsword high, the swordsman swung it wildly, immediately demonstrating the New Year's greeting sword technique. Behind him, archers knocked their arrows, mages chanted spells, and shield bearers stood guard on one side. If they were facing other class-changed adventurers, this might indeed leave them struggling to defend themselves.
Alas, Bai Ye's profession is an assassin.
With his high mobility, when death descended, he instantly teleported to the side of the archers and mages. Before the two could react, he swung his blade. When the swordsman turned around, he saw the two main damage dealers of the team lying dead, and his eyes turned red with anger. "I told you to protect the rear. What the hell were you protecting?" As he shouted angrily, the swordsman realized they were no match for Bai Ye, but it was already too late. Without the threat of the mages and archers, in an instant, Bai Ye wiped out the entire team.
"You have obtained 1 skill point. You have obtained 1 skill point."
As Bai Ye converted the useless skills he had looted into skill points,
he immediately enhanced his flaming explosion skill.
"You have enhanced the skill Flaming Explosion. You have enhanced the skill Flaming Explosion.
Notice, your skill Fireball has advanced. You have obtained the skill Dragon's Fury. Skill Dragon's Fury.
Effect: consumes 1000 mana to summon an elemental fire dragon, dealing 150,000 magical damage to enemies and applying a burning effect.
Evaluation: what is truth? I am the truth. As the skill advances,
not only has the maximum mana cost required for full charge been reduced, but the skill damage has also been increased.
Focuses on simplicity and brutality.
Of course, higher output and lower mana consumption come at a cost.
Due to the casting animation, this means that Fire Dragon's Wrath can only be used as an ultimate ability. However, this isn't a major issue in Bai Ye's opinion. After all, this skill has only 2 uses for him: initiating team fights and finishing off enemies. The issue of casting time is completely irrelevant. Moreover, with the strong control granted by the Divine Eye, when combined with it, it forms another thrilling combo move. As he thought this, he continued to delve deeper, navigating through the rugged, rocky valley. Bai Ye could clearly sense that the magical energy in the air was growing increasingly dense. In theory, the denser the magical energy, the higher the probability of encountering strange beasts and magical creatures. Yet why, after walking for so long, had he only encountered a handful of small beasts?
The silent valley echoed only with the sound of Bai Ye's footsteps. It was too quiet, so quiet that it felt unsettling.
Could it be?
Just as Bai Ye paused, his footsteps halting as he speculated on what might be happening. The next moment, a sharp, piercing sound echoed through the air, followed by a figure darting toward him from behind.
Bang! As he was sent flying backward, Bai Ye's health points plummeted. 1,000. Stabilizing his body, Bai Ye looked ahead.
What greeted his eyes was a monstrous creature covered in black insect-like armor, with arms resembling razor blades, bearing a striking resemblance to an alien creature.
Fallen Demon.
Health 100,000,100,000.
Magic 1,000,000,1000. Strength 3,500. Speed 2,000. Toughness 2,000.
Talent Life and Death Perception Reaction Speed increased by 100%. Description: a flawed creation crafted by the gods, yet its power remains terrifying. Evaluation: the age of the gods has passed, and it is nothing more than a faded remnant of that bygone era. After reading the information about this fallen demon, Bai Ye's expression betrayed a hint of excitement. After spending several hours in the abyss, it was finally time to begin. As the fatal blow approached, Bai Ye remained as lively as ever, much to the fallen demon's surprise.
"Human, why haven't you died yet?"
As it uttered the dull sound. Seeing that Bai Ye did not respond, the fallen demon's thoughts were simple.
Since one strike couldn't kill him, why not attack him multiple times? However, while the idea was good, reality rarely aligns with one's wishes. Just as it darted forward from the front, the White Knight God's Eye activated. The overwhelming pressure transformed into an invisible quagmire, binding it within.
At the same time, Bai Ye raised his right hand, chanting incantations as he cast a spell, forming a golden magical array.
Ah! A dragon's roar echoed through the valley.
From the array, a crimson fire dragon roared and charged toward the fallen demon. Under the intense heat, the surrounding rocks began to melt.
Boom!
With the explosion, boulders tumbled down the slopes, flames shot into the sky, and dust swirled everywhere.
As everything settled into calm, the area ahead of Bai Ye was largely reduced to rubble. The fallen demon's health was down to 100,000, while the fire dragon's wrath dealt a staggering 150,000 damage. Even with its magic resistance and damage reduction, it simply couldn't withstand the fire dragon's wrath head-on.
You have looted the fallen demon's B-rank talent, Life and Death Sensing.
Notice, a similar talent has been detected. The talents have fused.
You have obtained the A-rank talent, Absolute Freedom. Effect: perception increased by 1000%, reaction speed increased by 200%, and attack speed increased by an additional 200%.
Evaluation: it is said, I think, therefore I am. The strength of a class changer is determined by multiple dimensions.
Level and attributes are indeed important,
but talents and skills are the true key. As talents evolve,
White Knight's mobility has been elevated to a whole new level.
He has obtained the crystal core of the fallen demon.
Now, only 9 more beast core crystals are needed to complete the class change quest.
Just as Bai departed, drawn by the commotion, when a group of class change adventurers arrived at the scene, they were met with a scene of utter devastation, with molten lava boiling and surging across the ground. They were all stunned. Facing the young woman leading the group, a scout on the side reported the situation based on the evidence at the scene. Miss Chin, judging from the traces at the scene, the enemy used only one move to instantly kill that fallen demon. As the scout finished speaking, Xin Yanan and her companions couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. One move to kill it?
After all, their team was considered to be of intermediate to advanced level in the ranks of the transfigured warriors. Yet even they found it difficult to handle the fallen demon.
Someone actually managed to take them out in an instant?
Which group of class changers is this, with such terrifying strength? Just as everyone was lost in thought, Xin Yanan snapped back to reality first. She spoke up, I remember that further ahead, we might have encountered that Xuanjia giant turtle, right? As Xin Yanan finished speaking,
everyone else also began to guess what she meant.
The priest in the group spoke with a trembling voice, Miss Chin, do you think that group of class changers might have come here specifically to hunt that black-armored giant turtle? At those words, everyone was stunned.
Xin Yan could no longer stay seated. Let's go. We must follow them and see what's happening.
As soon as she finished speaking,
the group immediately set off in pursuit of Bai Ye. Chapter 45, Xin Yanan questions her life.
Xin Yanan and her followers were unaware of this. As Bai Ye crossed the valley and broke free from the surrounding mountains, the view gradually opened up. Looking out, an endless plain stretched before them, teeming with countless beasts and monsters, forming an entire ecosystem. For the newly arrived adventurers who had just arrived at the abyss, this place was undoubtedly the perfect hunting ground. As the White Knight enters the valley, he noticed that many other adventurers had settled here for the long term. Perhaps it was due to their innate abilities undergoing a transformation, resulting in a significant enhancement of their perception.
As he walked on, suddenly, a powerful aura caught his attention from the southeast.
What is that? As if he had guessed something, Bai Ye walked toward it.
Noticing his movements,
many other adventurers turned their gaze toward him.
That's the direction of the Xuanjia giant turtle, isn't it?
Yeah, that kid must be heading toward that
Xuanjia giant turtle, right? No way, a beast of that caliber?
Only top-tier transferees could handle it.
Could he be a reckless rookie? As everyone whispered among themselves,
they walked straight ahead for about half an hour.
A lake came into view ahead. Gazing at the eerie lake, which resembled blood, under the enhancement of his innate abilities, he sensed the aura emanating from the lake. Bai Ye was moved. Could the mystical armored giant turtle mentioned by the class changers be hiding in this lake?
As he thought this, just as Bai Ye was about to step forward to lure the strange beast out of the lake, a voice suddenly echoed from behind him.
Friend, have you seen a group of powerful transfigured warriors in this area? When Bai Ye turned to look,
he saw a young woman dressed as a swordsman, leading a group of people toward him.
A group of adventurers? I haven't seen any. There's only me here. Upon hearing this, Xin Iran felt disappointed. Could it be that the group of job changers hunting the fallen demons never came here at all? Thinking this, Xin Yanan prepared to leave. However, just as she was about to leave, she seemed to think of something.
She reminded Bai Ye, oh, by the way, friend, you're only level 60 and haven't undergone the 3rd job advancement yet.
There's a Xuanjia giant turtle in that lake. It's not something you can handle. Don't stay here. Leave as soon as possible.
Just as Xin Yanan was speaking, before she could finish her sentence, suddenly, the water surged. The black-shelled giant turtle, which had been sleeping at the bottom of the lake, revealed its true form.
A shadow engulfed everyone.
Gazing at the turtle-like creature, which resembled a small mountain and bore a resemblance to the mythical Xuanwu, they felt the magical power surging from within the black-armored giant turtle.
Xin Yanan's face turned pale.
Facing this colossal beast, the mages in her party reacted first. The mage raised his staff high and began chanting incantations.
Hiya!
Before the Xuanjia giant turtle could attack, the mages launched their assault.
Bang!
As the fireball struck, it left a trail of smoke but caused no damage. Under its high resistance, this attack was no more than a mere scratch for the black-armored giant turtle.
Seeing that the fireball spell was completely ineffective,
everyone's expressions changed slightly. They knew the Xuanjia giant turtle was no pushover,
but they never imagined that the gap between them was so vast as to be unimaginable.
As the Xuanjia giant turtle took a step forward, the ground trembled. As the monster revealed its bloodthirsty fangs,
immediately, the mage said to Xin Yanan, Miss Chin, you must flee. We will hold it off. Facing this invincible monster,
the others also prepared themselves for certain death. Miss Chin, take advantage of this opportunity to distract it while we hold it back.
You must escape. Miss Chin, tomorrow is my daughter's birthday.
I hope you can wish her a happy birthday for me. Miss, don't forget what the Qin family promised me. Please take care of my family. As the group exchanged their final words, a solemn and tragic atmosphere spread among them.
Facing the black-armored giant turtle,
Bai Ye threw out the appraisal.
Black-armored giant turtle.
Health points 1,000,000,001 million.
Magic power 5,000. Strength 5,000. Speed 200. Toughness 150. Skill Aurora Breath consumes 1,000 mana.
After a prolonged charge, releases an Aurora Beam dealing 100,000 damage. Talent Unbreakable reduces all damage taken by 10%. Description: heavy armor, millions of hit points. It is like a mobile fortress.
After reviewing the information about the Xuanjia dragon turtle,
especially upon seeing its skills and talents,
Bai Ye's eyes lit up.
Whether he could obtain its skills or its talent, it would undoubtedly bring him a significant boost.
It seems coming here was indeed the right choice.
Thus, while Qin Yanan and the others were putting on an emotional scene,
he interrupted them. We don't need you. Stop making a scene. Let me handle it.
As Bai Ye stepped forward, Qin Yanan and the others were startled at first, then looked at him in disbelief.
They looked at Bai Ye, then at the massive armored turtle emerging from the lake.
Qin Yanan's voice trembled slightly as she said, This friend, you're not joking, are you?
You want to deal with it? Can you really do it?
As Qin Yanan finished speaking, the mage standing beside her couldn't help but speak up.
You're an assassin. Going up against a tank? That's like the little water spirit saving their grandfather a one-way trip. Bai Ye didn't explain. Instead, he actively approached the Xuanjia giant turtle. Stay here and don't interfere. I'll handle this alone.
As he spoke, he leaped lightly into the air.
Noticing his movements,
Qin Yanan and the others immediately wore expressions as if they had seen a ghost. As they watched Bai Ye wield his divine weapon and unleash his skills, he seemed almost ghostly. Qin Yanan and the others finally realized that Bai Ye's true strength was far from what it seemed on the surface.
Which guild does this assassin belong to? I've never heard of such a formidable assassin in the assassin class before. Qin Yanan couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment.
Seeing that Bai Ye seemed able to hold his own against the Xuanjia giant turtle,
the mage couldn't help but say, I never expected him to be this strong. I thought I was going to die.
Every move Bai Ye made, every attack he launched, was constantly redefining Qin Yanan and her companions' understanding of assassins. Seeing that Bai Ye wasn't joking around and was genuinely intent on taking down the Xuanjia dragon turtle alone, at that moment, there was only one thought in their minds. After spending several months in the abyss, when did assassins become so powerful? How come they didn't know? At the center of the battlefield, as Bai Ye continuously unleashed Death's Descent and Frenzy Dance, the life bar of the Xuanjia giant turtle was rapidly decreasing at a visible rate. Each release deals tens of thousands of damage. Even with its health in the millions, the Xuanjia giant turtle could be scraped to death. Seeing its health steadily decrease, the Xuanjia giant turtle couldn't comprehend it. The weapons wielded by the class-changing warriors it had encountered before were unable to penetrate its defenses. Yet, against Bai Ye, injuring it had become effortless. Its once proud defense had become a laughingstock. This sense of disparity was too much for the Xuanjia giant turtle to accept at first. As the skill was released, the prolonged charge was finally completed. It opened its massive jaws, and a white aurora gathered, momentarily dimming the heavens and earth. Whoosh! With a hollow echo, the aurora shot forth, slicing the entire space in two. The destructive power was immense, but the accuracy was abysmal. With a thunderous roar, as the nearby mountains collapsed under the aurora, Bai Ye had already dodged. The Xuanjia giant turtle's composure completely shattered. It couldn't hit its target, yet it kept getting worn down. After finally gathering enough power for a big attack, it was all for nothing. What was it supposed to do now? Without hesitation, the Xuanjia giant turtle ignored Bai Ye's attacks and dived into the lake. If it can't fight, can't it just hide? Seeing the Xuanjia dragon turtle submerge into the lake, Bai Ye had no intention of giving up easily. Qin Yanan couldn't help but say, Friend, you wouldn't be planning to dive into the water, would you? That's the Xuanjia dragon turtle's territory. Bai Ye smiled. Who said I'm planning to dive into the water? Hearing this, Qin Yanan was taken aback. Then what are you planning to do? Bai Ye said, I just need to get it onto the shore, right? Qin Yanan doubted, get this monster onto the shore? How is that possible? Without further explanation, Bai Ye walked toward the lake. Who said it's impossible? With a series of gurgling sounds, he downed several bottles of magic restoration potions in one go. He raised his right hand toward the lake. As magic surged forth, the fury of the fire dragon was unleashed at that moment. Chapter 46, Talent Enhancement. The second layer of the abyss. A dragoness roar echoed through the air as the fire dragon plunged into the lake. In an instant, the lake's surface boiled under the intense heat. The lake water turns into countless wisps of steam that dissipate into the wind. Behind them, feeling the heat from the fire dragon, Qin Yanan and the others could only sense that their souls were trembling. Bai Ye indeed could not dive into the lake. But that didn't stop him from evaporating all the lake water. When Qin Yanan and the others realized the meaning behind Bai Ye's words, at that moment, their gaze toward Bai Ye had already changed. It was the gaze one would reserve for a monster.
What on earth is going on in this world? A level 60 second class assassin, how could his strength be so terrifying? Being overly powerful is one thing. But he can actually use mage skills? Is this even an assassin or a mage? Just as Qin Yanan and her group were questioning the world and their own existence. At the center of the battlefield. Amidst the scorching heat, health points were dropping at a visible rate. The Xuanjia giant turtle was so frustrated it could have gone back to its grandmother's house. Having spent over a century in the abyss, it had never encountered a transfigured warrior as absurd as Bai Ye before. With a mix of frustration and resignation, the Xuanjia giant turtle finally met its end. You have obtained the Xuanjia giant turtle's a rank talent, Unbreakable. Notice, a similar talent has been detected. The talents have fused. Notice, the talent Solid Armor has evolved. Talent, Sturdy Armor. Quality S. Effect reduces physical damage taken by 1000 points and elemental damage taken by 2000 points. As the talent fuses, the damage reduction provided by Sturdy Armor is doubled. However, unfortunately, the quality of the talent has not been upgraded. To obtain a brand new SSS tier talent, you'll need to loot a number of similar A-rank talents for fusion. Just as Bai Ye was thinking this, he extracted the beast core from the body of the Xuanjia giant turtle. Qin Yanan and the others slowly came to their senses from their shock. They felt the intense heat permeating the air. Looking at the lake, which was now in complete disarray, recalling the battle scars they had seen in the canyon earlier, a suspicion began to form in Qin Yanan's mind. Could it be that the one hunting the fallen demons wasn't a team of class changers, but this young man alone? Just as she was filled with awe at the strength Bai Ye had displayed, Qin Yanan stepped forward and asked, "Excuse me, sir, were the fallen demons hunted by you?" Upon hearing this, Bai Ye paused in his dismemberment of the black-armored giant turtle. "That's correct. It was me." As he finished speaking, Qin Yanan couldn't help but swallow hard. May I ask which guild you belong to, sir?" "I'm not affiliated with any guild." Upon hearing this, Qin Yanan's heart leaped with joy. Seeing that Bai Ye was about to leave, she hurriedly asked, "Sir, would you be interested in founding a guild?" Bai Ye remained silent. Qin Yanan didn't lose heart. "You see, Mr. Bai, our Qin family pharmaceutical company specializes in producing a special medication to alleviate the symptoms of demonization. To obtain the materials needed for producing these medications, currently, our company is planning to establish our own guild. Sir, with magic growing increasingly potent, the number of people afflicted with the magic-induced syndrome is rising. I'm sure you have family members who are also affected. If you were to join us, our guild would certainly be established smoothly." Bai Ye's gaze turned cold. "My family is fine. She is healthy and has not contracted magic corruption. Additionally, I have no interest in joining the guild." Seeing that she had hit a nerve with Bai Ye, Qin Yanan looked apologetic. "I'm sorry, sir. It was my fault for saying the wrong thing." As she spoke, Qin Yanan handed him a business card. "Sir, this is my business card. If you're interested in joining the guild, feel free to contact me anytime. The doors of Qin's pharmaceutical company will always be open to you." Bai Ye took the business card and kept it as a token of friendship. Though he didn't need it now. But what if he ever needed Qin Yanan in the future? Seeing that Bai Ye hadn't refused, Qin Yanan also smiled. Suddenly, as if remembering something, Bai Ye stopped in his tracks. "By the way, Miss Qin, may I ask where the passage leading from the first layer of the abyss to the second layer is?" Upon hearing this, Qin Yanan was taken aback for a moment. But she quickly recovered. Qin Yanan retrieved the map of the first layer of the abyss from her storage space. "Here you go, sir. This is the map of the first layer of the abyss compiled and drawn by high-ranking class changers from our Dragon Nation. I hope it will be of assistance to you." "Thank you." Taking the map, he glanced at it. Bai Ye looked pensive. He had already reached the central region of the first layer of the abyss. The teleportation array was not too far away. Qin Yanan reminded Bai Ye. "If you're heading to the second layer, sir, you must be careful. That area is mostly high-tier monsters, and they're not easy to deal with." Qin Yanan's words were timely. But once she mentioned it, Bai Ye immediately became interested. Bai Ye had been wondering where to go hunting for 100-level demonic beasts. Here was his chance. Thinking this, Bai Ye immediately prepared to set off. As he hurried away, watching Bai Ye's figure grow increasingly distant, Qin Yanan couldn't help but feel that, after learning there were more high-tier monsters in the second layer of the abyss, Bai Ye seemed even more excited. An hour later, following the map's instructions,
Bai Ye also arrived near the teleportation array leading to the second layer of the abyss. Surrounding the teleportation array, this area had been transformed into a large-scale transit hub by various guilds, with countless elites gathering here. Upon entering, Bai Ye was immediately overwhelmed by a sense of familiarity, as if he had stepped into a city brimming with exotic flair. Dressed in mythical armor, he walked down the streets. There was no doubt that Bai Ye was the most eye-catching figure. Countless people turned their heads to look at him.
Wow, this kid is really showing off, isn't he?
Yeah, with that mythical gear, it's like he's shouting, "I'm rich, come rob me," right to your face.
I've never seen anyone this arrogant in my entire life. Hey, didn't you just see him today? I bet this kid is finished.
Why? Did you forget about the Red Guild? Such a big target, they wouldn't pass up the chance to take him down. As the people around them whispered in disgust, news spread that a level 60 second-class assassin, fully equipped with mythical gear, was wandering around aimlessly at the Red Guild's base in the first layer of the abyss. Upon hearing the news, Hua Yuchen immediately broke into a savage grin. Especially when he learned that the assassin was Bai Ye, the enemy who had killed Lai Ao's younger brother.
Hua Yuchen's smile grew even wider.
Though he had no idea how Bai Ye had managed to reach level 60 in such a short time. But he was certain that it must be the mythical grade equipment he was wearing that was making the difference.
If he could eliminate Bai Ye, not only would he obtain a set of mythical grade equipment, but also gain Lai Ao's favor and advance further within the guild. It's a win-win situation.
Of course, the most crucial point is that Bai Ye is merely a level 60 second-class assassin.
Dealing with him would be a piece of cake.
Such a win-win situation with no downsides. How could he possibly resist? Without hesitation, he gathered his men and rushed toward Bai Ye.
Chapter 47, One-Hit Kill. The Sand Snake Attacks. Bai Ye had actually overheard the discussions of those around him.
However, he paid it no mind. For Bai Ye, the most important thing was to hunt down 10 high-tier monsters as soon as possible and complete his class change. As time passed, over 10 minutes later, Bai Ye had also arrived at the core of the small town built around the teleportation array.
Looking at the teleportation array in the distance, just as Bai Ye was about to step inside,
suddenly, at that moment, he heard a commotion behind him. From behind, a group of class-changed adventurers from the Crimson Guild, led by Hua Yuchen, surrounded Bai Ye.
There were a total of 20 of them.
Each of them had reached the third job advancement, with levels ranging from 70 to 80.
He noticed the Red Guild insignia on their bodies. Bai Ye understood.
With a flick of his thoughts, he summoned the Holy Light Blade.
Hua Yuchen walked toward Bai Ye.
He noticed the thorn armor on Bai Ye's body and the Holy Light Blade he held. A fleeting glimpse of greed flashed in his eyes.
Boy, I remember you're called Bai Ye.
I strongly suspect your equipment and armor were stolen from our Crimson Guild.
Surrender your armor and come with us.
As Hua Yuchen finished speaking,
the onlookers all turned their pitying glances toward Bai Ye.
Who told this kid to wear such legendary gear?
Now he's in for it.
That's right. The innocent are not to blame, it's the fault of those who possess something valuable.
If anyone is to blame, it's him for being too weak.
He doesn't have the strength to match it, yet he dares to wear such fine gear.
Isn't that just asking for trouble?
Just as everyone believed Bai Ye was doomed. Seeing Bai Ye remain unfazed,
Hua Yuchen couldn't help but grow angry. Bai Ye, I told you to take off your armor. Didn't you hear me?
Bai Ye sneered.
Tell me to lay down my armor? Do you even have the qualifications? You worthless scum. Look me in the eyes.
As magical energy surged forth, the divine eye activated. Stared directly into them, Hua Yuchen broke out in a cold sweat.
In a daze, he seemed to see the vision of a god.
Before him, he felt like an ant. Stumbling, caught off guard, Hua Yuchen suddenly fell to the ground.
In that moment, the once bustling scene fell into complete silence as Hua Yuchen made his move. A moment later, someone couldn't help but laugh out loud. This triggered a chain reaction. Everyone present began to laugh.
Everyone had thought Hua Yuchen was about to pull off a big move on Bai Ye. But to everyone's surprise, it was Hua Yuchen himself who made a big mistake. In front of so many people, Hua Yuchen had completely embarrassed himself. The group of class changers who had followed Hua Yuchen all showed signs of unease. After all, Hua Yuchen represented the entire Crimson Guild's reputation in the first layer of the abyss. Losing such a huge face. From now on, the Red Guild would never be able to hold their heads high in the abyss again. Noticing that the gazes of those around him had changed, returning from a state of fear to reality, Hua Yuchen's face turned beet red. At that moment, facing Bai Ye, he didn't fly into a rage. You brat! Don't think you're so great just because you have a divine artifact. Die! As he roared, he unleashed his skill. Hua Yuchen punched Bai Ye with all his might. His profession was a Saint Seiya, and this punch could deal damage as high as 10,000. Bai Ye seemed to be frozen in fear, standing motionless in place. As the attack approached, the savage grin on Hua Yuchen's face grew even more intense.
However, in the next instant, Hua Yuchen realized something was wrong. He glanced around and saw the stunned expressions on the faces of the onlookers. Hua Yuchen couldn't help but feel confused. What was going on? Just as Hua Yuchen couldn't react, he only noticed that the scene before his eyes was rapidly changing. No way? As his consciousness began to fade, he watched Bai Ye walk out of the encirclement calmly. The members of the Crimson Guild instinctively made way for Bai Ye. As he stepped onto the teleportation array leading to the second layer of the abyss, a prompt sounded. You have obtained 1 skill point. Hua Yuchen was merely a minor detail. As he arrived at the second layer of the abyss, a line of text appeared. You have entered the second layer of the abyss. The second layer of the abyss is just as barren as the first. Gusts of wind swept through the barren landscape, and the harsh desert environment caused countless adventurers to avoid this place at all costs. With my current strength, I fear that by the time I reach the third layer of the abyss, I won't be able to handle it easily. Feeling the magic that was several times more concentrated than in the first layer. Just as Bai Ye murmured. At that very moment, sensing his presence. In the distance, amidst swirling sand and dust, a strange beast had targeted him as prey and was charging toward him. However, sensing the surging energies, Bai Ye did not fear. Instead, a look of excitement flashed across his face. The number of approaching beasts was considerable. If he could eliminate them all, then the job change quest would likely be completed for the most part, right? Thinking this, Bai Ye charged forward. He hadn't expected a class change user to dare to attack first. The sand snakes were slightly taken aback. However, they didn't think much of it. As they emerged from the sand sea, the sand snakes opened their bloodthirsty maws. With bodies over 10 meters long, they hunted in a coordinated group. Bai Ye had heard that the sand snakes were known as the abyssal wolf pack. When encountered alone, they were extremely difficult to handle. But for Bai Ye, this was an unexpected turn of events. With a single leap, he dodged them at the last moment. The divine eye and the wrath of the fire dragon were released simultaneously. Roar! The dragon's roar echoed across the entire wasteland. The crimson fire dragon intertwined with the sand snakes, which had turned a sandy yellow. Under the intense heat, the sand snakes screamed in agony. Taking advantage of the moment, Bai Ye retrieved a magic restoration potion from his storage space and drank it in one gulp. He had not brought any magic restoration items. Additionally, Bai Ye's MP was not particularly high. Therefore, the magic restoration potion became his only means of replenishing his status. He flew backward, temporarily creating some distance between himself and the sand snakes. White Knight raised his right hand. There's nothing a single burst of dragon's wrath can't handle. If there is, then another one will do. Boom! The explosion was deafening. Under the intense heat, the air around the battlefield twisted and warped. The faint scent of snake meat roasting to perfection wafted through the air. 10 minutes later, as the dust kicked up by the explosion gradually settled, what met Bai Ye's eyes was a scene of utter devastation, along with the 500-level first-tier sand snakes. He had consumed nearly half of the magic potions in his storage space, but the reward was equally immense. Just as Bai Ye extracted the beast core, the plundering began. You have looted the sand snake's attributes, gaining plus 50 HP. You have obtained the sand snake attribute, strength plus 20. You have obtained 1 skill point. Your attributes have increased slightly. You've also gained a significant number of skill points. At this rate, it shouldn't take long before Bai Ye can allocate skill points to enhance the quality of the Fire Dragon's Wrath skill, right? That's awesome. Stored the remains of the sand snake in the storage space. Under his perception, Bai Ye continued forward in the direction where magical energy was more concentrated. Chapter 48, An Unexpected Delight. The second S-rank talent. Just as Bai Ye was searching for 100-level demonic beasts to complete his class change quest, at that very moment, beyond the abyss, the headquarters of the Crimson Guild. Upon learning that Bai Ye had killed the guild's representative assigned to the first layer of the abyss, Lai Ao's face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. Hadn't he already ordered Qian Nanzhang to deal with Bai Ye? How could Bai Ye still be alive? And he's becoming more and more brazen? Thinking this, Lai Ao ordered his secretary to call Qian Nanzhang. Soon, the call was answered. Lai Ao went straight to the point. Qian Nanzhang, do you know that Bai Ye killed our leader in the first layer of the abyss? Didn't I tell you to deal with Bai Ye earlier? How is Bai Ye still alive? Do you even want to keep your job? Lai Ao fired off a barrage of questions. Qian Nanzhang was completely taken aback. Wait, how did Bai Ye end up in the abyss? Running into the abyss is bad enough, but he actually killed their guild leader? At that moment, Qian Nanzhang felt like his head was about to explode. He hurriedly explained, President, I really don't know. You know that Qin Yang has been protecting Bai Ye in Luoha. I couldn't do anything. Before Qian Nanzhang could finish speaking, Lai Ao interrupted him. Take care of Bai Ye. Otherwise, I'll take care of you. After saying that, he seemed to think of something.
He added another sentence. Oh, and after you've dealt with Bai Ye, make sure to bring me the mythical grade equipment he's wearing. Beep beep. In the office. Seeing that Lai Ao had spoken so far, Qian Nanzhang's expression darkened. He knew very well that the guild wouldn't wait for him to find an opportunity slowly. Lai Ao wanted him to produce results immediately. Thinking this, he clenched his teeth and made up his mind. He could kill the guild's representative stationed in the abyss. Even with the equipment's enhancements, Bai Ye's strength had undoubtedly improved significantly compared to before. Therefore, sending someone to deal with Bai Ye was out of the question. He had no choice but to take action personally. He was unaware of the Red Guild's actions. At this very moment, deep within the abyss, Bai Ye had already stepped from the edge into the central area of the second layer. Here, yellow sand swirled everywhere, and the further one ventured inward, the more hostile the environment became. Every few steps, the remains of various beasts, monsters, and fallen adventurers littered the ground. For those with slightly weaker abilities, this place was a complete no-go zone. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of a cave hidden amidst the sandstorm, causing Bai Ye to halt in his tracks. As he approached, he felt the intense magical energy emanating from the cave. Bai Ye realized that a powerful creature was lurking within. If he could defeat it and seize its skills or innate abilities, his strength would rise to a whole new level, right? With that thought, Bai Ye began to chant and cast his spell. As the magical energy surged and the skill was unleashed, a massive fire dragon charged toward the cave. Boom! Accompanied by explosions, the sandy ground cracked, and countless fissures spread outward from the cave at a speed visible to the naked eye. Finally, it seemed to reach its limit. The ground collapses instantly, and the strange beast hidden within the cave revealed its true form at that moment. It was a three-headed snake of the first transformation at the 100th level. They say that dragons give birth to 100 offspring, each different from the others. From this three-headed snake before him, Bai Ye sensed a faint dragon's aura. This must be the offspring of a dragon and some other strange beast, right? As he thought this, as Bai Ye cast the identification spell, the information about the three-headed snake appeared. Three-headed snake. Health points 673, 280 800,000. Magic 5000 5000. Strength 4500. Speed 1000. Toughness 500. Skill Poison Breath consumes 10,000 magic, exhales a toxic mist, inflicting a poison effect on all targets within range, dealing 20 damage per second. The more magic consumed, the larger the mist's coverage area. Talent Fearful Gaze during combat has a chance to intimidate enemies. Description: although its dragon bloodline is now extremely diluted, its power remains formidable. After reviewing the information on the three-headed snake, Bai Ye fell into deep thought. Although this three-headed snake is indeed powerful, but alas, Bai Ye's strength far surpasses its own. SSS. The three pairs of vertical pupils of the three-headed snake were filled with coldness. Facing this insignificant insect that dared to destroy its nest, it was ready to teach it a lesson. As magic surged forth, its three heads simultaneously opened their blood-red maws. The next moment, accompanied by the casting of a spell, a purple poisonous mist poured forth. 8. 10. 8. Though the poisonous mist covered a wide area, but the damage it deals is quite pitiful. The highest damage is only in the double digits, which is no different from scratching Bai Ye's itch. Just as its three heads lunged forward simultaneously, Bai Ye moved. Activating the Divine Eye, he temporarily stunned the three heads, aiming at one of the three heads of the three-headed snake. Like a black arrow, before the three-headed serpent could react, the blade in Bai Ye's hand had already pierced its eyeball. 20,000. He struck a vital spot, and his first move was highly effective. SSSS. In intense pain, the three-headed serpent, with its nearly 100-meter-long body, instinctively twisted and writhed. Boom! As it moved, it resembled a earth dragon turning over. Flying sand and toxic mist swirled together, making the visibility increasingly blurry and indistinct. Taking advantage of this brief moment, he quickly downed the magic restoration potion. While replenishing his status, Bai Ye raised his hand and began to chant the spell. As his magic power plummeted, Bai Ye unleashed 3 fire dragon souls. Boom! The deafening explosion sent shockwaves that nearly dispersed the sand and poisonous mist. 400,000. One powerful move. One of the 3 heads of the serpent had vanished without a trace. The remaining 2 heads were also mangled and bloodied, not much better off. As the 3-headed serpent was severely wounded, Bai Ye also downed the last few bottles of magic restoration potions. Before the 3-headed snake could recover, Bai Ye activated the Divine Eye once more. Under the shock, the 3-headed serpent froze in place. It could only watch helplessly as the 3 fire dragon souls charged toward it. Under the relentless barrage of fire, the 3-headed snake never imagined that Bai Ye's skill could be so absurd. You're an assassin, yet you're acting like a mage, launching bombings and firepower barrages, huh? With a sense of injustice, the 3-headed snake died with its eyes wide open. You have looted the three-headed snake's A-rank talent, Fearful Gaze. Notice, similar talent detected. Abyssal Gaze has evolved. Talent, Abyssal Gaze. Quality S. Effect, gain an abyss aura. Additionally, the first target you make eye contact with will be intimidated. Evaluation: when you gaze into the abyss also gazes into you. The talent has been obtained. This enhances the quality of the abyss aura. An additional effect is added: the first gaze will always cause intimidation. This means that in combat, Bai Ye will essentially always have the first strike. With the transformation of his talent, Bai Ye is in a good mood. His movements grew faster. As he extracted the beast core from the three-headed snake's body, Bai Ye was startled. He saw that there wasn't just one beast core, but three. It seemed that the three-headed snake's skill activation did not draw magic power from a single beast core. Instead, the three heads were separate, each using its own beast core. As the magic restoration potion ran out, Bai Ye had planned to replenish his condition and make another trip to the abyss. However, the appearance of three beast cores within the three-headed snake brought him an unexpected surprise. The task of class change has been completed. Bai Ye couldn't help but feel curious. He had completed 2 consecutive Inferno tier class change quests. He wondered what kind of class would be available for him to choose when he advanced his profession. Chapter 49, Crazy Stat Boosting. Immortal Flames. Just as Bai Ye was returning along the same path, at that very moment, beyond the abyss, the entire square was completely surrounded by the Crimson Guild. A trap had been set for Bai Ye, with no way out. Even Qian Nanzhang, the president of the Luo City branch, had arrived. The onlookers couldn't help but change their expressions. What's going on? Why has the Crimson Guild mobilized such a large force? Someone in the crowd suddenly asked. Some insiders offered their explanations. Bro, you didn't know? Someone killed the leader of the Red Guild's Deep Abyss branch. So they're targeting the old man after killing the young one? Damn it! That's too shameless. It's not just that. I heard that person also killed Lai Ao's younger brother. Wow, that means he's as good as dead. Killed the leader of the Crimson Guild's Abyss. And killed Lai Ao's younger brother. This has completely alienated the Crimson Guild for good. Looking toward the entrance to the abyss, everyone couldn't help but show a look of pity on their faces. Fearful that Bai Ye would emerge and be instantly killed by concentrated fire. Equipped with mythical tier gear and without any backing, White Knight, just an ordinary person, has caused the Red Guild to mobilize such a massive force against him. It can only be said that his death was well deserved. The first layer of the abyss. Just as Bai Ye was about to leave, unexpectedly, Qin Yanan blocked his path. Bai Ye, you can't leave. Seeing Qin Yanan's anxious expression, Bai Ye was puzzled. Why? She said, the Red Guild is currently ambushing you outside, and even Qian Nanzhang has arrived. If you go out, they will definitely kill you. Seeing that Bai Ye didn't respond, Qin Yanan continued, but don't worry, I've already contacted our family members. They will definitely protect you. Knowing that Qin Yanan meant well, Bai Ye thanked her. Thank you, but there's no need. I'll handle it myself. Seeing that Bai Ye completely ignored her words, Qin Yanan was taken aback but quickly recovered. Bai Ye, do you understand? I specifically returned to the abyss just to save you. If you go out there, you'll definitely die. Bai Ye said, it's okay, I'm very strong. Qin Yanan was speechless. Is this even about strength? The Crimson Guild had arranged so many people, how could Bai Ye possibly be their match? As Bai Ye bypassed her and stepped onto the teleportation array, Qin Yanan couldn't help but sigh softly. She had gone to great lengths to contact her family and beg for help. In the end, it was all for nothing. Finally, I came across a highly promising assassin and was just about to recruit them to my side. But it turned out to be like talking to a wall. With no other choice, she gave chase. Although the Qin clan and the Red Guild hadn't yet reached a resolution in their negotiations. But she wasn't going to give up so easily. No matter the cost, she must protect Bai Ye at all costs. As the light of the teleportation array flickered into view, outside, seeing Bai Ye finally appear, Qian Nanzhang's eyes flashed with a hint of hatred. He was well aware that if he laid a finger on Bai Ye, Qin Yang would not spare him. His future had already been ruined. If he didn't eliminate Bai Ye, Lai Ao would eliminate him. How could Qian Nanzhang possibly do such a thankless task? Gritting his teeth, Qian Nanzhang stepped forward. Bai Ye, take off your equipment now and commit suicide. Rest assured, I, Qian Nanzhang, am only targeting you. After you die, I won't let anyone touch your sister. Bai Ye shook his head. Impossible. I will take care of her myself. Aren't you here to kill me? Then come at me all together. When Bai Ye finished speaking, seeing his arrogance, Qian Nanzhang's face darkened. Realizing there was no point in talking, he said no more. Kill him. As the order was given, immediately, the members of the Crimson Guild charged toward Bai Ye. as Bai Ye faced enemies on all sides.
She emerged from the teleportation array just a step behind Bai Ye. Qin Yanan's expression changed drastically.
She had thought she could save Bai Ye. But to her dismay, she was still a step too late. Just as Qin Yanan was lamenting the loss of a valuable talent.
At that moment, a sudden gasp echoed among the onlookers.
Qin Yanan instinctively turned her gaze toward the center of the battlefield. She saw Bai Ye remaining calm under siege, dodging attacks with such fluid grace. She was completely stunned. Having witnessed Bai Ye's battle against the Xuanjia giant turtle, Qin Yanan knew that his skills were exceptionally powerful. But she never imagined that Bai Ye's skills were not only extraordinary, but his close combat techniques were also so incredible. Meanwhile, within the encirclement. Although he had just fought the three-headed snake and his condition had deteriorated significantly.
But with the ZZIGE technique, his evasive movements were as smooth as an eel. Moreover, even if he was accidentally hit by a skill or a normal attack,
his sturdy armor would reduce the damage taken. Bai Ye's margin for error is now at its maximum.
You have obtained 1 skill point. You have obtained 1 skill point.
Those who can be brought by Qian Nanzhang are generally quite powerful. Therefore, after defeating most of them, Bai Ye can obtain 1 skill point.
This is absolutely amazing.
While searching for opportunities to harvest, Bai Ye continues to allocate skill points.
You have enhanced the skill Fire Dragon's Wrath. You have enhanced the skill Fire Dragon's Wrath.
Notice, your skill Fire Dragon's Wrath has advanced.
You have obtained the skill Eternal Flame. Skill Eternal Flame.
Effect, consumes 800 mana to unleash Eternal Flame, dealing 240,000 damage. Additionally, applies a burning effect, dealing 1000 damage per second for 100 seconds. The burning effect cannot be removed by purification.
Evaluation Raging Flames that never die.
With the skill's advancement, not only has the mana cost been reduced, but the damage has also been increased. The original simple burn effect has evolved into a sustained debuff.
This is an absolute crowd-clearing god-tier skill. Leap into the air. In the brief moment of separation, when the remaining magic is completely depleted, White Knight activates his skill. Chapter 50, Instant Kill on Qian Nanzhang. Bai Ye's true power.
White flames continuously fell from the sky. Anything it touches is instantly scorched.
As the white flames raged uncontrollably, those touched by the flames fell one after another. Everyone looked on in horror. What is this thing? Why can't this fire be extinguished? Where's the priest? Quick, purify me. It's over.
Drinking healing potions and using purification spells have no effect at all.
Help! I don't want to die. They couldn't understand why Bai Ye, who was supposed to be an assassin, possessed powers that didn't belong to an assassin.
This scene, beyond all common sense, undoubtedly shattered everyone's worldview.
Meanwhile, at the rear, Qian Nanzhang's expression changed slightly.
He knew that if Bai Ye could kill Hua Yuchen, his strength must be no joke. But Qian Nanzhang never imagined that Bai Ye, an assassin, would actually have a fire-based ultimate move.
This guy must be cheating, right?
As he muttered under his breath, he noticed that the ultimate move had ended, and Bai Ye's stamina was nearly depleted. Therefore, Qian Nanzhang shouted loudly, "Everyone, follow me and kill him."
Bai Ye has no magic left. Whoever kills Bai Ye first, I will nominate him as the deputy head of the branch.
As Qian Nanzhang finished speaking, where there's money, there's courage. Plus, Bai Ye was indeed in a weakened state. The crowd, who had previously avoided him like a snake or a scorpion, once again charged toward Bai Ye.
At that moment, under the looting,
in addition to their attribute values increasing to a certain extent, the skill points they had previously consumed were also replenished.
You have obtained 1 skill point. You have obtained 1 skill point. You have enhanced the skill Death's Descent. You have enhanced the skill Reaper's Descent. As your innate abilities continue to trigger, the skills you have plundered are also converted into skill points for unlimited enhancement. Their skills undergo a qualitative transformation at this moment. Skill Reaper's Descent.
Effect consumes 20 mana, increases movement speed by 5000%, and enhances all subsequent attacks, dealing an additional 1200% damage, lasting for 15 minutes. Evaluation: a great man once said, when a person is killed, they die. As the skill undergoes a qualitative change, the stealth effect also disappears. In its place comes a 15-minute boost in speed and damage. This effectively reduces the frequency of skill usage, significantly enhancing its sustain.
After flying backward, he temporarily moved to Qin Yanan's side. Bai Ye spoke up, "Do you have any magic restoration potions?" Qin Yanan nodded instinctively. Bai Ye reached out to take it. "Give it to me."
Qin Yanan obediently retrieved a bottle of magic restoration potion from her storage space.
Although the current environment only allowed Bai Ye to drink 1 bottle.
However, this was already sufficient.
From now on, let the tide turn. She downed the potion in 1 gulp. While dodging the attacks from the crowd, Bai Ye waited for his magic to recover.
Seeing Bai Ye continuously dodging and refusing to fall,
Qian Nanjiang couldn't help but mutter. What the hell is this monster? Who's the assassin whose stamina and resilience allow them to fight for so long?
as he looked around, he saw piles of corpses littering the ground, and the area was in complete chaos.
Realizing they couldn't delay any longer, Qian Nanjiang also moved.
He had already had so many people take turns draining Bai Ye's magic and stamina. He was certain that with his current strength, he could finally take down Bai Ye. Qian Nanjiang was a cautious fighter. He only fought enemies he was certain he could defeat. Therefore, since becoming a class changer, Qian Nanjiang has never lost a battle.
If the opponent were anyone else, Qian Nanjiang's strategy would indeed be sound. But alas, he is facing Bai Ye.
When Bai Ye activates his skills, his aura changes as well.
Feeling the aura emanating from Bai Ye, Qian Nanjiang's eyes flickered.
He couldn't help but feel that Bai Ye had suddenly grown stronger. Just as he thought this, Qian Nanjiang saw Bai Ye leave an afterimage behind him.
The next second, his pupils dilated involuntarily.
By the time he realized it wasn't an illusion, it was already too late. His eyes could barely catch Bai Ye's movements.
But his body couldn't react.
As Bai Ye's blade danced wildly in his hands,
silver blades sliced through the air, weaving a web of silver light. 4,000. 4,000. 4,000. As damage numbers continuously popped up. Without targeted parries and lacking knowledge of Bai Yitian's abilities, there was an information disadvantage. As a fist fighter, Qian Nanjiang couldn't possibly withstand Bai Ye's combo attack head-on. At this moment, full health is the kill line. You have obtained 1 skill point.
As Qian Nanjiang falls, the members of the Crimson Guild also lost their composure.
Qian Nanjiang is dead, what's the point of fighting anymore? As they looked at Bai Ye standing amidst the mountain of corpses and river of blood, those who had been watching the spectacle, convinced that Bai Ye was doomed, were now speechless with shock. Assassins are indeed agile. But they weren't as absurd as Bai Ye, were they? As Bai Ye prepared to leave, Qin Yanan reacted first and quickly followed after him. Bai Ye, you actually killed Qian Nanjiang? Bai Ye smiled. I told you, didn't I? I'm very strong. Hearing this, Qin Yanan's lips twitched.
It turned out that when Bai Ye had said he was strong while emerging from the abyss, he had meant it. She had foolishly thought Bai Ye was just trying to show off.
Little did she know that the clown was actually herself? Luo City, the Guild of Job Changers.
Upon hearing the news that Qian Nanjiang had attacked Bai Ye, Qin Ming immediately lost his composure.
Hurry! Help me activate the teleportation array. I need to go to Shao City immediately.
Seeing their guild master in such a hurry,
Xiao Jiangxue said, President, there's no need to go. The outcome of the battle has already been decided.
Upon hearing this, Qin Ming's expression turned grim, as if he had guessed something.
Was Bai Ye killed by that old man Qian Nanjiang? I knew it would end like this. After finally discovering such a promising talent, he was taken so easily.
Qin Ming gritted his teeth.
Those people from the Red Guild are simply too reckless. I won't let them get away with this.
Seeing that Qin Ming seemed to have misunderstood something, Xiao Jiangxue hurriedly said, No, President, you've misunderstood. Qin Ming looked puzzled.
Misunderstanding?
Xiao Jiangxue explained, President, the outcome of the battle was that Qian Nanjiang was killed by Bai Ye.
Qin Ming nodded. I know it was Bai Ye who.
Before he could finish, Qin Ming suddenly stopped mid-sentence.
He wore an expression of disbelief. What did you just say? Say it again.
Chairman, I said Qian Nanjiang was killed by Bai Ye. As Xiao Jiangxue repeated the words,
Qin Ming burst into laughter. Ha ha.
I knew I didn't misjudge him.
Well done, Bai Ye. Qin Ming's expression betrayed his excitement.
I have a feeling that Bai Ye will surpass the Sword Saint from 7 years ago and become the youngest military genius in our Dragon Nation.
Chapter 51, The Third Transformation. An excitedly Yi.
After emerging from the abyss, Bai Ye returned to Shao City.
Just as he parted ways with Bai Ye, Qin Yanan looked serious. Bai Ye, the doors of the Qin family will always be open to you. If you ever wish to join us, feel free to contact me. Bai Ye replied, When I have such thoughts, I will definitely contact you.
They exchanged a few casual words. Soon, Bai Ye also arrived at the Job Changers Guild.
I'm here to submit my job change request.
As Bai Ye finished speaking, hearing a voice that sounded slightly familiar, the front desk attendant raised her head with a professional smile.
Sir, is there anything I can assist you with?
Before she could finish, her pupils reflected Bai Ye's face. The front desk clerk's expression changed slightly.
You're back? A task of the Inferno level, and it must be completed solo. No one has ever accomplished this before. Just as the front desk clerk's mind was in turmoil,
Bai Ye's voice snapped her back to reality.
Can I submit my class change quest now?
Upon hearing this, the front desk clerk responded repeatedly.
Yes. Of course you can. Please follow me, sir. As she led Bai Ye into the job change room,
The front desk attendant cast a seductive glance at him. She accidentally tugged at her clothes, unintentionally revealing a glimpse of snow-white skin in front of Bai Ye. It had been over 1,000 years since the world had become half-digitized. And the principle of strength above all else remained an unchanging truth. A job changer as powerful as Bai Ye. How could she not want to spend a night of passion with him? However, Bai Ye was not interested. Her attention is entirely focused on the class change crystal in the room. As he approached, Bai Ye submitted all the materials required for the class change. When the 10 beast cores were enveloped by a white light, serving as an energy converter, the power contained within surged into Bai Ye's body in no time. A comforting sensation, akin to sitting in a steam room, spread throughout his entire body. The fatigue accumulated from prolonged combat vanished completely. Bai Ye felt as though his body had become significantly lighter. White Knight. Class Assassin 3rd Job Advancement. Level, LV 0.60%. Health 23, 123,100. Magic Power, 3,100 3,100. Strength 2100. Speed 1680. Stamina, 1,260. Resilience 300. Talents Infinite Plunder, Sturdy Armor, Abyssal Aura, Ultimate Freedom. Available Attribute Points 0. Class Skills Mist Veil, Eternal Flame, Reaper's Descent, Divine Eye, Magic Manipulation, Frenzy. With the completion of the 3rd transformation, White Knight's attribute values have all been enhanced to varying degrees. Now, even if he faces several high-tier monsters at once, he no longer needs to go through the same trouble as before. Perhaps he could even take them down in an instant. After reviewing his attribute panel, while marveling at it, Bai Ye couldn't help but wonder what the 3 advanced professions he could choose next would be. Just as he was thinking this, it seemed as though someone knew his thoughts. A receptionist at the side reminded him, "Sir, the job change crystals here are too low level and do not support your class advancement." Upon hearing this, Bai Ye asked, "Then where should I go to choose my advancement?" "Sir, you can go to Kyoto. There are facilities at the guild headquarters for you to advance." The girl answered respectfully. Seeing that Bai Ye didn't react, she gently pulled a few buttons on her collar. A massive evil presence seemed ready to burst forth, with black lace clearly visible. This wasn't a hint, it was a clear indication. White Knight couldn't possibly have missed it, could he? Just as the front desk girl was basking in her own thoughts. Unexpectedly, Bai Ye merely nodded slightly. "All right, I understand. Thank you." Saying that, Bai Ye walked past the front desk girl, leaving the girl with a stunned expression. This tactic had always worked flawlessly on other job changers. Why didn't it work on Bai Ye? For a moment, the girl felt utterly defeated, doubting her own charm. Unaware of the thoughts swirling in the front desk girl's mind. After leaving the guild, before heading to Kyoto, Bai Ye contacted Li Yi to inform her that he had a batch of materials for sale. At that moment, the Silver Knight Guild's branch was located in Shao City. Upon hearing that Bai Ye had a batch of materials for sale, Li Yi felt a surge of joy. She knew Bai Ye's capabilities. Any materials he was willing to sell must not be ordinary items. Thinking this, she personally greeted him at the guild's entrance. When she saw Bai Ye approaching, her eyes lit up. "Bai Ye, you're here. Come on, let's go inside and talk." Pulling Bai Ye along, Li Yi headed toward the private room reserved for VIP guests at the guild. I want to exchange the materials I have for skill scrolls and equipment." "Is that possible? Trade for trade?" Li Yi paused for a moment but quickly responded, "Sure. But skill scrolls are hard to come by." As they entered the room, Li Yi also complained to Bai Ye. "I wonder what that woman Nie Xiaoyu is up to. She's been buying up skill scrolls like crazy lately. There are too few skill scrolls circulating in the market now. If you want some, Bai Ye, it'll probably take some time." Hearing this, Bai Ye felt a bit awkward. Come to think of it, Nie Xiaoyu's collection of skill scrolls seemed to be related to him. Facing Li Yi's complaints, Bai Ye said, "Time isn't an issue. Give me some magic restoration potions first." Upon hearing that Bai Ye needed recovery potions, Li Yi waved her hand dismissively. "It's just some recovery potions, right? Our guild has plenty of them. I'll give them to you for free. Just tell me how many you need." Bai Ye hesitated slightly. "Better not. I need a bit more than 1 billion. Hearing this, the young woman shrugged indifferently. "What's a little bit? What's the big deal? Just ask, and I'll handle the rest." Hearing her speak so generously, Bai Ye silently extended his right index finger. Seeing this, Li Yi understood. 10 bottles? I'll give them to you right now." Bai Ye shook his head. Seeing this, Li Yi understood again. 100? That's a bit much, but it's okay. After all, you're Snowy's friend. Seeing Bai Ye still shaking his head, Li Yi swallowed hard. 1,000. Well, never mind. You saved my life, just take it. Bai Ye shook his head again. "No, I said 10,000. Take less?" At those words, Li Yi instinctively took a step back. She finally realized that Bai Ye wasn't talking about a little, but a billion. For a moment, Li Yi couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow! We're not friends. I wanted to connect with you, but you're playing mind games with me, aren't you?" With a sigh of exasperation, Li Yi finally gritted her teeth and agreed. Although in the business world, their silver chamber of commerce had always been the eternal second place. But with 10,000 bottles of magic recovery potions, she could make the decision and come up with the funds. Half an hour later, as Li Yi had the recovery potions delivered by truck, Bai Ye stored them in his storage space. For the next few days, he wouldn't have to worry about running out of mana in battle. As he thought this, Bai Ye spoke up. "By the way, I'll hand over the materials to you first." As he spoke, Bai Ye took out all the various remains of strange beasts and monsters he had collected over the past few days. An open field. Countless corpses of strange beasts and magical creatures were piled up like mountains. Among them were the remains of 1000-level beasts. Li Yi was completely speechless. So many valuable items if they were refined into demonic potions or crafted into equipment. The Silver Coin Guild would make a fortune. After a moment of daze, she snapped back to reality. Li Yi looked at Bai Ye with sparkling eyes. In her eyes, Bai Ye was a walking goldmine. Overcome with excitement, she gave Bai Ye a big hug. "Ah, Bai Ye, I love you so much." Chapter 52, Advanced Mission. Career Advancement. Meanwhile, on the side, seeing her young mistress act so boldly, Yi Qing hurriedly reminded her. "Miss, you can't do that." As Yi Qing finished speaking, noticing the meaningful glances from those around her, Li Yi quickly let go. She cleared her throat a few times to hide her embarrassment. "In any case, Bai Ye, I'll make sure to gather the skill books and equipment you need as soon as possible." Thinking back to how careless she had been earlier, being so proactive, she couldn't help but recall the scene where Bai Ye had saved her earlier. Li Yi felt her heart racing for no apparent reason. Seeing Bai Ye give her a puzzled look, to hide her panic, she hurriedly pushed Bai Ye and urged him to leave. "Bai Ye, aren't you supposed to go to Kyoto to advance your training? Hurry up and go." Pushed away by Li Yi, Bai Ye also boarded the train heading to Kyoto. Just as Bai Ye was heading to the headquarters of the Job Changer Guild in Kyoto. Kyoto, the headquarters of the Red Guild. Upon hearing this news, Li Ao's eyes flashed with a hint of cruelty. He killed his younger brother and then consecutively killed Hua Chenyu and Xian Nanjiang. Now was the time to settle the score. If Bai Ye dares to come, he will make sure he never returns. At the same time, at Kyoto Station, dozens of bodyguards dressed in black suits and wearing sunglasses seemed to be waiting for someone. Passers-by couldn't help but raise their eyebrows in confusion. What's going on? It's not like this in the modern world. For a moment, everyone felt a sense of déjà vu, as if the Dragon King had returned. At that moment, Bai Ye arrived. An elderly man dressed like a butler hurried forward. "Welcome to the capital, Mr. Bai. Please follow us. Our young miss has instructed us, and we have prepared everything." Hearing these words, Bai Ye grew puzzled. Noticing his thoughts, the old man replied, "Mr. Bai, you should also know that my young mistress is the daughter of the Silver Merchants Guild." Upon hearing that it was Li Yi who had arranged this, looking at the red carpet and the dozens of bodyguards standing guard, Bai Ye's lips twitched. "No way, this is way too flashy." While muttering under his breath, Bai Ye got into the car with the butler. As he watched Bai Ye leave, the onlookers nodded in agreement. The aura of the Dragon King is even stronger now. An hour later, arriving at the headquarters of the Job Changers Guild, Li Yi had already made arrangements in advance. All procedures related to career advancement have been arranged. As Bai Ye entered the hall, the receptionist greeted him with a respectful expression. "Mr. Bai, this way please. Miss Li has already paid the processing fee for you. You only need to proceed with your career advancement." Upon hearing this, he sensed the terrifying magical power contained within the faint golden crystal before him. Out of curiosity, Bai Ye extended his hand. Instantly, a series of text unfolded. "You have met the requirements for career advancement. Career advancement has been unlocked. Which profession do you wish to choose? Option 1, Shadow Assassin. Option 2, Assassin. Option 3, Shadow Dancer." On one side, Bai Ye saw that the 3 career options available to him were all quite good. The receptionist couldn't help but be surprised. An assassin like Bai Ye, with 3 such superior professions to choose from, was something she had never seen before. As he looked at the panel in front of him, Bai Ye's attention was entirely focused on the small text below. "Due to your outstanding performance, the hidden profession has been unlocked. You have unlocked the hidden profession, Shadow Lord. Prompt: do you wish to accept the special quest to advance to Shadow Lord? Hidden class? Could this be the benefit of accepting the Inferno tier class change quest during the 2nd or 3rd class change?" Thinking this, Bai Ye raised his eyebrows slightly. Without hesitation, he chose to accept. As he made his choice, the class change crystal burst into light. Advanced quest: the enemy of all. Requirements: kill 100 high-tier demons or monsters individually. Current progress 0-100. See the advanced quest appear. Everyone at the scene was stunned. Such a situation has never occurred in 1,000 years. The receptionist apologized repeatedly to Bai Ye. "I'm so sorry, Mr. Bai. I'm truly sorry. It must be a malfunction with the class change crystal. I'll arrange for a rune master to handle it immediately." Defeating 100 high-tier demons and monsters alone. This isn't something a level 63rd class assassin could accomplish. I thought we were supposed to host an important guest designated by the Silver Merchant Guild, which should have been a good thing. But the receptionist never expected this. If nothing goes wrong, something is bound to go wrong. For a moment, she was about to burst into tears. Just as the receptionist was at a loss, Bai Ye spoke up. "It's nothing, just an advanced task." Upon hearing this, the receptionist was taken aback. Just an advanced task? Those words? Bai Ye really had no idea how difficult this task was. Realizing what she meant, she hurried to try to dissuade her. However, before she could speak, she already knew what Bai Ye was thinking. Bai Ye cut her off. "Don't worry, I have a plan." After saying that, Bai Ye casually asked, "By the way, do you know where in Kyoto there are the most demons and monsters?" Seeing that Bai Ye insisted on continuing. Knowing that Bai Ye was so highly regarded by the Silver Guild, he must be no ordinary person. Therefore, the receptionist no longer tried to persuade him further. "If Mr. Bai wishes to hunt demons and monsters, you can try the Endless Tower. Unlike the outside world, the demons and monsters in the Endless Tower are of a higher level. It should perfectly meet Mr. Bai's mission requirements." As the receptionist explained, Bai Ye understood. He recalled that the Endless Tower and the Abyss were renowned as the two largest dungeons of the current era. To this day, no one has ever managed to conquer the Abyss or the Endless Tower. Some say it is a relic from the divine era of 1,000 years ago. Others claim it is a conspiracy targeting all of humanity. Countless people echoed these opinions. The true origins of the two remain unknown. However, the attitude of the various nations and major guilds toward them is one of restriction, rather than complete conquest. Whether it be the Abyss or the Endless Tower, they are entities that must be feared and watched closely. And thus, for Bai Ye, if one chooses to go to the Endless Tower to hunt demons and monsters, it is indeed a good choice. Thus, facing the receptionist, Bai Ye thanked her. "Thank you, I'll go check out the Endless Tower." If it were before, Bai Ye would indeed have had no confidence. However, with the third transformation, along with enhanced attributes and skill evolution, Bai Ye was determined to become a Shadow Lord. If he could become a Shadow Lord, that would give him an edge in tackling the upcoming large-scale dungeon raids. "I believe we'll have a few more advantages, right?" As Bai departed, watching his departing figure, the receptionist was speechless. In her eyes, even with the backing of the Silver Merchants Guild, Bai Ye was still too impulsive. Chapter 53, The Endless Tower. Battle against the Ice Elves again. Leaving the headquarters of the Job Changer Guild, the butler looked concerned. "Mr. Bai, you aren't really planning to go to the Endless Tower, are you?" Bai Ye didn't hide it. "That's right. Since we're already here, let's go take a look first." Seeing that the conversation had reached this point, the butler also suggested, "Mr. Bai, why don't you rest at the hotel for the night? We can arrange transportation to the Endless Tower first thing tomorrow morning. What do you think of this arrangement?" Without any hesitation, Bai Ye nodded lightly. "Thank you for your kindness." Seeing Bai Ye so polite, the butler smiled and said, "The young lady instructed us to take good care of you. This is all we should do." Soon, not long after, under the butler's guidance, Bai Ye arrived at a 5-star hotel. This was the company owned by the Silver Chamber of Commerce. Upon entering, the opulence was immediately evident. An endless array of gourmet dishes and entertainment facilities filled the space. The level of luxury was truly breathtaking. This made Bai Ye couldn't help but marvel. No wonder it's the second largest merchant guild in Dragon Country. "Mr. Bai, all the facilities here tonight are at your disposal. The Chamber of Commerce will open them to you free of charge." Upon hearing this, Bai Ye didn't hesitate. "All right, please convey my thanks to your young lady." As Bai Ye finished speaking, the butler's smile grew even broader. "I'll take my leave now. I hope you have a pleasant stay, Mr. Bai." They spent the night at the hotel. It must be said that the service at this hotel under the Bai Ye Merchants Guild was quite good. Once the large-scale dungeon guide was finished, Bai Ye planned to take Bai Yu out for some fun during his free time. That girl is in the midst of her playful phase right now. She'll be so happy then, right? Just as Bai Ye was thinking this, 2 hours later, escorted by the butler, Bai Ye entered a special dungeon. And the Endless Tower was hidden within this special dungeon. It was integrated with the dungeon yet remained independent within it. This clearly demonstrated the uniqueness of the Endless Tower. The butler led Bai Ye toward the direction of the Endless Tower. As they walked along the artificially laid stone path, the butler explained,
Mr. Bai, you may not be aware. This dungeon has actually been conquered by major guilds long ago. However, due to the unique nature of the Endless Tower, the dungeon has remained open. Thanks to the connection between the dungeon and the Endless Tower, all the major guilds have chosen to establish their bases here. Over the years, this place has turned into a city straight out of a video game. As he spoke, they had walked for about 10 minutes. As they passed through the tree-lined avenue, the bustling scene that greeted Bai Ye was unexpected. The scale of this city was even more prosperous and extravagant than anything built in the abyss. Looking at the modern buildings everywhere, seeing the passers-by walking casually on both sides of the road. If he hadn't known beforehand that this was a replica, Bai Ye might have thought he had stepped into a modern metropolis. However, compared to the various modern facilities that fill the city, what Bai Ye truly cared about was something else entirely. He had arrived at the Endless Tower. Gazing at the tower standing before him, its height piercing the clouds, as simple and straightforward as its name, it seemed like an endless tower. Bai Ye couldn't help but marvel at its marvel. At that moment, the butler by his side said, "Mr. Bai, you may not be aware of this. Each floor of the Endless Tower is like an abyss, a small world of its own. Once you enter, you must be extremely cautious." As he spoke, the butler's expression grew serious. "If you encounter any issues, Mr. Bai, you may contact me at any time. At that time, the Silver Guild will spare no expense to ensure your safety." Though Bai Ye felt it unnecessary, however, he understood it was the other party's goodwill. Thus, he replied, "Alright, I'll be careful." As he spoke, Bai Ye stepped into the dungeon. Shortly after Bai Ye entered the Endless Tower, Lai Ao rushed over as if he had smelled blood, following closely behind. Though he was brutal and a tyrant. But that didn't mean Lai Ao was stupid. If they were outside, attacking Bai Ye would easily cause unnecessary trouble. The same logic applied to his earlier order to have Qian Nanjiang act first. However, this was a dungeon. And the place Bai Ye has entered is the Endless Tower, where even many high-ranking transfigured warriors have met their end. Therefore, if Bai Ye were to meet with any misfortune within the Endless Tower, it would not be anyone else's fault. Thinking this, Lai Ao strode forward. He stepped into the Endless Tower. Seeing that Lai Ao meant business, the crowd outside the tower seemed to have guessed something as well. "Oh no! Lai Ao is here. This is bullying. Yeah, I wonder who offended this demon. They're in for trouble." As they sighed, in the eyes of the crowd, offending Lai Ao meant certain death. At the same time, far away in Luo City, upon hearing that Bai Ye was heading to the headquarters of the Job Changer Guild for advancement, Qin Ming couldn't stay calm. Bai Ye advancing his rank isn't a big deal. But don't forget that the Red Guild's headquarters is also in the capital. Knowing that Bai Ye had gone to the capital, given Lai Ao's nature, he definitely wouldn't just sit idly by. Damn it! How could I have forgotten that? Pacing back and forth in the office, Qin Ming wanted to slap himself several times. If Bai Ye really dies because of this, Qin Ming felt an urge to spit blood. Just as he was growing increasingly impatient, another piece of bad news came from headquarters. Upon hearing the news, Qin Ming's voice involuntarily rose several decibels. "What? You're saying Bai Ye went to the Endless Tower? Not only that, but Lai Ao followed him too?" At that moment, Qin Ming had only one thought in his mind. It's over. Bai Ye is as good as dead. He was able to kill Qian Nanjiang and even underwent 3 transformations. Bai Ye is still quite powerful. But in Qin Ming's eyes, compared to Lai Ao, the two were not even in the same league. "You said someone from the Holy Light Guild is in the Endless Tower? Who? Yang Hua? Alright. Tell Yang Hua to protect Bai Ye inside the tower. I'll head over from Luo City immediately." Beep beep. As the call ended, Qin Ming immediately set off. He headed straight for the capital. As Qin Ming's network of connections continued to mobilize, just as the situation in the entire capital was growing increasingly tense, Bai Ye had officially entered the first layer of the Endless Tower. The vast forest stretched endlessly before him. The area is filled with a sense of tranquility and peace. However, danger lurked within. Take, for example, the present moment. As soon as he entered the forest, while Bai Ye was searching for demonic creatures, from the shadows, several arrows flew toward him. Whoosh! The air was sliced by the arrows. 120. 100. 150. In a sudden surprise attack, Bai Ye lost a significant amount of health. However, taking advantage of this opportunity, White Knight also got a clear look at the attacker. It was an ice elf dwelling in this forest. Watching the ice elf stand on the treetop with a mocking expression, Bai Ye knew that the other party had mistaken him for prey. Compared to the ice elves he had encountered in the special dungeon earlier, the ice elves in the Endless Tower were far more powerful. As he thought this, Bai Ye also threw out the appraisal. Chapter 54, Ice Elf Tribe. New skills. Ice Elf. Class Scout.
Health 50,005,000. Strength 1000. Speed 1400. Stamina 600. Resilience 200. Talent double strike. Each normal attack has a chance to deal double damage. After reading the information about the ice elf, Bai Ye understood. With both his profession and talent boosting him, no wonder he could deal damage to him. Holding the holy light blade. Just as the ice elves were preparing to attack again, Bai Ye darted forward to strike. With both his natural talent and skills at his disposal, his movements were already too fast for the ice elves to perceive. All they could see was a fleeting afterimage. By the time the ice elves reacted, it was already too late. Not to mention that Bai Ye's overall attributes surpassed those of the ice elves. When it comes to their professions, scouts and archers simply cannot match an assassin. You have looted the ice elf's attributes, speed plus 20. You have looted the ice elf's attributes, speed plus 20. Your level has risen to 61, free attribute points 10. You have looted the ice elf B rank talent, double strike. Note, a duplicate talent has been detected. The talents have been merged. You have obtained the S rank talent, double strike. Effect, each normal attack deals double damage. Evaluation 1 part effort, 2 parts reward. Different types of monsters can have different attribute points that can be looted. Most monsters primarily allocate points to strength and health. Monsters like ice elves, which prioritize speed, are quite rare. Being able to loot speed from them also helps complete advancement quests. For Bai Ye, this is quite profitable. Feeling the changes within himself, Bai Ye murmured to himself. With my current speed, combined with the freedom of movement technique, I should be able to dodge most spell-based skills, right? He continued forward through the dense forest. While searching for monsters in all directions, Bai Ye's thoughts flickered. He glanced at the advanced quest. Advanced quest: the arch enemy. Current progress 14100. At this rate, it shouldn't take more than 3 days to complete the advanced quest, right? Just as he thought this, under the influence of the ZZIGE technique, Bai Ye suddenly gained insight into something. He recalled that among the ice elves he had previously faced, not all of them were archers, there were also scouts among them. Bai Ye fell into deep thought. Ice elves, like humans, are magical creatures with social attributes. Since scouts had appeared, it meant that the ice elves he had previously faced were not just a small squad. Behind them, there was likely a tribe. Thinking this, Bai Ye followed the direction of his perception and rushed off. Half an hour later, as he parted a dense patch of forest, a tribe resembling a village came into view. The ice elves possessed intelligence. However, their nature was extremely brutal. Several unfortunate defeated adventurers had already been dismembered into countless pieces by the ice elves. One of them was clinging to life. He could only watch as the ice elves sliced off his flesh, chewing each piece slowly as if savoring a delicacy. In the eyes of these ice elves, the transfigured warriors who entered the Endless Tower were nothing more than prey entering their hunting ground. The bloody scene was too gruesome to behold. As fellow members of the human race, seeing their own kind being slaughtered like pigs and sheep, Bai Ye furrowed his brows and felt a sense of unease. Rather than live like this, why not just end it all and be done with it? Just as the ice elves were dividing the transfigured warriors among themselves and letting their guard down, Bai Ye's magic surged forth. As he chanted and cast his spell, the eternal flames were released. As the white flames bloomed in the sky like fireworks, the ice elves froze in shock. But soon, as rolling white flames descended from the heavens, the ice elves couldn't help but show expressions of terror. Fire-based spells were their natural nemesis. And their relatively fragile bodies, when faced with the unquenchable white flames, were utterly devastated without any warning. The widespread attack left them unable to even flee. In an instant, countless ice elves were killed or injured. You have looted the ice sprite's attributes, speed plus 20. You have looted the ice elf's attributes, strength plus 10. You have looted ice elf attributes, resilience plus 5. Your level has risen to 62, with 10 free attribute points. Your level has risen to 63, with 10 free attribute points. As talents continue to trigger, attributes are constantly being stolen. At a speed visible to the naked eye, Bai Ye's strength surged dramatically. Unnoticed, most of the ice elves have been slaughtered. White Knight's level also rose to level 65. Even though he had killed over 20 ice elves, and each battle was against a higher level opponent. However, as his level increases, the amount of experience required grows exponentially. To quickly raise his level, it wasn't that easy. Just as Bai Ye was sighing in frustration, the ice elves who had narrowly escaped death now faced this unwelcome guest, and their expressions turned angry. In the eyes of the ice elves, these reincarnated warriors from the mortal realm were nothing more than pigs and dogs to be slaughtered at will. And now, the very creatures they considered prey had destroyed their village in an instant. How could the ice elves possibly accept this? Behind them, as the Ice Elf King issued his command, "Roar!" In their roar, the Ice Elves charged toward Bai Ye. As the backbone of the tribe's defenders, These ice elves were far stronger than the scout archers they had encountered earlier. However, these ice elves, who strike fear into the hearts of other class changers, were nothing more than moving experience points in White Knight's eyes. When the Reaper descended, in that moment, among the ice elves, White Knight was like the Reaper reaping lives. It is unknown how many ice elves have fallen. But Bai Ye is certain that once he completely annihilates this ice elf tribe, the advanced quest should be nearly complete, right? Just as he thought this, suddenly, Bai Ye sensed something. He leaped into the air. Bang! Below him, countless ice spikes erupted suddenly, narrowly missing him. He noticed the Ice Elf King chanting and casting spells in the distance. Only then did Bai Ye realize that this was actually a mage. He activated the appraisal eye. After observing his skills and talents, Bai Ye immediately broke through the encirclement of the Ice Elves and charged toward the Ice Elf King. This Ice Elf King possessed exceptional talents and skills. However, now, it was his. As Bai Ye closed in, the Ice Elf King hurriedly cast a spell, attempting to create an ice wall to obstruct him. However, as Bai Ye activated his divine eye, in an instant, the Ice Elf King seemed to see something utterly terrifying. It stumbled and nearly fell to the ground. Even standing upright was a struggle. How could it possibly cast a spell to defend against White Knight's next deadly attack? As a silver glow flashed, the Ice Elf King's head rolled to the ground. You have obtained the Ice Elf King's skill, Extreme Cold Thrust. Effect, consumes 100 mana to create 10 ice spikes at the location of the previous spell, dealing piercing and freezing damage. An ice-based skill that can be combined with other skills. If used properly, its effect could catch the enemy off guard, right? Just as Bai Ye was thinking this. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed. Suddenly, the ground trembled and cracked. The guardian beast hidden beneath the Ice Elf tribe awoke due to the death of the Ice Elf King. Chapter 55. This isn't a support technique, it's a killing move. As sand and dust swirled through the sky, and countless ice elves were caught in the chaos, gazing at the massive silhouette amidst the dust. As they sensed its aura, Bai Ye's expression also betrayed a hint of excitement. Bai Ye had a premonition. If he could seize it, his strength would undergo a qualitative transformation. Human, you dared to kill my partner. I will make you pay a terrible price. A deep voice echoed through the dust. Bai Ye was slightly surprised. After all, talking beasts were extremely rare. And it had no idea what Bai Ye was thinking. As the sand and dust slowly dispersed, the chaotic scene revealed the colossal beast lurking within, which now revealed its true form. Its body, over 100 meters tall, was only half visible, yet it was enough to send shivers down one's spine. Its powerful aura even formed whirlwinds around it. In the present day, even those who have reached the 100th level or higher in their class are stationed in the depths of the abyss or the Tower of Eternity. In this modern age where star generals guard the borders, such a beast is undoubtedly a moving disaster, capable of causing unimaginable destruction and loss wherever it goes. Of course, compared to the terrifying power of the serpentine beast before him, what Bai Ye truly focused on was something else entirely. Salon. Health points 2, 600 2,600,000. Magic 8, 0,008,000. Strength 7,000. Speed 1,600. Stamina 4,000. Resilience 1,000. Skill Sandstorm consumes 100 magic, creates a small sandstorm, dealing 100 elemental damage per second to enemies. Dragon's Breath consumes 1000 mana, launches a breath attack dealing 100,000 damage. Talent Immortality. When on the brink of death, health is reduced to 1 and continuously regenerates at 1% per second for 10 seconds. Description: the divine dragons have perished, and the era of gods and mythical creatures has passed. However, they continue to influence this world in another form, and the sand dragons are their offspring. Unlike all the other beasts with dragon blood that Bai has faced before, what now stands before Bai is a true descendant of the dragons, a terrifying creature belonging to the sub-dragon species. This is the first time Bai Ye has ever faced a sub-dragon. Facing the vertical, icy pupils of his opponent, Bai Ye raised his hand and unleashed the eternal flame. He unleashed his most powerful attack first to test the salon's defense and strength. 200,000. 1,000. 1,000. 1,000. As the damage values continued to pop up, the result was exactly as Bai Ye had anticipated. As expected, the damage he could inflict was limited. As a sub-dragon species, Shalon's dual resistance and resilience were simply too high, making him a formidable opponent. As he thought this, just as Shalon's body swayed and charged toward him, Bai Ye dodged out of the way. If it had been before, he and Shalon would have been evenly matched. However, after his battle with the Ice Elf, White Knight's attributes had all seen significant boosts, especially his speed, which gave him a bit more room for error. Now, if they were to fight, it would be a 50-50 match at the very least. Taking advantage of Salon's massive frame, Bai Ye unleashed multiple skills simultaneously. Wielding the holy light blade in his hand, he aimed at a specific spot. Since Salon is covered in scales that provide high resistance, Bai Ye only needs to focus his attacks on one specific area.
1,200. 1,200. 1,200.
As the damage numbers flashed by like scraping sounds.
Multiple buffs, multiplied damage.
No mechanics, purely based on numbers.
Bang!
Under the dual buffs of the Reaper's arrival and Wild Dance, the scales on Shalon's body were also shattered by him.
5,000. 5,000.
When the dual strikes were triggered,
damage effects appeared. This combo sent the dragon's health plummeting. Meanwhile, as magic gradually replenishes, Bai unleashes the eternal flame once more. 200,000. 3,000. 3,000. 3,000. Attacking that weak point would deal higher damage. But with that life value of 260 million, even if Bai Ye exhausts all his energy, he might not be able to eliminate it. Recalling the skill he had previously stolen from the Ice Elf King, Bai raised his hand and gave it a try. Bloom! Bang! In an instant, the areas that had been struck by the unquenchable flames were instantly pierced by 10 ice spikes. These ice spikes did not emerge from the surface but from within the Salon's body. It appeared as though 10 ice spikes were piercing through the Salon's massive body. Upon witnessing this skill's effect, he was startled for a moment, but quickly regained his composure. Bai Ye finally realized how powerful this move was. It was all because the ice spirit had previously used its extreme cold thrust to throw him off balance, causing him to subconsciously assume that this was merely a terrain-altering skill to restrict the opponent's movements. But now, looking at it, this wasn't an auxiliary skill at all. It was clearly a finishing move. He gulped down several bottles of magic restoration potions one after another. Taking advantage of the Salon's rage, White Knight cast his spell again. Bloom! Bang! 50,000. 50,000. Burns and frostbite. As the subsequent debuffs continued to pile on, Salon experienced a harrowing ordeal of extreme heat and cold. Human! What did you do? It roared loudly, completely baffled by how Bai Ye had managed to do it. With its centuries-long lifespan, the Salon had seen every kind of class changer imaginable. The number of class changers it had killed was countless. Countless teams had come to challenge it and been annihilated. Yet, never had anyone been able to release skills of different attributes simultaneously and combine them like Bai Ye had. The Salon never expected that, by sheer coincidence, its heated scales had become slightly vulnerable in the sudden extreme cold. The chemical reaction caused by the extreme temperature fluctuations had created a natural countermeasure against it. Bai did not respond. As magical energy was consumed, he first used the Divine Eye to intimidate Salon. Then he used the Eternal Flame to deliver a freezing piercing strike, dealing additional damage. With the healing potion given to him by Li Yi, as the scattered vials piled up at Bai Ye's feet, Salon's innate ability was triggered. A faint green glow flickered at his wounds, and his injuries began to heal at a visible pace. The debuff effects were lifted, temporarily restoring his agility. It looked at Bai Ye with a terrified expression. After all, it was the one considered a monster by countless people. But in Shalon's eyes, Bai Ye was the true monster. Diving underground, Shalong immediately decided to stop fighting and flee. Seeing its opponent hide underground, its skills were ineffective. Following the opponent's scent, Bai Ye gave chase. With such excellent skills and natural talent, plus the fact that they had been fighting for so long, how could he possibly let it go so easily? Just as Salon and Bai were engaged in a game of cat and mouse. Inside the Tower of Infinity, Li Ao, who was searching for Bai Ye's movements, suddenly sensed a commotion. What is that? Before he could react, boom! A deafening explosion echoed, and Salon emerged from the ground, looking slightly disheveled. Feeling its terrifying aura, Li Ao's expression turned stunned. A dragon hybrid? How could? Just as he murmured, Salon's enormous pupil shifted to focus on Li Ao, reflecting his figure. For a moment, Li Ao's entire body trembled. Chapter 56, You're treating a guild master like a minor enemy? As an 80th level triple transformed mage, Li Ao was highly confident in his own strength. In his eyes, most monsters, even high tier ones, he was confident he could take them down within 5 skills. However, there was one condition. That was with the protection of his teammates. In a one-on-one fight, he's no close-range mage, he'd probably be killed the moment he starts casting a spell. Thinking of this, Li Ao couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Just as he was preparing to quickly exit the battlefield and escape the danger, Li Ao suddenly sensed something. He noticed that the wyvern before him was in extremely poor condition. Its eyes betrayed an unmistakable sense of irritation. Could it be? As Li Ao cast his identification spell, he discovered that the dragon's health had plummeted to near zero. Li Ao's heart was filled with shock and awe. What kind of existence could have severely wounded this 100-level Salon to such a state, and what could have caused it to fear so much? Just as Li Ao was lost in thought, the Salon spoke, emitting a deep, hoarse voice. Human, where is your team? Could that assassin be one of your own? Assassin? Li Ao was puzzled.
However, this didn't stop him from making small movements. If he could snatch a chance, then. Just as Lai Ao was thinking this, at that moment, a dragon's breath erupted. Boom! In an instant, the dense forest behind Lai Ao was completely destroyed. Shalon had deliberately aimed off target. This was a warning to Lai Ao. If he made a move rashly, he would die a horrible death. Human, answer me. As Shalon grew increasingly impatient, Liao answered honestly. I don't know anything about assassins. I'm just one person. Upon hearing this, he realized that he was not facing a seasoned, battle-hardened force. It was merely a solitary hunt, and the dragonlet secretly sighed in relief. Since you're just one person, go die. With that, Shalon raised its front paw and struck toward Lai Ao. But suddenly, as if sensing something, its movements froze. At that moment, a figure had already arrived. Noticing the subtle change in the atmosphere, Lai Ao also instinctively looked in the same direction. As the figure slowly approached, upon seeing the arrival, Lai Ao's pupils contracted sharply. White Knight? How is this possible? A level 60 second-class assassin like Bai Ye could actually hunt down a dragon? Are you sure this isn't a joke? Just as Lai Ao was questioning his own existence, Bai Ye also noticed Lai Ao. Could this mage be here to steal his prey? While muttering under his breath, Bai Ye didn't think much of it. He shifted his attention to the salon. Just as Bai Ye was about to strike down Salon, suddenly, at that very moment, a fireball flew toward him. Boom! With the explosion, scorching heat engulfed him. 200. 200. 200. Watching his health points drop by over 1,000. While drinking the healing potion to restore his condition, Bai Ye's gaze turned cold. Who are you? We don't seem to have any grudge against each other, do we? Hearing this, Lai Ao's expression turned ferocious. Assassins have fragile bodies. Yet why does Bai Ye always act so unconventionally? Still unwilling to give up, Lai Ao began to chant again. However, Bai Ye wouldn't give him that chance. As the Reaper descended, he closed in instantly. His blade danced wildly in his hands. A silver blade slashed through the air, leaving a trail of light. Bai Ye killed him in an instant. Not even an 80th level mage could stand a chance. Even a 100 level mage, without armor, without allies, and without time to react, would be instantly killed. You have looted the mage's attributes, magic power plus 100. It's rare to loot so much magic from a class-changed character. What was the identity of the mage we just killed? Shaking his head, he didn't give it another thought and shifted his gaze back to the salon. That mage was merely a minor distraction to him. The salon before him was his true target. At that moment, facing Bai Ye, suppressing the fear of being killed, Salon unleashed his dragon's breath. Boom! The breath, with the force of a whirlwind, accompanied by the roar of an explosion, reduced the entire forest to a pile of rubble. However, Bai Ye had already soared into the sky. As an assassin, he was well prepared to deal with this cannon-like beast. As magic surged forth, the eternal flames engulfed Shalon, and countless ice spikes formed around him. Though different from before, it failed to breach its defenses. But it was enough to reduce the Salon's health to the kill threshold. 5,000. 5,000. 5,000. The values of the multi-hit damage keep flashing. As Bai Ye falls due to inertia. Upon inspection, Salon's attributes also appear. 2,600,000. It's over. As he murmured, he took advantage of the buff from the approaching Reaper before it faded. White Knight delivered the final blow. Your level has risen to 66. You have gained 10 free attribute points. You have obtained the S-rank talent from the Salon, Immortality. The notification sound echoed. Facing the newly obtained talent, White Knight was satisfied. Including Immortality, he now possessed 3 S-rank or higher talents. He wondered what kind of qualitative leap in his strength would occur once this talent and his sturdy armor were both upgraded to SSS rank. As he thought about it, Bai Ye checked the information on the advanced quest. Advanced quest: the enemy of all. Current progress 58100. It seems like it will take some time to smoothly advance his profession. With that thought, Bai Ye continued to delve deeper into the first layer of the Endless Tower. At that very moment, outside the Endless Tower, Xin Ming arrived at the scene. He questioned the official class changers stationed there. What's the situation? Where is Lai Ao now? He didn't enter the Endless Tower, did he? The warrior replied with a bitter smile. Xin Ming, you're too late. Lai Ao entered the tower 2 hours ago. Upon hearing this, Xin Ming froze. He looked toward the entrance of the Endless Tower in the distance. A sense of foreboding immediately spread through his heart. Could Bai Ye really have been killed by Lai Ao? Just as his mind was racing, Xiao Jiangxue, who had followed behind, was equally concerned. There was still no news from Yang Hua's side. Let's hope Yang Hua can find Bai Ye soon and escort him out safely. Chapter 57, Yang Hua's Shock. Encountering the human-faced creature again. At that very moment, on the first floor of the Endless Tower, After receiving Qin Ming's request, Yang Hua immediately sprang into action. He is a man of strong justice. Therefore, whether he was paid or not didn't matter to him. The main issue was that he had zero tolerance for such bullying behavior. Thus, upon noticing a raging fire in the dense forest nearby, Yang Hua rushed over immediately. Soon, he arrived at the scene. Looking at the devastation all around, he saw Bai Ye emerge from the center of the battlefield. Yang Hua was overjoyed and immediately walked toward him.
Brother, I didn't expect to see you again. Seeing Yang Hua, Bai Ye was surprised. Isn't this the guy who warned him to be careful when they went to the abyss last time? It's quite a coincidence.
Seeing that Bai Ye was unharmed, Yang Hua felt relieved. He said, as long as you're okay, let's go. I'll take you out of here. The Red Guild might be after you, and it's too dangerous for you to stay here. He had assumed Bai Ye would realize the severity of the situation. But to his surprise, Bai Ye shook his head lightly.
No, I haven't completed my advancement quest yet. Once I finish it, I'll leave on my own. Yang Hua grew impatient. It's already this late, and you're still worried about the mission? Do you know who wants to kill you? It's Lai Ao. He's an 80th level 3rd transformation mage. If he finds you, killing you would be as easy as squashing an ant. As Yang Hua finished speaking, Bai Ye's expression grew peculiar. An 80th level mage?
Combining this with the mysterious attack he had suffered earlier,
Bai Ye vaguely guessed what was going on. Wow, he wouldn't have been treating Lai Ao like a minor enemy, would he?
At this thought, Bai Ye couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth.
Seeing Yang Hua's determined expression, refusing to leave him behind,
Bai Ye spoke up, I need to complete my mission before leaving.
If you're worried about your friend, you can come with me.
Upon hearing this, Yang Hua hesitated. After all, if they really encountered Lai Ao, he might not be a match for him. Just as he thought this, he saw Bai Ye already walking deeper into the darkness on his own, so Qin Ming immediately followed suit. Under normal circumstances, he would never take such a risk. But there was nothing he could do. Qin Ming had given him too much.
Seeing Yang Hua follow,
as they walked, Bai Ye casually asked, Hey, buddy, do you know which part of the first floor of the Endless Tower has the most monsters and demons? Upon hearing this, Yang Hua paused for a moment before replying, I don't know about monsters, but I do know about demons.
The Demon Gorge has the most demons in the entire first floor. Where is the Demon Canyon?
As Bai Ye finished speaking,
Yang Hua answered instinctively, just keep going southeast, and you'll see it. The magic there is very dense, so it's easy to find.
Just as he was speaking, Yang Hua suddenly realized something. His face betrayed his disbelief.
Brother, you wouldn't be thinking of going to the Devil's Gorge, would you?
That's the Devil's Lair.
Bai Ye smiled. That's convenient. I'm here to hunt demons. Yang Hua. He suspected Bai Ye was just showing off. But the problem was he had no proof. Half an hour later,
as the two emerged from the forest, what greeted their eyes was a landscape of countless jagged rocks and massive boulders intertwined, forming a canyon-like terrain. This was the central part of the first layer of the Endless Tower. At the same time, this was also the Demon Canyon, a gathering place for demons. Under the blessings of the Supreme Freedom Technique, Bai Ye had already detected the locations of the monsters and demons. Once all these demons and monsters are hunted down, not only will the advancement quest be completed, but a large amount of attributes will also be obtained. This is truly a win-win situation. As Bai Ye steps into the Demon's Valley,
Yang Hua remained vigilant, holding his greatsword in standing guard beside Bai Ye. Feeling the terrifying aura emanating from the lair of the monsters and demons, Yang Hua's pressure intensified. Regarding the hunt for monsters and demons, he suggested a plan to Bai Ye.
Brother, stay at the edge and wait. I'll lure the demons and monsters over here, and we'll take them down one by one.
No need.
As he spoke, Bai Ye stepped forward. Under Yang Hua's puzzled gaze, as he chanted the spell, white flames began to form, and the unquenchable flames erupted at that moment. In an instant, scorching heat waves swept out in all directions. There was no flashy nonsense, only the straightforward power of raw numbers.
There was nothing that a single burst of the unyielding flame couldn't handle. If there is, then double up. Relying on the magic restoration potion given by Li Yi as a supply.
As the skills were continuously unleashed, in less than half an hour, the surging white flames were nearly engulfing the entire canyon. Behind them, witnessing this scene resembling an impending disaster, Yang Hua was stunned, unable to react for a moment. No, this skill effect even with the healing potion as a supply isn't something a transfigured warrior of Bai Ye's level should be able to master. As he marveled, Yang Hua suddenly realized something. He looked at Bai Ye as if he were looking at a ghost. Something was very, very wrong. Why would an assassin like Bai Ye know a mage's skill? Just as Yang Hua was acting like a drama queen, constantly complaining. Roar! A sharp, piercing growl echoed from the depths of the canyon. The strongest demonic creature hidden in the Demon's Gorge, which had been thrown into chaos by Bai Ye, revealed its true form at that moment. As the massive, swollen beast approached, The rock walls on both sides collapsed instantly, and many demons and monsters were crushed into a pulp. On Bai Ye's side, Yang Hua's expression suddenly changed. The monster had a massive face resembling a human face, with countless tentacles writhing around it. As magical energy surged forth under its control, the demons and monsters that had been killed by Bai Ye, whose bodies still remained, transformed into zombie soldiers. The human-faced species, a type of demon that had existed since the Divine Age, as sacrifices of a failed divine experiment. The human-faced species naturally possessed a certain divine bloodline. Therefore, among the countless demons, the human-faced species are essentially the kings of demons. And when facing the human-faced species, before it could even approach, Bai Ye threw out the identification. Human-faced creature. Health points 3,000,000,003 million. Magic 2, 910 5000. Strength 6000. Speed 700. Resilience 800. Skill Necromancy consumes 10 mana to control a corpse to fight for oneself, with no restrictions. Description is failed creations accidentally created by the gods. They harbor gratitude toward their creators and seek to devour and sacrifice everything to express their gratitude for the divine favor. Upon reading this information about the humanoid creature, especially upon seeing its skill, Bai Ye's mind immediately conjured an idea. He wondered what new skill he would obtain. What kind of brand new skill would he obtain? Just as Bai Ye was thinking this, Yan Hua on one side attempted to launch a proactive attack. Holy Light Slash. With a fierce shout, he swung his great sword, sending a beam of light slashing toward the human-faced seed. Bang! Amidst the sound and flying sand, Yang Hua's strike vividly demonstrated what it meant to strike without leaving a trace. 5,000. Under the attribute disadvantage and a surprise attack, he had only dealt 5,000 points of damage? Seeing this, Yang Hua couldn't help but widen his eyes, his expression filled with shock. He had just used his ultimate move. But in the face of that million-point health bar, his damage was as ineffective as a light scratch. This is truly a monstrous creature. Just as Yang Hua was about to mutter in disbelief, from the side, Bai Ye had already stepped forward. Well, that's convenient. Hunting monsters is my specialty. Wielding the Holy Light Blade, Bai Ye and the human-faced creature are on the brink of battle. Chapter 58, Summoning the Undead. Advanced quest completed. As countless zombie soldiers rushed toward Bai Ye, attempting to overwhelm him with a human wave tactic, White Knight chanted his spell. As the magic dissipated, white flames once again rolled out. Although the monster corpses would be destroyed, costing Bai Ye a small fortune. But as long as he could seize the human faces before him, it was all worth it. 180,000. 1,000. 1,000. 1,000. Magic resistance and resilience significantly reduce the damage caused. Even so, this still reduces the life points of the human-faced creature by nearly 1/10. Seeing how high the damage from Bai Ye's skill was, Yang Hua seemed to see a glimmer of hope. Brother, you're so skilled. Just a few more hits, and we can clear the health bar. Just as Yang Hua was expecting Bai Ye to continue his relentless barrage like before, he never expected that Bai Ye would down several bottles of magic restoration potions in quick succession and choose to engage in close combat with the human-faced creature. At that moment, Yang Hua couldn't make sense of it. But soon, he saw Bai Ye constantly dodging, using mostly basic attacks, and rarely using skills. Yang Hua understood again. Skills like Eternal Flame, which should be devastating when used repeatedly, were being unleashed one after another. Even if Bai Ye was using potions, he couldn't withstand that. Therefore, before the healing potions could replenish his magic, Bai Ye had no choice but to engage in close combat, slowly accumulating magic power. He waited for the next opportunity to lower the bloodline of the human-faced creatures. Watching Bai Ye repeatedly dart in and out of the swarm of zombie soldiers and tentacles, narrowly escaping death each time. As an outsider, Yang Hua couldn't help but feel his heart racing along with Bai Ye's. Such intense siege tactics would be impossible for any assassin to handle with the same agility and ease as Bai Ye. Not only could he unleash large-scale fire-based skills, but his close combat abilities were equally impressive. So versatile is Bai Ye really an assassin? Just as Yang Hua was utterly stunned, his worldview completely shattered. At that moment, he suddenly received a message from Qin Ming. Outside, as Yang Hua responded. Upon learning that Bai Ye completely disregarded Lai Ao and even dared to enter the Demon's Gorge, slaughtering indiscriminately, Qin Ming lost his composure. From Yang Hua's description, how could Bai Ye possibly be a 60-plus level assassin? Even some 100-level class-changed players might never achieve such an exaggerated, otherworldly feat. Bai Ye, you're truly terrifying. For a moment, Qin Ming couldn't help but utter such a sigh. Fortunately, Bai Ye is from the Dragon Kingdom. If Bai Ye were in any other country, it would be a disaster for the entire Dragon Nation. As he was marveling, Qin Ming turned to Xiao Jiangxue and asked, "Has Bai already reported the members for the large-scale dungeon raid strategy?" Xiao Jiangxue nodded slightly. "It's already been reported. Upon hearing this, Qin Ming was satisfied. With Bai Ye on the team, I believe we can finally put an end to the dungeons we were unable to clear 10 years ago. Unaware of the situation outside. At that moment, in the Demon's Gorge, at the center of the battlefield. As the battle grew increasingly intense, Bai Ye kept a close eye on his mana reserves. Seeing that his magic had been restored to full by the potion, he no longer hesitated. Before the next wave of attacks arrived, he darted aside to create some distance. White Knight leaped into the air, using the sheer cliff face as a foothold. As his magic surged, he released the endless flames once more during the brief pause between the attacks of the humanoid creatures. One wave hadn't subsided before the next one surged forward. Rolling white flames left no room for respite. Under the relentless barrage, the humanoid creatures' health bars quickly dropped by more than half. As countless zombie soldiers turned to ash, all usable combat units around the humanoid creatures are completely wiped out. The pressure on Bai Ye also decreased significantly. From there on, he could focus solely on dealing with the human-faced creatures before him. Bloom. As the chant echoed, ice spikes materialized out of thin air, piercing and immobilizing the human-faced creatures in their tracks. Under the influence of the ice spikes, the canyon was filled with biting cold, causing the temperature to drop several degrees. Upon inspection, it was confirmed that the human-faced seed's health had reached the critical threshold. Bai Ye once again unleashed the eternal flame, delivering the final blow. Boom! The collision of ice and fire created an explosion, sending countless hot air currents into the sky. At the same time, the system's notification sound rang out. You have reached level 68, earning 10 free skill points. You have obtained the Human Face Clan skill, Necromancy. Notice, a similar talent has been detected. The skill has been fused. You have obtained the skill, Necromancer. Skill, Undead Summoning. Effect, consumes 500 mana to extract the soul of a slain unit as a summon, which fights for you. Each summoned unit consumes 20 mana every 10 minutes while active. Evaluation: good corpses shouldn't be wasted, and good souls shouldn't be discarded. After reviewing the newly acquired skill, Bai Ye fell into deep thought. With this skill, as long as he extracts enough souls, even calling himself a necromancer might be believable. Thinking this, Bai Ye's gaze fell upon the mangled corpse, which was little more than a third of a human face. As the magic drained, his skill activated. Stand up. As he cast the spell, the shadow of the humanoid creature twisted and stood up, transforming into a dark, monstrous creature half the size of its former self. Looking at the creature, Bai Ye couldn't help but feel a sense of déjà vu, as if he were summoning a shadow legion. Summoned creature. Health 10,000, 10,000. Strength 6,000. Speed 700. Resilience 800. Except for having only 1/10 of its original health and being unable to use skills, all other attributes remain unchanged. Is the summoned entity before me particularly unique? Or is it that the summoned units themselves are inherently unable to use skills? This is something Bai Ye still needs to investigate further. It is likely that only by capturing more high-tier monsters will the answer be revealed. Let's return. As Bai Ye issued the command, the summoned creature merged into his shadow. From today on, you shall be called Big Dog. He gave the summoned creature a name. White Knight then turned toward Yang Hua. Let's go, it's time to return. Upon hearing this, Yang Hua immediately followed suit. He had been completely impressed by Bai Ye's performance. Thinking about how Qin Ming had told him to protect Bai Ye, Yang Hua couldn't help but chuckle. A powerhouse like Bai Ye didn't need his protection. As the two of them stepped out of the endless tower, Bai Ye saw Qin Ming waiting not far ahead. At the same time, Bai Ye noticed him. Qin Ming naturally noticed Bai Ye's presence as well. A broad smile spread across his face. Congratulations, Mr. Bai, on successfully completing your third transformation. You are now ready to advance to the next profession. Bai Ye nodded slightly. As he walked, he asked about the matters he was most concerned about. Mr. Qin, regarding the strategy for the large-scale dungeon. Before he could finish, Qin Ming, who had already anticipated Bai Ye's question, burst into laughter. Mr. Bai, please rest assured. I have already submitted the application on your behalf. Upon hearing this, Bai Ye also thanked him. Then I'll trouble you, Mr. Qin. Qin Ming waved his hand, gesturing for Bai Ye not to worry. It's our pleasure. According to the information I have received, the guide for the large-scale dungeon is likely to be released in the coming days. Mr. Bai, you can wait in Luo City. If we receive any updates, we will notify you immediately. As he spoke, he seemed to think of something and suddenly asked. Speaking of which, Mr. Bai, have you seen Lai Ao? Upon hearing this, he hesitated for a moment. Bai Ye also recounted how he had dealt with an 80th level third transformation mage. As Bai Ye described the situation, after confirming that it was indeed Lai Ao, Qin Ming and the others exchanged glances and couldn't help but gasp in shock. To be able to treat such a high-level class-changed adventurer like a common monster. There's only Bai Ye, right? As they marveled, Qin Ming and the others' attitude toward Bai Ye also began to change. Chapter 59, Shadow Lord. New skills. After parting ways with Qin Ming and the others. In the afternoon, Bai Ye arrived at the headquarters of the Kyoto Job Changer Guild. Upon seeing Bai Ye arrive, the receptionist was speechless. Since Bai Ye had returned, that must mean. Just as the receptionist was speculating, Bai Ye's next words confirmed her guess. I'm here to submit my advanced quest. Take me there. Hearing this, the receptionist panicked and said, Yes, of course, sir. Please follow me. Soon, they arrived at the familiar job change room. Facing the job change crystal, Bai Ye extended his hand. Advanced task completed. Submit? Yes. As Bai Ye thought. Suddenly, the job change crystal emitted a brilliant white light. A sensation akin to a full body massage washed over him, leaving Bai Ye with an indescribable mix of tingling and exhilaration. However, this sensation did not last long. As the white light slowly faded, Bai Ye could clearly sense that his own strength had undergone a transformation. On one hand, he gradually adapted to the surge in power. On the other side, facing the attribute panel that had unfolded, Bai Ye also took a look. Bai Ye. Class Shadow Lord 3rd Transformation. Level, LV.685.47%. Health 24,000,24,000. Magic 4, 154,150. Strength 2330. Speed 2160. Stamina, 1400. Resilience 350. Talents Infinite Plunder, Sturdy Armor, Abyssal Aura, Supreme Mastery, Immortality. Available Attribute Points 50. Class Skills Mist Veil, Eternal Flame, Reaper's Descent, Divine Eye, Summon Undead, Frenzy. With 50 free attribute points, Bai Ye allocated them all to Resilience without hesitation. Resilience affects fatigue recovery and reduces the effects of debuffs. Although Bai has maximum mobility, he cannot avoid certain area of effect debuffs. This attribute is still very important. Just as Bai was allocating his points, suddenly, at that very moment, he saw only his own visible interface unfold. Congratulations! You have obtained the skill, Strength Grant. Effect, consumes 10,000 to 90,000 magic points. You can designate a single unit to gain 1% to 10% of your own single attribute. Evaluation, do you also want to seize the future? Just treat it as seeing new skill information. Bai Ye blinked. Consuming tens of thousands of magic points just to allow the target to inherit 1% to 10% of your single attribute. At first glance, this skill seems rather lackluster. After all, most class changers have severe imbalances in their single attributes. Even if the 10% enhancement is maxed out, each enhancement is still barely noticeable. But for Bai Ye, it was different. Under infinite plundering, his attribute values can grow endlessly. This means that with this skill, as long as he has enough magic power, he can infinitely enhance those around him or his summoned beasts. It's like one person gains enlightenment and everyone around them rises to greatness. As he sighed, he exited the Job Change Guild. Bai Ye took a stroll around the capital city. Since he was already there, he didn't forget to buy some snacks and local specialties for Bai Ye to take back. Just as Bai Ye was enjoying this brief moment of leisure, at the headquarters of the Job Changers Guild, in a meeting room, as Qin Ming reported everything about Bai Ye, an elderly man seated at the head of the table couldn't help but burst into laughter. Well done. I never expected that this year, our dragon nation would produce such a promising talent. As the old man finished speaking, a middle-aged man on the side echoed, Yes, I remember the last one who was given special attention. He's already become a sword saint, right? The elderly man nodded slightly. You mean that little girl from 7 years ago, right? As they chatted idly, the old man seemed to think of something and spoke again. Having such a promising talent is a good thing. Who knows? Perhaps one day, our dragon nation will produce another military genius. A military genius is ranked above the 200th level. That is the strongest combat power currently available to all nations. If the Dragon Kingdom could produce another General Star, the entire Dragon Nation's status in the world would rise to a whole new level. He understood the old man's meaning. Qin Ming's expression grew solemn. Rest assured, sir. I will keep a close eye on Bai Ye. Seeing Qin Ming's high level of understanding, the old man was also satisfied. However, he still reminded him, it's fine to observe closely, but don't interfere too much. What our Dragon Nation needs are generals who rise through the ranks step by step, not so-called artificially created gods. No matter how many resources are allocated or how good the equipment provided, the generals cultivated through such artificial means would be worlds apart from true generals in terms of skill application and real-world combat. Additionally, occupational advantages take precedence over level advantages. In the past, there have been some countries that attempted to artificially create gods. The outcome was predictable, they simply brought in a powerful figure. Apart from clearing out minor threats, they were completely useless. When faced with high-tier beasts and monsters, they were easily overwhelmed, wasting so many resources only to end up with a big one. It was utterly embarrassing. Qin Ming, of course, understood this as well. Bai Ye doesn't need him to interfere too much. All he could do was provide Bai Ye with some dungeon intelligence. Beyond that, he ensured that Bai Ye could focus on his own advancement without any distractions, and granted special privileges to Bai Ye as family member. Thus, he replied, "Rest assured, sir. I will definitely be careful about such matters." Knowing that Qin Ming had his own judgment, the old man smiled and said, "All right, go ahead. Once the large-scale dungeon guide from 10 years ago is completed, remember to report the process and results to me in detail." During the discussion about Bai Ye, the meeting gradually came to a close. The Age of the Gods had become history. However, the lingering influence of the gods still persisted in this world. As the number of dungeons increased, the beasts and monsters in the Abyss and the Tower of Eternity grew increasingly restless and difficult to subdue. The high-ranking officials of all nations share a premonition. A cataclysmic disaster far more terrifying than anything seen in over a decade is about to unfold. To prepare for the impending catastrophe, the nations are engaged in a military race targeting those who have undergone class changes. Just as the Dragon Kingdom was already in turmoil behind the scenes. On the surface, the bustling city of Luo still appeared peaceful and serene. As Bai Ye exits the station with a gift in hand. In the distance, Bai Ye was looking around eagerly. "Little feather, over here." Amidst the surging crowd, Bai Ye immediately turned toward the voice. Upon seeing Bai Ye, her eyes lit up. "Brother, you're finally back." Stepping forward, Bai Ye naturally wrapped her arm around his. She feigned a complaint, "Oh, brother, you went off to Kyoto to have fun by yourself and left your little sister behind, didn't you?" Bai Ye couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. "Of course not. I was there on important business. If you want to go, why not wait until summer vacation? I'll take you to Kyoto then, how about that?" Hearing this, Bai Ye couldn't hide the smile on her face. "Really? Thank you, big brother. You're so kind to me." As they walked, it felt different from being in the wilderness or in a dungeon. Perhaps it was because they were with family, there was no scheming or backstabbing. A relaxed atmosphere began to spread between the brother and sister. Chapter 60, Nie Xiaoyu's Commission. Skill Transformation. As the brother and sister arrived home. In the kitchen, hearing the sounds, Luo Shuiying, wearing an apron, peeked her head out. "Brother Bai, you're back. Wait a moment, dinner will be ready soon." "Alright, thanks for your trouble, Shuiying." As he spoke, Bai Ye gently tapped Bai Yu's head. "Why did you ask Shuiying to cook again?" Hearing this, Bai Ye looked innocent. "No, it was Shuiying who offered to come." Bai Ye gave her a disapproving look. "I don't believe you. Little Bai, you're just using Shuiying as a tool, aren't you?" The siblings bantered playfully. Luo Shuiying smiled as she brought the stewed dish to the table. "Brother Bai, don't scold Xiaoyu. I came here on my own. Shuiying, you spoil this girl too much." At the dinner table, during casual conversation. Seeing Bai Ye picking up some food, Luo Shuiying gave him an expectant look. "How about it, Bai Ge? Has my cooking improved?" In response, Bai Ye gave her a thumbs up. "Yes, Shuiying, your cooking is as delicious as ever. If Xiaoyu had your cooking skills, that would be great." Hearing this, Bai Ye playfully pinched his waist. "Brother." Just as the siblings were interacting, Luo Shuiying covered her lips and giggled softly. After dinner, Bai Ye helped Luo Shuiying wash the dishes. Bai Ye's phone suddenly lit up. It was Nie Xiaoyu calling. Bai Ye answered the call. "Bai Ye, I heard you're back in Luo City? Xiaoyu, you're well informed." As Bai Ye finished speaking, on the other end of the line, Nie Xiaoyu smirked triumphantly. "Of course." After a brief pause, she got straight to the point. "Bai Ye, you need skill scrolls, right? I've collected some. Would you like to come over and take a look?" Hearing this, Bai Ye was tempted. "When?" "Whenever you're available." "Alright, I'll come over right now." Beep beep. The phone hung up. Bai Ye also got up from the sofa and walked toward the door. Noticing Bai Ye's movements. In the kitchen, Bai Ye casually asked, "Brother, where are you going?" "I'm going out to run some errands. I'll be back soon." As Bai Ye was about to leave, Bai Ye and Luo Shuiying couldn't help but exchange glances. The slanting sunlight of twilight fell. It was dusk. Soon, Bai Ye arrived at the Tianyin Pavilion. He saw Nie Xiaoyu standing before the pavilion, looking around and waiting. Upon seeing Bai Ye, Nie Xiaoyu's eyes lit up. "Bai Ye, you're here. Come on. Let me take you to see something." Pulling Bai Ye along, Nie Xiaoyu headed toward the private room. Upon entering, Bai Ye saw several skill scrolls neatly arranged on the table. So many skill scrolls if they could all be converted into skill points. His strength would undergo a major transformation, right? As he put away the skill scrolls, Bai Ye also thanked Nie Xiaoyu. "Thank you, Xiaoyu. Collecting so many skill scrolls must have been a lot of work. Upon hearing this, Nie Xiaoyu smiled broadly. As long as you're satisfied, that's all that matters. Seeing that she seemed to have something to ask, Bai Ye grew suspicious. Look at you, Xiaoyu. You wouldn't happen to have something to ask of me, would you? As Bai Ye finished speaking, Nie Xiaoyu's smile grew even broader. There is a small matter I'd like to ask you to help with. Before he could finish, under Bai Ye's subtle glance, Nie Xiaoyu continued. It's like this, Bai Ye. Do you know about the Jade Heart? Bai Ye looked puzzled. The Jade Heart? Nie Xiaoyu nodded slightly. It's an item hidden in the boss room of the Jade Kingdom. Upon hearing this, Bai Ye understood her meaning. You want me to go to the Emerald Kingdom, clear the dungeon, and bring back the Jade Heart? That is right, Bai Ye, you can do it, right? Facing Nie Xiaoyu's eager gaze, Bai Ye did not refuse. After all, the skill scrolls she had given him were far beyond their value. Anyway, there was nothing to do before the news about the large-scale dungeon raid came down. Helping out with such a small favor wasn't a big deal. Just as Bai Ye gave his answer. In her excitement, she took advantage of Bai Ye's momentary distraction and playfully pecked him on the cheek. That's great. I'll trouble you then, Bai Ye. She said this, and perhaps because of her sudden boldness, Nie Xiaoyu's face turned bright red with embarrassment. Nie Xiaoyu was slightly surprised by her boldness. But Bai Ye said, if there's nothing else, Xiaoyu, I'll be going now. If there's any news, I'll contact you. After leaving the Tianyin pavilion and bidding farewell to Nie Xiaoyu. On the way back, as Bai Ye thought about it, he converted all his skill scrolls into skill points. At the same time, Bai Ye enhanced his skills. You have enhanced the skill, Summoning of the Dead. You have enhanced the skill, Summoning of the Dead. You have enhanced the skill, Strength Grant. Notice, similar skills detected. Skills have been merged. You have obtained the skill, Life and Death Grant. Effect 1, consume 1000 mana to select the soul of a defeated unit as a summoned creature. Effect 2, consume 1000 magic points to fuse 2 summoned creatures. Effect 3, consume 10,000 magic points to choose to have the target inherit 5% of your single attribute. Evaluation: everything can be fused, everything can be given. When all skill scrolls obtained are consumed. When skills fuse with skills. Upon reading the information about the brand new skill, Bai Ye was taken aback. This was the first time he had ever seen a special skill with multiple effects. Although it's just a support skill. However, it has significant potential for development. If used properly, its potential is quite high. The long night passed in the blink of an eye. Before you know it, the next day had arrived. Early in the morning, Bai Ye also entered the Emerald Forest. It had been nearly half a month since he last entered the Emerald Kingdom. He never expected that after such a long time, no one had yet completed this dungeon. Just as Bai Ye was sighing in disappointment. Upon reaching the entrance and exit of the dungeon, he saw several groups of class-changed adventurers discussing among themselves. This dungeon is really tough. Yeah, I was planning to try tackling it again with my team, but now that the Qingyan Guild is involved, I'm afraid it's already a lost cause. After all, they're a major guild. He overheard the teams chatting among themselves. Bai Ye unconsciously quickened his pace. Since a strategy team has already entered the dungeon. If he wanted to get the Jade Core, he had to act even faster. With that thought, Bai Ye stepped onto the teleportation array. As a flash of white light appeared before his eyes. And the scenery gradually became clear. It was the familiar teleportation location Bai Ye had entered the dungeon. If it had been earlier, advancing through this dungeon would still have posed some difficulty for Bai Ye. However, having consecutively completed 3 transformations and advanced his profession, this dungeon was now quite easy for Bai Ye. Before long, after dispatching several ambushing magic wolves, facing the corpses of the magic wolves. Out of curiosity, Bai Ye used the newly unlocked skill to give it a try. Chapter 61, Beast Fusion. Battle against the Demon Sword Mantis. As the souls of the demon wolves were extracted. Immediately afterward, Bai Ye fused the souls of several demon wolves together. Soon, as magical energy continued to deplete, a completely black wolf-like summoned creature, resembling a shadow, appeared before Bai Ye. Feeling its aura, Bai Ye couldn't help but conceive a bold idea. If he were to fuse the summoned creature evolved from the human face with this entity, what kind of chemical reaction would occur? With that thought, Bai Ye gulped down several bottles of recovery potions. As his condition stabilized, he proceeded with another attempt. As the 2 summoned creatures merged under the consumption of magic power. Soon, as they evolved, a unique summoned beast with horns on its head and a form resembling both a wolf and a lion appeared before Bai Ye. Big Dog. Health 100,000, 100,000. Magic 500, 500. Strength 6000. Speed 1000. Resilience 600. Skill Shadow Ball consumes 10 mana, launches a Shadow Ball, dealing 2000 damage. Description: a brand new entity formed by the fusion of deceased beasts and monsters, it is 100% loyal to its creator.
Evaluation: which one is the real me? I don't even know myself.
After reviewing the information about the summoned beast before him, Bai Ye's speculations were also confirmed. Accompanied by soul extraction and reformation, as a summoned beast, it is a completely different entity from its previous life.
Its attributes not only did not decrease due to the fusion.
Additionally, both health points and growth potential have been upgraded to a higher tier. With the assistance of the large dog in battle, it might even be possible to catch opponents off guard in the future. As he pondered this, Bai Ye continued to delve deeper. Soon, he arrived at the deepest part of the Emerald Kingdom.
The entrance and exit of the boss room.
Upon arrival, Bai Ye saw a group of class-changed adventurers blocking the path. They were preventing the transfigured warriors from entering the Emerald Kingdom to carry out their mission.
This is a matter for the Qingyun Guild. All others, step aside.
As the members of the Qingyun Guild shouted harshly at the nearby idle class changers,
the job changers couldn't help but complain repeatedly. This dungeon isn't even yours, Qingyun Guild. You're being way too bossy.
Exactly. You're just blocking the way, how shameless.
Facing the complaints, the leader of the Qingyun Guild couldn't help but sneer. So what if we're shameless? Come and try to stop us if you dare.
The jade heart is a crucial material for crafting a certain type of advanced modern weapon. If we can obtain it, it would be of immense significance to the entire Qingyun Guild.
Therefore, such a treasure, how could the Qingyun Guild possibly let it slip away? Everyone knew that the Qingyun Guild was no pushover, and alongside the Crimson Guild, they were known as the two great guilds. Everyone dared not speak out in anger.
At this, Bai Ye furrowed his brows.
Just then, an unexpected incident occurred. Boom!
With a deafening explosion, the original boss room was instantly reduced to rubble.
As the overwhelming pressure spread outward from the center of the battlefield,
the expressions of all the class-changed adventurers couldn't help but change slightly.
Just as the Qingyun Guild and others were momentarily stunned.
Taking advantage of this opportunity, the group of class changers rushed forward. The value of the Jade Heart had already been reported.
How could the reincarnated warriors not be tempted? Moreover, the Qingyun Guild's raid team had just engaged in a fierce battle with the boss.
This was the perfect opportunity to capitalize on the situation. Thinking of this, the job changers rushed forward one after another, their expressions filled with excitement.
However, as they arrived at the boss's room, upon seeing the scene before them,
the smiles on the faces of the job changers began to freeze. There stood a monster resembling a human-shaped mantis, standing tall in the center of the battlefield. Its entire body was a vibrant emerald green, and with no unnecessary movements, it resembled a work of art carved from jade. And at the feet of the monster boss, one by one, the job changers lay scattered in all directions, their blood staining the Qingyun Guild uniforms they wore. The air was thick with the scent of blood. It seemed that the team sent by the Qingyun Guild to tackle the dungeon was in serious trouble.
This can't be possible?
Shocked by the horrific scene, the members of the Qingyun Guild were the first to react, muttering under their breath. After all, the team that had come to tackle the dungeon was one of the top 10 teams within the Qingyun Guild.
And yet, such a team had been completely wiped out by the special boss of the Emerald Kingdom? How could they possibly accept this? Just as the members of the Qingyun Guild were struggling to accept reality, a warrior class changer stepped forward from the crowd. You cowards! This boss is clearly weakened. If we don't finish him off now, when will we get the chance?
Facing the monster, he activated his skills.
Everyone stay back. Let me handle this. Just as he spoke, thinking he would be the brave one to claim victory first. However, in the next instant, the warrior felt the world spinning around him. In the blink of an eye, he was instantly killed, motionless. He didn't even have time to react to what had just happened. Facing the boss, the crowd erupted in chaos. Damn it, how did he just get one shot? This is way too exaggerated. It's just a number monster. How do we fight this? It's just a suicide mission. It turns out that brave people not only get to enjoy the world first, but they might also get a better reincarnation. Hey, buddy, instead of figuring out how to take down this boss, you're here making dark jokes? Everyone was stunned by the boss's power. Just as everyone was humbly yielding to one another. Bai Ye also threw out an appraisal and checked its information. Demon Blade Mantis. Health 46, 380,000. Magic Power, 890-1000. Strength 4000. Speed 2000. Toughness 500. Skills Blooming Blade consumes 50 magic, enhances the next 10 attacks.
Talent Third-Person Perspective grants 360-degree unobstructed vision. Evaluation: it was originally an assassin in the boss room, but now, with its bonds broken, it is the freest boss in the world. Just as Bai Ye was examining the information about the Magic Blade Mantis, at that very moment, the Magic Blade Mantis also moved. Facing the group of class-changed adventurers, a fleeting crimson glow flashed in its eyes. Realizing something was wrong, they noticed the air around them growing thick and viscous under its killing intent.
The reincarnated warriors could no longer hold back. Run! We can't possibly fight this.
The Jade Heart is for whoever wants it. I'm out of here.
Everyone, I'm leaving first.
As I said before, whoever runs slowest will be in the front line.
Remember to cover the rear.
Without the boss room's restrictions, facing the Demon Blade Mantis, we can't fight them.
If we don't run now, aren't we just waiting to be killed? In the chaos that ensued,
Bai Ye revealed an excited expression.
If he could hunt down this Demon Blade Mantis and plunder its attributes, talents, and soul, that would be a huge gain for him. Thinking this, Bai Ye went against the crowd and approached it. Since you can't handle it, this demon is mine.
As Bai Ye finished speaking, the crowd that had been fleeing earlier couldn't help but halt their steps. They all turned their gaze toward Bai Ye.
This is a level 100, second-class magic blade mantis. Didn't you see the warrior's gruesome state earlier?
A third-class assassin-type class changer like Bai Ye, who isn't even at level 70, could never be its match.
He'll probably end up like that warrior, getting instantly killed.
Just as everyone believed Bai Ye was doomed, he moved.
Chapter 62, Emerald Heart. Dungeon Anomaly. Big dog, come out.
As Bai Ye's words fell, a summoned beast emerged from his shadow.
Woof!
With a loud howl, Big Dog charged at the Demon Blade Mantis, his battle intent surging. Having recently received Bai Ye's fusion enhancement, it couldn't resist the chance to show off its newfound power.
Just as it thought this, before the demonic scorpion could react, the large dog charged forward. Their speeds differed by a factor of 2. However, due to its status as a summoned beast, even if it was injured, Bai Ye could heal it with magic. As a result, after a brief exchange, the big dog even showed signs of gaining the upper hand. Observing the big dog's fighting style, Bai Ye fell into deep thought. The big dog's combat power is on par with those of the other beasts and monsters. Its only weakness is that it lacks any defensive capabilities and has a fragile build. Just then, seeing Bai Ye summon the large dog, behind him, the group of class changers froze, momentarily unable to react. Isn't Bai Ye an assassin? Why can he summon a beast? Among the crowd, a transfigured warrior couldn't help but feel envious.
It's just because he's tamed a beast.
What's so great about that? If it were me, I could do it too.
Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement.
Yeah, he's just an assassin. His strength probably isn't that great either.
I think the official reports are all fake.
He's just an assassin. How strong could he be?
Although they had seen the official exposure of Bai Ye's strength online, but in everyone's eyes, they hadn't seen Bai Ye's true strength.
Perhaps it's all exaggerated propaganda thanks to his ability to control beasts. As everyone was discussing this,
as time passed, as the large dog gradually suppressed the Demon Blade Mantis, after assessing the big dog's approximate strength, Bai Ye also moved. In an instant, as the blade in his hand flashed, the life points of the Demon Blade Mantis were completely depleted. You have looted the Demon Blade Mantis as a ranked talent, third-person perspective.
As the talent activated, he waited to claim it. White Knight also tested the newly acquired talent.
Within the intangible perception formed by magic, everything around him was within his grasp.
With this talent, if faced with a surprise attack, he should be able to react and counteract it, right? As he thought this,
facing the remains of the Magic Blade Mantis, Bai Ye also collected them.
He chose not to immediately enslave the soul of the Magic Blade Mantis.
In broad daylight, Bai Ye did not wish to reveal too many of his secrets, seeing that Bai Ye had killed it in an instant. At that moment, the crowd, who had been envious of the big dog earlier, could no longer remain calm.
Wow! They had thought Bai Ye was merely relying on the dog's strength, but never expected that the clown was actually himself?
Watching Bai Ye walk toward the room that had already been reduced to rubble, shame overwhelmed them, and their faces turned red.
However, Bai Ye paid no heed to the whispers of the crowd. When Bai Ye entered the boss's room,
a statue stood before him, drawing all eyes.
Looking at the emerald gemstone held in the statue's palm,
Bai Ye knew that must be the Jade Heart, right?
With that thought, he walked forward. However, the next moment,
just as White Knight was about to take the Jade Heart, unexpectedly, it seemed to trigger some sort of mechanism, and the entire Jade Heart realm instance began to transform at a speed visible to the naked eye.
The once azure sky turned a deep crimson. The entire dungeon was filled with an eerie atmosphere.
In an instant, the expressions of all the class-changed adventurers changed drastically. They knew all too well that this was a sign of an instance anomaly. As the faint black mist, which seemed to come from nowhere, gradually grew thicker,
everyone present couldn't help but panic.
They knew that the Emerald Kingdom dungeon was no ordinary place. But no one had warned them that this dungeon could undergo such a mutation. Listening to the occasional roars of strange beasts and monsters echoing from all directions, everyone realized the severity of the situation. Just as the scene descended into chaos, one of the class changers suggested, "Guys, let's stick together.
There are so many of us, we'll be fine. Upon hearing this, everyone reacted.
Having reached this level of strength, they were no strangers to battle. Thus, they instinctively gathered together for support. They headed toward the entrance and exit, waiting for official rescue. Meanwhile, in the same dungeon, using a kite tactic to take down a single abyss pig.
Just as they noticed the dungeon suddenly changing, Luo Shui couldn't help but stare in disbelief. What's going on here? A mutation that only occurs once in tens of thousands of dungeons had actually happened to her?
As thick black mist swirled around her, her visibility dropped to an alarming level, and Luo Shui's expression changed slightly. To level up quickly and catch up with Bai Ye, she had chosen to solo. Without teammates and being a ranger, her class mechanics were completely useless. Being in a mutation instance was like facing a hellish difficulty for Luo Shui. Gripping her longbow tightly, she steeled herself for the challenge. Outside, the teleportation gate leading to the Emerald Kingdom was slowly being tainted by a crimson hue. Countless unknown runes quickly sealed the entire portal. Upon discovering this, the on-site class changers immediately reported the situation. Upon learning that another dungeon had undergone a sudden transformation in such a short time. At the Transferee Guild, Xin Ming couldn't stay calm. After all, there were quite a few job changers who had entered the Emerald Kingdom this time. If something went wrong, it would be extremely difficult to handle. Just as Qin Ming was thinking this, his expression grew slightly grim. At the same time, journalists rushed to the scene like fish smelling blood. In the apartment, upon seeing the news, Luo Shuiying couldn't help but stand up from the sofa, her face filled with anxiety. If she remembered correctly, her sister had recently gone to the Emerald Kingdom to level up. This can't be happening, can it? Just as she couldn't hide her worries. As if sensing Luo Shuiying's thoughts, Bai Ye, who was standing beside her, comforted her at that moment. Shuiying, don't worry too much. My older brother also entered the Emerald Kingdom this morning. With him there, if they encounter any trouble, I'm sure he'll protect Shui's sister. Hearing this, Luo Shuiying nodded slightly. I hope so. Knowing there was nothing she could do now. All Luo Shuiying could do was pray for Bai Ye and her sister to return safely. Chapter 63, Beast Taming Advancement. The Sheep-Headed Demon. Within the Secret Realm. Gazing at the jade heart in her hand, Bai Ye remembered that Nie Xiaoyu had mentioned that the Tianyin Pavilion planned to use the jade heart as an energy source for something. Without giving it much thought, he casually put it away. Stepping out of the boss room. Affected by the anomaly, the class changers had already left, and there was no one around. With the dungeon anomaly, the newly appeared boss hadn't respawned in its original location. Utilizing the ZZIGE technique, he sensed the intense magical energy permeating the entire dungeon. Before heading to hunt the boss, Bai Ye's mind flickered. Strip it away. As the power of life and death was unleashed, the soul of the magic blade mantis was enslaved by him. Gazing at the avatar that appeared before him, Bai Ye also summoned the large dog. Fuse. As he spoke, magic power continued to deplete. The two merged into one. As the large dog was reshaped, a wolf-like beast resembling Fenrir appeared before him. Big dog. Health points 100,000,100,000. Magic 800,800. Strength 3000. Speed 1500. Toughness 650. Skill Shadow Ball consumes 10 magic, launches a Shadow Ball dealing 2000 damage. Shadow Claw consumes 50 magic, enhances the next claw strike and applies a curse effect. Description: a brand new creature forged from the souls of beasts and monsters, it possesses limitless potential. Evaluation: you can try touching its snout with your finger if your finger gets wet, it's a dog. If your finger disappears, it's a wolf. With fusion, several of the large dog's attributes are enhanced. Not only that, but the large dog also gains a new skill. With the large dog as a combat assistant. When facing multiple powerful enemies at the same time, Bai Ye should be able to handle them with ease and take them down one by one, right? With this thought in mind, Bai Ye flipped over and mounted it. He commanded, "Let's go, big dog, we're off." Woof! Upon hearing the command, the large dog let out a loud howl. It took a step forward, darting through the forest, heading toward the direction of the most concentrated magical energy, the location of the mutated dungeon boss. The origin of the dungeon is closely tied to the fall of the gods. The fallen gods, akin to the primordial being Pangu who created the heavens and earth, constructed another world beyond the current realm. The friction between that world and the present world created a gap, which became the dungeon. When the magic of the present world becomes sufficiently concentrated and resonates with the so-called other end, the land where the fallen gods reside, the dungeon undergoes a transformation. Gazing at the sheep-headed demon descending from the other side, Luo Shui felt a chill run through her body. She had heard the theories about how copies were formed and knew of the horrors of the beasts and demons that dwelled in the other end. But when she actually saw it with her own eyes, Luo Shui finally understood. Those monsters from the other side were far more terrifying than she had ever imagined. For a moment, Luo Shui felt as though her body was no longer under her control, and she collapsed to the ground. Someone had once said that in the face of extreme fear, one loses the ability to resist. At first, Luo Shuei didn't really believe it. But now, as someone experiencing it firsthand, she believed it. And she wasn't the only one paralyzed by fear. The boss had appeared at the entrance and exit of the dungeon. It had blocked the entrance. Those who had gathered together, preparing to wait near the teleportation gate until it opened and reinforcements arrived, were also intimidated by it. Even though the demon hadn't done anything yet, it was just standing there. Yet, a thought kept surfacing in everyone's minds: terrifying. Such a monster is too terrifying for them. Under the intense pressure, even breathing seemed difficult. Finally, a gunner in the crowd couldn't withstand the demon's oppressive force anymore. He forced himself to launch an attack. As his skill activated, his gun blazed like a dragon. "Demon, die!" He roared loudly, his long spear pointing directly at the demon's vital spot. However, just as the spearman thought he could instantly deal a fatal blow, the reality was harsh. As the demon dodged aside, it simultaneously grabbed the soldier by the throat. The spearman's momentum came to an abrupt halt. Crunch! Crunch! As the demon bit down and began to chew. In excruciating pain, the gunner screamed uncontrollably. Aha! As blood spurted everywhere, the gunner's body convulsed uncontrollably. Before long, he lost his breath and was devoured by the demon, his body reduced to a bloody mess. Such a bloody scene instantly ignited the fuse of despair in everyone's hearts. "Run!" Someone shouted from the crowd, and the group of adventurers scattered in all directions. Before the official forces could break through the dungeon portal and arrive to rescue them, all they could do was flee. With so many people, as long as they ran faster than those around them, they believed they could wait for rescue and survive. Just as everyone was clinging to this faint hope, the demon moved, targeting the group of class changers and launching its hunt. "No, don't come over here. Damn it, go after him, not me. I'll fight you to the death. Ah, help me." Luo Shuei kept running forward. She heard the screams and cries of agony echoing behind her. She could only feel that, in her fear, her hands and feet had grown ice cold. Let alone such a high-ranking demon. Even a high-ranking demon was beyond her ability to confront. By all accounts, such a high-ranking demon should only appear in the Endless Tower in the Abyss. Yet why has it appeared here? Thinking back to the countless previous abnormal instances, the outcome had always been the same: no one survived. Luo Shuei couldn't help but feel a wave of despair. As if influenced by magical power, the black mist lingering in the air grew increasingly dense. Visibility was rapidly decreasing. In her confusion, she had already lost her composure. Bang! During her escape, she seemed to collide with something and fell to the ground. When she looked up, she saw the crimson pupils emerging from the thick black fog. Despair instantly filled Luo Shuei's heart. Behind her were demons, and ahead were strange beasts. Where could she possibly escape to? Just as Luo Shuei closed her eyes in despair, unexpectedly, a familiar voice echoed. "Shuei? What are you doing here?" Upon hearing this, Luo Shuei opened her eyes. When she saw Bai Ye's face before her, she noticed the giant wolf behind him. Luo Shuei was filled with terror. She grabbed Bai Ye and tried to flee. "Bai Ye, let's go. After this dungeon mutated, the monsters and demons that appeared are way too powerful. We can't possibly be their match." Hearing this and seeing her panicked expression, Bai Ye couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. "There are no such things as beasts. These are clearly my summoned beasts." Eh? Upon hearing Bai Ye's words, Luo Shuei froze in place. Seeing the ferocious demon wolf, which was now sticking out its tongue like a husky, the stark contrast left Luo Shuei frozen in place. She felt something was off, but she had no proof. Just as Luo Shuei was lost in thought, Bai Ye said, "By the way, Shuei, what exactly did you mean by demon?" Upon hearing Bai Ye mention the demon, Luo Shuei blurted out everything she had encountered. Just as Bai Ye had a general understanding of the situation, a black fog swirled, and the sheep-headed demon charged toward them. From Bai Ye's body, it sensed the scent of a powerful being. Upon seeing the demon, Luo Shuei feigned calmness. "Bai Ye, you go first. I'll cover for you. Don't look at me like this. I'm actually very strong." Seeing her trembling with fear yet still stubbornly refusing to back down, Bai Ye sighed in exasperation. With a startled cry from Luo Shuei, he picked her up and placed her on the back of the large dog. "Big dog, protect her. I'll handle this demon." With that, under Luo Shuei's stunned gaze, Bai Ye charged toward the sheep-headed demon boss. Chapter 64, Greed Demon. 5 senses sealed. As he approached, under the appraisal, the demon's information also appeared before Bai Ye's eyes. Greed Demon. Health points 5,000,000,005 million. Magic power 1,000,000,000. Strength 5,000. Speed 2,100. Resilience 800.
Skill Despair Mist consumes 100 mana, creates a dark fog that disrupts enemy vision over a large area and interferes with their skill casting.
Evaluation: a demon from the other side, the essence of souls, pouring down. As a demonic creature, it boasts a staggering 5 million health points, coupled with nearly 4-digit attribute values. It must be said that the Greed Demon is quite powerful. Just as Bai Ye quietly raised his guard. He. The demon grinned maliciously and charged forward. With its overwhelming numerical advantage, many transfigured warriors were instantly killed by the demons. As a result, in the demon's eyes, Bai Ye was probably no stronger than those other class changers, right? With this thought, just as it believed it could use the same tactic to kill Bai Ye in an instant. Little did it know that the next moment, the sharp blade in Bai Ye's hand blocked its attack. For a moment, the demon was stunned. But before it could react, White Knight's skill had already been activated. With the boost from the Death God's descent, White Knight darted behind it and delivered a strike. 6,000. 6,000. When the frenzy is released, the skill effects continue to stack. A smooth combo of over 100 strikes per second turns scraping into bone-chilling. The Greed Demon's health bar drops by half in an instant. In an instant, it senses its health rapidly depleting. The Greed Demon was both shocked and terrified. Something's wrong here. Didn't Bai Ye just touch it once? How could the damage be so high? Instantly, the Greed Demon felt as though it were facing a formidable enemy. Behind them, watching the battle continue, Luo Shui couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. How many years of being single does one need to achieve such lightning-fast reflexes to unleash such a terrifying burst of power in such a short time? Just as Luo Shui couldn't help but mutter under her breath. The battle continued. The same techniques wouldn't work a second time. Even with skill enhancements, Bai Ye's movement speed and attack speed were already beyond comprehension. However, under the vigilant watch of the Greed Demon, it was still very difficult for Bai Ye to try the same trick again. As the black mist in the air grows thicker, one can see the similarity between this skill and the mist. Bai Ye smiled. If he could steal this skill, then Sha Wu would undoubtedly rise to a higher level, wouldn't she? As he thought this, when Bai's innate ability activated, he used the third-person perspective to counter the Greed Demon's attack. The Greed Demon had believed its ambush was foolproof, but it never anticipated that Bai Ye would use the Divine Eye to intimidate it, followed by a seamless combo. In that instant, the Greed Demon's health dropped directly to Bai Ye's kill threshold. Even with higher attributes, how could it possibly withstand the mechanics? As Bai Ye released his skill again, he delivered the finishing blow. You have stolen the Greed Demon's skill, Despair Mist. Similar skills detected. Sha Wu has transformed. You have obtained the skill 5 Senses Seal. Effect, consumes 100 magic power. You may choose to seal the 5 senses of a selected target for 10 seconds, or seal the 5 senses of all units within a certain range for 1 second. Don't underestimate the magic cost. The duration of the sensory seal is only a few seconds. For Bai, an assassin, this brief window is sufficient for him to close in and unleash his ultimate ability, delivering a devastating burst of damage to the enemy. If combined with other control skills, a one-hit kill is not out of the question. As the skill progresses, this directly turns Bai Ye into a game-breaking mechanic. As Bai collects the materials, the black mist lingering in the air gradually dissipates. Seeing the battle end so easily, seeing Bai Ye defeat the Greed Demon with just a few simple moves, Luo Shui was completely stunned. No, is it really over like this? In her memory, shouldn't the two sides have been evenly matched, with Bai Ye gradually falling into a disadvantage, followed by a sudden burst of power, before finally managing to kill the Greed Demon with great difficulty? That's it? Seeing Bai Ye walking toward her, Luo Shui felt ashamed. She never expected Bai Ye to be so powerful. She had even thought of fighting alongside Bai Ye. Little did she know that not only was she no match for Bai Ye, but she wasn't even as good as Bai Ye's beast tamers. At the same time, inside the dungeon, as the black mist began to dissipate, the people who had been fleeing in all directions couldn't help but stare in disbelief. Hadn't something extraordinary happened in the entire Emerald Kingdom? How could it have ended so suddenly? For a moment, everyone looked at each other in confusion, none knowing what was happening in the dungeon. If it weren't for the fact that someone nearby had kicked their legs out, losing half their body, they probably would have thought it was just an illusion. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, Qin Ming had already arrived at the scene with his men. Upon arrival, he saw that the dungeon had returned to normal. Qin Ming's lips twitched. Judging by the situation, it seemed that some class-changed adventurer had managed to clear the dungeon. Could it be that in Luo City, besides Bai Ye, there are other experts capable of clearing the mutated dungeon? Just as Qin Ming was thinking this, two figures slowly emerged. Upon seeing this, the journalists immediately raised their cameras, ready to rush forward and snap away. Soon, as the two emerged, flashes of light filled the air. From the rear, he saw that the arrivals were none other than Bai Ye and Luo Shui. Qin Ming was startled and hurried forward. Mr. Bai, what are you doing here? Could it be that you've conquered another mutated copy? As soon as Qin Ming spoke, everyone present was immediately stunned. If the first time clearing the mutated copy was just a coincidence, then what about this time? It couldn't possibly be another coincidence, could it? Thinking of this, the journalists' expressions grew excited, and their gaze toward Bai Ye changed. Consecutively clearing 2 abnormal dungeons. Throughout history, only Bai Ye had ever achieved such a feat. Suddenly, with extensive media coverage, Bai Ye is back in the spotlight. As major broadcasts aired live coverage, reports flooded in. In the apartment, Luo Shuiying also saw the news. Seeing that her older sister was still alive, she excitedly hugged Bai Yu on one side. Xiaoyu, that's wonderful. My sister isn't dead. She's still alive. While comforting her, Bai Yu also laughed, I told you. My brother would definitely save Shui's sister. Seeing how capable her older brother was, Bai Yu couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. Chapter 65, Everyone is shocked. Large-scale dungeon strategy. Inside the Tianyin Pavilion. Upon learning that the dungeon he had entrusted to Bai Ye had encountered an anomaly, Nie Xiaoyu remained deeply concerned. After all, if Bai Ye were to face any danger, she would be unable to eat or sleep in peace. Therefore, upon seeing the news report that Bai Ye not only safely exited the dungeon but also successfully completed it, while she sighed in relief, Nie Xiaoyu couldn't help but marvel. She knew Bai Ye was strong, but she never imagined that Bai Ye's strength was so formidable. An assassin who could grow so quickly. Bai Ye must be the first of her kind, right? Just as Nie Xiaoyu was thinking this, her phone rang. Hello? Dad, what's wrong? HM? My relationship with Bai Ye, is it okay? We're still friends, right? What? You want me to do whatever it takes to bring Bai Ye over to our side? What? You want me to seduce Bai Ye? No, Dad. I'm your own daughter. Don't you have any conscience left? Beep beep. While venting her frustration, Nie Xiaoyu hung up the phone in a fit of anger. She, Nie Xiaoyu, the eldest daughter of the prestigious Nie family. How could she possibly go seducing an assassin just like that? In her anger, Nie Xiaoyu couldn't help but recall the scene from last time when Bai Ye had saved her. A normal assassin wasn't worth her trouble. But if it were Bai Ye? Nie Xiaoyu shook her head vigorously, trying to banish the stray thoughts from her mind. Xiaoyu, you are the eldest daughter of the Nie family and the sole heiress of the Tianyin Pavilion. At a time like this, you must remain composed. Yes, you must remain composed. She tried to convince herself, but the thought of Bai Ye coming to find her with the jade heart made her feel a bit excited. Seeing her young mistress in such a love-struck state, the butler beside her couldn't help but sigh. She can deceive herself, but don't even think about deceiving us as well. It wasn't just the Tianyin Pavilion. The branch leaders of the major guilds in Luo City, after receiving messages from the headquarters in the capital, could no longer sit idly by. Conquering 2 abnormal dungeons in succession, this wasn't just luck. Bai Ye must have genuine strength. In the current situation where dungeons are appearing with increasing frequency, if we could recruit Bai Ye, it would be a huge advantage for the guild, with no drawbacks whatsoever. Jade Forest Dungeon Entrance Exit. As the branch leaders of various guilds rushed to the scene, the journalists quickly shifted their cameras. A young man with dyed yellow hair, dressed up like he was cosplaying as Naruto, strode over to Bai Ye with a cocky attitude. You're Bai Ye, right? I'm Huang Dao, the deputy leader of the Shinong Guild. The Shinong Guild is exactly what we need. What do you say? Want to join us? As Huang Dao finished speaking, a reporter affiliated with the Shinong Guild hurriedly introduced himself. Mr. Bai, the Shinong Guild is one of the top 10 strongest guilds in Longhua. This isn't some small-time group like the Red Guild that you can mess with. With such an opportunity, you should accept it. As the reporter finished speaking, Huang Dao's lips curled slightly, as he fiddled with his center-parted hair, just as he thought Bai Ye would agree. Bai Ye's next words left Huang Dao speechless. I don't want it. Huang Dao couldn't react to Bai Ye's response. No, this was completely different from the scenario he had imagined. Just as Huang Dao was still in a daze, an elderly man dressed in a Zhongshan suit suddenly pushed him aside. Young Bai, I am the deputy leader of the Qinglong Guild. Our guild is different from the Shinong Guild. They're just the lowest ranked guild in the top 10, a bunch of good-for-nothings. If you want to know which guild is reliable, it's definitely the Qinglong Guild. Once you join the Qinglong Guild, you'll be safe and sound, and the world will be your family. Seeing that even the Qinglong Guild had extended an invitation to Bai Ye, the branch leaders of the other major guilds, who had arrived a bit later, couldn't help but grow anxious. They all rushed forward and extended olive branches to Bai Ye. Seeing that the once proud branch leaders, who had always exuded an air of sophistication wherever they went, were now acting like people arguing at a marketplace. The journalists recording everything with their cameras couldn't help but twitch their lips. They couldn't help but vent their frustration in their minds. Is this really how it's going to end? The big shots, your personas are crumbling. Just as everyone was looking at Bai Ye with expectant eyes, wondering how he would choose, Bai Ye spoke up. Everyone, I'm sorry, but I currently have no plans to join any guild. As Bai Ye finished speaking, the branch leaders all looked utterly astonished. After all, with Bai Ye's potential, joining a guild would allow him to become a branch leader in no time. To secure a stable position so quickly, isn't that appealing? Before anyone could react, Bai Ye turned to Luo Shui on his side and said, Shui, let's go. HM. HM? As Luo Shui spoke, she was suddenly swept off her feet by Bai Ye, causing her to let out a startled cry. Instinctively, her slender arms wrapped tightly around Bai Ye's neck. As the two vanished from sight, upon witnessing Bai Ye's terrifying leap and speed, Huang Dao couldn't stay calm. Such power, could an assassin of over 60 levels really achieve this? Initially, Huang Dao had dismissed the guild's request to recruit Bai Ye. But now, he finally understood why the guild placed such high value on Bai Ye. In the crowd, seeing Bai Ye refuse, Qin Ming also sighed in relief. Thank goodness Bai Ye didn't agree. Otherwise, it might have been his own downfall. After all, joining the guild would grant access to its resources and support. But once one's strength improves, all these benefits must be repaid in various ways. It's like the guild making a paid investment in a promising job changer. With Bai Ye's strength, there was no need to join a guild and seek short-term gains. Just as he thought this, Qin Ming suddenly slapped his forehead. Oh no, he forgot to tell Bai Ye about the scheduled time for the large-scale dungeon guide. With no other option, Qin Ming sent a message to Qiao Jianxue, asking her to pass the message along. At that very moment, the group hiding from demon hunters in the Emerald Kingdom, upon discovering the dungeon had opened, also fled immediately. Upon reaching the outside world, they saw countless journalists gathered there. They also saw the leaders of various guilds looking regretful. They couldn't help but be baffled. Wait, did they miss something exciting? As Bai Ye led Luo Shui out of the Emerald Forest, she was carried all the way. The blushing face of the young girl spoke volumes. Bai Ye, can you let me go? Hearing her timid voice, Bai Ye set her down. Seeing Luo Shui's embarrassed expression, Bai Ye smirked. Shui, you're not shy, are you? Upon hearing this, Luo Shui instinctively stomped her foot. No way. I just thought you must be tired from the battle and carrying me all the way, your arms must be sore, As they walked, they were chatting with Luo Shui. Just then, Bai Ye received a message from Qiao Jianxue. At that moment, Bai Ye stopped in his tracks. Luo Shui blinked her eyes, her expression filled with confusion. Bai Ye, what's wrong? Bai Ye smiled. There's good news, the schedule for the large-scale dungeon raid has been finalized. Chapter 66, the strategy begins. The Barren Lands. The large-scale dungeon you mentioned, Bai Ye, could it be? Luo Shui stopped mid-sentence, knowing what she was thinking. Bai Ye's next words confirmed her suspicions. The large-scale dungeon where the official strategy failed 10 years ago. Its strategy time has already been set, it's the day after tomorrow. Hearing that Bai Ye was going to participate in the of such a high difficulty dungeon, Luo Shui felt an inexplicable tightness in her heart. Although Bai Ye was already very skilled. But what if something goes wrong? The failure of the guide 10 years ago is still fresh in many people's minds. At the time, many high-level transfigured warriors from Longhua who had reached the 100th level perished in that dungeon. If something were to happen to Bai Ye, it would be disastrous. Thinking about it, Luo Shui couldn't help but panic. She desperately wanted Bai Ye not to go. But Bai Ye's parents seemed to have some connection to this dungeon. This left her torn between whether to him or not. Seeing her dilemma written all over her face, Bai Ye comforted her, don't worry, everything will be fine. As a breeze swept by, the young girl's long, jet-black hair flowed gracefully in the wind. As their eyes met, with a hint of hesitation, Luo Shui finally nodded slightly. Bai Ye, you must come back safely. I will. If uncle and aunt are really in the dungeon, then Bai Ye, you must bring them back. Of course. Xiaoying and Xiaoyu are all waiting for your good news. Bai Ye couldn't help but chuckle. It feels like you're acting like an old mother, Shui. Upon hearing this, Luo Shui glared at him. Mind your own business. Bai Ye, you must come back safely, understand? Bai Ye raised the corners of his mouth. Don't worry, I'm very strong. Luo Shui playfully pinched his waist in annoyance. Don't go around making such bold claims. On the way back, as they playfully bantered, the heaviness from the earlier conversation faded away. Time flew by quickly. Before they knew it, the day of the major event had arrived. After a day of anticipation, online, promotions for the raid dungeon were everywhere. After a decade of preparation, the official team has teamed up with multiple class changers to launch another assault on the large-scale dungeon. According to incomplete statistics, this large-scale dungeon has already caused over 10,000 casualties and trillions in losses. It's time to put an end to it. Latest news. The most promising assassin from Dragon Nation, Mr. Bai, will participate in this raid, hashtag. Hashtag stay tuned for Bai Ye's performance. Will he surpass the Sword Saint and set a new record as the strongest class changer in Dragon Nation, hashtag. Silver Commerce Guild. Upon seeing the news headline, Li Yi was so shocked she nearly jumped off the sofa. White Knight is actually planning to participate in this large-scale dungeon raid? Wow, she only found out now. As she vented her frustration, Li Yi couldn't help but feel worried. If the difficulty of a beginner-level dungeon is rated as 1, and an intermediate-level dungeon is rated as 10, then a large-scale advanced dungeon like this would be 1,000, or even 10,000. With Bai Ye's strength, can she really follow the official team and successfully clear it? Feeling uneasy, she pulled Yi Qing and started acting spoiled. Sniff sniff Yi Qing, what do you think? Should I use the guild's influence to bring Bai Ye back? He won't get into trouble in the dungeon, will he? Miss, please rest assured. Mr. Bai is very powerful. While comforting Li Yi, watching the official livestream, Yi Qing couldn't help but pray. Mr. Bai, please come back safely. At the same time, through the teleportation gate, Bai Ye arrived at the northwestern border of Longhua. As soon as he stepped out of the teleportation gate, a gust of yellow sand swept toward him. A biting wind howled. As far as the eye could see, a desolate landscape stretched out before him. Since the end of the Great Cataclysm, the massive dungeon had gradually taken shape here, making this place almost a no-go zone for humans. Especially after the failed expedition 10 years ago. It has become a place shrouded in taboo. Upon seeing Bai Ye, Xin Ming hurriedly called out, Mr. Bai, over here. As they reunited, Xin Ming led the way, and the two headed toward a tower standing tall amidst the barren wasteland. That was the outpost where soldiers and high-ranking mercenaries were stationed. It was also where the transferees participating in this mission had temporarily gathered and set up camp. Before entering the dungeon, I'll share the latest intelligence we've obtained from the official side with you first. As they walked, Xin Ming also shared the intelligence regarding the large-scale dungeon. Mr. Bai, you should be aware of this. This large-scale dungeon is closely connected to the great catastrophe that occurred over a decade ago. Based on our investigations and speculations, that great cataclysm was likely closely tied to a certain deity. The age of the gods has passed. Yet they still influence this world and everyone in it in various ways. For instance, the fanatical followers who worship the gods are waiting for their faith to return to the mortal realm. As Qin Ming reported the latest official intelligence, Bai Ye couldn't calm down for a long time. In their quest to resurrect the gods they worship, they unwittingly triggered a catastrophic disaster, leaving countless people homeless and separating families forever. As a victim himself, thinking of his parents who had gone missing in the disaster, how could Bai Ye possibly not be furious? Just as Bai Ye was lost in thought, Qin Ming gently patted his shoulder. In any case, the purpose of this dungeon raid is twofold. First, to provide an explanation to the people. On the other hand, it is also to rescue those who may have been affected by the disaster and are still alive. As I mentioned earlier, didn't I already explain this to you, Mr. Bai? According to official mechanical scans, some of those affected by the disaster are still alive. Upon hearing this, Bai Ye's expression lit up with joy. Are you saying that, Mr. Qin? Understanding Bai Ye's meaning, Qin Ming nodded slightly. That's correct. Mr. Bai, your family members are very likely still alive. After saying this, Qin Ming didn't forget to add a caveat. However, this is not certain. I can only say there's hope, Mr. Bai, don't you agree? Bai Ye replied, I already know that. Over a decade had passed since that catastrophic disaster. During that time, there were simply too many uncertainties. But no matter what, as long as there is a glimmer of hope, he would never give up. Just as Bai Ye made up his mind in secret. Half an hour later, as he entered the tower, Bai Ye saw a group of class-changed adventurers who seemed to have been waiting for some time. There were archers, spearmen, mages, and swordsmen. There were 30 people present, all of whom had reached the 4th transformation at the 100th level. There was no doubt that they were all the strong warriors who had answered the call of the Dragon Kingdom. Upon seeing Bai Ye, everyone instinctively turned their gaze toward him. As a recent rising star, Bai Ye was even more famous than some top-tier celebrities. Facing this man, whom the outside world had dubbed the most promising and youngest assassin in the Dragon Kingdom, they couldn't help but feel a touch of curiosity. With everyone present, Qin Ming spoke up. Chapter 67, Strange Beasts Emerge. The beast tide approaches. Everyone, the teleportation gate to the dungeon is located deep within the desert. Due to the environment, we apologize for the inconvenience. Before reaching the dungeon entrance and establishing contact, we cannot provide you with any substantial assistance. All we can do is provide you with general directional guidance. Therefore, once you enter the desert, you must be extremely cautious. As Qin Ming finished speaking, a middle-aged mage in the crowd spoke up. Qin Ming, we understand what you said, but I have a question. Upon hearing this, Qin Ming gestured for him to continue. The mage said, this is a large-scale dungeon. If we stay together the entire time, the progress will be too slow. How do you plan to handle this? As he finished speaking, Xin Ming also contacted those above him. Moments later, Xin Ming provided his response.
Master Su, once you arrive at the dungeon entrance,
our team will use the miniature cameras you're carrying to communicate tactics and coordinate actions. After a brief pause, Xin Ming continued, during the journey, you only need to ensure your own safety. Upon hearing this, Su Feng understood. There's no need for you to worry about that, Mr. Qin. Glancing at the others, he smiled. With the strength we have now, I believe everyone here values their lives.
With a touch of humor, Su Feng made a joke. The crowd of job changers present couldn't help but laugh out loud. Soon, a few minutes later,
they entered the desert alongside the others. They felt the magic permeating the air.
Bai Ye couldn't help but marvel.
Compared to the dungeons he had previously explored, the magic here was simply too intense. As if sensing his thoughts, a young man of the gunner class approached him.
My name is Jiang Yang. You're Bai Ye, right?
Looking around at the swirling yellow sand,
Jiang Yang smiled.
Don't worry, it's just a large-scale dungeon raid.
With so many of us, we'll be fine.
After saying that, Jiang Yang gave a look that only men would understand. Speaking of which, Bai Ye, once this large-scale raid is over, I'll treat you to some softcore stuff.
Slap.
As soon as Jiang Yang finished speaking, a girl dressed as a mage on his side slapped him hard on the back.
Jiang Yang, what are you talking about? Bai Ye is still a kid. Jiang Yang replied with a hint of annoyance, what's the big deal? Lin Yanan, you don't know.
Back in the day, I was quite the ladies' man.
Lin Yanan rolled her eyes at him and then turned to Bai Ye, saying, Bai Ye, don't mind him.
Jiang Yang is just like that, no sense of propriety.
Bai Ye smiled. I actually think he's a pretty nice guy.
Hearing this, Jiang Yang couldn't help but feel proud.
Did you hear that?
After being glared at by Lin Yanan, Jiang Yang shrugged indifferently. In my opinion, Lin Yanan, you're just too rigid. You don't know how today's young people are, they're all so wild and reckless. At this, Su Feng chimed in. Speaking of which, my good-for-nothing son actually found a girlfriend who is almost the same age as me.
It's driving me crazy. Hearing this, Jiang Yang couldn't stop laughing.
Ha, older women are the ones who know how to take care of people. After a brief pause, Jiang Yang changed the subject.
Speaking of which, Su Leoj, I thought you had found a stepmother for your son. Su Feng's lips twitched. Don't mention it.
The woman I found was actually the girlfriend of my good-for-nothing son, and their mother and daughter.
It's so embarrassing. Jiang Yang was startled. Su Leoj, you're really desperate. Did you end up finding an 80-year-old? Su Feng's face darkened. What the hell, 80? The woman I'm after is only 25.
For a moment, everyone in the group nearly burst out laughing.
Wow, the father and son are each talking about their own business, aren't they?
As they continued on their way, they gradually got to know each other better through casual conversation. Before they knew it, it was already dusk.
With no sign of the large-scale dungeon, Bai Ye casually asked Su Feng, Su old brother, how much further are we from the dungeon?
Su Feng took out a map from his storage space and took a look.
It's roughly another day's journey. Let's rest here for the night.
The temperature difference in the desert was extreme. And at night, it's when the strange beasts and monsters are most active.
Considering the team's safety and the need to preserve their condition for the upcoming dungeon raid.
Therefore, Su Feng would not choose to continue marching at this time.
Around the campfire, everyone took turns keeping watch.
For Jiang Yang and his group, this was already routine. But for Bai Ye, this experience was entirely new. As the flickering flames dispelled the biting cold,
Jiang Yang smiled and said, how about it, Bai Ye? Does it feel like a flashback to military life? Bai Ye replied, not really.
It feels more like camping. Hearing this, Jiang Yang paused for a moment before bursting into laughter.
Oh, so you don't think all high-ranking class changers are capable of moving mountains and blocking the sky with a single hand, do you?
Under Bai Ye's gaze, Jiang Yang said, only the truly top-tier transfigured warriors or star generals possess such power. As for us at the 100-level rank, we may seem strong, but we're still ordinary people at heart.
Hearing this, Bai Ye nodded slightly.
After all, no matter how strong a class changer is, they're still human.
As they chatted idly, night gradually fell. Just then, the desert winds suddenly grew fierce.
In the distance, from the direction of the dungeon, a large number of strange beasts and monsters were surging toward them.
Sensing the impending danger,
the job changers quickly stood up and donned their equipment.
Vague outlines of countless beasts and monsters could be seen. Everyone's hands gripping their weapons unconsciously clenched in cold sweat. As the senior member of the group, Su Feng couldn't help but swallow hard.
I've heard that in dungeons that can't be cleared for a long time, strange beasts and monsters emerge periodically, but damn it, we actually encountered them.
Facing the wave of beasts, everyone remained on high alert.
They were stranded in the desert, completely cut off from any help. If they couldn't hold out, they might be wiped out before even reaching the dungeon.
Thinking of this, even though everyone was battle-hardened, how could they not feel a hint of fear? Gritting his teeth, Su Feng issued his orders. Tanks to the front. Use taunts to draw their fire. Warriors, protect the flanks and don't let these monsters break our formation. Mages and archers, follow me and attack from a distance. Clear a path through these monsters, then we'll break out. The team worked together seamlessly. In such an atmosphere, it was hard not to be moved. And amidst the team, Bai Ye cast an identification spell, roughly determining the strength of the various beasts and monsters. Each of these monsters had attributes in the 4-digit range. Even a single one of them, if left alone, would be a small-scale boss-level threat. However, here, such monsters number in the tens of thousands. Over the past decade, the official authorities have been unable to complete this massive dungeon. How many strange beasts and monsters have been bred here? As he pondered this, Bai Ye moved, breaking away from the team's protection. Noticing Bai Ye's movements, realizing he was preparing to charge into the beast horde, Jiang Yang and the others were startled. Bai Ye was an assassin, and his physique was quite fragile. He could handle a one-on-one fight. But now it was a group battle. Charging in like that, he'd be torn to pieces by those monsters, leaving nothing but bones and scraps. Chapter 68, Shadow Guards. One man is an entire army. Seeing Bai Ye disappear into the beast tide. In the crowd, Lin Yanan exclaimed anxiously. Su Leoj, let's hurry and save Bai Ye. Seeing her rush forward, Jiang Yang hurriedly pulled her back. Lin Yanan, don't be foolish. Do you want to endanger all of us? At this, the mage beside him echoed the same sentiment. That's right. If Bai Ye had come with us, we could have protected him to some extent. But now that he's rushed over there, how are we supposed to protect him? Realizing she had lost her composure, she also realized that Bai Ye was likely already dead. Lin Yanan clenched her hands tightly around her staff, forcing herself to calm down. As she watched Bai Ye being engulfed by the beast horde, Su Feng and the others couldn't help but show expressions of regret. However, they had no time to mourn Bai Ye's death. After all, they were all now trapped in a desperate situation. Just as Jiang Yang used his long spear to instantly kill a nearby beast, more beasts and monsters surged forward, seemingly endless. Su Leoj, we can't hold on much longer. Yes, your spells are taking too long. If this continues, our formation will be shattered. Facing the complaints from the frontline tanks and the warriors on both sides, Su Feng cast his spells while transforming into an angry old man. Damn it, are you trying to kill us? As he spoke, the spell array was completed, and, at the same time, amidst the beast horde, while using the 5 senses seal to restrain the surrounding beasts and monsters, Bai Ye also completed his spell, releasing the unyielding flames. Boom! Accompanied by the deafening sound of the explosion, the white flames spread outward at a speed visible to the naked eye. Any creature that came into contact with it quickly demonstrated what it meant to have their health bars vanish. You have looted the Deep Abyss Fox's attributes, stamina plus 10. You have looted the attributes of the earthly barbarian bear, strength plus 10. You have looted. As the prompts continue to sound endlessly, as talents keep triggering, while plundering attributes, Bai Ye's experience bar also rapidly increases. You have reached level 69, gaining 10 free attribute points. You have reached level 70, gaining 10 free attribute points. Just as Bai Ye's strength was rising at an astonishing rate, behind him, the demon saw the white flames and avoided them like poisonous snakes, voluntarily clearing a path. Jiang Yang and his group were all stunned. What kind of skill was this? Its effect must be on par with forbidden techniques. As they pondered this, their gaze toward Su Feng changed. Su Leoj, when did you master such an otherworldly skill? Are you trying to play the underdog? Yeah, Su Leoj, you're not being honest. Facing the meaningful glances from everyone, Su Feng hurriedly explained, you've mistaken me. I didn't start the fire. These words fell on deaf ears. Jiang Yang patted Su Feng on the shoulder and laughed, Su Leoj, don't say anymore. We all understand. Just then, someone in the group suddenly spoke up. Enough, stop fooling around. Let's break out quickly, otherwise, Su Leoj's skill will have been wasted. Upon hearing this, everyone agreed. They all rushed forward through the gap burned open by the white flames. Seeing this, Su Feng's lips twitched involuntarily. This skill wasn't even his. Why doesn't anyone believe him? While complaining, Su Feng didn't forget to look around. He wondered who the mysterious figure was who had secretly come to their aid. Could it be that the developers had left a backup plan for this dungeon raid? Meanwhile, in the midst of the beast tide, he was about to lose contact with the group. While continuously looting attributes and skill points, Bai Ye's strength underwent a qualitative transformation. White Knight. Class Shadow Lord 3rd job advancement. Level, LV.74 9.87%. Health 28, 728,700. Magic Power, 5,655,650. Strength 2745. Speed 2390. Stamina, 1800.
Resilience 410. Talents: infinite plunder, sturdy armor, abyssal aura, ultimate freedom, immortality, third-person perspective. Available attribute 0.60. Class skills: 5 senses: seal, eternal flame, reaper's descent, divine eye, life and death grant, frenzy. At the current leveling speed, if we can clear this large-scale dungeon, then you might reach level 80 or even break through to level 90. By then, the fourth transformation will be within reach. As he thought of this, he looked around at the scattered corpses of strange beasts and demons. White Knight's magic surged forth. Rise up. As his words fell, souls were drawn out. Shadows began to wriggle, one after another transforming into beast riders, merging together. In no time, as Bai Ye had envisioned, the shadow guards took shape. Gazing at the 100 guards before him, Bai Ye also cast his appraisal. Shadow Guard. Health points 50,000, Strength 2000. Speed 1000. Resilience 100. Introduction: special guards created by fusing the souls and shadows of mythical beasts and monsters. When they die, they can be revived using magic, granting them near immortality. Although their attributes are slightly inferior to those of large dogs, however, they cannot withstand large numbers. With these shadow guards assisting in battle, Bai Ye alone is a force to be reckoned with. As time passed, several hours later, as the first rays of dawn began to appear on the horizon, Jiang Yang and the others finally broke through the beast tide. At that moment, everyone was exhausted to the point of collapse. Taking advantage of the brief respite before entering the dungeon, everyone quickly downed their healing potions to restore their stamina. However, they noticed that one member of the team was missing. Thinking of the teammate they had been chatting with just moments ago, who had now made the ultimate sacrifice, Jiang Yang couldn't help but feel sad. Ah! What a pity that Bai Ye is gone. His family back home must be heartbroken. Just as he spoke, Jiang Yang suddenly noticed that everyone was looking at him with strange expressions. What's wrong? Just as Jiang Yang was puzzled, Lin Yanan had already lunged forward and tightly embraced Bai Ye, who had arrived late from behind. Wah, wah, wah. Thank goodness. Little brother Bai Ye, you're still alive. As a class changer, the death of those around them was not an uncommon occurrence. In the past, when Lin Yanan first became a class changer, the older brother who had led her team died while protecting her. This incident had left a deep scar on her heart. Naturally, when she saw Bai Ye being overwhelmed by the beast tide, she panicked completely. And when Lin Yanan rushed over, she immediately used face wash on him. She felt the faint fragrance and softness. Bai Ye was dumbfounded. Yanan, calm down. When Bai Ye pulled her away, Lin Yanan's tearful expression came into view. Little brother Bai Ye, listen to your sister. Don't act recklessly. If something happens to you, how will we explain it to your family when we go back? Bai Ye couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. Sis, your worries are unnecessary. I'm confident in my abilities. Lin Yanan gave him a gentle glare. You young people these days, a little bit of power and you think you're something. Don't listen to the elders, you'll regret it later. Got it? Just as the siblings were sharing their deep affection, Jiang Yang couldn't help but feel awkward. Just moments ago, he had lamented Bai Ye's sacrifice, only to find that Bai Ye had already emerged from the battle. Seeing Bai Ye's exhausted appearance after the battle, Jiang Yang curiously asked, by the way, Bai Ye, how did you manage to break out? Bai Ye smiled. I just got lucky. As Bai Ye returned, the previously tense and oppressive atmosphere eased. After a brief rest and establishing contact with the outside world, Su Feng spoke up, since you're still alive, Bai Ye, that's a good thing. Let's rest for a moment, then head straight into the dungeon. Upon hearing this, everyone adopted a serious expression. Even escaping the beast tide had been a life or death ordeal, let alone the upcoming dungeon raid. The slightest mistake could mean certain death for all of them. Chapter 69, The Land of the Fallen Gods. The dungeon raid begins. Outside, at the Northwest Command Center. Seeing the camera lens return to normal, Xin Ming and the other officers couldn't help but sigh in relief. The camera returning to normal meant that Su Feng and the others had successfully reached the entrance of the dungeon teleportation gate. As the commander of this operation, Lei Jinjuan also contacted them via the microphone. This is the Northwest Command Center, this is the Northwest Command Center. I am Colonel Lei Jinjuan, the commander of this operation. Please respond if you can hear me. A series of crackling electrical sounds followed. Moments later, a voice came through. This is Su Feng, the assault team leader. After confirming the communication was clear, Lei Jinjuan assigned the operational tasks. Captain Su Feng, from now on, your team will be divided into 3 groups. One group will be responsible for taking down the boss, another for rescuing people affected by the Great Disaster, and the third for finding the divine relic within the dungeon. As Lei Jinjuan detailed the tasks. In the desert, everyone followed the instructions and split into 3 groups. Bai Ye was assigned to the rescue team, while Jiang Yang became the squad leader.
Don't let Jiang Yang's usual carefree demeanor fool you.
But when it comes to serious business, he is quite serious. White Knight, don't worry. We're only here to rescue the victims. As long as you stay with us, there shouldn't be any danger. Faced with this kindness, Bai Ye didn't say much. I understand. With that, Bai Ye joined Jiang Yang and the others, stepping through the teleportation gate and entering the dungeon. As a white glow erupted. As the blurry scenery gradually became clear, what met Bai Ye's eyes were countless towering peaks gradually crystallizing under the influence of dense magical energy and thick clouds floating in the sky. Wispy clouds drifted about, and at first glance, it seemed as though they had entered some kind of fairyland or a hidden paradise. You have entered the large-scale dungeon, the land of the fallen gods. The prompt appeared before everyone's eyes. Facing the crowd, Jiang Yang spoke up. Everyone, according to intelligence from the failed mission 10 years ago, those affected by the Great Catastrophe are likely in the northeastern region. Let's begin our search there first. Everyone agreed without objection. As the group split into 3 teams. Outside, the group's actions were being broadcast live to everyone in Dragon Nation via miniature cameras. This mission holds extraordinary significance. If successful, it would inspire everyone. For a time, the entire internet was abuzz with discussions about it. Although the previous attempt failed 10 years ago, this time, we must succeed. Yeah, this dungeon has claimed so many lives finally, it's going to be conquered. Looking at this lineup, do you think they can really do it? Won't it fail again? Hey, you wouldn't happen to be the walking 500,000, would you? As the topic of this raid dominated the trending searches. In the apartment. Sitting in front of the TV, watching the strategy unfold. Bai Ye couldn't help but feel tense. Brother, you must bring mom and dad back safely, okay? Just as Bai Ye murmured this, Luo Shuiying, sitting beside her, held her hand comfortingly. Don't worry, Xiao Yu. With Bai Ji's abilities, he'll definitely come back safely. Bai Ye nodded slightly. The young girl's slightly innocent expression was tinged with determination. I believe in my brother. He will definitely bring mom and dad back safely and complete this dungeon. Luo Shuiying also smiled. There's nothing we can do here. Let's just trust Bai Gu. They knew nothing of the outside world. At that moment, they continued moving forward in the northeast direction. All the strange beasts and monsters they encountered along the way were easily dealt with by Jiang Yang and his group. And after dealing with the unknown number of beasts, the group had already ventured deep into the dungeon. Gazing at the ancient tree in the sky, which also shone with crystalline brilliance, the members of the group couldn't help but marvel at the sight. No wonder it's a large-scale high-difficulty dungeon. The magical energy here is incredibly dense. Yeah, I wonder if we can hunt down any powerful demons in this dungeon? If we really do hunt one down, we'll strike it rich. After easily dispatching the ambushing monsters several times in a row, everyone grew overconfident. Jiang Yang couldn't help but furrow his brows. Everyone, let's be careful. We're already deep inside the dungeon, and the monsters that appear from now on will definitely get stronger. Upon hearing this, the others didn't take it lightly. They all became serious once more. After all, they were all seasoned veterans, they still had that level of vigilance. As they continued forward, within the crowd, under the perception of the ZZIGE technique, Bai Ye also sensed something was amiss. It was too quiet. It was even eerily quiet. It felt as though this place had become the hunting ground of some high-tier magical beast. Just as Bai Ye realized the issue and stopped in his tracks, the archers in the group also realized what was wrong. Jiang Yang, it's way too quiet here. Could we have stumbled into some kind of beast's hunting ground? Just as the archers spoke, with a swoosh, before anyone could react, a blood-red maw plunged from the sky without any warning. Crack! Before everyone's eyes, the archer was reduced to a bloodied half-body in an instant. 100,000. Seeing their teammates who were just laughing and joking moments ago now instantly killed. Everyone's expressions turned grim. As they looked up in the direction of the attack, a bizarre monster with a center covered in mouths, resembling a giant flower, came into view. Feeling the terrifying aura emanating from it, how could anyone not understand? Given how concentrated the magic power was, this creature must have undergone some unknown transformation under the influence of magic. As the creature prepared to attack again, Jiang Yang gripped his long spear tightly and roared. Everyone, be on guard. The monster is charging toward us. Just as the reincarnated warriors were forming their ranks to resist its assault. As Bai Ye threw out the identification, the information about the monster appeared before his eyes. Demon King Flower. HP 2,000,000,002 million. Magic Power 1,000,000,000. Strength 5,000. Speed 2,000. Skills Vine Attack, Poisonous Pollen. Description: a demonic creature born under the influence of the other end, possessing terrifying power far surpassing that of ordinary demons. At first glance, the demon flower's attribute values appear relatively ordinary. However, it benefits from racial bonuses.
Its true power is far from what it appears to be. Just as Bai was thinking this, countless vines lashed out, forming a dense web. Jiang Yang looked serious. Bai, this monster is too powerful. It's far beyond your ability to handle alone. Escape quickly. We'll cover your retreat. Holding his long spear, Jiang Yang took a deep breath. Just as he had resolved to fight to the death. But to his surprise, Bai Ye stepped forward before him. Chapter 70, Skill Transformation. Tree Barrier. Let me handle it. As Bai Ye finished speaking, everyone was stunned. Jiang Yang couldn't help but urge, White Knight, you're joking, right? This kind of stationary cannon-type monster isn't something a lone assassin like you can handle. However, seeing Bai Ye charging straight toward the demon King Hua, Jiang Yang felt helpless. Everyone, assist Bai Ye. Help him break through. As Jiang Yang's words fell, everyone quickly changed their strategy, switching from defense to offense, and a chaotic battle erupted. Outside the dungeon, through the live stream, everyone saw Bai Ye acting on his own. The entire forum erupted in chaos. No way, Bai Ye actually dared to act on his own? Exactly, he doesn't know how to cooperate at all. I have no idea why the developers allowed him to join the guide. He's so self-centered and selfish. Bai Ye is holding the entire team back. If this dungeon guide fails, Bai Ye will definitely take the blame. Through the miniature camera on Jiang Yang's body. Seeing how reckless Bai Ye was, in the northwest command room, Qin Ming's gaze flickered involuntarily. Lei Zhenjuan, standing beside him, was furious. Mr. Qin, is this the person you requested to join the operation? Do you want to see what he's actually doing? Do you have any idea how disastrous the consequences of this could be? The entire rescue team is going to be dragged down by him. Just as Lei Zhenjuan was shouting angrily at Qin Ming, the adjutant beside him couldn't help but let out a startled cry. Lei Commander, look over here. At those words, Lei Zhenjuan was startled. What's wrong? Could the entire rescue team have been wiped out by Bai Ye? Just as he spoke, Lei Zhenjuan shifted his attention back to the projection screen. He froze in place, his walkie-talkie slipping from his hands and landing on the ground. On the screen, Bai Ye was using the ancient trees around him as leverage, having somehow flown above the demon flower. At the same time, as the skill was activated, rolling white flames descended from the sky, creating a scene reminiscent of an impending disaster. How is this possible? Lei Zhenjuan muttered under his breath, his expression suddenly changing. Isn't Bai Ye an assassin? Why then, does Bai Ye possess such an absurd fire-based skill? For a moment, Lei Zhenjuan was completely dumbfounded. No wonder Qin Ming strongly recommended Bai Ye to participate in this strategic battle. There's a reason for that. At that moment, inside the dungeon, when the white flames were poured over the Demon King flower, it was as if it had encountered its natural enemy. Bang! With a dull thud, the Demon King flower falls to the ground, emitting a muffled sound. Seeing this, Jiang Yang and his group snapped out of their shock at the power Bai Ye had displayed. They all launched counterattacks against the Demon King flower. Having lost air superiority and constantly being scorched by the white flames, the demon flower's power was severely weakened, able to only exert half of its previous strength. In no time, it was surrounded and severely wounded by the crowd. As the demon flower was about to be defeated, Bai Ye delivered the final blow. You have looted the demon flower's skill, Vine Attack. As the skill was obtained through plundering, utilizing the skill points obtained from the previous beast tide. With a thought, Bai Ye also enhanced this skill. You have enhanced the skill, Vine Attack. You have enhanced the skill, Vine Attack. Notice, the Vine Attack skill has evolved. You have obtained the skill, Tree Barrier. Effect, consumes 500-2000 mana to create a barrier that continuously deals damage and applies a poison effect to enemies within the barrier. The more mana consumed, the stronger the skill's effect. The skill points you've worked so hard to accumulate are now gone in an instant. The skill's effect has also undergone a transformation. A large area, sustained AoE attack. While restricting enemy movement, it can be combined with Eternal Flame to deal 2-stage damage. The combination of the two skills is simply too powerful. The only issue here is that the mana cost is simply too high. Gulping down a magic restoration potion, Bai keeps his magic at full capacity at all times. Facing Bai's Eternal Flame. When the battle ended, Jiang Yang and his men looked at Bai Ye with a completely different expression. Earlier, they had assumed that the beast tide was the result of Su Feng's intervention. Little did they know that it was actually Bai Ye who had orchestrated it all behind the scenes. For a moment, Jiang Yang and his men looked at Bai Ye with a mix of emotions. After all, Bai Ye was merely an assassin whose level hadn't even reached 80. Yet his strength was so terrifying. Even if the Sword Saint from 7 years ago were here, he wouldn't be able to achieve such an absurd feat like Bai Ye. As they gathered the remains of their companions and continued to explore deeper into the area. At that very moment, online, in the official livestream,
Those who had previously condemned Bai Ye and criticized his actions now spoke with completely different words. Holy! Holy! This is way too strong. This young man is already so terrifying. He has a high chance of surpassing the Sword Saint and becoming another rising star for our Dragon Nation. My mom asked me why I was kneeling while watching the livestream, and I told her I was so shocked by Bai Ye's power that I had to kneel. I declare that from today onward, Bai Ye is my idol. I'll have your babies. Just as netizens were redefining their understanding of assassins because of Bai Ye. At the same time, assassins of the same profession as Bai Ye could no longer sit still and stood up one after another. I declare that from today onward, we assassins are no longer useless. Exactly. I feel so strong now. Dude, don't get your hopes up. Assassins are assassins, and Bai Ye is Bai Ye. Brothers, I'm ready to establish a guild exclusively for assassins. Among the assassins, a young man suddenly spoke up. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze toward him. In response, the young man continued, I plan to appoint Bai as the guild master of this guild. Upon hearing this, someone raised an objection. To establish a guild, it's not just about having people with strength, the most crucial thing is having money. The young man smiled. As for people, aren't we here? As for money, I'll cover the costs of establishing the guild. Facing the crowd, the young man raised the corners of his mouth, his expression brimming with laughter. Another person asked at this moment, what should we name the guild? After a moment's thought, the young man replied, let's call it Assassin's Creed. With the guild name and the issue of establishing the guild resolved, everyone looked at each other in confusion. They felt something was off, but they had no proof. Chapter 71, Rescue Mission. The Earth Dragon appears. They were unaware of everything happening outside. Following the northeast direction, Bai Ye and Zhang Yang, along with their group, also arrived deeper into the dungeon. Due to the previous casualties. Therefore, everyone remained vigilant, keeping their guard up at all times. As they gazed at the countless crystallized ancient trees, they noticed the unknown runes covering them flickering faintly. Bai Ye fell into deep thought. These trees could be considered living beings. However, they had crystallized like stones, which was truly astonishing. As they walked, it seemed as though they knew what Bai Ye was thinking. Zhang Yang laughed at that moment. Bai Ye, you should know about the demonization syndrome, right? Bai Ye nodded slightly. It refers to the symptoms of assimilation that occur when ordinary people come into prolonged contact with magic, right? That's correct. The reason these trees have crystallized is actually similar to how humans develop magic-induced syndrome. After a brief pause, Zhang Yang continued, according to experts, in the late stages of magic-induced syndrome, the affected individuals also exhibit crystallization reactions, just like these ancient trees. As Zhang Yang finished speaking, Bai Ye was startled. This was the first time he had ever heard of such a thing. An hour later, as they emerged from the forest, the scenery before his eyes gradually opened up. What greeted their eyes was a forest of crystalline pillars, sharp as needles, resembling a surreal dream. The crystals refracted light, reflecting the figures of the group. According to the intelligence from 10 years ago, they were about to reach the rescue site. Zhang Yang also reminded everyone, we are about to begin rescuing the stranded individuals. Be careful from here on out. Just as Zhang Yang finished speaking, Bai Ye had already sensed the hidden enemy through his Zai Ji technique. Thus, facing everyone, Bai Ye spoke up. The beasts inside are very powerful. I will engage them, while Zhang Yang and the others rescue the trapped individuals. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. However, among the 9, Zhang Yang was the first to react. As their eyes locked, Zhang Yang's expression grew solemn. We understand, but Bai Ye, don't linger in battle. Once all the trapped individuals have been rescued, we will withdraw immediately. They quickly discussed the tactics and plan. The others emerged from behind a stone pillar and split into 2 groups. However, as soon as they emerged, their expressions changed slightly. They saw statues made of purple crystal, numbering roughly dozens. There was no doubt about it, they were all trapped individuals in the late stages of demonization, influenced by magical power. Following Zhang Yang's lead, they charged toward the trapped individuals. The remaining 8 immediately followed suit. They knew that with just the 9 of them, they wouldn't be able to rescue all the trapped individuals. Thus, Bai Ye made a decision. Come out. As soon as he spoke, shadow guards emerged from Bai Ye's shadow. With the shadow guards joining in, the rescue pressure on Zhang Yang and the others eased significantly. At first, everyone was startled by the appearance of the shadow guards. But soon, realizing that these were the servants summoned by Bai Ye, they relaxed. And at that very moment, as the rescue operation unfolded, the beasts that had made this place their lair were also stirred by the commotion. Boom! As one stone pillar after another collapsed, a deafening roar echoed through the air. The strange beast revealed its true form. Its body was covered in earth-colored dragon scales. It was a earth dragon. As one of the descendants of the true dragons, and nourished by the magical power of this place, this earth dragon's strength was truly terrifying.
The intense dragon aura was almost tangible.
Having reached the 100th level and beyond, Jiang Yang and the others had not felt such overwhelming pressure in a long time. To be able to intimidate them, who are at the 100 level, just how powerful is this earth dragon? He couldn't help but swallow hard. Jiang Yang looked at Bai Ye with concern. Bai Ye, let's retreat first. Make sure to follow us later. Under no circumstances should you confront this earth dragon head-on. Bai Ye held his short blade tightly, fixating on the earth dragon before him. Without looking back, he said, "Don't worry, I'll be careful." As Jiang Yang and the others quickly retreated. In the midst of the chaos, Bai Ye also cast a spell to examine the information of the earth dragon before him. Earth dragon. Health 4,000,004 million. Strength 10,000. Speed 2,000. Magic power 5,000,5,000. Talent virtue of the earth immune to 50% of all physical and magical damage taken, and reduces the duration of negative effects by 90%.
Skills Earth Flow Bullet, Giant Rock Attack, Mud Flow Impact.
Description: a sub-dragon species inheriting a portion of true dragon blood, it possesses terrifying combat power from birth. Its innate bonuses, combined with the extremely high resistance inherent to wyverns. When facing this type of heavily armored artillery monster, other assassins would likely have already fled by now. However, in Bai Ye's opinion, defeating it is still possible. With that in mind, while summoning the large dog, Bai Ye actively charged toward the earth dragon. Outside. As time passed, this strategy had been underway for an entire day. And regarding this operation, netizens were buzzing with discussions. Is this a large-scale dungeon? The monsters inside are way too powerful. Yeah, monsters of this caliber, if even one were to appear in the outside world, it would definitely cause chaos. I just hope Bai can escape safely from the earth dragon's clutches. Go, Bai. Everyone on the guide team, keep it up. We have to clear this dungeon. Just as countless people were cheering him on. The Silver Guild. Keeping a close eye on the progress of the raid, Xiao Jiangxue couldn't help but grow concerned. The earth dragon they had encountered was so powerful that it wasn't even qualified to be a dungeon boss. How powerful must the true dungeon boss be? Can this strategy really defeat the boss? As if sensing Xiao Jiangxue's thoughts, Yi Qing, standing beside her, comforted her. "Miss, please don't worry too much. Mr. Bai is very powerful, and over the past decade, the developers have made extensive preparations. We will definitely be able to clear the dungeon smoothly." Upon hearing this, Xiao Jiangxue sighed deeply. I hope everything goes as the official plans and everything goes smoothly. Time flew by quickly. Before they knew it, it was already twilight. Far from the center of the battlefield. After exiting the dungeon and rescuing all the trapped individuals, as night approached, Jiang Yang couldn't help but grow concerned. That earth dragon was far more powerful than all the strange beasts and monsters they had encountered along the way. Seeing that Bai Ye hadn't caught up yet, he worried about his safety. Jiang Yang glanced at the other 8 members of the group. Each of them looked exhausted. He then glanced at the shadow guard stationed there. He finally made a decision. Stay here and rest. Protect the trapped ones. I'll go find Bai Ye. Without waiting for a response, Jiang Yang, as the squad leader, plunged alone into the dungeon. Alone, and having already been there once before, Jiang Yang remembered the route fairly well. Therefore, he moved through the map quickly. He didn't waste much time along the way. Over an hour later, Jiang Yang also arrived at the northeastern part of the dungeon. However, just as he stopped to take a breath, looking at the desolate landscape before him, he saw that Bai Ye had not chosen to retreat but was engaged in a fierce battle with the earth dragon. Jiang Yang couldn't help but swallow hard. He had thought he had a pretty good idea of Bai Ye's strength, but he never imagined that Bai Ye's strength was far greater than he had estimated. Is this truly your true strength, Bai Ye? Chapter 72, the second SSS rank talent. At the center of the battlefield. Unaware of Jiang Yang's arrival, Bai Ye's attention was completely captivated by the earth dragon before him. 214,584 million. After several hours of intense combat, his health has been reduced to roughly half by Bai Ye. At the same time, the dragon scales that served as armor were peeling off in large patches. Seeing that the preliminary phase was nearly complete, the earth dragon's physical and magical defense had been severely weakened. White Knight was ready to unleash his ultimate ability. Just as the earth dragon charged forward, Bai Ye downed one bottle after another of magic restoration potions. What should he do if his condition is poor? Bai Ye's response was simple: just pop some potions and you're good. Magic plus 500. Magic plus 500. As the magic points continued to replenish. Before long, after dodging countless mud projectiles and maneuvering through the swamp created by the earth dragon, Bai Ye's magic had fully recovered. It was time to combine the new skill with existing ones and test the effects of the new combo. With that thought, his magic power was instantly drained by more than half. The swamp created by the earth dragon began to show signs of change. Countless vines of varying thicknesses erupted from the ground, climbing and binding the earth dragon's limbs at a speed visible to the naked eye. At first, the earth dragon managed to break free using brute strength. But soon, as the number of vines increased, they intertwined to form a cage-like barrier, trapping the earth dragon inside. From the rear, witnessing this scene, Jiang Yang saw that the area around the earth dragon was being transformed.
Jiang Yang couldn't help but gape in astonishment.
He had assumed that after just one battle, facing such a powerful earth dragon, Bai Ye, a lone assassin, would surely be overwhelmed. But Jiang Yang never imagined that what Bai Ye had shown earlier was not his limit.
At that moment, an utterly absurd thought crossed Jiang Yang's mind. Could Bai Ye really be planning to hunt down this earth dragon?
Through the live feed projected by the miniature camera Jiang Yang was wearing, the tree-like barrier was nothing short of exaggerated.
In the apartment,
seeing that Bai Ye seemed to be able to handle the earth dragon with ease, Bai Ye was thrilled.
Shuiying, look! My brother is so amazing.
Seeing his older brother so skilled, Bai Ye felt incredibly proud. Hugged tightly by Bai Ye, Luo Shuiying couldn't help but rub her eyes.
Since he had changed jobs, how much time had passed? Judging from Bai Ye's current performance,
in the future, Bai Ye has an extremely high chance of surpassing the Sword Saint and becoming the youngest general star in Dragon Country. Just thinking about how amazing Bai Ye is, Luo Shuiying felt as though she were dreaming, her entire body feeling dizzy.
Meanwhile, on the side, watching the live stream, Luo Shuiying clenched her fists tightly, feeling nervous for Bai Ye. Bai Ye, please come back safely. Not only Bai Ye and the Luo sisters, but the entire Dragon Nation was watching this operation.
As the number of viewers in the live stream continued to rise. In the capital city, at the official radio station. In the operations room, the servers were on the verge of crashing under the overwhelming number of users, and the TV station's ratings were skyrocketing at an alarming rate. The station director's forehead was covered in cold sweat. Quick, make arrangements, add another server, no, 3 more servers. He shouted, his eyes fixed on the live streams of the 3 teams. So far, the White Knight and Exploration teams were making good progress. However, the strategy team was facing a much more challenging situation.
We absolutely must succeed, and the strategy failure is not an option.
Watching the live feed, the station director prayed fervently, his heart in his throat.
Inside the dungeon,
while casting the tree barrier to firmly bind the earth dragon, using healing potions to restore their condition,
the White Knight skill was activated once more. In the darkness, as rolling white flames pour forth, the fusion of wood and fire, combined with skills all originating from White Knight's hands and sharing the same magical source, triggers a chemical reaction. In an instant, the earth dragon burst into flames.
As the vines crackled and popped, the earth dragon's massive body seemed to be ignited. In the cold night, the chill is driven away by the flames.
The darkness that once shrouded the area was completely dispelled by the flickering light.
Under the intense heat, without the protection of its scales, the scent of roasting flesh wafted from the earth dragon's body.
24,800. 26,900. 35,600.
As the damage caused by the flames grew increasingly severe,
the earth dragon's health points were also decreasing at a visible rate. However, the tree barrier alone is insufficient to restrain the earth dragon.
However, when combined with the 5 senses seal and the divine eye,
faced with absolute suppression and absolute mechanics, the earth dragon could only feel fear. In the dark void, it cannot move, as if trapped in nothingness, feeling only the relentless flames of karma burning endlessly.
The despair of waiting for death to come was far more agonizing than death itself. The earth dragon believed that with its own strength, humans were nothing but ants. However, facing this human before him, it felt a fear as though it were being controlled by a god. You have obtained the earth dragon's S-rank talent, Virtue Bears All. As the earth dragon was gradually worn down by the flames and continuous control, under the plundering, Bai Ye confirmed that the opponent was completely dead.
Notice, similar talent detected. Talent has been fused. You have obtained the SSS rank talent, Unbreakable.
Effect, reduces damage taken by 99%, reduces negative effects by 99%, and increases all healing effects by 500%.
When talents fuse, a transformation occurs. In addition to infinite plundering, Bai Ye also obtained a second SSS rank talent. It is no longer a fixed amount of damage resistance but a percentage-based damage reduction. At first glance, this seems like a nerf. However, the damage reduction ratio is a staggering 99%. Just as Bai Ye was in high spirits over obtaining his second SSS rank talent, he had a sudden thought. Rise. The Earth Dragon's power is still formidable. Bai Ye had no reason not to plunder its soul and make it his own. Just as Bai Ye was about to enslave the Earth Dragon's soul, at the rear, he received a message from the strategy team. Jiang Yang's expression changed drastically. What? Su Leoj, you say 5 of you have already been killed? As Jiang Yang shouted in shock. Hearing the commotion, Bai Ye also approached. Jiang Go, what's wrong? As Bai Ye asked, Jiang Yang also explained the situation on Su Feng's side.
Bai Ye, the assault team over at Su Leo's side has already lost 5 men, and the remaining 5 are all in poor condition. Exchanging glances, they hesitated to speak, but Jiang Yang finally said, additionally, according to Su Leo, they seem to have found your mother. As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Ye couldn't help but grab Jiang Yang's shoulders.
Where are my mom and Su Leo right now? Can you track their location? Just as Bai Ye's emotions began to run high,
the command center also established communication with the two using their communication devices.
Attention, attention.
This is the Northwest Command Center. We have successfully located the assault team's position. Please follow our instructions and head to the boss room to reinforce the assault team. Hearing the voices coming through the communication devices, they looked at each other in confusion. Bai Ye summoned the large dog. Riding their beasts, the two followed the directions and rushed toward the boss room.
Chapter 73, Boss Strategy Battle. Moment of Despair. Northwest Command Room. While guiding Bai Ye and Jiang Yang, Lei Zhenjuan and the others also closely monitor the boss strategy. They knew the boss in the boss room was extremely powerful.
Therefore, the 10 individuals dispatched for the strategy were all elite members among the 100-level class changed warriors. However, before the assault began, no one had anticipated that the boss in this room would be far more powerful than they had imagined. As Su Feng and the others were being chased by a mutated monster with the lower half of its body resembling a spider and the upper half a sheep-headed demon, they were forced to flee in disarray.
Lei Zhenjuan's face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot.
Humph. He slammed the table, feeling nothing but frustration. After enduring several consecutive battles, even though their magic and health were still intact, Bai Ye and Jiang Yang's stamina and resilience must have been severely depleted.
In this state, could Bai Ye and Jiang Yang's reinforcements truly help them defeat the boss and clear this dungeon? Just as a heavy atmosphere began to permeate the entire command room. At that moment, online, the netizens who had already felt certain of victory and were eagerly awaiting Su Feng and the others to bring back the victory, were all in an uproar. Damn it, it's only been half an hour since we entered the boss room, and 5 of them are already dead? Are you kidding me? This raid isn't going to end in failure like it did 10 years ago, is it? What the hell is the official team doing? How could they send such a bunch of amateurs? If you think you're so great, why don't you go up there yourself? Do you really think clearing a dungeon is that easy?
If they had started earlier, the official team would have cleared this dungeon years ago.
Why not? Our Dragon Nation has top-tier powerhouses and generals. Send them in. Just as countless people were arguing fiercely over this, a series of text overlays appeared, accompanied by a dazzling subtitle that shattered everyone's doubts. Those who say the official didn't send the strongest warriors, do you really think it's that simple? Does our Dragon Nation's border not need to be defended? Do we need to deal with the beast horde siege caused by the dungeon? Do we need to guard against strange beasts and monsters coming from the sea and the sky? Do we need to prevent other nations' class changers from sneaking in and launching surprise attacks? Answer me. Those who can answer easily, speak up. Look me in the eyes and tell me. Should we defend the borders or not? Should we defend the Endless Tower and the Abyss? What if the border falls? What should we do if the monsters from the Endless Tower and the Abyss break out? Come on, tell me.
As this comment floated by, the skeptical comments gradually grew quieter. Everyone finally realized that there was no such thing as a peaceful life. Someone was always bearing the burden. On the surface, Dragon Country seemed peaceful. But in reality, all nations were watching closely. Once something happens, it's hard to guarantee that other countries won't take advantage of the situation. Can you guarantee that no one will take advantage of the situation to attack? Would you be willing to gamble on that 1 in a million chance? If something were to happen, who would bear the losses and casualties that would result? After realizing that the situation is not as simple or straightforward as they had initially thought, facing this strategic campaign, countless people are filled with concern. They no longer consider whether they can successfully clear this large-scale dungeon. Instead, they are wondering whether Bai Ye can successfully rescue Su Feng and the others and return alive. Just getting the trapped people out alive would be good enough. As long as they come back alive, that's all that matters. Someone posted this comment. In an instant, similar comments flooded the entire network. As long as they're alive, we don't ask for anything more. That's right, just come back alive. As long as they're alive. Facing this mission, over 100 million people across the entire Dragon Nation prayed for its success. 10 years ago, the operation failed, and the entire team was lost. 10 years later, the government has organized another operation, and no one wants to repeat the mistakes of the past. Inside the dungeon. Boss room. One after another, dark purple magic orbs relentlessly bombarded the group. While using the rock formations to block their attacks, they learned that Bai Ye and Jiang Yang were rushing over to provide reinforcements. Su Feng also relayed this information to the remaining 4. Brothers, hold on a little longer. Reinforcements are on their way. Upon hearing this, the 4 did not feel a glimmer of hope. Instead, they only felt despair.
Among them, Shin Xiushan, the heavily armored knight, couldn't help but taste bitterness in his mouth. What good are reinforcements? The entire boss room is locked down, you can only go in, not out. If they come, it'll be like the 7 little fortunes trying to save their grandfather. Tell them not to come. A boss of this level is simply beyond our capabilities. Shin Xiushan.
Before Shin Xiushan could finish speaking,
Su Feng roared angrily.
He locked eyes with him, his gaze meeting the other's cloudy, bloodshot eyes.
Su Feng gripped Shin Xiushan's shoulders tightly. I remember, your son was supposed to get married, wasn't he? Didn't you help him prepare the house, the car, and the dowry?
If you just come back alive, you'll not only be able to pay off the mortgage and car loan in one go, but you'll also be able to let your son get married and hold your grandchild, right?
Seeing Shin Xiushan trembling all over, Su Feng sighed softly. Just do it for your son, for your unborn grandson, and for this young couple to have a home. You must survive and return.
Hearing this, Shin Xiushan's despairing gaze gradually hardened.
Yes, I must return alive. My good-for-nothing son hasn't even started a family yet.
My wife, who is suffering from demonic transformation syndrome, needs money for treatment.
I must return alive.
If it weren't for circumstances beyond my control, who would choose to participate in such a mission with a 100% chance of death? As Shin Xiushan's voice grew louder,
Su Feng also smiled. Yes, we all have to survive and return.
Just as they were speaking, there was a loud crash, and the massive rock where the group had been hiding was shattered by the impact.
We'll split up and hold out as long as possible until reinforcements arrive.
Su Feng shouted hysterically, directing the four to split up and act independently. Upon hearing this, they realized that acting together would only lead to their annihilation. The group split into several groups. As Su Feng and the others fled in disarray, the boss in the rear moved slowly and steadily.
A mocking expression flashed across its face.
It clearly enjoyed this game of cat and mouse.
Who would be the next to die?
As he thought this, he noticed a large sword with its blade exposed in a corner not far away. The boss channeled its magic.
It aimed in that direction.
Noticing that the boss hadn't moved yet, and sensing something was off, Su Feng instinctively glanced outside. Just as he saw the boss aiming at Shin Xiushan and a mage, the two were hiding in that position. Su Feng's heart raced with fear.
Shin Xiushan.
You two, get out of there. By the time Shin Xiushan realized something was wrong and prepared to cover the mage's retreat,
it was already too late.
A purple aurora streaked toward them, its light closing in, shattering the cover in an instant. Immediately afterward, Shin Xiushan and the other person were also engulfed.
Boom!
The aurora pierced straight through to the end of the room, followed by an explosion. Su Feng collapsed to the ground, as if all his strength had been drained from him.
Casualties and losses among the ranks of the class changers were a common occurrence.
With his current rank and status, Su Feng had seen countless instances of life and death. He had thought he could accept all of this. But he never imagined that keeping his heart from wavering in battle, no matter the circumstances, would be so difficult.
Kill it. Avenge the fallen comrades. Avenge those who lost their families.
Charging out from behind cover, Su Feng's teeth were clenched so tightly they bled, his face contorted with rage.
Kill you. I will kill you, you bastard.
As the fireball shot out, what appeared to be a powerful attack actually caused limited damage.
Bang!
Amidst the swirling flames.
Amid the flames, the boss let out a mocking ha-ha laugh.
As the boss darted forward, as if to mock Su Feng, it casually slices another person in half at the waist.
Hearing his teammate's screams,
seeing the boss aim at his last remaining teammate, Su Feng felt as though he were standing in a 3-foot-deep ice cave.
Who can possibly take on this thing?
Just as he closed his eyes, feeling as though he had aged 10 years in an instant,
a familiar, calm voice echoed through the air. Su Leoj, you've worked hard. Let me handle it from here. Chapter 74, Mutant Demon. Searching for loved ones.
Before he even arrived, his skills had already been unleashed.
As Bai Ye's remaining magic power dropped to freezing point, countless vines intertwined to form a barrier, blocking the boss's attacks. Current magic power, 210.
Seeing his magic power depleted, and seeing that the barrier could only temporarily block the attacks, White Knight furrowed his brows.
Come out. As Bai Ye's words fell, the soul of the Earth Dragon, enslaved and transformed into a shadow dragon, emerged from his shadow. Roar! With a deafening roar, it charged toward the boss, buying some time. Meanwhile, Bai Ye quickly drank the magic restoration potion, although he had rushed here at all costs. But alas, he was still a step too late. Noticing the disheveled Su Feng and his companions, and the several pools of blood nearby, when Bai Ye turned his gaze toward the battlefield, looking toward the familiar figure behind the boss, as if trapped in amber, Bai Ye's expression grew even colder. While restoring his status, he also checked the information of the boss in front of him. Mutant Demon. Health 7, 843, 108 million. Strength 12000. Speed 3000. Magic 10000 10,000. Resilience 500.
Skill Shadow Ball, Shadow Wave. Description: a mutated demon with the bloodline of a god, it takes pleasure in torturing and killing others. At first glance, this mutated demon appears to have no special abilities. However, under the influence of the divine bloodline, its attribute values far surpass those of ordinary demons. The bloodline of a fallen god is something that can stand shoulder to shoulder with the bloodline of a divine dragon. No wonder Su Feng and the others were utterly powerless against it. After all, facing such an opponent, even Bai Ye, without using any skills or relying on innate enhancements, would be unable to defeat it. As his magic gradually recovered, while Ling Yinglong and Big Dog engaged it in combat, Bai Ye also moved. Big Dog, Shadow Dragon, retreat first. He ordered the two beasts to retreat, and the eternal flames were unleashed at that moment. The massive flames engulfed the area, and despite the mutated demon's speed, it had no place to escape. 6,880. 7,000. 7,110. Resilience and magic resistance reduced the effects of some skills. This ambush only dealt a few thousand points of damage. Realizing that spells were ineffective, Bai Ye changed his strategy. We'll fight up close. Big Dog, Shadow Dragon, assist me. As Bai Ye darted forward to attack. Woof! Roar! The two beasts responded in unison, attacking the mutated demon from both sides to restrain it. One was bitten by Big Dog, and the other was pinned down by Shadow Dragon. Just as the mutated demon was about to shake off the two beasts, Bai Ye simultaneously released the Five Senses Seal and the Divine Eye. Unable to evade this ultimate control, the mutated demon temporarily stagnated, creating an opening for Bai Ye to strike. As the Reaper descended and danced wildly in tandem. Effective against mutated demons that cannot be defended against in time. 12,000. 12,000. 40,000. Multi-hit damage accompanied by a dazzling silver light dance. As the White Knight's magic depleted, he unleashed multiple combos, then repositioned himself to adjust his attack strategy. The life bar of the mutated demon had also dropped by a third. Meanwhile, at the rear, seeing how powerful White Knight was, seeing that revenge seemed within reach, Su Feng clenched his fists tightly, his nails almost embedded in his flesh, unaware of the pain. Kill it! Bai Ye! Kill him now! As Su Feng screamed hysterically. Hearing his voice, he casually tossed the empty bottle of the recovery potion he had just finished drinking aside. Bai Ye paused for a moment and said, "Old Su, I will. After all, that's why I'm here." As the words fell, Bai Ye charged forward once more. As the mutated demon held the large dog in its hands, it was sliced into two pieces and merged into the shadows. Bai Ye's movements grew even faster. As a beast tamer whose soul and shadow were fused, even if it died, it could be revived. However, it required a little time. Losing such an ally had a significant impact on Bai Ye. To save his trapped loved ones, to avenge his teammates who died in the campaign, and to give the entire Dragon Kingdom an account, bringing an end to the campaign that remained unfinished a decade ago. Bai Ye must act swiftly and decisively. Ha ha! Facing Bai Ye, the mutated demon laughed maniacally. Using brute strength, it violently flung the Shadow Dragon aside. It managed to withstand several of Bai Ye's combo attacks. It completed its incantation and spellcasting. A purple aurora symbolizing destruction charged toward Bai Ye. For a moment, the dimly lit boss room was illuminated by the aurora. It seemed as though Bai Ye was about to be engulfed by it. The three behind him, Su Feng and the others, couldn't help but feel dizzy, their vision nearly going black. At this level of magical attack, without using skills or wearing armor, how could Bai Ye, a fragile assassin, possibly withstand it? It was likely that Bai Ye would meet the same fate as Shin Xiushan and the others, being reduced to nothing but bones by the aurora. At this thought, the three of them turned ashen-faced. Even someone as talented and powerful as Bai Ye couldn't match him. What about them, then? After disposing of Bai Ye, the mutated demon's next target would undoubtedly be them. Just as despair began to spread throughout the scene, as the beams of light gradually dimmed and faded, Zhang Yang's voice echoed through the air. Su go, look, Bai Ye. Hearing his trembling voice, Su Feng instinctively lifted his head. Seeing that Bai Ye had withstood the attack, though his armor was slightly damaged, he couldn't help but sigh in relief, his expression immediately brightening with joy. If it's Bai Ye, if it's really Bai Ye, maybe we can do it. Just as Su Feng was filled with excitement. At the center of the battlefield, the mutated demon's expression betrayed disbelief. The human before him was still alive. Not only was he not dead, but the armor on his body had actually deflected part of its attack. A mere human, no more than an insignificant insect, how could he possess a divine artifact? Just as the mutated demon was screaming hysterically, taking advantage of its momentary stiffness after enlarging itself. Seeing that its health had reached the critical threshold, Bai Ye wouldn't give it a chance. Ignoring the exhaustion and weakness caused by depleted stamina and resilience, he delivered the final blow. You have looted the mutated demon's attributes, speed plus 200. as the mutated demon fell. The teleportation gate leading to the outside world opened as well. Just as Su Feng and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. At that very moment, the footage of the battle was being transmitted to the outside world through the miniature camera Su Feng was wearing. Bai Ye also shifted his gaze to the deepest part of the boss room. Facing the crystal that sealed a woman inside, Bai Ye approached. Gazing at the sleeping woman's face within the crystal, he noticed a striking resemblance to himself. Gently touching the crystal, Bai Ye felt a pang of sorrow, and a look of pity flashed in his eyes. Thousands of words gathered into a single sentence.
Mom, your son has come to take you home. Chapter 75 Fang Ye arrives. Hope for healing.
As time passed, when everyone emerged from the dungeon, it was already the next day. This mission claimed the lives of 13 people. With the mission concluded, at the border, Lei Zhenjuan and the others had already arrived to greet them. Facing the crowd, he led the way in saluting.
Everyone, you've worked hard.
Leave the cleanup to us. As the ambulances transported the trapped individuals to the hospital for treatment. Though he had rescued his mother, Bai Ye's heart was far from at peace.
As if sensing Bai Ye's thoughts,
Xin Ming approached to strike up a conversation. Mr. Bai, your mother is a career changer, so her condition is much better than others who have contracted the demonization syndrome.
With proper treatment, we believe it can be controlled. Upon hearing this, Bai Ye nodded slightly.
Alright, I'll leave the arrangements for hospitalization to Mr. Qin. Seeing Bai Ye's politeness, Xin Ming smiled.
Mr. Bai, you are the hero of this operation. This is all we can do.
The unresolved mission from 10 years ago has come to a close. However, this did not mean the end of the matter. Regarding the exploration of this operation, Xin Ming also shared the results with Bai Ye. Mr. Bai, based on our investigation, we have confirmed that the great disaster over a decade ago involved the apostles.
As for the specific plans, they remain unclear at this time.
After a brief pause, Xin Ming continued. Although you are already very powerful, Mr. Bai. But as the saying goes, with great power comes great responsibility.
We still urge you to exercise caution.
We have learned too many painful lessons. Things like forbidden spells, domains, laws, artifacts, and special talent mechanisms. This world is far more mysterious than you can imagine.
Before you become a general star, you must be extra cautious. Bai Ye understood.
I'll be careful.
No matter how high the stats are, they can't withstand the mechanics. No matter how high the level, it will still be countered.
If Bai Ye wants to protect his family, his current strength is far from enough.
Just as Bai Ye was heading to the best hospital in Kyoto to arrange for his mother's hospitalization, an official announcement caused a huge stir online. A letter to all citizens of Longhua.
14 years have passed since the Great Cataclysm struck.
During this time, countless people have been displaced, families shattered, and the suffering of those persecuted remains unknown.
We remember history, and the pain of the past will never be forgotten. But now, all of this has come to an end.
The lengthy statement left many people choked up. Especially when seeing the victims suffering from the demonization syndrome, desperately awaiting rescue in the dungeon, many couldn't hold back their tears.
What the Dragon Nation couldn't achieve 14 years ago, it has achieved today. Thank you, Motherland, for bringing my family home. Not only did they make up for the regret of 10 years ago, but they even covered the medical treatment for all the trapped victims. The authorities are doing a great job. They've truly conquered this massive dungeon. White Knight 666. As the final stages of the operation unfolded. Luo City. After school. Bai Ye felt a bit out of place. A large crowd of journalists had gathered at the school gate, as if waiting for a famous celebrity.
Why do these people always come after her instead of Bai Ye?
Despite her complaints, Bai Ye was still in a good mood.
After all, my older brother has already rescued my mom.
Just as Bai Ye was muttering to herself, the principal of second middle school approached her with a forced smile.
Bai Ye, I heard your mother is currently receiving treatment in Kyoto. How about it? Do you need me to approve some leave for you to go visit her? Upon hearing this, Bai Ye nodded lightly. Thank you for your kindness, principal.
Hearing this, the principal's smile grew even broader.
There's no need to be so formal. Bai Ye, you're too polite. Just call me Uncle Wang. After a brief pause, Principal Wang added. By the way, Bai Ye, our school has a few special admission spots. We've all noticed your performance at school. The teachers in our grade are all very optimistic about your future. After discussion, we've decided to reserve one of those spots for you. Do you have any universities you'd like to attend? Bai Ye looked skeptical. Mr. Wang, this doesn't seem right. After all, my grades. Before Bai Ye could finish speaking, Principal Wang waved his hand. We've seen how hard you've worked, Bai Ye. We don't look at grades. Special admission spots like this are specifically reserved for diligent and hardworking students like you.
Bai Ye's lips twitched.
Principal, is it really okay for you to say such blatant lies?
Forcing a smile, Bai Ye politely replied, Alright, Principal.
I'll consider it.
The principal was very satisfied with this. Bai Ye, remember this, studying requires a balance between work and rest. Don't put any pressure on yourself. The college entrance exam is all about participation. If you want to attend a certain university, just let me know your choice later. Whether it's a 985 or a 211 university, you can give it a try. After all, education isn't the only path in life. In principle, such unwritten rules are absolutely prohibited. But alas, principles are made by people. In Principal Wang's view, occasionally breaking the rules isn't entirely out of the question. Back to Bai Ye's side. At Kyoto Hospital. In the VIP ward. After completing the admission procedures, he looked at his mother lying on the hospital bed, resembling Sleeping Beauty. By her side as a caregiver, Bai Ye held her withered hand. Mom, don't worry. Your son has made something of himself now. Not only did I successfully become a transferee, but I also possess a very powerful talent. In the future, I will definitely cure you. By the way, with my abilities, I won't just give Xiaoyu the best education available, I'll spoil that girl rotten. You didn't know, did you? After all these years, Xiaoyu has grown into a young lady. I wonder how Dad is doing now. Mom, don't worry. Our family will definitely reunite. Mumbling to myself, one sentence after another. Just then, the hospital room door knocked. Bai Ye, I'm sorry to disturb you. Carrying a fruit basket and flowers, Fang Ye walked in. Following him was an elderly man wearing glasses. Fang Ye introduced, Bai Ye, this is my uncle, Fang Yuan, an expert specializing in the research of magic-induced syndrome. Upon hearing this, Bai Ye stood up. Mr. Fang, I entrust my mother to your care. Fang Yuan smiled. Bai Ye, you're too kind. You saved my nephew back then. The boy is always talking about you. Running his fingers through his beard, Fang Yuan replied. Besides, Bai Ye, you're still a hero in the dungeon raid now. Rest assured, though. While we can't cure it yet, we can alleviate the symptoms for now. That much is still possible. As the medical team arrived. After examination and discussion, Fang Yuan also said to Bai Ye, Bai Ye, your mother's condition is quite unique. On one hand, since she is a class changer, the extent of magic corruption in her body is not as severe as others. On the other hand, precisely because she is a class changer. Based on our observations, the magic within her body is repelling and conflicting with the incoming magic, so her condition isn't very optimistic. As Fang Yuan explained the symptoms, Bai Ye couldn't help but feel tense. Then, Mr. Fang, how can we save my mother? After a moment of contemplation, Fang Yuan also gave his answer. Chapter 76, Reunion with Yanran. Guild established. At present, we recommend taking the Wuji pill and combining it with the Forging Body Elixir. This will help regulate the magical energy balance within your mother's body to the greatest extent possible. Upon hearing Fang Yuan's solution, Bai Ye couldn't help but show a hint of joy on his face. However, before he could rejoice, Fang Yuan's next words weighed heavily on Bai Ye's heart. Crafting the Wuji pill not only requires a 6th-rank alchemist but also a significant amount of spiritual herbs and medicines. Most of the medicinal ingredients can be sourced by us. However, there is one ingredient that is extremely rare. Fang Yuan hadn't finished speaking. But Bai Ye already understood his meaning. No matter how rare the ingredient, in Bai Ye's eyes, as long as it could save his mother, it was worth it. So he asked, Mr. Fang, just tell me what medicine you need, and I'll find a way to get it. Seeing Bai Ye's urgent desire to save his mother, Fang Yuan replied, the most crucial ingredient is the 9-turn silver lotus. This silver lotus typically grows on the 2nd floor of the Endless Tower, and due to the tower's danger, it is extremely rare. Upon hearing Fang Yuan's words, Bai Ye fell into deep thought. Each layer of the Endless Tower is like a small world. In such a world, finding a single silver lotus is no easy task. It's like searching for a needle in a haystack. Thinking of this, Bai Ye also said, Mr. Fang, I will find the 9-turn silver lotus as soon as possible. By the way, where can I obtain the body forging elixir? Fang Yuan replied, you can contact the Qin family. One of the businesses of Qin Pharmaceutical is the research and development of various potions and pills to alleviate demonic transformation syndrome. I can introduce you to them. Qin Family Pharmaceutical Company? Upon hearing the name of the company, Bai Ye suddenly recalled that he had once saved Qin Yanan's life, and she had even given him a business card. This world is really too small, isn't it? As night fell deeper, Bai Ye contacted Qin Yanan using the number on the business card. At that very moment, at Qin's pharmaceutical company. Due to being targeted and suppressed by major guilds, Qin Yanan was overwhelmed with work. As the number of patients with the demonization syndrome continued to rise, Qin's pharmaceutical company, which was focused on tackling this issue, naturally became the envy of many. However, the situation is awkward. While Qin's company possesses the technology, it lacks the strength to protect it. As a result, all the resources needed to refine potions and elixirs have been tightly controlled by the major guilds. If they couldn't break the deadlock, the future awaiting Qin's company would be being torn apart by the major guilds, leaving nothing behind. Looking at the financial statements showing a deficit,
Qin Yanan couldn't help but rub her aching head.
If only our Qin family had a high-ranking class changer to lead us. The figure of Bai Ye unconsciously floated into her mind.
Qin Yanan sighed deeply.
She had high hopes for Bai Ye. But alas, he didn't even bother to acknowledge their meager strength. Just as Qin Yanan was thinking this, her phone rang.
Hello? This is Qin Yanan. Mr. Bai? You said you wanted to discuss something with me? Sure. I'm free anytime. How about tomorrow morning? Yeah, that works. Beep beep. The phone hung up. Qin Yanan's earlier frustration vanished into thin air.
She stretched lazily and chuckled softly. The next day, at a leisure area.
A cafe. Upon seeing Bai Ye, Qin Yanan waved him over. Mr. Bai, over here. As Bai Ye sat down, Qin Yanan took the initiative to start the conversation. Mr. Bai, you're looking for the body-forging elixir, aren't you?
We can provide it to you free of charge. Additionally, Master Fang has also informed us about your mother's condition.
If you don't mind, we can also arrange for the alchemist to handle it. What do you think, Mr. Bai?
Upon hearing Qin Yanan's words,
Bai Ye realized that he would owe the other party a significant favor. Miss Qin, you're too polite. There's no need for formalities. Just call me by my name.
Upon hearing this, seeing that Bai Ye was taking the initiative to close the distance between them, Qin Yanan also smiled.
Sure, then you can just call me Yanan.
Having said that, Qin Yanan also steered the conversation back to the main topic.
Let's confirm one more thing. Regarding the treatment of your mother, we will entrust it entirely to the Qin family. Is that acceptable to you, Bai Ye? Bai Ye nodded slightly.
Although he was the one in need of their help. However, Bai Ye had done his research on the Qin family. Therefore, he said, I recall that you were lacking high-ranking class changers to lead your group, which is why you were being suppressed by the major guilds, correct?
Yan understood Bai Ye's meaning.
A hint of joy flashed across Qin Yanan's expression. Actually, Bai Ye, the Qin family is planning to establish a guild. Would you be interested in joining us? After a brief pause, Qin Yanan continued, if you're willing to join us, you can be the guild master, and we'll follow your lead in everything.
Considering the Qin family's treatment of his mother, Bai Ye naturally agreed. All right. Upon hearing Bai Ye's response, Qin Yanan was overjoyed. Really?
Then the Qin family will rely on you, Bai Ye, to protect us from now on. Bai Ye smiled, of course. Qin's pharmaceutical company is a leading researcher in the field of demonization syndrome. This was closely related to her mother's treatment.
It involves my family.
For this reason alone, Bai Ye could never allow the Qin family to go under.
As discussions about the establishment of the guild progressed, time had unnoticed reached noon.
Seeing that the talks had concluded, Qin Yanan also posted a message using her company's official account. Effective immediately, Qin's pharmaceutical company will establish a guild, inviting all class changers to join. For now, we will appoint Bai Ye the assassin as the guild leader. The moment the message was posted, the entire internet erupted into chaos.
Damn it!
All the other guilds were waiting to recruit White Knight, and now Qin's has snatched him away.
Yeah, I never thought White Knight would join Qin's pharmaceutical. At White Knight, you're tainted now.
Qin's doesn't have much strength. White Knight is just sabotaging himself.
If I remember correctly, the guild tournament is coming up soon.
White Knight will have to risk his life fighting for the Qin family.
At the same time,
Silver Chamber of Commerce branch.
When Li Yi opened her phone to check her messages,
she was completely stunned.
She was still here on guard against Nie Xiaoyu stealing the house. But it turned out someone else had done it? Not only was Li Yi stunned, but Nie Xiaoyu was equally baffled. Wait, why did Bai Ye join the Qin family? Although the Qin family was in the pharmaceutical industry, due to being suppressed by major guilds, they were genuinely struggling financially. Compared to their Tianjin pavilion, their scale is only about half as large. As for their influence, they weren't even as strong as a third-rate guild. If it weren't for being in the capital, under the emperor's watchful eye, they would have been wiped out long ago. Looking at Qin Yanyan's photo, Nie Xiaoyu grew increasingly annoyed. Why should I help this woman? Just because she's older than me? Just as Nie Xiaoyu was muttering to herself, unable to make sense of it. Across Longhua, many job changers were tempted by Bai Ye's guild. From previous guides, they could already see just how powerful Bai Ye truly was. If they could join and have Bai Ye as their mentor, that would be pretty awesome. Moreover, Bai Ye was still so young. If they were to become a military star in the future, wouldn't they become guild elders and rise alongside him? Chapter 77, The Endless Tower. The Nine-Turned Silver Lotus. Just as the major guilds of Dragon Country were in turmoil due to Bai Ye joining the Qin family pharmaceutical company, Qin Yanyan was in a good mood. Thinking about how Bai Ye had no place to stay in the capital, she decided to speak up. Bai Ye, I have a traditional courtyard house under my name. My aunt will be staying in the capital for treatment in the coming months. If you don't mind, I'd like to transfer the property to your name. It would be convenient for you to take care of my aunt. What do you think? Bai Ye nodded without hesitation. With the guild established and her mother's treatment fully entrusted to the Qin family, Qin Yanan then shifted the topic to another matter. Bai Ye, you're planning to head to the second floor of the Endless Tower next, right? Bai Ye looked puzzled. Is something wrong? She said, may I accompany you when the time comes? Under Bai Ye's gaze, Qin Yanan continued. Currently, our Qin family lacks resources in this area. With you protecting me, we can collect some spiritual herbs and medicines. After saying that, she added, moreover, I have some knowledge of the environment where the 9-turn silver lotus grows. With me along, we'll encounter fewer troubles along the way. Upon hearing this, Bai Ye thought it made sense. That is fine. Let us make preparations and depart tomorrow. As Bai Ye stood up to leave, seeing his decisive action, Qin Yanan was also full of enthusiasm. With many tasks at hand, she immediately began making arrangements. Time flew by quickly. Before she knew it, the next day had arrived. Accompanying her mother was the most professional medical team, with Bai Ye also present as an escort. With no more concerns, Bai Ye also brought Qin Yanan into the depths of the Endless Tower. As the distorted scenery before their eyes returned to normal, looking at the lush greenery before their eyes, facing the deep, dense forest that resembled the gaping maw of a colossal beast, Qin Yanan couldn't help but swallow hard. Seeing Bai Ye's composed expression, Qin Yanan couldn't help but speak up. Bai Ye, I heard that the entrance to the second layer is at the very deepest part. There are far too many attacking beasts and monsters along the way. If we charge straight ahead, we might not even reach the second layer before our condition is depleted. Do you have any way to avoid those beasts and monsters? In response, Bai Ye summoned the large dog. At the same time, he cast a puzzled glance at Qin Yanan. Avoid? Why should we avoid them? Qin Yanan blinked her eyes. She hurriedly explained, this is the Endless Tower, the monsters inside are still quite powerful. Bai Ye nodded slightly. Is that so? Well, that's okay then. Come on up. Yeah. Before Qin Yanan could react, Bai Ye had already pulled her onto the mount. Big dog, let's charge straight in. As Bai Ye finished speaking, Big Dog's eyes also gleamed with excitement. Woof! As it let out a loud howl, it charged deep into the forest at full speed. Feeling the biting cold wind, the scenery on either side receded rapidly. In her nervousness, Qin Yanan instinctively clung tightly to Bai Ye's waist. Feeling the warmth and reliability emanating from the figure in front of her, she couldn't help but recall the last time Bai Ye had saved her. Qin Yanan felt her heart racing. But as if a bad thought crossed her mind, Qin Yanan hurriedly pushed it out of her head. His back isn't warm, his breath isn't comfortable, and he certainly doesn't give off a sense of security. With a soft hum, Qin Yanan thought to herself, she and Bai Ye were merely business partners, she wouldn't dare to like this guy. Unaware of Qin Yanan's tumultuous thoughts, while guiding the large dog forward, Bai Ye checked his current subordinates. Besides the shadow dragon and the large dog, there were also 100 shadow guards. He had also enslaved the soul of the mutated demon from the large-scale dungeon. He wondered what kind of transformation would occur if he were to fuse the soul of the mutated demon with the large dog. Just as Bai Ye was thinking this, as he gradually entered the central area of the first layer, a strange-looking magical creature began to appear more frequently. They resembled ostriches, but with bat-like ears, eyes that took up most of their heads, and black bristles covering their bodies, giving them an indescribably bizarre appearance. Bai Ye recalled that he had never encountered such creatures during his previous visit to the Endless Tower. With caution, Bai cast his identification spell. Apostle. Health points 1000-1000. Magic points 1000-1000. Strength 100. Speed 50. Resilience 100. Description: the age of the gods has come to an end, and the corpses of the fallen gods gave birth to countless creatures, with the apostles being one of them. Such a weak magical creature has somehow managed to survive. For a moment, Bai Ye sensed a conspiracy lurking within. It seemed as though someone knew his thoughts and concerns. Qin Yanan smiled and offered an explanation. Bai Ye, you didn't know, did you? These apostles never attack those who have undergone a class change. Some of them even behave very closely with humans. They can be considered relatively friendly monsters. Upon hearing this, Bai Ye looked skeptical. Monsters? Are there really friendly ones? While maintaining his skepticism, they had no idea how many strange beasts and monsters they had slain along the way. Before they knew it, the two had reached the deepest part of the first floor of the Endless Tower. From here onward, the magical energy in the air was several times denser than before. Towering ancient trees blocked out the sky, preventing even a single ray of sunlight from penetrating. Feeling the apostles' gaze upon him, as if being watched, Bai Ye felt uneasy. Though he had killed many, these apostles seemed endless.
He knew that obtaining the 9-turn silver lotus was the most important thing. He decided to ignore these apostles altogether. And to his surprise, in less than a day, he had already covered 2/3 of the journey.
Xin Yanan couldn't help but marvel in her heart.
Such a swift pace could only be achieved by Bai Ye, she thought. Just as she was thinking this, she never expected that a sudden change occurred deep within the forest. Sensing the intruder's approach, countless magic insects poured out of their nests and charged toward the two. In an instant, thousands upon thousands of magical insects filled the sky. These magic insects were not particularly powerful, with attribute values around a few hundred. However, their sheer numbers were overwhelming.
Relying on sheer numbers, they weren't easy to deal with.
Thinking of the fate that awaited them being devoured by these magical insects until nothing remained but a pile of white bones,
Xin Yanan couldn't help but shudder.
She gripped her long sword tightly.
Bai Ye, do you have a way to deal with these demonic insects? Bai Ye nodded slightly. I have a plan.
As he spoke, the eternal flame erupted.
He had assumed that under the wide area AoE attack, these demonic insects would be no match for him.
However, to Bai Ye's surprise, it was as if they knew exactly what skill he was about to use, and the demonic insects dodged out of the way one after another.
The once unbeatable technique now proved ineffective.
A subtle change appeared on Bai Ye's expression.
How could these demonic insects be so familiar with his skills? Realizing that he couldn't completely eliminate them in the short term, Bai Ye changed his strategy. He swiftly picked up Xin Yanan.
The plan has changed.
We'll break through the swarm and escape.
As the 5 senses were sealed, leaving countless magic insects momentarily disoriented, Bai Ye moved, preparing to force his way through. But this reckless decision caused Xin Yanan to let out a startled cry.
Bai Ye, don't. Chapter 78, The Watcher Within the Tower. Fusion Taboo. With skill enhancements, Bai Ye's movement speed was still quite fast. Before the magic insects could react and catch up, he had already escaped the demon insects' territory with Xin Yanan.
While gulping down the recovery potion to replenish his status,
Bai Ye also noticed the apostles.
No matter where he went, there was always an apostle who could keep up with him instantly.
Such a lock-on mechanism was simply too powerful. How exactly were they able to track their movements?
Just as Bai Ye was thinking this, he found himself locked in a stare with the apostle. Xin Yanan, who had narrowly escaped death, looked at him in confusion.
Bai Ye, what's wrong? In response, Bai Ye spoke up. Yanan, don't you find these apostles a bit strange?
Strange?
Just as Xin Yanan was puzzled,
Bai Ye shared his suspicions.
How did these apostles determine our location so quickly? Why aren't they being attacked by the other monsters? Why did the attacks increase after we encountered the apostles? And why do the magic insects seem so familiar with my abilities?
I think it must be because the apostles are acting as the monster's eyes, forming a symbiotic relationship with them.
Symbiosis?
Xin Yanan was startled for a moment, but quickly caught up.
Bai Ye, are you suggesting that?
Seeing that Xin Yanan had also figured it out, Bai Ye's next words confirmed her thoughts.
That's right.
I suspect that these apostles are actually the monitors living within the Endless Tower. The apostles do not attack, but they can use another method to put the class changers in a life-threatening situation. Such a special mechanism would be impossible to discern without Bai Ye's mastery of the ZZIGE technique, which grants him perception far surpassing that of other class changers. Even he would have found it difficult to discern the truth behind it. And just as they discovered that the apostles were actually monitors,
Xin Yanan's face paled.
So, according to you, Bai Ye, we've already been targeted by the monsters deep within the first layer. Just as Xin Yanan finished speaking,
boom!
The ground shook violently. In the distance, a gigantic beast approached the two. They felt the terrifying pressure bearing down on them.
Realizing that the monster was not alone, Bai Ye summoned his subordinates to join the fight. Shadow Dragon, protect her. As for the soldiers, hold them off for now. Just as the battle was about to erupt, Bai Ye shifted his gaze to the large dog. He stroked the dog's head, and his skill activated. As the souls of the mutated demons merged with the large dog, woof! Feeling the surging power within him, the large dog let out a mighty roar. At that moment, its form began to change as well. Not only did its size double, but its joints were also covered by armor-like plates. The dog now bore a faint resemblance to the mythical creature known as the Ho in appearance. Big Dog.
Health points 150,000,150,000.
Magic 1,000,000,1000. Strength 3,500. Speed 2,000. Toughness 750. Skill Shadow Ball, Shadow Claw, Shadow Impact. Description: a unique lifeform created by the fusion of various mythical beasts and monsters. Its body contains a faint trace of divine blood. Not only have all its attributes been enhanced, but the creature has also gained a new skill called Shadow Impact. This is achieved even after obtaining only a single strand of divine blood. If it can obtain more divine blood, the dog's lineage can be completely replaced.
It could potentially evolve into a mythical creature, bringing such beings, which only exist in legends, back to the mortal realm. As these thoughts crossed his mind, facing the small-scale beast horde that had already closed in, Bai Ye issued his command. Big dog, charge! Woof! With a loud, morale-boosting howl, the great dog charged forward. As it opened its massive jaws, Aurora burst forth. The attacking beasts and monsters were all caught off guard. The apostles watched over Bai Ye's battle, familiar with every detail of his tactics. But they never imagined that Bai Ye had another trick up his sleeve. While the big dog and the guards charged to the front lines. This also gave Bai Ye valuable time to chant and cast his spells. Utilizing the five senses seal and the divine eye, he simultaneously exerted strong control over the beasts and monsters. The eternal flames poured forth. Unlike when dealing with the magic insects earlier, the massive bodies of those beasts and monsters became easy targets. Just as Bai Ye unleashed his full power, Qin Yanan, who was at the rear, was completely stunned. Being right there on the scene, she finally realized that the power Bai Ye had demonstrated was far more awe-inspiring than anything she had seen in the livestream. Especially when she saw Bai Ye casually transform the large dog. Even some of the most powerful buff-type forbidden spells couldn't achieve such an absurd result, could they? Just as Qin Yanan's heart was still racing, the battle against the small beast horde had unknowingly begun to wind down. The ground was littered with countless corpses, and the once dense forest had been reduced to a barren wasteland. Bai Ye wasn't particularly skilled at dealing with overwhelming numbers. But in one-on-one combat, he was still quite capable. You have reached level 75. Free attribute points, 10. You have reached level 76. Free attribute points 10. Accompanied by a notification sound. Bai Ye's level has now reached level 78. At the same time, his attribute values have all been enhanced through looting. Of course, compared to level and attributes. What Bai Ye cares about most is skill points. Current skill points, 21. With the current number of skill points, it should be enough to bring about a qualitative change in a skill, right? Thinking this, Bai Ye decided to enhance the Eternal Flame. After surviving the Beast Tide, Bai Ye also realized his weaknesses. While the Eternal Flame deals high damage, its effectiveness against aerial units is significantly reduced. This is why, after obtaining a certain number of attribute points, Bai Ye prioritizes enhancing the Eternal Flame. You have enhanced the skill, Eternal Flame. You have enhanced the skill, Eternal Flame. Notice, the skill Eternal Flame has evolved. You have obtained the forbidden spell, World-Destroying Flame. Effect, consumes 5,000 mana. After a 10-second chant, unleashes a world-destroying flame from the heavens, dealing 1 million damage. Additionally, applies a burning effect, dealing 1,000 true damage per second for 120 seconds. The burning effect cannot be purged or removed, and all healing effects are nullified during this duration. Evaluation: A divine being once said, "Only this boundless inferno can burn away your sins." Just as he finished reading the description of the apocalyptic flames, Bai Ye was startled for a moment, then his expression turned joyful. Even if a portion of the damage is mitigated by magic resistance and resilience, the remaining damage is still terrifyingly high. Add to that the unremovable burning damage and the healing suppression mechanism. As long as the forbidden spell can be cast successfully, in a crisis, it could even turn the tide of battle. This forbidden spell is indeed powerful, but its only drawback is the enormous mana cost. After a single battle, even with mana restoration potions to replenish your status, you can only cast it twice at most. With a hint of regret, Bai Ye turned his gaze to the battlefield littered with corpses. Rise! As soon as the words left his mouth, the souls of countless beasts and monsters were enslaved and put to use by Bai Ye. After downing the recovery potion to replenish his status, Bai Ye spoke again. Fuse. In an instant, the souls of the beasts and monsters fused with the 100 shadow guards. Soon, as the shadow guards were rebuilt into their new forms. Before Bai Ye stood 100 demonic beings, each capable of matching 100 ranked class-changed warriors. A murderous aura surged into the sky, and Bai Ye's strength underwent a complete transformation. Though only at level 78, Bai Ye's true combat power was estimated to be able to match that of a 100 level 4th transformed powerhouse. As Bai Ye absorbed the soldiers into his shadows, he turned toward Qin Yanan. Yanan, let's go. At those words, Qin Yanan couldn't help but swallow hard, and her gaze toward Bai Ye changed. With just a slight display of his abilities, he had already reached the limit of an ordinary transfigured warrior. What secrets did Bai Ye truly harbor within him? How terrifying was his true strength? As she couldn't help but feel a surge of fear, she thought of the partnership between Bai Ye and the Qin family. Qin Yanan's eyes lit up. Choosing to ally with Bai Ye was the most correct decision she had ever made in her life. Chapter 79, The Might of the Forbidden Spell. Endless Plunder. As Bai Ye led Qin Yanan toward the entrance to the second floor of the Endless Tower. In the distance, the apostles gathered. They gazed into the distance, occasionally trembling. It seemed as though they were conveying some sort of signal. Meanwhile, as the apostles performed their special ritual, On the first floor of the Endless Tower, the magic insects grew restless. Until they reached a certain limit, countless demonic insects erupted into chaos. The sound of rustling filled the air as large numbers of magic insects gathered in the direction where Bai Ye had disappeared. Soon, the magic insects obscured the sky.
Outer regions.
Upon witnessing this scene, the members of various guilds and the newly transformed adventurers were all stunned by this disaster-like spectacle. In the depths of this small world, what could have possibly caused such a massive swarm of magical insects to erupt into chaos? Holy Light Guild headquarters. Noticing that the demon insect uprising had caused countless beasts and monsters to flee toward the outskirts, Yang Hua's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly turned to a subordinate and said, "Contact the outside world immediately. The first layer of the Endless Tower is in complete chaos." Upon hearing this, they sensed the terrifying aura emanating from the depths. The subordinate also realized the severity of the situation. If these beasts and monsters were to pour out of the Endless Tower, it would be a devastating blow to the nearby cities. "Yes. I'll make contact immediately." A similar scene unfolded not only at the Holy Light Guild's headquarters. As reports of what had occurred on the first floor of the Endless Tower poured in from various guilds, the authorities immediately took action. Large numbers of transferees were mobilized, and the area surrounding the entrance to the Endless Tower was placed under Level 1 combat readiness. The large-scale operation had only just concluded. The Endless Tower began to exhibit unusual activity. Facing the divine emissaries operating in the shadows, it's hard not to draw connections.
Amidst the chaos outside,
in the depths of the first layer of the Endless Tower, facing the swarm of demonic insects that obscured the sky,
Qin Yanan couldn't help but panic. "Bai Ye, what should we do? Those demonic insects seem to be here to kill us." In response, Bai Ye remained calm.
He signaled to the large dog to stop.
"Yanan, you can drop the seam part. These demonic insects are here to deal with us."
As Bai Ye finished speaking,
Qin Yanan's face turned deathly pale, just as Qin Yanran was filled with worry.
As if sensing her thoughts, Bai Ye spoke again.
"Yanan, stay here and wait. I'll handle them."
At those words, Qin Yanan was speechless.
She couldn't help but let out a startled cry. "You're going to deal with them? Bai Ye, you're not joking, are you?" After all, earlier, when facing the demonic insects, they had no choice but to flee.
And now, just a short time later, the number of demonic insects had already multiplied several times over. There was no way Bai Ye could handle this alone.
Under Qin Yanan's skeptical gaze,
Bai Ye had already summoned all the soldiers.
"If it were before facing these demonic insects, I'd be about even."
As he spoke, Bai Ye began casting his spell. "But now, I'm 10-1, and they'll split apart." As the words fell, as the soldiers held off the swarm of demonic insects, buying Bai Ye enough time to cast his spell, the forbidden spell was unleashed at that moment. The once dull sky was suddenly illuminated by a magical array constructed from magic. A massive array of gold and crimson intertwined, suspended mid-air, resembling a divine miracle. Feeling the overwhelming pressure, the swarm of demonic insects paused in their attack.
As they realized the danger approaching, the demonic insects fled in all directions. However, it was already too late.
As a shower of meteor-like flames descended,
the entire sky was engulfed in flames.
White flames danced with the burning demon insects, their screams echoing through the air, creating a scene reminiscent of the end of the world. The demon insects were too weak, and the experience points they could provide to Bai Ye were limited. But alas, their numbers were sufficient.
You have reached level 79. Free attribute points 10. You have reached level 80. Free attribute points 10. As the white light representing level up continuously emanated from Bai Ye's body, his strength grew at a pace visible to the naked eye. After a large wave of experience points, Bai Ye's level also rose to 86. The milestone of 90th level in the fourth transformation is now within reach.
Just as Bai Ye was adjusting his free attribute points and choosing to allocate them to magic power, at the outskirts of the Endless Tower, a group of job-changing adventurers had gathered here, ready for battle. They too had witnessed the terrifying scene unfolding deep within this layer. Before the massive magical array, the entire sky had become nothing more than a backdrop. A tidal wave of fear surged through everyone's hearts. Who could be lurking in the depths of that dense forest? Who could possibly defeat the swarm of demonic insects with such ease? Damn it! He can actually alter the environment and weather? What kind of skill is that? It's way too overpowered. It's so hot. Even from this distance, I can feel the intense heat. This is way too exaggerated. Wow, look at that. Could it be a forbidden spell? Who's the big shot clearing out the monsters? Among the crowd, Yang Hua couldn't help but swallow hard. He remembered that in the upper levels of the Endless Tower, there were many class changers who had been stationed there for a long time. Could this be a grand mage who specializes in fire magic and has mastered forbidden spells? Recalling the archmage who currently wielded the forbidden fire spells,
Yang Hua couldn't help but wonder who the archmage deep within the Endless Tower could possibly be.
Unaware of the commotion he had caused. Under the dual strike of the forbidden spells, the swarm of insects turned to ash. And with the massive influx of experience points, White Knight's level finally stopped at level 88.
White Knight. Class Shadow Lord 3rd Transformation. Level LV .88 2.87%. Health 41 241,200. Magic 7 207,200. Strength 3100. Speed 3210. Stamina 2350. Resilience 550. Talents Infinite Plunder, Unbreakable, Ultimate Freedom, Immortality, Third Person Perspective. Available Attribute Points 0. Class Skills 5 Senses Seal, World Destroying Flames, Death God's Descent, Divine Eye, Life and Death Grant, Frenzy, Tree Barrier. Number of Followers 102. Evaluation as an assassin, casting a forbidden spell to silently eliminate everyone is pretty reasonable, right?
Under the effects of plunder and attribute bonuses, Bai Ye's health points have surpassed 40,000, increasing by over 10,000 points. Meanwhile, with the magic power limit reaching 7,200, the higher MP grants Bai Ye greater maneuverability in combat.
Feeling the surging power within his body,
White Knight had a premonition that if he were to face the mutated demons he had encountered earlier once more, he would undoubtedly be able to defeat them with ease. Just as Bai Ye was gradually adapting to his surging power through stamina and resilience. Amidst the fiery inferno, despite being protected by the shadow dragon, Qin Yanan was already drenched in sweat. As a swordswoman, she had already removed her armor and was now wearing only a shirt.
Seeing that Bai Ye's battle had finally ended,
Qin Yanan hurriedly said, Bai Ye, I'm so hot.
Let's get out of here quickly.
Her sweat-soaked body glistened, and her gaze was slightly dazed. Seeing her in this state, Bai Ye's lips twitched. He suspected that Qin Yanan was up to something.
But the problem was, he had no proof. Chapter 80, Skill Plunder. Extreme Cold Breath. After leaving the dense forest engulfed in flames, it seemed as though they had been affected by the insect swarm and the fire. The number of strange beasts and monsters gradually decreased along the way. Soon, as the surroundings grew more open, the two of them reached the teleportation gate leading to the second layer. The magical energy here was the most concentrated. As a result, it was also the most suitable place for the growth of spiritual herbs.
Around the teleportation gate, a vast array of medicinal herbs could be seen everywhere.
Where had they ever seen so many precious medicinal herbs before? Qin Yanan's eyes lit up. Bai Ye, wait a moment. Let me gather all these herbs first.
As she spoke, Qin Yanan sprang into action. She bent over, her long, shapely legs rising upward, revealing her full, rounded buttocks. This posture made her appear as if she were a ripe peach. There was an inexplicable hint of sensuality in her appearance. Bai Ye cleared his throat lightly.
Yanan, let me help you.
Qin Yanan replied softly. With Bai Ye's help, the collection of medicinal herbs went much faster. Before long, the nearby herbs were all collected. Qin Yanan wiped the sweat from her forehead.
She smiled. The first floor of the Endless Tower didn't have many herbs.
But once they reached the second floor and collected some more,
it should be enough for the group's alchemists and pill masters to use for quite some time, right?
With anticipation, she followed Bai Ye through the teleportation array and arrived at the second floor of the Endless Tower. Just as the two were heading toward the second floor of the Endless Tower,
as the insect swarm dispersed.
In the outer regions, with the combined efforts of the major guilds, the beast tide was also repelled. As the battlefield was being cleared. Regarding this beast tide, the class changers were also buzzing with discussion.
Holy crap! That was terrifying. I thought I was going to die in that beast horde. Yeah, thank goodness those monsters retreated. Which archmage cast that spell from the Endless Tower? That was way too over the top. Could it be Chao Lao? Isn't he the top fire mage of Dragon Nation? It probably isn't Chao Lao. He usually stays in the abyss. How could he come to the Endless Tower? As they chatted and speculated, everyone grew increasingly curious about the archmage who had cast the forbidden spell. They couldn't have imagined in a million years. The one who unleashed such a terrifying forbidden spell. This wasn't some archmage, but an assassin, was it? As Bai Ye arrived at the second floor of the Endless Tower. Compared to the first floor, which was mostly flat forests, this place was rugged and mountainous. Additionally, the abnormal climate changes had made this place home to countless rare medicinal herbs. She frequently stopped to pick herbs. Qin Yanan was like a curious child filled with excitement. They collected an endless supply of herbs during their journey. The Qin clan would no longer have to rely on other guilds for support. Thinking of this, Qin Yanan felt deeply grateful toward Bai Ye. Noticing Qin Yanan's gaze, as if climbing a mountain peak, Bai Ye took the initiative to ask. Yanan, are you certain that the 9-turn silver lotus grows in this area? Feeling the chill permeating the mountains and forests, Qin Yanan replied. It's highly likely.
Silver lotus plants generally prefer cool, damp climates, and the environment here is moist, so the chances of finding it are quite high. As a member of the Qin family, a renowned medical clan, and the eldest daughter of the Qin household, Qin Yanan had been exposed to such knowledge from a young age. When it came to medicinal herbs in her field of expertise, Qin Yanan couldn't help but feel a little proud. She was explaining the growth habits of the 9-turn silver lotus to Bai Ye. During the casual conversation, Qin Yanan shifted the topic to another matter.
Bai Ye, do you know about guild wars?
Bai Ye replied, Guild wars?
I think it's a competition between different guilds, right? Upon hearing this, Qin Yanan nodded slightly. Since we formed the guild wars are unavoidable. They determine the distribution of annual official subsidies.
We control 90% of the herbal medicine trade, and now we've even formed a guild. When the time comes, the other guilds will definitely target us. Before the guild war begins, Bai Ye, you must prepare thoroughly.
It wasn't that Qin Yanan didn't trust Bai Ye's abilities. However, those participating in guild wars are undoubtedly the top-tier experts from the major guilds.
Their guild has only just been established. If they were to be completely wiped out by other guilds, that would be a major problem.
How could Bai Ye not understand Qin Yanan's concerns?
He smiled confidently. Don't worry about the guild war, I'm quite strong. Just as he spoke, it was as if he had climbed another mountain.
Under the relentless, carpet-like exploration, the two finally made a discovery.
Not far away, on a sheer cliff, a silver lotus flower with 9 layers of petals caught their eyes. It looked slightly ethereal and stood out starkly against the surrounding environment.
Item 9-turn silver lotus.
Description: a special spiritual herb used in alchemy to refine elixirs, possessing unique powers. The moment they discovered the 9-turn silver lotus,
Qin Yanan's expression grew excited. Bai Ye, we've found it.
As she spoke, she prepared to pick it.
But before she could move, Bai Ye had already grabbed it. Wait, something's off here.
Though he was concerned about his mother's condition. But Bai Ye remained vigilant.
Under the heightened senses of the Zai, he keenly sensed that a strange beast was lurking nearby, using the silver lotus as a hiding spot, waiting to ambush them. Big dog. As Bai Ye called out, understood his meaning. With a loud roar, the big dog charged at the strange beast lurking in the shadows. Bang! As the big dog lunged forward, the white snake hidden in the mud revealed its true form. A black and white creature clashed fiercely. Taking advantage of the moment when the large dog was entangled with the white snake, he prioritized picking the 9-turn silver lotus. Bai Ye was in a good mood. With the 9-turn silver lotus, my mother's demonic transformation should be somewhat alleviated, right? Just as Bai Ye was thinking this, Qin Yanan's slightly tense voice echoed. Bai Ye, the big dog doesn't seem to be a match for it. Hearing this, he saw the big dog gradually being wrapped by the white snake and falling into a disadvantage. Bai Ye also threw out the identification. He checked the white snake's information. Frost Ice Black Snake. Health points 373, 100 500,000. Strength 5,000. Speed 2000. Magic 1200 1200. Resilience 200. Skill Frost Breath. Description: a common magical creature dwelling on the second floor of the Endless Tower. The icy breath it exhales can significantly impair and restrict an opponent's attack speed and movement speed. The Icebane Serpent is significantly stronger than the Great Dog. With its strength and size advantage, it takes advantage of close-range combat to bully the big dog. Its true strength, when compared to the other beasts and monsters White Knight had faced earlier, isn't particularly strong. As Bai Ye darted forward, in just 2 moves, he demonstrated what it means to make a health bar disappear. You have obtained the Cold Ice Shan Snake skill, Extreme Cold Breath. Effect: consumes 100 mana to release a cold current, reducing the target's movement speed and attack speed by 10% and dealing 100-200 damage. This skill is only average. However, if you can obtain enough skill points to enhance it and evolve it further, it would still be quite annoying. After all, slowing down the enemy is like speeding yourself up. Plus, Bai Ye already has buffs like Death's Descent. 1 debuff, 1 buff. This can drive opponents absolutely crazy. Chapter 81, 2 Women Meet. A Battlefield? 5 days after obtaining the 9-turn silver lotus, Bai Ye also led Qin Yanan out of the Endless Tower. The previous beast-tide and demon insects had been annihilated, causing the difficulty of the first floor of the Endless Tower to plummet. With the mindset of taking a gamble and turning a bicycle into a motorcycle, numerous class changers flocked to the area. This also made the area around the Endless Tower bustling with activity. Come and take a look. Magic Armor Rhino Plate Armor, the essential divine gear for warriors. Not 9,900, not 9,900, just 990 all potions on clearance. Today's special offer, all potions sold at a loss. Seeing countless vendors lining both sides of the road and a constant stream of job changers coming and going, Bai Ye was slightly surprised. It had only been a few days, how had this place turned into a bustling commercial street?
As if sensing Bai Ye's thoughts, Shinran smiled and said, "Where there are people, there is a world. Where there is demand, there is supply." Mr. Bai, you didn't know that, did you? We job switchers account for over 60% of the national GDP. Making money quickly has almost become the motto of job switchers. As a result, even though it's a high-risk profession, countless people still flock to it. For ordinary people, becoming a career changer is undoubtedly the easiest way to change one's fate and achieve sudden wealth. Bai Ye's current strength and status, aside from his talent and hard work, can also be attributed to the benefits of the times, right? Just a few months ago, he was still worried about his sister's tuition fees. Now, he has already become a rising star. Bai Ye couldn't help but sigh. A few hours later. It was now in the afternoon. Back in the capital, Bai Ye followed Qin Yanan to the Qin family pharmaceutical company. On the way to the alchemy room, Qin Yanan approached Bai Ye and said, "Bai Ye, I have already arranged for the best alchemist from the Qin family. We can begin refining the Wuji pill immediately." Bai Ye nodded slightly. "Thank you." Upon hearing this, Qin Yanan smiled. "We are partners, there's no need for such formalities, Bai Ye." After saying this, Qin Yanan paused briefly. "We will do everything in our power to treat your mother's magical illness using the best medical technology available. I am confident that she will recover one day." As they chatted, they arrived at the alchemy room. They slowly pushed open the heavy door. A wave of intense heat hit them immediately. At the same time, in the center of the alchemy room, a massive bronze cauldron came into view. Upon seeing Bai Ye and Qin Yanan, several alchemists inside the room also approached them. Qin Yanyan took the initiative to introduce the elderly man leading the group, who had an air of distinction about him. "Bai Ye, this is Qi Lao. He is a 7th-rank alchemist of the Qin clan." Upon hearing this, Bai Ye also greeted him. "Master Qi, please take care of the refinement of the Wuji pill." Qi Lao smiled and waved his hand. "As an elder of the Qin family for 3 generations, I would be honored to assist you. Since the young lady has requested my help, I will do my utmost. Non-combat professions find it much harder to level up compared to combat professions. A of Qi Lao's caliber would be treated as an honored guest wherever he went. If it weren't for Qin Iran's connections, even if Bai Ye were to offer a fortune, it would be difficult to hire a master of this caliber to refine for him." Under Qi Lao's arrangements, the alchemists began to move into action, and the temperature in the alchemy chamber gradually rose. Qin Yanan, standing aside, suggested to Bai Ye, "Bai Ye, alchemy is a complicated process, it's unlikely to be completed in such a short time. Why don't we use this time for me to show you the recent recruits we've brought into our guild?" Upon hearing this, he glanced at the busy Qi Lao and the others, realizing that he was just standing there watching and couldn't do much. Therefore, Bai Ye agreed readily. "All right, take me to see them." As they spoke, the two headed toward the guild's headquarters. At that very moment, at the guild's headquarters, this place had once been a branch pharmacy of the Qin family. However, after renovations, it had become the guild's temporary headquarters. "Have you heard? Bai Ye is coming." "Really? All these years I'd been in the guild, and finally I'll get to see the real thing." "Yeah, what do you think? As fellow assassins, how did Bai Ye become so strong?" As the assassins excitedly discussed among themselves. At the same time, Li Yi couldn't help but feel frustrated. Taking advantage of Bai Ye's mother's illness to strike while the iron is hot, Qin Yanan is really too cunning, isn't she? Thinking back to how Bai Ye had taken Qin Yanan, a lone man and woman, into the abyss, Li Yi grew increasingly angry and felt very annoyed. "The president is here." Just as Li Yi was in the midst of a mental storm, among the crowd of transfigured individuals, someone suddenly shouted. For a moment, Li Yi's gaze followed the crowd's eyes. There, accompanied by Qin Yanan, Bai Ye walked into the hall. Looking down at the over 100 people below, most of whom were assassins, Bai Ye was slightly surprised. Seeing this, Qin Yanan reminded him from the side, "Bai Ye, you're the president after all. If you have anything to say, why not share it with everyone?" Knowing this was part of the ceremony, Bai Ye spoke briefly. They were mostly about some of the details of the guild's upcoming regulations. To be honest, Bai Ye wasn't very good at management. Therefore, after clearly expressing her views on the guild, the power of speech was once again handed back to Qin Yanan. Compared to Bai Ye, Qin Yanan's management skills are still quite strong. She immediately made the guild's benefits clear. She occasionally cracked a few jokes, which caused the crowd to burst into laughter, quickly bridging the gap between the two sides. Among the crowd, as they listened to Qin Yanan's boastful talk, Li Yi couldn't help but roll her eyes. Could it be that Bai Ye was lured away to the Qin family because of Qin Yanan's eloquence? Just as Li Yi was thinking this, as the gathering gradually dispersed, Bai Ye and Qin Yanan also noticed Li Yi's presence. "Yi, what are you doing here?" As soon as Bai Ye finished speaking, Li Yi became flustered. I just happened to be in Kyoto on a trip and heard that you joined the Qin family, so I came by to take a look." She said this, seemingly worried that Bai Ye wouldn't believe her. She then added, "Oh, and I want to join your guild. I need to keep an eye on that woman, she absolutely can't deceive you. As Li Yi finished speaking, Qin Yanan's lips curled into a faint smile. Miss Li, you must have misunderstood. Bai Ye and I are business partners. Such a good partner, I treasure him dearly. How could I deceive him? Li Yi snorted coldly. I don't care. I'm going to keep an eye on you no matter what. Just as the two women glared at each other, as if she had thought of something, Li Yi spoke up. By the way, Bai Ye, aren't you in need of skill scrolls? Our guild has collected some. Since you're in the capital, why don't you come with me to the guild to get them? What do you think? After saying that, Li Yi shot a challenging glance at Qin Yanan. Noticing the tense atmosphere between the two, Bai Ye couldn't help but feel like he was in a battlefield. But the problem was, he had no evidence. Chapter 82, Skill Advancement. Absolute Zero. Soon, when Bai Ye and Li Yi arrived at the Silver Merchants Guild, they saw Qin Yanan following behind. Li Yi was clearly annoyed. Qin Yanan, I called Bai Ye. What are you doing here? Qin Yanan didn't seem to care. I'm friends with Bai Ye. It's only natural for me to come along and take a look, isn't it? Seeing how thick-skinned this woman was, Li Yi's lips twitched. Knowing she couldn't win an argument with Qin Yanan, Li Yi didn't dwell on the matter further. She instructed Yi Qing to bring the prepared job change scroll. She noticed a hint of surprise on Qin Yanan's face. Li Yi's expression was provocative. Collecting so many skill scrolls will still take some effort for our Silver Merchants Guild. After saying that, she feigned surprise. Oh my, I almost forgot. Qin Yanan, your Qin family probably hasn't seen this many skill scrolls in your entire lifetime, have you? Li Yi raised her hand to cover her lips. No way, no way. Bai Ye is your Qin family's partner. Qin Yanan, you wouldn't be unable to provide skill scrolls for Bai Ye, would you? Seeing her smile grow wider, Qin Yanan's lips twitched. This little vixen, asking for a beating like this? Just as the two women were exchanging barbs, Bai Ye had already put away the skill scroll, converted it into skill points, and enhanced his skills. You have enhanced the skill, Extreme Cold Breath. You have enhanced the skill, Extreme Cold Breath. Notice, the skill Frost Breath has evolved. You have obtained the skill, Absolute Zero. Effect, consumes 100 mana to release a cold current, reducing the target's movement speed by 50%, attack speed by 60%, and dealing 500-1000 damage. This is a debuff skill, with the key focus on applying debuffs to enemies. The damage dealt is negligible. With the acquisition of Absolute Zero, Bai Ye's crowd control capabilities have been further enhanced. With base current strength, even facing beasts and monsters of level 100 or higher, or even the descendants of gods, he now has the power to fight them. Your current level, 85.18%. Bai glanced at his own level. He is only 2 levels away from reaching level 90 and the 4th transformation. If he could break through to level 90, he would have a better chance when the guild wars began. Thinking of this, Bai Ye turned to the two women facing him and asked, Yanran, do you know of any dungeons near the capital that are suitable for high-level class change users to tackle? Understanding Bai Ye's intentions, Qin Yanan paused for a moment before responding. If you're looking for a dungeon suitable for you to level up, you could try the Lava Canyon. After a brief pause, Qin Yanran also shared the information she had about the Lava Canyon. Normal dungeons won't reappear once you've cleared them. However, the Lava Canyon dungeon will reappear repeatedly after being cleared. By leveraging this dungeon's unique feature, you can quickly level up to 90. Upon learning that this dungeon could be repeatedly farmed for leveling, Bai Ye was intrigued. Alright, I'll head to Lava Canyon next. Seeing Bai Ye make such a quick decision, Li Yi's eyes welled up with tears. Noticing Li Yi's unusual behavior, Bai Ye grew puzzled. What's wrong? She finished the juice Yi Qing had brought over and spoke softly. I have an older sister. Bai Ye heard this for the first time. Really? Is she a job changer? Li Yi looked sad. Yes, 4 years ago, she went to the Lava Canyon and never returned. We had no word from her since. He knew that death in battle was common among class changers. Seeing Li Yi bring up such a sad topic, Bai Ye felt a pang of guilt. As the juice in her hand refilled, Li Yi drank the second cup. My sister was a renowned sword dancer. I still remember her saying that she would return once she grew stronger, but she never came back. Bai Ye felt sympathy. Is that so? Knowing what Li Yi was worried about, Bai Ye said, don't worry. I'll come back safely. Li Yi sobbed softly. Bai Ye, must you really go to the Lava Canyon? Seeing Li Yi acting like a drama queen, Qin Yanan's lips twitched. Li Yi, didn't your sister join the Holy Light Guild, change her class to Sword Saint, and become a star general? Bai Ye cast a glance at Qin Yanan. In response, she explained, Bai Ye, don't let that woman fool you. Her sister is the Sword Saint, the youngest rising star in our dragon nation. How could she possibly have died in the lava gorge? Upon hearing this, Bai Ye was speechless.
If your sister finds out you're spreading such nonsense, won't that be a scene of deep sisterly affection?
Leaving the Silver Merchants Guild, Bai Ye returned to the hospital. She took the Wuji pill and nourished her body with the forging body elixir. Her mother's face also regained some color. It was evident that the treatment over the past period had been effective. Demonization syndrome is caused by an excessively concentrated magical energy, leading to a counteracting reaction. Going forward, we just need to continuously increase her magic power limit. I believe she will gradually recover as well. Just as he thought this, Bai Ye suddenly realized something. Looking at her mother lying unconscious on the hospital bed, Bai Ye suddenly stood up from his chair. A bold idea flashed through his mind. Since demonization syndrome is caused by magic power reaching its storage limit and triggering a counteraction, could the skill effects granted by life and death be used to enhance the magic power storage within her body? The more he thought about it, the more excited Bai Ye became. This was definitely worth a try. The only problem was that Bai Ye's magic power was only at 7,200, still far short of the 10,000 points required to activate the skill. It seems he must quickly increase his magic power. As Bai Ye's mind remained unsettled for a long time. As the sun rose and the moon set, another day had passed. He entrusted his mother to Bai Yu's care. Bai Ye also arrived at the lava canyon. As soon as he arrived, a scorching hot air current erupted from the canyon. Due to the dungeon's effects, the surrounding area had already transformed into a volcanic landscape. Additionally, due to the dungeon's constant respawning, this area had become a popular leveling ground for many class-changing adventurers. However, today, the area was far from peaceful. The Shinon Guild has claimed this area of the lava canyon. Please stay clear. The guild war is about to begin. To secure a good ranking in the upcoming guild war and maximize official subsidies, major guilds have already secured all the key dungeon points across the region. They aim to enhance the strength of their guild's class-changing members as much as possible. After all, it's only a temporary occupation, and the official authorities won't intervene. However, this has still led to a lot of complaints from class changers. What the hell? Is this dungeon your family's? Yeah, the guild wars are about to start, and the top 10 guilds are monopolizing everything. How are we supposed to survive? What the hell gives you the right to keep us out? Facing the job changers dressed in Shinnon Guild uniforms, the crowd didn't hold back. After all, having reached their current level and strength, who doesn't have a little attitude? Just as the two sides were about to clash, Bai Ye had already taken advantage of the chaos and entered the dungeon. The Shinnon Guild had sealed off the entrance. Bai Ye was strategizing against them. That makes sense, right? They were unaware that someone had already entered the dungeon. The members of the Shinnon Guild have been overwhelmed by the transferees from various smaller guilds. Chapter 83, Speedrun the Dungeon. Su Ming is completely baffled. You have entered the Flaming City. As a line of text appeared before Bai Ye's eyes, he had entered the dungeon. Unlike the previous dungeons he had entered, which featured natural terrains like forests and plateaus. As the name suggests, this dungeon was a massive fortress. Gazing at the majestic city in the distance, which seemed to be constructed from molten lava, Bai Ye rushed toward it. At that very moment, the members of the Shinnon Guild were engaged in a siege. This was their 10th time entering the dungeon. As a result, they were all extremely familiar with the strategies for navigating this area. Haha, the monsters keep respawning in this dungeon. We can exploit a glitch to keep getting stronger indefinitely. Yeah, even though our levels are high now and we get less experience, leveling up is still a blast. With this dungeon as a resource point, we'll definitely be able to leave the other guilds in the dust during the guild war. While everyone was chatting and laughing, they casually sliced through the monsters that approached them. Within the group, Su Ming, the team leader, furrowed his brows. Everyone, let's save the chit-chat for later. This is a dungeon, one wrong move could be fatal. Just as Su Ming finished speaking, the others paid no heed. If this were a regular dungeon, they would naturally be on high alert. But facing the Flaming City, they had already cleared it 10 times. They were familiar with every defensive arrangement and troop deployment here. Under such circumstances, how could they possibly be in danger? Noticing Su Ming's concerns, Zhao Wu, standing beside him, smiled and patted his shoulder. Su Ming, don't overthink it. The monsters here are mostly around levels 50 to 60, and the strongest boss is only level 80. We've already defeated them multiple times, tackling them again would be a breeze. Besides, didn't the guild say so? In this dungeon, all we need to do is focus on leveling up. Just as Zhao Wu was speaking, the city gates crashed down with a loud bang, and the gates began to open. The transformed adventurers were thrilled. Just as they were about to enter the city to kill monsters and level up, unexpectedly, at that very moment, the sky suddenly grew dark. At a speed visible to the naked eye, a golden and crimson intertwined magical array began to form in the air. This was the first time such an anomaly had ever appeared. Everyone stopped in their tracks. Feeling the terrifying magical power contained within, Su Ming and the others were immediately overcome by a wave of shock.
Facing this unknown sight, out of sheer terror, they instinctively took a few steps backward. What on earth is going on here? Yeah, this can't be a dungeon mutation, can it? It looks like a skill. Could the boss have some hidden card up its sleeve and activated it early? Just as everyone was chatting, the magical array in the sky grew increasingly brilliant. Finally, as the magic reached its peak, rolling white flames descended from the sky, as if the end of the world was upon them. In an instant, the entire blazing city had truly transformed into a city of fire. Surging waves of heat swept over them.
They could feel the intense magical power contained within.
Su Ming and his companions finally reacted.
This wasn't some boss hiding a trump card they didn't know about. It was clearly a class changer behind them, using this opportunity to make a quick profit.
Meanwhile, at the rear,
seeing that Su Ming and the others were progressing too slowly, Bai Ye couldn't help but intervene. When the looting triggered, while gaining experience, Bai Ye also heard constant sounds. A single wave of clearing boosted Bai Ye's experience by roughly 20%. At the current pace, he only needed to clear this dungeon another 15 or 16 times. He should be able to reach level 90 and take on the 4th class job quest, right? Just as Bai Ye was thinking this. As time passed, under the apocalyptic flames, all the monsters in the flaming city were completely annihilated. As the monsters were wiped out, the dungeon reset and refreshed, and Bai and Su Ming, who were inside, were all kicked out.
Upon returning to the outside world,
looking at the teleportation gate cooling down and about to reopen, Su Ming and the others were completely baffled.
Who am I? Where am I? What just happened?
Before Su Ming and the others could react, the supervisor on one side gently patted Su Ming on the shoulder.
He praised him generously. Not bad, Su Ming.
Compared to when you first entered the dungeon, your speed has improved significantly. Seeing that the other party had misunderstood something, Su Ming hurriedly explained, "No, I." Before he could finish speaking,
seeing the chaos nearby growing more intense,
the supervisor interrupted him, "Just focus on leveling up here.
We'll handle the other class changers."
Watching the supervisor's figure grow increasingly distant,
the dungeon reset. Gritting his teeth, Su Ming commanded, "Guys, let's try again." Maybe it was just a coincidence earlier. Hearing this, the others agreed. Everyone entered the dungeon once more. However, what Su Ming and the others never expected was that Bai Ye was always one step ahead of them. Just as Su Ming and the others were discussing how to attack and make the monster spawning more efficient, on a nearby hilltop, Bai Ye had already completed his incantation and cast his spell. White flames erupted like a waterfall, showcasing what it truly meant to plummet 3,000 feet. Familiar surroundings, familiar skills, familiar scenes. When Su Ming and the others arrived, all the monsters in the flaming city had perished in the inferno. As the scene distorted before their eyes, a flash of white light appeared, and they were kicked out of the dungeon. Deep within the dense forest, Su Ming felt his composure nearly shatter. Wait, who on earth is this powerful figure, so bored they're here toying with us lowly Karami? Su Ming, what should we do now? As Zhao Wu spoke, looking at the instance about to reset and refresh. Skeptical, Su Ming said, "Let's try again. The forbidden spell is extremely mana intensive. I don't believe it. If we cast 2 in a row, the dark mage hiding in the shadows must still have some mana left." Hearing this, everyone agreed that it made sense, and they all entered the dungeon. This time, when they arrived at the flaming city, they saw that it wasn't like the previous 2 times, with forbidden spells falling from the sky. Su Ming also smiled. "Haha, I told you so. Even a big shot couldn't cast forbidden spells back to back." Before Su Ming could react, in mid-air, the familiar magical array began to reform. Under the glow of the flames, Su Ming's smile froze on his face. Wait, is this even possible? As he gazed at the raging flames on the distant mountain peak, Bai Ye downed the magic restoration potion in one gulp. He checked his current magic power. Bai Ye couldn't help but sigh softly. Even with the recovery potion, he could replenish his condition in time. But alas, the magic consumed by the forbidden spell was simply too much. At the current rate, it would take at least several hours to grind up enough experience to reach level 80. Meanwhile, as Bai Ye repeatedly reset the dungeon to level up, and Su Ming and the others kept running back for nothing. Outside, the members of the Shenong Guild and the group of class changers who had been fighting over the dungeon's ownership also noticed the unusual activity at the dungeon. Chapter 84, Dungeon Collapse. Everyone is shocked. As the runes surrounding the dungeon gradually changed color, everyone's expressions turned shocked. How much time had passed? The dungeon had been cleared again. Such efficiency is simply too exaggerated. Just as the newly transferred adventurers were whispering among themselves, the leader of the Shenong Guild burst into laughter. Su Ming, you guys are really something. At this rate, I'm sure you'll all reach level 90 in 4th job advancement in just 10 days, right? As the misunderstanding deepened, Su Ming hurriedly explained, "Sir, you've misunderstood.
The leader looked puzzled. I misunderstood? He paused for a moment, but before Su Ming could speak, the supervisor interrupted him. Are you suggesting, Su Ming, that we actually only need 7 days instead of 10? Su Ming's lips twitched. No, that's not what I meant. The supervisor was overjoyed. So you can guarantee breaking through to level 90 fourth transformation within 3 days? Before Su Ming could react, the supervisor gently patted him on the shoulder. In any case, Su Ming, you can go ahead with confidence. The Shin Known Guild will never let down any promising class changers. With that, the manager burst into laughter. He was in a good mood. After all, if he could cultivate a team of level 94th class job changers, he would be a hero of the Shin Known Guild. Meanwhile, as the members of the Shin Known Guild tightly guarded their positions, leaving no room for anyone to break through the defenses, the job changers from the smaller guilds couldn't help but feel a sense of despair. The top 10 guilds were simply too domineering. How were these smaller guilds supposed to develop under such circumstances? As the dungeon was repeatedly cleared by Bai Ye alone. As Bai Ye's monster killing process became increasingly proficient, Su Ming and the others, always a step behind, watched as the white flames descended from the sky time and again. Their lips twitch involuntarily. From initial frustration, they have now grown numb. Who is the mysterious figure lurking in the shadows? Please stop your supernatural abilities. He was unaware of what Su Ming and the others were thinking. 4 hours later. As the healing potions were nearly depleted. Constantly fighting monsters, Bai Ye was just one step away from reaching level 90. Current level, 85.15%. If he could clear this dungeon one more time quickly, he would be able to head to the guild to accept the class change quest, right? As he thought this, Bai Ye raised his hand to cast a spell, and rolling white flames engulfed the flaming city. At the same time, alert sounds kept ringing out. Notice, Blazing City has collapsed. Notice, Blazing City has been completely conquered. Notice, you have reached level 90. You have gained 10 free attribute points. As the alerts continued, when Bai Ye exited the dungeon, the teleportation gate could not be repaired. Seeing this, the crowd that had been fighting over the dungeon's ownership was left speechless. Damn it! They actually turned an infinitely respawning dungeon into a one-time use one. How high was the monster's spawning rate? They actually blew up the dungeon. Wow, it looks like the Shin Known Guild is about to gain another powerful ally. Just as everyone was eager to see which team had managed to blow up the dungeon. Seeing that Su Ming and his group hadn't leveled up, the leader's smile froze. Su Ming, what is going on? Didn't you blow up the dungeon? Why are your levels almost the same as before? Facing the questioning, Su Ming was also helpless. As he explained the entire situation in detail, the supervisor was immediately overwhelmed with shock. What? Su Ming, are you saying someone else completed the dungeon guide? And that person can even use forbidden spells and managed to clear the dungeon solo? The supervisor's voice wasn't too loud, but it was just loud enough for everyone present to hear. For a moment, everyone exchanged glances, and the shock on their faces was evident. I never expected someone else would beat us to it. Who could that master be who's been clearing the monsters? Aside from the Shin Known Guild, I didn't see any outsiders enter the dungeon. Thinking about how the Shin Known Guild had all their efforts wasted, the crowd gloated over their misfortune. They let the Shin Known Guild monopolize the dungeon, and now karma has come back to bite them, right? Meanwhile, as the Shin Known Guild investigated who had blown up the dungeon, Bai Ye had already arrived at the Transferee Guild to accept the class change quest. Demon Slayer. Description: the era of the gods has passed, but countless demons and monsters still roam the world, embodying fear and standing as enemies of all living creatures. Requirements: solo kill 2 high-ranking demons. In the room, Bai Ye accepted the Inferno difficulty 4th class job quest. Qin Yanan, who had accompanied him, was startled. High-ranking demons? Qin Yanan couldn't help but exclaim in shock. The front desk attendant also looked surprised. She had witnessed Bai Ye's performance in the previous large-scale strategic battle. He had managed to kill that mutated demon using his skills and mechanics. It must be said that Bai Ye was indeed quite powerful. However, the requirements for the class change quest were for a high-ranking demon. Bai Ye was only level 90. Even if her skill mechanics are unique enough to allow her to easily overpower higher-level enemies. But in the eyes of the front desk clerk, White Knight can only defeat opponents around level 130 at most. To defeat a high-ranking demon whose strength matches that of a class change user at level 160 or above, that's no easy feat. Having worked as a front desk clerk here for years, this is the first time she's ever seen someone dare to accept a 4th class task of Inferno difficulty. For a moment, her gaze toward Bai Ye changed. Facing the class change quest, could Bai Ye possibly create another miracle and single-handedly defeat 2 mutated demons? Just as the front desk attendant was thinking this, Qin Yanan was deeply concerned. Bai Ye, why don't I pay for you to hire a class change assistant? Let them weaken the mutated demons first, then you can finish them off. In response, Bai Ye shook his head lightly.
There's no need. I can handle it alone.
As Bai Ye finished speaking, the front desk clerk beside him also explained to Qin Yanan. Those who can defeat high-ranking demons are the elite of our dragon nation.
Miss Qin, such high-level mercenaries aren't short on money.
With your family's influence, it would be difficult to secure someone to fight on your behalf.
Hearing this, Qin Yanan's heart trembled.
If she couldn't advance, her future would be uncertain. Many transferees get stuck at the transferee stage and end up wasting half their lives.
Bai Ye is still so young. Was he destined to end up like those career changers, never achieving anything in life?
Gritting her teeth, Qin Yanan suggested again.
Can the job change quest be reselected?
The front desk attendant replied, it is possible, but Mr. Bai's level and attributes will drop significantly. Before the front desk clerk could finish speaking, knowing that Qin Yanyan was also concerned about him, Bai Ye interrupted her.
Yanan, I'm strong. It's just a job change quest. There's no need to make such a fuss.
As Bai Ye finished speaking,
seeing his confident demeanor, Qin Yanyan finally relented.
However, just as Bai Ye was about to head toward the abyss, she still reminded him. There's no need to rush the job change, Bai Ye.
If you encounter danger, just retreat.
Since you've joined forces with the Qin family,
no matter what happens, the Qin family will always have your back. Bai Ye nodded slightly.
I'll be careful. Thinking about the guild war, Bai Ye asked proactively, speaking of which, Yan, when is the guild war? Qin Yanran replied, the official announcement is expected in the coming days, when they will convene a meeting with the leaders of all major guilds to finalize the specific date.
Thinking that the guild was being managed by Qin Yanan.
Therefore, Bai Ye spoke up. During the time I'm heading to the abyss, if I'm called upon, please handle it for me.
Qin Yanan agreed readily. Alright, once the time is set, I'll contact you. After handing over the miscellaneous tasks, Bai Ye quickly set off for the abyss. Chapter 85, Guild War. 4th Transformation Quest. And just as Bai Ye was heading toward the abyss, at the headquarters of the Shin Nong Guild, after several hours of on-site investigation, the secretary also reported to Huang Yao about the person who had released the forbidden technique behind the scenes. Chairman, according to our investigation, Bai Ye was also present during the dungeon raid. Additionally, one of Bai Ye's skills bears a striking resemblance to those described by Su Ming and the others. Therefore, we have reason to suspect that the class changer who caused the dungeon to collapse is none other than Bai Ye. As the secretary finished speaking, Huang Yao couldn't help but laugh out loud. Are you joking with me? Huang Yao revealed a sinister smile. Bai Ye is an assassin. If he managed to learn fire-based skills, he must have put in a lot of effort. And now you're telling me he not only mastered fire-based ultimate moves but also learned forbidden spells. Is that even possible? Is that reasonable? To cast a forbidden spell, the amount of magic required is enormous. As an assassin, Bai Ye's primary stat points are undoubtedly allocated to speed. How could he possibly have any extra attribute points to invest in magic power? Facing Huang Yao's skepticism, the secretary couldn't help but feel awkward. She also felt that this seemed a bit unreasonable. But there was nothing to be done. After a thorough investigation of the entire scene, Bai Ye was the most suspicious suspect. Just as the atmosphere at the scene grew slightly tense, Huang Yao spoke up. The guild battle is about to begin. This person ruined our Shenong Guild's plans. We can't just let this go so easily. While investigating the true identity of this Grand Mage, I demand that you take immediate action to address this issue and enhance the combat capabilities of our guild's class change members before the guild war begins. As Huang Yao issued his orders, the secretary also adopted a serious expression. Yes. Rest assured, Guild Master. We will definitely come out on top in this guild war. Preparations for the upcoming guild war began. It wasn't just the Shin Nong Guild taking action. All major guilds have also begun their preparations. Many guilds believe that the top spot is already within their grasp. Have you heard? A powerful mage has dealt the Shin Nong Guild a severe blow. What's the story? I'll tell you, but don't tell anyone else. As Bai Ye stepped into the abyss, he entered the first layer, where the major guilds had established their strongholds. All he heard were constant reports of the collapse of the flaming city. As the crowd grew more excited, mentioning his name with reverence, Bai Ye, as the person involved, looked rather peculiar. He wondered what everyone would think once they found out that he was the very same archmage they were talking about. Just as Bai Ye was venting his frustrations, as he was about to exit the stronghold, he asked the guard, "Hey, where can I find a higher-ranked demon in the abyss?" Upon hearing Bai Ye inquire about the mutated demons, recognizing Bai Ye, Su Fan, the camp guard, was surprised. White Knight Assassin, you're not planning to hunt a high-ranking demon, are you? Seeing that Bai Ye didn't deny it, Su Fan advised, White Knight Assassin, you don't know these higher-ranked demons possess a certain divine bloodline. Their strength far surpasses that of ordinary demons. I don't recommend you go after them. Bai Ye laughed, I just want to give it a try. If I'm no match for them and encounter danger, I'll retreat. Seeing that White Knight was determined, he couldn't just say no. Sighing lightly, Su Fan also shared what he knew.
If you, White Knight Assassin, insist on testing yourself against mutated demons, I suggest you go to the third layer of the abyss. From that layer onward, the number of demons and monsters increases significantly. Once you get there, your chances of finding a mutated demon will be much higher. As Su Fan shared all the information he knew about the mutated demons,
Bai Ye thanked him.
"Thank you, I'll be careful." Watching Bai Ye step into the desert and grow increasingly distant, a colleague beside him curiously asked Su Fan.
Su Fan, who is that? So arrogant? Daring to take on a high-ranking demon alone?
Su Fan was surprised.
You don't even recognize the White Knight Assassin? While teasing him, Su Fan also recounted Bai Ye's recent exploits.
When they learned that White Knight was the first person to clear the mutated dungeon,
and had single-handedly defeated a mutated demon in a major guide,
the shock on his colleagues' faces was impossible to hide.
He couldn't help but exclaim.
Such a skilled assassin, no wonder he dared to ask about the upper-tier demons.
Su Fan said, although Bai Ye's assassin skills are indeed quite strong, this is the abyss.
I don't want our Dragon Nation's genius to die so easily in the abyss. Upon hearing this, his colleague nodded in agreement. Over the centuries, Dragon Nation had produced countless geniuses, as numerous as fish in a river.
However, these geniuses were like fleeting flowers or shooting stars, vanishing in an instant. Some died at the hands of monsters, others at the hands of apostles and demons.
If not, they were killed by foreign countries. Only those who grew up were true geniuses. Before that, no matter how great their talent or skills, they were nothing more than ordinary people with a slightly higher reputation.
Regarding Bai Ye's mission, Su Fan was not very optimistic when discussing it with his colleagues. He didn't care about others' opinions.
After several hours of travel, Bai Ye also arrived at the depths of the first layer of the abyss.
He had been here once before. As a result, Bai Ye had some familiarity with the terrain here. Plus the map.
Finding the teleportation channel leading to the second layer of the abyss was relatively straightforward.
Last time, I only reached the edge of the second layer and did not venture further.
I have no idea about the monsters in the depths of the second layer or the strength of the creatures in the third layer. Facing the teleportation channel, Bai Ye stepped inside.
Entering the second layer of the abyss. The map was of little use now.
Gazing at the towering rock formations, just as Bai Ye was about to head toward the area with the densest magic energy to conduct a thorough search for a passage to the third layer. On his side, the large dog seemed to have discovered something.
Woof. Through their skill connection, Bai Ye understood its meaning. Big dog, are you saying you can sense the aura of the mutated demons and find the entrance to the third layer?
Woof woof. The big dog looked just like a husky, and Bai Ye patted its head.
If that's the case, then lead the way.
He flipped over and mounted the dog, and the two of them entered the depths of the second layer of the abyss. The abyss was formed from the remains of fallen gods. As a result, the big dog, which also possessed divine blood, had its sensory abilities enhanced several-fold.
Additionally, the demon's mutations were also caused by obtaining the divine bloodline. The mutual resonance between bloodlines.
This allowed the large dog to achieve twice the result with half the effort in its pursuit of those mutated demons.
And on the third day that Bai Ye entered the abyss,
while searching for the traces of the mutated demons,
under official organization, in a conference room of a government building, the leaders and representatives of various guilds gathered together.
When Qin Yanin arrived, the meeting seemed to have already begun. At first glance, the guild masters were gathered together, chatting and laughing, appearing harmonious. However, in reality, all the guilds were determined to win the upcoming guild war. Assassin's Creed was a newly established guild. Due to its lack of influence, it largely relied on Bai Ye for support.
Qin Yanin also made her way to a corner.
She had intended to eavesdrop until the meeting concluded. Just then, to her surprise, a woman of extraordinary elegance walked toward her. Just as Qin Yanin was at a loss for what to do, the woman spoke first.
You must be Yanin, right? My sister mentioned you to me. Qin Yanin was confused.
Your sister? The woman smiled.
Yes,
She told me to take good care of you. As the woman finished speaking,
Qin Yanin suddenly guessed what was going on. You must be.
In response, the woman nodded slightly, confirming her guess.
Let me introduce myself first.
I'm Li Yi's older sister and also the vice president of the Holy Light Guild.
As for my profession, I'm a sword saint.
As their eyes met, Qin Yanin couldn't help but swallow nervously, her heart racing. After all, the person before her was the youngest rising star in the Dragon Kingdom.
Chapter 86, The Third Layer of the Abyss. Twin Demons.
The third layer of the abyss.
After 4 days of rushing, Bai Ye also arrived here.
At the same time, he also received the message sent by Qin Yanin. The guild battle would take place in 10 days. This meant that Bai Ye had to complete his class change quest, defeat 2 mutated demons, and return to the capital within the next 10 days.
Time-wise, this was a bit tight.
As he sighed, Bai Ye turned to the large dog beside him and asked, "Big dog, can you sense the presence of the mutated demons?" Woof woof. The large dog wagged its tail excitedly. He knew it had found the scent of its prey. Therefore, Bai Ye said, "Since we've found it, let's go. Let's finish this quickly." As Bai Ye finished speaking, woof, the big dog let out a loud howl. As Bai Ye rode, the large dog's speed increased slightly. As they charged through the towering cliffs, gusts of biting wind swept past them. Since its advancement in transformation, the big dog's movement speed had also improved significantly. As a result, Bai Ye's travel speed remained quite fast. Before long, they crossed the canyon. Two upper-tier demons with bull heads and human bodies came into view. Facing Bai Ye, the two demons also turned their gaze toward him. Their expressions were mocking, and they gazed at him like predators eyeing their prey. In response, Bai Ye summoned his soldiers and the shadow dragon, holding a short blade, and responded with silent movements. He sensed that the two demons' magical power was not particularly strong. Facing the larger of the two high-ranking demons, he threw out his identification. Upper rank demon incomplete. Health 10,000,000 10 million. Strength 150,000. Speed 3400. Magic 2,000,000 20,000. Resilience 400. Description: demons descended from a divine being. For unknown reasons, they split into two factions. Those who call themselves followers of the divine typically align themselves with the apostles. No wonder he felt those two high-ranking demons were odd. They were two incomplete beings after all. With that thought, magic surged forth, releasing absolute zero. Instantly, an inexplicable cold current surged, causing the air temperature to plummet, and a thin layer of frost appeared on the ground. Under the widespread debuff, the two demons' movement speed was significantly reduced. However, sensing the unusual changes in their bodies, they paid no heed. "Humans, come and die." As the two higher-ranked demons roared and charged forward, Bai Ye issued orders to his beast riding attendants. "Big Dog, Shadow Dragon, and the soldiers, hold the smaller one in place. The larger one is mine." As his words fell, as Bai Ye and the beast riding soldiers split into two groups, preparing to take them down one by one, the demons grinned savagely, clearly regarding Bai Ye as their prey. Countless class changers had already met their end at the hands of the two brothers. This time, encountering Bai Ye, they saw no reason why it would be any different. However, after a few brief exchanges, how could it know that Bai Ye had not yet unleashed his full power? Who was the hunter and who was the prey? It was hard to tell. Meanwhile, several miles away from where White Knight was battling the demons, as the top fire mage of Dragon Nation, Xiao Xing naturally sensed something amiss. "What is this?" Before long, Xiao Xing arrived at the scene. Looking at the frost-covered ground and noticing the scars and wounds everywhere. As he saw Bai Ye dodging and weaving, leaving after images in his way, he was utterly stunned. Xiao Xing couldn't help but exclaim in shock. "It's an assassin class, and a one-on-one fight?" Having spent a long time in the depths of the abyss, Xiao Xing didn't bother to keep up with the outside world. As a result, when he witnessed the strength Bai Ye demonstrated, Xiao Xing's mind was already in turmoil. At such a young age, he could already fight on equal terms with two 150-level mutated demons as an assassin. This kid is truly terrifying. Just as Xiao Xing was marveling and contemplating how to recruit Bai Ye into his guild. As time passed, Bai Ye seemed to be gradually falling into a disadvantage, with his shadow guards being torn apart one after another. Xiao Xing could no longer sit idly by. Such a promising new talent, to die in the depths of the abyss like this, that would be far too tragic. With that thought, Xiao Xing began to chant and cast his spell. He was ready to intervene. At that very moment, at the center of the battlefield, as the shadow guards fell, Bai Ye remained unfazed. Their bodies were torn apart, but their souls remained unharmed. In other words, as long as he has enough magical power to sustain them, they will continue to resurrect endlessly. However, current magic power, 1420. White Knight's current magic power isn't very high. Frequent skill usage is taking a huge toll on him. Just as Bai Ye was about to fly backward to retreat and drink the recovery potion, he suddenly sensed magic fluctuations coming from behind him. For a moment, Bai Ye's expression changed slightly. He was in the middle of a class change quest. If he were interrupted at this critical moment, all his efforts would be in vain. Feeling annoyed, Bai Ye issued an order. "Big Dog, stop him." Upon hearing the order, Big Dog darted out of the battlefield. Woof! As Big Dog swiftly climbed along the stone wall. Finally, just as Big Dog leaped into the air, it interrupted Xiao Xing's spell. Looking at the beast before him, Xiao Xing growled. Xiao Xing was momentarily taken aback. "Wait, what's going on here? I'm here to support your master, and you're interfering with me?" Seeing the large dog's gaze turn icy, as if to say, "Mind your own business." Even Xiao Xing, who was usually slow to catch on, realized something was off. "Are you implying that I interfered with your hunt?" The big dog nodded slightly. Seeing this, Xiaoxing looked at the big dog, then down at Bai Ye, and his lips twitched involuntarily. Great, he had intended to give Bai Ye a hand. But he never expected that his good intentions would backfire like this. Crossing his arms, Xiaoxing stopped what he was doing. He wanted to see just how capable this assassin really was. Since the opponent didn't need reinforcements, he could wait until they were completely at a disadvantage before sending help. In the meantime, he could not only dampen the young man's spirits, it could also use this opportunity to make the other side owe him a favor, potentially recruiting them into his guild. This was simply delightful. Just as he thought this, he noticed Bai Ye's retreating movements, and Xiaoxing couldn't stay calm.
Chapter 87, Shadow Dragoness Advancement. Demon Slayer. As Bai Ye drank the recovery potion one after another, during the brief moment when he summoned the shadow guards again, his condition also recovered. Seeing Bai Ye launch his attack once more, Xiaoxing couldn't help but be speechless. If it were any other class changer, even several bottles of healing potions wouldn't be enough to withstand the relentless surge of magic. But with Bai Ye, he was simply drinking the potions like water. Watching Bai Ye's skilled movements, Xiaoxing's lips twitched. Wow, whose assassin uses potions as a healing skill? How on earth did he manage that? Just as Xiaoxing was complaining, taking advantage of the moment when the shadow guards temporarily blocked the twin demons, Bai Ye's magic power fully replenished. He unleashed Absolute Zero once more and charged toward them. Had he not obtained Absolute Zero? Had he not gone to the Flaming City to launch an assault and looted numerous attributes? Facing the twin demons before him, relying solely on his own strength, White Knight would likely struggle to hold his ground. As the blades clashed and silver light flickered, both demons sustained varying degrees of injury. 21,300. 21,000. 21,200. Since the opponent was not a single entity. Therefore, Bai Ye did not unleash the apocalyptic flames but opted for close combat. After all, he couldn't guarantee that his skills would hit simultaneously. If he couldn't severely wound his opponents, it would only weaken himself, which would be disastrous. As Bai Ye continuously exploited his own mechanisms to chip away at the demon's health, he was also contemplating the key to breaking the deadlock. As the debuffs took effect, he gradually shifted from an active to a passive stance. The two demons couldn't help but feel deeply humiliated. In the past, every class changer they had encountered had been defeated by being attacked from two sides and ultimately met their end in the northwest. Yet here, why was he able to dodge so effortlessly? Why was this mere assassin still standing after being attacked repeatedly? They realized something was seriously wrong with Bai Ye. At the same time, they felt that after several previous probing attacks, Bai Ye might have run out of tricks. The demon prepared his next move to decide the outcome. Brother, come. The larger demon spoke thus. As the two demons drew closer, they merged into one. Upon inspection, their ranks remained unchanged. However, the combination of their powers triggered a chemical reaction, causing the mutated demon's aura to surge dramatically. If there were two, Bai Ye would find it difficult to handle them. But since they've merged into one, isn't that just handing him an opportunity on a silver platter, giving him a free pass? No way, right? Don't you think that just because they've merged, they can defeat him? Guards, hold it back. As the shadow guards and shadow dragons charged forward. Taking advantage of the moment, Bai Ye abandoned his defense and began to chant his spell. In mid-air, a magical array takes shape, with countless runes surging forth. The array, shimmering with gold and crimson, glowed brilliantly. Not far away, on the cliff, Bai Ye stood in place, growing larger, while the demon had already defeated the shadow dragon and all the guards. Xiaoxing couldn't help but exclaim in shock. No way, this kid's gone mad. Bai Ye, a fragile fighter, abandoned his defense and chose a forbidden spell that required over 10 seconds of chanting and could be interrupted at any moment. What's the difference between that and standing in front of the enemy as a living target? The demon's spellcasting speed was faster than Bai Ye's. And from his position, reinforcements were already too late. Xiaoxing sighed deeply. What a waste. This kid is still too young. Although both sides attacked each other simultaneously. However, due to Bai Ye's fragile physique, it was inevitable that Bai Ye's health bar would be depleted first, making him the first to be killed. Just as Xiaoxing thought this, as he watched the flames rise into the sky and the white flames boil, he couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. But soon, the thick smoke that had filled the air began to dissipate. Xiaoxing widened his eyes. He noticed that Bai Ye's armor was shattered, yet the demon was already on the brink of death. He finally reacted. No wonder Bai Ye dared to confront this mutated demon head-on. It turned out to be a counter-armor effect. The high damage from the forbidden spell, combined with part of his own ultimate attack being reflected back. Facing this double damage, with the information disadvantage and caught off guard, what could the demon possibly use to defend itself? Even the strongest stats can't overcome the mechanics. The control over damage values has been calculated to the last detail by Bai Ye. Such a thrilling strategic showdown left Xiaoxing deeply impressed.
At that moment, in the center of the battlefield, as he drank the healing potion, Bai Ye walked toward the two demons that had separated again. Since they were twins, he didn't know if killing them would count as completing the class change quest. As the two demons' health bars dropped to the critical threshold under the scorching true damage. Out of curiosity, Bai Ye delivered the final blow. You have looted the mutated demon's attributes, speed plus 50. You have looted the mutated demon's attributes, speed plus 50. You have completed the fourth job change quest, Demon Slayer. It works after all. Seeing the task completed, Bai Ye secretly sighed in relief. Currently, Bai Ye's magic power has increased to 8,000 points. At this rate, once he returns, he can complete his class change, believing that his magic power will surpass 10,000. At that point, he should be able to use the special mechanism of his skills to heal his mother, right? Thinking of this, Bai Ye couldn't help but feel a bit excited. As he gazed at the remains of the twin demons before him, Bai's magic surged. Rise! As the shadow swirled around the corpses, forming a vortex, Bai Ye issued the command once more. Fuse! Instantly, the twin demons and the shadow dragon merged into one. The shadow dragon was also reshaped. While retaining some of its original features, the dragon scales transformed into armor. The shadow dragon now appeared to be a combat-ready entity. Roar! Feeling the surging power within its body, it let out a mighty roar, thanking Bai Ye for his gift. Shadow dragon. Health points 800,000. Strength 12,000. Speed 2100. Magic 8,000. Skill Shadow Swamp, Shadow Ball. Description: a shadow-type colossal beast imbued with a hint of true dragon essence, it obeys only its master's commands, making it a fearsome beast of disaster. Due to its enslavement, its attributes have transformed from earth to shadow. Upon fusion, all of the shadow dragon's attributes are enhanced. With a staggering 800,000 HP, it can serve as a frontline tank, truly a mobile fortress. After reviewing the shadow dragon's information, Bai Ye issued his command. Return! As Bai Ye summoned the shadow dragon and his guards into the shadows, Chao Xing was completely stunned. What on earth was that beast? Isn't Bai Ye an assassin? How could he have a contract with a beast? Even if he can contract a beast, he can actually release a fire-type forbidden spell? This completely baffled Chao Xing. He never would have guessed that, despite being an assassin, Bai Ye was actually a six-sided warrior. Just as Chao Xing was stunned, he saw Bai Ye about to leave. Chao Xing hurried forward to stop him. Brother, please stay. As Bai Ye cast a puzzled glance his way, Chao Xing quickly pulled out his business card. Brother, I am Chao Xing, the deputy leader of the Qinglong Guild. Given your extraordinary talent, would you consider joining our guild? If not, would you consider joining the Qinglong Guild? In response, Bai Ye shook his head lightly. I've already joined a guild. If you're looking for members, find someone else. Upon hearing this, Chao Xing was taken aback. But quickly, he thought about Bai Ye's incredible strength and realized it was only natural for a guild to want to recruit someone like him. So Chao Xing casually asked, Brother, could you share which guild you joined? Assassin's Creed. It's the new guild formed by Qin's pharmaceutical company. As Bai Ye finished speaking, Chao Xing felt as though he had been struck by lightning, leaving him speechless. If Bai Ye had joined any of the top 10 guilds, Chao Xing could understand that. After all, Bai Ye's strength was undeniable. How could he not be sought after by all the major guilds? But the result was that Bai Ye had joined an obscure, unknown guild. Are you sure this isn't a joke? Chapter 88, Fourth Transformation. Magic power breaks 10,000. Brother, you're being foolish. Chao Xing looked at him with disappointment. The Qin family specializes in alchemy. They can't provide you with any dungeon resources or good equipment. Following the Qin family is a complete waste of your talent and potential. Chao Xing had intended to use this to persuade Bai Ye to withdraw. But to his surprise, Bai Ye laughed and said, I'm not joining the Qin family, we're just partners. As for copy resources and such, they don't matter to me. With unlimited looting capabilities, Bai Ye's need for dungeon resources was lower than that of other class changers. Additionally, he was accustomed to acting alone and had no desire for teamwork. In Bai Ye's view, the reason he agreed to Qin Yanan's request and formed the guild was twofold. On one hand, he needed the Qin family's alchemists and herbalists to treat his mother. On the other hand, the Qin family was different from other guilds. Bai Ye had an equal relationship with them and had been granted the maximum degree of freedom of action. Therefore, the dungeon resources and team configuration mentioned by Chao Xing are irrelevant. This was not what Bai Ye sought. Despite being rejected by Bai Ye, Chao Xing would not give up so easily. Just as Chao Xing was about to catch up and continue persuading him. However, what Chao Xing did not anticipate was that the big dog was simply too fast. As a mage, he simply couldn't keep up. Before long, as the rolling sand and dust swirled, Bai Ye's figure grew increasingly distant. Chao Xing's lips twitched involuntarily. As the sun rises and the moon sets, time flies by. As the white knights fade into the abyss, 7 days have already passed. Upon arriving at the guild, he had barely stepped into the hall. Bai Ye saw a large number of class changers gathered there. Have you heard? Recently, our Dragon Nation has discovered thousands of new dungeons.
That many?
In previous years, we only added a few hundred each year. It seems the world is getting more and more unstable.
Yeah, I really envy those big guilds.
They have stable and safe dungeons for leveling up and gathering resources.
Bro, we're just a small guild. As long as we can get dungeons for resources, who cares about the danger level? Dungeons are resources for class changers. Those with low danger levels and high resource rewards are mostly monopolized by the major guilds. Ordinary class changers can only venture into high-risk dungeons. Not only is the death rate high, after the rewards are split evenly among the team, each person ends up with very little.
This is a kind of tragedy for mid to low tier job changers.
It's a step-by-step process.
Plus, Bai Ye is now the guild leader.
He understands the hardships faced by lower-tier job changers.
Just as Bai was pondering how to help the guild clear a dungeon for his subordinates to grind monsters and level up. Upon seeing Bai Ye, she knew he had completed his job change quest.
The front desk attendant smiled.
Mr. Bai, the room for your class change has been prepared.
This way, please.
As he responded, he walked toward the class change room.
Bai Ye casually asked. I was wondering, how does the guild obtain its own dungeon resources for grinding monsters and gaining experience?
Upon hearing this, the front desk attendant paused for a moment.
But she quickly provided an explanation.
Mr. Bai, as you probably know, dungeons are generally divided into 2 types.
One type disappears automatically after being cleared.
The other type, however, are imbued with divine power or have close ties to the other side. After being cleared, they often respawn repeatedly. Generally, considering new members joining the guild, guilds tend to prefer the latter.
However, the number of such dungeons is limited. They are currently monopolized by major guilds.
If Mr. Bai truly desires one, I can report it to the guild leader. After saying that, the front desk attendant added.
However, I can only report it on your behalf. Whether you can actually obtain it is something I cannot guarantee. Bai Ye nodded slightly.
Then please do me the favor of mentioning it for me. Upon hearing this, the front desk clerk noticed that Bai Ye didn't act like the other job changers who were so arrogant, and her impression of him improved greatly.
She smiled. All right, I'll make sure to inform the president. As they chatted, they entered the room.
While Bai Ye was submitting his task and undergoing the job change process,
the front desk clerk also contacted the guildmaster. Respect is mutual. Seeing how polite Bai Ye was,
within the scope of her duties, it wouldn't hurt to grant the other party a small favor.
As a white glow enveloped Bai Ye,
a sensation akin to having a sauna and being massaged by a lady spread throughout her body.
The job change ceremony did not last long. It ended quickly. Bai Ye's attribute panel unfolded. White Knight. Class Shadow Lord 4th job change. Level, LV.90%. Health 42,000 Magic Power, 10,150 10,150. Strength 3500. Speed 3410. Stamina, 3,150. Resilience 600. Talents Infinite Plunder, Unbreakable, Ultimate Freedom, Immortality, Third Person Perspective. Available Attribute Points 0. Class Skills 5 Senses Seal, World Destroying Flames, Death God's Descent, Divine Eye, Life and Death Grant, Frenzy Dance, Tree Barrier, Absolute 0. Number of Followers 102.
All the effort spent grinding experience and attributes recently wasn't in vain. Now that I've leveled up, Bai's magic power has finally broken through the 5-digit mark. Just thinking about being able to enhance my mother's magic power limit and accelerate her recovery makes me excited.
Bai can't help but feel a little excited.
At that moment, after contacting the guildmaster, the front desk attendant came to report. Mr. Bai, regarding the issue with the dungeon resources, I've already brought it up for you.
The guildmaster's stance is that it depends on your performance in the upcoming guild war.
After all, such resource points should be reserved for those who truly need them. As the front desk clerk finished speaking,
Bai Ye understood. All right, I understand. As Bai Ye left the Guild of Job Changers. At the same time, within the Qin Group's office, as the guild war entered its final countdown, with major guilds stirring in the shadows, the situation in the entire capital grew tense. Looking at the list of participants submitted by the various guilds, and realizing that their side had only arranged for Bai Ye to participate, Qin Yanan couldn't help but feel worried. It wasn't that she lacked confidence in Bai Ye's abilities. What worried her was that Bai Ye would face a series of consecutive battles. Being constantly drained of strength, could he possibly win? Noticing Qin Yanan's thoughts, Li Yi smiled and said, Qin Yanan, don't worry too much. As long as we send Bai Ye, we're unbeatable. Qin Yanan's lips twitched. Li Yi, can you not be so cocky? She watched her eat the ice cream, completely unconcerned.
Qin Yanan sighed softly. You must know that the followers of the divine messengers are becoming more active. And currently, the official stance is to adopt an elite system. Guilds that lack strength will inevitably be phased out over time. Our guild has just been established. If we can't make a strong showing in this guild war, we might very well be disbanded after the guild war ends. As she complained, Qin Yanan suddenly asked, by the way, Li, aren't you the daughter of the Silver Merchants Guild? Do you have any ideas? Upon hearing this, Li chuckled. Since you put it that way, I need to think outside the box. Actually, I do have an idea. Qin Yanan asked curiously, what? Li said, just bring my sister over from the Holy Light Guild and have her become our vice president. Before she could finish speaking, Qin Yanan gave her a sharp tap on the head. Your sister is a rising star. How could the Holy Light Guild possibly agree to that? Besides, even if we did manage to bring her over, our Qin family couldn't possibly provide her with matching resources. You're just setting your sister up for failure. With that, she gave Li a disdainful look. I told you to think outside the box, not to go completely off the rails. Seeing Li's carefree expression, Qin Yanan knew that this matter could only be resolved by her own efforts. After all, Bai Ye only needed to put in the effort, while Li only needed to provide the funds. As the future head of the Qin family, she had much more to consider. Simply giving money to the guild's job changers wouldn't solve anything. After all, this isn't charity. But ignoring them entirely wasn't a good option either. After all, people have come to rely on you. You can't just not offer them any assistance, can you? Ah, if only our guild had its own training ground. Just as Qin Yanan couldn't help but sigh. A subordinate came to report. Miss Qin, Mr. Bai has called. He says he has a solution for the training ground. As the subordinate finished speaking, Qin Yanan couldn't stay calm. She sprang up from her chair with a swift movement, her expression betraying her excitement. Are you serious? As she spoke, Qin Yanan also called Bai Ye. White Knight is really amazing. If they really managed to get a repeatable dungeon, their guild would surely grow rapidly. Just as Qin Yanan was marveling at the thought. As the call connected. Upon learning that the Transcender Guild had decided to grant dungeon ownership based on their guild's performance, Qin Yanan's smile gradually froze on her face. Could Bai Ye be serious? Chapter 89, Magic Transformation Syndrome Treatment. Excited by you. At the hospital. Unaware of Qin Yanan's complaints. As the phone call ended, Bai Ye also asked Fang Yuan, who had just finished checking his mother's condition, how is my mother, Dr. Fang? Fang Yuan smiled. Bai Ye, your mother is doing very well. After taking the Wuji pill and being nourished by the forging body elixir, she has already stabilized and is no longer in critical condition. With time, we should be able to completely suppress the symptoms. Upon hearing this and noticing that the crystallized areas on his mother's body were no longer spreading, Bai Ye felt relieved. He thought about his own deductions. Bai Ye also asked Fang Yuan, Fang expert, if I had a way to enhance my mother's magic power limit, could that alleviate her condition? Enhance the magic power limit? Startled for a moment, Fang Yuan didn't think much of it. If it were truly possible, it would be quite beneficial for your mother. However, the items needed to enhance the magic power limit are not easy to come by. Just as Fang Yuan was speaking, before he could finish his sentence, Bai Ye had already taken action. As the skill activated, tiny points of magic transformed into glowing particles and fell onto Zhou Ling's hospital bed. At a speed visible to the naked eye, her crystallized skin began to soften. Seeing this, Fang Yuan lost his composure, and the medical records in his hands fell to the ground. For a class changer, improving their attributes through means other than leveling up is extremely difficult. The items that could enhance attributes were scarce and highly sought after. Before this, if someone had told him that there was a skill that could enhance attributes, Fang Yuan would have scoffed at the idea. But now, having witnessed it with his own eyes, Fang Yuan truly believed it. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief, checking again and again, his eyes gleaming with a hint of madness. If this skill could be studied further, it would undoubtedly be a major breakthrough in medical history. The terrifying magic transformation syndrome that had struck fear into the hearts of millions worldwide might finally have a cure. Soon, as Bai Ye finished casting his spell, Fang Yuan hurried forward to help him up. Bai Ye, what's the name of this skill? Can you tell me? After hesitating for a moment, Bai Ye revealed the third effect granted by life and death. As for the effects of soul enslavement and fusion, he kept them hidden. Although Fang Yuan likely had no ill intentions toward him and was merely using it for academic reference. But who could guarantee that the specific effects of this skill wouldn't be discovered by enemies in the future? Information asymmetry could prove decisive in battle. Upon learning that releasing the life and death gift required the consumption of 10,000 points of magic power, Fang Yuan looked at him with admiration. An assassin like Bai Ye was willing to sacrifice all his free attribute points to increase his magic power, truly a desperate act to save his mother. Fang Yuan patted Bai Ye on the shoulder. It's getting late. I'll head back first. If anything happens to your mother, make sure to contact me immediately. With the descriptions of Bai Ye's skill effects recorded, Fang Yuan couldn't wait to return and conduct experiments. Input magic power, then convert it, filtering out impurities and most of the excess. Perhaps this way, it could be converted into a form that patients could accept and absorb. A rough framework had already formed in his mind. As he muttered to himself, Fang Yuan's steps unconsciously quickened. Brother, Mom's condition has improved a lot. The next morning, Bai Ye arrived at the hospital with a lunchbox. Seeing that Zhou Ling's symptoms had improved, overcome with emotion, she tightly embraced Bai Ye. Brother, if we continue treatment at this rate, will Mom wake up soon? Bai Ye smiled. She will. Little feather, you just focus on your college entrance exams. Don't worry about Mom's treatment. Just as Bai Ye finished speaking, Bai Ye hugged Bai Ye's arm even tighter. Yes. Brother, you've worked so hard. Bai Ye gently patted her hand. Alright, Xiao Yu, let go. You're going to kill your own brother. In response, Bai Ye gave a soft snort. Why should I care? Seeing that Zhou Ling was gradually getting better, Bai Ye was still very happy. Amidst the sibling banter, Bai Ye couldn't help but reflect. You're truly the older brother. After a night's rest, as his magic power recovered, he once again strengthened Zhou Ling's magic power. Bai Ye said, Xiao Yu, Mom will be counting on you to take care of her. The guild battle is about to begin, and I need to go prepare. Upon hearing this, Bai Ye patted his chest and assured her. Big brother, don't worry. I'll take care of Mom. Bai Ye ruffled her hair with a loving gaze. Do you have enough money? If not, remember to tell me, and I'll send it to you. Bai Ye rolled her eyes in disgust. Enough, big brother. Do you think I'm a spendthrift? The money you gave me last time is still mostly left. Don't worry. As he was pushed out of the ward by his younger sister. Half an hour later, Bai Ye also arrived at the headquarters of the Silver Merchants Guild. From the Flaming City in the Abyss, he had obtained a significant amount of materials. Since they were acquaintances, Bai Ye naturally planned to bring them to the Silver Guild to sell. As he stepped into the hall, seeing Li Yi there, Bai Ye spoke up. Here you go. These materials are for you. As soon as he finished speaking, he moved his thoughts, and all the materials he had recently obtained were taken out. In an instant, half the hall was piled high with materials. So much? Seeing this, Li Yi was speechless. The other job changers who had also come to the Silver Guild for transactions were equally stunned. I heard that Bai Ye prefers to act alone. Could all this material really be from his own hunts? It must be. I never thought the Qin clan managed to recruit such a powerful assassin. Do you think the Qin family can break into the top 50 in the guild war with Bai around? I'm not sure. I heard the Qin family only sent Bai Ye. Relying on one person alone, breaking into the top 50 will still be quite challenging, right? As everyone chatted idly, eagerly anticipating Bai Ye's performance in the guild war, Li Yi had already pulled Bai Ye toward a private room. Bai Ye, you came here for more than just selling materials, right? Knowing that Bai Ye had come, there must be something on his mind. So, as they entered the private room, Li Yi struck a Sherlock Holmes pose. In response, Bai Ye teased her. What? Can I come visit you just because I have nothing to do? Li Yi looked at him with a pout. Cut it out. I don't believe you'd come here just to hang out. In response, Bai Ye casually removed the thorn armor he had taken off. My equipment seems to be damaged, so I was wondering if you could help me repair it? As Bai Ye finished speaking, Li Yi curiously took the armor to inspect it. However, upon seeing the severe wear and tear on the armor, Li Yi's lips twitched. Though it was inferior to the equipment blessed by the gods, but this was still mythical grade equipment. It was astonishing that it had been worn down to this state in Bai Ye's hands. What on earth had Bai Ye been up to during this time? While silently complaining to herself, Li Yi also returned the armor. Since it's mythical tier equipment, we currently don't have the means to repair it. After a brief pause, Li Yi offered a suggestion. However, if Bai Ye needs temporary replacement gear, we can provide it. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Ye asked. I need 4 sets of epic tier equipment specifically for assassins. I'd like to have them before the guild war begins. Can you guys get them for me? 4 sets? Li Yi stood up, clearly flustered. 4 sets of epic gear? With the Silver Guild's capabilities, it's still possible to obtain them. But if it's assassin exclusive and there's a time limit, it won't be that easy. After all, there were only 2 days left until the guild war. Though challenging, Li Yi gritted her teeth and accepted the task. I'll help you look for them during this time. As she said this, Li Yi also gave Bai Ye a gentle reminder. But time is tight. If we can't gather everything in time, don't blame me. Bai Ye nodded lightly. Li Yi added, if we really can't manage it, you can't spank me. What kind of harsh words are those? Bai Ye couldn't help but glance at the girl's back. That's smooth. Chapter 90, Equipment Enhancement. Guild War begins. Leaving the Silver Merchants Guild, Bai Ye immediately contacted the Tianyin Pavilion. Little fish, it's Bai Ye. Yes, I wanted to ask if your Tianyin Pavilion currently has any epic tier armor gear specifically for assassins? Are you giving me a set? Never mind, how much is it? I'll buy it. Yes, exactly. How many do you have? I'll take as many as you have. Relying solely on the Silver Merchants Guild, it's still quite challenging to gather 4 sets of epic gear before the Guild War. But if we add the Tianyin Pavilion, with the 2 largest merchant guilds in the entire Dragon Kingdom as channels for collecting equipment, then Bai Ye should be able to repair the Thorn armor before the Guild War, which would be quite easy. As the call ended, all Bai Ye needed to do now was wait for good news from Li Yi and Nie Xiaoyu. Just as Bai Ye was thinking this, at that very moment, inside the Qinglong Guild, in the meeting room, Xiao Xing, who had returned, relayed the news of his chance encounter with Bai Ye in the abyss. As the guild master, Lu Ran immediately lost his composure. You said you encountered Bai Ye? Do you know what his status is? As Lu Ran finished speaking, Xiao Xing looked completely baffled. Isn't he just an assassin with decent potential? Before he could finish, Lu Ran shook his head. It's both true and not. Old Xiao, you don't know, do you? During the time you were in the abyss, Bai Ye has consecutively cleared 2 mutated dungeons. Not only that, but he also completed the large-scale raid he failed to finish 10 years ago. As Lu Ran recounted Bai Ye's achievements in detail, Xiao Xing couldn't help but whistle in admiration. Wow, I knew that kid wasn't just bluffing when he took on 2 mutated demons in the abyss, he's actually got the skills. To reach such heights as an assassin, Bai Ye is truly the first of his kind in all these years. As Xiao Xing marveled, he also thought of an important matter. Guild wars directly impact the benefits each guild can secure from the official authorities in the coming period. In previous guild wars, the top rankings had always been monopolized by the top 10 guilds. But this year, an unknown quantity like Bai Ye had emerged. This was highly unfavorable for them. Therefore, Xiao Xing turned to Lu Ran and asked, Old Lu, what should we do about the upcoming guild war? Lu Ran replied, the enemy only has one player, Bai Ye. As long as we assemble a team that can counter him, we still have a chance to win. We'll see how it goes. Upon hearing Lu Ran's plan to form a specialized team to counter Bai, Xiao Xing couldn't help but sigh. Xiao Xing couldn't help but sigh. Wow, forming a team just to counter one person? Isn't that a bit underhanded? Lu Ran smiled, I have no choice. After all, Bai Ye's strength is far beyond that of other players of the same level. And just as the major guilds were already stirring behind the scenes, the night before the guild war, Li Yi arrived at the mansion to pay a visit. Bai Ye, I'm sorry, but time is tight. I've only managed to gather 3 sets of equipment. Would you mind? As she handed the equipment to Bai Ye, Li Yi felt anxious inside. Knowing her thoughts, Bai Ye reassured her, it's okay. 3 sets are enough. After all, I have other channels to collect equipment. As Bai Ye finished speaking, Li Yi was puzzled. Other channels? Just as she was puzzled, Nie Xiaoyu walked over. Bai Ye, the gear you wanted, this lady has it. There are 4 sets in total. As Nie Xiaoyu finished speaking, Li Yi's eyes widened. She was completely dumbfounded. Li Yi never expected that Bai Ye actually knew Nie Xiaoyu. At the same time she noticed Nie Xiaoyu. Nie Xiaoyu smiled and teased, hey, isn't this the eternal second place? Long time no see. How come you seem even worse now? Li Yi was deeply offended. Nie Xiaoyu, let me tell you, one day, the Baiyin Merchants Guild will definitely crush your Tianyin Pavilion under our feet. Nie Xiaoyu didn't care at all. Haha, we'll see when you actually achieve that. Just as the 2 women were arguing. As she was leaving, Nie Xiaoyu suddenly reminded Bai Ye of something. Oh, right, Bai Ye, tomorrow is the guild battle. According to the insider information we've obtained, the Shinnon Guild might be targeting you. Be careful. Upon hearing this, Bai Ye raised his eyebrows slightly. Is that so? I'll be careful then. Soon, Nie Xiaoyu and Li Yi left together. Back inside the house, Bai Ye's innate ability activated. Through fusion, he believed that while repairing the Thorn armor, he could also enhance it to the next level from its original state. As a white light surged forth, a brand new set of armor came into Bai Ye's view. Thorn armor. Quality mythical. Effect 1 movement speed increased by an additional 400%. Effect 2 physical defense increased by 1500%, magic resistance increased by 800%. Effect 3 consumes 200 mana to activate a counterattack effect, reflecting 50% of all damage taken over the next 3 seconds back to the attacker. Effect 4 restores 1000% of maximum health. Evaluation an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Enhances other equipment when sacrificed. In addition to the buff being significantly stronger than before, the counterattack effect of the Thorn armor has changed from passive to active. Additionally, the counterattack effect has increased from 10% to 50%. This means that in battle, Bai Ye will have another ace up his sleeve. A night passed. At dawn, Bai Ye finally woke up. When he stepped out of the room, he saw Bai Ye had already prepared breakfast. Today was the day Bai Ye was to participate in the guild battle. For this reason, Bai Ye was quite attentive. "Big brother, you're awake? Come eat breakfast. After you finish, you can go participate in the guild battle. I heard from Qin's sister that your guild is counting on you." Sitting down, Bai Ye asked curiously while eating his fried egg. "Xiao Yu, when did you learn how to cook?" Bai Ye rolled her eyes. "You're so slow. I'm a genius. As long as I pay a little attention, I can learn anything in no time." As the siblings bantered as usual. Soon, Xin Yanan arrived and personally came to pick them up. Soon, Bai Ye also arrived at the guild battle site. As soon as he got out of the car, he saw that the place was packed with people. Chapter 91, Bai Ye's True Strength. Sun Liang is shocked. On the vast square, a large number of class changers had gathered here, the atmosphere tense to the extreme. Those who could participate in this guild battle were the elite from the major guilds. Those under 30 had already reached level 100, considered geniuses in the eyes of outsiders, but here they were like fish out of water. This guild war vividly demonstrated what it means when they say, level 100s are everywhere, and those in their 80s and 90s are no better than dogs. Mr. Bai, in this guild war, you must be cautious of the Shunan guild. If necessary, you can choose to withdraw immediately, preserving your life as the top priority. While explaining the guild war rules to Bai Ye, Xin Yanan also took the opportunity to remind him. Just as the two were exchanging words, the guild war began. As the main referee of this guild war and also the guildmaster of the transferee guild, Zhou Yintian stepped onto the stage. "All transferees, the first round of this assessment is a large-scale dungeon we have specially prepared for you. Within this large-scale dungeon, the guild that defeats the boss first and performs the best in the dungeon will receive the highest score. The assessment will be based on two aspects: teamwork and coordination in actual combat, as well as the overall strength comparison with other teams." Among the many guild war participants, White Knight, standing alone, seemed completely out of place in the larger environment. Facing Bai Ye, the audience was buzzing with speculation. What the hell? Bai is alone? Wow! Can he take on an entire team by himself? What's going on with the Qin clan? Why didn't they assign teammates to Bai? Are they treating him like a scapegoat? Sigh, I just don't get why White Knight chose to team up with the Qin family. It's a complete disaster. Despite knowing how strong Bai Ye is. But in everyone's eyes, one person's strength is always limited. How could Bai Ye possibly match up against a team composed of so many high-tier transfigured warriors? Just as everyone was doubting him. At the same time, she also arrived at the scene. Luo Shui unconsciously clenched her fists. She had already completed her class advancement and become a shadow hunter. But she still lagged far behind Bai Ye. At this rate, when would she ever be able to team up with Bai Ye to tackle dungeons and level up together? Just as Luo Shui's thoughts drifted away. As the large-scale dungeon unfolded, the reclassification teams from various guilds also entered the dungeon one after another. And Bai Ye was no exception. As a flash of white light streaked by, as the scene before her eyes gradually became clear, Bai Ye found himself already inside the dungeon. "You have entered the land of fairy tales." A series of prompts appeared before Bai Ye's eyes. He was slightly surprised. Is there any connection between this copy and the one from the official guide earlier? Curious but not dwelling on it, Bai Ye immediately sprang into action. Although the scores for each team are determined by multiple factors, the most crucial factors were the number of monsters killed and whether the boss had been defeated. The more monsters killed, the better the performance, and the more it demonstrated the guild's ability to train class changers. Bai Ye's thoughts were clear. He had no intention of hunting lone beasts or monsters. Instead, he plans to go straight for the source, targeting the monster hordes. This way, the points earned will also be the highest. Meanwhile, in the same dungeon, as the team leader, he was leading the members of the Shunan Guild when Sun Liang killed a beast. Around him, voices of praise could be heard. "No wonder you're the captain. You're so skilled." "That's right. With Captain Sun here, our guild is sure to win first place." "Ha, compared to the captain, that Bai Ye isn't even worth a single hair on your body." Although he knew this was everyone flattering him. But as the saying goes, what you see isn't always what you get, Sun Liang smiled and humbly replied. "Don't say that. After all, there are always stronger people out there. The transferred players who came to participate in this guild war are quite powerful." After saying this, Sun Liang suddenly changed the subject. "Speaking of which, there's a bloodthirsty ant nest up ahead, right?" After a brief pause, Sun Liang said, "In the next phase, we'll go take on that nest. Once we've conquered the bloodthirsty ant nest, our team's ranking will surely soar to the top." Hearing Sun Liang actually plan to attack the bloodthirsty ants directly, and seeing his confident demeanor, everyone's eyes lit up. Following such a capable leader, this guild battle was going to be a cakewalk, no challenge at all. Everyone agreed enthusiastically. Following Sun Liang, the members of the Shin Known Guild soon arrived at the bloodthirsty ant nest.
looking at the ant nest in the distance, which resembled a fortress. Sun Liang's expression was filled with excitement.
He knew this guild battle was of great significance. If he could lead his team to victory and claim the championship, he would not only gain the officials' favor and guild rewards but also have a high chance of becoming famous overnight. Thinking of this, Sun Liang quickened his pace. Just as he was about to reach the nest and launch an attack on the bloodthirsty ants, little did he know that Bai Ye had arrived first. As the golden and crimson-colored magical array began to form,
the sky grew dark in an instant.
As rolling white flames descended from the sky, the impact, mixed with scorching heat, swept toward them, a scene of devastation that left Sun Liang and his companions speechless.
Feeling the intense heat, Sun Liang and the others instinctively took a few steps back. Among the group, one person trembled. "Captain, isn't Bai Ye an assassin? Why does he know a mage's forbidden technique?"
At those words, everyone couldn't help but swallow hard. They had just been comparing Bai Ye to Sun Liang.
Now, they looked like complete fools. Just as Sun Liang and his group were inwardly shaken by Bai Ye's actions. At that very moment, the hearts of the onlookers outside were equally unsettled. Wow, if it's not closed, then it's open, right? A assassin? As long as there are no witnesses, that counts as a successful assassination, right? No, how much time has passed? Bai Ye's strength has improved way too quickly. Just as the scene erupted into chaos.
Sitting in his chair, Huang Yao's face had turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. He stared intently at the projection from the copy, his eyes flashing with cold intent.
Bai Ye's threat was simply too great. If this continues, it will definitely threaten them. He had to come up with a plan to suppress Bai Ye.
As an idea began to take shape in his mind, Huang Yao's eyes flickered.
Chapter 92. This isn't an assassin, it's a monster. Inside the dungeon.
As the fiery flames engulfed countless bloodthirsty ants. As his innate ability triggered, Bai Ye's mind was filled with constant alerts.
You have looted the bloodthirsty ant's attributes, strength +1. You have looted the bloodthirsty ant's attributes, health +1. Your level has risen to 91, granting you 10 free attribute points. Perhaps it was because his strength had increased several-fold compared to before. Dealing with these bloodthirsty ants was a breeze for Bai Ye.
In no time, he had annihilated the queen ant along with the entire ant nest.
Glancing at the attribute points he had looted, Bai Ye sighed deeply.
Once your level gets higher, the experience and attributes you can obtain from lower-level monsters decrease significantly. As he muttered to himself, he sensed magical fluctuations coming from the distance ahead, thanks to his mastery of the art of freedom. Bai Ye leaped into the air, vanishing into the wilderness.
As he watched Bai Ye's figure vanish in an instant,
he saw the scorched earth left behind by the massive fire. Staring blankly for a moment, Sun Liang felt as though he had lost all his strength and collapsed to the ground.
Impossible. How could this be? Muttering to himself, Sun Liang's eyes were vacant. This isn't a class changer at all, it's more like a monster than a monster itself.
The vast terrain of the large-scale dungeon stretched out before them. For the teams dispatched by the major guilds, completing an exploration of the entire dungeon in a short amount of time was no easy feat. Therefore, to enhance the competitiveness among the teams,
before entering the dungeon, each class changer is equipped with an electronic watch.
It tracks the number of monsters each team has defeated and converts them into points, displaying a real-time ranking. Just as they had defeated another group of monsters, the members of the Qinglong Guild couldn't help but show a hint of joy. Our team is currently ranked first. At this rate, once we defeat the boss, we're definitely the champions, right? Yeah.
But we can't let our guard down.
After all, the Holy Light Guild still poses a significant threat to us.
Among the top 10 guilds, aside from the Holy Light Guild and the Starry Sky Guild, the rest shouldn't pose much of a threat to us, right?
While cleaning up the battlefield and checking their loot, listening to her teammates' casual chatter.
As the team leader, Wang Yixue remained vigilant.
After all, as the connection between the other world and the present grows closer, the world becomes increasingly unstable. To prepare for the upcoming changes, the rewards provided by the official organizers this time were far superior to previous ones. Wang Yixue certainly didn't want the title of first place to fall into the hands of another guild.
Just as she thought this, Wang Yixue heard a sudden shout from her teammates.
Look, a guild's ranking has already reached third place.
It looks like they'll soon overtake the Holy Light Guild and climb to second place in the points ranking. Curious, Wang Yixue also opened the ranking function on her watch. Number 1, Qinglong Guild. Current points 5159. Number 2, Holy Light Guild. Current points 4823. Number 3, Assassin's Creed. Current points 3687.
As expected, aside from the top 10 guilds, an obscure little guild had managed to break into the top 3.
Wang Yixue couldn't help but show astonishment on her face. What kind of team could possibly make it to the top 3 and compete with the top 10 guilds? Out of curiosity, Wang Yixue opened the guild's information. She couldn't help but let out a gasp. This can't be possible.
The participant information displayed in Assassin's Creed was not a team, but only Bai Ye alone.
To go up against a team alone?
Such a thing was unheard of to Wang Yixue. Furrowing her brows and biting her lips, she issued orders to her team.
Don't rest.
The Holy Light Guild is about to be overtaken. If we lose, our ranking will be in danger. Upon hearing Wang Yixue's words, everyone realized the severity of the situation. Though they had no idea how Bai Ye had managed to boost the rankings.
But the first position was something the Qinglong Guild would never give up to anyone.
While Wang Yixue and her group were searching for the traces of the strange beasts and monsters, using his innate perception, Bai Ye had already located a monster cave. Though both were large-scale dungeons, the Fairyland realm was significantly easier than the Godfall Wasteland, which had been forged from the Great Cataclysm. Additionally, with his mastery of forbidden spells, few beasts or monsters could stand against Bai Ye.
Even if there were, what about the world-destroying flames, fired twice in succession?
The beasts and monsters only needed to worry about how to defend against the forbidden spells. However, due to his lack of magical power, Bai Ye has much more to consider. He quickly downed several bottles of magic restoration potions one after another.
When the skill activates,
White Knight saw the surging white flames pouring out of the cave. Under the intense heat, the entire cave nearly melted and distorted.
As the giant salamander that had made this its lair crawled out of its nest.
Its body scorched by the flames, the giant salamander glared at Bai Ye, whose expression remained calm, unable to hide the anger in its eyes.
Human, I have no grudge against you. Why did you kill my kind and destroy my nest? Don't you think your actions are too brutal and heartless?
He never imagined that one day he would face such a moral condemnation from a beast.
Bai Ye couldn't help but find it amusing.
The world does not distinguish between right and wrong, it only recognizes positions. The White Knight was no saint to him. If they were enemies, then they must be killed. They had already plundered endlessly. What could be done? Naturally, it was to stop killing with killing. He did not directly answer the brutal lizard's question.
Bai Ye answered with his actions.
You have looted the violent salamander's attributes, magic power plus 10. As Bai Ye pushed forward relentlessly in the dungeon, he was unstoppable. On the other side, Wang Yixue and the others, who were closely monitoring Bai Ye's situation, were completely baffled.
Captain, it's bad.
Bai Ye's points have surpassed the Holy Light Guild.
Captain, Bai Ye's points have reached over 5,000. He's almost caught up to us. It's over, Captain.
His points are rising too quickly, he's already taken the top spot. As the team members occasionally let out cries of surprise. The points Bai Ye had accumulated had grown to an absurdly high number.
Wang Yixue was highly skeptical. Could it be that the watch is malfunctioning, or that Bai Ye is using some kind of cheat? Upon hearing this, everyone agreed. After all, how could Bai Ye, alone, possibly be more efficient than their entire team at defeating monsters? Only cheating could explain the abnormal surge in Bai Ye's points. How shameless. Cheating. Exactly. Doesn't he know that the entire Guild War was streamed live? Wow, I never expected this year's Guild War to have such a cheating oddball. Bai Ye has really screwed over his own guild. Not only the Qinglong Guild thinks so. Other guilds also believe that Bai Ye is cheating. After all, the speed at which Bai Ye's points were increasing was beyond their comprehension. However, Bai Ye is unaware of this. As he continued to advance, he unknowingly found himself in the boss room. In the depths of the dense forest. Gazing at the boss room embedded in the mountain, with only a massive bronze iron door remaining. Without hesitation, Bai Ye stepped inside. Chapter 93, Fallen Angels Clone. Divine Bloodline. Outside, everyone watched as Bai Ye entered the room. Everyone began to discuss the situation. It seems Bai Ye is certain to win the first match. Yes, I've never seen such a skilled assassin before. Currently, Bai Ye is almost at the 100th level. With just a few more breakthroughs, he will surely achieve the title of Star of the Heavens. Listening to the surrounding people lavish praise on Bai Ye, Luo Shui hummed an unknown song, her mood noticeably improved. After all, who wouldn't want their beloved to be praised by others? As time passed, 3 days and 2 nights had passed since the guild battle began. And Bai Ye had also arrived at the deepest part of the boss's room. The vast, empty space was undoubtedly where the boss resided. The statue standing at the center of the arena and the intricate runes carved into the surrounding walls draw everyone's attention. Since gods are invisible, the statue has no facial features, merely taking the form of a human figure. Which deity does this statue belong to within this dungeon? Just as Bai Ye was curious, the boss stationed here reveals its true form. It was a humanoid demon with black wings, resembling a fallen angel. Feeling its terrifying aura, Bai Ye's gaze grew intense. He cast the identification spell. Lucifer Clone. Health 1,000,000,001,000,000. Magic Power 15,000,015,000. Strength 8,000. Speed 4,500. Resilience 1,000. Skill Shadow Ball, Shadow Vortex, Lightning Strike. Description: the age of the gods has passed, and it is nothing more than a fading memory of the past. Even as a mere avatar, its power is already so terrifying. If the true form were to descend, how formidable would it be? Just as Bai Ye was deep in thought, Lucifer was also observing him. After a moment of tense silence, Lucifer spoke first. Human, who are you? Why do I sense the presence of a god emanating from you? The scent of a god? Upon hearing this, Bai Ye also realized something and summoned the great dog and the shadow dragon simultaneously. Facing the two beasts, Lucifer couldn't help but show a look of astonishment on his face. It turned out that the divine aura he had sensed, it did not come from Bai Ye, but from the two beasts under his command. How had Bai Ye managed to so effortlessly control two beasts of divine lineage? Driven by curiosity, Lucifer launched an attack without any warning. It didn't care about the opponent's methods. As long as it could devour Bai Ye and his group, that would surely help fill the gaps in its own divine bloodline, right? Roar! Awa! One wolf and one dragon coordinated with Bai Ye, charging toward Lucifer without hesitation. 3 against 1, the battle was about to begin. Lucifer had assumed that Bai Ye was merely a summoner. As long as he took down Bai Ye, the battle would naturally come to an end. However, just as he launched his attack, Lucifer realized that something was amiss. Isn't Bai Ye a summoner? But why was his speed and strength stronger than that of the big dog and the shadow dragon? Caught off guard by the information gap, Lucifer was caught completely off guard. Had it not been for his life points being in the millions, granting him a high margin for error. Otherwise, he would have already been defeated by now. It formed a magic orb in its hands and threw it at Bai Ye while Lucifer quickly adjusted his strategy, aware that the two sides were evenly matched. As the probing ends, Lucifer's expression grows wary. Human, who are you? Why are your skills so peculiar? In response, Bai Ye advanced forward, holding a short blade. Me? I'm just an assassin. At this casual reply, Lucifer's lips twitched. Clearly a hexagonal warrior, yet he claims to be an assassin. Does that make any sense? They were treating it like a toy. As Bai Ye shifted from defense to offense and stepped into the spellcasting area, Lucifer's lips curled upward, and it immediately enlarged. In an instant, beneath Bai Ye's feet, a purple-colored array, surrounded by countless runes, began to form. As Bai Ye was bound by the array, Lucifer's lips curled into a smile. Human, you've already lost. This array can bind him with your strength. It will be difficult for you to break free. Speaking thus, Lucifer laughed maliciously. Enough, human. It's time to end this. Die. As he spoke, Lucifer activated his ability. Suddenly, a deafening explosion echoed through the sky, followed by rolling thunderbolts descending from the heavens. The thunder engulfed everything, unstoppable in its might. As a high-output attribute, lightning not only deals massive damage in an instant but also inflicts a paralysis effect on enemies, limiting their movement. In Lucifer's eyes, even if this strike couldn't kill Bai Ye, it would at least severely wound him. At that moment, it was nearly at full strength. How could it possibly lose? However, while the imagination was beautiful, Lucifer had not anticipated that, aside from its higher numerical values, what makes Bai truly stronger is its mechanics. As magic power was depleted, just as the lightning was about to strike, the counterattack effect was triggered. Boom! A deafening roar echoed through the air. The thunderbolt splits into two, one heading toward Bai Ye and the other toward Lu Shifa. Unbeknownst to him, the skill he had unleashed had ultimately turned against himself. When the skill hit, Lucifer's health dropped sharply to around 50,000. The magical array originally used to bind Bai Ye was also disrupted by the external attack. Human, what's wrong with your skill? He had never encountered such a situation before. Feeling as though he had been toyed with by Bai, Lucifer grew furious. Roaring in anger, it continuously cast spells, hurling one shadow ball after another toward Bai. But as White Knight faced the energy spheres head-on, he absorbed the attacks directly. Lucifer muttered under his breath, "Fool." Even though it had already distributed some of the damage, its high health pool allowed it to act with impunity. As for Bai Ye, he was the classic fragile type. Engaging in a direct confrontation with it was a suicide mission. As the orbs struck one after another, sending up clouds of sand, Lucifer laughed maniacally. Humans, I don't know what tricks you have up your sleeve, but one thing is certain: you're already dead. Just as Lucifer spoke loudly, proclaiming victory, he had no idea that his health had already reached the critical threshold. The silver blade in Bai's hand flashed, and Lucifer's head rolled to the ground. You have obtained Lucifer's skill, Lightning Strike. You have obtained Divine Bloodline 1. You have obtained Fallen Angel's Power 1. As the notification sound rang out, Lucifer's skills and bloodline were plundered by White Knight. Except for the Lightning Strike skill. The two bloodlines, along with the enslaved shadow, are fused with the large dog by Bai Ye. Fuse. Under Bai Ye's command, as magic power continuously flows in, the large dog undergoes a transformation at a speed visible to the naked eye. Now, it has retractable, controllable wings on both sides. Despite its seemingly evil appearance, it exudes an inexplicable sense of sanctity.
At this moment, it resembles a fusion of purity and darkness, as if it were an entity not belonging to this world. Oh whoa! As the fusion concluded, the large dog let out a loud howl, announcing the arrival of a brand new being. Looking at the large dog, Bai Ye also checked its information. Chapter 94, Claiming the First Crown. This is cheating, right? Name Big Dog. Race Mutant Hell Wolf. Health points 180,000,180,000. Magic 1, 201,200. Strength 3, 800. Speed 2, 800. Toughness 800. Skill Shadow Ball, Shadow Claw, Shadow Impact, Shadow Bind. Description: a special beast with divine bloodline, it possesses immense potential within its body, as its divine bloodline is once again awakened within it. In addition to all attribute values being enhanced, a brand new skill, Shadow Bind, has been unlocked. It remains to be seen what will happen when the big dog undergoes a complete transformation and the divine bloodline within it is fully activated. What kind of qualitative leap will the big dog's power undergo? With such thoughts in mind, Bai Ye returned to the present world through the teleportation array. As the dungeon was cleared, the first part of the competition also came to an end. Those teams still trapped within the dungeon were all kicked out one after another. At that moment, on the square, he wasn't the only one watching those kicked out of the dungeon. The entire square was teeming with people. As the representative of the Qinglong Guild, Wang Yixue was completely dumbfounded. Wait, I was just about to go take on the boss. Now you're telling me the raid is already over? Just as Wang Yixue was trying to gather her thoughts, a name appeared on the projected screen. For a moment, upon seeing that name, the entire scene suddenly fell into a brief moment of silence. Guild War Round 1 results announced. Number 1, Assassin's Creed. Team members, White Knight. Points earned to 1,980. Are you kidding me? Over 20,000 points? Are you sure there's not an extra zero? Are you sure this is something one person could do alone? After a brief moment of silence, the crowd erupted into chaos. No way, this must be a glitch. A assassin? I'll admit his single target damage is high, but it shouldn't be this fast, right? Yeah, he doesn't have any AoE skills. How did he manage to get over 20,000 points in just 3 days? Just as everyone was expressing their disbelief, the video of Bai Ye speed clearing the large-scale dungeon was released. Everyone was speechless. Watching Bai's combat style on the big screen, they felt like their CPUs were about to overheat. Isn't Bai Ye an assassin? Yet he was casting mage-class forbidden spells? Was that even possible? Wow, what kind of close-range mage is this? Zhang Debao and Wang Yixue couldn't help but rub their eyes in disbelief. She never imagined that Bai Ye actually had real power. 3 parts astonishment, 7 parts wonder, and 99 parts shock. Seeing Bai Ye's calm expression, it seemed as though he had anticipated this outcome all along. Wang Yixue's expression grew complex. Seeing Bai Ye so confident and unfazed, she couldn't help but marvel inwardly. This is how a high-tier class changer should be. On the other side, in Luo City, Zhang Hao, who had just joined the Holy Light Guild, saw Bai Ye secure the championship in the first round and crush the other guilds, causing him to let out a triumphant shout. Ha, Bai Ye won first place in the first round of the guild battle. Do you know Bai Ye? He's the strongest assassin in history, and yes, he's my brother. Ha, how did you know my brother crushed all the other guilds in the guild war? No wonder he's my good brother. He's like a cow flying a plane, amazing. If it had been before, Zhang Hao would have been seething with envy, muttering, White Knight, you deserve to die. But now, Zhang Hao could only say, brother, you're so amazing. As the news of Bai Ye and Zhang Hao's relationship spread, the entire Holy Light Guild, especially the few who frequently teamed up with Zhang Hao, began to change their attitude toward him. Having such a good brother isn't just something to boast about. In the future, once Bai Ye truly becomes a rising star and takes off, if Zhang however faces any difficulties, he'll be given a helping hand. Kyoto, the guild battle site. As the first phase gradually came to a close, Qin Yanan also came forward to congratulate Bai Ye. Bai Ye, congratulations on securing the first place. As long as you stay steady, the first place is definitely ours. Bai Ye smiled. Don't worry, I'll win. Seeing Bai Ye so confident. As they walked, Qin Yanan also explained the details of the most critical second phase of the guild battle, the showdown between the class changers. Bai Ye, in the second round of the class change battle, you'll face the youngest, most talented, and most elite teams from all the guilds. Do you think you can handle it? Should I add a few teammates for you? In Qin Yanan's view, the beasts and monsters didn't understand tactics, so they were easy to deal with. But if they were class changers, that was a different story. Moreover, Bai Ye's combat style had already been exposed during the first phase. Facing Bai Ye's combat methods, the major guilds would likely tailor their strategies to counter him. Facing her worried gaze, how could Bai Ye not know what she was thinking? He said, it's fine. I can handle it on my own. Just as he spoke, they arrived outside the arena. Bai Ye saw Luo Shui with a sorrowful expression. He was slightly surprised. Shuei, why are you here? Luo Shuei crossed her arms and gave a soft snort. I just heard that auntie is ill, so I came to visit her. I didn't come here to see you. After speaking, she glanced in the direction of Qin Yanan. I heard you've established a guild. How is it going? As soon as Luo Shuei finished speaking, how could Bai Ye not understand her thoughts? Speaking of which, our guild is currently short-handed. Would you like to join us, Shuei? Upon hearing this, Luo Shuei's face lit up with joy. But she quickly hid her expression. Since your guild is short-handed, I happen to have some free time. I'll join and give you a hand. Seeing the two of them chatting so happily, Qin Yanan didn't want to be a third wheel, so she gave them a knowing look. I suddenly remembered I have some things to take care of. You guys go ahead and have fun. I'll head out first. As Qin Yanan left, Bai Ye turned to Luo Shuei and said, let us go explore the area, Shuei. Ha! She didn't expect Bai Ye to take the initiative. Luo Shuei blinked her eyes. Before she could react, Bai Ye had already started walking forward. I noticed you haven't changed your equipment much, have you? Why don't you come with me to the weapon shop? I'll update your gear while we're there. As Bai Ye finished speaking, he pulled her along. Luo Shuei's expression froze. A lone man and woman on a date, shouldn't they be going to the movies or something? Why did it turn into a weapons store when it comes to Bai Ye? Chapter 95, New Gear. One-hit kill. After about 10 minutes, they entered a weapons store. Bai Ye only saw the shop assistant coming toward him. May I assist you with anything? Bai Ye pushed Luo Shuei forward. Help her pick out a suitable set of protective gear. Quality is important, and price isn't an issue. As soon as Bai Ye finished speaking, the shop assistant's eyes lit up. This was a big customer. She immediately said, Sir, you and your girlfriend have come to the right place. Our store's protective gear is top-notch, we won't let you down. Before Luo Shuei could react, the shop assistant had already taken her by the hand and started helping her pick out items. Meanwhile, Bai Ye also selected a few accessories that could enhance endurance. Once he fused them together using his innate ability, his endurance would be taken to a whole new level, wouldn't it? Just as Bai Ye had the accessories packaged, he saw Luo Shuei emerge from the changing room. She wore a silver-colored lightweight armor, her curves perfectly accentuated by the armor. Her fair legs, paired with long combat boots, created an absolute domain. The entire figure exuded a sense of strength and confidence, rivaling that of any man. Bai Ye, do you think this outfit looks good on me? As she spoke, her expression was shy yet bold, exuding a striking contrast. Bai Ye smiled, it's perfect. As she spoke, Bai Ye paid. Bai Ye was not the kind of person who forgot to show gratitude. In the past, the Luo sisters had helped them a lot. It was just a matter of helping Luo Shuei change into a new set of gear. This amount of money was more than Bai Ye could afford. Seeing how generous Bai Ye was, the shop assistant smiled, and her gaze toward Luo Shuei was filled with envy. Miss, you're so lucky to have such a boyfriend. Luo Shuei remained silent. However, the blush on the young girl's face spoke volumes. After leaving the store and parting ways with Luo Shuei, back at the hospital, Bai Ye continued his routine of enhancing his mother's abilities to maintain the balance of Zhou Ling's various attributes. Therefore, this time, Bai Ye did not enhance her magical power but chose to enhance her life force instead. After completing all of this, Bai Ye also took out the accessories he had purchased. When the talent activated, he fused it. You have obtained the magic pendants trait. You have obtained the crescent moon pendants trait. Notice, all equipment properties have been fused. You have obtained a mythical quality equipment, Star Guardian. Equipment Stellar Guardian. Type Pendant. Quality Mythic. Effect 1, restores 1% magic per second during combat, and 5% magic per second when out of combat. Effect 2, all recovery effects are increased by 500%. Effect 3, in party mode, allies share half of the damage you take. Evaluation, we will all be blessed by the stars. We do not seek to be born in the same year or month, but we do seek to die in the same year and month. Upon reading this equipment information, Bai Ye's eyes lit up. With the protection of the stars and his innate endurance, he would finally be free from his reliance on magic restoration potions. Apart from the percentage-based recovery effect, what Bai Ye was more concerned about was the damage sharing effect granted by the star protection. Damage sharing combined with the unbreakable damage reduction and the thorn armor's counterattack. This was more than enough to minimize the damage he took. Compared to 10,000 points of damage, only 25 points would hit Bai Ye. It's absolutely terrifying. With the new equipment, Bai Ye is clearly in a good mood. As night gradually deepened, the Shenong Guild. Huang Yao also distributed several sets of equipment. As you all know, Bai Ye can use fire attribute forbidden spells, and his primary attack method relies on stacking poison. Therefore, your team composition and equipment are all designed to counter Bai Ye. I demand that once you face Bai Ye, do not allow him to advance further. The first place in this guild war must belong to the Shenong Guild. as Huang Yao finished speaking. As the team leader, Su Jie also looked solemn.
Master, rest assured. We will not let you down.
Hearing this, Huang Yao was very satisfied. In addition to assigning Su Jie and others, Huang Yao also contacted several other guilds for assistance.
The goal was to continuously eliminate the White Knight status.
This was all to ensure that Su Jie and his team could emerge victorious, to secure first place in the guild war. In Huang Yao's view, his bottom line was having no bottom line. And those harboring such thoughts were not limited to Huang Yao alone. In the Qinglong Guild, Lu Ran also shared this mindset. While explaining the tactics to deal with Bai Ye to the 5 participants in this competition,
Lu Ran casually asked his secretary, "Has the match schedule for the guild war been finalized yet?"
The guild master can rest assured everything has been arranged. After a brief pause, the secretary smiled, "I've already notified the smaller guilds in our faction. Bai Ye is just waiting to be dealt with.
Even if Bai Ye is as strong as he is, he can easily win. But if he's facing multiple teams? Even if he's that strong, he'll be worn out eventually, right?" While all the major guilds were secretly making their moves.
Before they knew it, the next day had arrived. When the guild battle began,
facing the participants, Zhou Yintian spoke up.
"Everyone, this battle primarily tests your team coordination and overall strength.
This competition will follow an elimination format.
After the guild battle concludes, we will evaluate your performance and determine the rankings."
Just as Zhou Yintian was explaining the rules of the competition, on the electronic screen, the battling teams began randomly drawing their assignments.
Upon seeing their next opponents,
as they stepped onto the arena, Bai Ye almost couldn't help but laugh out loud.
His first opponent was the Bai Lu Guild. This was a small guild affiliated with the Shin Nong Guild. Looking at the 2 tanks, 1 warrior, and 2 priests, all 5 of them were fully armored. They were practically begging to be targeted.
Just as the referee gave the signal, the 2 tanks exchanged glances and charged forward first.
Meanwhile, the warriors launched a flanking assault, while the priests provided shields and buffs. Facing such a combination, any other assassin would likely be struggling.
Their class is targeted, their attributes are targeted, and they're outnumbered. From any angle, it's completely unbeatable. In the audience, as they watched, the enemy had already suppressed Bai Ye. Everyone sighed in unison. What a pity. Bai Ye is going to lose the first match.
Sigh, the Bai Lu Guild's lineup. Bai Ye is just an assassin, how is he supposed to take on the backline?
Exactly. The enemy has 2 priests, Bai Ye can't handle them. I even bet on Bai Ye, what a loss.
I have no idea what the Qin family is thinking. If they'd just given Bai a few more teammates, this would have been different."
Listening to the crowd's discussions, observing the battle unfolding in the arena,
Qin Yanan clenched her fists tightly, unable to hide her tension.
She knew the top 10 guilds would definitely target Bai Ye,
but she never expected them to even bother pretending they were going straight for professional level attribute counters.
Facing a 3 forward, 2 defender healing and tanking combo, could Bai Ye defeat them?
Just as Qin Yanan's heart was racing,
as the enemies closed in, Bai Ye also made his move.
He didn't choose to prioritize the rear. Instead, he chose to engage the frontline warriors in a head-on clash, focusing on simple, brutal attacks. No one expected that Bai Ye, an assassin, would choose to confront the enemy head-on. The audience erupted in a chorus of sighs.
White Knight was being way too reckless. An assassin daring to go head-to-head with a tank supported by 2 priests? That's a surefire way to die.
Just as everyone thought the battle was over and Bai Ye was certain to lose,
the next scene left the entire arena in complete silence. Chapter 96, You don't think I only know how to play with fire, do you?
As Bai Ye punched out, the tank was sent flying backward instantly. Before the remaining 4 members of the Bai Lu Guild could react,
Bai Ye delivered a punch to each of them.
There were no flashy moves, just the sheer numerical superiority that resulted in an instant kill with a single punch, even with attribute and class advantages. But alas, the 5 class-changed members of the Bai Lu Guild simply couldn't match Bai Ye's overwhelming numerical advantage. Looking at the battlefield, only Bai Ye stood alone. For a moment, the crowd below couldn't stay calm. Holy crap, a single punch sent a tank wearing over 100 pounds of heavy armor flying through the air? Are you sure that's an assassin, not some kind of berserker? Bro, even if it's a berserker, they couldn't possibly be as absurd as Bai Ye. That's too bold. I guess betting on Bai Ye to win was the right choice. With magic powerful enough to unleash forbidden spells, combined with unmatched strength and an assassin's speed, I have no idea how Bai Ye could possibly lose. When Bai Ye demonstrated his true strength, opinions about him immediately split into 2 opposing camps. Meanwhile, below the stage, as Bai Ye easily won his first battle, Qin Yanan also secretly sighed in relief. But before she could fully relax, as the matches continued one after another, Qin Yanan could no longer sit still. This was because the team Bai Ye was facing had a highly targeted strategy. This was obvious to everyone. Someone was clearly meddling behind the scenes, aiming to wear down Bai Ye's condition before the final showdown. Winning the second match, winning the third match. Could Bai Ye really keep winning indefinitely? At that moment, Huang Yao noticed the unusual behavior on Qin Yin's side. Huang Yao smiled. This battle is already lost for Bai Ye. Even Jesus couldn't guarantee Bai Ye's victory. He, Huang Yao, said it. As time passed, it was clear that Bai Ye was being eliminated no matter who he faced. Once again, the teams from the 10 great guilds appeared, and all the opponents they encountered chose to surrender. Realizing this was a showdown between Bai Ye and the top 10 guilds, the atmosphere at the scene gradually became tense. Do you think Bai Ye can make it into the top 4? It's not certain. Haven't you noticed that all the teams are constantly adjusting their tactics to counter Bai Ye? Oh. After these few matches, White Knight's condition has been drained, and their trump cards have been exposed. How could they possibly win? The 10 great guilds are being way too underhanded, aren't they? Shoo. Don't say that. Do you want to get yourself killed? Just as everyone was discussing, as Bai Ye advanced to the semifinals, he faced off against the Qinglong Guild S team. On the battlefield, looking at Bai Ye, as the team captain, Wu Rui comforted his 4 teammates. Everyone, rest assured. Although Bai Ye's attacks are indeed powerful, his defense is relatively weak. As long as we find an opportunity to strike him, we'll definitely win. As Wu Rui finished speaking, the other 4 nodded in agreement. Judging from Bai Ye's performance so far, his skills were highly offensive. Combined with his assassin class, it was obvious that Bai Ye's defense was weak. 3 warriors and 2 priests. This formation was nearly identical to the teams Bai Ye had faced earlier. Seeing Wu Rui and the others preparing for battle, Bai Ye felt a bit helpless. This feels like I'm being challenged by a boss. As he muttered under his breath, Bai Ye took the initiative to attack first. Before the change, without the Star Guardian equipment, Bai Ye would have already started using potions to replenish his magic. But now, with the pendant replenishing his magic, with both stamina and resilience in good condition, Bai Ye showed no signs of his status declining. Bang! Just as the short blade was about to strike, a magic shield blocked the attack. Noticing the equipment worn by Wu Rui and the others, Bai Ye was slightly taken aback. Seeing that Bai Ye's attack had no effect, Wu Rui was overjoyed. Bai Ye, it seems your journey ends here in the top 4. This battle is already lost. As he spoke, Wu Rui raised his greatsword and charged forward. Amidst the flashing blades, with the assistance of the appraisal, he roughly gauged the strength of Wu Rui and his group. Bai Ye dodged and created some distance. Noticing his movement, Wu Rui raised an eyebrow. What? White Knight, you're not scared, are you? Thinking of giving up? Believing he had guessed the outcome, Wu Rui's lips curled into a slight smile. Come to think of it, you've won so many consecutive matches you must be tired. It's only natural to concede defeat due to poor condition. Just as Wu Rui finished speaking, he never expected that Bai Ye raised his hand, preparing to cast a spell. You don't really think your armor can stop my skills, do you? As Bai Ye finished speaking, the next moment, a chill swept over the area, and frost formed on the ground at a speed visible to the naked eye. You don't really think that the only spells I can use are fire-based, do you? As the frost spread, a sense of foreboding began to spread through Wu Rui's heart. The next second, Bai Ye's subsequent actions confirmed his suspicions. As rolling thunderbolts descended from the sky, the lightning followed the frost, spreading toward Wu Rui and the others. Focused solely on the fiery flames that might fall from the sky, they overlooked the thunderbolts assaulting them from the ground. In an instant, Wu Rui and his group were engulfed by the thunder and lightning. The armor Huang Yao had provided them was primarily designed to withstand physical and fire-based damage. Their resistance to attacks from other elements was significantly weaker. As the thunder struck, the shields were covered with cracks resembling a spider's web. Realizing they couldn't withstand the onslaught, the 2 priests' expressions betrayed their fear. Captain, the shields are about to break. Just as one of the priests finished speaking, with a loud crack, the entire shield shattered like broken glass. Damn it! You jinx! Wu Rui cursed under his breath, but before he could think of a way to fix it, the entire arena was filled with countless silver snakes dancing wildly. Seeing this, the audience, who had previously believed Bai Ye was certain to lose, were now in a state of panic. They stared wide-eyed, their expressions filled with disbelief. Damn it, Bai Ye actually knows lightning and ice skills. Wow, if I hadn't known Bai Ye was an assassin, I would have thought he was a mage. 3-element spell-based skills, and he's an assassin? Family, who could have seen this coming? No wonder he's been so calm all along. He must have a trump card up his sleeve. Sitting in the front row of the audience, seeing Bai Ye's performance, Zhou Yintian, the president of the Job Change Guild, nodded in satisfaction. White Knight is quite impressive. It won't be long before our Dragon Nation has another rising star. Seeing that the guild's leader had spoken, Du Zhe, the deputy leader, also smiled and agreed. Indeed, it seems that the top 10 guilds will have their hands full in the coming days.
Zhou Yentian nodded lightly.
That's right. Once the Qin clan rises to power, the top 10 guilds of our Dragon Nation will become the top 11.
As they chatted, Zhou Yentian added, make the arrangements.
Provide some subsidies to the Qin clan. Dragon Nation always protects and supports guilds with potential. As contact between the present world and the other side grew increasingly close, disasters struck one after another across the globe. To counteract the possibility of a catastrophe on the scale of the one 14 years ago, the government provides certain support to those with potential for class transformation. The current Sword Saint is the best example of this. In Dragon Nation, we don't fear those who stand out or those who monopolize resources, we only fear those who take resources and do nothing with them. It is precisely this system that allows Dragon Nation to produce a steady stream of talent even in such chaotic times.
Chapter 97, National War. The enemy comes from the other side. At the center of the arena.
As the dust and smoke in the air gradually dissipated,
the outcome of this battle was clear.
Without a doubt, Bai Ye had successfully advanced to the top 2. He was now just one step away from the true championship. Next, all we need to do is defeat the team from the Shinong Guild. As Bai Ye looked toward the other side of the arena, he saw Su Jie and his group engaged in a fierce battle with the Holy Light Guild. After glancing at Su Jie's team's lineup, Bai Ye lost interest. Taking advantage of a break, Bai Ye decided to leave the arena. Seeing that Bai Ye didn't even bother to acknowledge the Shinong Guild,
Huang Yao couldn't help but sneer.
In all his years, he had never encountered someone as arrogant as Bai Ye.
Does he really think he's invincible? Doesn't he fear a humiliating defeat?
As Huang Yao mocked him in his heart, waiting for Bai Ye's final battle to end in humiliation.
As Bai Ye stepped out of the arena,
a voice called him to a halt. White Knight Assassin, the guild master is looking for you. As the words fell, Bai Ye turned around to see a middle-aged man in a suit and tie, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, approaching him. The man was none other than Deng Zhe, the vice president of the Job Changers Guild.
As Deng Zhe revealed his identity to Bai Ye, after a moment's hesitation, Bai Ye followed him.
Upon entering a room, he saw an elderly man who seemed to have been waiting there for some time. This must be the head of the Job Changers Guild, right?
Out of curiosity, Bai Ye secretly cast his appraisal spell. Zhou Yentian. Occupation: Fearless Shield Soldier, 8th Transformation. Level: 359. Upon seeing Zhou Yentian's profession and level, Bai Ye couldn't help but marvel.
No wonder he's the top-ranked member of the Job Change Guild.
After comparing the concentration of their magic,
Bai Ye realized that even with the most unique skill mechanics, if he were to fight Zhou Yentian, he would struggle to inflict any significant damage.
When facing Bai Ye, after revealing his identity, Zhou Yentian smiled and said, Bai Ye, come to think of it, this is our first meeting, isn't it? Bai Ye replied, may I ask what brings you here, Mr. Zhou? In response, Zhou Yentian didn't answer immediately but instead had Deng Zhe bring over a box. Bai Ye, inside this box is a blood amber flower.
This flower can strengthen meridians, promote blood circulation, harmonize magical power, and alleviate internal injuries.
I heard that your mother's demonic transformation syndrome is quite severe.
I hope this can help her. Upon receiving it and sensing the surging blood energy and magical power within, Bai Ye was astonished. A spiritual herb of this caliber is completely priceless on the market. It's the kind that, once used, is gone forever, completely extinct.
To give such a treasure to him, this favor is simply too generous. It seemed as though he had read Bai Ye's thoughts. Zhou Yentian smiled and said, speaking of which, Bai Ye, do you know how I obtained this blood amber flower? Bai Ye was piqued by curiosity. Spiritual herbs usually grow in places with dense magical energy. Could it be that old Zhou picked it from the Endless Tower or the Abyss? Zhou Yentian shook his head. Neither of those.
I obtained it during my youth from the other end. At those words, Bai Ye was startled. It was no wonder he reacted that way. If the Abyss and the Endless Tower are places of death that ordinary people fear, then the other end, which created all of this and serves as the place where the gods fell, is the Forbidden Zone within the Forbidden Zone. Yet someone claimed to have reached the other side.
He asked, is this what you call a white knight? It's not surprising. He couldn't help but ask. Then, Mr. Zhou, how did you reach that place, and how did you return? Zhou Yentian pulled up his sleeve.
When he revealed his withered arm, which was nothing but skin and bones, and his blackened, seemingly corroded hand, it was a sight to make one's blood run cold.
Zhou Yentian flashed a look of apprehension. The age of the gods has passed.
Yet they still influence this world in various ways. 14 years ago, during the Great Cataclysm, I joined the rescue team. You should know that the Great Cataclysm is connected to the Apostles and the beyond. It was then that I caught a glimpse of the other side. This blood amber flower is what I forcibly brought back from the beyond. As Zhou Yentian finished speaking,
Bai Ye understood.
When the Great Cataclysm strikes, the other side will also connect with the present world. If one wished to enter the other side, this was the only opportunity. Bai Ye asked again, then, Master Zhou, what is there in the other side? Apparently due to the sensitivity of the question, Zhou Yintian remained silent. I cannot say much, but I can tell you this, in the other side, there are countless apostles who follow the gods. They are monsters among monsters, beings that neither you nor even I could ever hope to defeat.
Seeing Zhou Yintian's serious expression, White Knight's heart was already in turmoil. Even a star-ranked class changer isn't their match.
How powerful are those apostles, exactly? As the two exchanged words, Zhou Yintian shifted the topic to another matter. By the way, Bai Ye, do you know about the national war?
National war?
Hearing this unfamiliar term, Bai Ye looked puzzled.
Zhou Yintian explained, the national war is a battlefield for foreign tribes. Temporarily, each country will send 1 or 2 people into it. Within, there are countless opportunities and treasures.
After a brief pause, Zhou Yintian continued.
And within this foreign battlefield, there are even divine artifacts.
Upon hearing this, Bai Ye was intrigued. If he could obtain mythical tier equipment and fuse it with his current gear, his strength would undoubtedly rise to a whole new level. Thinking to himself, Bai Ye grew pensive as Zhou Yintian mentioned the foreign battlefield.
Master Zhou, I have a question. When will the next national war open the foreign battlefield? The national war occurs once every 10 years, and the next one will take place in 20 days.
This time, I plan to recommend you, Bai Ye, to participate. The foreign battlefield means facing off against other nations' class-changed warriors and countless foreign enemies, with dangers lurking at every turn.
But it also meant endless opportunities.
If one can obtain sufficient resources, or even a divine artifact, in the foreign battlefield, then Bai Ye could very well rise to the top in one fell swoop. Of course, aside from the benefits for enhancing one's strength, what Bai Ye is more concerned about are the spiritual herbs found in the foreign battlefield. As a realm where the other world and the present world merge, it has been opened up to create a special space comparable to the Abyss and the Endless Tower. There must be plenty of spiritual herbs there, right? If he could obtain any spiritual herbs that could help restore and nourish his mother's constitution, that would be a huge windfall.
Thinking this, Bai Ye didn't hesitate and agreed. Thank you, Zhou Lao. I'll do my best. Seeing that it was about time,
Zhou Yintian gently patted Bai Ye on the shoulder.
Go participate in the guild war. Defeat those guilds. We'll discuss the details later. Bai Ye stood up. Yes, Mr. Zhou, I'll be going now. As Bai Ye left, he watched his back. Zhou Yintian turned to his deputy and asked, Deng Zai, what do you think of Bai Ye? In response, Deng Zai respectfully answered, if Zhou Lao thinks he's good, then I naturally think Bai Ye is capable as well. Zhou Yintian sighed deeply. The time left for this old man is growing short.
If our dragon nation could produce a few more military geniuses to confront those monsters on the other side, it would be for the best. Deng Zai comforted him, Master Zhou, you are the strongest general star of our dragon nation. You will surely live to see the day when all the gods are utterly destroyed and the nation is at peace.
Zhou Yintian laughed heartily. Then wouldn't I just become an old fossil? A truly immortal old fool? How depressing. Chapter 98, The Might of the Forbidden Spell. Reduced to ruins.
Moments later, as Bai Ye returned to the arena, the guild battle had reached its final, most intense stage. The team that could defeat the Holy Light Guild. It must be said that Su Jia and his team were indeed quite powerful.
As Bai Ye glanced over, the adjustments to the opposing team's formation caught him off guard.
Instead of 3 frontline fighters and 2 support units, they had 4 support units, with Su Jia as the main attacker. It was clear that Su Jia intended to leverage the buffs from the 4 supports to elevate his strength to match theirs, then engage in a one-on-one showdown.
Just as Bai Ye was thinking this, Su Jia took a step forward.
As a level 124th class paladin, Su Jia was no pushover. Especially with his highly specialized gear and the support of 4 support units, his strength had been boosted to a terrifying level. Wielding his long spear, Su Jia smiled.
Come on, Bai Ye, let's have a fair and honorable duel.
With those words, Su Jia dodged and charged forward, closing in on Bai Ye. Bai Ye's lips twitched slightly.
Wait, you brought 4 allies and you're telling me to fight fairly?
As he muttered under his breath, Bai Ye wielded the Holy Light Blade and parried the attack. In theory, a short blade cannot match a long spear. The length of the weapon determines which side will be at a disadvantage.
However, Bai Ye's skills compensated for the inability to reach his opponent. Sparks flew as the weapons collided.
Considering all possible offensive strategies Bai Ye might employ, Su Jia defended rigorously. Seeing that he couldn't break through Su Jia's defenses in the short term, Bai Ye shifts his target.
He prepared to take out the 4 support units behind Su Jia one by one, utilizing the speed boost granted by the arrival of the Grim Reaper. Bai Ye easily bypassed Su Jia's defenses and prioritized attacking the rear ranks. However, with a loud bang,
when the shield blocked his attack, this also gave Su Jia enough time to retreat and defend. A few tentative attacks yielded no results.
Bai Ye was disappointed.
This is trouble.
I really don't want to use my ultimate move.
Reluctantly, Bai Ye cast his spell, preparing to decide the outcome with his next strike. As the sky suddenly darkened, a massive array of crimson and gold intertwined, forming a massive formation. It was just a guild battle, just a small skirmish. Did Bai Ye really need to use a forbidden spell? He felt a whirlwind sweeping across the battlefield. Despite the protective barrier, this still caused many in the audience to pale.
Run!
Wait, I told you to spar, not to go all out.
Is this the true power of Bai Ye? It's terrifying. Su Jia, you have to win. I've bet everything I own on you.
Humph. Don't be fooled by Bai Ye's move, it looks fierce but it's all bark and no bite.
Ouch, I'm hit.
As rolling white flames descended from the sky. Under Bai Ye's control, the unquenchable flames crashed toward Su Jia.
Knowing this was Kyoto, Bai Ye wouldn't dare to turn the entire surrounding area into a wasteland.
Therefore, he carefully controlled both the damage output and the magical energy input of his skill.
And facing a forbidden spell, Su Jia naturally had countermeasures.
Lord, protect us. As the long spear pierced the ground, a golden shield unfolded. However, a single shield is naturally insufficient to withstand the apocalyptic flames. The 4 support units behind Su Jia also sprang into action. As magical energy surged forth, a 9-layered shield structure formed. Clothed in magic resistance gear and protected by the 9-layered shields. Based on damage calculations, this should theoretically nullify nearly all of Bai Ye's skill effects. This was the countermeasure the Shin-known guild had devised specifically to counter Bai Ye's strongest attack.
However, Su Jia and the others had forgotten. Forbidden spells are forbidden because they possess special mechanisms that ordinary skills lack. Direct magical damage can be completely nullified. But what about the true damage caused by the subsequent burning effect? This damage cannot be immunized. Su Jia couldn't withstand it, let alone the 4 support characters behind him?
There was no doubt about it, Su Jia had lost, and he had lost completely.
Boom! With a deafening explosion, half of the arena was reduced to rubble.
Watching Su Jia and the others being carried away by medical personnel, Bai Ye murmured, I really didn't mean for it to get this big, but I guess this counts as a win, right?
Just as he was unsure, Zhou Yintian walked over with Deng Zai. Seeing the arena in such a devastating state, Zhou Yintian couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. This was the first time in all the guild wars that things had gotten this out of hand. As Zhou Yintian pondered how to report the incident and handle the situation, Bai Ye spoke up. Master Zhou, does this count as my victory? Zhou Yintian's lips twitched. In his opinion, Bai Ye was great in every way, but his desire to win was a bit too strong, wasn't it? He waved his hand. Alright, your guild wins. I'll discuss the guild subsidies with Qin Yanan. Is that acceptable?
Originally, after the guild battle ended, there was supposed to be a ceremony, mainly for the award ceremony. But now, the place had been nearly demolished by Bai Ye.
Well, that's that. The award ceremony was cancelled as well.
As he saw that he could leave, Bai Ye didn't forget to ask, Old Zhou, with the place destroyed like this, you won't ask me for compensation, will you?
Zhou Yintian's face darkened. Then maybe I'll just deduct your reward? Bai Ye smiled. That's not necessary.
I'm counting on that reward to support my mother and sister.
Zhou Yintian gestured to Deng Zai on his side to hand over the championship reward to Bai Ye.
At the same time, he said, the champion's reward for this guild battle was specially prepared for you. It's mainly medicinal herbs to treat your mother and help her recover her health. Bai Ye was already fully equipped with divine gear and didn't lack any equipment.
Therefore, Zhou Yintian didn't reward him with any equipment.
What he gave Bai Ye were things he truly needed.
As he put them away, Bai Ye thanked him. Well, Zhou Lao, I'll be on my way.
When the national war is approaching, be sure to notify me.
As Bai Ye left the scene, his phone lit up. He glanced at it was Bai Ye calling. As the call connected, a young girl's voice, slightly excited, came through. Big brother, I've got some good news for you, you're famous again. Chapter 99, Back into the Abyss. The national war is imminent.
When the video of Bai Ye winning the guild battle was released, countless bloggers quickly edited the clips, added background music, and in no time, it went viral.
Add to that a large profile photo making the news headlines.
A single stone sent ripples across the pond. Hashtag let us congratulate the strongest assassin in history, hashtag.
Hashtag let's recap all the abilities Bai has demonstrated so far, hashtag. Hashtag who in the world doesn't know you?
The youngest military genius of the Dragon Kingdom is about to emerge, hashtag. General Star rank is the current pinnacle of combat power in the present world. If Bai can break through the 200th level and reach the General Star realm, then the Dragon Kingdom will gain another great general. Just thinking about the possibility of her older brother achieving the title of General Star in the future.
How could Bai Ye not be overjoyed? How could she not be thrilled?
To defeat several teams single-handedly. His older brother is simply too strong.
In the hospital, inside the ward,
Facing the unconscious Zhou Ling, Bai Ye had so much to say. Mom, you don't know my brother is so talented now. Not only did he come in first in the job change exam, he also made a big splash in the guild battle. He. Though I can't compare to my older brother, I'll keep trying my best. Holding his mother's pale hand, Bai Ye smiled. Speaking of which, how's Dad doing now? I really hope he can come back too. If he saw how capable my older brother is, he'd definitely be the proudest son he could ever have. At that moment, on the other side, Bai Ye ended the call. Bai Ye arrived at the Qin group. Due to Bai Ye's influence, following the conclusion of the guild war, the entire Qin family's status rose accordingly, and even their market value doubled. Qin Yanan was still very grateful to Bai Ye. Just as Bai Ye handed the herbs to Qin Yanan, he casually asked, Yanan, will these herbs really help my mother? As Qin Yanan opened the box to inspect the herbs, seeing at least dozens of medicinal herbs inside, she was speechless. With the increasing number of patients suffering from demonic transformation syndrome, any herbs related to balancing magical power had been hyped up to astronomical prices, and some were even unavailable despite their high value. To be able to give Bai Ye so many herbs related to treating demonization syndrome, this clearly shows how much Zhou Yintian values Bai Ye. As she sighed to herself, Qin Yanan also spoke up. These herbs have a strong effect in harmonizing magical power and will be of great help to your aunt. Bai Ye, you're so filial, I'm sure your aunt will recover soon. Bai Ye replied, then we'll trouble you, Yanan. For Bai Ye at this moment, the only way to improve was to venture into large-scale dungeons or the Abyss and the Endless Tower. Thinking of what Zhou Yintian had mentioned about the national war, Bai Ye also bid farewell to Qin Yanran. Yan, I'm heading to the Abyss to grind levels. I'll be away from the capital for a while. Please take care of my mother and Xiaoyu. Qin Yanan smiled. She replied, White Knight, don't worry. I'll take good care of your mother and Xiaoyu for you. There was still some time left before the national war. During this time, he would use his natural talent to plunder and strengthen himself. He believed his strength could reach a whole new level. As Bai Ye thought this, he stepped into the Abyss and arrived at the job changer camp. As soon as he entered, Bai Ye could only hear the class changers discussing animatedly. Those Eagle Sauce guys are getting more and more outrageous. Yeah, it's just because there are few military stars in our Dragon Nation that they dare to act so recklessly. It's so frustrating. If it weren't for that great disaster 14 years ago, our Dragon Nation wouldn't be in this mess now. Starting from the third layer of the Abyss, it's all been monopolized by Eagle Sauce's people. How are we supposed to level up now? Hearing the discussions, Bai Ye paused for a moment. He asked one of them, Brother, could you tell me what has been happening in the Abyss lately? Glancing at Bai Ye, the warrior-like class-changed individual spoke up. You didn't know, did you? Lately, I don't know what's gotten into Eagle. They've completely taken over the Abyss starting from the third layer and moving upward. As a result, many of our Dragon Nation reincarnated warriors have been sacrificed. Mentioning this, the class-changed warrior clenched his teeth in anger. They killed many of our mid to high-tier transferees. This is clearly an attempt to create a power vacuum among us. As he finished speaking, Bai Ye's gaze grew serious. Unlike dungeons, the Abyss and the Endless Tower are neutral resources shared by all nations. All nations and transnational adventurers from around the world can enter through local teleportation channels. Eagle Sauce has monopolized the third layer and above, barring Dragon Nation transferees from entering. This must have been planned in advance. Just as Bai Ye was thinking this, he casually asked. In theory, each layer of the Abyss is like a small world. Even if Eagle Sauce wants to seal it off, it shouldn't be that easy, right? As Bai Ye finished speaking, the warrior's expression betrayed a hint of helplessness. When we previously ventured into the third and fourth layers of the Abyss, there were deputy masters of the Shunon Guild, Chao Xing, stationed there. That's why the eagle dared not act recklessly. But now, with Chao Xing mysteriously transferred away, He trailed off, unable to continue. Bai Ye understood what he meant. This was an opportunity to take advantage of the absence of a guardian, so the eagle was thinking of bullying the Dragon Nation. Thinking about where he was going next to level up the third and fourth layers of the Abyss. So Bai Ye comforted him, I was just about to go to the upper levels to level up. Leave this to me. The warrior couldn't help but worry. Bro, the Eagle clan isn't weak. You don't know how many groups have fallen to them recently. At this, Bai Ye smiled. Don't worry, it'll be fine. If anything dangerous happens, I'll just retreat back. Having gained a general understanding of the recent events that had unfolded in the Abyss, Bai Ye continued to move deeper into the Abyss. Watching his back, the warrior couldn't help but mutter under his breath. Just an assassin? Can he handle it? Hearing his voice, he seemed not to recognize Bai Ye. An older man stepped forward and slung his arm around his shoulder. Brother, why are you doubting him? Do you know who he is? The soldier looked confused. Who is he? He is just an assassin, isn't he? The older man laughed heartily and pulled out his phone.
Come on, take a look. With him around, maybe those eagles might be in for a rough time.
Upon hearing this, the soldier curiously glanced over. He felt a chill run down his spine. He never imagined that Bai Ye might actually surpass the Sword Saint and become the youngest general in Dragon Country.
Watching Bai Ye's figure grow increasingly distant, the soldier couldn't help but feel excited. If Bai Ye was truly that powerful, he could really show those eagle-eyed foreigners a thing or two.
Chapter 100, One-Hit Kill. New Bodyguard. A few hours later. While moving forward, he continued to fight monsters and gain experience. Before he knew it, Bai Ye had already entered the third layer of the abyss. Perhaps it was due to the significant increase in his strength over the past few days. Even when facing the strange beasts and monsters of the third layer of the abyss, Bai Ye handled them with ease.
You have obtained 1 skill point. You have obtained 1 skill point. Your level has risen to 92, and you have gained 10 free attribute points. Stepping into the barren wasteland.
As Bai Ye casually eliminates another group of monsters. While looting their attributes, Bai Ye leveled up and allocated points. All I need to do now is accumulate some more skill points, and I'll be able to enhance my skills. As he gazed at his attribute panel, Bai Ye murmured to himself. The large dog accompanying him seemed to sense something and let out a howl. Woof! It positioned itself in front of him. 3 figures emerged from the swirling yellow sand, walking straight toward them.
Eagle Sauce Man?
As the figures drew nearer, Bai Ye furrowed his brows.
Just as Bai Ye saw the other party.
The other party also noticed Bai Ye's presence. He was leading his subordinates on patrol, and to his surprise, there were actually people from the Dragon Nation daring to intrude.
John's expression was mocking. These Dragon Country people just don't learn their lesson, do they? And upon seeing Bai Ye's equipment, his eyes betrayed an uncontrollable greed.
It's mythical grade gear.
If I could get my hands on it. He could already envision the endless wealth and glory awaiting him back home.
John approached Bai Ye eagerly, unable to contain his impatience. As John approached, the 2 subordinates exchanged glances and followed after them. Bai Ye was merely a 92nd level assassin. Even if they added a beast master. With their combined strength of 300 level, 5th transformation cultivators, they should be easy to handle. With all those divine artifacts, these Dragon Country people must be here to show off their wealth in the abyss. Ha, if that is the case, then he has come to the wrong place. He. With a sinister laugh, John and his 2 companions spread out, surrounding Bai Ye from 3 different angles. Thinking of the equipment that was now within his grasp, John's eyes burned with desire.
Hey, Dragon Country man, hand over your gear. Maybe we'll spare your life.
As John finished speaking,
2 of his subordinates couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha, you actually ran into us. Dragon Country man, your luck is really terrible. Kid, if you want to blame anyone, blame yourself for choosing to step into this abyss at this moment. Just as he finished speaking, however, the large dog suddenly lunged forward. Perhaps it wasn't in the mood for laughter, as John and his 2 companions quickly stopped laughing. Woof! With a roar, it charged forward like a black lightning bolt, instantly pinning one of them beneath its body. It locked its jaws around the throat and bit down in one fluid motion. The situation on the scene shifted instantly from 3 against 2 to 2 against 2. They never imagined that the beast handling skills of these Dragon Country people could be so terrifying. He realized he might have bitten off more than he could chew. John couldn't help but step back a few paces. Damn it! How could the Dragon Country's beast tamers be so powerful? Realizing he was no match for them, he saw another subordinate being targeted by the large dog. He cursed under his breath and, taking advantage of the moment, turned to flee. However, before he could take a few steps, John caught a glimpse of a silver flash. The next moment, his legs gave way, and he fell to the ground. What's happening? When John looked down, he saw that his legs had been severed, exposing the white bones and... When did this happen? Amidst the searing pain, blood gushed out like a fountain, quickly soaking the surrounding sand. However, compared to the intense pain from the wounds, as the White Knight approached, John's distorted face was instantly overcome by terror. With each step the white figure took, John's heart trembled. Eagleman, where is your camp? As the White Knight spoke, John froze for a moment. But he quickly gathered his wits and revealed everything he knew. Sir, our territory is 50 miles from here. We'll be there in no time. As he spoke, he reached out to point the way toward Bai Ye in a feigned act of flattery, but his gaze grew cold. These foolish Dragon Country people are indeed too young. Just because he has beast tamers protecting him and a little bit of power, does he really think he can do whatever he wants? At such a close distance, how dare he turn his back on him? Taking advantage of the moment when Bai Ye was gazing into the distance, John curled the corner of his mouth upward and swung his sword toward Bai Ye. A mere assassin, nothing but a fragile target. With this strike, wouldn't his health bar be emptied, splitting him in two? As the fatal blow approached, the smile on John's face grew even broader. Dragon Countryman, die. Just as John let out a hysterical roar, his expression resembling that of a demon.
However, the next moment, John never expected that Bai Ye's speed was far faster than his. The difference in their attributes and mechanics was simply too great. John couldn't even see Bai Ye's movements clearly, as the world spun wildly before John's eyes. As he neared death, his consciousness began to fade. John's mind was consumed by a single thought. This dragon countryman, could he be a monster? You have stolen the sword dancer's attributes, health plus 20. You have looted the sword dancer's attributes, health plus 20. You have obtained 1 skill point. As the plundering occurs, Bai Ye also chants and casts a spell. Rise. As the souls of John and the others are stripped from their shadows and merge together. Soon, a shadow guard wielding a sword in one hand, resembling a knight, appeared before Bai. Shadow guard. Health 50,000 50,000. Strength 6,000. Speed 1200. Magic 2000 2000. Skill sword dance. Description: a soldier formed by the fusion of a sword dancer's soul, it will be your most loyal guardian. While briefly reviewing its attributes, Bai Ye returned it to his shadow. Return. As soon as he finished speaking, the guard vanished into the shadows. White Knight then proceeded in the direction John had indicated. Since the eagle had made the first move against the Dragon Kingdom, then, when it came to enemies, Bai Ye would show no mercy. At that very moment, when everything happening in the abyss reached the mortal realm, upon learning that Bai Ye was actually preparing to attack the eagle's camp in the abyss, Zhou Yantian couldn't help but laugh. That kid Bai Ye never stops for a moment. I never thought he'd dare to attack eagle's camp. Deng Zai, standing beside him, replied respectfully, Chairman, if Bai Ye does this, how should we explain it to Eagle Sauce's side? Zhou Yantian waved his hand dismissively. Explain? Why should we, the Dragon Nation, explain ourselves to Eagle Sauce? He looked down on them. If Eagle wants war, then let's fight. If it weren't for the fact that we need to mobilize our forces to deal with the apostles, why should the Eagles dare to bully our people in the depths of the abyss? Since Bai wants to cause trouble, let him do as he pleases. Let Bai tell those eagle worshippers that the Dragon Nation isn't so easy to bully. As Zhou Yantian responded with a domineering tone. Seeing their leader act so recklessly, Deng Zai also couldn't help but laugh. Chapter 101, a single gesture summons a banishing spell. Unmatched combat power. In the depths of the abyss, Eagle Sauce Nation's camp. Taking advantage of the lull after repelling the demonic beasts, the group of class-changed warriors discussed their recent gains. I wish the Dragon Nation would send more people to their deaths. Yeah, I really have no idea where those Dragon Country folks got all this great gear and magic stones and spiritual herbs. They're all rolling in money. Hee hee. The higher-ups have already given the green light, kill all Dragon Country people without mercy. Thanks to that, I've made a fortune. Speaking of which, didn't you capture a few Dragon Country women recently? What happened to them? We just kill them once we're done playing with them. The heads of Dragon Country transferees are collected by the Rose Guild, and they can be sold for money. Still savoring the memory, several Eagle Clan transferees exchanged knowing glances. Such repulsive behavior and words were utterly ordinary here. On the city walls, the blond man in armor paid no attention to the idle chatter below. He was the commander sent here by the Eagle Clan, Walker. Lieutenant, after Chao Xing withdrew, has the Dragon Nation made any moves? As Walker finished speaking, his deputy replied respectfully, reporting to the commander, there has been no movement from the Dragon Nation at this time. Upon hearing this, Walker nodded slightly. I suppose the Dragon Nation is being kept busy by the apostle, isn't it? As he spoke, Walker's expression betrayed a hint of ambition. Unlike the foolish Dragon Nation, they had already sworn allegiance to the gods. Once the gods awaken, they, the Eagles, would undoubtedly become the unrivaled rulers of this world. As Walker thought this, his deputy couldn't help but feel concerned. But sir, we've gone too far. If the Dragon Kingdom holds us accountable later, that won't be good, will it? Walker gave him a blank stare. How can you say it's excessive? As the deputy officer looked on in confusion, Walker spoke up. We are the elite who have aligned ourselves with the gods. Those Dragon Country people are nothing but lower-class beings. When facing those of the same caliber as beasts and monsters, whatever we do is perfectly justified. As for holding us accountable, do you really think the Dragon Kingdom could defeat the apostle? As Walker finished speaking, the deputy officer shook his head instinctively. He knew that even the strongest of the Dragon Country's class changers couldn't possibly stand up to the apostles of the gods. Just as the two were talking, a scout suddenly arrived to report. Commander Walker, someone from the Dragon Kingdom is approaching. Upon hearing this, Walker was taken aback. The Dragon Kingdom has arrived? How many of them are there, and what is their strength? Facing the question, the scout hesitated and said, there's only one person, but he's very strong. Even John was killed by him. Walker was well aware of John's abilities. To have killed John, this person from the Dragon Kingdom must have some real strength. Just as he thought this, he saw a figure riding a beast emerging from the rolling yellow sand, heading toward the camp. Upon seeing the other's true appearance and the divine armor he wore, recognized Bai Ye, Walker's lips curled into a smile. He never expected that the one causing trouble was none other than the genius assassin who had been making waves in the Dragon Kingdom recently. If he could capture Bai Ye, not only would his divine armor be his, he could even earn a great merit for it. With that thought, Walker immediately issued his orders. Everyone, listen carefully. Whoever can capture Bai Ye will be recommended to the Rose Guild by me afterward, and I will also grant 1,000,000 free coins. Upon hearing that capturing Bai Ye would bring such a generous reward, the people of Eagle Sauce Country grew restless. After all, it was just a matter of dealing with a 92nd level assassin, yet the rewards were immense. Where else could one find such a golden opportunity? Let me go first and capture that brat. Get out of the way. Don't interfere with me taking his head. Ha, this Dragon Countryman's head is mine, and the reward is mine. Amid the chaos, as the camp gate swung open, the crowd surged forward. Their expressions were greedy, like carnivorous animals eyeing their prey. There was no need to guess in their eyes, Bai Ye was nothing more than a lamb led to the slaughter. Several miles away from the camp, seeing the crowd's expressions twist into those of demons, Bai Ye halted in his tracks. He chanted an incantation and cast a spell, unleashing his ultimate ability. In an instant, the sky and earth changed color, and a massive magical array materialized out of thin air. Without any preparation, the eternal flames were almost impossible to counter. Feeling the terrifying aura emanating from the spell array in the sky, everyone came to a sudden halt. Under the overwhelming pressure, their bodies trembled uncontrollably, and their eyes suddenly grew clear. This is bad. It's a forbidden spell. Run! Someone shouted loudly from the crowd. In an instant, the group of transfigured warriors turned around and fled toward the camp. The camp was protected by a barrier. Everyone's thoughts were simple. As long as they could hide inside the barrier, they would be safe. Boom! But before they could take a few steps, a fireball plummeted from the sky, crashing into the crowd and causing massive damage. Following closely behind, countless fireballs were summoned from the magical array, arriving one after another. 2 forbidden spells were cast, and the entire battlefield erupted in flames. Help! I don't want to die. Why can the assassins use magic? This doesn't make sense. Lord, God, please spare my life. In their panic, everyone prayed frantically. They had no idea what Lord or God truly meant. After all, at this moment, neither the Lord nor God could save them from the flames. Blazing flames engulfed them. The terror on their faces was clearly visible in the flickering light of the flames. Meanwhile, at the rear, within the camp, seeing the ground covered in white flames and corpses, seeing that in the blink of an eye, many of his subordinates had already suffered heavy casualties, Walker could no longer remain calm. He couldn't help but swallow hard. Where was the composure and confidence he had earlier? This Dragon Countryman is not right. Walker was a powerful mage of level 150. As the defender, he was confident in his ability to hold the line in a defensive battle. Therefore, after a brief moment of panic, Walker prepared to face the enemy. Everyone, there is only one of them. The magic required to cast a forbidden spell is immense. Don't let his appearance intimidate you, he might just be putting on a show. Hearing Walker's declaration, the other transfigured warriors from Eagle Sauce Nation cast skeptical glances at him. Sir, you're not trying to send us out to die, are you? Yeah, that guy is so terrifying, we're no match for him. If he casts the forbidden spell again, we're doomed. Amid the chaos facing everyone's doubts, Walker smiled confidently. If he can keep casting forbidden spells one after another, why doesn't he just shatter the barrier and charge in now? At those words, everyone suddenly understood. That's right. If Bai Ye were truly that powerful, he wouldn't miss the chance to annihilate them all. Walker continued, Gentlemen, for the glory of our Eagle Nation, let us slay Bai Ye here. Having said that, Walker didn't forget to make a promise to everyone. Rest assured, gentlemen, I will report everything that happened today to the Rose Guild. I am confident that the guild will not shortchange any of us. As Walker finished speaking, the crowd's expressions grew fervent. Where there's money, there's courage. Thus, they reorganized their formation and prepared to face the enemy. Chapter 102, Skill Transformation. Thunderous Might. Walker stood on the city walls, watching the newly transformed warriors charge once more. Taking advantage of the White Knight's depleted magic, it seemed like a moment of stalemate. Walker raised his staff and began to chant the spell. In an instant, as the skill was unleashed, a massive purple fireball hurtled toward White Knight. Boom! Amidst the explosion, White Knight's figure was instantly engulfed in flames and thick smoke. However, what Walker did not anticipate was that his attack had no effect. 1,000. The damage value flashed on the screen. For Bai Ye, whose health points were over 40,000, such a spell attack was insignificant, causing no pain or harm. There was no need to activate counterattack. Just as Walker had told his subordinates.
With base current mana reserves, casting 3 forbidden spells in a single battle was already the absolute limit. However, he cannot use forbidden spells. This doesn't mean White Knight has no other means of attack. The information gap between the two sides has already erected a tragic barrier between them. Do you think you can overwhelm me with numbers? As he watched over 100 Eagle Nation transferees advance toward him, Bai Ye smiled. If this had been earlier, that human wave tactic would indeed have caused him significant trouble. But now, when it comes to numbers, who has more and who has fewer, that's not so certain. Come out. With the summoning, one after another, shadow guards appeared on either side of Bai Ye. Roar! Woof! As the great dog and shadow dragon led the charge, the rest of the shadow guards followed closely behind. In close combat, a chaotic battle erupted at any moment. Those who had reached the third layer of the abyss were certainly no pushovers. However, the shadow guards under Bai Ye's command are no pushovers either. As long as Bai Ye's magic isn't depleted, those shadow guards are effectively invincible. They cannot be defeated in battle, nor can they be killed. As their comrades on the front lines fell one after another, a sense of despair began to spread among the reincarnated warriors of Eagle Sauce Kingdom. Not only can they cast forbidden spells, but they can also summon magic. Facing such an overwhelmingly powerful skill system, what could they possibly use to stand against Bai Ye? If they had known it was White Knight coming to attack, they would never have come to the abyss. I'm not fighting anymore, I'm quitting. Knowing they couldn't win, someone shouted from the crowd. One led to two, like a domino effect, and the entire camp collapsed into chaos. Help! I'm not dead. Someone, please save me. Damn it! Why can't we kill these monsters? It's a dragon. Run! As the returning adventurers returned, some were injured and others were barely alive. It was unclear how much longer the barrier could hold. Walker couldn't help but feel a bit panicked. After all, this was completely different from what he had imagined. Where's the deputy? Bring him here. Just as Walker was about to call his deputy to take his place, a soldier reported awkwardly. Sir, the adjutant says he wants to resign. Walker's expression darkened. Their unit was hastily assembled from former mercenaries. If it had been earlier, with enough incentives, perhaps the other party might have heeded Walker's words. But now, with the army in disarray, everyone was in a state of panic. Morale had plummeted repeatedly. Who cared about Walker's empty promises anymore? Just as the Eagles were in a state of despair in the camp, facing the barrier, Bai Ye spoke up. Big dog, come try it. Woof! Understanding his meaning, Big Dog opened its blood-red maw. As he gathered his strength, the aurora erupted. However, the barrier rippled slightly before returning to its original state in no time. Bai Ye looked pensive. It seems that unless it's a forbidden spell, it's hard to break through the barrier. As Bai Ye waited for his magic to gradually recover, seeing that the large dog and the shadow dragon were both making futile efforts, unable to do anything against the barrier. At the camp, Walker also relaxed. Once Bai Ye realized that he couldn't break through no matter what, he would probably retreat on his own, right? Just as Walker thought to himself. In the camp, the surviving transfigured warriors opened champagne in celebration. Ha, this barrier was set up by the apostle himself. Those Dragon Country people must not think they can really break it. May the gods protect us. As long as we stay within this barrier, we're absolutely safe. Look at how disheveled those Dragon Country people are. If he can break through the barrier, I'll stand on my head and wash my hair. Seeing Bai Ye's beast tamers and guards return empty-handed time and again, the people of Eagle Sauce Country couldn't help but laugh out loud. This feeling of wanting to kill them but being powerless to do so was simply too satisfying. As time passed, as Bai Ye recalled his beast tamers and guards, it seemed as though he was ready to give up. In the camp, the crowd began to taunt Bai Ye. Dragon Country man, aren't you supposed to be so strong? Come and fight me if you dare. Ha, you're just a cowardly Dragon Nation person. Boy, aren't you here to avenge your Dragon countrymen who died at our hands? Come on, if you dare. The more Bai Ye remained silent, the people of Eagle Sauce Country grew even more arrogant. However, they had no idea that they were celebrating too soon. As time passed unnoticed, the sun began to set. As the magic of the White Knight is restored under the protection of the stars. As the incantation was chanted, a crimson and gold-colored magical array floated in mid-air, appearing as though it were a dream. Facing the stunned crowd of Eagle Sauce Country, White Knight smiled. I was waiting for the cooldown, and what were you waiting for? As countless white flames, resembling a meteor shower, continuously plummeted down. With each deafening boom, the overwhelming firepower engulfed the entire Eagle Nation camp at a speed visible to the naked eye. Crack! Finally, under the all-encompassing firepower, like shattered glass, the barrier cracked open. Just as Walker thought everything was going according to plan, an unexpected turn of events occurred. As the barrier shattered, the shadow guards lurking in the shadows emerged like wolves among sheep, slaughtering everything in their path. You have looted the Berserker's attributes, Strength plus 10. You have looted the Priest attribute, Magic plus 20. You have gained 1 skill point. Your level has risen to 94, with 10 free attribute points. You are surrounded by a sea of flames. When the talent triggers, infinite plundering begins, and the aura of the White Knight grows at a visible speed. At the same time, the souls of the deceased class changers merge with one another. In no time, the number of shadow guards under Bai Ye's command reached 150. However, compared to these things, what Bai Ye was truly concerned about was another matter. You have enhanced the skill, Lightning Strike. You have enhanced the skill, Lightning Strike. Notice, the skill Lightning Strike has undergone a transformation. You have obtained the skill, Thunderous Might. Effect, consumes 2000 mana. After a brief incantation, summons a thunder dragon to deal 500,000 lightning damage to a designated area, accompanied by a certain degree of paralysis effect. Evaluation: shatter the darkness with thunder. Compared to the Eternal Flame, which requires over 10 seconds of chanting to cast, Thunderous Might's casting time is only 2 to 3 seconds. Faster casting speed, lower mana cost, and a staggering 500,000 lightning damage. This skill is the perfect replacement for the Eternal Flame. As White Knight examined the skill, he thought to himself. The battle ended, and Walker was also escorted by the Shadow Guards to Bai Ye's side. Facing this young man from the Dragon Kingdom, whose thoughts were impossible to discern from his expression, Walker felt as though he were standing in a 3-foot-deep ice cave. During his days in the depths of despair, he had led his men to kill many Dragon Country people. White Knight wouldn't just let him off so easily, would he? Just as Walker was filled with anxiety, Bai Ye spoke up. Tell me, why did you Eagle Agents seal off the 3rd and 4th layers of the Abyss? What is your true purpose? And who ordered you to target our Dragon Nation? Faced with Bai Ye's barrage of questions, Walker replied, Dragon Nation, I can tell you everything I know, but you must promise not to harm me. Thinking that he could spare Walker, but the others might not be so lucky, Bai Ye nodded calmly. I agree. Tell me everything you know. Though he hadn't expected Bai Ye to agree so quickly. But Walker still sighed in relief. He revealed everything he knew. Chapter 103, Continuous Upgrades. The Apostle's Secret. I was stationed here as per orders from higher-ups. As for the actions against your Dragon Nation, it was actually arranged by the Rose Guild. According to the Guild's orders, we must eliminate every single transfigured warrior from the Dragon Nation who has entered this layer of the Abyss, leaving none alive. As Walker finished speaking, Bai Ye asked, then why are you targeting our Dragon Nation? Walker did not hide anything. You should know that dungeons mean resources, right? The strength of a nation is not only measured by the number of mid to high tier transfigured warriors, but also by the number of dungeons it possesses. Your Dragon Nation has too many dungeon resources. Though the age of the gods has long passed, they left behind numerous treasures in your Dragon Nation. We all went through the great cataclysm. Yet your Dragon Country has been able to recover and thrive thanks to your abundant dungeon resources and the legacy of the gods. Meanwhile, we are constantly besieged by beasts and monsters. Don't you think this is unfair? Resources are limited where there are more for some, there must be less for others. Therefore, to balance the psychological disparity and divert the conflicts between domestic citizens and job changers, a vent is needed. And that outlet is undoubtedly the Dragon Kingdom. Walker's explanation made perfect sense. While pondering this, Bai Ye asked, then why did the Rose Guild order you to target our Dragon Nation's job changers? After a moment's hesitation, Walker also provided an answer. This is an order from the Apostle. Upon hearing the familiar term, Bai Ye's gaze grew intense. He believed that the apostles of the gods must have come up with a method to revive the gods, which is why they were acting this way. As he sorted out the details of the situation, Bai Ye posed his final question. What is the connection between those apostles of the gods and those apostles who resemble demons? Unexpectedly, Bai Ye asked this, and Walker was slightly surprised. However, he answered honestly. There is actually no difference between the two, they are all apostles. The ones that have taken on the form of monsters are simply the failed experiments of the gods from the past. Upon hearing this, Bai Ye understood. No wonder the apostle monsters he had encountered earlier had ranks but no real power. It turned out that those apostles were all transformed from ordinary humans. The age of the gods has come to an end. Yet they still influence this world in various ways. It seems that during the era when the gods fell, many gods left behind contingency plans, hoping to use them to revive themselves. There is still some time before the national war begins. In the coming days, Bai Ye plans to explore the 4th layer. As Bai Ye walked deeper into the 3rd layer of the Abyss, watching his figure grow increasingly distant, Walker couldn't help but sigh in relief. It seems like Bai Ye is really planning to let him go. Just as Walker was thinking this, he never expected a shadow to engulf him. What? Facing the shadow dragon's blood-red maw, Walker's pupils contracted involuntarily. Before he could react, the massive jaws had already closed around him. Crunch, crunch, snap. With Walker's Fall, the Plunder is triggered. You have looted the Archmage's attributes, magic plus 50. Your level has risen to 94, granting you 10 free attribute points. The higher your level, the more experience you need, and the less experience you gain. Reaching the 5th transformation requires a level of 150. For Bai Ye, reaching the next realm will take some time. At this very moment, in the 4th layer of the Abyss, Eagle Sauce's base, with the flag of the Rose Guild fluttering in the wind. With Walker's death through the connection between the believers, as the commander, Simon was also informed of everything. How dare the Dragon Nation, allowing their own class changers to act with impunity? Don't they fear provoking an international war? In a fit of rage, Simon smashed everything in his office to pieces. Moments later, he regained his composure. Where is Bai now? After destroying our Eagle Nation's base in the 3rd layer, that Dragon Nation traitor must be gloating and has probably decided to return home. The deputy officer beside him looked awkward. Reporting to the commander, no. According to the Apostle's surveillance, he's heading toward the 4th layer our side. What did you say? Simon grabbed the officer by the collar, lifting him off the ground as his voice grew several decibels louder. White Knight reclaiming control of the 3rd layer of the Dragon Nation isn't enough, he wants the 4th layer too? He really wants to take everything for himself. Seeing his superior so furious, the aide broke out in a cold sweat. Look, it seems like it. Humph. Simon roughly tossed the lieutenant aside, his expression twisted in anger. It was no secret that the 4th layer of the Abyss was entirely different from the first 3. The reason they were able to establish a base there was entirely due to their status as believers and the presence of an apostle serving as their eyes. But Bai Ye was alone. If he dared to come, Simon would make sure he never returned. He had killed so many of Eagle's transfigured warriors, this matter could not be left unresolved. In Simon's view, he had already obtained all the intelligence on Bai's skills and combat style. With the home field advantage, eliminating Bai would be a breeze. At that moment, Bai Ye had already entered the depths of the 3rd layer of the Abyss. At the same time, Bai Ye made contact with the outside world. He relayed the intelligence he had gathered so far to Zhou Yintian, Kyoto, the headquarters of the Job Changer Guild. They learned that Bai Ye had not only destroyed the base Eagle Sauce had set up in the 3rd layer, and even obtained information about the Divine Apostles. Zhou Yintian couldn't hide his joy. Excellent. Destroying Eagle's base in the Abyss has vented the frustration of many. Just as Zhou Yintian was savoring the moment, Deng Zai, standing beside him, was equally excited. Now, our class changers won't have to be restricted by Eagle anymore. Zhou Yintian nodded slightly. That's right. Once Bai Ye returns from this mission, the campaign against the Divine Apostle should be concluded. In the meantime, we won't just be able to reclaim territory in the 3rd and 4th layers of the Abyss, but also have the resources to shift our focus toward the Endless Tower, attacking on 2 fronts. Upon learning that Bai Ye was preparing to advance to the 4th layer of the Abyss, Zhou Yintian couldn't help but feel excited. Once Bai Ye reaches the 4th layer of the Abyss, what kind of surprises will he bring to the Dragon Kingdom in them? Chapter 104, Beast Taming Transformation. The 2nd Forbidden Spell. The 3rd layer of the Abyss. When the communication ended, Bai Ye also noticed a pair of eyes secretly watching from the distance. It was none other than the demon beast apostle. My position has been exposed. Despite this, Bai Ye paid no heed. Even if the enemy had set up a trap, so what? With unlimited power to plunder, he would grow stronger with each battle, expanding his advantages like a snowball rolling down a hill. In Bai Ye's eyes, in the face of absolute power, any tactical arrangements were nothing more than futile attempts at showing off. Woof! At that very moment, as the large dog let out a howl, it had made a discovery. As Bai Ye rose to follow. Soon, as they passed through the rugged valley, the scenery ahead grew more open. Up ahead, a teleportation array came into view. At the same time, on one side of the array, a subdragon, its entire body shimmering in icy blue and emanating a chill, stood face to face with the large dog. Frost Wyvern. Health points 8,000,000,008 million. Magic 2,000,000,20,000. Strength 6,000. Speed 3,000. Toughness 1,000. Skills Dragon's Might, Extreme Cold Breath, Freezing Beam. Description: a frost wyvern imbued with the pure bloodline of dragons, its every breath carries the terrifying power to reshape the landscape. After reviewing its information through appraisal, Bai Ye fell into deep thought. In the Abyss, it is extremely difficult for class changers to replenish their status through other means. This wyvern must have been summoned by an apostle to slow down the advance, drain his status, and allow for further preparations in the 4th layer of the Abyss. Roar! At that moment, accompanied by the wyvern's low roar, a brilliant blue aurora poured toward Bai Ye. At the same time, amidst the gaps in the aurora's assault, the shadow dragon stood before Bai Ye, responding with a dragon's roar and blocking the aurora. With a loud bang, icy coldness spread, and dust flew everywhere.
the two colossal beings entangled in a fierce struggle. Watching the dragon-on-dragon showdown, Bai Ye was curious. If the soul of this frost wyvern were enslaved and merged with the shadow dragon, would the shadow dragon undergo a transformative change under the enhancement of its bloodline? Knowing that relying solely on the shadow dragon wouldn't be enough to quickly subdue the wyvern, he decided to summon the shadow guards. Attack! Outnumbering the enemy, the shadow guards attacked from all directions. This quickly turned the tide against the originally dominant frost subdragon. Even as a dragon, its high health points couldn't save it. It couldn't withstand the relentless assault of over 100 shadow guards. After a fierce battle, the frost wyvern finally fell. With the magic of White Knight supplying them, the slain guards could infinitely resurrect. The frost dragon died with its eyes wide open. You have obtained the frost dragon's skill, Dragon's Might. Notice, similar skills detected. Skills have been merged. When the five senses seal, the divine eye, and the dragon's might are combined, skill points are consumed simultaneously. White Knight has successfully obtained the second forbidden spell. Forbidden Spell Divine Might. Effect consumes 1000 magic points to inflict absolute shock on a large area, seal their perception, and have a high chance of causing them to fall into fear or unconsciousness. Just as he saw the information about the new skill, Bai Ye was taken aback. This isn't Divine Might at all? This is clearly the Overlord's aura. With the change in the skill mechanism, Bai Ye's strength also increased by a significant margin. And just as he understood the effects of the new skill, Bai Ye walked over to the remains of the frost wyvern. Rise! As the wyvern's soul was being extracted and enslaved, Bai Ye summoned the shadow dragon, merging the two into one. Roar! As a roar echoed across the sky, the shadow dragon reappeared before Bai Ye. Compared to its earlier form, which could only walk on the ground, the shadow dragon had grown wings. Additionally, its form now combined the best traits of all the beasts and monsters it had fused with so far. Blue and black patterns intertwined across its scales, giving it an appearance entirely suited for battle. Shadow Dragon. Attribute Shadow, Ice. Health 1,000,000,000 million. Strength 150,000. Speed 2800. Magic 12,000,012,000. Skill Shadow Swamp, Shadow Ball, Freezing Beam. Description: a powerful dragon-type beast, it possesses terrifying power that can be described as a disaster. It possesses the ability to fly and the ice attribute, combined with its staggering million-point health pool. The shadow dragon is now a true ruler of the skies. Looking at the docile shadow dragon before him, Bai Ye couldn't help but anticipate its future performance in battle. After putting away the beast, Bai Ye stepped onto the teleportation array and arrived at the fourth layer of the abyss. Unlike the first three layers, the terrain of the fourth layer resembles a rainforest. The slightly damp environment is dotted with swamps, and toxic gases linger in the air. Overall, the environment here was far more hostile than the previous three layers. However, with the transformation of the shadow dragon, the terrain, which appears extremely complex and dangerous to countless class changers, it poses little threat to Bai Ye's upcoming actions. Shadow Dragon, emerge! The ground rumbled, and the shadow dragon was summoned. Riding the shadow dragon, as it flapped its wings and soared into the sky, gusts of wind whistled past Bai Ye on both sides. I bet the Eagle Squad never imagined that Bai Ye would choose to attack from the sky. The higher the layer of the abyss, the more concentrated the magical power within it. Sweeping over mountains and dense forests. From the high altitude, Bai Ye could clearly see the magical energy on the ground, which was almost solidifying, along with countless strange beasts and monsters. If one cannot cross from the sky, then finding eagles camp in the small world of the fourth layer of the abyss before the national war arrives would be nothing but a pipe dream. Just as Bai Ye was marveling at the sight, under his effortless perception, Bai Ye also discerned the location of the Eagle Sauce Kingdom's camp. White Knight gently tapped the dragon's head. Shadow Dragon, fly lower. Roar! In response, Shadow Dragon lowered its flight altitude slightly. In the distance, several buildings resembling modern structures could be faintly seen. Eagle Sauce National Camp. Through the Apostle, they confirmed the approximate location of Bai Ye. While gathering the transferees, Simon casually asked his deputy. White Knight should be nearing the fourth layer by now, right? The deputy commander's lips curled bitterly. No, Commander, White Knight has already entered the fourth layer. Simon's eyes widened. What? He's already reached the fourth layer? Just as he spoke, he suddenly recalled Bai Ye's extraordinary abilities. Thus, Simon nodded slightly, accepting everything. Well, even if he's reached the fourth layer, the harsh environment there will be enough to test Bai Ye. By the time he breaks through, it'll be 2 or 3 days later. Just as Simon was stroking his chin, making such deductions, his thoughts were interrupted by his deputy officer. Reporting to the commander, I sense that Bai Ye won't need 2 or 3 days to attack. Hearing this, Simon asked in confusion, why? The lieutenant looked up at the sky and swallowed hard. Because the White Knight has already attacked.
As the aide spoke, a shadow nearly engulfed the entire camp.
Just as Simon instinctively looked in the direction the deputy officer was staring, a majestic dragon, its scales a mix of blue and black, came into view. As the dragon drew nearer, a faint figure could be seen on its body. That figure was none other than Bai Ye. For a moment, Simon was speechless. No, he wasn't ready yet. How could Bai Ye have already launched his attack? Chapter 105, Divine Might? No, this is the Overlord's aura. In the sky. Having confirmed Simon and his group's location, Bai Ye showed no mercy. Without giving the enemy any time to react, he raised his hand and unleashed his attack. If he were on the ground, Bai Ye would have to worry about his spell being interrupted by his opponents. But in the air, with the Shadow Dragon protecting him, Bai Ye could focus solely on attacking. With the aid of the Star Guardian and magic restoration potions. Even as his magic power plummeted to freezing point, Bai Ye unleashed the apocalyptic flames triple strike. Rolling white flames poured forth. In an instant, Simon's prideful barrier shatters. The array mages responsible for maintaining the barrier fainted suddenly, their stamina depleted from resisting the forbidden spell. The raging flames engulfed the camp, and no matter where one looked, it was a sea of fire. The newly transformed warriors, who had been confident about the upcoming battle, now scattered in panic. Simon stood frozen in place. After a moment of silence, Simon finally uttered two words. Monsters! The fire not only consumed everything in its path. Along with the flames that consumed everything, Simon and his followers' mysterious confidence was also engulfed in the fire. As time passed and the flames gradually died down, Bai Ye leaped down from the dragon's back. Seeing Simon in his officer's attire, Bai Ye remained vigilant. After all, Simon was the commander stationed here. His strength couldn't possibly be weaker than Walker's, could it? With this thought, Bai Ye's mind flickered, and his divine might erupted. In an instant, the heavens and earth seemed to freeze. Where were the blue skies and white clouds? All that remained were the stark colors of black and white. In that moment, it felt as though he was waging immense fear, which only served to further crush Simon's already fragile mind. He was so terrified that he lost control of his bladder. As Simon collapsed to the ground. Looking around, he saw many Eagle Flag Nation transferees foaming at the mouth, rolling their eyes, and unconscious. Bai Ye's lips twitched. He had only intended to test the effects of the new forbidden spell. Now it seemed that the deterrent effect it had caused was far more terrifying than he had ever imagined. He summoned the Shadow Guards to clear the battlefield. Bai Ye walked toward Simon. Tell me, what is your relationship with that apostle? How did you two come into contact? Held up by the Shadow Guards, Simon regained his senses. Without hesitation, Simon spilled everything he knew. Upon learning that Simon knew roughly the same as Walker, Bai Ye furrowed his brows. Noticing the change in Bai Ye's expression, he realized his answers had not satisfied the other party. Simon hurriedly added, Sir, I truly haven't withheld anything. The plan to target your Dragon Nation transferees was devised by the Rose Guild, and I merely followed their orders. Before Simon could finish, Bai Ye ordered him to stop. Regarding who the mastermind behind the orders was, Bai Ye already knew. What Bai Ye really wanted to ask was something else. As believers, how did you obtain the intelligence shared by those demonic apostles? Though he was curious how Bai Ye had come to know this. But Simon still told him everything honestly. Only then did Bai Ye understand that there was a private network connecting the believers and the demonic apostles. Through this private network, believers not only obtain information from the demonic apostles but also verify and confirm the identities of their allies. This was similar to how beings with divine bloodlines could sense each other. He had thought he could exploit this to his advantage, but he never imagined it would be so. Bai Ye felt slightly disappointed. If I want to obtain information about the apostles, it seems I'll have to start with the Rose Guild. As he muttered to himself, he obtained the information he sought. Before Simon could react, Bai Ye's blade flashed silver, instantly killing him. You have looted the Heavy Knight's attributes, strength plus 20. Your level has risen to 95, with 10 free attribute points. As the battle concluded. As usual, Bai Ye allocated his level up points. Bai Ye. Class Shadow Lord 4th Job Advancement. Level, LV.95 59.87%. Health 45 745,700. Magic 13 113,100. Strength 3800. Speed 4150. Stamina 3210. Resilience 700. Talents Infinite Plunder, Unbreakable, Ultimate Freedom, Immortality, Third Person Perspective. Available Attribute Points 0. Class Skills World Destroying Flames, Reaper's Descent, Life and Death Bestowal, Frenzy Dance, Tree Barrier, Divine Might, Thunderous Impact, Absolute 0. Number of Followers 233. Although the level has not yet reached 100. However, this journey still allowed Bai Ye to plunder a significant amount of attributes. Additionally, with the acquisition of the second forbidden spell, coupled with the assistance of the Shadow Dragon and his followers, even when facing some overpowered monsters and mechanism-based enemies, Bai Ye believes he has the strength to fight back. Feeling the surging power within him, Bai Ye couldn't help but mutter to himself. In the upcoming national war, if I encounter other nation switchers, I should at least be able to hold my own, right? Due to the lack of opponents to use as a reference, Bai Ye could only come to this conclusion. At that very moment, across the ocean, Eagle Sauce Nation, Rose Guild. Upon learning that the Eagle's forces in the abyss had been completely annihilated, a young man with blonde hair and blue eyes wore a grim expression, his intent to kill flashing briefly. This man was none other than Arthur 8, the vice president of the Rose Guild. How dare they? Killing so many of our people, this is nothing short of dragging the Eagle Nation's reputation through the mud. As Arthur's anger boiled over, a butler dressed in a black tailcoat spoke up. Arthur, don't get too angry. Although we suffered some losses, we ultimately came out ahead. The group of mercenaries that Dragon Nation gathered were all soundly defeated by the Apostle, weren't they? Compared to 14 years ago, Dragon Country's strength has weakened by several fold. As the butler finished speaking, Arthur's anger subsided temporarily. You're right. With such heavy losses, the Dragon Kingdom likely can no longer hold on to those dungeon resources. As he responded, Arthur's tone shifted, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. As for Bai Ye, we'll deal with him during the national war. I will personally lead the troops this time. Chapter 106, The National War Begins. Global Turmoil. The first layer of the abyss. It had been nearly half a month since Bai Ye had left. Seeing that he had not returned yet. At the camp, the group of class-changed adventurers remained deeply concerned. Do you think, once Bai Ye reaches the third or fourth layer of the abyss, he'll be a match for Walker and Simon? Someone spoke hesitantly, and the words immediately sparked a heated discussion among the crowd. Although Bai the Assassin is very strong, the Eagle Squad has the advantage in both numbers and level, so winning will still be quite difficult. Yeah, relying on his own strength alone, it's indeed unlikely. Even if he loses, I hope Bai can return safely. As they chatted idly, everyone assumed that Bai Ye was certain to lose this time. A voice suddenly rang out. Look! The White Knight Assassin is returning. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze in the same direction. In the desert, a figure was walking toward them. Seeing that Bai Ye was unharmed, joy spread across everyone's faces. They all rushed forward and greeted Bai Ye. White Knight Assassin, it's so good to see you alive. Yes, though we all know you couldn't destroy the Eagle Nation's base, it's okay. You did your best. Don't be too disappointed about this, Bai Assassin. Next time, we from the Dragon Nation will definitely be able to storm back up. As everyone chatted animatedly, Bai Ye was speechless. Who told you I lost? At this, everyone looked at each other in shock. But Bai Ye said, the Eagle camp has already been completely wiped out by me. You all can now go ahead and level up and fight monsters with peace of mind. As Bai Ye finished speaking, everyone couldn't help but swallow hard. How could he have done it so quickly? Bai Ye had actually destroyed Eagle Sauce's camp. Such power was simply too terrifying. Just as everyone was marveling at this, after a brief moment of silence, the camp erupted into chaos. No way. This can't be real, can it? Wow, Bai Ye is that strong? It seems that as long as Bai Ye doesn't meet an untimely end, our Dragon Nation will surely gain another military genius in the future. White Knight, you did it. You've really given us transfer students a reason to vent our frustration. Coming to their senses, everyone looked at Bai Ye with eyes full of gratitude. After all, without Bai Ye, they would still be under the Eagle's oppression, with no end in sight. However, in the face of everyone's generous praise and fervent gazes, Bai Ye remained humble. Everyone, you're being too generous. My abilities are still weak, and there are many who are stronger than me. I have only done what I could within my capabilities. Bai Ye was speaking the truth. Star-ranked warriors and the divine messengers who among them couldn't stir up a storm with a single flick of their wrists? Compared to such beings, Bai Ye still needs to become much stronger. However, his words sounded a bit arrogant to everyone else. After all, even Bai Ye admitted he was weak. Then aren't they all just cannon fodder? There were only 2 days left until the national war. After leaving the abyss, when Bai Ye sold the materials in his hands, it was already dusk. The national war is almost here. If I could acquire some more skill scrolls and exchange them for skill points, I should be able to obtain my third forbidden spell, right? As he walked down the street, just as Bai Ye was about to head to the Job Changer Guild to inquire about purchasing skill scrolls, unexpectedly, Zhou Yintian approached him and asked him to come to the guild. Could it be about the national war? Muttering to himself, Bai Ye also happened to be heading to the guild, so he quickened his pace. The headquarters of the Job Changers Guild. It was already night, but the meeting room was still brightly lit. As Bai Ye stepped inside, he noticed that the atmosphere was somewhat heavy. Apart from Zhou Yintian, Deng Zhe, and other official factions, the representatives of the 10 great guilds were also present. Upon seeing Bai Ye, Deng Zhe waved him over. White Knight, over here. As Bai Ye sat down beside Deng Zhe,
Seeing that everyone was present, Zhou Yintian spoke up. Everyone, I have gathered you here today for two reasons. The first is regarding the recent expedition we organized to defeat the apostles. With a heavy tone, Zhou Yintian continued, although we mobilized all available forces, unfortunately, we ultimately failed. The moment he finished speaking, the scene erupted in chaos. Zhou Chairman, you're not joking, are you? That's right. This expedition was led by 5 generals. How could it possibly fail? Everyone, this isn't the time for arguing. We should be thinking of ways to remedy the situation. As everyone discussed how to handle the series of chain reactions caused by the failed expedition, Bai Ye seemed confused. Deng Zai explained to Bai Ye. Bai Ye, you don't know yet, but one of the 5 generals we sent out has already been killed, and the remaining 4 are all seriously injured. Our nation's combat strength has been severely weakened, and the neighboring countries will certainly take advantage of this to attack us. Each of these generals was an irreplaceable elite warrior. Seeing the Dragon Kingdom's weakened state, many nations are eyeing the opportunity to carve out a piece of the pie. As the official face of the nation, the Transcendence Guild is under immense pressure. As Deng Zai explained, Bai Ye listened thoughtfully and then asked, are there any measures to address this situation? There are, and the solution lies with you, Bai Ye. Deng Zai spoke with a serious expression. After a brief pause, Deng Zai spoke again. Apart from the struggle for resources in the battlefield against foreign tribes, the national war is also a manifestation of the strength of the various nations. And the Dragon Nation now needs a hero. A hero with the strength to lead the people and stand against the forces of other nations and the messengers of the gods. If you, Bai Ye, can become that hero, then many of the current problems would no longer be issues. Foreign powers are lurking in the shadows. The remnants of the apostles are plotting treason. A great catastrophe looms on the horizon. Beneath the calm surface, dark currents are churning beneath the surface. If Bai Ye can make a significant impact in the upcoming national war, it would undoubtedly inspire countless class-changing warriors in the Dragon Kingdom and inject a much-needed dose of confidence into the hearts of the people. Having witnessed Bai's demonstrated talent and strength, this makes him the ideal candidate for the official title of hero. As Deng Zai and Bai Ye were talking, the discussions about the failed expedition gradually came to an end. Zhou Yintian then shifted the topic to another matter. Next, I'll talk about the second matter. Regarding the upcoming national war, the official authorities plan to appoint Bai Ye as the representative. For a moment, everyone present instinctively turned their gaze toward Bai Ye. As the president of the Holy Light Guild, Yu Tsang spoke up at that moment. If that's the case, then regarding the support personnel, we'll arrange for Li Linglong to assist Bai Ye. As Yu Tsang finished speaking, the atmosphere in the room grew tense. Noticing the unusual atmosphere, Bai Ye turned to Deng Zai for clarification. Vice President Deng, is this Li Linglong very powerful? Deng Zai's expression grew peculiar. However, he explained, speaking of Li Linglong, you actually know her, Bai Ye. She is the older sister of Li Yi, the super genius who achieved the title of Sword Saint in just 7 years. As Deng Zai finished speaking, White Knight's heart stirred. So it's her. Though he had heard of her, he had never seen her before. Bai Ye couldn't help but feel curious about Li Yi's older sister. Chapter 107, The Frozen World. The Third Forbidden Spell. The meeting concluded. As the leaders of major guilds began to depart one after another, Bai Ye also obtained a large number of skill scrolls through official channels. Taking advantage of the absence of others, Bai Ye converted the scrolls into a large number of skill points. To prepare for the upcoming national war, he upgraded and allocated skill points to his abilities without hesitation. You have enhanced the skill, Absolute 0. You have enhanced the skill, Absolute 0. Before long, all his skill points were spent. Bai Ye also obtained his third forbidden spell. Forbidden Spell Frozen World. Effect 1 consumes 1000 mana to freeze all enemy units within a certain range, lasting 10,100 seconds. Effect 2, after the freeze is lifted, reduces the target's movement speed and attack speed by 90%, lasting 240 seconds. Effect 3, while frozen, the target's resistances are reduced by 80%. Though similar to Divine Might, both are support skills. However, the effects of reducing both resistances and movement attack speed are simply absurd. When used in combination with Shenwei, this skill maximizes the debuff effects. The unique skill mechanism is enough to drive opponents crazy. With this forbidden spell in hand, Bai Ye gains an extra edge in the upcoming national war. The next 2 days. As the national war approaches, the official account also posted a message online. Hashtag the strongest assassin of Dragon Nation and the Sword Saint who achieved the title of Star of the Sword, the fastest in Dragon Nation, will join forces in this national war to create glory. Hashtag. As soon as the post was released, the entire internet erupted in heated discussions. I never thought I'd see the 2 strongest warriors of Dragon Nation teaming up. Yeah, I can't wait to see Bai Ye's performance in the national war. With such a lineup, I have no idea how Dragon Nation could possibly lose.
Last time in the national war, our dragon nation only came in 8th. This time, we have to secure first place.
Many netizens expressed approval for the official decision.
However, there are also some who are not very optimistic about the official decision. Don't get too excited just yet, other countries also have plenty of skilled players.
Yeah, I can understand why they chose Li Linglong, but what's the deal with Bai Ye?
With his skills, he is just going to hold us back.
Exactly. A assassin who hasn't even reached level 100, where does he get the nerve to represent our dragon nation in battle?
Sigh, we just lost the campaign against the apostles.
Will we lose this national war too? Looking at some comments online. At the hospital.
Bai Ye, who had initially been overjoyed to learn that Bai Ye was participating in the national war, now felt all his joy vanish.
My brother wouldn't hold us back.
He's not the worthless trash you all claim he is. In a fit of anger, Bai Ye grabbed his phone and started arguing with those who had questioned him. Seeing her younger sister acting so childishly,
Bai Ye smiled. Why bother with them, Xiao Yu? Some people are just like that. The more you argue with them, the louder they'll shout.
Though he knew it was true, Bai Ye still couldn't accept it. They have no idea how powerful you are, yet they dare to comment recklessly. These so-called experts are disgusting.
Don't let Bai Ye's usual docile demeanor fool you.
But when it came to Bai Ye, she was extremely protective. After rebutting all the doubters, Bai Ye felt incredibly satisfied. She waved her little fist and said, "Big brother, you've got to keep it up. In the national battle, you've got to really show those trolls what's what." Bai Ye ruffled her hair.
Don't worry about the national war, little feather. How about the college entrance exam? Are you okay?
Bai Ye's eyes darted around nervously.
I think maybe, probably, maybe I'll be okay? Bai Ye's lips twitched.
However, he still comforted him. Don't worry too much about the college entrance exam.
I believe in you.
Just do your best.
Bai Ye chuckled. It's a shame I don't have the talent to become a class changer.
Otherwise, I could join you and dominate the battlefield together.
Bai Ye sighed helplessly. Little Bai, being a class changer is a high-risk profession. I think it's better for you to live a peaceful life.
Bai Ye looked disgusted.
Go away, go away. Why does it feel like you're acting like a dad?
After some playful banter, he spent the night with his family.
The next morning, as the battlefield against the alien race unfolded,
Bai Ye also entered this super large dungeon, comparable to the Endless Tower in the Abyss.
At the same time, the global live stream began.
Through the participants' perspectives, countless netizens worldwide were deeply engrossed in this national war.
The age of the gods has come to an end. Yet their legacy is countless.
There have been rumors in the past that the gods' legacy is hidden within this foreign battlefield.
If a nation secures a favorable ranking in the national war, the entire nation will receive a divine blessing.
And if one were to bring back any artifacts from the alien battlefield, the entire society's technology would undergo a revolutionary leap forward.
This concerns the interests of everyone. How could anyone not be tense? How could anyone not anticipate the performance of their own country's participants?
Kyoto, headquarters of the Job Changers Guild.
As Bai Ye and Li Linglong entered the foreign battlefield, Zhou Yintian furrowed his brows. Could there have been a malfunction during the teleportation? How did Bai Ye and Li Linglong end up completely separated?
He had intended for the two to work together to achieve a synergistic effect. However, he hadn't anticipated that this foreign battlefield was different from previous ones where pairs worked together.
With teammates separated, could Bai Ye defeat the powerful enemies along the way, reunite with Li Linglong, and secure a decent ranking in the national war?
Zhou Yintian was aware of his concerns. Deng Zai comforted him, "Don't worry, President. Bai Ye is so strong, and as an assassin, he has such high mobility.
Even if he encounters danger, if he can't defeat them, can't he escape?"
Upon hearing this, Zhou Yintian nodded slightly. At this point, all they could do was watch the situation unfold and adapt as needed.
Just as Zhou Yintian was thinking this, in the meeting room, someone accidentally spotted the participants from Eagle Sauce Country and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. "Chairman, something's wrong."
Seeing the other party in a panic, Zhou Yintian immediately felt an ominous premonition. And the words that followed confirmed his suspicions. The vice president of the Rose Guild from Eagle Sauce has joined the national war on their behalf.
For a moment, Zhou Yintian couldn't sit still.
"What did you say?" His expression changed drastically. Then, as he saw the live stream from Eagle's side projected onto the other person's phone,
Zhou Yintian seemed to have aged 10 years in an instant. It's over. Our dragon nation might be doomed. Zhou Yintian was well aware of Arthur VIII's strength. Even if Bai Ye and Li Linglong joined forces, they might not be a match for him. And now, the two of them are separated. If Arthur were to take them down one by one, it would be an unbearable blow for the dragon nation. And it's not just Zhou Yintian. Deng Zai's expression is equally grim. There are age restrictions for transferees participating in the national war.
Only those under 30 years of age are permitted to enter this foreign battlefield. But how did Eagle Sauce manage to get Arthur, who looks young but is actually over 100 years old, into the ranks? It seems this was all planned in advance. The national war has only just begun. Let's hope Bai Ye and Li Linglong don't cross paths with that monster Arthur. Someone muttered under their breath, voicing everyone's thoughts. After all, if either Bai Ye or Li Linglong were to encounter that monster, they would have no chance of survival. Chapter 108, One-Hit Kill. Global Attention. The battlefield of the alien race. As Bai Ye surveyed his surroundings, all he could see were the ruins of ancient structures. Gusts of wind howled. No matter where one looked, it was an endless expanse, as if this world had no boundaries. The concentration of magical energy in the air is roughly the same, making it difficult to determine the center. This is trouble. Muttering to himself, Bai Ye didn't see his teammates and began to form a vague suspicion. It seems like Li Linglong and I have been separated. After gathering his thoughts, he put Li Linglong's matter aside for now. Bai Ye prepared to first locate the divine soul crystal hidden within this foreign battlefield. The rankings in the national war directly influence the extent to which divine power can strengthen a nation's fortune. All of this was determined by the number of divine soul crystals obtained by participants in the foreign battlefield. The more divine soul crystals obtained, the higher the ranking. As a unique product of the foreign battlefield, divine soul crystals have the ability to nourish the soul, enhance resilience, and boost mental strength. They are crucial for Bai Ye's treatment of Zhou Ling. Therefore, whether for public or private reasons, the more soul crystals Bai Ye can obtain, the better. Roar! Just as Bai Ye was about to leave the scene, a deafening roar echoed across the sky. When Bai Ye looked up, a large, winged creature resembling a pterosaur was heading straight toward him. It seemed to have mistaken him for prey. Upon appraisal, the attributes of the mutated bird dragon were clearly displayed before Bai Ye. Even a random beast is already thousands of levels strong. If this were the abyss, we'd probably have to go to the third layer or higher to encounter something like this. He muttered to himself. Though the mutated bird dragon was no pushover, in Bai Ye's eyes, it was nothing more than prey. As he cast his spell, divine might was unleashed. Instantly, the powerful deterrent effect caused the mutated bird dragon's body to stiffen, and it plummeted from mid-air. Bang! Its massive body crashed into the ground, creating a deep crater. The shadow guards swarmed forward. Under the relentless assault, the demonic bird dragon met its end in the northwest. Outside, through the live broadcast, the scene of Bai Ye hunting the corrupted bird dragon appeared to everyone as though the bird dragon had been suddenly suppressed by an unknown force. White Knight merely made a slight move, yet it left everyone in awe. Some netizens who had previously doubted Bai Ye's strength now turned from critics to fans, completely losing their composure. What the hell is going on? Same here. I thought it was going to be a fierce battle, but you're telling me it was a one-hit kill? So terrifying. What kind of ability is this? It's making my hair stand on end. Is this the true power of our nation's strongest assassin? Terrifying. My mom asked me why I was kneeling to watch the live stream, and I told her I was too scared to stand up. Countless comments flooded the screen. The entire Dragon Nation was in an uproar over the power Bai Ye had demonstrated. Bai Ye is so powerful. Doesn't that mean Dragon Nation has a high chance of winning the national war this time? At the same time, watching the live stream, the capital city's job change guild, Zhou Yentian couldn't help but be speechless. Is this a forbidden spell? When did Bai Ye learn this? He's given us such a pleasant surprise. As he reflected, Zhou Yentian gradually calmed down. With 2 forbidden spells at his disposal, even if Bai Ye encountered any danger, he should be able to protect himself. Across the ocean, in Eagle Sauce Country, the Rose Guild also kept a close eye on Bai Ye. As the leader of the Rose Guild and also a divine apostle, seeing Bai Ye's performance, Charles sat up straight, his expression serious. A forbidden spell? No, that can't be. Why does this Dragon Nation person's skill contain the power of the gods? Although Bai Ye's current strength was no match for Charles. However, Charles saw a significant threat to his future plans in Bai Ye. It was indeed the right decision to send Arthur. This dragon countryman must not be allowed to survive the national war. Speaking thus, Charles's eyes flashed with a cold glint. However, Charles was not the only one keeping a close eye on Bai Ye. Apostles of the gods from all over the world had also recognized the danger Bai Ye posed and hoped he would die in the national war. Unaware of the changes unfolding in the outside world, as the shadow guards dealt with the demonized bird dragons, riding the shadow dragon, Bai soared into the sky. From the sky, he surveyed the surrounding terrain, taking advantage of the shadow dragon's ability to fly. Soon, Bai Ye also caught a glimpse of an oasis in the distance. Wherever there were soul crystals, the surrounding environment would be nourished by them. Before participating in the national war, Bai Ye had done his homework on all the special items in the foreign battlefield. The soul crystal he was searching for, could it possibly be within this oasis? Just as Bai Ye was thinking this, boom! With a deafening roar, a fierce battle erupted in the oasis not far away. realizing that the battle for the soul crystal had begun. At Bai Ye's urging, the shadow dragon's speed instantly increased by several levels. At that very moment, within the oasis, a man dressed as a samurai was performing a sword draw strike, locked in combat with a massive worm-like creature resembling a leech, with a flat body and a height of 10 meters when upright. This man was none other than Yamamoto Taro, the class-changed warrior dispatched by Sakura country to participate in the national war. Gazing at the creature's mouth, which was covered in countless sharp teeth, Yamamoto Taro gripped his katana tightly and executed the draw sword strike. Bang! With a loud clang, when Yamamoto Taro's samurai sword struck the deathworm, he despaired to discover that the damage he could inflict on it was negligible. Damn it! Getting the soul crystal isn't going to be this easy. Realizing that he couldn't inflict significant damage without finding the deathworm's weakness, Yamamoto Taro clenched his teeth, activated his skills, and continued searching for the deathworm's weak point. As the battle grew increasingly intense, just as a shadow obscured the sky, the deathworm seemed to find dealing with Yamamoto Taro too boring, or perhaps it sensed the dragon's aura and had found a new target. In any case, the deathworm shifted its focus to Bai Ye and the shadow dragon. SSS. It emitted a piercing screech, and the corrosive liquid poured down upon Bai and the shadow dragon, who were suspended mid-air. Yamamoto Taru was caught in the wide-ranging toxic liquid and could only flee in disarray. As White Knight and Shadow Dragon were engulfed by the toxic liquid, Yamamoto Taru sneered disdainfully. Foolish dragon country people, this is a battlefield for foreign tribes. Riding such a large beast is nothing but a sitting duck. The vast amount of poison was enough to force even him to avoid it, let alone others. In Yamamoto Taro's eyes, Bai Ye was already as good as dead. But just as Yamamoto Taru was thinking this, the next moment, a dragon's roar echoed through the air. Roar! Accompanied by the shadow dragon's furious roar, it dived from the sky and engaged the deathworm in close combat. The battle between the two colossal beings reduced the area around the battlefield to ruins. How is this possible? Hiding in the rear, Yamamoto Taro couldn't contain himself anymore. Just as Yamamoto Taru began to suspect something was amiss, suddenly, he noticed Bai, who was also observing the battle from the rear. Yamamoto Taro had an idea. Seeing that Bai was hiding in the rear, Yamamoto Taru knew that this dragon countryman's strength couldn't be too strong. With his own strength, he was confident he could handle Bai Ye with ease. Sneaking closer, Yamamoto Taru prepared to take down both Bai and the deathworm. Chapter 109, Soul Crystal. Envy of all nations. At that moment, in the live stream, Yamamoto Taru's actions were clearly visible to everyone. Seeing that Yamamoto Taro was not playing fair and had resorted to a sneak attack, everyone was furious. Damn it! This guy doesn't follow the rules. That's too underhanded. Bai is in danger now. White Knight, look behind you. Someone's trying to ambush you. This is over. How could Bai be so careless? Though furious, they knew Bai Ye was inside the dungeon and couldn't see their messages. They could only fume in frustration, helpless to do anything. After all, assassins are fragile. Could it be that Bai Ye is going to meet his end here? Just as the audience from Longwood couldn't help but feel a wave of despair. At that very moment, on the battlefield of the foreign race, facing Bai Ye, Yamamoto Taru had already moved. Dragon countryman, die! With a furious roar, Yamamoto Taru drew his sword and swung it down. Magic and sword energy merged, emitting a piercing sound and unleashing a small tornado. Just as Yamamoto Taro believed that with this all-out strike, Bai Ye would surely be split in two. The next moment, as Bai Ye turned to look back, Yamamoto Taro's smile froze on his face. Indeed, someone had been split in two. But it was not Bai Ye, it was Yamamoto Taro himself. Glancing at the blood droplets left by the blade in Bai Ye's hand, then at the bloodstains spreading across his own abdomen. Even in his dying moments, Yamamoto Taro could not comprehend. Just moments ago, his techniques had been so fierce and so fast. Yet why was Bai Ye still able to act a split second faster than him? With a thud, Yamamoto Taro collapsed to the ground. Bai Ye refocused his attention on the battlefield. Yamamoto Taro's previous move was indeed astonishing. But alas, under the high damage reduction, the damage Bai Ye sustained was negligible. Additionally, thanks to the Thorn Armor's counterattack effect, half of the skill damage was reflected back. As a samurai rather than a warrior tank, Yamamoto Taro, with his relatively low health, didn't exactly die unfairly. As the one directly involved, Bai Ye naturally knew that Yamamoto Taro had been defeated by the game mechanics. However, the vast majority of viewers watching the livestream were unaware of this. From their perspective, while Yamamoto Taru's attacks were fast, Bai was even faster. With a single strike, he was dead, coming and going without a trace. Is this the true power of the strongest assassin in Dragon Country? It was truly terrifying. Upon closer reflection, putting oneself in Yamamoto Taro's shoes, everyone felt a chill run down their spine. At the same time, in Kyoto Hospital. Since Bai Ye entered the foreign battlefield, he had been watching the live stream as well. Seeing his older brother strike with such speed and precision, Bai Ye couldn't help but exclaim, 666. No wonder he's my older brother, he's so strong. Thinking about how Bai Ye's cool side was being displayed to the entire nation, and even to countless people around the world, Bai Ye couldn't help but get excited. The battlefield of the alien race. In the fierce battle against the Shadow Dragon, the Deathworm was already covered in wounds. It had lived on this land for many years. This was the first time the Deathworm had encountered an opponent like the Shadow Dragon. No matter how it attacked, the damage inflicted on the Shadow Dragon was healed in an instant. The Deathworm couldn't help but feel a chill run down its spine. It can't be killed. It simply can't be killed. Facing such an opponent, what on earth should it do? Before the Deathworm could formulate a strategy, White Knight's voice echoed. Big dog, soldiers, assist the Shadow Dragon and end this quickly. Upon hearing these words, shadows of various forms surged forth from all directions, closing in on the Deathworm. The Deathworm's once proud massive body was now nothing more than a living target for the guards. 1,810. 1,120. Each attack dealt by the guards inflicted damage of around 1,000 points. For the Deathworms, such damage is negligible. However, the number of Shadow Guards is simply too great. Even if each one only attacks once, the total damage inflicted in a single round would exceed 200,000. You have looted the Deathworm's attributes, strength plus 30. When the talent is triggered, its attributes are looted. A soul crystal was also extracted from the body of the Deathworm by the soldiers. Item Soul Crystal. Effect enhances the soul and slightly increases stamina and resilience. Description: a special crystal containing a thread of divine power, possessing. For other class changers, every point of attribute enhancement is extremely valuable. As a result, the soul crystal is extremely rare and valuable. However, for Bai Ye, obtaining attributes is something he can easily acquire elsewhere. The sole purpose of the divine soul crystal is to enhance his mother's attributes, nourish her physique, and help her recover from her illness as soon as possible. As Bai Ye roamed the battlefields of foreign tribes, exploring this new world, other class changers from various nations encountered various troubles. Outside, they were all unmatched top-tier warriors, revered by all wherever they went. However, upon entering this battlefield, to the indigenous inhabitants of this land, they were nothing more than prey to be hunted at will. Through the live broadcast footage, comparing Bai Ye with other transferees, in an instant, countless netizens were left speechless. Wait, how come Bai Ye is winning so easily, while the class changers from other countries are struggling so much? Yeah, the beasts and monsters on the foreign battlefield don't seem that hard to deal with either. Do you think there's a possibility that Bai is just too strong? Just as everyone learned that Bai Ye had turned the national war into a leisurely outing, viewers from all over the world flooded into the live stream of the Dragon Nation to see if it was true or not. But when they took a closer look, they were all left speechless. Not for any other reason, but because Bai Ye was simply too powerful. He was casting forbidden spells and summoning creatures. But the result? You're telling me this is an assassin? They were completely toyed with like children. Comparing the performances of the two class-changed players, netizens from all over the world can't help but envy them. Having Li Linglong is one thing. Now there's also Bai Ye. If Bai Ye were their country's job changer, how wonderful that would be. In the same foreign battlefield, Li Linglong casually slays another attacking beast. The closer they get to the core region of this world, the more alien beasts and monsters they faced. Gazing at the blazing sun overhead, she flicked the bloodstains from her sword. Li Linglong couldn't help but grow concerned. I wonder how Bai Ye is faring over there. Please, nothing must go wrong. Muttering to herself, Li Linglong continued to advance deeper into the alien battlefield. As long as Bai Ye and she share the same goal, the depths of the alien battlefield, they will inevitably cross paths sooner or later. At that time, she would lead the way and guide Bai Ye to victory. Thinking this, Li Linglong's lips curled into a slight smile. Though she had already become a sword saint, her title was well deserved. But occasionally, Li Linglong also wanted to show off a little in front of familiar faces, savoring the admiring glances. Chapter 110, Talent Advancement. Immortality. The battle with the Deathworm had ended. Riding the Shadow Dragon, Bai Ye also ventured deeper into the foreign battlefield, with the Shadow Dragon reducing the effort required to move. Bai Ye's exploration speed was far faster than that of the other class changers. Looking down below, countless ruins of ancient structures littered the landscape. It's clear that in the era before the gods fell, this place once had its own civilization in glory. Just as Bai Ye was marveling, a massive beast's silhouette began to emerge in the distance. If it were any other transferee, they would undoubtedly choose to avoid such a powerful opponent and flee. But to Bai Ye, this was nothing more than a moving experience package. Shadow Dragon, charge! As Bai Ye issued the command, a loud roar echoed, and the Shadow Dragon flapped its wings, increasing its speed. Soon, as they drew near, Bai Ye saw a massive demon with long horns on its forehead, muscles tightly packed, skin a dusky gray, and a body as large as a small mountain, glaring at him. Roar! As it roared, the giant demon bared its fangs and swung a punch at the shadow dragon, causing the air to tremble. The shadow dragon dodged the attack. The demon struck the ground with a powerful blow. Rocks shattered, the earth trembled, and the ground sank deeply. Its terrifying physique and unmatched strength were truly awe-inspiring. If this were outside, there would be no doubt it would be a moving disaster. Great Demon. Attributes: Shadow. Health 8,000,008 million. Strength 18,000. Speed 500. Magic 5,000,005,000. Resilience 1000. Talent: Immortal Body. When health drops to 1, enters a 3-second invincible state. Skills: Annihilation Fist, War Roar, War Stomp. Description: a special race that once fought for the moon god, now extinct along with their master. Their former glory is but a fading memory. With a staggering 8 million health points, coupled with 1000 resilience and high resistance. Such attributes are truly terrifying. During the brief moment when the Shadow Guardians are summoned, White Knight raises his hand and casts a spell, as the magical array forms and pours out from within. The decisive battle is about to begin. Through the live broadcast, even through the screen, everyone could still feel the intense pressure emanating from the massive demon. Is this truly a demonic creature from the depths of the alien battlefield? If it were to enter the mortal realm, countless cities would be reduced to rubble, leaving nothing behind. Thinking about how Bai Ye, a mere assassin, dared to provoke such a powerful monster, countless netizens couldn't help but sigh with regret. Even if Bai Ye's skills and mechanics are unbeatable, there's nothing we can do. The difference in their attributes is simply too great. As an expert chimed in, everyone nodded in agreement. That's right. This isn't the kind of monster a transfigured warrior like Bai Ye should provoke. With just attributes, the big demon can make countless mistakes, but Bai Ye only needs to make one mistake and it's game over. After just defeating the Deathworm, Bai's condition must have been severely depleted. Now facing this battle, it's going to be tough. In everyone's eyes, the only option left for Bai Ye was to flee. Going head-to-head with the Great Demon is sheer folly. Kyoto, headquarters of the Shinong Guild. Seeing Bai Ye's decision, Huang Yao snorted coldly. Stupid. This is utterly foolish. With his arms crossed, Huang Yao delivered his blunt assessment. Bai Ye doesn't really think he can win against a few people and become invincible, does he? So arrogant, this is going to come back to bite him. I wonder what the organizers were thinking, picking such a self-important kid. It's a complete waste of a spot in the competition. This national war should have been given to our guild. The more Huang Yao thought about it, the more unreasonable the official arrangement seemed. He unleashed a barrage of criticism at Bai Ye without holding back. At that moment, on the battlefield of the foreign tribes, as the shadow guards kept falling and then resurrecting, Bai Ye also checked his own magic power. 2 shots of eternal flame, plus the healing of the damage the guards had suffered. White Knight's magic was nearly depleted. Having the protection of the stars alone is insufficient. The amount of magic that could be restored was too limited. To quickly replenish MP, it seems he'll have to take some potions. Thinking this, Bai Ye sighed. I really don't want to take potions. He downed the magic restoration potion in one gulp. Under the protection of the stars, Bai Ye's blue health was also restored. Knowing the opponent had high resistance, Bai Ye decided to weaken the big demon's resistance first. With a flick of his wrist, the frozen world was unleashed. Under the influence of magic, frost spread across the sky in front of him. At a speed visible to the naked eye, the great demon's movements grew increasingly sluggish. Freezing the opponent was only secondary. Reducing its resistance was the primary objective. Taking advantage of the giant demon's current state of frostbite, White Knight's mind flickered. As dark clouds gathered in the sky, thunder roared, and rolling lightning strikes continuously pounded down. Compared to fire-based skills, lightning-based skills are effective against monsters. Additionally, the great demon's resistance has already been weakened. In an instant, the giant demon took massive damage. 619,000. This single strike of thunderous wrath caused the great demon's health to plummet by nearly 1/10. Paralysis and frostbite, combined with the double debuffs, turned the once menacing great demon into a sitting duck. Facing the combined assault from Bai Ye and his guards, coupled with absolute control, the giant demon had no chance to fight back. This combo is flawless in every way. The only drawback is that it consumes far too much magic power. By slowly chipping away at its health, it took nearly half an hour. When the great demon's innate ability triggered, ending its 3-second invincibility, it finally fell. You have reached level 96. You have gained 10 free attribute points. You have looted the big demon's rank talent, Undying Body. Notice, similar skill detected. Undying has evolved. Talent Immortality. Quality S. Effect: when on the brink of death, your health will be preserved at 1 and continuously recover 5% health over 10 seconds, while also gaining invincibility. 10 seconds of invincibility, that's like being a true man for 10 seconds. Combined with 50% health regeneration, this talent's mechanics are simply too powerful. If it's already this powerful at S rank, what about when it's upgraded to SSS? Thinking about it, Bai Ye couldn't help but feel a bit excited. The rankings in the national war are determined by the number of divine soul crystals obtained and which nation defeats the boss first. Looking into the distance, a tower stood tall. As expected, that must be the boss's lair. It seems he will be the first to defeat the boss. Meanwhile, due to the commotion caused by Bai Ye and Degu's battle, they had also arrived at the depths of the alien battlefield. Li Linglong also noticed the unusual activity in the distance. She felt the magical energy surging toward her from the direction where the great demon was. Li Linglong couldn't help but feel curious. Which country's class-changed adventurer was fighting monsters here, causing such a commotion? With that thought, Li Linglong unconsciously quickened her pace. However, before she could reach the scene, a blonde-haired man blocked her path ahead. It wasn't just Li Linglong who noticed something amiss. Arthur did as well. Facing Arthur, Li Linglong drew her sword. She felt the terrifying pressure emanating from the man before her. Li Linglong knew that trouble was brewing. Without any exchange of words, the battle erupted instantly. Chapter 111, Complete Domination. The eagle-wielding nation's class-changing warrior. A deafening explosion echoed from behind Bai Ye. It seemed as though a massive battle was erupting dozens of miles away. Though curious about who was fighting whom. But for Bai Ye at that moment, the most important thing was to defeat the boss. Upon arriving at the boss's location, he saw a 9-headed serpent, over 100 meters long, dominating the basin. With the experience of previously defeating the great demon, when facing such a massive, strange beast, Bai Ye had gained some valuable insights. As the frozen world was unleashed, Bai Ye countered with the eternal flame and thunderous wrath. As ice and fire collided, the lightning also caused paralysis. The 9-headed serpent was caught off guard. The 9-headed serpent was completely disoriented. All the other class changers he had encountered before had always charged in from the ground. But here, White Knight was dropping skills from the sky like a bombing raid. Bombing was bad enough, but starting with a forbidden spell? For a moment, the 9-headed serpent felt utterly humiliated. Every time it tried to cast a spell, it was interrupted by Bai Ye's forbidden spell. It couldn't even touch him. Forced to take a beating, the 9-headed serpent was utterly frustrated. Despite being the boss, the 9-headed serpent could only retreat in defeat. As the shadow dragon descended from mid-air, White Knight couldn't help but sigh. I never expected this boss to be weaker than any of the great demons we've encountered before. The battle ended in less than an hour. He organized his loot. He noticed that the battle nearby had not yet concluded. Bai Ye mounted his shadow dragon and rushed toward it. As the battle on Bai's side came to an end, I had thought it would be a fierce battle between him and the 9-headed serpent, but it turned out to be a crushing defeat by sheer firepower. The crowd watching the livestream in Dragon Country couldn't help but laugh. The national war had only just begun. Yet the result was Bai Ye rampaging through the battlefield. If this keeps up, Dragon Nation is sure to win the championship. Just as everyone was feeling elated, a comment suddenly appeared on the screen. It's over. Li Linglong is being overwhelmed by that Arthur. Is she going to fall? Upon seeing the comment, the viewers who had been watching Bai Ye's livestream switched to Li Linglong's camera to check. Upon seeing this, everyone was startled. Though both were star generals, Li Linglong was slightly weaker than Arthur. As a result, she was initially able to hold her own against him. However, gradually, she began to fall behind. By now, she had been completely overwhelmed by her opponent. Seeing this, everyone grew concerned. This is bad. Li Linglong is in danger. Who is this eagle sauce person? It seems like they want Li Linglong to die. I've already looked into it. This is Arthur 8, the vice president of the Rose Guild. He's over 100 years old, but thanks to his rank and long-term use of elixirs, he looks younger. Soon, someone dug up Arthur's information. Countless people in the Dragon Kingdom were enraged. Isn't the National War Dungeon only supposed to allow transferees under 30 to enter? How did this old man sneak in? Exactly. Bullying the weak, how despicable. As expected, the eagles are still as disgusting as ever. Brothers, stay calm. Bai Ye is already heading toward Li Linglong's location. We believe he will definitely rescue her. If it's Bai Ye, we're sure he can win. Upon hearing that Bai Ye was heading to reinforce the troops, countless people secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After all, Bai Ye's performance in the previous battles had been witnessed by everyone. They still had great confidence in his abilities. At that moment, at the headquarters of the Kyoto Job Changer Guild, Zhou Yentian's heart was already in his throat. He had believed that in this national war, Bai Ye and Li Linglong could perfectly avoid Arthur. But he never imagined that the worst possible outcome would occur. Knowing that the two of them would have a showdown with Arthur, Zhou Yentian felt deeply weighed down. Noticing Zhou Yentian's thoughts, Deng Zai, standing beside him, comforted him.
Chairman, don't worry too much. They're outnumbered, so I'm sure they'll win.
Upon hearing this, Zhou Yentian sighed softly.
Let's hope so.
All we can do now is believe in them, believe in our country's job changers. With that response, Zhou Yentian kept his eyes fixed on the livestream, watching closely.
Meanwhile, on the battlefield against the alien race,
Li Linglong's body was already covered in large and small wounds, looking disheveled.
after transforming into a sword saint,
Li Linglong had not encountered such a powerful opponent in a long time. Arthur was the first to leave her so exhausted from defending herself.
the sword saints of the Dragon Kingdom aren't all that impressive, are they?
While continuously bombarding her with skills and lowering her health bar, Arthur laughed aloud.
He seemed completely at ease.
Under normal circumstances, Arthur would indeed be unable to enter this dungeon. But as a believer, he possessed divine blessings. He would not be rejected from this fallen land created by the gods. Thinking about the two geniuses of the Dragon Kingdom falling at his hands, Arthur felt quite smug. He wielded his long spear and charged toward Li Linglong once more. As the skill was unleashed, amidst the flashes of blades and swords, Li Linglong's fair skin was instantly marked with several more bloodstains. She clenched her teeth tightly. The current Li Linglong bore no resemblance to the sword saint she once was. It wasn't her fault she was too weak. It was because the opponent she faced was too strong, far beyond her level.
The gap between them was simply too vast.
As her health points dropped to the critical threshold,
the outcome was already inevitable.
Li Linglong closed her eyes. However, just as she thought she was doomed,
with a clang,
when Li Linglong opened her eyes, she couldn't help but let out a startled cry.
Bai Ye? You must be Linglong, right? I've heard Yi mention you before. Sorry I'm late. As he responded, Bai Ye temporarily drove Arthur back. This also gave Li Linglong some breathing room.
Seeing that Bai Ye was about to launch an attack on Arthur, Li Linglong hurriedly advised, "White Knight, don't act impulsively. Arthur is very powerful, you're no match for him."
Hearing this, Bai Ye didn't explain further and smiled. Well, that's convenient. I'm actually pretty strong too.
With that, he took the initiative to attack. Seeing Bai Ye's unconcerned expression, Li Linglong stomped her feet in frustration.
How could her younger sister fall for such an impulsive and arrogant person?
Though she complained with her mouth, Li Linglong's body was honest. After downing the recovery potion, she followed closely behind, charging toward Arthur to assist Bai Ye.
In the live stream,
seeing Bai Ye arrive in time to rescue him, everyone sighed in relief. Seeing that Bai Ye remained unfazed even when facing a star-ranked opponent and took the initiative to attack,
everyone became excited as well.
Take life and death in stride. If you're not satisfied, fight. I never thought Bai Ye would even dare to look down on a general star.
One person might not be able to win, but now it's 2 against 1, we shouldn't lose, right? Go, Bai Ye! Beat that despicable eagle-faced traitor. As fellow dragon countrymen, they naturally united in their hatred for the enemy.
Meanwhile, across the vast ocean, in the Eagle Nation, within the Rose Guild,
after watching the live stream,
a muscular man with a build like a small giant, his upper body covered in scars, couldn't help but burst into laughter. He was none other than Charles, the leader of the Rose Guild.
Ridiculous.
Our guild's vice president is no match for 2 mere dragon countrymen. Upon hearing this, the butler replied respectfully, "President Charles, perhaps we should not underestimate these dragon country people."
Though he spoke thus, in the butler's eyes,
Arthur was not only a star-ranked warrior but also had the blessings of his followers.
Bai Ye and Li Linglong, these two are already as good as dead. Chapter 112, Bai Ye's True Strength. Showdown with the Star General.
The battlefield of the foreign tribes, near the central area. Bai Ye raised his hand, casting a forbidden spell. As the frost spread, Arthur knew he couldn't be touched, so he immediately leaped backward to dodge. He claimed that defeating Bai Ye would be a breeze. But Arthur remained extremely cautious. Before stepping onto the battlefield of the foreign tribe, he had already analyzed Bai Ye's abilities and combat style in detail. Gripping his long spear tightly, he caught a glimpse of Li Linglong's shadow out of the corner of his eye. Enhancing his weapon with a skill, he parried the long sword and darted around to White Knight's back. He planned to strike a fatal blow while Bai Ye was casting his spell.
However, bang! Just as the spear thrust forward, Arthur also took 50% damage. This was Bai Ye activating the effect of the thorn armor. He actually injured Arthur. How did White Knight manage that? In the brief moments of their clash, White Knight and Arthur engaged in multiple strategic maneuvers, with White Knight consistently gaining the upper hand. Li Linglong couldn't help but exclaim in surprise.
If White Knight had previously blocked Arthur's attack because the latter hadn't reacted in time.
But what about this time?
With less than 100 levels of strength, she was going head-to-head with a foe twice her strength.
Could this really be the work of an assassin?
Just as Li Linglong was feeling utterly astonished, at the center of the battlefield, she felt Arthur closing in step by step. Bai Ye furrowed his brows. Arthur was pressing him too hard. knowing that he primarily relied on forbidden spells for damage output and would only close in for the finish. Arthur closed in directly, leaving Bai Ye no room to use potions to replenish his magic. When facing a general star, Bai Ye still seemed a bit too strained. However, the opponent wouldn't think so. That the only forbidden spells he knew were the Eternal Flame and the Frozen World? As Arthur's long spear extended once more, White Knight did not retreat but advanced instead, abandoning his previous defensive posture. At the same time, the divine might was unleashed. Under the forbidden spell, Arthur felt an invisible shockwave hit him head-on. He was stunned, his movements momentarily halted. Taking advantage of this opening, Bai Ye's blade struck. 50,000. 30,000. The damage numbers kept flashing. Combined with the accumulated damage from counterattacks during the battle, Arthur's health bar dropped sharply. If it were any other class changer, they would have been instantly killed by Bai's surprise combo. But he was, after all, a star general, with his level, equipment, and the triple buff from his followers. After taking the combo in the previous battle with Li Linglong, Arthur's health is now down to a third of his maximum. This kid. Checking his own status, Arthur's expression darkened. He couldn't believe he had nearly fallen into the hands of someone he had completely underestimated. He felt an uncontrollable rage rising within him. Pulling back would give Bai Ye time to replenish his magic, which was clearly not an option. Close combat was his only advantage. If he relied on the blessings of his followers. As Arthur's long spear flickered with a faint glow, the next strike would be true damage, ignoring all damage reduction and defensive mechanisms. 20,000. Divine Punishment, a special skill usable only by the followers and apostles of the gods. Not a forbidden spell, yet it rivals one. It deals a fixed damage of 20,000 points, and the damage ignores defense. This is the trump card Arthur has been hiding all this time. Having already weakened Bai's health facing this move now. Based on Arthur's calculations of the damage, it should be enough to kill Bai, right? Just as he thought that, however, in the next second, Arthur's eyes widened. How is this possible? White Knight charged straight toward him. Under Li Linglong's watchful gaze, Bai Ye endured the damage, his blade slicing through the air, leaving countless afterimages. Several ordinary attacks were so fast they were dizzying to watch. Arthur's full set of defensive gear couldn't withstand the burst of power, shattering instantly. With a thud, Arthur collapsed. And Bai Ye walked toward Li Linglong. Gusts of wind swept through the air, and sand swirled wildly. In a battle against a star-ranked opponent at the 100 level, Bai Ye remained the first. In the live stream, countless comments froze in mid-air. Time seemed to have come to a standstill. Suddenly, everyone erupted into chaos. Holy crap! Is this really an assassin? While it's not impossible that Li Linglong had already weakened Arthur's condition beforehand, Bai Ye is truly powerful. He just took him out like that? That's way too strong. If everything goes as planned, Bai Ye must have already been selected as a star general candidate. A surge of indescribable excitement spread through everyone's hearts. They knew Bai Ye was strong. They were also well aware of his game mechanics being out of this world. But they never imagined that Bai Ye's strength could be this formidable. Could it be that what Bai Ye has shown so far is merely the tip of the iceberg? Could Bai Ye's true strength be far greater than this? Kyoto, the headquarters of the Job Changers Guild. As Arthur fell, Zhou Yentian could no longer sit still. He sprang up from his chair with a loud laugh. Ha ha! No wonder he's Bai Ye. That's the spirit. Did you see that? That's what a job changer from our Dragon Nation looks like. Not only Zhou Yentian, but Deng Zai was equally excited. President, losing a star general means the Eagle Squad will be in for a rough time. Zhou Yentian raised the corner of his mouth and waved his hand. Make arrangements. We're going to welcome our Dragon Nation heroes. I must host a victory banquet for Bai Ye and the others. Shin Non Guild. As Arthur fell, Huang Yao, who had been seething with hatred toward Bai Ye, now stared in disbelief. He actually won? At that moment, Huang Yao's feelings were mixed. After all, that was a general star. Even the weakest general star was not something that could be measured by ordinary standards. Yet here he was, defeated in a national war, in front of the entire Dragon Kingdom and the entire world like this. Moments later, Huang Yao collapsed onto the sofa. Even the general star was powerless against Bai Ye. The plans he had devised against Bai Ye were now nothing but a joke. Realizing that Bai Ye's rise was now unstoppable. With that thought, Huang Yao summoned his secretary. Make arrangements to lift the blockade and cease all actions against the Qin group. The Shin Non Guild is willing to turn enemies into friends. Knowing his own chairman's stubborn nature. Seeing that Huang Yao had actually backed down, the secretary was slightly surprised. She had assumed that Huang Yao would prioritize his pride and choose to confront Bai Ye head-on. Yes, she replied respectfully, preparing to carry out the orders. But as the secretary was about to leave, as if remembering something, Huang Yao called her back. Wait a moment. Prepare some compensation for me. I need to go to Kyoto Hospital to visit Bai Ye's mother. It wasn't just the Shinnon Guild. The leaders of the other 9 major guilds also took similar actions.
As long as it's not the little cutie, everyone can see it.
Bai Ye is already so extraordinary now. Once he becomes a military genius, he'll be terrifyingly powerful.
While his opponent's strength hasn't yet reached its peak, it's only natural to get closer. Having one more friend is always better than having one more enemy. Chapter 113, Divine Punishment. National War Rewards.
At this very moment, on the battlefield of the foreign tribes, as Bai Ye defeated the boss, the dungeon was about to close. As the space began to tremble and shake,
Bai Ye spoke up. Linglong, let's go back.
As she responded, Li Linglong glanced aside, her pupils gradually contracting.
Bai Ye also clearly sensed something.
I really don't want to reveal another ace up my sleeve.
Just as Bai Ye murmured,
Arthur, propped up by his followers, was clinging to life.
Bai Ye! Ah! Die!
With a savage grin, Arthur launched his final attack, triggering the immortal ability at that very moment. At the same time, Bai Ye's condition was restored. In the next instant, Arthur's spear shattered, his head fell to the ground, and White Knight delivered a single strike, killing him so thoroughly that he could not die again. You have obtained Arthur's skill, Divine Punishment. Effect, consumes 1000 mana to enhance the next attack, dealing 20,000 points of true damage that ignores all defense. Your level has risen to 97, with 10 free attribute points.
As Bai Ye checked his own information,
suddenly, Bai Ye was surrounded by a glow.
Li Linglong couldn't help but gasp. It's an S-rank talent.
Muttering to herself, Li Linglong suddenly realized that Bai Ye's incredible strength wasn't entirely unexpected.
Just as Li Linglong was lost in thought,
as the dungeon was about to close, Bai Ye's figure grew increasingly distant. She immediately followed after him. As the national war came to an end, the class-changing participants from various nations returned to their respective countries via the teleportation array.
Bai Ye and Li Linglong were no exception. Just as they stepped out of the teleportation array, Bai Ye saw Zhou Yintian and the others already waiting there to greet them, with a grand welcome ceremony drawing everyone's attention. Upon seeing Bai Ye, Zhou Yintian walked toward him with a broad smile. White Knight, the assassin, and Li Linglong, the sword saint, you two have worked hard in this national war. We have prepared a celebratory banquet for you both. Please do honor us with your presence. Upon hearing this, Bai Ye didn't think much of it.
However, Li Linglong felt ashamed. After all, on the battlefield against the foreign tribes, whether it was fighting the boss or dealing with Arthur, it had all been Bai Ye doing the heavy lifting. Throughout the entire process, she had mostly been slacking off, just dealing with minor enemies.
Noticing Li Linglong's thoughts,
Zhou Yintian comforted her. Li Linglong, the sword saint, we know your strength.
This isn't your fault, it's just that the enemies were too powerful. As he spoke, Zhou Yintian led the two of them to a luxury car. You two, get in first. We'll talk later. Zhou Yintian greeted Bai Ye and the others. Bai Ye got into the car and sat in the back seat with Li Linglong. As the vehicle started and gradually merged into the traffic, Bai Ye looked out the window. He saw a large number of journalists stationed on both sides of the road. If not for someone holding them back, they would have already rushed forward to conduct interviews. After all, in this national competition, the Dragon Kingdom was highly likely to secure first place, which was major news. Thinking of this, Bai Ye felt slightly exhausted. This was his first time facing off against a star-ranked powerhouse. Though Bai Ye appeared to win easily, in reality, had it not been for the protection of the stars, which had restored some of his condition. Even if he had triggered the immortal and indestructible ability, he might have still been defeated. Gentlemen, we've arranged a hotel for you, and the victory banquet will also be held there. You should rest up now. Bai Ye did not refuse. Then we'll trouble Zhou President. As he spoke, he happened to notice a banner for the college entrance exams and mentioned it casually. Speaking of Zhou, during the time we were participating in the national war, the college entrance exam must have already ended, right? Zhou Yintian replied, yes, it's over. Today is the last day of the college entrance exam. Upon hearing this, Bai Ye couldn't help but wonder how Bai Ye had done on the exam. Just as Bai Ye was thinking this, Li Linglong suddenly spoke up from the side. Bai Ye, look quickly. The national war rankings have been released. Bai Ye followed Li Linglong's gaze. Outside the window, a golden screen as large as the sky appeared in mid-air, visible to everyone. Not only in the capital, but simultaneously across the entire globe. The national war was something created by the gods long ago, when the era of the gods had not yet ended. Its original purpose was a strategic game between gods, a contest between their respective realms. However, it had now become a means for nations to obtain divine blessings and demonstrate their strength. National War Announcement. To all wise beings, the global top 3 rankings and rewards will be announced shortly. A emotionless mechanical voice echoed through the minds of billions of transformed warriors worldwide. Bai Ye only saw the golden light screen change. Third place, Great Bear Kingdom. Reward, 1% increase in physical stats for all citizens. Just as he saw the reward, Bai Ye was a bit surprised. Don't underestimate this 1%. For class changers, the further they progress, the harder it becomes to achieve further improvements. A 1% increase is enough to bring about a small transformation in the strength of some class changers in the Great Bear Kingdom. No wonder the various nations are so focused on the national war. There's a reason for that. Bai Ye, do you know why our dragon nation has so many resources, yet produces fewer strong warriors than other nations? As Zhou Yintian spoke, Bai Ye couldn't help but feel curious. For promising class changers. Not only the dragon nation's government, but also the major guilds all strive to cultivate them as much as possible. Given such emphasis on fresh talent, there's no reason for the Dragon Kingdom to be weaker than other nations. With his questions unanswered, he listened as Zhou Yintian continued. The fundamental reasons are twofold. First, there's the national war. Under the targeted attacks from other nations, securing a top 3 finish and claiming the rewards is virtually impossible. Over time, this gap has widened between us and other nations. The second is the apostles. Dragon Nation does not align itself with those apostles. As a result, many promising job changers in our country have been killed in battles against the apostles. This has also caused a of our Dragon Nation. In the future, Bai Ye, you will inevitably face assassination attempts from other nations and targeting by the apostles. In the days to come, Bai, you must be cautious. Do not let your current strength make you overconfident. If Arthur's combat power is 1, then the apostles' combat power is 10, or even 100. Their power far surpasses anything you can imagine. As Zhou Yintian continued speaking, the second and first places were also announced. Second place, Eagle Sauce Nation, reward, 2% increase in national physical fitness. First place, Dragon Nation, reward, 5% increase in national physical fitness. As the results were announced, the rewards were distributed. A series of white beams descended from the sky. These white beams contained the power of the gods. Just as Bai Ye was filled with astonishment. He could clearly feel a significant boost to his own abilities. And those who shared the same sensation as Bai Ye were all the people of Longwood across the entire realm. In the streets and alleys, countless people cheered and rejoiced. After all, every slight increase in attributes meant a higher chance of survival on the battlefield and in dungeons. I've broken through. My strength has finally surpassed 500 points. Ha, I feel so strong right now, it's terrifying. Thank you, Motherland. Bai is amazing. My body is actually healthier than before. Those stuck on their class change quests, unable to progress further, saw an opportunity to complete their tasks. There were ordinary people who had been bedridden who were now able to move again. Even those on the brink of death found a glimmer of hope. Such miracles are unfolding one after another in Dragon Country. A sense of pride as a citizen of Dragon Nation welled up within them at that moment. Chapter 114, The Transformation of the Guards. The Phantom Sea Forest. As the carriage slowly made its way through the crowded streets, Bai Ye could hear countless people outside the carriage shouting his name. This battle had truly made him famous. He closed his eyes for a moment to rest. Before long, they arrived at the hotel. As soon as he entered the lobby, he was greeted by the extravagant decorations and a multi-tiered cake adorned with messages of gratitude. Bai Ye was slightly surprised. The two of you, this is all arranged for you. How do you like it? Is it okay? Bai Ye thanked him. Thank you for your trouble, Zhou President. Zhou Yintian waved his hand. White Knight Assassin, you're too polite. You are heroes of our Dragon Nation, this is the least I can do. As he spoke, Zhou Yintian handed over 2 room keys. Here are the room keys for the private rooms I reserved for you. If you get tired, the rooms are on the 8th floor, and you can rest anytime. I still have some work to attend to. Please let Deng Zai take care of you. Don't mind at all. As Zhou Yintian spoke, Bai Ye saw Deng Zai walking toward them. Besides Deng Zai, Bai Ye was also among them. Seeing his older brother, Bai Ye was very excited. Brother, you're so amazing. I'm really benefiting from your success. As a foodie, looking at the table filled with all kinds of delicious food, Bai Ye's eyes lit up. Eat whatever you like. Bai Ye gently stroked her head with a loving expression. Bai Ye's voice involuntarily grew several decibels louder. Thanks, big brother. With light steps, Bai Ye felt as though she could easily devour 3 large bowls. As Bai Ye left, thinking about her upcoming level up and job change, Bai Ye turned to Li Linglong on his side and asked, Linglong's sister, do you know where I can quickly level up? Upon hearing this, Li Linglong paused for a moment before giving her answer. If you want to level up quickly, you can check out the Phantom Sea Forest. The beasts and monsters there are quite powerful, and they also offer a lot of experience points. I went there when I was preparing to reach level 100. After saying this, as if thinking of something, Li Linglong spoke again. However, Bai Ye, you must be cautious. The Phantom Sea Forest is a global public training ground. Now that you're so famous, I'm worried that foreign nations might target you.
Upon hearing this, Bai Ye quietly noted the location in his mind.
Thank you for the reminder, Linglong. I'll be careful. Li Linglong smiled. It should be me thanking you.
Without you, I might have already been dead. While eating and chatting casually, Li Linglong gradually grew more familiar with Bai Ye. As a sword saint, she seemed aloof to outsiders, but in reality, she wasn't aloof at all. After dinner, they returned to their room. Bai Ye organized the various gains he had obtained from participating in the national war. First was the enhancement of the shadow guards. As Bai Ye fused the souls she had seized with them, at a speed visible to the naked eye, the guards' aura surged, and their strength underwent a transformation. As he watched, the guards knelt before him with reverence. Bai Ye was highly satisfied. Through mutual fusion, the number of soldiers under his control decreased. However, each of these soldiers now possessed strength capable of matching a 100-level class-changed warrior. It was simply too incredible to believe. Thinking of Arthur VIII's soul, which had also been stripped away by him, Bai Ye also injected it into the body of a soldier. Instantly, it was as if a chemical reaction had occurred, and surging magical energy erupted forth. In the blink of an eye, a spearman dressed in armor and wielding a long spear appeared before Bai Ye. Master, thank you for granting me new life. A voice with a slight rasp echoed through the air. Discovering that the gunner had gained sentience, Bai Ye was taken aback. Gained intelligence? I'll give you a name then. After a moment's thought, Bai Ye said, Shadow. From today onward, you shall be called Shadow. As Bai Ye finished speaking, the gunner stood at attention. Thank you, Master, for bestowing us with a name. We shall become the sharpest swords in your hands. Shadow. Health points 100,000. Magic 100,000. Strength 8000. Speed 2000. Resilience 1000. Skill piercing spear. Description: a brand new lifeform created by the fusion of the souls of the moon god's followers. It now has a new master to protect and will never betray them. After reading the information about the shadow, when noticing the description of the moon god in the introduction, he recalled the group of Eagle Nation transferees he had slain in the abyss earlier. Bai Ye fell into deep thought. Is there any connection between the Eagle Nation, the Rose Guild, and the moon god? The age of the gods has come to an end. Yet countless apostles still roam the mortal realm, awaiting the moment when the gods will rise again. Could it be that the Rose Guild truly holds the method to revive the moon goddess? At this thought, Bai Ye composed himself. Regardless of the plans of the foreign nations and various factions, for Bai Ye, enhancing his own strength was the most important thing. Shadow, aside from me, can you blend into others' shadows? As Bai Ye asked, the shadows responded. Yes, Master, we can. Alright, then split into 4 guards and protect my family members. Following the order, 4 shadow guards stepped forward from the ranks and began moving according to Bai Ye's instructions. One must always be vigilant against potential threats. Against foreign forces that might attack him, Bai Ye had plenty of ways to deal with them. But Zhou Ling and Bai Yu were ordinary people. Family was Bai Ye's Achilles heel. Bai Ye certainly did not want enemies to use his family as a point of entry. That day, Bai Ye enjoyed a comfortable night's rest. However, outside the borders of Longhua, when the domestic broadcast of Bai Ye's national war was edited and aired abroad, the entire world erupted in chaos. They actually possessed 2 forbidden spells. What is the background of these Dragon Country people? I strongly suspect Bai Ye has blood ties to our great Stick Nation. We demand that the Dragon Nation return this talent that belongs to our Stick Nation. My god! Is this man really an assassin? His strength is terrifying. Over the past 7 years, Li Linglong rose to fame overnight, becoming a legendary swordsman in Dragon Nation and an object of admiration for countless sword dancers. And 7 years later, the Dragon Kingdom gave birth to another genius. And this genius is far more powerful than Li Linglong. Aware of the potential threat Bai Ye poses, the other nations are no longer calm. In Sakura Nation, the Prime Minister summons someone immediately. Yu Hao, go to Longhua and bring Bai over to our side at all costs. If you cannot, then find a way to eliminate him. The Great Sakura Empire will not tolerate the Dragon Kingdom growing stronger any further. Upon hearing the Prime Minister's words, Tsuchiya Yu Hao's expression turned serious. Yes. As he replied, Tsuchiya Yu Hao prepared to depart. Not only the Cherry Blossom Nation, but also the Eagle Nation, the Stick Nation, and others all sprang into action. The attitudes of all nations toward Bai Ye were in perfect harmony. If they couldn't be lured over, then Bai Ye must be eliminated. The Dragon Nation, which had finally begun to show signs of decline. They absolutely cannot allow the Dragon Nation to produce another military genius. Chapter 115, Major Anomaly. Border Clashes. The next morning, when they awoke, it was already 9 in the morning. After enduring a series of consecutive battles, fatigue had accumulated unnoticed. Sleeping so soundly was absolutely blissful. After washing up, after breakfast, Bai Ye asked Zhou Yintian about the Phantom Sea Forest. Upon hearing that Bai Ye planned to head to the Phantom Sea Forest next, Zhou Yentian also realized something. White Knight Assassin, the information about the Phantom Sea Forest must have been told to you by Li Linglong, the Sword Saint, right? Seeing that Bai Ye did not deny it, Zhou Yentian couldn't help but smile wryly. Transferred warriors from other countries, as long as they have potential, all just hide in safe places and develop slowly.
Who else like them, the job changers from the Dragon Kingdom, always charging to the front lines.
However, considering the risks, it would still be a significant boost for Bai Ye's growth.
Zhou Yentian decided not to interfere further. He shared everything he knew.
The Phantom Sea Forest is located on the southeastern border of our dragon nation.
It's a mutated special dungeon. When the mutation first occurred, hundreds of class changers lost their lives there. However, since the instance was not located within the territory of any nation,
the various nations sent troops to conquer it, but it was a futile effort.
Gradually, it became a shared instance for all nations, a public resource.
He explained the origins of the Phantom Sea Forest. Zhou Yentian then shifted the topic to another matter.
Speaking of the White Knight Assassin, recently, scouts have reported unusual activity in the Abyss.
In the coming days, the authorities plan to launch a comprehensive exploration of the first 10 layers of the Abyss.
I wonder if the White Knight Assassin has any interest in this? Upon hearing about exploring the Abyss,
White Knight nodded lightly. When the time comes, just contact me through Zhou, the president.
White Knight currently has no plans to venture into the Abyss. On one hand, there are no supplies in the Abyss.
On the other hand, the pace of leveling up in the Abyss wasn't particularly fast. As for the resources in the Abyss, Bai Ye didn't place much value on them either. Naturally, regardless of the perspective, Bai Ye has no reason to rush to the Abyss at this moment. After leaving the hotel, before setting off for the Phantom Sea Forest,
Bai Ye first went to the hospital.
On this trip, he had obtained quite a few soul crystals. He believed it would be of great help in treating his mother. The corridors of the hospital were filled with the pungent smell of disinfectant. Due to the increasing number of patients with the demonic transformation syndrome, the relevant departments were bustling with doctors and nurses working tirelessly. Patient in room 9 has taken a turn for the worse and requires immediate emergency care. Patient in room 12 is exhibiting crystallization reactions. Request a clergy class rescuer immediately. There's a surgery scheduled for room 1 this afternoon.
Where is the attending physician?
As he made his way through the bustling crowd,
as Bai Ye entered the ward, the environment fell into silence.
Looking at the familiar faces on the hospital beds,
Bai Ye removed the soul crystal and activated it. As the crystal's power merged into Zhou Ling's body,
visibly, the crystallized parts of her body began to fade, and her skin regained some of its natural color. Although, at present, there have been no reported cases of magic corruption syndrome being completely cured worldwide. But Bai Ye believed that once his strength improved, he would eventually be able to heal his mother.
At noon, through the teleportation array located in Kyoto.
Soon, Bai Ye arrived at the southeastern border of the Dragon Kingdom.
Upon arrival, Bai immediately spotted the official campsite in the distance.
As Bai Ye approached the border, upon reaching the boundary marker, 2 border guards blocked his path.
Hello, I am a transferee heading to the Phantom Sea Forest. Here is my identification.
As Bai Ye took out the documents Zhou Yentian had helped him obtain, one of the soldiers glanced at it and let him pass. However, before Bai Ye left, he reminded him, be careful when you go to the Phantom Sea Forest. That area has been quite unstable lately. Many transferees have lost their lives there. Resources and money can be earned, but your life is your own. You're still young, don't die.
In response, Bai Ye nodded slightly. Thanks for the warning. I'll escape if I encounter any danger. After thanking the warrior,
as he crossed the border and traversed a dense forest, the scene before Bai Ye suddenly opened up.
Standing on a hill, looking down,
he saw a small city built by self-organized adventurers from all over the world. This was a border region where multiple nations converged, and also a lawless land.
Here, only strength matters. The weak have no dignity to speak of. After about 10 minutes, Bai Ye entered the city. Bloodstains were everywhere on the walls and ground, with teeth and nails scattered about.
In the alleys, drug addicts lie scattered in disarray. Most of the passers-by were job changers, with the stronger ones dressed in luxurious attire.
Those with weaker abilities were mostly missing limbs.
If Bai Ye remembered correctly, the entrance and exit of the dungeon were at the end of the street he was walking along. Thinking this, Bai Ye was about to move forward. Suddenly, 3 job changers blocked his path.
Kid, hand over all your gear. Hurry up. Don't mess around.
The leader, a burly man, threatened him with a greedy expression. Bai Ye hadn't expected that, having just arrived in the country, he would already encounter a robbery.
He glanced at their formation.
3 berserkers around level 80, judging by the intensity of their magic, they were quite powerful. As a level 97 assassin, he was indeed at a disadvantage in theory. Plus, they were all equipped with mythical grade gear. This was essentially like writing "I'm rich, come rob me" on his face.
No wonder they chose to target him.
They must have seen him as an easy target. Bai Ye sighed softly. He said, "You three, I'm quite strong. You should choose another target now, it's not too late to back out."
Upon hearing this, the three exchanged glances and couldn't help but laugh. Strong? You? Do you even know what professional counterplay means? Haha, are you trying to laugh me to death so you can inherit my loans? Kid, let me tell you, if you want a bluff, you're 500 years too early. The three didn't believe a single word Bai Ye said. Although Bai Ye's level was indeed much higher than theirs, and his profession was one rank higher than theirs. However, Bai Ye's profession was assassin, which was naturally countered by theirs. Plus, there were three of them. How could Bai Ye possibly be their match? Seeing that communication was impossible. Fortunately, Bai Ye acted swiftly and summoned the large dog. Seeing the beast appear behind Bai Ye and sensing the terrifying aura emanating from the large dog, the expressions on the three men's faces froze, and they couldn't help but swallow hard. Seeing the three of them looking like they wanted to cry but couldn't, Bai Ye curiously asked, "Why aren't you laughing? Don't you like to laugh?" At those words, the three immediately forced smiles that were even more painful than crying. They locked eyes with the large dog, whose gaze was that of a predator fixated on its prey. The three of them were so scared they collapsed to the ground. How dare they threaten Bai Ye? Using their hands and feet, the three scrambled away as quickly as they could. For Bai Ye, this robbery was nothing more than a minor inconvenience. Before long, he arrived at the entrance to the Phantom Sea Forest dungeon. Chapter 116, Phantom Sea Forest. The Bet Agreement.
Have you heard? A new ban drug has recently hit the market. It can temporarily boost your stats by 50%.
Is that true?
That's way too powerful.
Are there any side effects?
Side effects are inevitable.
I heard it's addictive and makes you high.
Wow, that sounds just like that stuff.
Oh, it's pretty much the same thing.
Have you heard of the Crimson Guild?
They're the only ones selling it right now.
Shoo!
Keep your voices down. Discussing this kind of thing in public? Don't you value your life?
As Bai Ye arrived at the entrance to the Phantom Sea Forest, they saw a large number of class changers queuing up to enter.
They chose an entrance with fewer people. During the wait,
a discussion on one side caught Bai Ye's attention.
Compared to ordinary people, the physical constitution of class changers is much stronger. Additionally, most job changers earn money very quickly. As a result, some individuals sought to exploit this for profit. Many alchemists have collaborated to create special banned potions tailored for class changers. In the various nations, such banned substances are strictly prohibited. However, this is a lawless zone, where such substances run rampant. This lawless city is far more chaotic than Bai Ye had imagined. Just as Bai Ye was thinking this,
it was soon his turn. At the teleportation entrance, a fully armed guard of the warrior class raised his hand and blocked Bai Ye's path. "Sir, if you wish to enter the dungeon, you must pay an entrance fee to our Crimson Guild. This requires the core of a third transformed beast."
Beast core?
Startled, Bai Ye casually pulled one out from his storage space.
"Thank you for your cooperation."
After he handed over the beast core, the other party didn't make any trouble and let him through smoothly. As he stepped inside, a blinding white light shone brightly. As the scene before Bai Ye's eyes gradually cleared, a line of text appeared before him. "You have entered the illusory sea forest." Along with the text, Bai Ye noticed that the entire illusory sea forest was completely different from the dungeon he had entered earlier.
This mutated large-scale dungeon is more accurately described as a collection of smaller dungeons.
Rather, it was composed of multiple smaller instances. As far as the eye could see, the vast forest was filled with medium and small-sized dungeons connected one after another. Bai Ye occasionally spots class changers emerging from those smaller instances. The area was bustling with a huge crowd, creating a lively scene.
Grabbing a class changer, White Knight asked, "Excuse me, I was wondering, after these smaller dungeons are cleared, do they keep respawning?"
Seeing that Bai Ye was here for the first time, the person laughed and said, "Brother, you know, this world is a half-real, half-digital world.
Compared to the real world, the digital component here is more prominent. Here, you just need to treat it as a game world." After hearing the explanation, Bai Ye understood. No wonder Li Linglong had introduced him here to level up. With a higher proportion of digital elements, this means that grinding monsters would be more efficient, and experience would be easier to obtain. As if sensing Bai Ye's thoughts,
the man laughed again. "Bro, I know you're excited, but don't get too worked up." Bai Ye was puzzled. "Is there some kind of restriction?" The man replied, "Of course. Everyone only gets 10 chances to clear the dungeon each day."
Upon hearing this, Bai Ye nodded. This is very game-like. The class changer continued his explanation.
"If you exhaust your 10 daily dungeon clearing opportunities, if you want to continue obtaining dungeon clearing opportunities, you'll have to have someone else transfer them to you.
Of course, you can also buy them. When the time comes, you can check out the Crimson Guild.
There, many people sell their dungeon challenge attempts. During their conversation, soon, Bai Ye fully understood the rules and mechanics of the Phantom Sea Forest. Just as Bai Ye was about to find a dungeon to test his skills, an announcement echoed through the Phantom Sea Forest. Congratulations to the class changer, Dequan He Run, for clearing the dungeon, Valley of Despair. Clear time, 10 minutes, 58 seconds, 20. This class changer has broken the single-player best record. This clear grants double experience. If one could break the dungeon completion time record, would that grant double experience? Upon hearing the announcement, Bai Ye's eyes lit up. He had a bold idea. If he controlled the time while clearing the dungeon, first breaking the record, and then repeatedly breaking his own record, wouldn't that mean that before reaching the true limit, he could get double experience every time? Just as Bai Ye was thinking this, at the very moment the record announcement appeared, everyone in the entire Phantom Sea Forest turned to look. Wow, I never thought this kid would break the record. Yeah, the best dungeon for clearing this instance has been around for 4 or 5 years, right? I think the Valley of Despair is the dungeon with the most experience points in the entire Illusory Sea Forest, right? This kid has really hit the jackpot. Just as everyone was envying him. Upon hearing that Despair Valley was the only dungeon in the entire instance where the most experience points could be obtained, Bai Ye had already arrived at the entrance to the Valley of Despair dungeon. Upon arriving, he saw a man from the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, wielding 2 battle axes and clad in red armor, laughing wildly. This man was none other than Dequan He Ren, who had just set the new record for the best solo clear time in Despair Valley. A level 135th transformation ghost warrior, his role in the team was the main attacker. No wonder he could break the best clear record in the Valley of Despair. Just as Bai Ye looked at Daiken Kazuto, the latter also turned his gaze toward Bai Ye. Recognizing Bai Ye, Daiken Kazuto grinned. Dragon Countryman, dare you challenge me? He drew his sword and pointed it at Bai Ye. If I win, you'll have to give me all your chances to clear the dungeon today. On the other hand, if I lose, all my chances are yours. And let me clarify, I've only used one of my chances so far, I still have 9 left. At this moment, Bai Ye was renowned far and wide. The lower tier job changers in the Phantom Sea Forest might not care about such matters or even know who Bai Ye is. But Dequan and Ren do. If they could crush Bai Ye under their feet, it would be like crushing the Dragon Kingdom itself, using him as a stepping stone on their path to success. Seeing the other party so arrogant, White Knight raised an eyebrow. How do you plan to compete? Pointing to his speedrun record, Dequan He Ren said triumphantly, if you can clear Despair Valley faster than me, then you win. How about it, dare you? Upon hearing this, the onlookers, mostly Dragon Country citizens, couldn't stay seated. Brother, don't challenge him. This kid has already soloed this dungeon countless times. Yeah, he knows the dungeon layout like the back of his hand, while you've never even set foot inside it. That's not fair. You dishonest cherry blossom person. You have the advantage in both level and class, yet you're bullying someone who's unfamiliar with the dungeon. Is that even fun? Seeing the Dragon Country people glaring at him, Dequan and his men were also smirking in the shadows. He wasn't afraid that Bai Ye would disagree. After all, Bai Ye had such a great reputation. If he chickened out, wouldn't that be a huge disgrace? He wanted everyone to realize that the Dragon Kingdom was nothing but a worm in the face of their great Cherry Blossom Empire. What do you say? Dragon Country, do you have the guts to take me on in a fair and square bet? There were mocking voices, onlookers, and those filled with concern. Everyone at the scene turned their gaze toward Bai Ye. But Bai Ye remained calm. Alright, I'll take you up on that. Perhaps in the eyes of other class changers, level and profession are major criteria for assessing an opponent's strength. But for Bai Ye, his level was merely a reference. Taking a step forward, Bai Ye entered the dungeon. Chapter 117, Double Experience. Solo Speed Run. You have entered the Valley of Despair. The prompt appears before Bai Ye's eyes. Looking at the canyon shrouded in black mist, Bai Ye's lips curled into a slight smile. If you were to switch to another class, speeding through this dungeon wouldn't be nearly as easy. After all, as a medium-sized dungeon, the terrain of Despair Valley is extremely complex, resembling a small maze. Add to that the interference of the black mist. Finding the boss will inevitably take some time along the way. But for Bai Ye, with the Unbreakable Flame and Thunderous Strike's wide area clearing abilities, speedrunning is a breeze. Shadow Dragon. As Bai Ye called out, the Shadow Dragon was summoned. Mounting the Shadow Dragon, Bai Ye soars into the sky. Although it could be quickly concluded. But due to the fact that breaking the record grants double experience, Bai Ye did not want to end it so easily. Having roughly determined the size of the entire dungeon, 4 minutes had already passed. Bai Ye began clearing monsters at a steady pace. As he chanted and cast spells, a golden and crimson array began to form in the sky. Under the protection of the Star Guardians and the magic restoring potions, 3 massive magical arrays floated in mid-air, their boundless power already instilling deep despair in the countless monsters within the Valley of Despair. facing the assault launched from mid-air. The monsters were powerless to resist, unable to muster even the slightest resistance. They could only watch helplessly as the white flames continued to fall, gathering and coalescing into a raging river of flames.
52,190. 52,190.
Extremely exaggerated damage numbers keep popping up.
Extreme damage and extreme mechanics left countless monsters howling in agony.
The complex terrain originally designed to hinder class changers now became their greatest obstacle.
White Knight's level is too high.
The attribute values looted from these monsters are negligible. But fortunately, little by little, this still managed to boost White Knight's attributes by a few points. As White Knight charges through the levels, straight toward the boss room.
At that very moment, outside. Several minutes had already passed since Bai Ye entered the dungeon. Among the crowd, the people from Dragon Country couldn't help but grow concerned.
I wonder if he's made it past a third yet.
Time is almost halfway gone. Has he lost?
Sigh, after all, he's not familiar with the terrain.
It'll be tough to win.
Yeah, even though he's a level 97 assassin, clearing this dungeon is still quite challenging.
That Sakura person is so underhanded.
We shouldn't have agreed to his terms in the first place. As the Dragon Country people glared at him with anger.
Daquan and Ren, however, burst into laughter.
A 10-minute speed run wasn't his limit. If he wanted to, Daquan and Ren could go even faster, even reducing the time to 7 minutes.
No matter what, Bai Ye was doomed to lose.
The Dragon Kingdom was destined to be trampled under the feet of the Great Cherry Blossom Empire.
Just as Daquan Ren was thinking this,
suddenly, his gaze flickered, and he saw the entrance to the dungeon rippling. A figure emerged from the dungeon. A sense of foreboding crept into Daquan and Ren's hearts. Could Bai really be? As Daquan and the others' uneasy premonition grew stronger. Just as Bai Ye emerged completely from the dungeon, an announcement echoed throughout the entire Phantom Sea Forest.
Congratulations to the class changer. Bai has cleared the dungeon, Valley of Despair. Clear time, 5 minutes, 20 seconds, 10. This class changer has broken the single-player best record. This clear grants double experience. As the announcement fell, among the crowd, the people from the Dragon Kingdom couldn't help but reveal expressions of joy. Meanwhile, the class changers from other nations couldn't help but burst into a chorus of exclamations. How is this possible? This is the first time the Dragon Nation has entered the dungeon, isn't it? How could they clear it so quickly? My god, this is way too unreasonable. Exactly. He's just an assassin. How did he manage that? No wonder the Dragon Country people dared to accept Daquan and Ren's challenge. They've got the real deal. The scene erupted into chaos. Daquan and Ren couldn't help but tremble all over. Impossible. This can't be true. At that moment, all his plans turned into a joke, and Daquan Ren lost his composure. You Dragon Country person, don't get too cocky. My score from the last round doesn't count. Just wait, I'll challenge you again, and I'll definitely beat you. Seeing Daquan and Ren's defiant expression, Bai Ye smiled. Go ahead. No matter how fast you clear the dungeon, I will surpass you. Upon hearing this, Daquan and Ren roughly pushed aside the nearby class changer. Get out of the way. With a shout, Daquan and Ren once again stepped into the dungeon. In order to figure out the fastest way to clear the Despair Valley, Daquan and Ren challenged this dungeon over 1,000 times. In his opinion, no one could clear this dungeon faster than him. As long as he followed his own strategy, clearing it in under 7 minutes was easy. However, this was still insufficient to surpass Bai Ye's record. Wielding his battle knife, he continued to push forward through the dungeon. Daquan Aaron couldn't understand how Bai managed to keep his completion time under 6 minutes. When he emerged from the dungeon, he glanced at his completion time, 6 minutes, 52 seconds, and 59 milliseconds. Daquan and Ren refused to believe it. Dragon Country man, just wait and see. This time I made a mistake. Next time I'll definitely beat you. Saying that, Daquan Ren prepared to enter the Valley of Despair once more. However, the next second, before he could move, Bai Ye grabbed Daquan and Ren. If you want to challenge me again, that is fine, but first, hand over the number of times you lost to me. As Bai Ye finished speaking, Daquan and Ren's faces twisted into expressions of fury. Why should I give you, a foreigner from the Dragon Country, the number of times I've challenged the dungeon? Seeing that Daquan and Ren were about to resort to underhanded tactics, Bai Ye's gaze grew colder. So you're not going to honor the bet, then? Daquan and Ren looked utterly unconcerned. What else could I do? If I don't keep my word, what can you, a level 97 assassin, possibly do to me? As he spoke, Daquan and Ren released their aura. Whoever has the strength holds the power. That was the unchanging truth of the Phantom Sea Forest. A level 97 assassin like Bai Ye could never hope to defeat a level 130 ghost warrior like him. And as the two were about to clash, those around him hurriedly tried to calm Bai Ye down. You're not a match for this Japanese person. Just take it and move on. That's right. Your ranks are so different.
You wouldn't still want to seek justice from him, would you? If I were you, I'd leave while I still can. Otherwise, you're in for trouble. While the job-changing adventurers from various nations watched the commotion with relish, Daquan and Ren were even more smug. In any case, I've made my position clear. Dragon countryman, if you've got the guts, come and kill me. As Daquan and Ren finished speaking, Bai Ye heard a key word. Kill you? His eyebrows raised. Bai Ye had never heard such a demand before. Before Daquan and Ren could react, Bai Ye activated his skill and his blade struck swiftly. Chapter 118, The Enemy of the Gods. The 5 Transformation Quest. 12,880. 12,880. Under the enhancement of the skill, the blade struck directly at Daquan and Ren's major artery. In the horrified expressions of Daquan and Ren, White Knight struck with lethal precision. As the silver light flashed in Bai Ye's hand, Daquan and Ren's head had already been severed. The once bustling scene fell into complete silence. Moments later, the scene erupted into a commotion far louder than before. Wow, he just killed him in an instant. These Dragon Country people are way too strong. That assassin is so strong. When did Dragon Country produce such an assassin? How come I didn't know about this? The opponent was a 130th level Ghost Warrior. The damage from this Dragon Country person is way too high. As everyone discussed White Knight's origins, someone revealed Bai Ye's true identity. It was revealed that just a short while ago, Bai Ye had participated in a national war on behalf of the Dragon Kingdom and eliminated a general. Everyone's expressions changed drastically. Even a general star could be killed. No wonder Daquan and Ren were completely powerless against Bai Ye. Just as everyone was stunned by Bai Ye's power, Bai Ye had already vanished and re-entered the Valley of Despair, confirming that he had indeed gained double experience. There was no way he would hold back now. He gulped down the magic restoration potion in one go. After replenishing his status, he mounted the Shadow Dragon, taking the first step with caution and the second with confidence. During the previous monster hunt, Bai Ye had already become familiar with the terrain here. As a result, his efficiency improved significantly this time. He skillfully cast the world-destroying flames at several key locations, letting the flames rage unchecked. Amidst the constant stream of alert sounds, Bai Ye had already reached the boss room. It was a Lania snake demon with a human upper body and a serpentine tail. Seeing enemies intrude, the Lania snake demon erupted in anger. Foolish humans, dare to intrude into my territory. You will regret it. White Knight had no time to listen to its nonsense. He immediately dodged and charged at it, dealing massive damage with his skills. In the blink of an eye, Bai Ye had cleared the dungeon once again. And he exited the dungeon. Bai Ye heard the announcement ring out once more. This time, the duration of the dungeon run had been reduced to under 5 minutes by Bai Ye. It was simply unbelievable. However, this was not White Knight's limit, it was merely the beginning. You have reached level 98, free attribute points 10. You have reached level 99, free attribute points 10. As your level increases. Without hesitation, Bai Ye entered the dungeon again. After repeating the same process again. Thus, over the next period of time. This continued until Bai Ye had exhausted all the times he could enter the dungeon. Every so often, the Phantom Sea Forest would echo with an announcement of the record being broken. Until the dungeon's completion time was finally capped at 1 minute and 51 seconds. Through constant bug exploitation, Bai Ye's level reached 108. He then used his free attribute points to enhance his resilience. White Knight was in a good mood. After all, at the current leveling speed, he believed it wouldn't be long before he could reach level 120 and proceed to the 5th transformation. With that thought in mind, in the days that followed, Bai Ye completely immersed himself in leveling up. Although the number of dungeons he could clear each day was limited. But alas, thanks to his financial resources, Bai Ye completely ignored this restriction. He single-handedly broke all the solo clear records for every dungeon in the entire Phantom Sea Forest. Watching Bai Ye, it was as if a gaming addict had possessed him. The group of class changers who came to the Phantom Sea Forest to level up were initially stunned into silence, but eventually grew numb. In just 5 days, Bai Ye had already reached level 120, fulfilling the requirements for the 5th job advancement. White Knight. Class Shadow Lord 4th job change. Level, LV.120. Health 61, 661,600. Magic power, 17,500 17,500. Strength 6, 100. Speed 4750. Stamina, 5,900. Resilience 1000. Talents infinite plunder, unbreakable, ultimate freedom, immortality, third-person perspective. Available attribute points 0. Class skills world destroying flames, Reaper's Descent, life and death bestowal, tree barrier, divine might, thunderous impact, frozen world. Number of servants 82. Looking at his attribute panel, Bai Ye couldn't help but feel a sense of accomplishment, knowing that all his efforts over the past period had not been in vain.
Remember that after the 5th transformation, you can begin your second career advancement. I wonder what kind of qualitative leap in strength I'll experience by then.
Muttering to himself, Bai Ye followed the principle of proximity and arrived at the Crimson Guild. Over the past 5 days, all the dungeon runs he had completed were obtained through the Crimson Guild. As the largest guild in this lawless city, there's nothing you can't buy here, only things you can't afford. Upon seeing Bai Ye, the front desk receptionist greeted him with a smile. After all, he was a major client of their guild. White Knight Assassin, are you here to purchase additional runs today? Bai Ye shook his head lightly. I'm here to accept a job change quest. Upon hearing this, the receptionist was surprised. As everyone knows, the further you progress, the more experience points are required for job advancement. Even though experience is relatively easier to obtain in the Phantom Sea Forest, no one had ever achieved what Bai Ye had, breaking through over 20 levels in just 5 days. With a sigh of admiration, the receptionist led Bai Ye to a room. Facing the class change crystal, she said, White Knight Assassin, please accept your class change quest. Upon hearing this, Bai gently touched the crystal. Selecting the Inferno difficulty, the class change quest unfolded before him. Job change quest: Enemy of the Gods. Mission requirements: completely conquer the Phantom Sea Forest and kill the followers of the Moon God. Introduction: the age of the gods has passed, but their legendary might still lingers, continuing to haunt countless souls as an inescapable nightmare. Just as Bai Ye accepted the class change quest, upon seeing the task requirements, the receptionist on one side couldn't help but feel her legs go weak, nearly collapsing to the ground. As Bai Ye departed, she rushed into the guildmaster's office. It's bad, guildmaster. Our guild is doomed. As the receptionist burst in, the burly man who had been playing cards with several female celebrities turned pale. He reluctantly pulled up his pants and fastened his belt. As the president of the Crimson Guild, Bato asked, "What's going on? What happened to make you so panicked?" Without taking a breath, the receptionist hurriedly recounted what he had seen regarding the job change quest for Bai Ye's 5th transformation. For a moment, Batu's expression grew even more grim. The Crimson Guild had grown its influence step by step through the Phantom Sea Forest. The entrance fee was small. The key lay in selling the number of times the dungeon was cleared, as well as recycling materials obtained within the dungeon and selling the equipment, plus various other gray income streams. In recent years, the Crimson Guild has been thriving. Now, Bai Ye aims to completely conquer the Phantom Sea Forest. Isn't this cutting off their guild's source of income? How could Bata possibly accept this? Chapter 119, Facing Multiple Enemies. A desperate situation? They had also heard of Bai Ye. He knows the opponent isn't someone to be underestimated. After a moment of contemplation, Bata had a plan. Go contact the Rose Guild and have them send reinforcements. By the way, isn't Tsuchiya Yuho also here? Perfect. Bai Ye killed Daquan and his men. I'm sure he'll be willing to avenge the Cherry Blossom Country's job changers. Additionally, summon all the elders and vice presidents of our guild. I need to convene a meeting. Lastly, have someone issue a wanted notice for Bai Ye. No matter what it takes, we must stop Bai Ye from conquering the Phantom Sea Forest. As Batu issued one order after another, the entire Crimson Guild sprang into action. After all, this was a matter of utmost importance for everyone in the guild. As news of Bai Ye's preparations to conquer the Phantom Sea Forest spread, some rejoiced while others worried, but the majority were simply there to watch the spectacle. Do you think Bai can really conquer the Phantom Sea Forest? It's unlikely. He's just one person, and this is a mutated large-scale dungeon. That's true, and even if Bai Ye does have the ability to clear the dungeon, the Crimson Guild wouldn't allow it. Who told them the Phantom Sea Forest is the Crimson Guild's cash cow? This is going to be interesting. Bai Ye wants to clear the dungeon to advance his class, while the Crimson Guild relies on the dungeon for its income. They're bound to clash. I've always had it out for the Crimson Guild. If that guild collapses, a lot of resources will be released. Who cares? Let's just watch. Either way, it won't affect us. Amidst the commotion, walking down the street, Bai Ye also noticed the unusual glances from those around him. If it were any other job changer, they would have already fled back to their home country before being surrounded and killed. But Bai Ye was so relaxed, as if nothing were wrong. Does Bai Ye not know that someone is coming after him? No. He was well aware. But this was crucial for his future class change. Plus, with unlimited looting, as long as Bai Ye can level up fast enough, it won't pose a threat. Facing the Phantom Sea Forest, Bai Ye is prepared to force his way through. His strategy is simple and brutal. As he steps into the Phantom Sea Forest, he had only explored forward for a short while. Bai Ye's phone rang. It was his good friend Zhang Hao calling. The Zhang family is involved in the trade business. As a result, they have connections with local gangsters in various regions. They naturally heard about the impending storm. Bai Ye, come back quickly. The Crimson Guild is after you. Hurry back now. As long as you return to Longhua, you'll be safe. His voice was filled with urgency. He knew this was Zhang Hao's good intention, and Bai Ye felt a warm glow in his heart. He replied, I know, it's okay. I'm very strong. On the other end of the line, upon hearing this, Zhang Hao was completely stunned. However, he still tried to him, Bai Ye, aren't you getting a bit too cocky? Even though you defeated Arthur VIII in the National War. But that was after Li Linglong had already weakened him. If it were one-on-one, you might not necessarily win. Knowing that Zhang Hao wouldn't understand even if he explained further. So Bai Ye said no more. Thanks for the reminder, but it's okay. Don't worry, I've got this. As the call with his brother ended. Unbeknownst to him, Bai Ye had already traversed the numerous small and medium-sized dungeons scattered throughout the entire Phantom Sea Forest. Perhaps it was intentional on the part of the Crimson Guild. The once bustling dungeons were now quiet, with only Bai Ye remaining. Soon, following the stone path straight ahead, he had left the outer regions under the Crimson Guild's jurisdiction. White Knight ventured deeper into the heart of the Phantom Sea Forest. Despite having spent the past 5 days continuously clearing dungeons here. But this was his first time setting foot inside. Surrounded by lush greenery, he found himself deep within the forest. Seeing that he had gone far enough, Bai Ye paused. Come out. He summoned all his shadow guards. The large shadow dog and the shadow dragon stood directly in front of him, exuding an intimidating presence. Behind them, the shadow guards stood in formation, ready for battle. For Bai Ye, clearing the dungeon quickly wasn't particularly difficult. However, dealing with the moon god's followers mentioned in the quest was another matter entirely. Knowing that a fierce battle was imminent, and that he was in the open while his enemies were in the shadows. Therefore, Bai Ye did not rush to clear the Phantom Sea Forest. He chose to conserve his strength, allowing the shadow guards to loot attributes, and prepare as thoroughly as possible for the upcoming battles. That was the most important thing. After all, as long as he defeats the Crimson Guild and lures out the moon god's followers hiding in the shadows, conquering the Phantom Sea Forest was merely a matter of time. On this point, Bai Ye was clear-headed. Meanwhile, as Bai Ye continued to use the shadow guards to constantly plunder and enhance his own strength and that of his guards. At that very moment, on Tsuchiya Yuho's side, transferees from multiple nations had gathered together. They had all been sent by their respective nations to recruit Bai Ye to join their side. At first, everyone did indeed harbor the intention of recruiting Bai Ye. But now, seeing that Bai dared to attempt to conquer the Phantom Sea Forest, their intentions have shifted. Here is all the intelligence we have gathered about Bai's abilities. Before we launch the ambush, does anyone have any questions? Looking around at everyone, Tsuchiya Yuho spoke first. While looking at the documents in his hands. After a brief discussion, a representative stepped forward at that moment. White Knight will be handled by you from Sakura Nation, Eagle, and the Moon God's followers. As for us, we will primarily focus on dealing with his beast tamers and followers. Upon hearing this, Tsuchiya Yuho nodded. He was well aware that at Bai's level, a human wave tactic would be of little use. If the allied nations could manage to limit White Knight's power, that would already be quite an achievement. Tsuchiya Yuho then asked, what about White Knight's forbidden spells? How do you plan to deal with them? Another person responded. We will assign mage and bishop class transferees to use chaos magic and banishing magic to restrict him. Chaos mages can interrupt skill casting. Magic suppressors can temporarily seal an opponent's skill, rendering it unusable for a short time. With professionals skilled in both these abilities, Bai is completely suppressed. As time passed, after carefully discussing the tactics, Tsuchiya Yuho was satisfied. They had already set up a series of tactics targeting Bai Ye based on intelligence. Additionally, this was not within the borders of the Dragon Kingdom. They could not rely on the protection of the Dragon Kingdom. Heaven and earth, Bai Ye will have nowhere to escape. It seemed as though they had already foreseen the moment when Bai Ye would meet his tragic end. Tsuchiya Yuko also smiled. Then, let us all join forces and ensure that Bai Ye is completely subdued. Chapter 120, The Wrath of the Thunder God. The Contracted Spirit Fox. Bai Ye had been in the illusionary sea forest for half an hour, accompanying Tsuchiya Yuho as he launched his operation. The Crimson Guild, led by Batu, had also completed their mobilization. 100 elite warriors, over 1,000 slaves, and the entire guild's vice president and all the elders. It could be said that all available combat forces had been mobilized. If Bai Ye were not yet famous, Batu would naturally not be so cautious. He wouldn't even bother to acknowledge them. But alas, Bai Ye's reputation was too great. The strongest assassin in Longhua. The one who killed a general of a higher rank. The most promising transferee surpassing Li Linglong. Such a title was bestowed upon a single individual. How could Batu possibly be careless in the face of this? How could he not be cautious? Strike at the vital point. Batu aims for a single decisive blow, striking to kill with the first strike. If Bai Ye escapes, if he wants to deal with him later, it will be troublesome. And there's no guarantee the enemy won't seek revenge later. Just as Batu was thinking this,
The vice president spoke up from the side. President Batu, Tsuchiya Yuho, and his men have already begun their operation. Batu nodded slightly. All right. Let's go. Looking down at the crowd of loyal followers and slaves below, Batu shouted loudly, everyone, Batu, swear here that whoever can kill Bai first will be granted freedom. As soon as he finished speaking, a stir arose among the crowd. Some had debts to pay, others had no choice, and some had been captured and brought here at birth. Freedom, for those who were not treated as human beings here, was a precious and rare thing. Under this banner, countless slaves' eyes shone with hope. It seemed as though the fresh air and sunlight of the outside world were within their grasp. Phantom Sea Forest. Although the number of shadow guards under Bai Ye had decreased. However, due to the qualitative transformation in their strength, the efficiency of their monster slaying has not decreased, on the contrary, it has improved significantly. In addition to looting attributes, the skill points obtained were allocated by Bai Ye to the Thunderous Might skill. You have enhanced the skill, Thunderous Might. You have enhanced the skill, Thunderous Might. Notice, the skill Thunderous Might has evolved. You have obtained the forbidden spell, Thunder God's Wrath. Effect, consumes 5,000 mana. After a brief incantation, unleashes the power of the Thunder God to deal 1 million lightning damage to a designated area and place all enemies within the area into the magic break state, reducing their magic resistance by 90%. Evaluation, in the depths of the long night, thunder follows like a shadow. As the skill evolves into a forbidden spell, its effects also undergo a transformation. However, as a trade-off, the mana cost per cast has increased. If used as the primary combat tactic, White Knight would probably only last 3 seconds as a true man, and after unleashing a combo, there wouldn't be much left, right? Fortunately, his class is an assassin, allowing him to interweave normal attacks during skill activation. For Bai, forbidden spells serves only to clear out enemies and crush them, or to exploit its mechanics to catch the opponent off guard. But why does Bai Ye feel like he's acquiring more and more forbidden spells? Just as he couldn't help but vent his frustration. Suddenly, a panel unfolded before him. Notice, the Shadow Guard has been defeated. Do you wish to consume 100 mana to summon it again? Prompt, Shadow Guard has been defeated. Do you wish to consume 100 mana to summon again? A Shadow Guard has actually been killed in battle? And not just one? Upon seeing the prompt, Bai Ye was slightly surprised. With a thought, he summoned them back. Bai Ye also stood up and headed toward the scene. He wanted to see for himself who could consecutively defeat his Shadow Guards. As he arrived at the scene before him caught Bai Ye off guard. A snow-white nine-tailed spirit fox was engaged in a fierce battle with several Shadow Guards. Though it managed to take down a few guards, the fox was also severely wounded in the process. It seemed like capturing it was only a matter of time. Just as Bai Ye was thinking this and preparing to call the others to assist, unexpectedly, the fox used its psychic powers. A soft, sweet female voice echoed in Bai Ye's mind. Don't call them. I surrender. Isn't that enough? Surrender? This strange beast actually possesses intelligence? Out of curiosity, Bai Ye ordered his Shadow Guards to halt. Everyone, return. As Bai Ye recalled his guards, the spirit fox seemed to sigh in relief. As it watched the young man approaching it, the spirit fox's heart tightened, and she hurriedly transformed into human form. As a flash of white light passed, a silver-haired fox girl with a rather stern appearance appeared before Bai Ye. A beast could actually transform into human form? Just as Bai Ye was stunned, it seemed as though she had read his thoughts. The little girl hurriedly explained, I'm not a beast. I'm from the Spirit Fox clan, but like you humans, we're a sentient species. Intelligent beings? Hearing the familiar term, Bai Ye couldn't help but think back to the recent national war. I heard that during the Age of the Gods, the national war was a battle between the gods. Could it have been created by wars between different intelligent species? As Bai Ye voiced his speculation, the little girl couldn't hide her surprise. Human, how do you know that? Clearing her throat, the little girl said, My name is Xia. What is your name, human? White Knight, he replied briefly, then asked, By the way, Xia, where did you come from? Of course, from the other side. Mentioning her hometown, Xia spoke with a touch of pride. But soon, she grew somber. But our Fox clan's territory has been destroyed by those apostles. Upon hearing the word apostles, Bai Ye's expression grew serious. Xia, are you talking about the moon god's apostles? Upon hearing Bai Ye mention the moon god, Xia nodded her little head repeatedly. Yes, many of our kind were captured. It was my mother who protected me, allowing me to escape from the other side to here. Listening to Xia recount her past, thinking that the other party seemed relatively familiar with the other side. Thus, Bai Ye said, Xia, become my beast companion. Ha? She blinked innocently, momentarily unable to respond. In response, Bai Ye added, You'll be my beast companion, and I'll avenge you. Plus, the moon god's emissaries are also my enemies. Upon hearing this, Xia blushed. Then, will you feed me?
I heard from my mom that humans like to make us eat strange things. Bai Ye's lips twitched. He ruffled Xia's hair. Meals? Of course I'll take care of them 3 meals a day. Upon hearing Bai Ye's reply, Xia's eyes lit up. That's settled then? She didn't resist. The contract was quickly sealed. A notification appeared before Bai Ye. You have contracted a slave, Xia. Upon seeing the prompt, Bai Ye's expression grew peculiar. He couldn't shake the feeling that something was off about the mechanics of this world. But the problem was he had no proof. With a sigh of frustration, as Xia's interface unfolded, Bai also took a look. Xia. Race, Spirit Fox Clan. Attributes Supernatural, Fire. Health points 300,000. Magic 5,000,5,000. Strength 3,000. Speed 1,500. Resilience 500. Talent Beast Transformation transforms into beast form, increasing all attributes by 500% and healing ability by 200%. Skills Charm Flame, Blazing Impact. Description: a descendant of the Spirit Fox clan who once fought alongside a deity, she was contracted by a good master and is now the freest slave in the world. Though she appears young and innocent, her strength is that of a true powerhouse. Just as Bai Ye was thinking to himself. As if sensing something, Xia's fluffy ears twitched. She adopted a vigilant expression. Master, enemies are approaching. Upon hearing this, Bai Ye followed Xia's gaze. Amidst the rustling sounds of the jungle, several figures emerged from the shadows. Chapter 121, New Forbidden Spell. Absolute Control Break. The arrivals were none other than Ba Tu and his men. Surrounded by a group of loyal followers and slaves. Facing Bai Ye, Bata sneered, Bai Ye, blame yourself for choosing to venture into the Phantom Sea Forest. Attack him. Whoever kills Bai Ye will be handsomely rewarded. As soon as Bata finished speaking, everyone rushed toward Bai Ye. Kill him. The reward is mine. Die. As long as you're dead, I'll be free. Blame yourself for offending Batu, the leader. Amidst the chaos, everyone's expressions were fierce. Living a life worse than that of pigs and dogs, they had been suppressed by the Crimson Guild for far too long. As a result, their emotions needed an outlet. And at that moment, Bai Ye became the perfect outlet for their pent-up emotions. If it were any other class changer facing such a situation alone, to say they wouldn't be panicked would be impossible. However, confident in his own abilities, Bai Ye remained calm and composed. Shadow Dragon, take care of them. As Bai Ye finished speaking, a massive figure descended onto the battlefield. With a thunderous roar echoing through the mountains and forests. Amidst the terrified stares of the slaves, Shadow Dragon charged forward. It was clear that Bai Ye was alone. But to the slaves and the members of the Crimson Guild who had undergone a class change, it was no different from fighting a boss. As the skill's impacts and explosions spread outward in all directions. At that very moment, within the illusory sea forest, Tsuchiya Yuhu and his group also noticed something amiss. I didn't expect the Crimson Guild to act first. He sighed. Leading the group, Tsuchiya Yuhu unconsciously quickened his pace. As the battle between Bai Ye and Ba Tu and his group unfolded. Dragon Country, Kyoto. When this news reached the headquarters of the Job Changer Guild. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yintian immediately lost his composure. The national war had only just ended. The plan to conquer the first 10 layers of the abyss was now imminent. At this critical juncture, unexpectedly, an unexpected incident occurred. The Crimson Guild had joined forces with multiple nations. How could Bai Ye alone possibly be their match? How foolish. Bai Ye is truly foolish. Knowing there was danger, he should have retreated early. Just as Zhou Yintian was busy dealing with the aftermath of the incident, Deng Zai came to report. Chairman, the military zone is currently negotiating with the Eagle and Cherry Blossom nations. Multiple countries are exerting pressure, and it's likely that. Before Deng Zai could finish his sentence, Zhou Yintian already understood his meaning. With pressure from multiple countries, the rescue efforts would undoubtedly be severely delayed. By then, Bai Ye might already. At this thought, Zhou Yintian's expression darkened. At any cost. We must rescue Bai Ye. As Zhou Yintian spoke, Deng Zai looked solemn. Chairman, rest assured. The mission has already been accepted by the Sword Saintly Linglong. With her assistance, I am certain Bai Ye will return safely. The news spread quickly. Across the entire network, countless people were engaged in heated debates about Bai Ye's current situation, facing an encirclement. Why did Bai Ye go to the Phantom Sea Forest? Isn't that just asking for trouble? Exactly. Why not stay safely in the country and develop quietly? Why take such risks? Sigh. After all, he's one of the most promising transfigured warriors in our country in recent years. Let's just hope Bai Ye returns safely. While I also hope Bai Ye returns safely, I feel the chances are slim. Last time Bai defeated Arthur VIII was just a fluke. Does he really think he is that strong? At the hospital.
seeing the online experts' constant analysis.
Bai Ye's heart was already in his throat.
Brother, please come back safely.
Muttering to himself, Bai Ye was well aware. All she could do now was take care of her mother and finish her studies so that Bai Ye wouldn't have any worries. As for the rest, all she could do was pray for him.
Southeast Region, Phantom Sea Forest. After half an hour of intense combat,
all the elite slaves and henchmen dispatched by the Crimson Guild had been completely wiped out.
Batu now stood alone, completely isolated.
Though it was called a battle, it was nothing more than a one-sided rout.
The Crimson Guild's rapid expansion and growth
was primarily due to its backing by the Phantom Sea Forest and the Moon God's followers. As a result, the Crimson Guild has little to no foundational strength. Facing Bai, who has reached level 120 and has plundered numerous attributes,
Batu's defeat was inevitable.
As Bai Ye approached, Batu couldn't help but swallow hard. Even before attacking Bai, Batu had already conducted an investigation.
In fact, the team assembled to confront Bai Ye was composed entirely of class-specific counters to his abilities.
However, Batu never imagined that the gap in strength between the two sides would be so vast.
The class advantages he had anticipated. In front of Bai Ye, it was nothing but a joke. Bai Ye, you. Pointing at Bai Ye, Batu trembled. At that moment, Batu was filled with regret. He should have known Bai Ye was so difficult to deal with. He should have waited for Tsuchiya Yuho and the others to act first, then acted himself.
But now, it was too late for regrets.
Just as Batu steeled himself to charge at Bai Ye
moved his thoughts, and the Reaper descended alongside his divine might.
While granting himself buffs, he also imposed debuffs on his opponent. A double effect, an unbeatable mechanism. What could Batu possibly use to stand against Bai Ye? 12,820. 12,820. Damage numbers keep flashing. Batu's health points plummeted instantly.
The sense of impending doom was overwhelming, leaving Batu struggling to defend himself. As a 5th-tier heavy warrior with a level of 150, Batu's level was higher than Bai's. However, level does not determine true combat power. The more he resisted, the more terrified Batu became.
Bai's stats were simply too terrifying. Is this really the power of a 120th level assassin? In the end, Batu died with regret. You have looted the attributes of a heavily armored warrior, strength plus 30.
As Bai Ye wiped out Batu and his group. In addition to looting numerous attribute values, skill points also increased significantly.
Current skill points, 127.
I've calculated it roughly 500 skill points should be enough to directly transform a skill into a forbidden spell. And considering the previous enhancements, my current skill points are more than enough to unlock an entirely new forbidden spell. As he muttered to himself, a thought crossed his mind.
Bai Ye chose to enhance Death's Descent. You have enhanced the skill, Death's Descent. You have enhanced the skill, Death's Descent. Notice, your skill has reached its enhancement limit and has undergone a transformation. You have obtained the forbidden spell, Sound Slash. Effect, consumes 500 mana to immediately remove all negative effects currently affecting you and grants a 1000% movement speed and attack speed bonus for the next 5 minutes.
The difference between forbidden spells and ordinary skills. Besides the high effect bonuses, it's the special skill mechanics. In the case of the forbidden spell Sound Slash, the increase in attack speed and movement speed is secondary.
The real key lies in the absolute control removal.
If you replace it with a skill like Purify, there is still a casting and chanting process. However, Sound Slash can be activated instantly without any casting, making it a true instant cast ability. This perfectly addresses his weakness to control. White Knight is highly satisfied with this new forbidden spell.
Chapter 122, 1/10,000 wounds. Positioning suppression.
In the following time, Bai Ye cleared the battlefield. As the largest guild organization in this lawless region, the Crimson Guild was still quite wealthy. With the large amount of equipment and magic stones Bai Ye had collected, he noticed that his storage space was beginning to show signs of being filled to capacity.
This is the first time I've realized that storage space actually has a limit.
As he marveled, facing the scattered corpses, Bai Ye had a sudden thought.
Rise.
As Life and Death Grant activated, he enslaved all the souls present.
Then, fuse.
Under the skill's effect, the souls merged with the shadow guards on the field. In an instant, the aura of all the shadow guards surged dramatically. At the same time, the number of shadow guards returns to the previous 100.
Due to the fusion of their professions.
Some wielded long spears, others held large shields, and some carried longbows. Each shadow guard possesses strength comparable to that of a 120th level, 4th transformation class changed warrior. With these 100 shadow guards as reinforcements,
White Knight can be considered a force of one against an entire army.
Now, even if he were to face Arthur in a one-on-one battle again, he would surely have the strength to fight him.
Just as Bai Ye was thinking this,
he sensed the shifting aura of the shadow guards.
On the side, Xia couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Having witnessed this battle firsthand, how could she not realize the terror of Bai Ye? Can killing and plundering make one stronger? Could plundering make one stronger? After all, such abilities, akin to concepts, were only possessed by the legendary gods of the past. At that moment, the look in her eyes as she gazed at Bai Ye was filled with awe and admiration. Xia discovered that her master was actually a true powerhouse. Just as Xia was thinking this, suddenly, at that very moment, a barrier formed around Bai Ye and the others. Realizing that Batu and the others were merely appetizers, the true enemy was still lurking behind. Bai Ye remained calm, silently downing the recovery potion and swiftly replenishing his magical energy. Meanwhile, sounds echoed through the forest. Soon, Bai Ye saw a cherry blossom-clad Onmyoji leading a group of class-changed warriors emerging from the shadows. The leader was none other than Tsuchiya Yuho. The leader, Tsuchiya Yuho, was a 5th-class Onmyoji with a staggering level of 150. The reincarnated warriors following him were mostly around level 120. Compared to the disorganized group of Batu earlier, Tsuchiya Yuho and his group were undoubtedly much stronger. However, compared to Tsuchiya Yuho, what Bai Ye truly cares about is something else. That was the follower of the moon god. Looking around the scene, Bai Ye couldn't spot any trace of the moon god's follower. Just as Bai Ye was thinking this, Tsuchiya Yuho spoke first. Dragon countryman, I must admit, you do have some skill. As he spoke, Tsuchiya Yuho raised the corner of his mouth slightly. However, even if you can defeat Batu and the others, so what? Your luck ends here. As Tsuchiya Yuho finished speaking, the job changers dispatched by the various nations sprang into action. Having already divided their tasks, they knew exactly what to do. Roar! Woof! As the shadow dragon and the great dog roared, the guards followed the shadows and charged toward them. A chaotic battle erupted, with the shadow dragon and his followers distracting the crowd. This also created the conditions for Bai Ye and Tsuchiya Yuho to engage in a one-on-one duel. As Bai Ye charged toward him, Tsuchiya Yuho remained calm. With a flick of his wrist, he summoned a series of legendary Shikigami from the land of cherry blossoms, including the Kappa and the Snow Woman. At the same time, the bishops who had been hiding in the shadows and had set up ambushes earlier began chanting spells. They bestowed buffs on Tsuchiya Yuho while imposing debuffs on Bai Ye. Just as Bai Ye casually killed a nearby Shikigami, the sudden debuff caught him off guard. Taking advantage of the opening, the Shikigami swarmed forward. 1,000. 500. 800. In no time, Bai Ye's health points were reduced by thousands. Luckily, I have damage reduction, and my health is pretty high. Thinking to himself, he adjusted his rhythm and activated Sound Slash. In an instant, before the countless bishops could react, Bai Ye had already closed in on Tsuchiya Yuho. 21,900. This single strike nearly depleted Tsuchiya Yuho's health points. He hurriedly summoned his spirit guardian to protect him and quickly created distance from Bai Ye, his expression filled with horror. A single strike inflicted countless wounds. Even some of the assassins he had faced before couldn't deal such high damage. And this was despite the fact that he had been on guard and was wearing armor. If there were no armor or protective gear, he probably would have been killed in an instant by now. Thinking of this, Tsuchiya Yuho felt a chill run down his spine and raised his guard to the highest level. Seeing that he couldn't kill him instantly, Bai Ye was slightly disappointed. However, it wasn't a big deal. If necessary, he could simply strike again. Taking advantage of the moment when the bishops and priests hadn't finished casting their spells again, Bai Ye unleashed his divine might. As the world seemed to freeze, everything turned black and white. Tsuchiya Yuho could only feel his breath catch in his throat. By the time he reacted, White Knight's next attack was already closing in. For a moment, Tsuchiya Yuho's pupils contracted. In his mind, he cursed the bishops and priests casting spells 100 times over. Weren't they supposed to restrict Bai Ye from using his skills? Why, then, did Bai Ye's combo moves flow so smoothly? Before he could react, Tsuchiya Yuho saw a silver flash. His class was countered, his attributes were suppressed, and the mechanics were completely overwhelmed. It was only natural that Tsuchiya Yuho couldn't hold his ground. He was directly struck by Bai, who shattered the legendary great armor that could withstand a single fatal blow. In sheer terror, he quickly activated his skill, swapping positions with his Shikigami, narrowly escaping death. Before Bai Ye could pursue him, he felt himself once again under the effects of magic seal and chaos magic, rendering his skills ineffective. Bai Ye furrowed his brows. Such skills deal no damage but restrict skill usage, making them extremely annoying. Gripping his short blade, Bai Ye withdrew from the battlefield. Under the perception of the intangible divine intent, he located the bishops and priests hiding in the shadows. The principle of targeting the rear lines first in a group fight was something Bai Ye understood well. Perfect. As an assassin, infiltrating the rear ranks to disrupt the enemy's offensive was precisely Bai Ye's specialty. As they lost sight of Bai Ye, the bishops and priests couldn't help but look confused. Strange, where's Bai Ye? Yeah, he was just here a moment ago. How did he disappear so suddenly? He must have hidden himself, worried that we'd ambush him, right? Just as everyone was discussing, an untimely voice rang out at that moment. White Knight isn't hiding, he is coming to attack us. As the words fell, they felt the bone-chilling intent to kill behind them. Everyone couldn't help but swallow hard. Their expressions were filled with terror. Chapter 123, New Forbidden Spell. Moon God's Followers. White Knight's assault was too fierce, his speed too swift. How could the archbishops and priests possibly stand against him? In an instant, everyone fell into chaos. Quick! Raise your shields. As long as we wait for Tsuchiya Yuho to return, we'll be safe. A bishop's voice echoed through the ranks. Realizing the situation, everyone began chanting spells. However, though their spells were cast swiftly, Bai Ye's movements were far faster. The silver flashes of his blades vanished in an instant, taking the lives of the bishops and priests with them. By the time Tsuchiya Yuho returned to defend, seeing the corpses littering the ground, his pupils contracted involuntarily. White Knight, you! Before Tsuchiya Yuho could finish his words, White Knight had already gulped down the healing potion in one go. With the bishops and priests no longer able to cast spells, he had nothing to hold him back. Shadow Dragon. Summoning the Shadow Dragon, he mounted the beast and soared across the battlefield. He found Xia. Just as Xia was about to unleash her full power, White Knight grabbed Xia by the back of her collar and yanked her up. Ugh! With a startled cry from the little girl, a human, a dragon, and a beast girl soared straight into the sky. Seeing that the distance was almost closed, looking down from above, the earthen house and the army gathered there appeared as tiny ants. Bai Ye raised his hand, releasing the eternal flames and the wrath of the thunder gods simultaneously. Instantly, fiery flames and thunderous bolts collided, creating a scene that seemed like the end of the world was nigh. On the ground, watching Bai Ye continuously unleash forbidden spells, the heavens and earth seemed to change color. Tsuchiya Yuya was utterly stunned. How is this possible? He knew Bai Ye could use the eternal flame. He also knew that this forbidden spell dealt devastating damage. But Tsuchiya Yuhu never imagined that Bai Ye would also use the wrath of the thunder god. It hadn't been that long since the national war ended, had it? Why had Bai Ye's strength undergone such a drastic transformation? Tsuchiya Yuhu had no time to ponder the true reason behind Bai Ye's sudden surge in power. At that moment, he was already being tormented by the dual forbidden spells, suffering unbearably. Tengu. Yuki Anna. He hurriedly summoned his two strongest Shikigami to assist him, and Tsuchiya Yuhu managed to block the skill. However, while Tsuchiya Yuho could manage it, it didn't mean that the other class changers could do the same. As the sky grew dim under the glow of the forbidden spells, in the center of the battlefield, everyone's expressions were filled with terror. Help! I don't want to die. Killing Bai was Yuho Tsuchiya's plan, it has nothing to do with us. My god, an assassin who can cast a mage's forbidden spell? That's impossible. You have looted the Berserker's attributes, strength plus 20. You have looted the Shadow Ranger attribute, movement plus 10. You have obtained 1 skill point. In mid-air, as Bai Ye's magic power suddenly dropped to freezing point, he quickly downed several bottles of magic recovery potions, and with the aid of the Star Guardian, he managed to stabilize his condition. His gains were equally immense. Though his level had reached the maximum and he could no longer gain experience points. However, the enhancement of his attributes and the acquisition of skill points were tangible gains. He felt the power surging endlessly. Bai Ye chose to reinforce the tree barrier with a series of powerful strikes. Had it been before, Bai Ye would have been unable to transform the tree barrier into a forbidden spell. However, the sheer number of class-changed warriors he had slain was simply too great. Through accumulation, the skill points in Bai Ye's possession were more than enough to transform the tree barrier into a forbidden spell. You have obtained the forbidden spell, Tree God Descent. Effect, consumes 2000 mana to create a large area barrier, dealing continuous damage and poisoning effects to enemies within the barrier while also weakening them, reducing their movement speed and strength by 50%. With the transformation into a forbidden spell, the mana cost required for the skill is now fixed at 2000 points. The mana cost has increased significantly. This couldn't help but give Bai Ye a sense of using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. However, considering that he has the Shadow Clan and the Shadow Dragon at his disposal, in most situations, clearing enemies is more than sufficient with them, making the use of the forbidden spell unnecessary. Bai Ye gladly accepted the increased magic consumption. Just as Bai Ye was checking the skill information, Xia's voice suddenly came from the side. Master, the battle seems to have ended. Upon hearing this, and seeing the battlefield gradually calm down, Bai Ye ordered the Shadow Dragon to descend from the sky. As the Shadow Dragon landed, the scattered bones were clearly visible. All the class-changed warriors had already perished in the previous forbidden spell bombardment. The entire area of the Phantom Sea Forest nearby was nearly level to the ground. Could they have killed Tsuchiya Yuho as well? Bai Ye muttered to himself as he leaped down from the Shadow Dragon's back.
Bai Ye was still waiting to force the location of the moon god's followers out of Tsuchiya Yuhu. If he was dead, then his lead would be cut off, and the mission would be impossible to complete. Just as Bai Ye was thinking this, vaguely, he saw a figure moving in the distance. Shadow, Big Dog, go check it out. Upon hearing Bai Ye's words, Shadow and Big Dog rushed over. Meanwhile, taking advantage of the distraction, White Knight activated his life or death move. Rise. He enslaved all the souls at the scene and then merged with the Shadow Guards. With the group of transfigured warriors recruited by Tsuchiya Yuhu as nourishment, the aura of the Shadow Guards surged dramatically. Now, each of them could match a transferee of around level 130. Even the stronger ones among the Shadow Guards could probably hold their own against a 150th level transferee, and Bai Ye wouldn't be surprised by that, right? Tsuchiya Yuhu felt he had lost unfairly. He had made all his plans carefully. But alas, in the end, his plans couldn't keep up with the changes. As the troops collapsed like a house of cards, how could Tsuchiya Yuhu not realize that the situation was already decided? He had thought that the higher-ups had entrusted him with the task, whether it was to recruit Bai Ye or eliminate him, and that it would be an easy assignment. But he never imagined that Bai Ye would be so difficult to deal with. For a moment, Tsuchiya Yuho was filled with regret. Just as Tsuchiya Yuho was about to evade Bai Ye's pursuit, suddenly, a loud howl echoed from behind him. As Tsuchiya Yuhu instinctively turned to look, he saw the Shadow Rider mounted on a large dog charging toward him, his long spear gleaming menacingly. Unable to avoid it, Tsuchiya Yuho summoned his spirit beings to defend himself. However, as his condition had already deteriorated, the Shikigami he summoned were no match for the Shadow's spear, crumbling like clay pots under its blows. As the spear closed in, Tsuchiya Yuho felt as though all his strength had been drained from his body. At that moment, his mind was consumed by a single thought: my life is over. However, in that very instant, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A figure emerged from behind Tsuchiya Yuho. The Shadow's attack was blocked. Seeing his attack come to an abrupt halt, the Shadow couldn't help but reveal its astonishment. Before it could react, the long spear descended, and it was instantly killed. The Shadow was disposed of in the blink of an eye. Next, it was the Big Dog's turn. Both the man and his beast were scattered once more, reintegrating into the shadows of the White Knight, waiting for the White Knight to summon them again. As he gazed at the figure that appeared before him, Tsuchiya Yuron's expression was filled with wild joy. Master, you finally arrived. He never expected that the Big Dog and the Shadow would be instantly killed by the person before him. White Knight couldn't help but show surprise. At that moment, he looked at the burly man before him, who was nearly 2 meters tall, with muscles bulging all over his body. Feeling the overwhelming aura, Shia gripped Bai's collar, her innocent face filled with tension. Master, this person is very powerful. Bai Ye nodded slightly. I know. Holding a short blade, he stepped forward. Seeing that Bai Ye was actually preparing to confront the opponent head-on, Xia couldn't help but jump to her feet. Master, this is a monster. Bai Ye smiled. Well, that's convenient. Dealing with monsters is my specialty. Before Xia could react, Bai Ye launched his attack. In the gap between attacking the moon god's followers, Bai Ye threw out the appraisal. Chapter 124, Absolute Numerical Combat vs. Absolute Mechanics. Adolf. Class Dragon Warrior. Title Moon God's Follower. Level 257 7th Transformation. Health points 1980001,980,000. Strength 86000. Speed 15000. Stamina 8000. Resilience 500. Evaluation: one of the followers of the Moon God, under the exclusive protection of the Moon God, he abandoned his innate talents and skills as a Dragon Knight to pursue the ultimate attributes. Normally, class changers can hide their attributes so others cannot see them. After all, information asymmetry can often lead to unexpected outcomes in battle. However, Adolf reveals nothing. This clearly demonstrates just how confident he is in his own strength. Ultimate stats. Bai Ye felt a surge of battle intent. He couldn't tell whether it was the opponent's absolute numerical advantage that was formidable, or his absolute mechanical advantage. Before Adolf could attack, Bai Ye chose to strike first. The tree god descended, followed by a frozen world, immediately imposing dual control. As Bai Ye's MP dropped to freezing point, with a thunderous crash, countless vines spread out from all directions, quickly forming a cage-like structure that enveloped the area for miles around. At the same time, ice spread along the ground, sending waves of cold air rushing toward Adolf. Upon witnessing this scene, Tsuchiya Yuho, hiding behind Adolf, was completely stunned. He had assumed that after enduring several consecutive battles, Bai Ye's condition must have deteriorated significantly. But to his surprise, he was still so fierce. As an assassin, in theory, Bai Ye's stamina and resilience should have been nearly depleted. Yet he could still unleash forbidden spells one after another. Just how terrifying were Bai Ye's attribute values? Lord Adolf. Seeing Adolf remain unfazed by the forbidden spell, Tsuchiya Yuhu couldn't help but let out a startled cry. But the next moment, he saw Adolf move. Grasping Tsuchiya Yuhu by the collar, Adolf lifted him into the air. Since becoming a follower of the moon god, Adolf had never encountered a mechanical monster like White Knight before. As a battle-crazed warrior, his fighting spirit surged.
Dragon countryman, you're strong.
I haven't faced an opponent as powerful as you in a long time. With a loud laugh, Adolf swung a punch toward Bai Ye. At a speed exceeding 10,000, it was completely invisible to the naked eye. Thanks to the boost from Sound Slash, White Knight temporarily increased his speed to match Adolf's. In fact, his speed was even faster than Adolf's. In the blink of an eye, a series of damage numbers appeared on the screen.
21,000. 21,000.
With multiple buffs, Bai Ye's basic attack damage reached over 10,000 each time.
This single attack significantly reduced Adolf's health.
Meanwhile, the poisonous pollen created by the tree spirit's barrier, which had been delayed by Bai Ye, began to settle, putting Adolf into a poisoned state. The slowness caused by the spreading poison and the cold wave,
combined with Bai Ye's relentless attacks, Adolf's health continued to drop.
However, relying on his extreme stats, Adolf remained completely unfazed.
White Knight's attacks appeared fierce. Yet in reality, the damage inflicted is limited. It was extremely difficult to take Adolf down in one hit. Moreover, since they are engaged in close combat, there is no opportunity for Bai Ye to replenish his magic.
If the battle continues, Bai Ye will inevitably be at a disadvantage. On the ground, as the battle grew increasingly intense, Xiao's expression betrayed a hint of anxiety.
Master, you must win.
The little beast girl murmured, unable to participate in this divine battle, she could only pray on the ground.
Awah! As the large dog let out a howl. Xia followed its gaze.
In the distance, Tsuchiya Yuhu, hiding in the shadows, looked utterly disheveled.
Knowing this was Bai Ye's enemy, Xia flipped onto the large dog's back. Big dog, let us go.
We'll take care of him and relieve our master's worries.
As Xia's words fell, the big dog immediately responded with a loud woof.
Carrying Xia, the dog charged toward Tsuchiya Yuho. If his subordinate Shikigami were still alive, facing this beast and this beast girl, Tsuchiya Yuhu would naturally have no reason to panic. But alas, he had just fought against Bai Ye, and his Shikigami were already decimated, leaving him no match for them.
For a moment, Tsuchiya Yuhu's face turned green.
As the shadow of the large dog engulfed him,
Tsuchiya Yuhu was filled with terror. Don't come any closer. At that very moment, on the other side,
Li Linglong had already crossed the border of Longhua. She approached the entrance and exit of the Phantom Sea Forest dungeon. While rushing along, she overheard several class changers discussing everything that had happened in the Phantom Sea Forest.
That White Knight is as good as dead. Yeah, the Crimson Guild has gathered so many troops, plus the multi-nation alliance, how could they possibly be a match? It's even worse. I heard that even the Moon God's followers are heading toward Bai Ye. Moon God followers, one of them exclaimed, they're star-ranked warriors. White Knight is doomed. Upon hearing the words, Moon God's followers,
Li Linglong's expression changed slightly. Even a single follower possesses the strength of a general star-ranked warrior.
Plus, with the Crimson Guild and the allied nations joining forces, how could Bai Ye possibly withstand them?
Thinking of this, Li Linglong felt a surge of frustration in her heart. She immediately quickened her pace. Before long, Li Linglong entered the Phantom Sea Forest. However, as soon as she stepped inside, she sensed waves of magical energy rippling through the air. Looking toward the distance, she saw countless thick vines intertwining to form a half-circular birdcage, enveloping the surrounding area. A tidal wave of emotion surged within Li Linglong's heart. Even before she had approached, she could already foresee how intense the battle between the two sides would be. Knowing the battle was far from over, she was relieved to have arrived in time. As she exhaled in relief, Li Linglong rushed toward the center of the battlefield. At that very moment, at the center of the battlefield, Bai Ye saw that his magic power was about to drop to freezing point, leaving him with very limited skills to activate. His expression changed slightly, looking somewhat grim. With insufficient magic power, Bai Ye naturally couldn't fully utilize the mechanics of his skills. All he could do was switch from offense to defense. However, in Bai Ye's estimation, he still had a chance to win. He had already gained a basic understanding of Adolf's combat style. White Knight had already devised a strategy to break the deadlock in his mind.
Enhance Divine Punishment.
As Bai Ye silently issued the command, the already scarce skill points were completely depleted at that moment. At the same time, the Divine Punishment previously stolen from Arthur 8 undergoes a transformation.
Skill Divine Punishment.
Effect consumes 1000 mana to enhance the next attack, dealing 300,000 points of true damage that ignores armor and defense.
Cooldown, 1 day. Evaluation representing the gods, this skill is here to punish you.
30,000 points of damage are almost negligible for Adolf. However, if Bai Ye had continuously depleted Adolf's health beforehand,
and then, in the following attacks, utilized the counterattack mechanism of the Thorn Armor to further lower his health,
Could this strategy have allowed him to reach or come close to the 300,000 true damage threshold required for a kill? As Adolf charged forward with his spear, Bai Ye did not choose to dodge this time. Instead, he charged forward and activated the counterattack. 40,000. Even with multiple damage reduction effects, Bai Ye still took 40,000 points of damage. As for Adolf, a 50% counterattack damage isn't something to be taken lightly. Adolf never expected Bai Ye to have such a trick up his sleeve. In an instant, Adolf was severely wounded. Chapter 125, Narrow Victory. Divine Punishment. Put. His health dropped to just a quarter, and the feedback was enough to make Adolf spit out a mouthful of old blood. 50,000 points of counterattack damage, it was simply too outrageous. Adolf's face turned deathly pale. You dragon countryman, you actually had this up your sleeve? How despicable. Bai Ye smiled. Thanks for the exaggeration. This is a life or death duel, who cares how you win? The winner is the winner. Can that be called underhanded? This is clearly just tactics. He's using the magic of the stars to recover. Bai Ye had no intention of using potions to replenish his magic, nor did he plan to give Adolf any breathing room to recover. Utilizing the enhancement of Sound Slash, Bai Ye darted forward to close the distance. Activating Divine Punishment, Bai Ye delivers the final blow to Adolf. At the same moment, Li Linglong also arrived at the battlefield. White Knight, don't be afraid. I'm here to help you, she shouted fiercely. However, as she watched from a distance, she saw the silver blade in Bai Ye's hand flash, and Adolf's head fell to the ground. Li Linglong's expression froze. He won? White Knight actually won. After all, this time was different from last time. Bai Ye and Adolf were fighting one-on-one. And Adolf's strength is actually far superior to that of Arthur VIII. If he could win, then Bai Ye's strength is truly terrifying. Just as Li Linglong was stunned and couldn't recover for a long time. Seeing that Bai Ye was nearing his limits, Li Linglong rushed forward to support him. Just as Bai Ye was about to collapse, he felt as though his head had plunged into something soft. What was that? So soft. It smells so good. Just as Bai Ye was thinking this, as Bai Ye fell into her arms and felt their bodies pressed tightly together, Li Linglong's expression flashed a hint of embarrassment. After all, her younger sister had a crush on Bai Ye. Perhaps in the future, Bai Ye might very well become her sister's husband. And now, Bai Ye was lying in her arms. Ah! Just as Li Linglong couldn't help but mutter to herself. Bai Ye's condition gradually began to stabilize. Seeing Bai Ye wake up, Li Linglong couldn't help but show a hint of panic. Bai Ye, you're awake. As he responded, Bai Ye quickly downed the recovery potion in one gulp. Although the recovery potion only replenished life points and magic power, stamina and resilience could only be restored gradually over time. But for Bai Ye, it was more than enough to face the boss in the Phantom Sea Forest in his current state. Linglong, go wait outside the dungeon first. I'll be out soon, and we'll head back together then. As Bai Ye finished speaking, Li Linglong was startled. But she quickly snapped out of it. Bai Ye, you wouldn't be planning to tackle the Phantom Sea Forest, would you? Li Linglong's expression was filled with concern. Why don't I take you out first, Bai Ye? Once you've recovered, we can come back and tackle this dungeon later. Bai Ye shook his head. He said, don't worry, I've got this. As he spoke, the large dog arrived, and Bai Ye mounted it. Linglong, just wait outside for me to come out. Bai Ye patted the big dog. Big dog, let's go. Woof. Upon hearing Bai Ye's command, the large dog let out a loud howl. Leading Bai Ye, it rushed toward the deepest part of the dungeon, the boss's room. Watching Bai Ye's back, Li Linglong couldn't help but smile wryly. She had come here to help, after all. Little did she expect that Bai Ye didn't need her help at all. He had already taken down Adolf alone. With a touch of disappointment, Li Linglong left the dungeon. At the same time, she contacted the Job Changers Guild and reported the situation here. Kyoto, the headquarters of the Job Changer Guild. As Li Linglong relayed everything, Zhou Yentian couldn't help but swallow hard. As the official representative of the organization, even Zhou Yentian himself couldn't stay calm. Looking at the phone, Zhou Yentian wore a serious expression. Sword Saint Li Linglong, are you sure you're not joking? He couldn't help but ask again. Are you sure Bai Ye not only wiped out the Crimson Guild and the Multinational Alliance's transferees, but also single-handedly killed the Moon God's followers? Li Linglong on the other end of the phone confirmed again with a serious tone. Even after the call ended, Zhou Yentian remained in a daze for a long time. Noticing his blank expression, Deng Zai couldn't help but grow concerned. President, what's wrong? Did something happen to the White Knight assassin? Zhou Yentian, White Knight single-handedly killed the Moon Goddess followers. Deng Zai's expression darkened. Oh no! Our dragon nation has lost one. Before he could finish, Deng Zai realized something was wrong. He widened his eyes, completely losing his composure. What? The leader, what did you say? It was Bai Ye who single-handedly killed the Moon God's follower, not the Moon God's follower who killed Bai Ye?
As Zhou Yintian nodded. Deng Zai sucked in a sharp breath.
According to the information, Bai Ye was only at level 120 and about to undergo his 5th transformation. It was already common knowledge that Bai Ye frequently defeated opponents of higher levels. But Deng Zai never imagined that Bai Ye had actually crossed 100 levels.
Is that even possible? Is this normal? Is this something a level 120 assassin could accomplish?
In shock, even the slowest among them realized what was happening.
President, what kind of talent does Bai Ye possess? Zhou Yintian shook his head. This is ultimately Bai Ye's secret, so I'm not entirely sure either. But one thing is certain, his talent must be related to ignoring growth limits. Only a talent that ignores growth limits could allow Bai Ye to repeatedly achieve feats that other class changers find utterly unimaginable. It must be said that Zhou Yintian's guess was spot on. On the other side, at the Silver Guild. Having received news from her older sister, Li, who had been anxious and uneasy, finally let out a sigh of relief. Thank you, sister. If it weren't for you, Bai Ye would have been in trouble. Just as Li Yi was thanking Li Linglong.
The other party's response caught Li Yi off guard.
You don't need to thank me. Before Li Yi could react, Li Linglong's voice came through the phone again. After all, I didn't do much.
By the time I arrived, Bai Ye had already taken care of that moon god follower on his own.
As Li Linglong's words fell.
In shock, Li Yi nearly bit her tongue.
Sis, what did you say? Bai Ye actually killed the follower alone?
She had thought that defeating Arthur VIII in the National War was already the limit of Bai Ye's abilities.
But they never imagined that this wasn't even Bai Ye's true strength.
Thinking about what she knew, it was merely the tip of the iceberg of Bai Ye's true strength.
Li Yi felt a surge of excitement. He truly is the man she had chosen, he's so amazing. Thinking about Bai Ye and her older sister returning soon, Li Yi couldn't wait to prepare a celebratory banquet for Bai Ye. Chapter 126, Conquering the Phantom Sea Forest, 5th transformation complete. At that very moment, in the Phantom Sea Forest, riding a giant dog, Bai Ye had already reached the deepest part of the dungeon. As he entered the boss room, a colossal beast appeared before Bai Ye. The final boss of the entire Phantom Sea Forest is a wyvern. Gazing at the sub-dragon before him, whose body is covered in white scales and whose body spans dozens of meters, Bai Ye summoned the Shadow Dragon and the rest of the Shadow Troops. Shadow Dragon, this is your task. He ordered the Shadow Dragon and the Great Dog to lead the guards toward the wyvern. Bai Ye also shifted his gaze to the shadow. With a thought, Bai Ye fused the souls of Adolf and Tsuchiya Yuho with his own. Even though the power contained within Adolf's soul had lost the moon god's blessing and was already less than 10% of its original strength. However, the exaggerated numerical value would undoubtedly cause a qualitative leap in the shadow's strength after the fusion. As Bai Ye watched with anticipation, he saw the shadows, now solidified, intertwining with one another. At the same time, under the enhancement of his skills. Before long, a soldier dressed as a knight, standing over 2 meters tall and wielding a long spear, appeared before Bai Ye. He looked distinctly different from the other guards. Thank you for your kindness, master. The shadows will take the head of this dragon for you. Kneeling on one knee, the shadow bowed deeply. Then, holding his spear aloft, he charged toward the dragon. Facing an attack from multiple directions. The dragon was both shocked and terrified. In the past, all adventurers who dared to enter this place had become its prey. No one had ever been able to match it in battle. And no one had ever managed to injure it. Yet now, an unknown transferee had dared to intrude here, and was even preparing to take it down alone. How could the dragon not be afraid in the face of the unknown? As the shadow darted and twisted, performing 7 swift maneuvers, it soon left countless wounds on its body. This sent the dragon into a state of utter terror. Human, who are you? Ah! Damn it! Just as Yalong was raging helplessly, already being toyed with by Bai's beast tamers and guards. While observing the shadow's combat style, Bai Ye also cast the identification spell. He checked its information. Shadow. Health 800,000. Magic power 30,000. Strength 100,000. Speed 2400. Resilience 1000. Skill piercing spear. Description: a brand new life form forged from the souls of the followers of the moon god. It now has a new master to protect and will never betray them. That's all the information about the shadow. Bai Ye was astonished. 80,000 hit points, plus attributes breaking the 4-digit mark. Outside, the shadow is nothing more than a minor boss. If skills aren't used and innate bonuses aren't factored in, his combat power would even surpass Bai's. One can only imagine how much stronger the shadow has become after devouring Adolf. With the shadow's addition, the battle situation has unfolded exactly as White Knight anticipated, becoming a one-sided affair. For other class changers, the wyvern is undoubtedly an overwhelmingly powerful foe they cannot handle. But in White Knight's current eyes, the legend of the dragon's invincibility has become a thing of the past. Given that the dragon blood within its body was not as concentrated as before,
Defeating him was a piece of cake. As Yalong falls, the entire Phantom Sea Forest was completely conquered. Now all I need to do is return, and I should be able to undergo the 5th transformation. He muttered to himself as he seized the young dragon's soul and used it to slightly enhance the shadow dragon. Then, Bai Ye and Xia stepped onto the teleportation array and returned to the outside world. A flash of white light filled the sky. When Bai Ye returned to reality, the Phantom Sea Forest had already been conquered.
Li Linglong couldn't help but reveal a look of astonishment.
After all, she had only just emerged from the dungeon a short while ago. Bai Ye had already conquered the illusory sea forest. That efficiency was simply too fast. Just as she thought this, Li Linglong suddenly changed her mind. Recalling Bai Ye's previous experiences, Li Linglong immediately felt that this might not be so unacceptable after all. As Bai Ye and the others departed, having witnessed the conquest of the Phantom Sea Forest, when scouts and spies from various nations reported this news back to their respective countries, countries around the world are all on edge. The Eagle Nation, the Rose Guild. Upon hearing the news, Charleston was taken aback, his eyes darting around. I never thought that even Adolf would fall into Bai Ye's hands. This dragon countryman must not be spared. This hunt for Bai Ye wasn't just organized by Adolf, it also involved an alliance of various nations and the Crimson Guild. Even with such a formidable lineup, White Knight managed to emerge victorious, and even went on to conquer the Phantom Sea Forest afterward.
This proves that White Knight's potential is no joke. If we let him continue to grow, he will definitely become a threat. Just as Charles paced back and forth, pondering how to deal with Bai Ye, at that moment, someone came to report. Chairman, according to our spies infiltrated in the Dragon Kingdom, the Dragon Nation is preparing to dispatch class changers. It seems they intend to conquer the 10th layer of the Abyss. White Knight is also on the list for this expedition.
As these words fell, Charles furrowed his brows.
All right, I understand.
As he spoke, he realized that relying on numbers alone would be insufficient to defeat Bai Ye.
A flash of determination crossed Charles's eyes. This time, I will personally go to the Abyss. From now on, the guild will be under your management.
Upon hearing this, everyone looked at each other in disbelief.
At the same time, in Sakura country,
they had learned that Tsuchiya Yuho was dead. The Prime Minister immediately stood up, he couldn't sit still. After all, someone of Tsuchiya Yuho's caliber as a career changer was one of the few talents the great Sakura Empire had. Now that he was dead, it was a significant loss for the Sakura nation. For a moment, the Prime Minister's face darkened. How dare they? Those despicable Dragon Nation people dare to kill our Sakura Empire warriors one after another. Knowing that the Dragon Nation was about to launch an assault on the 10th layer of the Abyss, he immediately issued an order. Send word to the heavens, Tenno must depart for the Abyss at once and bring back Bai. The Prime Minister's expression turned ferocious.
No. Not just Bai, every single member of the Dragon Nation's assault team must be eliminated. I will ensure they never return.
At these words, the general was stunned. After all, Amaterasu was once the divine incarnation of the ancient gods. His power was even capable of matching that of the divine messengers. Deploying such a powerful being was no different from dropping a nuclear bomb into the abyss against the Dragon Nation's forces.
Yes. I will immediately notify Lord Amaterasu.
His gaze hardened, and the general turned and left. They have a warrior as powerful as an apostle from the Cherry Blossom Kingdom entering the fray. The Dragon Nation will surely find it difficult to withstand what comes next.
Chapter 127, Godslayer. Professional Advancement. 1 day later, Bai Ye returned to the capital.
Upon arriving at the headquarters of the Job Change Guild, he was greeted by Zhou Yintian and his group. Upon seeing Bai Ye, Zhou Yintian immediately wore a delighted expression.
White Knight Assassin, well done. Your recent exploits have truly brought honor to our Dragon Nation and shocked the nations of the world. It was all their doing. They came looking for trouble. As Bai Ye casually replied, Zhou Yintian burst into laughter. Please come inside, Bai Ye the assassin.
You won the national war and single-handedly defeated the followers of the Moon God.
You are now a hero of our Dragon Nation. Following Zhou Yintian, they entered the guild's inner sanctum. As they walked, Bai Ye asked, Zhou President, I've gained a lot from this trip. Do you think this could be used to exchange for some equipment with the official authorities? Zhou Yintian nodded lightly, sure. What kind of equipment are you looking for, Bai Assassin? Bai Ye replied, assassin-specific gear is fine, with quality at epic or above. As for quantity, the more, the better. He was indeed well-traveled and knowledgeable. Recalling Bai Ye's previous performance and his set of divine weapons. Hearing this now, Bai Ye wanted to collect a large amount of equipment. Zhou Yintian quickly formed a hypothesis. Could Bai Ye's talent be related to fusion? Though he thought this, Zhou Yintian did not say much. He agreed readily. That's great. I'll contact the authorities and make sure you get the equipment you need before we head to the Abyss. As Bai Ye handed over various materials from his storage space,
thinking about the upcoming journey to the abyss. Bai Ye casually asked, speaking of which, Joe President, regarding the upcoming expedition to the 10th layer of the abyss, aside from expanding resources, is there any other significance to it? Unexpectedly, Bai Ye asked this, and Zhou Yintian was taken aback. However, he did not hide anything. To be honest, Bai Ye, according to the information we've obtained, the 10th layer of the abyss may hold the key to reviving the moon god. Zhou Yintian said solemnly. Bai Ye's gaze grew intense. Having fought against the followers before, Bai Ye knew how powerful they were. Even the followers were so terrifying. What if it were an apostle? What if it were the moon goddess herself? Under no circumstances could he allow the moon god's followers and apostles to obtain the key that could revive him. With this thought, Bai Ye silently made up his mind. Just as Bai Ye was lost in thought, Zhou Yintian warned Bai Ye the assassin, this is a secret known only to the highest ranks of our dragon nation. You must keep it confidential and never let outsiders find out. Upon hearing this, Bai Ye nodded. Rest assured, Zhou Chairman, I will never tell a second person about this. The next day, after the celebratory banquet concluded, under Zhou Yintian's arrangements, Bai Ye also completed his job change. As he submitted his job change quest, a white light enveloped Bai Ye. The light was incredibly gentle, making his entire body feel as though it were being massaged, utterly comfortable. However, the white light came quickly and faded just as swiftly. As it gradually faded, Bai Ye had broken through to the 5th transformation. Compared to the 4th transformation, all his attributes had improved to some extent. However, as he felt the changes in his own strength, Bai Ye knew that this was far from enough. The next destination was the abyss, where he might face the moon god's emissaries head-on. Therefore, before setting off, Bai Ye must become even stronger. Thinking of this, facing the class change crystal, Bai Ye made up his mind. He accepted the class advancement quest. Next, advanced profession Godslayer. Advancement requirements: defeat a beast or demon with attribute values reaching 5 digits or higher 0-200. A killing type quest? This is right up my alley. Not only can I gain experience and loot attributes, but I can also complete the profession advancement. Why not? With that in mind, before setting off, Bai Ye also gave Zhou Yintian a quick nod. Upon learning that Bai Ye planned to head to the Endless Tower to complete his professional advancement quest, Zhou Yintian nodded. The plan to tackle the 10th layer of the abyss has been set for 10 days from now. However, if it's for Bai Ye the assassin, we can request an extension. After saying that, Zhou Yintian reminded him one last time. But I must remind Bai the assassin. We can wait, but the disciples of the moon god cannot afford to wait. If they beat us to it, that would be troublesome. We still hope the White Knight assassin can return soon. He was well aware of the urgency of the situation. The White Knight assassin replied confidently, there's no need to give me extra time. I'll complete the advanced mission and return within 10 days. After bidding farewell to Zhou Yintian, he left the Job Changers Guild. Before departing, Bai Ye didn't forget to visit the hospital. In the hospital bed, after undergoing treatment during this period, Zhou Ling's magical transformation had undoubtedly improved significantly. The crystallization phenomenon that had once covered her body had completely dissipated. She now exhibited symptoms similar to those of a vegetative state. Seeing that the treatment was showing results, Bai Ye felt quite optimistic. All my efforts haven't been in vain. I'm sure it won't be long before Mom wakes up too. Holding her slightly cold hand, Bai Ye murmured. Just then, Bai Yu entered the ward. Seeing Bai Ye, she smiled. Big brother, you didn't know, did you? According to Dr. Fang, among all the patients with magic-induced syndrome he's treated, our mom's case is the best. Our mom might just become the first case of demonization syndrome to be cured in the world. Bai Ye ruffled her hair. You've been working hard while I was away, Xiaoyu. Bai Yu gave a shy smile. There's no such thing as hard work or not. This is what I should do. A competitive glint flashed in her eyes. Besides, if anyone has been working hard, it's you, big brother. He knew that during this time, Bai Ye was either heading to the dungeon or on his way there. So Bai Yu casually asked, when are you leaving next time, big brother? Bai Ye replied, I'll leave this afternoon. Bai Yu looked concerned. Do you really need to schedule things so tightly? Aren't you planning to take a day off? Bai Ye stood up from his chair. He smiled, there's no need. Getting stronger is the most important thing to me. Having said that, seeing that it was about time, Bai Ye also prepared to leave. Xiaoyu, take care of our mother. If anything happens, remember to go find Zhou Chairman and the others. They'll help you resolve it. Xiaoyu nodded seriously. Be careful, big brother. He watched Bai Ye leave. Until Bai Ye grew smaller and smaller, eventually disappearing completely from sight. Bai Yu finally returned. Taking the high-speed train, he gradually left Kyoto behind. On the way to the Endless Tower, Bai Ye casually asked Xia. Xia, how much do you know about the Moon God's apostles? Do you know how powerful they are? Upon hearing the name Moon God's Apostles, Xiao's expression betrayed a hint of apprehension. Master, you may not be aware, but apostles are beings of a certain rank, with their levels generally at 400 or above. Upon hearing Xiao's rough description, Bai's expression grew solemn. He listened as Xia continued. From her words, Bai Ye gained a general understanding of the situation. Those who could become followers and apostles of the Moon God were incredibly powerful, with many surpassing the bounds of common sense. In simple terms, they were all mechanical anomalies and statistic anomalies. Ordinary class changers were virtually powerless against them. Having gained a general understanding of the strength of these followers and apostles, White Knight now desires to grow stronger even more. However, he also has enough confidence to defeat these apostles of the faithful. This is the confidence that his talent has granted him. With unlimited plundering, he possesses unlimited possibilities. Whether they were gods or demons, Bai Ye charged forward with relentless slaughter. Chapter 128, Arrival. The 5th floor of the Endless Tower. To kill 200 beasts and monsters of level 200 or higher within 10 days. Time is very tight. A few hours later, he stepped off the train. Bai Ye also entered the Endless Tower. A flash of white light followed. The scene before his eyes shifted. Countless stone pillars stood tall and dense, stretching as far as the eye could see, a desolate landscape. White Knight had entered the Endless Tower. As he thought, the ground trembled, and he summoned the Shadow Dragon. At the same time, Bai Ye issued orders to it. Shadow Dragon, ignore any monsters that appear along the way. We're heading straight to the 4th floor. Roar! The Shadow Dragon responded with a loud roar. Carrying Bai Ye, it flapped its wings. Amidst a whirlwind, the Shadow Dragon soared into the sky. The monsters in the first 3 layers could also provide some experience and attributes. However, as Bai Ye's level gradually increased, even if they were killed, the rewards were pitifully small, offering no real value. Additionally, with limited time, White Knight couldn't afford to waste time on these monsters. From the 4th layer onwards, and the monsters above that, those were Bai Ye's true hunting targets. Riding the Shadow Dragon, he soared through the sky, ignoring the limitations of the terrain. The speed of their journey was still quite fast. On the 3rd day of entering the Endless Tower, White Knight also reached the 4th floor. Compared to the first 3 floors, the 4th floor of the Endless Tower resembled a vast primeval forest. He had no intention of searching for monsters one by one. As magic surged forth, Bai Ye immediately cast a forbidden spell to clear the area of monsters. As the eternal flames were released and the magical array took shape in mid-air, soon, rolling white flames descended from the sky. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening explosion. The surrounding area was engulfed in the scorching light emitted by the forbidden spell. As waves of white light surged forth, experience points continued to accumulate, and quantitative changes gave way to qualitative transformations. The level up notifications sounded repeatedly. You have reached level 121. Free attribute points, 10. You have reached level 122, 10 free attribute points. Current kill count, 147,200. After a busy day. Upon seeing the progress bar for the current task, Bai Ye wasn't surprised. The number of monsters above level 200 on the 4th floor wasn't particularly high. However, staying on the 4th floor alone wasn't enough to complete the task required for his class advancement. He found a place to rest. Bai Ye gulped down the recovery potion, accelerating his status recovery. Then, using the attribute points he had obtained today, Bai Ye chose to enhance life and death bestowal. As the most unique skill he controlled and the only one yet to evolve into a forbidden spell. The importance of this skill goes without saying. I wonder what changes this skill will undergo once it transforms into a forbidden spell. As the enhancement prompts echoed in Bai Ye's mind. Once the transformation was complete, Bai Ye continued to watch. Forbidden spell grant life or death. Effect 1 consume 1000 points of magic power. You may choose to enslave the soul of the unit you kill or fuse with it. Effect 2 consume 5000 points of magic power. You may choose to convert 500 points of your own attributes into 1 point of divine power. Effect 3 consume 10,000 points of magic power. You may choose to have the target inherit 10% of your single attribute. Evaluation: everything can be plundered, everything can be transformed, everything can be given. After transforming into a forbidden spell, while retaining the original mechanics, life and death grant unlocks a brand new effect. This allows you to convert your own attribute values into divine power. A conversion ratio of 500 to 1. It just feels a bit unfair, no matter how you look at it. As he was complaining, Bai Ye suddenly recalled a legend about becoming a god. The essence of determining whether one possesses the qualifications to become a god lies in whether one possesses divine power. The more divine power one possesses, the greater their potential for the future. For other class changers, this skill is completely useless. After all, even if it could be converted, it wouldn't have enough attributes to support it. But for Bai Ye, it was different. With unlimited plundering, he has no need to worry about his combat power being reduced to zero, as long as he controls the conversion of attributes. Without exaggeration, Bai Ye has already grasped the key to becoming a god. Surrounding the campfire. Just as Bai Ye was studying the effects of this brand new forbidden spell, seeing Bai constantly consuming potions, Xia grew concerned. Master, I've heard that if humans accumulate too much magic power in their bodies, they're prone to a condition called magic corruption. You drink so much potion every time you fight. Won't that be dangerous? Upon hearing this, Bai Ye smiled and stroked the little beast girl's head. For other class changers, it might be possible. Xia felt a pang of anxiety. But Bai Ye continued, but I'm an exception. An exception? Xia's eyes were filled with confusion. After a moment of thought, Bai Ye shared his speculation. It might be because my attribute values have no upper limit and are constantly improving. When the magic power within one's body exceeds the magic power limit, the magic transformation syndrome erupts. This is the official conclusion. However, due to the ability to infinitely absorb magic, Bai Ye's attribute values increase with each battle. This effectively eliminates the possibility of Bai developing magic corruption from the source. During a casual conversation with Xia, seeing that his condition had mostly recovered, Bai summoned his guards and beast tamers. During this journey, he had enslaved quite a few souls. Now was the perfect time to rest. He could use this opportunity to strengthen them. Thus, he could enhance the overall combat strength of his subordinates. Looking at the shadow guards appearing before him, arranged in orderly rows, Bai Ye raised his right hand. Fuse. In an instant, the soldiers merged into a single entity. The entire scene, if witnessed by someone unaware of what was happening, would likely cause their sanity to plummet, feeling an inexplicable sense of horror reminiscent of Cthulhu. What remained of the original 100 soldiers, after merging with the souls of the beasts and monsters and fusing with one another? Now, excluding the 3 giant dogs and the shadow guards under Bai Ye, only 54 remained. As for their strength, excluding the 4 guarding Bai Yu and Zhou Ling, the remaining shadow guards are all on par with level 150-ish class-changed warriors. Each one is essentially a mini-boss. For Bai Ye, the strength of his subordinates lies in their quality, not their numbers. Moreover, if he were to choose to convert his attributes into divine power, he would likely enter a period of weakness. During this period, Bai Ye would have to rely on the shadow guards for combat. Return. Recall all the shadow guards. Leave only the shadow dragon behind, mount the shadow dragon, and after a brief rest, Bai Ye hurried toward the teleportation entrance leading to the 5th layer. The night wind was biting cold. Chilling gusts swept through the air. Soon, they arrived. Looking down at the teleportation array on the ground. Before they could get close, a brilliant aurora suddenly swept toward Bai Ye and his group. At the same time, the ground trembled. A monster resembling a mechanical being slowly rose to its feet. Gazing at the cyberpunk-style monster, Bai Ye's expression betrayed his astonishment. He never expected to encounter such a thing in the Endless Tower. Chapter 129, God-Slaying Machine. 4th Tier Guardian. Gazing at the monster, Bai Ye also cast his appraisal. God-Slayer Machine. Health 10,000,000,000 10 million. Strength 18,000. Speed 1000. Introduction. In an era when the gods had not yet fallen, a mechanical crystal was created by combining the wisdom of all intelligent beings. It existed solely for the purpose of slaying the gods. The age of the gods has long since ended. Yet, the influence of the gods still lingers. The Abyss and the Tower of Eternity are remnants from the age of the gods. Why did the gods perish? What brought about the end of their era? These remain unsolved mysteries to this day. And now, upon seeing this god-slaying machine, Bai Ye dares to speculate that the secret of the gods is hidden within the Abyss and the Tower of Eternity. As the mechanical colossus fully revealed its true form, it resembled a mobile fortress. Several gun ports are already aimed at the sky. Bai Ye said, "Shadow Dragon." Understanding Bai Ye's intent, with a roar, it dived downward. With continuous enhancements, even a direct confrontation with the Aurora was no match for the Shadow Dragon. The damage it sustained was instantly healed by Bai Ye's magical power. In the simplest and most brutal manner, it delivered a heavy blow to the god-slaying machine. Boom! As the Shadow Dragon's sharp claws clamped onto the metal hull, the entire God-Slayer machine couldn't help but wobble. Taking advantage of this moment, Bai Ye leaped down. "Xia, stay close." As he spoke, Bai Ye followed the contours of its hull, heading toward the core of the God-Slaying machine. Such mechanical monsters typically have a core. That is where its power source resides. If it could be destroyed, the God-Slaying machine would be completely immobilized. Just as Bai Ye was thinking this, the God-Slaying machine swung its arm. In an instant, under the moonlight, the massive shadow shifted shape. One after another, cannons emerged from within the god-slaying machine. The menacing gun barrels were already aimed at Bai Ye and Xia. At the same time, a large number of mechanical beings, nearly identical in size to humans, formed ranks and advanced toward them.
Come out.
They had thought they wouldn't need the Shadow Guard's strength just yet. But little did we know that, in no time at all, the Shadow Guards would prove indispensable. Shadows, this is yours. Upon hearing this, the Shadows bowed respectfully. Rest assured, Master. We will leave not a single one of them alive. With that, the Shadow, wielding a long spear, charged forward, diving into the crowd of machines. As the two sides clashed fiercely, the number of Shadow Guards decreased, but their strength increased. As a result, they quickly gained the upper hand. Facing these machines, the Shadow Guard's strength was more than enough. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Bai Ye closed in on the core of the killing machine. Though it was a machine, it seemed to be aware of its own weaknesses. Upon sensing Bai Ye and Xia's approach, the killing machine grew uneasy. It began to concentrate its firepower toward Bai Ye. More small machines blocked their path. Bai Ye issued orders to Xia. Xia, hold them off. With that, Bai Ye charged alone toward the core. In response, a unique gun barrel had already locked onto Bai Ye. This was a weapon prepared for the slaying of gods. Yet, thousands of years later, it was being used against an assassin. It felt like using a cannon to shoot an ant. It was clear that Bai Ye had already caused this divine arrow weapon to be on high alert. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed through the air. A flash of destructive light erupted, and flames shot straight into the sky. Gale force winds and scorching heat spread out, and the aurora tore through the sky. 50,000. Had it not been for completing the fifth transformation. Had it not been for the massive attribute gains obtained during this period, which had raised Bai Ye's health to a new tier. Even with the protection of thorn armor and innate damage reduction, White Knight would have already vaporized. However, no matter how high the numbers, when facing the mechanics, one is still at a disadvantage. The chaotic long night filled with the roar of battle. A faint yet distinct sound, resembling the shattering of crystal, echoed through the air. Under the counterattack, the god-slaying machine was instantly killed by the counterattack damage. First, it froze, then the entire god-slaying machine disintegrated in an instant. Standing atop the collapsing mech, Bai Ye called out to Xia, who had transformed into a beast nearby. Xia, we should retreat. Upon hearing Bai Ye's words, Xia, in her spirit fox form, immediately rushed toward him. Carrying Bai Ye, the human and the spirit fox leaped down from the god-slaying machine. With a deafening explosion, the entire machine was reduced to a pile of debris. Everything nearby was reduced to ruins. Since it was a machine and not a living being, therefore, its attributes and soul could not be plundered. After attempting to do so, Bai Ye reached this conclusion. He glanced at his mission. It showed +1. I believe that once we reach the 5th layer, we'll be able to complete the profession advancement task quickly. Muttering to himself, Bai Ye, accompanied by Xia, stepped onto the teleportation array leading to the 5th floor of the Endless Tower. Just as Bai Ye had left, he sensed the commotion of battle. A man with an Eastern appearance rushed over. Looking at the scattered debris and ruins, the man couldn't help but show shock. I never expected that, after so many years, even after eliminating the apostles, there would still be someone capable of reaching the 5th floor of the Endless Tower. He swallowed hard. And not only that, but they defeated the god-slaying machine in such a brutal manner. Observing the traces at the scene, the man couldn't help but feel curious. When exactly did such a powerful class changer appear in this world? Muttering to himself, he hesitated for a moment before stepping onto the teleportation array. He chose to head to the 5th layer. The 5th floor of the Endless Tower. From this floor onward, Bai Ye could clearly sense the concentration of magical energy in the air, which had increased by more than one level compared to the previous 4 floors. The overall difficulty had increased exponentially. However, the more difficult it becomes, the more excited Bai Ye becomes. After all, this meant he could obtain more attributes. With that thought, he downed the healing potion in one gulp. He replenished the life and mana he had expended in his previous battle against the god-slaying machine. Bai Ye summoned his shadow guards and ordered them to hunt freely. Then, mounted on his shadow dragon and accompanied by Xia, Bai Ye began to explore the entire 5th layer. Chapter 130, The Origin of the Endless Tower. Standing stone monuments and the ruins of buildings. The entire 5th layer of the Endless Tower was no longer a forest but a vast ruin. When viewed from the sky, the layout of the entire 5th layer seemed to be centered around a single direction. It resembled a trap designed to trap and kill something. Xia, how much do you know about the Endless Tower? As Bai Ye asked, Xia paused for a moment before sharing the legends she knew. I have heard that in the past, the wise ones created a trap to hunt the gods. Perhaps the Endless Tower exists for that purpose. With a tone of uncertainty, Xia continued, however, there are also rumors that the Endless Tower and the Abyss were formed from the bodies of deceased gods. But the truth remains unknown, and no one can confirm it. Upon hearing Xia's words, they fell into deep thought. The two legends were completely different. But Bai Ye leaned toward the first one. After all, the existence of the killing machines was the best evidence. The entire Endless Tower was likely created during the Divine Age by the Wise Ones as a trap to hunt the gods. With this thought in mind, Bai Ye set off toward the core of the Endless Tower. The task of advancing his profession was left to the Shadow Guards. With ample time at his disposal, Bai Ye decided to explore the area further. Accompanied by the Shadow Dragon descending from the sky, White Knight also ventured deeper into the ruins. As he walked, just as he was about to step into a ruin, a shadow slowly emerged from ahead, blocking Bai Ye's path. It was a monster resembling a large slime. Its tank-like body was massive, with a huge eyeball on top. This was a mutated human-faced creature. Created by the gods during the Divine Age, it was a defective specimen. Gazing at the ruins behind the humanoid creature, Bai Ye couldn't help but wonder what could possibly be inside. Just as Bai was thinking this, countless tentacles erupted from the humanoid creature's body, surging toward Bai Ye. Yinglong opened its massive jaws and responded with a burst of aurora. A deafening explosion echoed through the air. The battle erupted in an instant. Xia, let's go. Leaving the battlefield to the Shadow Dragon, Bai Ye also stepped into the ruins. Following him into the deepest part of the ruins, a stone tablet came into Bai Ye's view. Engraved upon it were characters from the Divine Age. Bai couldn't read it. However, Xia could understand them. As a translator, she read the contents of the stone tablet aloud. The age of the gods has come to an end, but the gods themselves have not all perished. Some of the gods still live on and influence this world in various ways. To combat them, we built a tower filled with traps, temporarily sealing them away and trapping them within the tower. If the contents of this stone tablet are ever seen by future generations, then you, the future ones, must kill or seal away those gods who attempt to revive. If not, when the gods return, it will be the day of disaster. As Haya's words fell, the mystery of the Endless Tower was finally unveiled. This place is the trap where the gods were slain. It was also the prison where those gods who had not perished during the Age of the Gods were imprisoned. Since the Endless Tower is the prison where the gods are imprisoned, then what is the true purpose of the abyss? Muttering to himself, Bai Ye had a premonition. Perhaps in the upcoming 10th layer assault on the abyss organized by the Dragon Kingdom, he would find the answer to this question. As the thought crossed his mind, Bai Ye checked his advancement quest. Current progress, 200. As the combat power of the Shadow Guards continued to rise, the efficiency of monster hunting naturally skyrocketed. Since the task was already completed and he had obtained valuable clues, there was no reason for Bai Ye to stay here any longer. It's time to head back and prepare for the 10th layer of the abyss. Xia, let's go. Hearing this, she watched Bai Ye's receding figure. She ran after him, her little legs moving quickly. Master, wait for me. At that very moment, through the teleportation gate, following closely behind Bai Ye, Wang Yi also arrived at the 5th layer. However, before he could begin his exploration, looking at the ruins, one after another, the Shadow Guards were tirelessly searching for their targets. Facing these beasts, whose levels were all above 200, each Shadow Guard possessed the ability to take down an enemy single-handedly. This left Wang Yi feeling a chill run down his spine. Normally, summoned creatures aren't that strong, are they? Muttering to himself, Wang Yi felt his heart racing. To defeat the god-slaying machines and summon such terrifying summoned creatures, the summoner who came to the 5th layer must be incredibly powerful. This made Wang Yi feel uneasy. After all, if the incoming summoner were an apostle, that would be trouble. The gods imprisoned within the Endless Tower might be released as a result. The more he thought about it, the stronger the ominous grew within him. Just as Wang Yi was about to follow the battle traces left by the Shadow Guards and continue his pursuit, he suddenly noticed that the entire sky had been shrouded by a massive shadow. At first, Wang Yi thought it was just a dark cloud. But soon, he realized something was wrong. Just as Wang Yi was about to look up, a deafening roar echoed through the air. The surrounding buildings collapsed instantly. A black wyvern appeared before his eyes. A wyvern. He couldn't help but swallow hard. Wang Yi's heart was already in turmoil. Though he was a military genius, facing a dragon in single combat left him with almost no chance of victory. After all, the attributes of beasts were far superior to those of class changers. And with Yalong, who possessed dragon blood, his attributes were terrifyingly high. Just as Wang Yi's vigilance had reached its peak, the shadow dragon slowly lowered its head. He saw a man and a beast girl standing on his head. Wang Yi couldn't help but look astonished. Could it be? Just as Wang Yi began to form a vague suspicion in his mind, Bai Ye had already leaped down from the shadow dragon. I am Bai Ye. You've been here for several years, haven't you? Wang Yi nodded. This year marks my 5th year here. Glancing at the shadow dragon and Xia, Wang Yi hesitated for a moment before sharing the intelligence he had gathered over the years about the Endless Tower. Seeing that what Wang Yi knew was roughly the same as what he had previously understood, Bai Ye's suspicions were further confirmed. The abyss, could it also be a forbidden place like the Endless Tower, imprisoning some kind of existence? The official team is preparing to launch an assault on the 10th layer of the abyss. Do you have any plans to join? As a star general, your participation would be highly beneficial to the entire assault team. As Bai Ye explained the officials' recent decisions. After some thought, Wang Yi agreed enthusiastically. That's fine. If it can be of any help to the nation. Bai Ye smiled. That's perfect. We're about to leave. Wang Yi, why don't you come with us? Without any hesitation, he joined Bai Ye on the Shadow Dragon. As the Shadow Dragon soared into the sky, the ruins and trees on the ground had already shrunk into distant silhouettes. Wang Yi couldn't help but feel excited. Having lived for over 30 years, this was his first time riding a dragon. Chapter 131, Accidentally Showing Off. 3 days later, with only 1 day remaining until the official departure time for the abyss. As they emerged from the endless tower, looking at the bustling streets and the trains speeding through the sky. Having not left the endless tower for so long, Wang Yi couldn't help but sigh. I never imagined that in just 5 years since I entered the endless tower, the outside world had changed so much. Looking around, Wang Yi couldn't help but feel as though he had been transported to another world. I remember the great disaster 14 years ago, and the failed large-scale campaign 10 years ago. Then we were targeted by the other nations, and our dragon nation fell into decline for a while. But fortunately, we managed to overcome all that. Our country is becoming more prosperous by the day. Listening to Wang Yi's slightly old-fashioned sigh, Bai Ye smiled. Speaking of which, old Wang, you might not know this? A while back, our dragon nation came in first in the national war. Upon hearing this, Wang Yi's eyes widened. I knew it. That's why my stats suddenly went up by a few points. So it was because our country came in first. As a citizen of Longwei, Wang Yi couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. As they chatted, the two arrived at the headquarters of the Job Changers Guild. As soon as they entered, the old man in the pavilion greeted Bai Ye. White Knight Assassin, you're back. Having seen Bai Ye come and go frequently, they had become familiar with each other. White Knight smiled. Yes, I'm about to head to the abyss. I couldn't possibly not come back. The old man sat in a large armchair, holding a fan in one hand. We were all saying we'd have to wait a few days for you, White Knight Assassin. They chatted with the old man for a few more minutes. Bai Ye led Wang Yi into the inner part of the headquarters. As they walked, Wang Yi couldn't help but think about the old man's address to Bai Ye, and he couldn't help but feel a little concerned. He decided to ask Bai Ye for his opinion. Wang Yi was taken aback. Shadow Lord? What kind of profession is that? Out of curiosity, Wang Yi casually asked Bai Ye, everyone calls you an assassin. Aren't you a summoner? Knowing he had misunderstood, Bai Ye shook his head. No, I'm an assassin. As for my current profession, it's just a hidden class I accidentally advanced into. Upon hearing Bai Ye's words, Wang Yi immediately became interested. He had heard that if one performed exceptionally well during a job change quest, there was a chance to awaken a hidden profession. But Wang Yi never imagined that such an exception would be right beside him. So, Bai Ye, tell me how you awakened your hidden class. He hadn't expected Wang Yi to be curious about this. Bai Ye casually replied, it's nothing special. I just took on Inferno-level quests every time before transferring jobs. Wang Yi was speechless. Wait, you take on Inferno tier quests every time, and you're telling me it's no big deal? Listening to Bai Ye's casual tone, Wang Yi couldn't help but feel that Bai Ye was accidentally being a total show-off. A few minutes later, they arrived at Zhou Yintian's office. When he saw Wang Yi, Zhou Yintian was taken aback. But he quickly recovered. Isn't this Wang Yi the Wanderer? I didn't expect you to encounter Bai Ye the assassin in the Endless Tower. As Zhou Yintian extended his hand. After so many years, Wang Yi couldn't help but feel excited. President Zhou, I'm back. As their hands clasped tightly, Wang Yi couldn't help but reminisce. It's been years, but you're still as sharp as ever, Zhou President. Zhou Yintian burst into laughter. During your time in the Endless Tower, you've worked hard as a wandering knight. As they exchanged pleasantries, Wang Yi suddenly asked, I heard from Brother Bai that our country won first place in the national war. Is that true? Seeing Zhou Yintian nod, Wang Yi smiled and said, who helped our country win first place? I never expected our dragon nation to produce such a genius. I must meet him. You don't know, Wang Yi the Wandering Knight? Bai Ye the assassin didn't he mention it? Zhou Yintian looked puzzled. We did talk a lot on the way, but this was just mentioned recently, and I hadn't asked yet. Wang Yi was a bit confused. Zhou Yintian patted his shoulder. The transferee who helped our dragon nation win first place in the national war, isn't he right here in front of us? As Zhou Yintian finished speaking, Wang Yi instinctively glanced at Bai Ye. He was startled at first, but quickly recalled Bai Ye's demonstrated strength in the Endless Tower. Wang Yi nodded in agreement. If it's Brother Bai, then it's indeed possible. Zhou Yintian said, you don't know, but Bai Ye the assassin really proved himself back then, he even killed a follower. Upon hearing this, Wang Yi lost his composure. Bai Ye's beast taming was powerful, but it couldn't be that strong to defeat a divine follower, could it? Just as Wang Yi was staring in disbelief when Zhou Yantian recounted Bai Ye's various battle achievements. This left Wang Yi, who had spent 5 years in the Endless Tower, with a slight sense of awe. Sometimes, this kind of subtle showboating is the most deadly. At that moment, when he looked at Bai Ye again, Wang Yi's expression grew complex. He knew that although he was a rising star, there was now an insurmountable barrier between him and Bai Ye. Just as Wang Yi was lost in thought, Zhou Yantian said, "Wang Yi, the wandering knight, you've just come out of the Endless Tower. You must be tired. I'll have someone take you down to rest." Wang Yi nodded. "Thank you for your kindness, Zhou President." Soon, arrangements were made for Wang Yi. As Bai Ye reported on the relevant intelligence from the Endless Tower, Zhou Yantian said, "White Knight Assassin, we've gathered most of the equipment you need. Shall I give it to you now?" "Yes, thank you, Zhou President." As Bai Ye accepted the various assassin equipment that Zhou Yitian had transferred to him from his storage space, Zhou Yantian said, "Regarding the Endless Tower, I will send someone there. We will not give those followers and apostles any opportunity to take advantage of the situation." Bai Ye nodded. "If there's nothing else, I'll be on my way. We'll get in touch again when it's time to tackle the abyss." Zhou Yantian said, "Alright, thanks for your hard work, Bai Ye." Bai Ye left Zhou Yantian's office. He turned toward the job change room. As he entered the room, looking at the class change crystal before him, Bai Ye couldn't help but feel excited. After advancing to a god slayer, how would his strength change? As he touched it, Bai Ye submitted his advancement quest. Instantly, a brilliant light flashed. At the same moment, a notification sound echoed in Bai Ye's mind. "Congratulations! You have successfully advanced to Godslayer." As the light faded, feeling the surging power within his body, Bai Ye checked his attribute panel. Chapter 132, Godslayer. Enemy of the Gods. Bai Ye. Class Godslayer 5th Transformation. Title: Enemy of the Gods inflicts an additional 20% damage to beings with divine bloodline or their followers and apostles. Level 137 60.21%. Health 112,000 112,000. Magic 21 521,500. Strength 9 300. Speed 6750. Stamina 13 200. Resilience 1100. Talents: Infinite Plunder, Unbreakable, Ultimate Freedom, Immortality, Third Person Perspective. Available attribute points 0. Class skills: World Destroying Flames, Life and Death Bestowal, Tree Barrier, Divine Might, Thunderous Might, Frozen World, Sound Slash, Divine Punishment. Number of followers 58. Life points have surpassed 100,000, which is sufficient to rival some heavily armored tanks. Additionally, Bai Ye's other attributes are also quite impressive. Excluding level, when considering attributes and innate skills alone, White Knight's overall strength is likely not much inferior to those of the Star Generals. Excluding his initial battle with Arthur VIII and the subsequent clash with Adolf. After that, Bai has never engaged in combat with any star-ranked powerhouses. As a result, White Knight himself is unsure of his true strength. "Xia, do you think, based on my strength, I have a certain chance of winning against an apostle tier class changer?" After leaving the guild, as they walked, Bai Ye ruffled her hair. With uncertainty, Xia replied, "I'd say it's a 20-80 split. With your special mechanism, our chances are 20%. As Xia finished speaking, Bai Ye did not feel discouraged. Although a 20% chance was indeed too low. But if we add the equipment upgrades coming up, in Bai Ye's opinion, it should at least be a 50-50 split, right? Thinking this to himself, Bai Ye arrived at the hospital. Due to the transformation granted by life and death, the attributes that could be enhanced while strengthening Zhou Ling were still quite significant. When Mom wakes up, she'll probably be shocked by her own stats. Looking at Zhou Ling, who was unconscious on the hospital bed, Bai Ye thought to himself. At the same time, he also felt some concern. Enhancing her attributes alone could only improve her condition. But to wake her up, that was still impossible. There was one crucial element missing in this equation. Holding his mother's hand, Bai Ye promised, "Don't worry, Mom. No matter the cost, I will make you wake up." Meanwhile, in Longhua, preparations were underway to tackle the 10th layer of the abyss. And mobilizing its forces, with powerful warriors from all directions gathering together. Using the equipment obtained from Zhou Yantian, they fused it together. Bai Ye enhanced the equipment he currently possessed. Thorn Armor. Quality Mythical. Effect 1, Movement Speed increased by an additional 5,000%. Effect 2, Physical Defense increased by 5,000%, Magic Resistance increased by 5,000%, and Negative Resistance increased by 1,000%. Effect 3 consumes 1,000-10,000 mana to reflect 50% 90% of the damage taken as true damage. Evaluation: an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Holy Light Blade. Quality Mythical. Effect 1, each attack applies a judgment effect, dealing an additional 5,000% damage. Effect 2 increases movement speed by 1000%. Effect 3 increases the duration of negative effects by 1000%. Evaluation represents the holy light, punishing you.
Equipment Stellar Guardian. Quality Mythic. Effect 1 restores 5% magic per second during combat, and 15% magic per second when out of combat. Effect 2 all healing effects are increased by 1000%.
Effect 3 in party mode, allies share half of the damage you take. Evaluation we may not be born in the same year or month, but we will die in the same year and month.
These 3 pieces of equipment bring about a qualitative leap in their benefits.
Even a single piece of this equipment can grant a level 70-80 class changed character the power of a level 100 character.
Now, with all 3 pieces equipped, with the multiplier effect, it's easy to imagine just how terrifying the boost to Bai Ye will be. When wearing the equipment, one can feel the power surging endlessly. Bai Ye couldn't help but mutter to himself. If I were to face an apostle now, I might be able to hold my own at a 60-40 or 50-50 split, right? Though he had heard of the apostle's terror. But in reality, Bai Ye had never encountered one. To Bai Ye, the apostles remained a mystery. Therefore, Bai Ye dared not exaggerate. He is still pretty low-key. Time flew by quickly. Before he knew it, the day had arrived to set off for the abyss. The train came to a stop, and various powerful individuals boarded the train bound for the abyss. There were 50 people in total, each of them at level 150 or above. Among them, there were even a significant number of star-ranked warriors. When Bai Ye boarded the train and saw the lineup of the expedition team, he couldn't help but sigh in admiration. It was clear that the Dragon Kingdom had spared no expense for this mission to conquer the 10th layer of the abyss. Almost the entire Dragon Nation, excluding those old monsters, had mobilized all available combat forces. White Knight, let's give it our all for this abyss expedition, Li Linglong said with a smile as she sat down beside him. Linglong, Bai Ye responded with a nod. As the train began to move. As the train accelerated, the scenery outside the window blurred by rapidly. Bai Ye casually asked Li Linglong. Sister Linglong, besides securing more resource points and obtaining the key to unlock the seal of the gods before the apostles, are there any other plans from above? Since the operation has already begun. Since it wasn't a secret anyway. Thus, Li Linglong also shared everything she knew. Besides the resource points and the key, our country is actually after something else: the various structures left behind by the wise ones during the Divine Age, known as the Heritage. As Li Linglong explained the so-called Heritage, Bai Ye's gaze grew intense. He recalled the information he had obtained in the Endless Tower. Bai Ye asked again, I heard that the Endless Tower is a prison for the gods who have not yet died. Is the abyss the same? Li Linglong nodded. That's correct. Based on the long-term explorations sent by our nation to the Abyss and the Endless Tower, we have now basically confirmed it. The Endless Tower holds the followers of the Moon God. And in the Abyss are the Demon Gods. Though it had been anticipated that not only the Moon God had survived from the Divine Era to the present, but when her own suspicions were confirmed, Bai Ye couldn't help but be surprised. As he chatted casually with Li Linglong, time passed unnoticed. Gradually, as the train came to a slow stop. Stepping off the train, Bai Ye saw that welcome banners had already been hung up in the area. If they could outmaneuver the apostles and obtain the key first, it would undoubtedly be a significant victory in their battle against the gods. And if we could find the various technologies left behind by the wise beings of the Divine Age, the entire Dragon Kingdom's technology would undergo a qualitative leap forward. If we could conquer the 10th layer of the Abyss, it would be virtually certain that the Dragon Kingdom would possess 10 small worlds, ensuring that resources would not be scarce for the next 100 years. It goes without saying how crucial this Abyss campaign truly is. If successful, everyone involved in this expedition would be regarded as heroes and contributors to the Dragon Kingdom. Journalists rushed to take photos, documenting this momentous occasion as they prepared to enter the Abyss. In an instant, as the expedition progressed, the entire Dragon Nation was abuzz with excitement across all major online forums. Chapter 133, Abyss Conquest. Divine Era Heritage. Hashtag a new chapter in human history. Dragon Nation will write legend. Hashtag the strongest party of class changers in Dragon Nation in over a century. Conquering the 10th layer of the Abyss victory is inevitable. Hashtag stars gather. They are all heroes of Dragon Nation. As news reports flooded in from all directions. Watching the video, a group of job changers stand ready for battle. It feels as though one is already immersed in the scene, becoming part of the action. Countless netizens are thrilled beyond words. Watching the live stream, Zhang Hao had lost count of how many times he had shouted in excitement. He had originally planned to showcase his skills in the Holy Light Guild. But alas, despite being a main combat class, Zhang Hao simply couldn't tolerate the guild's rules. Since the guild couldn't keep him, he had no choice but to go home and plant trees. Thinking about how he had to return home to inherit the family business. As his good friend, Bai Ye had already helped Longwa secure first place in the national war and was now participating in the official strategy event. Zhang Hao couldn't help but sigh deeply. He's already at the 5th transformation. I'm sure it won't be long before Bai Ye becomes a star general. Watching the live stream, Zhang Hao slapped his thigh hard. Damn it! I can actually be brothers with a general star? That's so awesome. At that very moment, at Kyoto University. In the girls' dormitory. While Bai Ye was studying, her roommate was very excited. Girls, look. In this Abyss raid, there's a young guy who's so handsome. Yeah, being so young and already accompanying a star general on a campaign that shows just how much potential he has. Ha, I remember he was the rising star who helped our dragon nation win the national war last time. Listening to her roommate's chatter, Bai Ye couldn't help but mutter under her breath. My brother is so talented, this is just basic stuff, right? Her voice wasn't loud, but it was just loud enough for her roommate to hear. For a moment, everyone instinctively turned their gaze toward Bai Ye. One of the girls with big eyes said, speaking of which, Bai Ye, remember you have an older brother who is also a job changer? How is he doing? Is he good? Bai Ye nodded slightly. Of course he is. As soon as Bai Ye finished speaking, a short-haired girl snorted disdainfully. Just a third-rate job changer. How good could he be? Seeing that Bai Ye didn't respond, she continued, besides, even if her brother is good, could he possibly be as skilled as the youngest assassin in our dragon country? With that, she stood up and prepared to leave. So what if she has a brother who is a job changer? What is there to brag about? It seemed like she was jealous. The few people in the dormitory exchanged glances, unable to help but feel exasperated. They could all tell that she was deliberately targeting Bai Ye. Bang! Just then, the dorm room door was violently pushed open. Bai Ye's best friend burst in excitedly. She held up her phone. Bai Ye, your brother is on TV again. This time he is participating in an official organized abyss exploration. As she finished speaking, the entire dormitory fell into complete silence. Everyone couldn't help but turn to Bai Ye with expressions of disbelief. The big shot sister is actually our roommate? I never expected Bai Ye's background to be so extravagant. The girl who had mocked Bai Ye earlier now had her face turning red and then pale. She hung her head in shame. All she could think was, turns out, the clown was me all along? At the same moment, across the ocean, at the Rose Guild. Seeing the massive display from the Dragon Kingdom, the members of the guild couldn't help but grow concerned. Do you think the guild master can handle all these Dragon Kingdom transferees? He should be fine, after all, he's an apostle. That's true. Compared to the followers White Knight dealt with earlier, the guild master is several tiers above them. Speaking of which, according to intelligence, the 10th layer of the abyss seems to hide the legacy of the ancient wise race. This is going to be interesting. The other nations won't let the Dragon Nation get their hands on it so easily. As the high-ranking members of the Rose Guild were discussing this, as they had predicted, upon learning that the 10th layer of the abyss harbors the legacy of the divine age, all nations around the world were in an uproar. Currently, technological development has almost reached a bottleneck, making further progress extremely difficult. Many scientists have tried to combine technology with the supernatural. But alas, technology has its limits. Whoever obtains this legacy of the gods will see their nation's technology advance by leaps and bounds. How could any nation resist such an opportunity? Thus, upon being summoned, countries have also dispatched large numbers of elite soldiers into the abyss to compete for the divine heritage. In less than a day, the number of generals in the abyss had already reached hundreds. This vividly illustrates what it means when they say generals are as common as dogs, and even 100 ranked one isn't worth a dog's bark. The group of class changers who had been grinding monsters and leveling up in the first and second layers of the abyss couldn't help but tremble in fear as they saw the large number of generals storming in. Having lived in the abyss for an extended period, they were largely cut off from the outside world. Facing so many general stars from various nations, the group of class changers were completely baffled. What's going on here? Regarding the changes in the abyss, Bai Ye was unaware of it. When he entered the 4th layer of the abyss alongside the main force, to speed up exploration and strategy, everyone unanimously decided to split into smaller groups, 2 people each, and act separately. As a result, Bai Ye teamed up with Li Linglong. They were familiar with each other, so they could chat when bored and avoid awkwardness. And they could also coordinate during battles. Bai Ye naturally had no objections to this arrangement. Riding the Shadow Dragon, they arrived at the depths of the 4th layer. As they approached the teleportation array, they recalled the battle in the Endless Tower. Using the perception of Zai Zai Ge, he confirmed that the abyss, like the Endless Tower, had guardians. Bai Ye spoke up. Linglong, from here on, let us clear the way for them. Li Linglong was momentarily taken aback. Clear the way? Just as Li Linglong was puzzled. From high above, she saw the ground cracking. It seemed as though an earthquake had struck. The guardians hidden beneath the earth, having sensed the intruder's arrival, revealed their true forms.
It was a true giant, standing 100 jung tall, covered entirely in rock, existing only in mythology. Through the miniature cameras worn by Bai Ye and the others, even through the screen, one could feel the overwhelming pressure emanating from the giant. In an instant, countless online viewers watching the livestream were left speechless. Look at Bai Ye's stance. Could he be planning to take on this giant alone? Impossible. There's no way they can win. We should wait for other class changers to reinforce us. This is only the 4th layer, and such a monster has already appeared. How strong will the monsters be in the remaining 6 layers? Originally, everyone thought that with the official team sent out, this strategy was foolproof. However, with the giant's appearance, everyone couldn't help but start thinking about retreating. Can 50 transferees really make it to the 10th layer of the abyss? Can Bai Ye truly defeat this giant and clear the way for the team? Chapter 134, Titan Giant. Fourfold Taboo Spell. Gazing at the Titan Giant before them, Li Linglong gripped her long sword tightly, her heart already churning with turmoil. The Titan race was supposed to have long since become history, perishing alongside the gods and turning to dust. Yet here they were, a legend brought to life before her eyes. How could Li Linglong possibly remain calm? Linglong, I'm going in. Before Li Linglong could react, Bai Ye's voice already echoed. Seeing Bai Ye closing in, snapping back to her senses, Li Linglong reacted swiftly. As she swung her long sword, the sharp sword chi sliced through the air, emitting a piercing screech. Several sword chi struck simultaneously, undoubtedly greatly delaying the Titan Giant's attack. This also gave Bai Ye the opportunity to launch his own attack. As he closed in, Bai Ye made a decision. Come out. As the summoning command was issued, Bai Ye's unique Shadow Legion appeared. Shadow dragons and great dogs charged from both sides, while the guards, led by the shadows, attacked from the front. The highly coordinated team combination caught the Titan Giant off guard. As the guards were killed, Bai Ye summoned them back to life. As the Titan Giant gradually found itself at a disadvantage, facing enemies from all sides, it struggled to cope. Through the live broadcast, when they saw the terrifying combat power displayed by Bai Ye's followers, the entire Dragon Kingdom was left speechless as countless viewers watched the livestream. Each soldier's strength is on par with that of a 150th level class changed warrior. That's simply too terrifying. That's too exaggerated. I never expected Bai Ye alone could match an entire army. That's right. He's not a general star, but his strength is on par with one. Don't even mention a general star. Even those faithful apostles might not be a match for Bai Ye. Is no one else as curious as me about Bai Ye's true strength? Curiosity level, +1. With Bai around, conquering the 10th layer of the abyss is a sure thing. As countless people grew increasingly eager to see Bai Ye's next moves in the abyss. At that very moment, at the Luo family mansion, as Bai Ye's strength grew increasingly overwhelming, he had already left himself far behind. Luo Shui was filled with resentment. She had believed that through her own efforts, she could catch up. But she never imagined that no matter how hard she tried, the gap between her and Bai Ye not only failed to narrow but instead grew wider and wider. Gritting her teeth, Luo Shui made up her mind. Bai Ye, you just wait. I will catch up to you someday and become the woman standing by your side. Shouldering her longbow, Luo Shui headed toward a nearby large-scale dungeon. If Bai Ye could complete the Hell-level class change quest, in Luo Shui's eyes, she could do it too. At that very moment, deep within the abyss, as the battle grew increasingly intense, Bai Ye had already dealt significant damage to the Titan Giant. Fortunately, he had completed his class change and profession advancement before arriving, and had also looted a significant amount of attributes. Otherwise, with Bai Ye's previous magical power, he wouldn't have been able to sustain a prolonged battle. As he watched, Xia continued to hurl magic orbs to assist. Bai Ye furrowed his brows. He felt that after clearing the 10th layer of the abyss, he could re-evaluate Xia's leveling strategy upon returning. Currently, Bai Ye's team wasn't lacking in damage output. Therefore, Xia's damage was largely redundant. Rather than having her as a damage dealer, Bai Ye preferred her as a support. Bai, look. This Titan Giant is acting strange. As Li Linglong spoke up to warn him, Bai Ye followed her gaze and his expression grew serious. As magic surged forth, the Titan Giant was quickly covered in runes formed from magic, spreading across its entire body at a speed visible to the naked eye. This was an enhancement type skill, which temporarily granted the user comprehensive buffs, similar to Bai Ye's Sound Slash. However, one focuses on enhancing strength, while the other focuses on enhancing speed. Intruders, you have angered me. Die. The Titan Giant roared, charging toward Bai Ye with a punch so fast it was impossible to react. Boom! As the iron fist struck the ground, the earth cracked and surrounding rocks rolled down the slopes. White Knight managed to dodge it. But the shadow guards weren't so lucky. Seeing that many guards were falling and his magic was dwindling, White Knight summoned them again. Linglong, you and the shadow dragons assist me. I'm going all out. He gave Li Linglong a quick warning. Then Bai Ye leaped into the air, soaring mid-flight. The forbidden spell dealt massive damage and contained an unbreakable mechanism. However, despite its immense power, this skill had two critical flaws. First, it consumes an enormous amount of mana, making it impossible for most class-changed users to use. Second, the casting time is too long, and as long as the opponent isn't foolish, most of the Bane spell's damage can be avoided. Therefore, to execute a combo during the casting phase, Bai Ye needs Li Linglong and the Shadow Dragon to help stall the enemy. As the golden and crimson intertwined spell array took shape in mid-air, as waves of cold air sweep toward the center of the battlefield, covering the ground with a layer of frost. When dark clouds gather in the sky and lightning flashes. When the vines erupt from the ground, temporarily restraining the Titan Giant. Fourfold spellcasting, the elemental power unleashed by the forbidden spell surrounds the area. White Knight is not a god. Yet in this moment, he was as mighty as a god. Through the live broadcast, one could see the sky and clouds change color. The constant stream of comments suddenly came to a halt. Until the forbidden spell struck down simultaneously. The entire livestream was like a pot of boiling oil, erupting into chaos. For forbidden spells, White Knight's magical power is simply more exaggerated than some mages and archmages. That's right. Even for mage-class professions, casting a single forbidden spell is already the limit. How could someone like Bai Ye possibly cast 4 forbidden spells at once? As the live stream showed this scene, Kyoto, the Transfiguration Guild. Zhou Yintian was completely flustered. With a swift movement, he stood up from his chair. His eyes fixed on the screen, Zhou Yintian murmured to himself. He actually managed to cast 4 forbidden spells? Bai Ye, what kind of terrifying class did you transfer into? Not only those watching the live stream in Dragon Country. When this footage reached overseas, Western nations were left in shock. Countless people abandoned their previous feelings of contempt. Oh my god. How can a class changer possess power rivaling that of a deity? How could Longwa have such terrifying class changers? We, the Great Bear Nation, hereby declare that if Longwa does not deploy Bai, we will not launch nuclear missiles. The Dragon Nation's government has actually cultivated such terrifying class changers. We, the Eagle Nation, strongly condemn this. I think Bai has the blood of our great stick nation. He must be one of us. The Dragon Nation's official authorities must immediately return the talent we left behind in your country. Across the ocean, Eagle Sauce Nation. Rose Guild. Seeing Bai Ye unleashing his full power in the video, everyone couldn't help but swallow hard. Such a terrifying monster, could Charles be its match? Chapter 135, Titan's Heart. Divine Power. In the depths of the abyss. Having taken a full combo from Bai Ye head-on, the Titan Giant was already severely wounded. As the dust swirling through the air gradually settled. Seeing that the Titan Giant was still alive. While gulping down a healing potion, White Knight couldn't help but marvel, this Titan Giant really has an incredibly high health pool. At that moment, the Titan Giant's expression toward Bai Ye was filled with horror. Human, why are you using so many forbidden spells? Just as he spoke, the Titan suddenly sensed something. Wait. Your profession is actually a godslayer? In that moment, the Titan Giant realized the truth. No wonder White Knight could cast forbidden spells one after another. No wonder the warriors Bai Ye summoned were so terrifyingly powerful. If explained by the Godslayer, everything made sense. Only a god can stand against a god. And during the Age of the Gods, the Godslayers were being specifically tasked with hunting down the gods. Facing the Godslayers, many gods harbored fear in their hearts. It can only be said that it deserved to lose. As the Titan's health bar reached its critical threshold, Bai Ye also stepped forward swiftly and delivered the final blow. You have reached level 138, gaining 10 free attribute points. You have looted the Titan Giant's attributes, health plus 10,000. The stronger the opponent, the more attributes you can loot after defeating them. No wonder it's a Titan Giant. After defeating it, Bai Ye's health points increased by a full 10,000 points. Since becoming a class changer, this was the first time Bai Ye had ever looted such a large amount of attributes. Glancing at his attributes, Bai Ye felt pretty satisfied. Gazing at the Titan Giant's massive form disintegrating and gradually collapsing, Bai Ye had a sudden thought. He secretly enslaved the Titan Giant's soul. Master, come quickly. There's something good here. At that moment, Xiao's voice echoed. Upon hearing this, Bai Ye also headed toward Xiao's direction. Soon, as he drew near, the Titan's core came into view. Item: Titan's Heart. Description: upon use, grants a small amount of divine power. After reading the information, Bai Ye's eyes lit up. Divine power. This is the key to becoming a god. Without hesitation, Bai Ye immediately used it. As the Titan's heart transformed into a beam of white light, it merged into Bai Ye's body. Vaguely, Bai Ye could sense that within his body, there seemed to be a brand new power. And along with this power, a prompt sounded in Bai Ye's mind. You have obtained Divine Power 1. How much divine power must I accumulate before I can enhance my potential to the point of becoming a god? Muttering to himself, he didn't dwell on it further and stepped onto the teleportation array. Bai Ye turned his gaze toward Li Linglong, who was not far away. Linglong, let's go. We're heading to the 5th layer of the abyss. Upon hearing this, Li Linglong also hurried forward. Following Bai Ye, she couldn't help but feel ashamed. After all, she was a sword saint, standing at the pinnacle of countless sword-wielding class transferees. Yet, despite her unwavering confidence in her own abilities, felt utterly defeated in Bai Ye's presence. After all, when she was with Bai Ye, there was no room for her to take the lead or showcase her skills. Noticing what Li Linglong was thinking, White Knight comforted her, "When we're together, Linglong, don't put too much pressure on yourself. Just fight normally." Li Linglong didn't understand. But could Bai Ye not understand? It's not Li Linglong's fault that she is a military genius but lacks combat strength. Every match was at the highest level, either against devotees or mythical supermonsters. Even if Linglong wanted to take the lead, she simply couldn't do it. As Bai Ye and Li Linglong headed toward the 5th layer of the abyss. At that very moment, in the 4th layer of the abyss, transformed warriors from all nations received intelligence from their respective countries. They learned that Bai Ye had already slain the Titan Giant, and the teleportation array leading to the 5th layer of the abyss had been activated. The teams of class changers from various nations rushed toward the direction where the commotion had occurred earlier. There was no need to go to great lengths to find the teleportation array. Such an opportunity is too good to pass up. Leading his own team, Wang Ye arrived at the location of the teleportation array. Seeing that the transferees from various nations had gathered here, it seemed as though they were lying in wait, preparing an ambush. Wang Ye couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. As Wang Ye noticed the transmuters sent by the various nations, the enemy also noticed Wang Ye and his group. As everyone formed a circle, surrounding them, Wang Yi's lips twitched involuntarily. "No way, I just came out of the Endless Tower for my first battle, and now I'm facing so many experts? This is really too much of an honor for me." As he muttered under his breath, the tension in the air grew thick and heavy. Wang Ye turned to his group of class-changed warriors and said, "I'll hold them off while you break through. Use the teleportation array to go to the 5th floor and immediately find Bai Ye. Once you find Bai Ye, you'll be safe." With that, Wang Ye stepped forward, already prepared to fight to the death. In Wang Ye's view, since he was the team leader, it was his duty to ensure the safety of his team members. With no communication possible, battle was about to erupt at any moment. Everyone gritted their teeth and didn't hesitate. They chose to split into 2 groups with Wang Ye. They all knew that staying here would inevitably betray Wang Ye's sacrifice. Alone, Wang Ye remained calm. He knew that Bai Ye would avenge him. Therefore, even if there were thousands of soldiers, they would not be able to stop his team from leaving. Even if their strength was insufficient, they were more than enough to block the transmuters from the various nations. Through the live broadcast, when they saw Wang Ye die at the hands of the allied forces of the various nations, the entire Dragon Nation erupted in anger. Every general was one of the few remaining combat-ready forces of the Dragon Kingdom. The death of each one was a tremendous loss for the Dragon Kingdom. As they watched dozens of transfigured warriors from the allied nations surround and attack Wang Ye alone, the crowd shouted in outrage. At the headquarters of the Transferee Guild, Zhou Yantian's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, his muscles bulging with extreme anger. Bang! With a loud crash, a table was shattered into pieces by Zhou Yantian's single punch. He had suspected that some job changers might die at the hands of the apostles. He had also anticipated that some might fall to the jaws of monsters. However, being beaten to death by a coalition of nations was something Zhou Yantian had never anticipated. How dare they? How dare they? Do they really think our Dragon Nation is so easy to bully? Through the microphone, Zhou Yantian issued orders to Bai Ye, commanding him to kill every last member of the allied forces he encountered. And upon learning that Wang Ye, who had been laughing and joking just a few days ago, had been sacrificed in such a manner, Bai Ye's expression also grew somber. He assured Zhou Yantian on the other end of the communication device, "Rest assured, Zhou Chairman. Even if you hadn't said anything, I would have avenged Wang Leij." Chapter 136, The 10th Layer of the Abyss. The Apostle appears. White Knight Assassin, it's bad news. Wang Ye, the captain, he sacrificed himself to cover our retreat. They arrived at the 5th layer of the abyss through the magical array. Upon seeing Bai Ye, everyone couldn't help but show joy on their faces. While calming everyone down, Bai Ye said, "Everyone, please rest assured. I will avenge Wang Ye for you." A group of transfigured warriors over level 150 seeking help from a transfigured warrior of only level 138. The scene must have seemed somewhat absurd to outsiders. However, knowing Bai Ye's strength and with his assurance, everyone immediately felt that this was settled. Just as everyone was speaking, at that very moment, the transmuters from various nations arrived at the 5th layer of the abyss through the teleportation array. 10 general stars and several other transferees of level 180 or above. A tense and ominous atmosphere began to spread between the two sides. As they looked at Bai Ye, the allied forces of the various nations had already taken up their attack formations. "Be careful, Bai Ye's strength is formidable," said a transferee from Eagle Sauce Country. The class changers of the three kingdoms of A didn't think much of it.
It's just a mere dragon nation. How strong could it possibly be?
As the words fell from the mouth of the Asan people, their companions echoed the same sentiment. "Ha, there's no need for you to get involved. Dealing with these dragon country people is no problem for us three kingdoms.
Just watch and see."
Before anyone could react, two of the three nations' class changers had already moved. They charged at Bai Ye from both sides. Though not star generals, their strength was not much inferior to that of star generals. They knew that Bai Ye's forbidden spell was extremely powerful. But being caught in close combat, Bai Ye had no chance to cast his forbidden spell. Just as Li Linglong and the others couldn't help but worry about Bai Ye's safety. They had clearly forgotten. Bai Ye's true profession was not a cannon mage, but an assassin. When Sound Slash was activated, Bai Ye's speed suddenly became so fast that everyone on the scene couldn't react in time, and he had already teleported behind the two Asan. Immediately afterward, he activated his skill, and his blade struck with deadly precision. In less than a minute, Bai Ye had already killed them both. The group of class changers who had originally planned to use the three Asan to test Bai Ye's true strength were all left speechless. They hadn't expected the battle to end so quickly.
But they never expected it to end so abruptly?
As they watched Bai Ye casually wipe the blood off his blade, showing no sign of concern,
everyone felt an immense sense of pressure. Let's all attack together. There are so many of us, Bai Ye can't possibly be our match. Someone in the crowd suddenly shouted this.
In a moment of mutual hesitation, the allied nations of various countries all charged toward Bai Ye simultaneously. As Bai Ye faced an attack from all sides, the transformed warriors from the Dragon Kingdom could no longer stay put. They all grabbed their weapons, preparing to reinforce Bai Ye. However, before they could take a single step forward, they never expected that a knight clad in black armor and wielding a long spear would block their path. This person was none other than the shadow summoned by Bai Ye.
"Everyone, there is no need for you to act. With my master's strength, dealing with these ants is child's play."
As the shadow spoke,
having witnessed Bai Ye's strength, Li Linglong stepped forward to mediate.
"Everyone, Bai Ye may have his own plans. Since he doesn't need our help, let's rest here for now."
Upon hearing Li Linglong's words, the others hesitated for a moment.
Seeing that Bai Ye seemed to be handling the situation with ease, they decided to stand down. At that very moment, in the center of the battlefield, attribute superiority, equipment superiority, and unmatched mechanics. To the other class-changed warriors, the Alliance of Nations, which was considered a formidable enemy, was no different from a bunch of chickens and dogs in Bai Ye's eyes. For Bai Ye, the forbidden spell was merely a tool for clearing enemies and controlling the battlefield. As an assassin, Bai Ye's basic attacks dealt damage per second that was no less than that of forbidden spells. The of triggered talents sounded repeatedly.
Before long, the Alliance of Nations was completely annihilated by Bai Ye.
As Bai Ye quietly used his skills to enslave the souls of the class changers he had slain.
Through the miniature cameras, they witnessed Bai Ye's unstoppable might. In the live stream, countless people were stunned. Wait, even the star generals are being crushed so easily? Bai Ye's combat power is way too overpowered. So powerful. Is this really our country's top assassin? Forget our country, even if you put him in the entire world, you wouldn't find another existence as powerful as Bai Ye. But Bai Ye is only around level 100. How could he defeat a general star who's over level 200? Just as everyone was discussing the matter,
a knowledgeable individual spoke up at that moment.
Don't underestimate Bai just because his level is low.
His set of divine artifacts alone is enough to compensate for his lower level. And don't forget, Bai Ye is also armed with forbidden spells. His speed just now was clearly abnormal. He must have used a forbidden spell. As the expert analyzed the situation logically, everyone suddenly understood.
Just then, a comment suddenly caught everyone's attention. When comparing him to the Apostle, is Bai Ye stronger, or is the Apostle stronger?
When this question was raised, the entire live stream erupted into even more intense debate. At that moment, as the team ventured deeper into the abyss. As time flew by, half a month had already passed in the blink of an eye. With Bai Ye leading the way, the speed at which the other class changers swept through the abyss also increased significantly. Over the past 10 days, everyone had either been tackling the challenge or on their way to do so. In just 10 days, the raid team had already reached the 9th layer of the abyss. After a fierce battle, the 9-headed serpent guarding this area fell beneath Bai Ye's blade.
Everyone couldn't help but exclaim in awe. White Knight the assassin is so powerful. Yeah, we didn't even get a chance to fight.
In just 10 days, we're about to reach the 10th layer of the abyss.
In the past, I couldn't even imagine that. Finally, we're about to reach the 10th layer of the abyss. I wonder what it's like compared to the first 9 layers. Upon arriving at the 10th layer of the abyss through the teleportation array, what greeted their eyes was a barren wasteland.
The 10th layer covered an area that was only 1/10 the size of the previous 9 layers combined. Looking around at the 10 pillars standing tall, the 10th layer of the abyss resembled a massive execution ground. It is said that the key to unlocking the seals of the gods is hidden within this 10th layer. Yet there are no ruins or any places where something could be hidden here. Where could that so-called key be hidden? Just as Bai Ye was puzzled, a figure appeared in the sky. As feathers formed by magic drifted down, it was a war angel wielding a long spear. Everyone, be careful. The enemy has arrived. Knowing this boss was no ordinary foe, everyone quickly formed their battle formation and stood ready. At that moment, as the teleportation array trembled, 2 figures emerged, one in front and one behind. One had a Western appearance, dressed in a suit and tie, looking like a nobleman. The other was a woman, dressed in attire reminiscent of a shrine maiden from the land of cherry blossoms. These two were none other than Charles and Amaterasu, who were also the messengers of the moon god. Chapter 137, Divine Punishment. The ace up their sleeve. It must be understood that believers and apostles are not of the same caliber. Even dealing with believers is no easy task, let alone apostles. Moreover, they are not only facing Charles and Amaterasu. In the sky, angels are lurking, watching every move. Everyone could feel the terrifying pressure emanating from the 3 of them. Everyone's faces paled, and their bodies trembled uncontrollably. Only the group of generals led by Li Linglong could barely maintain their composure. Charles. Race Blood Clan. Title Moon God's Apostle. Level 358. Amaterasu. Race Divine Race. Title Moon God's Apostle. Level 381. Even the race has changed, no longer human. As for the level, it's above 300. Compared to the generals present, they are in a completely different league. Glancing at the 2 of them, Bai Ye then looked up at the angel floating in mid-air. With a thought, Bai Ye summoned his guards and beast tamers. Along the way, Bai Ye had enslaved countless souls. Now, through the fusion of souls, each of his guards could now match a 200 level class changed warrior. Some of them could even match a general star. As for the big dog in the shadow, their strength was virtually on par with that of a 260-70 level general star. The strongest shadow dragon should be able to defeat even a believer, right? With the combat power of their subordinates, plus the support of numerous reincarnated warriors, they might even stand a chance against 2 moon god apostles and an angel. In Bai Ye's estimation, it could be a 50-50 split. After analyzing the battlefield situation, Bai Ye issued orders to everyone. Everyone, you handle the angels. As for the moon god's apostles, I'll take care of them. With that, Bai Ye stepped forward. Having spent some time with him, they had a good understanding of Bai Ye's personality. Seeing that he was serious, they also knew that it was unwise to their forces, so no one said anything else. Be careful, Bai Ye. We'll handle the angels and come to help you as soon as we can, Li Linglong said earnestly. Under her lead, the battlefield was split into 2, and the battle was about to begin. Charles saw Bai Ye walking toward him and revealed a savage grin. Bai Ye, I must say, you made the right choice. He glanced at Li Linglong and the others engaged in fierce combat with the angels. If you let them assist you, it would only be sending them to their deaths. 2 against 1, and they held the upper hand. Charles had no idea how he and Amaterasu were supposed to lose this. Gripping the holy light blade tightly in his hand, Bai Ye made up his mind. He channeled all the skill points he had obtained in the abyss during this time into divine punishment. The numbers representing skill points on the panel changed rapidly. 371, 223, 94. Until they finally reached 0. At the same time, the skill information also changed. Skill Divine Punishment. Effect consumes 2000 mana, causing the next basic attack to deal 2,500,000 points of true damage that ignores defense and resistance. Skill cooldown, 1 day. Evaluation: no one would choose to face this move head-on, unless you're an idiot. 2,500,000 points of true damage. Even a believer can be instantly killed if their health is reduced to a certain threshold. With the transformation of the Divine Punishment. With this trump card, Bai Ye felt that even if he were outnumbered 2-1, he could still manage a 60-40 split. When Charles bared his fangs, bat-like wings sprouted from his back, revealing his true form. As the sun god chanted and cast spells, the magical array began to form. The battle erupted at that very moment. A cold wave swept in, flames roared, and lightning flashed. As Bai Ye casually cast 3 forbidden spells, Charles, who had been about to charge forward, suddenly halted his steps and dodged out of the way. No wonder you dared to take on 2 at once. It turns out you have more than 1 forbidden spell up your sleeve. Having already gauged Bai Ye's 3 opening moves, Charles was eager to see what else he had up his sleeve. Amidst the deafening explosions, the first clash had already turned the battlefield centered around the 3 of them into a wasteland. Seeing this, Li Linglong and her group, who had already suppressed the angels, were all shaken to the core. Is this the clash between the strongest warriors currently known in Dragon Nation? If this were outside, the area within dozens of miles would likely be reduced to rubble by the aftermath of the three-way battle. At that very moment, the live footage of the battlefield projected through the miniature cameras. Countless hearts were held in suspense. These are the apostles. They are mountains that even countless military geniuses cannot overcome or cross. Can Bai Ye, a mere 150th level transferee, really withstand the enemy's relentless assault and hold out until Li Linglong and her reinforcements arrive? Kyoto, the headquarters of the transferee guild. Zhou Yintian looked expressionless. But his tightly clenched fists were enough to prove that his inner turmoil was far from the calm exterior he presented. Zhou Yintian was well aware that if Bai Ye were to fall, not only would the key to unlocking the seal of the gods fall into the hands of these apostles, but also that Li Linglong and the others would perish in this operation. This would be a massive blow to the entire dragon nation. Even if we can't defeat the apostles, as long as we can escape from the dungeon, that would still be acceptable. As he muttered to himself, Zhou Yintian also hoped that Bai Ye and Li Linglong could defeat Charles and Amaterasu. But deep down, he knew that with the strength Bai Ye had demonstrated so far, without any other hidden cards, victory was impossible. At that very moment, across the ocean, Eagle Nation, Rose Guild. Through the live footage transmitted by spies from the Dragon Nation, those who had previously worried that Charles wasn't a match for Bai Ye now breathed a sigh of relief. If it were just the guild leader alone, dealing with that monster Bai Ye wouldn't be so easy. But with the apostles from Sakura country joining in, plus the angels, things might just turn out differently. As one person spoke, the others nodded in agreement. That's right. Even if Bai Ye's mechanics are as twisted as ever, he can't possibly win against two apostles. Dragon Nation is doomed. All their class changers will be buried in the abyss. Once we obtain the key to the seal, it's time to revive our master and have him descend upon the mortal realm. At the thought of the moon god descending once more, and them all being the heroes of the day, the members of the Rose Guild were all filled with excitement. It seemed as though the outcome was already decided, and they had already opened the champagne in anticipation. Chapter 138, Punishment Unleashed. Absolute instant kill. In the depths of the abyss, as the battle raged on, Charles gradually realized something was wrong. White Knight's speed was simply too fast. He could only barely match him thanks to his level advantage and racial bonuses. After the latest round of clashes, facing Bai Ye's relentless attacks, Charles's expression was utterly grim. Had it not been for Tencho's timely assistance at a critical moment, he might not have been a match for Bai Ye. As his gaze flickered, Charles had roughly figured out the nature of Bai Ye's skills. Ordinary skills could never produce such exaggerated benefits. He never expected that Bai Ye actually possessed the fourth forbidden spell. Just as Charles thought Bai Ye had no more tricks up his sleeve. Unexpectedly, when Bai Ye unleashed divine might, in an instant, the heavens and earth seemed to be reduced to just black and white. Taking advantage of the fact that Charles and Amaterasu were both hard controlled, caught off guard, White Knight darted forward. Seeing this, Charles assumed Bai Ye was targeting him and dismissed the threat. Even if he was controlled and severely wounded by Bai Ye, so what? As a member of the Blood Clan, Charles's healing abilities were formidable. However, just as Charles had prepared to withstand Bai's next attack, he never expected that Bai Ye's true target wasn't him, but rather Tencho. White Knight circled around and charged toward Amaterasu. 21,000. 21,000. Under a series of combo attacks, Amaterasu's health plummeted. Before long, it reached Bai Ye's finishing line. When Divine Punishment was unleashed, White Knight delivered the final blow. You have obtained Divine Power 1. You have been cursed by the Moon God. 2,500,000. What? As immortality triggered at that moment, Bai Ye entered a brief invincible state. Bai Ye was taken aback. At the apostle level, most possess unique mechanisms. Tianjia's mechanism synchronizes the final blow received just before death onto the opponent. Thankfully, the innate bonus boosted my error tolerance to the max. Otherwise, I might have really fallen here. As he muttered to himself, a fleeting look of caution flashed across Bai Ye's expression. He refocused his attention on Charles. At that very moment, on the other side of the battlefield, with Bai Ye's magical support, the shadow forces were fearless. Through a strategy of trading injuries, the angel had already been severely wounded. Additionally, numerous class changers joined forces to launch an assault. By wearing down its health, defeating this angel is merely a matter of time. Warriors and tanks take the front line. Mages and archers, keep your cover and protect yourselves. Li Linglong issued orders to everyone. Just as the angel was forcibly pulled down by the shadow dragon, Li Linglong leaped into the air, swinging her long sword at the angel's wing. Seeing that it had lost its aerial advantage, the others immediately charged forward. Before long, the angel was slain by the group. Everyone, let's go and reinforce Bai Ye. Just as Li Linglong finished speaking, as she looked toward the battlefield where Bai Ye and Charles were clashing, a voice suddenly came from Li Linglong's side. Li Jiansheng, it seems we won't be needed to help after all. Upon hearing this, she looked toward the center of the battlefield, where Tencho had already died, and Charles was struggling to hold on.
Li Linglong couldn't help but gasp in shock.
She had thought that facing the apostle, Bai Ye could barely hold his own, which would already be decent. But to her surprise, Bai Ye wasn't even at a disadvantage.
Judging by the situation, he might even be about to double kill him.
Just as Li Linglong and the others were all stunned by Bai Ye's strength, the battle between Bai Ye and Charles was gradually coming to an end.
Knowing she was cornered, Charles revealed his final move. "You dragon country people, die."
As Charles chose to sacrifice himself, the space trembled, and an arm made of magic energy reached out toward Bai Ye. Feeling the divine power contained within the arm, Bai Ye's expression changed slightly. Seeing that Bai Ye seemed to have figured something out, Charles no longer held back, snarling, "This is the arm of the moon goddess.
Dragon countryman, you cannot stop it."
As he spoke, it seemed as though he had already foreseen the moment when, even if he died, he would take Bai Ye with him. Charles had already been baited into a trap. However, when Bai Ye activated the counterattack effect of his thorn armor, when the power belonging to the moon goddess was instantly neutralized by some other force, the damage that should have instantly killed Bai Ye was now weakened to less than 1/100th of its original power. At that moment, the smile on Charles's face froze. He had sacrificed his own life. But the result?
It was all for nothing. Your level has risen to 149.
You have gained 10 free attribute points. Your level has been upgraded to 150, with 10 free attribute points.
You have met the requirements for the 6th transformation. Please accept the job change quest and complete the transformation as soon as possible. Just as Bai Ye was checking his attributes and using the free attribute points to level up and distribute stats. As the battle ended, just as it was about to conclude, through the live stream projected onto reality via the miniature camera, the entire Dragon Kingdom erupted in excitement. I knew Bai was strong, but I never expected him to be this powerful. Even the apostles aren't a match for Bai Ye, he's invincible. Ha, with Bai's strength, there's probably no one left in this world who can defeat him. Apart from the gods, I truly don't know who could possibly defeat Bai Ye in a one-on-one battle. Just as everyone was discussing this, Dragon Nation Job Changer Headquarters, Zhou Yintian was also very excited.
I never thought that after all these years, our Dragon Nation could cultivate such top-tier job changers. As he finished speaking,
Deng Zai, standing beside him, echoed his sentiments. That's right.
Once Bai Ye breaks through to the star rank, he'll likely be several times stronger than he is now. At that point, aside from the legendary gods and the major powers, there will be no one who can defeat them. After Deng Zai finished speaking, Zhou Yintian said, I recall that in the past century, no great power has emerged.
If Bai Ye can become a major power, it would be no less intimidating than nuclear weapons of the past.
As the two chatted idly, growing increasingly eager about Bai Ye's future. When the video of Bai Ye's battle was transmitted abroad, countries abroad were immediately thrown into turmoil. After all, Bai Ye can even defeat an apostle, the rest are no match for him. If a war were to break out, sending Bai Ye from the Dragon Kingdom would be no different from deploying a super-large nuclear bomb to another country.
How could the foreign nations not be afraid of this? How could they not feel fear? Chapter 139, The End Draws Near. War is imminent.
Time flies, and before they knew it, a month had already passed. During this month, the Dragon Nation's transferred soldiers dispatched into the Abyss have established bases on various levels, thereby gaining control of the Abyss. Meanwhile, with the massive extraction of resources from the Abyss,
the entire Dragon Nation has entered a phase of rapid development. White Knight assassins, you've worked hard during this time.
As the White Knight group emerged from the Abyss,
the person in charge of managing the Abyss's resource development thanked Bai Ye.
Without White Knight, the Dragon Kingdom would never have obtained enough resources from the Abyss to sustain its development for the next few centuries. Had it not been for Bai Ye, the Dragon Kingdom would never have obtained the key to unlock the seals of the gods, thwarting the Apostles' schemes. Thinking about how their country had such a transfigured warrior like White Knight, the manager couldn't help but feel a sense of pride.
In response, Bai Ye humbly replied, You're too kind. This is the result of everyone's collective efforts, it's not just my achievement.
Seeing that Bai Ye did not grow arrogant despite his strength, the leader couldn't help but sigh inwardly. If any other transferee had Bai Ye's strength, they would probably have already become arrogant, boasting about how they no longer needed beef. In the past, such cases were not uncommon.
Half an hour later, Bai Ye and Li Linglong boarded the train returning to the capital.
As the train sped along, the onboard broadcast was airing recent news. Recently, Dragon Nation has mobilized a significant amount of extraordinary resources. According to expert predictions, the resources from the 1st to the 10th layers of the Abyss are sufficient to meet Dragon Nation's resource consumption for the next 400 years. Over the next century, the government will continue to invest resources in all promising new transfigured individuals while optimizing social security systems. This battle has alleviated the official authorities' resource shortages. With this surplus, the government can allocate more funds and resources to improve the quality of life and provide subsidies for those suffering from demonization syndrome. Knowing that the Dragon Kingdom will grow increasingly prosperous in the future, Bai Ye couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. Suddenly, at that very moment, Bai Ye and Li Linglong's phones rang simultaneously. As the call connected, Bai Ye heard a serious voice on the other end. White Knight Assassin, according to our instruments, the enemy is approaching our planet. A major catastrophe is imminent, and this time, its scale will far exceed that of the disaster 14 years ago. Please head to the guild headquarters in Kyoto immediately. Our guild master will discuss the matter with you in person. As the call ended, there was no doubt that Li Linglong had also received the notification. This incident is no ordinary matter. It is highly likely that all high-ranking combat forces in Longwa have been summoned. An hour later, they arrived in Kyoto. When Bai Ye and Li Linglong arrived at headquarters, as soon as they entered the meeting room, Bai Ye noticed that, aside from the current group of generals under Long Guoming's command, the leaders of major guilds, as well as representatives from major merchant associations led by Nie Xiaoyu and Li Yi, were also present. Upon seeing Bai Ye, Nie Xiaoyu smiled and greeted him. "Bai Ye, it's been a while. Long time no see." Seeing Qin Yanan and the two women sitting close together and leaving a spot for him, Bai Ye also sat down among the three women. After waiting for a moment, as the invited guests arrived one after another, seeing that everyone was present, Zhou Yintian unfolded the projection screen. On the screen were all the data and intelligence regarding the connections detected between the other side and the present world. Addressing everyone, Zhou Yintian said solemnly, "As you all know, all copies are generated by the friction between the other side and the present world. The more surfaces that come into contact, the larger the duplicate that appears. Until the friction becomes so intense that it completely shatters the barrier between the two realms, the great catastrophe is born. According to the intelligence we have obtained so far, please look at this. The contact surface between the other side and the present world is now over 10 times larger than it was 14 years ago. This does not affect only our Dragon Nation, but has spread to every corner of the globe." As Zhou Yintian explained in detail, the room erupted in chaos. In the meeting room, someone raised a question at that moment. "Chairman Zhou, I understand the purpose of your summoning us. You wish for us to prevent the impending catastrophe, correct?" As the words fell, Zhou Yintian nodded, then shook his head. "It's both yes and no. Based on our analysis, this disaster cannot be stopped. A war involving two realms is about to erupt. And I hope that you will all assist the Dragon Kingdom in winning this war." As Zhou Yintian finished speaking, everyone looked at each other in disbelief. Over the years, whether it was with foreign nations or the alien races from the other side, there had only been minor skirmishes. Now, they were saying that a large-scale war was about to erupt, and the entire region would be engulfed in flames. Everyone once again realized the severity of the situation. As the representative of the Merchants Guild, Nie Xiaoyu spoke up at that moment. "Zhou, the guild master, you didn't just summon the guild, you also called us from the Tianyin Pavilion and the Silver Merchants Guild. This isn't because you want us to provide logistical support and equipment for the front lines in the upcoming war, is it?" Zhou Yintian did not deny it. Although our storage space as class changers can hold a large amount of food, it ultimately has its limits. No one knows how long this war will last. Therefore, we hope that when essential resources become scarce, the various merchant guilds will take on the responsibility of transporting supplies. Upon hearing this, Nie Xiaoyu pondered for a moment before responding. "We can provide the government with certain resources free of charge. Furthermore, if war does break out, our guild will also deploy combat-ready members to the front lines." As Nie Xiaoyu finished speaking, Li Yi also raised her hand. "The Silver Chamber of Commerce will do the same. With the Tianyin Pavilion and the Silver Chamber of Commerce, the two largest chambers of commerce in the Dragon Kingdom, setting the example." The other guilds naturally had no reason to refuse. Soon, a general plan was discussed regarding the highly likely war that was about to erupt. The major guilds would arrange personnel to assist the official military forces. The major guilds would provide logistical support, with the military responsible for transportation. With disaster looming, despite past conflicts of interest, they now demonstrated an unprecedented unity. This was the unity and resolve that the people of Dragon Nation demonstrated when faced with a crisis. Time ticked away second by second during the meeting. Before anyone realized it, the meeting had reached its conclusion. Facing the crowd, Zhou Yintian wore a serious expression. "Everyone, the great disaster is about to strike. And the enemies we face may not be limited to those on the other side. They could be the followers of the gods seeking to cause chaos, or nations like the Eagle Nation aiming to tear a piece of our Dragon Nation away. This calamity will be a test for our Dragon Nation. The future of Dragon Nation rests on your shoulders." There were no flowery words or deliberate attempts to stir emotions. Zhou Yintian was simply stating the facts. Yet it was this very sincerity that allowed everyone present to feel the weighty significance behind his words. Chapter 140, Mythical Killer.
6-stage quest. The meeting concluded.
As the crowd gradually dispersed, Bai Ye also accepted the 6th transformation quest.
Job change quest mythical assassin. Requirements: travel to the Endless Tower and defeat a mythical beast or demon from the Divine Era.
Upon seeing the mission requirements, Bai Ye paused for a moment. It had been 10,000 years since the end of the Age of the Gods. He never imagined that the monsters that should have perished alongside the gods were still alive. I wonder how these monsters compare to the apostles in terms of strength. Driven by curiosity, Bai Ye set off immediately. Everyone knew that war was approaching. But no one knows when it will arrive. Therefore, before the war arrives, Bai Ye must do everything in his power to enhance his own strength. However, upon arriving at the dungeon and just as he was about to enter the Endless Tower, Bai Ye was taken aback. He saw that the job changers who had been camped here were now fleeing in large numbers. Seeing everyone's panicked expressions, it seemed as though they had encountered something terribly terrifying within the Endless Tower.
Bai Ye grabbed one of them and asked, "Brother, why are you all leaving? What's happening in the tower?"
The man paused for a moment before recognizing Bai Ye's identity. "White Knight Assassin, you don't know the entire Endless Tower has completely fallen into chaos. Hordes of monsters are pouring out from the upper levels, and war is about to break out." Recalling his recent ordeal, the man's expression betrayed his terror. "White Knight Assassin, you should leave immediately. Besides the monsters, a terrifying giant has also emerged. Even with your strength, it will be extremely difficult to handle." Just as he spoke, a deafening roar echoed from within the tower. Feeling the aura emanating from the teleportation array, White Knight's expression also betrayed a hint of excitement. With the power of the gods and his innate talents, White Knight could clearly sense that his prey had arrived. He had thought he would have to go to the higher levels of the Endless Tower. Little did he know that it would come so easily. There it was, a monster that had survived since the Divine Age, descending into the present world through the teleportation array. It was a monster floating mid-air, resembling a whale in appearance. Leviathan in legend, it is known as the true embodiment of disaster. Upon seeing Leviathan, its overwhelming aura swept across the entire area. The reincarnated warriors were filled with fear and dread. They wished they had 4 legs. A terrifying monster that had survived for 10,000 years. Only those of level 400 or above might stand a chance against it, they estimated. Just as everyone was thinking this, to their surprise, Bai Ye did not retreat but advanced instead. Noticing that Bai Ye was preparing to hunt a mythical tier creature, everyone was stunned. Coming to their senses, everyone couldn't help but swallow hard. Is Bai Ye really planning to hunt this Leviathan? Even if the apostles are strong, they're still class changers. At most, they're just a bit more powerful. But a beast? That's an entirely different dimension from the apostles. Yeah, Bai Ye must be getting too cocky, right? He doesn't really think he can defeat this Leviathan, does he? It wasn't that the crowd didn't trust Bai Ye, it was just that the opponent's strength was simply too overwhelming. The two sides aren't even on the same level, how can they possibly win? As Bai gets closer and closer to the Leviathan, everyone's hearts are in their throats. At that very moment, others were also heading toward the Endless Tower to level up. They saw Bai Ye and the Leviathan engaged in battle. Luo Shui couldn't help but reveal a look of concern on her face. Holding her longbow, she took a step forward, ready to intervene at any moment. Even if the opponent is Leviathan, so what? If Bai Ye is truly in danger, she will definitely save him. She would prove that she wasn't much weaker than Bai Ye. She wasn't just a pretty face. Just as Luo Shui was about to join the battle, unexpectedly, a guard blocked her path ahead. "Mistress, the master is currently completing his class change quest. Please do not interfere." As the guard's words fell, Luo Shui couldn't help but panic. "Mistress?" Just as Luo Shui was startled by the guard's address. Moments later, she finally reacted. "You said Bai Ye is currently undergoing a job change task?" When the guard nodded slightly and confirmed again, Luo Shui couldn't help but stammer. Luo Shui had seen many job changers taking on 6th tier tasks before, but she had never heard of any job changer's task being as extreme as Bai Ye's. "Are you sure this is even possible?" He had only just managed to complete the 4th class task, which was of infernal difficulty. Watching Bai Ye's battle with Leviathan, which seemed like a disaster was about to strike, Luo Shui was deeply shocked. Meanwhile, high above the battlefield, riding his shadow dragon into the sky, Bai Ye began with a forbidden spell. Bearing the title of Enemy of the Gods, the flames and thunder poured forth endlessly, dealing significant damage. Once his magic was depleted, the explosive smoke gradually dispersed. Leviathan's health plummeted by 1 million. Current health, 7,241,000, 10,200,000. We've only taken off a quarter of its health. No wonder it's a monster from the Divine Era, its health pool is way too thick. As he muttered, Bai downed a healing potion. He quickly replenished his own condition. White Knight immediately launched a new round of intense attacks. If facing any other opponent, even with Bai Ye's forbidden spell, a wide area AoE attack, they could have dodged it thanks to their exceptional agility. But Leviathan, with its massive body, had become a sitting duck for Bai, using Frozen Whirl to reduce its magic resistance. Then, he alternated between the skill's world-destroying flames and Thor's wrath. The entire sky was filled with flames and thunder, resembling an exaggerated special effect taken to the extreme.
It's not an instant kill, but it's almost indistinguishable from one.
Extreme mechanics combined with exaggerated stats. Without knowing the effects of Bai Ye's skills, even the slightest mistake could result in being chained to death by the combo. As the massive form plummeted downward at an incredible speed, crashing into the ground with a thunderous boom, the entire ground trembled. Seeing this scene, everyone on the scene was left speechless. The entire battle lasted nearly an hour. During this time, relying on its exceptional mobility and terrifying burst damage, White Knight completely toyed with the Leviathan.
Wait, what kind of damage is that?
Unless someone has maxed out their defense and resilience stats, there's no way they could be a match for Bai Ye.
Yeah, especially after getting hit by the resistance reduction, it's impossible to fight back. Even a monster from the Shindai era can be completely suppressed? White Knight is way too strong. Just as everyone couldn't help but marvel. White Knight had already approached Leviathan, ready to deliver the final blow.
The massive pupils reflected Bai Ye's silhouette, and Leviathan communicated with Bai Ye using telekinesis.
Human, you are indeed powerful. Was that a forbidden spell just now? Hearing the heavy voice echoing in his mind, Bai Ye spoke as well. Leviathan, which floor of the Endless Tower did you come from? In the Endless Tower, are there any monsters like you that have survived since the Age of the Gods? And what lies at the upper levels of the Endless Tower? Facing Bai's barrage of questions. After a moment of silence, Leviathan finally responded. Chapter 141, The Giant of the Gods. Everyone was stunned. What exists in the upper levels of the Endless Tower? You should still know that, right? There are things there, but they are all gods who did not perish during the Age of the Gods and have managed to survive until now. As for old fossils like me, there are many more in the upper layers of the Endless Tower. With that, Leviathan mocked himself. I thought that once the seal on the 5th layer was broken, reaching the mortal realm would be easy. I never expected to encounter such a monster as you. Being called a monster by a monster? What the hell is this? While venting his frustration, Bai Ye didn't expect that Leviathan had descended into the mortal realm because he had recently destroyed the god-slaying machine. Leviathan, I heard that the other end is about to connect with the mortal realm. Do you know anything about that? As Bai Ye pressed further. Leviathan was speechless. Isn't this something you humans created? A deity is about to awaken. Upon hearing this, Bai Ye immediately guessed what was going on. Are you talking about the apostles causing trouble? Humph. Leviathan closed his eyes and said no more. He knew that asking any further would yield nothing. Without hesitation, Bai Ye took action. Activating Divine Punishment, Bai Ye delivered the final blow. You have obtained Divine Power 10. He never expected to obtain 10 strands of divine power. This was far more than what he had ever plundered from an apostle. Just as Bai Ye was thinking this. On one side, Xia pulled at his sleeve with a longing expression. Master, the Leviathan's beast core, can I have it? Meeting her pleading gaze, Bai Ye ruffled her hair. Sure, take it. Such a beast core was useless to Bai Ye. But for Xia, a member of the Spirit Fox clan, it was a precious item for cultivation and enhancing her strength. With the Shadow Dragon's help, the beast core was extracted. As Xia touched it, a surge of magical energy poured into her body from the beast core. At a speed visible to the naked eye, Xia's aura began to rise. Before long, as the white light gradually faded, the magical energy swirling around Xia also began to stabilize. Her attribute values underwent a qualitative transformation at that moment. Xia. Race Spirit Fox Clan. Attribute Psychic Fire. Health points 1 200 1,200,000. Magic Power 15,000 15,000. Strength 5,000. Speed 2,000. Resilience 8,000. Talent Beast Transformation. Skills Charm of Flames, Blazing Impact, Guardian Shield, Spirit Fox's Blessing. Description: a descendant of the Spirit Fox clan, she possesses both combat and support abilities, capable of both offense and defense. Truly worthy of being the beast core of a monster from the Divine Era. This directly brought about a qualitative leap in Xia's strength. At the same time, her role has shifted from a primary attacker to a hybrid attacker and support. Once we return, we should find a way to teach her more support skills. With support, the overall strength of the entire team will also undergo a significant leap forward, right? Thinking to himself, as his magic power was being consumed at an alarming rate, Bai turned his attention to enslaving the soul of the Leviathan. Immediately afterward, he fused the soul of the Titan giant with Leviathan's soul. Both were monsters that existed during the Divine Age. At that moment, it was as if a chemical reaction had occurred, and a powerful aura surged forth, nearly overwhelming Bai Ye himself. Roar! With a roar, shadows writhed, and a massive figure rose from the ground. It seemed as though the figure was about to pierce the heavens. Everyone felt the terrifying aura.
Behind them, everyone's expressions turned pale with fear, unable to suppress their cries of shock. What on earth is that monster? It's so terrifying. Far more terrifying than the Leviathan we encountered earlier. We're in trouble. Bai Ye is in danger. Just as the scene descended into chaos. Among the crowd, Luo Shui was the first to lose her composure. Knowing that Bai Ye was in danger, she darted forward, intending to rescue Bai Ye. But unexpectedly, someone acted so recklessly. Everyone hurriedly shouted to stop her. No! Sister, don't go to your death. Oh no, this is bad. It's like buying one and getting one free. That's way too impulsive. It's not worth it for a man. This is great. War is imminent, and yet our dragon nation is about to lose two promising talents. Just as countless people were lamenting Luo Shui's impulsive decision, she had already rushed to Bai Ye's side. Bai Ye, let's go. I'll cover you. Only then did he notice that Luo Shui was also there. Bai Ye was surprised. But soon, realizing something, Bai Ye's expression grew peculiar. This girl must have misunderstood something. Seeing that Bai Ye remained unmoved, Luo Shui couldn't help but grow anxious. Bai Ye, what are you hesitating for? If this monster fully emerges, we're doomed. Grabbing Bai Ye's hand, Luo Shui prepared to forcefully drag him away from there. However, before she could act, Bai Ye spoke. It's not necessary. In Luo Shui's completely bewildered gaze, Bai Ye continued, we don't need to leave. After all, this is my summoned creature. Upon hearing this, Luo Shui froze in place. She looked at Bai Ye, then glanced at the Leviathan merging with the Titan giant in the distance. Finally, Luo Shui's gaze shifted completely back to Bai Ye. With a trembling voice, Luo Shui asked, Bai Ye, you're not joking, are you? This is your summoned creature? Seeing Bai Ye nod in confirmation, she said, you, pinch me. When Bai Ye reached out and pinched her, Luo Shui sucked in a sharp breath. Ouch! As a red mark appeared on her fair cheek, Luo Shui glared at Bai Ye with a resentful expression. No, I was just joking. Why did you really pinch me? She accepted the reality. When Luo Shui looked back at the colossal beast still in the process of merging, at that moment, she felt that it didn't seem so terrifying anymore. As the fusion was complete, a giant clad in fish scale armor appeared before Bai Ye and Luo Shui. Facing Bai Ye, the divine giant knelt on one knee. My king. When it spoke, the giant emitted a deep, muffled voice. Divine giant. Strength, 20,000. Speed 10,000. Resilience 1,500. Description: a supergiant formed by the fusion of colossal beasts from the divine era. It possesses extremely exaggerated stats and is immortal. As long as its host has sufficient magical power, it will never cease to exist. Gazing at the god's giant, one can feel the magic being consumed at an alarming rate. Bai Ye calculated that with his current magic power, he could only summon it for about 3 minutes. If he were to go all out, it would only last 30 seconds at most. This giant is completely different from the shadow dragons. It can only be used as a last resort. With that thought, Bai Ye spoke up. Enough, return. As Bai Ye recalled it, the divine giant merged into Bai Ye's shadow. Seeing this, the crowd behind them couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. What's going on here? They couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. But the problem was, they had no proof. Chapter 142, Smooth Sixth Transformation. For Symbol's Seal. As Bai Ye walked toward them with Luo Shui in tow, everyone couldn't help but swallow hard. White Knight Assassin, what's going on? As one person asked, another voiced their guess. White Knight Assassin, this can't be your summoned creature, can it? In response, Bai Ye did not deny it. The crowd couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Even such a giant could be summoned? How terrifying is White Knight's true strength? They had thought that after witnessing White Knight's consecutive battles, they had a basic understanding of his strength. But they never imagined that what they knew might only be the tip of the iceberg. A few minutes later, upon exiting the dungeon, Bai Ye saw that the official personnel had already sealed off the area. Upon seeing Bai Ye, the leading officer greeted him. White Knight Assassin, this commotion has caused you trouble again. No problem, it's just my job. As he responded, Bai Ye also noticed the crowd continuously withdrawing from the dungeon. What are we going to do about the Endless Tower? Bai Ye asked the officer offhandedly. The officer sighed wryly. At the moment, all we can do is reinforce security here. War is imminent. If the monsters from the Endless Tower break out, then... Before he could finish, Bai Ye already understood his meaning. After all, it was he who had broken the seal of the Endless Tower. Since it was related to him, Bai Ye couldn't just stand by and do nothing. If only there were a way to reseal the Endless Tower. As Bai Ye murmured to himself, Xia also heard his voice. Leaning close to Bai Ye, Xia whispered, Master, we can use skill scrolls to obtain sealing skills, and then rely on your talent. She murmured in a voice only the two of them could hear. Bai Ye's eyes lit up. That's right. As long as he obtained the skill scrolls and learned the sealing skills, resealing the endless tower would be as easy as pie. As for how an assassin like him could obtain sealing skills belonging to an array master, relying on looting, that's not a problem at all, right? Moments later, he arrived at the nearest class change location and proceeded with the class change. Bai Ye. Class Godslayer 6th job change. Title Enemy of the Gods. Level 1500%. Health 125,000 125,000. Magic Power 24 524,500. Strength 10 200. Speed 8 750. Stamina 15 200. Resilience 1500. Talents Infinite Plunder, Unbreakable, Ultimate Freedom, Immortality, Third Person Perspective. Available Attribute Points 0. Class Skills World Destroying Flames, Life and Death Bestowal, Tree Barrier, Divine Might, Thunderous Might, Icebound World, Sound Slash. Number of followers 58. Strength has broken through the 5-digit mark, and resilience is now maxed out. Additionally, the magic limit has been broken through. With Bai Ye's current magic power, combined with equipment and potions, he can basically cast 8 to 9 forbidden spells in succession, achieving the same effect as the forbidden spells in the game. Even with resilience not yet maxed out and personal resistance is not overly extreme. By relying on forbidden spell bombardment, Bai Ye can basically achieve instant kills. Upon seeing Bai Ye emerge from the class change room, the receptionist smiled and said, "Congratulations, White Knight Assassin, on successfully completing your 6th class change." "Thank you," he replied politely, then asked, "Do you have any sealing type skills here?" Upon hearing this, the receptionist nodded. "Yes, we do." Bai Ye said, "Then sell it to me." Though she didn't know what the White Knight wanted with the scroll containing an array mage's skill, the receptionist still sold it to Bai Ye. Holding the skill scroll, he left the guild and headed back toward the Endless Tower. Bai Ye's innate talent activated. Through plundering, without needing to use the skill scroll, Bai Ye was able to master the skill. Riding the Shadow Dragon, he took advantage of the journey to enhance the skill. With constant prompts ringing out, a brand new forbidden spell was also mastered by Bai. Forbidden Spell 4 Symbols Seal. Effect consumes 20,000 mana to cast a barrier seal using the power of divine beasts. Description: suppresses the target using the power of the 4 symbols Qinglong, Baitu, Zhuke, and Xuanwu, making it extremely difficult to break. Although it is uncertain how long this seal will last. But as long as we can temporarily trap those monsters within the Endless Tower, it is worth it. Moments later, upon arriving at the scene, as the Shadow Dragon descended from the sky, everyone was speechless. The officer leading the group couldn't help but ask out of curiosity, "White Knight Assassin, weren't you already gone? Why did you come back?" White Knight smiled, "I'm here to resolve the seal issue of the Endless Tower." As Bai Ye finished speaking, Lu Ming, the array master responsible for carving the seal, sneered disdainfully. "White Knight Assassin, we know you're powerful, but carving arrays and fighting as a main combat class are completely different concepts. You claim you can resolve the seal issue of the Endless Tower? Are you joking?" As Lu Ming finished speaking, an officer standing nearby couldn't help but smile awkwardly. Although he didn't say it, it was clear that he didn't think Bai Ye could handle the seal of the Endless Tower. Knowing that the other party didn't trust him, Bai Ye didn't bother to explain further. "Xia, let us go." Leading Xia, Bai Ye headed toward the Endless Tower. Before leaving, Xia stuck out her tongue at Lu Ming. "Our master is so impressive. You'll see." Watching the two figures, one tall and one short, Lu Ming dismissed them with disdain. "If Bai really manages to break the seal of the Endless Tower, I'll eat my own words." Hearing Lu Ming's mutter, Xia's fox ears twitched involuntarily. In a place where the others couldn't see, Xia gave a mischievous smile. She couldn't wait to see Bai Ye recast the seal and Lu Ming's shocked expression. Soon, they arrived at the 4th floor of the Endless Tower. Gazing at the teleportation array before him, which connected seamlessly to the upper levels, Bai Ye raised his hand. Instantly, as magical energy surged forth, the 4 symbol seal was released at that moment. Under the absolute mechanism of the forbidden spell, at a speed visible to the naked eye, the 4th floor of the Endless Tower had severed its connection with the 5th floor. As long as this array hasn't been maliciously destroyed by someone, everything should be fine. At that very moment, outside the Endless Tower, upon learning that Bai Ye had entered the tower to impose a seal, many class changers couldn't help but feel curious and eager to watch the spectacle. That doesn't seem likely, does it? He's just an assassin, how could he possibly reseal the Endless Tower? Yeah, Bai Ye sure is bragging big this time. While Bai Ye is indeed powerful, he's not necessarily skilled in sealing. As expected, professional tasks should be left to professionals. Listening to the others' discussions, Luo Shui, who had stayed behind to help, couldn't help but feel angry. After all, Bai Ye meant well. If it works out, that's great. Even if it doesn't, it's not a big deal, right? Just as Luo Shui was speaking, suddenly, the teleportation portal rippled. Everyone saw Bai Ye and Xia emerge from it. From the moment they entered the dungeon until now, only a few hours had passed. Such a short time, it's impossible to set up a barrier and seal in that time, right? Just as Lu Ming stepped forward. Before he could speak, Bai Ye had already interrupted him. The teleportation gate leading from the 4th layer to the 5th layer has been temporarily sealed by me. Chapter 143, The Hidden Disaster. Crisis approaches. Sealed? Lu Ming's eyes widened in disbelief. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Just as Lu Ming was filled with doubt, Xia covered her mouth and giggled. Oh my. Didn't I just hear someone say that if we reseal the connection entrance, we'll have to eat that thing? She said this with a slightly exaggerated expression. No way, right? No one else really trying to scam us out of food, are they? As soon as she finished speaking, Lu Ming nearly choked on his own blood. Just as the two were about to start arguing, an officer stepped forward to mediate. What's true can't be denied. Why don't we take this opportunity to go to the Endless Tower and confirm it for ourselves? As the officer finished speaking, Lu Ming remained silent. He glared at Bai Ye's departing figure, refusing to believe it was true. As time passed, it felt like dusk had fallen. Seeing the officer emerge with a complex expression, Lu Ming hurried forward. He urgently asked, "How is it? Did Bai Ye not seal the teleportation array?" The officer replied awkwardly, "The White Knight assassin has already sealed the passage." Lu Ming wore an expression of "I knew it. I knew it. He's just an assassin, how could he?" Before he could finish his sentence, Lu Ming finally realized what had happened. "What did you say?" "The White Knight assassin has sealed off the passageway." As the officer's words fell, Lu Ming's face turned bright red at a visible speed. He collapsed to the ground, feeling completely dazed. The White Knight assassin had actually resealed the passageway. No wonder the White Knight didn't care at all. It turns out all this time, he was the fool. At that moment, Bai Ye had already returned to the capital with Xia. As soon as they arrived, Bai Ye noticed that official personnel seemed to have been waiting for some time. "White Knight assassin, the guild master is summoning you. He has something important to discuss with you." Upon hearing this, Bai Ye and Xia exchanged glances. It was already deep into the night. For them to be waiting for him at this hour, it must be something important. They got into the special vehicle, which slowly merged into the main road. Inside the car, Bai Ye casually asked the driver, "Can you tell me what the guild master wants to discuss with me?" The driver replied, "It's probably about the upcoming war. I don't know the details either." Upon hearing this, Bai Ye could only give up. This question, he might only be able to get the answer from Zhou Yintian, the Job Changers Guild. He had just received intelligence about the other side from the scout. Zhou Yintian's mind was far from calm. He lit one cigarette after another, and the ashtray on the side was already filled to the brim with cigarette butts. "Deng Zai, do you think we can withstand a monster of the great power's caliber with our current strength?" At this, Deng Zai replied uncertainly, "I think we can, right? If we rely on the White Knight assassins to carry out a decapitation operation." Hearing Deng Zai's uncertainty, Zhou Yintian couldn't help but laugh. Powerhouse-level monsters were beings of over 500th rank. Across the entire world, there are no more than 20 such beings. And yet, these super-powered beings were actually the messengers of the gods. As great powers, they already possess combat power that is terrifyingly strong. Now, with the added power of the gods, it's hard to imagine just how absurdly powerful they must be. Even Bai Ye, hailed as the strongest assassin of the present age, could he truly succeed in decapitating and assassinating such a monster among monsters? Dong dong. Just as Zhou Yintian and Deng Zai were chatting, the office door knocked. "Chairman, I've brought the assassin Bai Ye here." Upon seeing Bai Ye, Zhou Yintian nodded slightly. You've worked hard." As the subordinate left, only 3 people remained in the office. Zhou Yintian spoke up. "White Knight assassin, according to reports from the frontline scouts, we now know the reason why the other side and the present world have come into contact. This is a conspiracy orchestrated by a divine messenger in the shadows, aiming to revive the gods who have not yet perished. Yes, this impending cataclysm, which could erupt at any moment, is actually being orchestrated by a single divine apostle." After a brief pause, Zhou Yintian's expression grew solemn. "And that apostle of the gods is a super-powered being of the level of the major powers." As Bai Ye looked on in confusion, as Zhou Yintian revealed everything, Bai Ye understood. He asked, "Mr. Zhou, are you hoping for me to hunt down and eliminate this super-powerful divine messenger of the major powers?" Zhou Yintian nodded slightly. "That's correct. We all agree that only you, Bai Ye the assassin, can accomplish this." After speaking, Zhou Yintian changed the subject. "Of course, this isn't mandatory. After all, the enemy this time is simply too powerful. If you're unwilling, that's fine too. In that case, we'll reassign someone else to complete the mission. After all, it involves risking one's life. At such a critical moment, facing a situation as desperate as moths flying into a flame. Everyone has their reasons to refuse. We're all people of Longhua, we all have families. Zhou Yintian would never use the greater good to morally blackmail Bai Ye. Just as Zhou Yintian had already prepared himself for Bai Ye's refusal. Bai Ye spoke up. I agree. Let me handle the so-called great powers you're talking about. Zhou Yintian's expression lit up with joy. Really? Then we'll trouble you, Bai Ye the assassin. Bai Ye humbly replied, we are all people of the Dragon Nation. Now that the Dragon Nation is facing such a disaster, I couldn't possibly stand by and do nothing. One should do what one is capable of. Since he became a transferee, the Dragon Nation has provided him with ample resources and support. The nation has ensured his growth. Now that disaster is approaching and the Dragon Kingdom is in peril, how could Bai Ye possibly stand idly by? Facing Zhou Yintian, who was already teary-eyed, Bai Ye smiled and said, Alright, Zhou Chairman, tell me in detail about your plans. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yintian nodded solemnly and detailed the current plan. The specific battle lines will be handled by the various military departments. The stronger monsters will be dealt with by the major guilds. As for Bai Ye's mission, he would infiltrate the rear under the cover of the class changers and carry out the decapitation operation. Once the apostles of those powerful beings are dead, all problems will be resolved. He provided a detailed explanation of Bai Ye's mission and the various routes for infiltrating the rear. Zhou Yintian solemnly instructed, White Knight Assassin, you must be extremely cautious. The powerful beings of the major powers are not entities that can be measured by ordinary standards. They are monsters among monsters. Upon hearing this, Bai Ye gently stroked the head of Xia beside him. He smiled lightly. Monsters among monsters? Coincidentally, hunting them is my specialty as an assassin. Chapter 144, Disease Optimization. War is imminent. A chilling breeze swept through the air as night deepened. Arriving at the hospital, Bai Ye, as usual, began to enhance his mother's health and magic. When Zhou Ling woke up, she'd probably be startled by the sudden increase in her stats. Thinking about her shocked expression, Bai Ye couldn't help but curve his lips into a smile. Just then, Bai Ye suddenly noticed something. Moonlight streamed through the window. He saw Zhou Ling's right index finger twitch slightly. Though it was only for an instant, Bai Ye was certain he hadn't seen it wrong. Could it be that the training I've been doing lately has finally paid off? Excited, Bai Ye immediately stood up. He hurriedly called Fang Yuan over. After the inspection, Fang Yuan looked utterly speechless. Unbelievable. Truly unbelievable. He was clearly thrilled. Based on my recent examination, Bai Ye, your mother's magical transformation syndrome has begun to transition into the mid-stage. The only issue is that the muscles have been eroded by magic for an extended period, and we have yet to find a treatment for that. Once we expel the excess magic energy accumulated in her body, I believe your mother will become the first case of magic corruption to be cured in the current world. As Fang Yuan finished speaking, upon learning that Zhou Ling's condition had improved significantly, Bai Ye couldn't help but feel that all his efforts over the past period had not been in vain. Then, Mr. Fang, please take care of my mother's condition. As Bai Ye finished speaking, Fang Yuan smiled and said, there's no need to thank us. This is what we're supposed to do. Bai Ye, rest assured. The team currently treating your mother is the most specialized team in Longhua for treating magic-induced syndrome. We will do our utmost to ensure your mother recovers as soon as possible. Hearing Fang Yuan's firm assurance, Bai Ye felt reassured. The next day, as his magical power began to recover, after reinforcing his mother's attributes once more, accompanied by Xia, Bai Ye also arrived at the Tianyin Pavilion. Upon seeing Bai Ye, Nie Xiaoyu's eyes lit up. She casually instructed her assistant beside her. Take care of the inventory. I'll go chat with Bai Ye. Leaving the assistant with a dumbfounded expression, Nie Xiaoyu walked toward Bai Ye. Bai Ye, what brings you here? Thinking that Bai Ye might have come specifically to see her, Nie Xiaoyu felt in a good mood. Bai Ye said, Xiaoyu, I have something I need your help with. Help? Nie Xiaoyu's expression gradually froze. Could it be that Bai Ye only thinks of her when he needs something? Thinking this, Nie Xiaoyu's expression grew resentful. Unaware of her thoughts, Bai Ye had already pushed Xia forward. It's like this, you should have some skills suitable for a priest, right? I want Xia to learn a few more skills. Please help her find some skills. As Bai Ye finished speaking, Nie Xiaoyu also shifted her gaze to Xia. Since it was Bai Ye's request, she would definitely help. Got it. I'll have her follow me for the next few days. Is that okay? Bai Ye nodded. Xia, you'll stay with Xiaoyu for the next few days. When the war comes, I'll come back to get you. Upon hearing Bai Ye's words, the little beast girl immediately cast a pleading glance at him. Seeing her attempt to get away with it, Bai Ye reached out and ruffled her hair. Be good and listen. Watching Bai Ye's departing figure, Xia felt like crying. Family, who understands this? There's no love left. Seeing Xia standing there like a stone statue waiting for her husband, Nie Xiaoyu couldn't help but find it amusing. Alright, Xia, come with me. She couldn't resist pinching the little beast girl's cheeks. Sister promises you that once you've mastered your skills, I'll call Bai Ye to come pick you up. How about that? Upon hearing this, Xia's eyes lit up, and the disappointment that had been written all over her face vanished in an instant. She followed Nye Xiaoyu into the inner chambers of the Tianyin pavilion. Xiaya clenched her little fists. She would never let Bai Ye down. Time flew by quickly. In the days that followed, everything remained calm. However, Bai knew that this was merely the calm before the storm. As official news of increasingly close contact between the other world and the present realm was released, the entire network erupted in chaos. The other side is getting closer to the real world? This is bad. Could it be like 14 years ago, when a major catastrophe struck? I knew it. That's why I've been seeing so many military personnel lately. An invasion from another dimension is coming. An invasion from another dimension? War is coming? Can we hold them off? We should be able to handle it. In recent years, our Dragon Nation has produced many powerful individuals. I believe we can hold our ground. Online, the people of Dragon Nation remained relatively optimistic. After all, Bai Ye has been making headlines frequently lately. Plus, with the foundation built over the years, they believe they can withstand the beast tide. In contrast to the Dragon Kingdom. As seen from the news, other countries are not as optimistic. North American nations have formed a strategic alliance to jointly combat the beast tide. To counter the beast tide, Sakura Nation and other countries have launched a nationwide conscription drive. Black Continent erupts in war, with the conflict showing signs of escalating. In smaller nations facing the impending disaster, the common people would undoubtedly be suffering terribly. At that point, simply having food to eat and ensuring safety would be considered a blessing, let alone having enough to eat. It wouldn't be like in Dragon Country, where the people barely feel any sense of urgency, continuing to dance and sing as if nothing were wrong. This is the privilege of living in a great nation. Just as Bai Ye was scrolling through his phone, Nye Xiaoyu called him. Bai Ye, Xia has already learned quite a few skills. At this point, I really don't know what else to teach her. You can bring her back now. Upon hearing this, Bai Ye immediately stood up from the sofa. Alright, I understand. He replied casually and headed toward Tianyin Pavilion. As he walked, he sent a message to Li. At that very moment, at the Tianyin Pavilion, she had used up all the skill scrolls related to support here. In just a few days, Xia's strength had undergone a qualitative transformation. Held in Nye Xiaoyu's arms, the little beast girl munched on fries and sipped cola. Changing to a more comfortable position, Xia curiously asked Nye Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, what exactly is your relationship with my master? Nye Xiaoyu couldn't help but show a hint of panic. We're just business partners. Under the skeptical gaze of the little beast girl, Nye Xiaoyu picked her up and changed the subject. Alright, let's go. Bai Ye should be here soon. Upon hearing this, Xia's eyes lit up. She struggled to free herself from Nye Xiaoyu's arms. She walked toward the hall with her short legs. As soon as she saw Bai Ye, Xia rushed toward him. Master, you finally came to pick me up. You have no idea how hard I've been living these past few days. This was... Nye Xiaoyu's face darkened. If anyone unaware of the situation heard this, they'd probably think she was abusing a child. At that moment, as Bai Ye tossed a skill to Xia, upon discovering Xia's string of support skills, Bai Ye couldn't help but be surprised. He hadn't expected that Xia had learned at least 10 different support skills. With Xia's support, Bai Ye felt more confident in facing the major powers. However, this was still insufficient. To take on the major powers, Bai Ye needed to become even stronger. Chapter 145, Xia's Transformation. Equipment Fusion. Xiaoyu, you've worked hard these past few days. As Bai Ye thanked Nye Xiaoyu, her ears turned slightly red and she blushed shyly. No. Before Nye Xiaoyu could finish speaking, Bai Ye had a sudden thought and took out the materials he had collected earlier. I don't have much cash on me. I'll use these materials to trade for the skill scrolls this girl used. We can't let the Tianyin Pavilion lose money, can we? As Bai Ye finished speaking, Nye Xiaoyu's expression gradually froze. No, was she really short on these materials? What she needed was Bai Ye's favor. But in the end, Bai Ye didn't seem to appreciate it at all. Watching the figure of the man and the beast girl grow smaller in the distance, Nye Xiaoyu's expression grew bitter. What the hell kind of steel-hearted straight man is this? Master, what should we do now? Walking down the street, Xia curiously asked Bai Ye. In response, Bai Ye said, we need to head to the Silver Merchants Guild next. Under Xia's puzzled gaze, Bai Ye provided an explanation. On the way here to pick you up, I already sent a message to Yi. There is currently a batch of beast cores at the Silver Guild. I remember that you need beast cores to enhance your strength, right? As Bai Ye finished speaking, the little beast girl suddenly understood. She couldn't help but feel that her master was acting a bit like someone who had eaten something suspicious. Shaking her head, Xia couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. But the problem was she had no proof. Soon, they arrived at the Silver Merchants Guild. Upon seeing Xia, Li Yi smiled sweetly. She reached out and touched Xia's head. Bai, the beast cores you requested are ready. As Li Yi signaled her men to bring out 2 baskets of beast cores, Bai Ye also took out various monster materials from his storage space. Under Li Yi's gaze, which mirrored Nie Xiaoyu's sorrowful expression, Bai Ye chose to barter. Thanks, Yi. If there's nothing else, I'll be on my way. As Bai Ye came and went in a hurry, he waved his sleeves and left behind various materials. Li Yi's lips twitched involuntarily. She suspected that in Bai Ye's eyes, she was nothing more than a tool. But the problem was, Li Yi had no proof. Unaware of what was on Li Yi's mind. Back at the courtyard house. In the courtyard. Watching Xia absorb all the beast cores. A burst of white light enveloped her. Quantitative change leads to qualitative change. At that moment, Xia underwent evolution. Xia. Race, Spirit Fox Clan. Attributes, Psychic, Fire, Wind, Water. Health points 1,500,001,500,000. Magic 1,800,180,000. Strength 5, 100. Speed 2, 100. Resilience 1000. Talent Beast Transformation. Skills Guardian Shield, Spirit Fox's Blessing, Water's Blessing, Wind's Protection. Description: having abandoned nearly all offensive abilities, she is the most reliable support in the team. After reviewing Xia's attributes, Bai Ye was surprised. All her attribute points were almost entirely allocated to health and mana. With Xia as the healer, Bai no longer needed to worry about sustaining her health during battles. Thinking about this, Bai Ye couldn't help but feel curious. Since she could equip gear, could Xia also equip gear and benefit from its bonuses? Removing the Star Guardian, Bai Ye gave it a try. Xia, how about it? Can you feel the equipment's buff? Upon hearing this, Xia closed her eyes and felt carefully. When she felt a surge of power flowing through her body, she nodded. I can sense it, Master. I can actually feel the benefits from the equipment too. Seeing Xia's excited expression, Bai ruffled her hair. Then next, I'll craft a set of equipment for you. Once Xia was also enhanced by the equipment. Facing those powerful foes, Bai Ye felt he should be able to hold his own. He took out his phone and dialed Zhou Yentian's number. What? Bai Ye, you need support-related gear? How much do you need? The more, the better? Alright, I got it. Come over, I'll prepare everything. Beep beep. As the call ended, Zhou Yentian also called Deng Zai over and instructed him to handle the matter. Hearing that Bai Ye actually needed a large amount of support gear, Deng Zai was speechless. Isn't Bai Ye an assassin? What does he need so much support gear for? Zhou Yentian waved his hand dismissively. I'm not sure either, but I suppose he's preparing it for someone else. Just as Zhou Yentian was speaking, Deng Zai had an idea. President, since Bai Ye can fuse equipment and upgrade its quality, why don't we ask Bai Ye to make some equipment for us? As Deng Zai finished speaking, Zhou Yentian paused for a moment before his eyes lit up. That's right, since Bai Ye likely has the ability to fuse equipment. Why not ask Bai Ye to help them craft some equipment? After all, a good set of equipment can greatly enhance a class changer's abilities. To put it bluntly, it could at least double a class changer's chances of survival on the battlefield. Thinking this, Zhou Yentian said, first, gather all the equipment needed for the Bai Assassin. As for providing the equipment, I'll discuss it with the Bai Assassin. Just as Deng Zai had left, White Knight also arrived at the Class Change Guild. Upon seeing Bai Ye, Zhou Yentian's expression softened into a smile. White Knight Assassin, you're here. Come, sit down. Seeing that Zhou Yentian was much more enthusiastic than usual, Bai Ye grew suspicious. Zhou Yentian, you don't have something you need my help with, do you? Zhou Yentian gave an awkward smile. It's just a small matter. Seeing Bai Ye's directness, Zhou Yentian also got straight to the point. It's like this, Bai Ye the assassin. Your talent should be equipment fusion, right? Fusion? Bai Ye also realized something. It's not too different from fusion, right? After hearing the response, Zhou Yentian also revealed his true intentions. Isn't war about to break out? Therefore, White Knight Assassin, we would like to commission you to forge a batch of equipment for us. This will help enhance the combat strength and survival rates of our guild's class-changing members. Of course, we'll provide the materials for the equipment, and we won't shortchange you on the payment. Seeing that it wasn't a big deal, Bai Ye agreed readily. How about legendary grade equipment? Mass-producing myth-quality equipment is undoubtedly impossible. However, Bai Ye could manage to produce a larger quantity of legendary quality equipment. Zhou Yentian asked cautiously, how many can you make, Bai Assassin? Bai Ye replied, that depends on the number of equipment you provide. Just as the two were talking, Deng Zai walked in. Assassin equipment is hard to come by. However, support classes like priests are also in high demand, so the guild still has plenty of related equipment in stock. White Knight Assassin, the equipment you need is already prepared on our end. Chapter 146, Radiant Blessing. Xia's transformation. Carrying the equipment, Bai Ye also arrived at an empty room. After dismissing Deng Zai and Zhou Yentian, the room was left with only himself and Xia. A thought crossed his mind. Activating the Plunder ability, White Knight stripped the equipment of its attributes. As the attributes were being plundered, the equipment instantly turned into a pile of scrap metal. At the same time, he found a suitable staff for Xia and added the attributes. The attribute enhancement performed by Bai Ye was fundamentally different from the forging techniques of a blacksmith. In theory, through this process, the attributes of the equipment could be endlessly enhanced. And precisely because of this, once the attributes reach a certain level, the equipment undergoes a transformation. Before long, a set of priestly robes dominated by white with gold accents, along with a staff, appeared before Bai. Equipment Glorious Blessing. Quality Mythical. Effect 1 additional 10,000 magic power. Effect 2 additional 500% increase in magic power recovery. Effect 3 defense increased by 1000%. Effect 4 spell casting speed increased by 200%. Description: a priestly set that significantly enhances support abilities. It is the coveted treasure of all support class changers. After reviewing the information on Glorious Blessing, Bai Ye couldn't help but feel that the effort put into fusing these items was well worth it. The first 3 effects are aside. The most crucial one is the fourth. You see, currently on the market, there has never been a piece of equipment with a buff that enhances casting efficiency. Master, is this for me? Taking the set from Bai Ye, Xia couldn't wait to try it on. Dressed in the set, her priestess attire was predominantly white, complemented by her silver white long hair. Holding her staff, her youthful face tried its best to look serious. But Bai Ye couldn't help but feel there was a certain charm in the contrast. At that moment, in the exclusive forge workshop of the class change headquarters, upon learning that Zhou Yentian intended to entrust over 1,000 pieces of equipment to Bai Ye for fusion, as the master craftsman of the workshop, Xu Yang's eyes widened in disbelief. He grabbed Zhou Yentian by the shoulders. What? You want us to hand over the equipment we've worked so hard to forge to a greenhorn? Zhou Yentian reassured him. Old Chu, Bai Ye the assassin has quite strong fusion abilities. I trust him completely. Upon hearing this, Xu Yan looked down on him. When it comes to fighting, I'll admit that Bai is indeed strong, but when it comes to fusion forging equipment, that kid is nothing. We blacksmiths are the professionals. Seeing that Xu Yang wouldn't budge no matter what he said, he was very stubborn. Zhou Yentian sighed and said, we've already agreed with the White Knight assassin to hand over the equipment to him. If you keep this up, it'll be difficult for us. He knew that the relationship between the two sides shouldn't be strained too much. After a moment of thought, Xu Yang said, but what if Bai Ye can't create legendary quality equipment? Zhou Yentian replied confidently, I trust the White Knight assassin's abilities. If he can't produce legendary quality equipment, I'll cover all the losses out of my own pocket. Just as Zhou Yentian finished speaking, Bai Ye had already walked in. Chairman Zhou, there's no need for that. As he finished speaking, everyone couldn't help but turn their gaze toward Bai Ye. Bai Ye said, there's no need for you to take responsibility, Zhou Chairman. If I can't forge legendary quality equipment, I'll take full responsibility for all losses. As Bai Ye finished speaking, the entire forging workshop erupted into chaos. The other blacksmiths looked at him with suspicion. Legendary quality equipment was something even these professional blacksmiths found extremely difficult to achieve. How could Bai Ye, an assassin, possibly forge legendary quality equipment? Does he really think that just because he's wearing a set of divine weapons, he's become a master blacksmith? Just as everyone was silently complaining, Bai Ye had already walked up to Chu Yang. Now, Master Chu, can you hand over the equipment to me? As their eyes locked, seeing Bai Ye's confidence, Chu Yang finally relented. All right. He waved his hand. Take it. Signaling for a blacksmith to step aside, Chu Yang let Bai Ye take the equipment. However, just as Bai Ye was about to leave, Xu Yang couldn't resist giving him a final warning. By the way, White Knight assassin, don't say I didn't warn you, war is about to break out. If you can't hand over the equipment before the war arrives, then we won't be able to account for the following transfigured warriors. Upon hearing this, Bai Ye paused slightly. He raised his right hand and extended 3 fingers. Seeing this, Xu Yang raised an eyebrow. You want 3 months? Bai Ye shook his head. Not that long. Xu Yang guessed again, then 30 days? Bai Ye smiled, it won't take that long. 3 days will suffice. 3 days? Xu Yang couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. As a seasoned blacksmith, 3 days was barely enough time for Chu Yang to forge a single epic tier weapon. Yet Bai Ye claimed he could fuse thousands of epic tier weapons into a legendary one in just 3 days? Are they really treating them like little kids? Are they joking? Just as Chu Yang couldn't help but look dumbfounded. Bai Ye nodded lightly, 3 days are sufficient. Zhou Yentian, standing nearby, couldn't help but speak up. What do you need, Bai Ye the assassin? Our guild can provide anything you require. Bai Ye replied, just prepare a room for me. During these 3 days, don't disturb me. Nothing else is necessary. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yentian turned to Deng Zhe beside him and said, Deng Zhe, take the White Knight Assassin to find a room. Upon hearing this, Deng Zhe stepped forward. White Knight Assassin, please follow me. As Deng Zhe led Bai Ye away. Among the group of blacksmiths, one couldn't help but speak up. 3 days is already a decent amount of time to forge a single piece of equipment. Bai Ye actually wants to create over 1,000 legendary grade pieces in 3 days? Isn't he just treating us like children and playing with us? As he finished speaking, the others chimed in agreement. Exactly. He doesn't need a forging workshop or assistance. Does he really think he can create something out of nothing? Ha! Typical outsiders. A assassin can forge equipment? Ha, we'll just wait and see Bai Ye make a fool of himself in 3 days. As they chatted idly, they seemed to already see the humiliating scene of Bai Ye 3 days later. At that moment, Bai Ye was led into an empty room. Uncertain whether Bai Ye's talent had any limitations. Deng Zhe couldn't help but ask, White Knight, the assassin, are you sure you don't need our help? Bai Ye shook his head lightly, no need. Alright, then I won't disturb you, White Knight Assassin. If you need anything, please feel free to contact me. As Deng Zhe left. After closing the door, the room was left with only Bai Ye and Xia. Bai Ye also took out all his equipment. Xia, stay by my side and hand me the equipment. Yes, master. As she responded, Xia waved her little fist. Those people actually didn't believe in the master's strength. She couldn't wait to slap them in the face and smash the legendary grade equipment into their faces. Chapter 147, Equipment Forging? Everyone doubts. As some onlookers, eager for a spectacle, posted the bet between Bai Ye and Shu Yan online. Tian'an Pavilion. When they saw it trending on the hot search list, Nie Xiaoyu was speechless. Isn't Bai Ye an assassin? How could he have forging skills? How come she didn't know? For a moment, Nie Xiaoyu suspected something was amiss, but the problem was she had no evidence. She thought about how she was somewhat familiar with Li Yi and Bai Ye. So, Nie Xiaoyu took out her phone and called Li Yi. Yi, have you heard? Bai Ye is actually challenging that old man Chu Yang to a forging duel. On the other end of the call. Just sipping her afternoon tea, Li Yi couldn't help but burst out laughing, spraying tea all over Yi Qing, who was serving her on the side. Nie Xiaoyu, this can't be true, can it? Chu Yang is the officially designated gold medal blacksmith. As she spoke, Li Yi took another sip of tea. She could only hear Nie Xiaoyu's voice on the other end of the phone. Of course it's true. I heard that Bai Ye needs to forge over 1,000 legendary quality weapons within 3 days. Put. Unable to contain herself, Li Yi splashed water on Yi Qing's face again before she could wipe it clean. Completely oblivious to the resentful expression on her maid's face. Li Yi's mind was already in turmoil. Over 1,000 legendary quality weapons? Even if all the renowned blacksmiths in the current market were to collaborate, they couldn't possibly forge them all in 3 days. She casually asked, so, what did Nie Xiaoyu, Bai Ye, and Chu Yang bet on? Nie Xiaoyu replied, nothing much. If they can't do it, Bai Ye just needs to compensate for all the losses incurred during this period. Upon hearing this, Li Yi secretly sighed in relief. She had thought Bai Ye would bet on something like the online games, where the loser has to call the winner dad. It was just that. She immediately waved her hand. What's the big deal? If Bai Ye can't do it, the White Silver Merchants Guild will cover all the losses he causes during this period. Though she didn't say Bai Ye would definitely fail. But Nie Xiaoyu and Li Yi both knew the truth. An assassin like Bai Ye couldn't possibly accomplish that. It's not that he could do it, it's more accurate to say that failing is the norm. At that very moment, online. Just as the two women had imagined. Netizens are quite lenient toward Bai Ye. After all, Bai Ye is a main combat class, a true warrior on the battlefield. As for forging weapons or brewing potions, she's completely out of her element. Failure is only natural. At the university. Dinner time at the school cafeteria. Seeing the online reviews about Bai Ye. Even her best friend couldn't help but ask Bai Ye, do you really think your brother can forge over 1,000 legendary quality weapons in just 3 days? Bai Ye nodded seriously. When it came to her older brother, she had unwavering trust. He definitely can do it. If my brother says he can, then he definitely can. As Bai Ye finished speaking. Just as she was chatting with her best friend. The entire cafeteria, everyone around them couldn't help but cast curious glances their way. In their eyes, as a younger sister, Bai Ye wasn't trying to impress Bai Ye. After all, in this world, where could there be such a versatile profession? Where could there be such a versatile person? The Job Change Guild. In the secret room. Unaware of the situation outside. Time passed unnoticed. After an unknown period of time, the iron shavings formed from the shattered equipment began to accumulate. In contrast, the pile of equipment was decreasing at a visible rate. Bai Ye did not know how to forge equipment. But he knew how to utilize his own talents. Before he knew it, 3 days had passed. One corner of the secret room was piled high with iron shavings, while the other side was filled with legendary quality equipment. Bai Ye stretched his limbs. "Let's go, Xia. Our work is done." Upon hearing this, the little beast girl perked up. She couldn't wait to see the shocked expressions on Chu Yang and the others when they saw the equipment. The exclusive forge workshop of the Job Changer Guild. A group of blacksmiths were hard at work. "It's all White Knight's fault. I don't know how many pieces of equipment he's ruined in the past few days. Yeah, the war is about to start, and it's all his fault. He broke the equipment, yet here we are working overtime." As the blacksmiths worked and complained, one of them asked in confusion, "But didn't Bai say he'd compensate us?" At this, the blacksmiths couldn't help but laugh. "Compensation? He'll probably just pay money. Can that money be directly exchanged for equipment?" "Exactly. That's epic quality gear. Do you really think it's as common as the premium gear we're forging now?" Sigh. "He's an assassin, why not go to the battlefield to kill enemies and monsters? What's he doing here causing trouble?" Hearing everyone's complaints, Chu Yang furrowed his brows. "Enough. After all, Bai Ye is the strongest assassin in our dragon nation. How can we speak ill of him behind his back?" Although he didn't like Bai Ye much. But that was only because Bai Ye had taken the epic quality equipment the guild had been storing over the years. Setting that aside, no matter what, Bai Ye has made significant contributions to Longhua. Such gossip made Chu Yang feel somewhat ashamed. Even if Bai Ye damaged the equipment, we can always reforge it. Without him on the front lines fighting enemies, you'd all be sitting here comfortably crafting equipment. Although he knew Chu Yang had a point. But the thought that Bai Ye would only have to compensate financially afterward. And they had to work overtime every day because of him. How could anyone not have grievances about this? Just then, a voice rang out. "Master Chu, all the equipment has been forged. You can go and collect it now." As the voice faded, everyone instinctively turned their gaze toward the door. Seeing it was Bai Ye, everyone was stunned. It hasn't even been 3 days yet. How could Bai Ye have arrived so soon? And what does he mean by saying all the equipment is forged? What's going on? Chu Yang was the first to react. His voice trembling, he asked, "Bai Ye, you mean you've already forged the legendary grade equipment?" Seeing that Bai Ye nodded in acknowledgement, Chu Yang looked utterly disbelieving. "Let's go. Take us to see it right now." The group set off in a large procession toward the secret room. Meanwhile, in the office, Zhou Yentian and Deng Zai also received the news. The two exchanged glances, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. It hadn't even been 3 days, just over 2 days, and Bai Ye had already forged equipment of legendary quality? Everyone knew that Bai Ye's talent was extraordinary and beyond belief. But neither of them could have imagined that Bai Ye's talent was this extraordinary. "Let's go. We should check it out too." With that, the two of them followed one after the other toward the direction of the secret room. The thought of the guild soon acquiring a batch of legendary quality equipment. Excited, Zhou Yintian couldn't help but speed up his steps. Chapter 148, Spies from All Nations. War is imminent. Upon arriving at the secret room, as the door opened, they were greeted by a dazzling array of legendary quality equipment. Chu Yang and his companions were all stunned. "These are actually mythical quality weapons? Am I dreaming?" Muttering to himself, Chu Yang snapped back to reality and ordered the others, "You few, go check them out." Upon hearing this, everyone stepped forward and began examining each piece of equipment carefully. "Master Chu, the equipment I checked is all fine. It's all legendary quality. Mine are all fine too." "Mine too. It's unbelievable that we could forge so many legendary quality pieces of equipment in such a short time." As everyone inspected the equipment, they couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment from time to time. Chu Yang couldn't help but tremble all over. Even for a blacksmith of his caliber, the probability of forging legendary quality equipment was only 1%. And Bai Ye? His equipment damage was only 2/3. If the blacksmiths of Dragon Country could master this skill, the military strength of the entire Dragon Kingdom would be elevated to a whole new level. For a moment, Chu Yang's gaze toward Bai Ye grew increasingly intense. "White Knight Assassin, I was wrong before. I apologize to you. Could you teach me your forging methods and skills?" Bai Ye shook his head. "I'm sorry, old Chu. This is my special talent, it can't be replicated." A hint of disappointment flashed across Chu Yang's expression. But he quickly composed himself. "Is that so? All right then." Just as the two were talking, Zhou Yentian and Deng Zai also walked over. They saw the legendary grade equipment filling the room. Even though they had expected it, they couldn't help but look surprised. Bai Ye had actually done it. The thought that Longhua now had someone as extraordinary as Bai Ye was enough to make anyone speechless. Zhou Yentian couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Bai Ye, you did a great job. As we agreed earlier, we won't shortchange you on the compensation. Capable in battle and production, Bai Ye is truly a versatile talent." Thinking about having over 1,000 legendary grade equipment pieces, Zhou Yintian felt more confident about the upcoming war. At that very moment, the news of Bai Ye successfully forging legendary grade equipment was released. When the previous doubts were shattered. When the news reached overseas, all the nations were thrown into turmoil. Not only could they dominate the battlefield, and also enhance a team's combat capabilities through equipment forging. In the eyes of other nations, Bai Ye was both a coveted prize and a threat. Across the ocean, in the Eagle Nation. Inside the White House, the president issued an order. Go, mobilize all our spies stationed in Dragon Nation and capture Bai Ye's mother and sister. Upon hearing this, the vice president's expression grew serious. Yes, sir. I'll get it done immediately. As the vice president hurried away, numerous spies hidden within Longguo were mobilized. They couldn't handle Bai Ye, but surely they could handle a weak woman and a sick person? However, it wasn't just the Eagle Agency taking action, various other nations were also stirring in the shadows. If they could use Zhou Ling and Bai Yu as leverage to force Bai Ye to comply, helping to forge equipment and ward off disasters, that would be the best outcome. If that couldn't be done, using the two of them as leverage to kill Bai Ye would also be a viable option. However, imagination is one thing. How would the other nations know that? To ensure the safety of his family, Bai Ye had already arranged for shadow guards to protect them in secret. At the hospital. Upon receiving the notification, a group of spies had already arrived here. The ward where Zhou Ling was staying was undoubtedly guarded by official personnel in layers. But in the eyes of the spies, such security was utterly inadequate. With a savage grin, Huang Wenbin strode forward. Who are you? Stop. This isn't where you're supposed to be. Several level 70-ish class-changed warriors blocked his path. Huang Wenbin unleashed a powerful punch. As a berserker who had already reached the 100th level, these guards were no match for him. In no time, all the guards were swiftly defeated. After quickly dispatching the guards, Huang Wenbin realized the commotion he had caused and unconsciously picked up his pace. He arrived at Zhou Ling's hospital room. He also heard the commotion outside. Bai Yu's expression betrayed a hint of panic. Upon seeing Huang Wenbin enter the ward, Bai Yu hurriedly shielded the hospital bed behind him. Who are you? Bai Yu looped. She had already made up her mind that even if she had to die, she would never allow Zhou Ling to be moved even an inch from the hospital bed. Seeing that Bai Yu was just an ordinary person, Huang Wenbin grinned. You must be Bai Ye's family, right? Come with me. As he spoke, he reached out to grab Bai Yu. As a class changer, Huang Wenbin's speed was far beyond what an ordinary person like Bai Yu could match. A series of strong winds caused Bai Yu's cheeks to sting. Just as she instinctively closed her eyes. She never expected that the next moment, the expected grab did not come. When Bai Yu opened her eyes, the scene before her eyes left her speechless. For shadow guards had appeared out of nowhere. One of them stood in front of her, blocking Huang Wenbin. The other three surrounded him. Miss, please rest assured. We will protect you and the old lady as per our master's instructions. Using telekinesis, she communicated with Bai Yu. Facing Huang Wenbin, the eyes of the four shadow guards, hidden beneath their armor, flashed with a cold gleam. Huang Wenbin's expression turned pale with fear. Each of these shadow guards possessed strength capable of matching 200 level class changers, and some even seemed to surpass them. He never imagined that Bai Ye would arrange such terrifying individuals to serve as bodyguards for Zhou Ling and Bai Yu. Just as the shadow guards were about to control Huang Wenbin and sever his head with a single sword strike. As he lay dying, Huang Wenbin had only one thought in his mind. The intelligence provided by the Eagle Sauce Nation was incorrect, and this had cost him his life. He carefully eroded the body until it was completely clean, leaving not a single drop of blood behind, so as not to cause the white feather the slightest discomfort. And it seemed as though they had sensed something. The shadow guards all raised their heads. Miss, please wait here for a moment. We will handle the madman outside. Before Bai Yu could react, the four shadow guards had already moved. Targeting everyone within the hospital who harbored hostility toward Bai Yu and Zhou Ling, they eliminated them one by one. In the face of overwhelming power, these spies came and went in a flash. Soon, the hospital was littered with corpses. The spies could only flee in panic. They were completely overwhelmed. Wasn't it said that the security forces around Zhou Ling and Bai Yu weren't particularly strong? How could these four shadow guards, whose strength matched that of a general, be so powerful? Chapter 149, The Intersection of Two Worlds. War erupts. Is this over? 10 minutes later. As the four shadow guards returned and knelt before Bai Yu with utmost respect. She blinked, momentarily unable to react. She had expected to be taken away next and face imminent danger. But now, they were telling her it was over? To be able to command such powerful guards to protect them, her older brother's strength was far beyond what she had imagined. Just as Bai Yu couldn't help but marvel at this. Upon receiving news that someone was attempting to take Zhou Ling and Bai Yu away, Bai Ye immediately rushed to the hospital. Seeing 4 shadow guards guarding the area while Zhou Ling and Bai Ye were unharmed, Bai Ye couldn't help but sigh in relief. Xiao Yu. Hearing the familiar voice and seeing Bai Yu's eyes lit up. Brother! She rushed forward and gave Bai Ye a big hug. Brother, the bodyguards you arranged for Mom are so skilled. They took out that guy in just a few swift moves. As she spoke, Bai Ye demonstrated the moves in front of Bai Ye. At that moment, the others who had followed closely behind. Upon seeing the 4 shadow guards, when Deng Zai threw out the appraisal, his heart was immediately filled with shock and awe. Not for any other reason, but because each of these 4 shadow guards could match a star general in combat. White Knight Assassin, Deng Zai couldn't help but swallow hard, casting his gaze toward White Knight. I'd like to ask, how many such guards can you summon? White Knight casually replied, not many. Before Deng Zai could relax, White Knight's next words made his brows furrow. Only about 200 at most. Hearing Bai Ye's casual tone, Deng Zai immediately sucked in a sharp breath. 200 guards comparable to general-level soldiers, and you tell me that's not many? He suspected Bai Ye was just showing off. But the problem was he had no proof. What's wrong? Bai Ye gave him a puzzled look. Nothing, Deng Zai waved his hand. I just need to calm down. After taking a few deep breaths and confirming that Zhou Yan and Bai Ye were safe, Deng Zai also prepared to leave. If there is nothing else, then I'll be going, Bai Ye Assassin. He casually bid farewell to Bai Ye. Deng Zai quickly left and reported the matter regarding the shadow guards. You mean the guards summoned by the White Knight Assassin? Yeah, I've known about that for a while. Each of those guards is as strong as a 100-level transferred warrior. They're incredibly powerful. What did you say? Each of those guards possesses the strength of a star-ranked warrior? Transferee Guild Headquarters. Upon hearing Deng Zai's report over the phone, Zhou Yentian's lips twitched involuntarily. When did Bai Ye's guards become so powerful? How come he didn't know? Originally, Zhou Yentian had already prepared for countless sacrifices among the Dragon Nation's soldiers in the upcoming war. But if, in addition to Bai Ye, there were also those 200-plus shadow guards joining the ranks, then the casualty rate for Longwo would decrease significantly. Once the other nations find out that Bai Ye's strength is so terrifying, they'll probably be completely stunned. Laughing aloud, Zhou Yentian was in a good mood. Eagle Sauce Kingdom. As Zhou Yentian already knew, when news of Bai Ye's attendant's strength reached the White House, the president was completely thrown off balance. His expression was complex. Even Bai Ye alone was already a formidable opponent. Now, with those guards added to the mix, unless those major powers step in, they'll be powerless against Bai Ye. As if sensing the president's thoughts, the vice president on his side comforted him. President, don't worry too much. These guards are so powerful Bai Ye can't summon many of them. Once the war breaks out, the messengers of the gods won't spare Bai Ye. Upon hearing this, the president nodded. In this situation, they could only hope that the envoy of the major powers would eliminate Bai Ye. As time slowly passed, the commotion gradually subsided. At the hospital, as Bai Ye went about his usual routine of enhancing Zhou Ling's attributes, he noticed that a vortex was slowly forming in the sky. This vortex was enormous, its range extending far beyond the skies above Kyoto. It was highly likely that the entire Dragon Kingdom, and perhaps even the entire world, was enveloped within it. He sensed the intense magical energy emanating from it. Bai Ye knew that the other side was now infinitely close to the present world. The friction between the two different dimensions had already worn the world's barrier down to its weakest point. War is about to erupt. When the phone rang, and the call connected, Bai Ye heard Zhou Yentian's voice. White Knight Assassin, come to the guild. He knew this was about discussing matters related to the war. Bai Ye stood up from his chair. Noticing his movement, Bai Ye instinctively turned her gaze toward Bai Ye. Bai Ye said, Xiao Yu, stay here and take care of Mom. Don't go anywhere. The guards will protect you, so don't worry too much. Bai Ye nodded and gave a smile. Mom, I'll take care of her. You be careful too, okay? Alright, I'm leaving. As they exchanged words, Bai Ye disappeared from her sight. The headquarters of the Job Changers Guild. In a massive conference hall, representatives from nearly all major guilds across the nation had gathered here. When Bai Ye arrived at the designated seat for the Assassin's Creed faction and sat down, he noticed that besides Qin Yan, there was another young man. Yanan, who is this? Knowing that although Bai Ye was the guild master, he was merely a figurehead and that Qin Yanan handled most of the guild's affairs, he was not well informed about guild matters. Therefore, Qin Yanan gave a brief introduction. Bai Ye, this is Lin Qinglu. He is currently the vice president of our guild. He was the one who established the guild and came up with its name. Lin Qinglu, this is Bai Ye, the president of our guild. As Qin Yanran finished speaking, Lin Qinglu smiled. President Bai Ye, since the guild was founded, this is our first time meeting you. He approached Bai Ye and started striking up a conversation. Speaking of which, President Bai is the strongest assassin in our dragon nation, and I am also an assassin.
There are many things I need to learn from you, President Bai. Bai Ye nodded slightly. Alright, let's exchange contact information. If the guild ever encounters any issues we can't handle, feel free to reach out to me.
Upon hearing this, Lin Qinglu took out his phone.
Then, Mr. Bai, let me scan your QR code.
After adding each other's contact information, by chance, Bai Ye also noticed Lin Qinglu's personal signature.
My life has been like walking on thin ice. Do you think I can make it to the other side?
Unbeknownst to him, Lin Qinglu was also a thin ice guy.
Just as Bai Ye was thinking this,
as the venue gradually fell silent,
Zhou Yintian walked onto the stage. Standing under the spotlight, Zhou Yintian began to speak.
Under the gaze of countless eyes, he first explained the current situation.
Chapter 150, Reaching the End. The Monster Army. Everyone, in no more than 5 hours, the war will erupt.
Currently, under the control of the apostles, the other side has come dangerously close to our world. And our enemies are not only the monsters but also the apostles behind them. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Yintian continued, the era of the gods has come to an end. The era of the human race has begun. Remember this world does not belong to those remnants. There are no flowery words or elaborate phrases. Only the plain truth of heavy words remained. A heavy atmosphere permeated the scene. When the battle plan was announced, the entire hall erupted into action. Zhou Yintian held the microphone and said, well, everyone, the future of the Dragon Kingdom rests on your shoulders. Clatter! Applause erupted from the crowd. As orders were issued one after another, the major guilds also sprang into action. Across the entire Dragon Nation, hundreds of millions of combat-ready troops were mobilizing in an orderly fashion. The civilians were safely evacuated to shelters. Despite the urgent timeline, with only a few hours remaining, yet the entire process proceeded without a single sign of chaos. With such high efficiency, by the final hour before the portal to the other world was about to open completely, all the people had already completed their evacuation. This is the speed of the Dragon Nation. The empty streets were devoid of any bystanders, only the marching footsteps of soldiers. Knowing that Bai Ye was about to head to the deepest part of the battlefield, Nie Xiaoyu spoke earnestly, White Knight, you must return safely after the war ends. Bai Ye ruffled her hair. I will. You all must too. After all, you're too weak. Don't get yourself killed by accident. Nie Xiaoyu's face tightened. Lately, besides being busy with gathering supplies, she had actually been seriously fighting monsters and leveling up, hadn't she? Nie Xiaoyu felt Bai Ye was mocking her, but the problem was she had no proof. At that very moment, across the ocean, the vortex in the sky was growing larger and larger. In Eagle Sauce Country, large numbers of job changers and soldiers were being mobilized. Everyone was panicking. Looting, gunfire, and a chaotic atmosphere prevail across the states. In just a few hours, countless lives are lost. Ironically, they did not die at the hands of monsters, but at the hands of their own people. Online, negative comments flooded the internet. People had no doubt that someone could survive this catastrophe. But they are worried whether they will be among the few who survive. Look at Dragon Country, then look at our country. What on earth is the White House doing? Yeah, it's too terrifying out there. Those people are looting everything they see and killing anyone in their way. Wah, I don't want a green card anymore, I want to go back to Dragon Country. The arrival of the great catastrophe has left everyone in dire straits. And in this time of crisis, Dragon Country has undoubtedly become the safest country. Not just the United States, but all nations around the world feel the same way. Although they have taken some measures to rescue the people. But such actions are insignificant in the face of the impending disaster. With only 1 hour remaining before the final connection between the other side and the present world. Within the borders of the Dragon Nation, all combat units have arrived at the battlefield. When the guild distributed the legendary grade equipment. When she received the long sword, Li Linglong couldn't help but show a look of surprise. As if sensing Li Linglong's thoughts, Zhou Yintian spoke up. Li Linglong, the Sword Saint, according to our battle plan, you will lead Bai Ye to infiltrate the enemy's rear and carry out a decapitation strike. During this time, the responsibility of protecting the civilians falls on your shoulders. Upon hearing this, Li Linglong nodded solemnly. Chairman Zhou, rest assured. We will not fail in our mission. Just as the two were exchanging words. Boom! As lightning flashed across the sky, countless thunderbolts descended from the heavens, as if intent on turning this entire world into a prison. Gale force winds swept across the land, uprooting countless trees from their roots. When the other world and the present world were completely connected. When the great catastrophe arrived. The monsters that had been waiting at the entrance for a long time could no longer contain their excitement and chose to descend into the world. The thunder roared, and the monsters bellowed. Li Linglong wielded a long sword, leading the charge. Everyone, follow me. Kill these monsters. Don't let them get anywhere near the city.
Don't underestimate Li Linglong's performance in the previous battles.
That was only because her opponents were too powerful. Now, facing these monsters with attribute values in the 4-digit range. Now armed with legendary tier equipment, dealing with them is as easy as slicing through vegetables. As the sharp sword she sliced through the air, countless monsters were instantly cleaved in two. As the global battlefield erupts.
At that very moment, on the other side, in a small town near the northern border,
holding a longbow, Luo Shui roams the streets and alleys.
Aren't they all supposed to have retreated? Why are there still people here?
Looking toward the nearby street, a little girl was wailing loudly.
Luo Shui's heart tightened involuntarily. Roar! The monster's roar echoed through the streets.
A magic-toothed pig charged toward the little girl. Luo Shui immediately drew her bow and fired an arrow.
Whoosh! Whoosh!
A hail of arrows formed a wide-ranging attack, enveloping the magic-toothed pig. Though insufficient to inflict a fatal wound, it at least managed to hinder it somewhat. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Luo Shui darted forward and rescued the little girl.
It's okay, I'm here.
While comforting the girl, she noticed the magic-toothed pig shaking its head and preparing to charge again.
Luo Shui's expression grew serious.
As a ranger, she was decent at hit and run support. But going head-to-head with this heavily armored tank-like creature was a match she couldn't win. And to make matters worse, she also needed to protect the girl she had just rescued. Just as Luo Shui was pondering her next move, a silver flash appeared. The magic-toothed pig collapsed instantly.
White Knight?
Seeing Bai Ye, Luo Shui was startled.
What are you doing here?
Just as Luo Shui was about to ask, Zhou Yuntian and his group arrived from behind. According to the fortune teller's divination, this is the passage leading to the other side.
Facing Bai Ye, Zhou Yuntian said, "From here on, we will clear the way for you, the assassin Bai Ye. You will proceed to the other side and carry out this decapitation mission." As Zhou Yuntian and Bai Ye were talking, Luo Shui was speechless. "Bai Ye, you're going to the other side? You're crazy."
After all, the other side was a desolate land that no one had ever reached.
If Bai Ye went there, wouldn't that be a one-way trip? Luo Shui knew exactly what he was thinking. Zhou Yuntian reassured her, "Don't worry, we've calculated it. As long as Bai Ye the assassin can return within 2 to 3 hours, there won't be any danger." "Really?" Luo Shui looked skeptical. "Of course it's true," Zhou Yuntian answered confidently.
Just then, a passageway opened. As the 100 demonic beings surged forward like a tidal wave, Zhou Yuntian unleashed his true power. Holding a large shield, he smashed the ground with all his might.
As the taunt activated, countless monsters immediately changed their targets. "Now's the time.
White Knight Assassin, our victory depends on you."
Hearing this, Bai Ye darted forward.
He stepped into the otherworldly realm beyond.
Chapter 151, This move will kill you.
The plain stretched endlessly before him. As far as the eye could see, nothing but desolation stretched out before them. The entire other side resembled a fusion of an abyss and an endless tower, the most disadvantageous combination of the two. The sound of rumbling echoed from ahead, and the ground trembled slightly. Bai Ye summoned the Shadow Dragon Great Dog and his entourage of guards.
"Help me break through." As Bai Ye issued his command, the Shadow Dragon moved first. Roar! A dragon's roar echoed through the air, and a burst of aurora poured forth. At the same time, Bai Ye chanted and cast a spell.
Combining thunder and flame, they coordinated with the Shadow Dragon to clear a path.
"Everyone, we will be the sharpest spears under the Master's command."
Shadow Knights raised their long spears high. It led its followers along the path White Knight had carved out, charging forward. Like a massive meat grinder. All the monsters that approached were ruthlessly slaughtered. Amidst the chaos of the charge, Bai Ye, with assistance, had already plunged into the swarm of beasts. No matter which direction one looked, the number of monsters seemed endless. However, the aura of a powerhouse was impossible to hide.
"Xia, let's go." As Bai Ye issued the order, Xia immediately transformed into a 9-tailed spirit fox.
Sacrificing all her offensive abilities, she gained a series of support techniques.
Though they couldn't defeat the monsters along the way. But it was enough to break through the encirclement. At that moment, the human and the spirit fox charged forward with unwavering determination.
Watching Bai Ye advance swiftly. From the rear of the beast horde, he commands countless monsters.
A man with copper-colored muscles, looking incredibly muscular and resembling a small giant, couldn't help but grin.
This man was none other than Jack Karen, the one who had guided the connection between the other world and the present realm, and also the mastermind behind the catastrophic disaster that had struck 14 years ago.
That class changer is interesting.
I haven't come across such an interesting class changer in a long time. As Jack laughed aloud. A female demon by his side introduced, "My lord, that man from the Dragon Kingdom is the strongest assassin in the world today, and he is also the one whom the Moon Goddess has specifically ordered to be killed."
Jack nodded. "I know. I will be the one to end him."
As he spoke, under Jack's control, the monsters scattered, leaving the two of them alone to face off. Feeling Jack's aura of a great power, Bai Ye fell into deep thought. Though he was a major power, it seemed as though he believed he could kill him in an instant. Therefore, the opponent wasn't taking him seriously. Just as Bai Ye was thinking this, Jack struck first, delivering a powerful punch toward Bai Ye. Without hesitation, Bai Ye immediately activated his counterattack. Bang! As the attack landed, a damage value popped up. 21 million. However, it was not Bai Ye who suffered this damage. It was Jack who bore the brunt of the counterattack. He had intended to kill Bai Ye instantly, but instead, he ended up severely injuring himself. Needless to say, Jack was in agony. After calming down a bit, Jack spoke up, "Kid, you've got some skills, but from now on, I'm going to take this seriously." With that, Jack charged toward Bai Ye once more. However, this time, Bai Ye had already prepared his countermeasure. Xia! As Bai Ye called out, the little fox maiden behind him immediately unleashed a series of skills. Regardless of the skills' buff effects, as long as they hit Bai Ye, it's all over. With Xia's series of buffs enhancing him. Plus, all her skills were forbidden spells. With a flick of her wrist, Bai Ye gave Jack a taste of what it meant to be overwhelmed by firepower. As the forbidden spells continued to rain down, the surrounding area was reduced to scorched earth. While trying to defend against the forbidden spells, Jack was completely stunned. Wait, how many forbidden spells does this kid actually know? For most class changers, mastering a single forbidden spell is already the limit. But Bai Ye was using forbidden spells as his basic attacks, as if they were endless. Kid, I have to admit, you've got some skills. No wonder all your previous followers fell to you. But unfortunately, you're unlucky to have crossed paths with me. Though you have some talent, it's not enough. Saying this, Jack prepared to counterattack. As Bai Ye's magic seemed to have been exhausted, his attacks came to an end. Jack found it boring. However, just as he thought White Knight would panic at the thought of dying at his hands, he never expected that White Knight remained calm. His demeanor caught Jack off guard. Boy, you've run out of tricks. Aren't you afraid of dying? As Jack finished speaking, Bai Ye shook his head lightly. No, I still have one more move, and the next one will be your end. Upon hearing Bai Ye's words, Jack couldn't help but laugh out loud. One move to kill me? Kid, are you joking? Looking at Bai Ye, Jack wore a look of contempt. Your previous forbidden spells couldn't even kill me instantly. Now you're saying you can kill me with one move? Use your brain and think about it. Is that even possible? At that moment, the female demon following Jack also laughed. Jack is the favored servant of the moon god. How could a mere human like you possibly kill Jack with a single move? As the panel visible only to Bai Ye unfolded, he saw that during the brief delay, his magic had already recovered. Bai Ye also smiled. What? You don't believe me? As Jack and the succubus stood there with expressions that seemed to say, do you really want to hear what you have to say? They spoke confidently, why don't we give it a try? Jack took a step forward. It won't work. I'll send you to your doom right now. He didn't give Bai Ye any chance to chant or cast a spell. Jack punched out with all his might, aiming for a one-hit kill. However, to Jack's surprise, his attack was blocked. Boom! As Bai Ye summoned the giant, a terrifying aura swept across the entire battlefield. The monsters couldn't help but tremble in fear. Not for any other reason, but because the giant's power was simply too terrifying. As the giant and Jack engaged in combat, White Knight also shifted his gaze toward the succubus in the distance. He wore a sinister smile. You were the one who just provoked me, weren't you? Seeing the succubus trembling in fear, White Knight struck her down with a single blow. As the monsters scattered in panic under the giant's overwhelming presence. Now, all that remained was to deal with Jack, and the war would be over. As his magic power depleted, the giant could no longer maintain his form and began to fade away. Jack, covered in wounds, appeared before Bai. After downing a healing potion, Bai approached Jack. My next move will kill you. As Bai Ye spoke seriously, Jack felt an ominous in his heart. Could it be that the giant he had just summoned was not White Knight's final move after all? As White Knight gradually approached, the ominous feeling in his heart grew even stronger. Chapter 152, Battle. The monster at the end. Just as the divine giant was summoned, suddenly, a powerful aura swept across the entire battlefield, causing the air to tremble with its might. Gazing at the towering figure that seemed to pierce the heavens, every monster on the other side felt a chill run down their spines. The age of the gods had already passed. Yet, in the face of this giant, they felt as though they were standing before a deity. The fear they had felt toward the gods for generations was awakened deep within their souls. Without a word, the monsters instinctively took a few steps back. Some even turned and fled deeper into the depths of the distant shore. It seemed as though only the mythical creatures slumbering in the depths of the distant horizon could bring them a shred of safety. As they watched, the once fierce assault of the army was completely shattered. Jack's forehead was drenched in cold sweat. He had thought that White Knight was already at its wit's end. Little did he know that there was still such a trump card hidden up his sleeve. How could he possibly defend against this? Without hesitation, Jack turned and prepared to flee. However, he had anticipated this move. As Bai Ye's remaining magic power was exhausted, his divine might was released. In an instant, the world seemed to be reduced to just black and white. At the same time, the surroundings fell into complete silence. This brief control was sufficient for the divine giant to deliver a single punch. If the divine giant had been unleashed from the start, it would have been impossible to kill him instantly. Attempting the same tactic again later would be much harder. But what if, first, a forbidden spell bombardment was used to lower its health bar? Boom! When the fist struck down, mountains and rivers shattered. Dust and debris swirl in the air, forming a sandstorm. In an instant, countless cracks appeared on the ground at a speed visible to the naked eye, forming deep gorges. The terrain within a radius of several miles was completely reshaped by the divine giant's single punch. At the center of the battlefield, Jack struggled to hold his ground. Aha! Despite using all his strength, he was still unable to block it. Under the impact, Jack's hands were completely torn off, leaving only the bare bones. Master, he's not dead yet. Soon, as the sandstorm gradually subsided, he sensed that Jack still had a faint pulse amidst the sand. Xia looked on with caution. However, after gulping down the healing potion, Bai Ye stepped forward. No, he's already dead. As Bai Ye finished speaking, without giving Jack the slightest chance, the divine punishment was unleashed, and Bai Ye delivered the final blow. Put! Blood spurted out like a fountain in all directions. Jack's head rolled to the ground. You have reached level 146. Free attribute points, 10. You have obtained Divine Power 10. Along with the activation of a talent. Just as Bai Ye was about to allocate his points, he suddenly sensed a surge of energy erupting from the depths of the distance. Vaguely, Bai Ye caught sight of the massive silhouette in the distance. However, compared to the monster that had been startled, Bai Ye's gaze turned toward another direction. There, not far away, stood numerous crystal-like statues arranged haphazardly. Among the countless statues, one stood out. Its features bore a striking resemblance to Bai Ye's. Dad? At that moment, Bai Ye's heart couldn't help but stir. Just as he was about to step forward, Xia's voice suddenly came from the side. Master, we must leave. The magic here is too potent, you won't be able to withstand it. Seeing Xia's anxious expression, feeling the relentless surge of magical energy, the countless sculptures had already been reburied beneath the ground. Bai Ye could only give up in the end. Even at his peak, Bai Ye couldn't match that monster. Let alone now, after having just endured a fierce battle. Next time, I will definitely bring you back. Whispering in a voice only he could hear, Bai Ye stepped into the closing magical array. As Bai Ye's presence vanished completely, the colossal beast that had lived since the divine age closed its eyes once more. The present world. As the monsters gradually ceased to teleport. As time passed, the defensive battle also gradually came to an end. The entire street had been reduced to ruins. As far as the eye could see, countless corpses littered the ground. There were strange beasts, demons, and even class changers. The slanting sunlight of twilight casts a mysterious sense of desolation. In just a few short hours, everyone felt as though they had been transported to another world. Standing amidst the ruins, Luo Shui wiped the sweat from her forehead. As the last monster was shot down, the people who had been hiding in the shelter slowly emerged. Is this victory? Even she couldn't believe what she was seeing, murmuring to herself. Until she saw Bai Ye emerge. Bai Ye, we won. She hurried forward to share the joy of victory. At the same time, she checked Bai Ye thoroughly, making sure he wasn't injured, and Luo Shui couldn't help but sigh in relief. As she watched the wounded being carried away one after another, a group of people organized by the crowd began digging out the bodies one by one. Shui, have you seen Zhou, the chairman? Bai Ye asked, looking around. Zhou Yentian was clearing a path for you in charge to the front lines. I'll take you there to look for him. Saying this, Luo Shui led Bai Ye toward the direction where Zhou Yentian had previously rushed. Soon, as they drew closer, Bai Ye saw Deng Zai directing the crowd. Where are the medics? There are injured people here. Hurry up and carry them away. Priests and bishops, don't crowd together. Spread out and treat them separately. The healing potions have been delivered by the merchants. Prioritize the severely injured first, then bandage the lightly injured and handle the rest later. Upon seeing Bai Ye, Deng Zai walked toward him. White Knight Assassin, you've worked hard on this decapitation mission. Go rest with Miss Luo. We'll handle things here. With a thought, Bai Ye summoned the Shadow Clan. Have them lend a hand. The orders were given. Bai Ye also asked, by the way, where is Zhou, the chairman? Deng Zai sighed wryly. 14 years ago, during the Great Cataclysm, the president was severely injured. His health has been poor ever since. Pushing himself this hard was too much for him. He's already been taken to the hospital. As he answered, he noticed that Bai Ye seemed to have something on his mind. Deng Zai also turned to ask, speaking of which, White Knight Assassin, what business do you have with the chairman? It's about the matter at the other end. I have some questions I need to ask him. As Bai Ye finished speaking, after a moment of contemplation, Deng Zai also spoke up. Alright, once the chairman wakes up, I'll notify you. How about that? Bai Ye nodded slightly. That's fine. As Bai Ye and Deng Zai chatted casually, she noticed a fleeting, barely perceptible change in Bai Ye's expression. Luo Shuai looked pensive. Just as they were about to leave, she couldn't help but ask, Bai Ye, you seem off. Did something happen over there? In response, Bai Ye didn't hide anything. Something did happen. I think I saw my father. At those words, Luo Shuai gasped in shock. Uncle? He's actually in the other end? Bai Ye nodded slightly. I didn't see clearly, and I don't know if he is still alive, but whether he is alive or dead, I'll bring him back. Chapter 153, Post-Disaster Reconstruction. The Envy of All Nations. At the hospital, Bai Ye looked out the window. As far as the eye could see, everything had been reduced to ruins. She couldn't hide the worry on her face. After all, Bai Ye had gone to the front lines of the battlefield, where he was leading the decapitation operation. If it weren't for the guards still being there, she wouldn't have been able to determine that her older brother was still alive. Bai Ye couldn't possibly be as calm as he appears on the surface now. His mother's illness had not been cured, and his father had yet to be found or heard from. Just thinking about Bai Ye fighting on the front lines. How could Bai Ye not be worried? Thud. The sound of footsteps approached. Bai Ye instinctively looked toward the door. He saw Bai Ye and Luo Shuai, one in front and one behind, looking disheveled and exhausted. Bai Ye also smiled. Big brother, sister-in-law, welcome back. Bai Ye ruffled her hair. Yeah, we're back. Watching the brother and sister interact, Luo Shuai couldn't help but smile like an ant. But soon, she thought of the word sister-in-law that Bai Ye had used. Her ears turned red. What on earth was that supposed to mean? She and Bai Ye hadn't even started dating yet. Speaking of which, Bai Ye didn't deny it just now, did he? Could Bai Ye have been implying consent? After some self-reflection, Luo Shuai's lips curled into a slight smile. A day later, as the injured were gradually arranged for treatment, the deceased were buried in the cemetery. Facing the entire international community, the Guild of Transferees also published an article. The Age of the Gods has long since ended. However, the apostles still dare to attempt to return to the Age of the Gods and restore their rule. 14 years ago, we prevented the catastrophe and hindered the apostles. And 14 years later, we can once again defeat them. After 7 hours of intense combat, this was the shortest and most decisive battle in modern history. Here, the Guild of Transferees informs all our compatriots. The Dragon Kingdom is no longer the Dragon Kingdom of the past. Our nation is now stronger than ever. When this article was published, the entire international community was thrown into chaos. 7 hours? They actually wiped out all those monsters? Wasn't the Dragon Kingdom severely weakened 14 years ago? How did its military strength suddenly become so powerful? My god, Dragon Nation repelled those monsters in just 7 hours. What is our country doing? Sigh. Don't even mention 7 hours. Even if we gave them 70 hours, our country's mercenaries couldn't possibly eliminate all those monsters. I've paid my taxes, yet those corrupt politicians never even considered sending a rescue mission. They're a bunch of useless fools. Why can't our country learn more from Dragon Nation? Across the ocean, in the free land of the Eagle Nation. In the ruins of a certain California city. 25-year-old Michael stared at the international news channel, watching the announcement from Dragon Nation, and couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. In just 7 hours, the people of Dragon Country had already been rescued from the crisis. But what about the Eagle worshippers? Those former soldiers were almost all gathered around the White House, defending it, completely ignoring the ordinary people like them. Now they were cold and hungry. Given the current state of the war in the Eagle Nation, it would be impossible to drive those monsters out of the city in less than 10 days or 2 weeks. As for eliminating all the monsters and restoring the former order, that's even more out of the question. And across the entire Eagle Nation, there are many who share Michael's thoughts. They all think to themselves, if only I were a Dragon Nation citizen, how wonderful that would be. Time flies. 3 days had passed since the distance between the other side and the present world had widened once more. As the construction teams continued to move around, the ruins had been cleared away, and various buildings were being rebuilt. The lives of the people are gradually returning to normal. At the hospital. Over the past few days, Bai Ye has spent most of his time here. After 3 days of continuous intensive treatment on his mother, the crystallization that had appeared on her skin has completely disappeared. In fact, under the intensive treatment, Zhou Ling even looked significantly younger. The only regret is that she is still in a sleeping beauty-like state. Although her physical constitution and magical power have improved, The latent injuries hidden within her body are not easy to heal. It seems we'll need some time before she can transition from severe to moderate. Once she recovers to the moderate stage, she won't be able to move as freely as an ordinary person. At least, their consciousness should gradually begin to recover, right? By then, waking up will just be a matter of time. Don't worry, Mom. I think I've found Dad. Once I'm strong enough, I'll definitely bring him back and then our family will be reunited. Gently holding Zhou Ling's hand, Bai Ye muttered to himself, sharing the major events that had occurred recently and his own actions. His mother had worked so hard all her life, only to end up like this. With the ability to help, how could Bai Ye bear to let his mother spend the rest of her life in a hospital bed? Ding ding. Just then, Bai Ye's phone rang. When he answered, he heard Deng Zai's voice. White Knight Assassin, the guild master has woken up. He wants to see you. Please come to the guild immediately. As Deng Zai's voice faded. As he responded, Bai Ye stood up from his chair. He hurried toward the Guild of Class Changers. At that very moment, at the headquarters of the Job Changers Guild. In the president's office. A oppressive atmosphere filled the room. The Zhou Yintian of today bears no resemblance to his former self. He was now nothing more than an old man on the brink of death. Deng Zai, we've been together for over a decade. When I'm gone, the position of Guild Master will be yours. Zhou Yintian began to make arrangements for his final affairs with Deng Zai. When the time comes, remember to maintain good relations with the White Knight Assassin and his faction. It will be of great help to you in managing the guild. Oh, and one more thing, once I'm gone, the 10 great guilds will definitely cause trouble. You'll have your work cut out for you. As Zhou Yintian spoke, Deng Zai silently shed tears. President, don't say such discouraging things. You're still alive and well, aren't you? Zhou Yintian sighed bitterly. You are. Don't I know my own body? He comforted him, people should look forward. The future belongs to you young people. Being able to contribute to the Dragon Nation before I go is enough for me. By the way, has the White Knight Assassin arrived? Deng Zai nodded. I've already called him, he should be here soon. Just as he was speaking, there was a knock on the door, and a voice came from outside. Mr. Zhou, it's Bai Ye. Come in. As Bai Ye entered the office, Zhou Yintian glanced at Deng Zai. Deng Zai, you can leave. I need to talk to Bai Ye alone. He dismissed Deng Zai. Facing Bai Ye, Zhou Yintian also spoke up. Chapter 154, The Power of the Gods. White Knight Assassin, I don't have much time left. Once Deng Zai takes over the guild, he'll be counting on you. As Zhou Yintian finished speaking, Bai Ye nodded slightly. If the guild encounters any problems it can't resolve, I'll naturally step in. With Bai Ye's response, Zhou Yintian felt at ease. Everything that needed to be arranged had already been taken care of. All that remained was to ensure that Deng Zai smoothly took over the position of guildmaster. Thinking of this, Zhou Yintian turned to Bai Ye and said, I heard that you, the Bai Ye assassin, came to see me to ask about matters concerning the other end, correct? Yes, I think I saw my father in the beyond. As Bai Ye recounted everything he had seen in the beyond. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Yintian extended his withered hand. White Knight Assassin, let me tell you in detail how my hand became like this. After a brief pause, Zhou Yintian continued. Apart from the intense magical energy in the other world, the most crucial factor was that I encountered a monster there. As he spoke, a fleeting look of fear flashed across Zhou Yintian's face. Its abilities were unique. I didn't even understand what was happening before my body had already grown weak. It felt like I had been struck by a forbidden spell. Upon hearing Zhou Yintian's words, Bai Ye fell into deep thought. The difference between forbidden spells and regular skills lies in whether they have special mechanisms. Someone like Bai Ye, who was versed in forbidden spells, can essentially ignore level restrictions and defeat opponents of higher ranks. In the past, a great sage once said, after all, your stats are indeed impressive, but my mechanisms surpass your stats. I wonder how many monsters with similar special mechanisms exist on the other side. Just as Bai was thinking this, Zhou Yintian's voice rang out once more. White Knight Assassin, I know you're already very powerful, even capable of defeating the major powers. But I can assure you, with your current strength, entering the other side is a sure path to death. Same mechanism, different stats. And how could Bai Ye's stats possibly match those of the ancient monsters who have survived since the Divine Age? Understanding Zhou Yintian's meaning, Bai Ye nodded slightly. In the coming days, I'll focus on grinding monsters to level up and improve my attributes as much as possible. Seeing Bai Ye remain calm and composed, Zhou Yintian couldn't help but give him an approving look. Some class changers always think they have talent, so they act like they're the boss. Once their strength improves slightly, they start boasting that they don't need beef. Little do they know that there are always stronger beings out there. Those stronger than them are countless. As if thinking of something, Zhou Yintian added, by the way, Bai Ye the assassin, remember this, while the forbidden spell's mechanism is powerful, it's not completely impossible to counter. Upon hearing Zhou Yintian's words, Bai Ye also became interested. Joe President, is there more to this? Zhou Yentian explained, I have heard that forbidden spells are a substitute for the power of the divine laws. In other words, the more divine power one possesses, the higher their resistance to forbidden spells. As Zhou Yentian explained, Bai Ye finally understood. He had always believed that divine power was only related to the foundation of becoming a god. But he never imagined it could have such an effect. In that case, the more divine power one possesses, the better. As they chatted idly, they noticed the time was almost up. Considering that Zhou Yentian still needed rest, Bai Ye also stood up to bid farewell. Joe President, please rest well. If there is nothing else, I'll take my leave. He left the headquarters of the Job Changer Guild. Bai Ye also arrived at his own guild. As soon as he entered, he saw everyone busy beyond belief. Those wishing to join the guild, please don't rush. We'll take you one at a time. Those looking to sell materials, please come here. We have specialists to appraise them. Those who have completed their commissions, please proceed this way. Rest assured, you will be paid in full. Everyone knew that Bai Ye was the hero who ended the war. Combined with his previous exploits, Bai Ye is a living advertisement for SSS-grade. With Bai in command, coupled with the strategic partnership between Tianyin Pavilion and the Silver Merchants Guild. Naturally, Assassin's Creed has become one of the most sought-after guilds for countless job changers. Without exaggeration, the popularity of Assassin's Creed even surpasses that of the top 10 guilds. As Bai Ye ascended the stairs and entered the office, Qin Yanin was there, sporting a pair of panda eyes. She was responsible for both Qin's pharmaceutical company and guild management. As a career changer, Qin Yanin's physical condition was far superior to that of ordinary people. But working like a slave during the day and continuing to work overtime at night, even a transferee couldn't handle that. Upon seeing Bai Ye, Qin Yanin rubbed her eyes, thinking she was hallucinating. Bai Ye? What are you doing here? As she asked, Qin Yanin pinched herself. As she snapped back to reality, she gasped in shock. I never thought you'd actually come to the guild, Bai Ye? As Qin Yanin stood there in shock. With a flick of his wrist, Bai Ye retrieved all the materials he had recently obtained. At his level, Bai Ye had long since lost interest in money. These materials were useless to him. It would be better to hand them over to Qin Yanin for use in guild development. I haven't been to the guild much lately, but I didn't expect it to have developed so well. This makes me feel a bit embarrassed. Yen, I'll leave these materials to you. Take them and use them for guild development. Though it's not much, it's still my contribution to the guild. As Bai Ye finished speaking, looking at the mountain of materials piled up before her, Qin Yanin couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Wait, you call this not much? At that moment, Qin Yanin suspected that Bai Ye was intentionally piling more work on her. But the problem was, she had no proof. Just as Qin Yanin was immersed in the mountain of materials, unable to snap out of it, Bai Ye spoke up. Yanin, during the recent period when the other world came into contact with the present world, there should have been quite a few copies generated, right? Are there any suitable copies for me to level up? As Bai Ye finished speaking, Qin Yanin also remembered something. Speaking of which, the authorities have already distributed all the resources from the various dungeons in Dragon Country and handed them over to the major guilds for management. We've also been assigned a section. As Qin Yanin explained, Bai Ye understood. The war had just ended, and it was the officials' time to rebuild the order. Since the authorities needed to focus their efforts on reconstruction, there was naturally little time left to manage the dungeons, to prevent those monsters from descending into the real world from the dungeons. Therefore, the authorities came up with a plan. They divided the dungeons into regions and assigned each region to a major guild for management. This way, not only can the social unrest caused by monster invasions be resolved, it also resolves resource disputes between guilds and accelerates the cultivation of new combat forces. This is truly a win-win-win situation. As for the weakened influence of the official aligned guilds, compared to the numerous benefits, it is completely insignificant. I heard that Zhou, the guild master, was seriously injured and doesn't have much time left. Do you have any information about this, Bai Ye? As if recalling something, Qin Yanin suddenly asked Bai Ye. I just saw Zhou, and his condition is indeed poor. Bai Ye then asked, according to what you said, will the official faction be weakened further? Qin Yanin rubbed her temples. That's certain. Once Deng Zhe becomes the chairman and reorganizes the guild, his influence will already have been completely divided among the major guilds. In any case, Bai Ye, you should go to the area we've been assigned to level up. As for the guild, I'll handle it. Though he hadn't been involved in politics much, Bai Ye was well aware that the power dynamics in Longhua were about to undergo a major shakeup. Chapter 155, Aftermath of the Battle. The influence from the other side. 3 days later, Bai Ye arrived at the northwestern border. Although the Assassin's Creed had completely shed its reputation as a third-rate guild, and even showed signs of potentially becoming a first-rate guild, however, its foundations were still weak, and its scale remained significantly smaller than that of the top 10 guilds. Naturally, the regions they were assigned to were high-risk areas, and the resources they could obtain were extremely limited. However, in Bai Ye's eyes, none of these were insurmountable problems. During the downtime between leveling up, he can address the potential risks and hazards faced by guild members while grinding monsters. It was a win-win situation. Back at the camp, upon seeing Bai Ye, Zhao Hong, the camp leader, perked up. "White Knight Assassin, what brings you here?" He greeted Bai Ye and led him toward a tent. Zhao Hong said, "White Knight Assassin, you should have let me know in advance. I would have arranged for your accommodations." "No need for hospitality. Just tell me about the current situation here." As Bai Ye got straight to the point, Zhao Hong also explained the current situation. Due to the contact between the other world and the present world, a large number of dungeons have recently appeared. And within the area under our jurisdiction, several large-scale copies have appeared. Upon hearing this, Bai Ye was slightly taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that so many large-scale copies would suddenly appear after the other side came into contact with the present world. If not handled promptly, these could all become potential threats. As he thought this, Bai Ye spoke up. "I'm here to handle these large-scale dungeons. Leave them to me." As Bai Ye finished speaking, Zhao Hong nodded slightly. "Alright, Bai Ye the assassin, these dungeons are all yours." Just as he was speaking, Zhao Hong suddenly thought of something. "Speaking of the White Knight Assassin, there's a large-scale dungeon you need to be cautious about." As he spoke, Zhao Hong's expression turned serious. This large-scale dungeon shows signs of an impending anomaly. If it occurs, the consequences would be unimaginable. Upon hearing the word abnormal, Bai Ye also perked up with interest. An abnormal dungeon yields significantly more experience points than a regular one. If we could clear all the large-scale dungeons in the entire area, he would have a high chance of reaching level 150 and advancing to the 6th transformation. Thinking of this, Bai Ye said, "Alright, I understand the situation. I'll handle these large-scale dungeons as soon as possible." Upon hearing Bai Ye's words, Zhao Hong couldn't help but feel curious. "By the way, White Knight Assassin, may I ask how much time you plan to spend on these large-scale dungeons? If you don't mind, I could arrange a place for you to stay. You can rest there after getting tired from clearing the dungeons. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Bai Ye shook his head. "There's no need for rest. I think a day should be enough." As Bai Ye finished speaking, Zhao Hong was speechless. 1 day? He couldn't help but swallow hard. Although he knew Bai Ye was powerful. But to clear all the major dungeons in just 1 day? That's simply too much. After all, even those top-tier players would need months to handle them. For a moment, he couldn't help but wonder how Bai Ye had managed to clear all the large-scale dungeons in just 1 day. Without further explanation, Bai Ye arrived at an open area. To speed up the leveling process. With a thought, Bai Ye summoned the Shadow Dragon, Big Dog, and the guards. "Shadow Dragon, you and Big Dog split up and act separately. Shadow, take the guards with you. The 4 of us will tackle the 4 copies simultaneously." As Bai Ye issued his orders, Shadow Dragon flapped its wings and flew toward the nearest large dungeon. The large dog let out a loud howl and also began its action. Shadow bowed respectfully. "As you command, Master." Leading the guards, the Shadow set off toward the large dungeon. As the 3 parties moved simultaneously, not only Zhao Hong, but all the other class changers present were stunned. Not to mention the audacity of Bai Ye's plan to tackle 4 dungeons simultaneously. Even just considering the subordinates he had summoned, any one of them was as powerful as a general. No wonder Bai Ye was able to successfully complete the decapitation operation. It was also no wonder that Bai Ye could defeat a powerhouse of the same caliber on the other side. All of this seemed to make sense now. However, they did not know. White Knight's victory over Jack was actually more due to his own strength. As for the Shadow Dragon and the guards, they were merely there to assist. If they were to learn the true course of the battle, they would likely be utterly shocked. "Xia, let's go." Saying that, Bai Ye led Xia into the large dungeon that Zhao Hong had mentioned earlier, which was said to have a high risk of anomalies. It wasn't until Bai Ye's figure completely disappeared from sight. Zhao Hong and the others slowly came to their senses. Not a star general, yet his strength matched that of a star general in every way. Is this the true power of the world's strongest assassin? At this very moment, Bai Ye has entered the dungeon. "You have entered the dungeon, the land of ruin." As the prompt flashes by, what greeted Bai Ye's eyes was the ruins of a once great nation, now reduced to rubble and debris. The moment he stepped into the dungeon, Bai Ye sensed something amiss. If it had been before, Bai Ye would have been completely baffled by the sudden changes in the dungeon. But now, with the power of the gods, they understood. It was all due to the influence of divine power. However, where exactly did this divine power come from? Could it have been brought into this world from the other side? As he speculated, Bai said, "Xia, let's go inside and take a look first." Leading Xia, 1 human and 1 spirit fox followed the direction of the divine power they sensed. At that very moment, outside, Half an hour had passed since Bai Ye entered the large-scale dungeon. If Bai Ye wanted to clear all the large-scale dungeons within a 24-hour period, that would mean completing one large-scale dungeon every 4 hours on average. Such a clearing efficiency is simply too outrageous. A class-changed player couldn't help but speak up. Commander Zhao, do you think the White Knight Assassin can really clear all the large-scale dungeons within 24 hours? Zhao Hong shook his head. I don't know, but I feel that if Bai Ye the Assassin is that confident, maybe it's actually possible. Before this, hearing such words, everyone would have thought that Bai and Zhao Hong had lost their minds. One dared to act, and the other dared to believe. But now, after experiencing the national war, facing the apostles, and recently enduring the war, perhaps Bai Ye could truly achieve it. Chapter 156, The Destroyed Nation. The Moon Goddess Conspiracy. The Ruined Kingdom. As they delved deeper, the number of monsters gradually increased. Unlike the beasts and monsters, these creatures mostly take on human forms. They appear to have been created by altering humans. Master, look over there. It's a human-faced creature. Xia couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Following her gaze, a massive shadow slowly engulfed the surrounding area. Its swollen, spherical body was covered in countless eyes, causing an immediate sense of unease. It was filled with elements of the curse system and twisted monsters that resembled humans. Could this dungeon be the testing ground of some deity? As she speculated, Bai Ye raised her hand and cast a forbidden spell. As several forbidden spells crashed down, the monsters' screams and wails echoed in the air, overwhelmed by the overwhelming firepower. Soon, as the flying sand and dust gradually settled, a shadowy figure appeared before Bai Ye. Godslayer, thank you for freeing us. He spoke these words, revealing an expression of relief. Noticing that the others seemed to have been sealed here for a long time, Bai Ye asked, Who are you? What happened here? The shadowy figure did not hide anything and revealed everything it knew. I was once the chancellor of the Yen Kingdom. However, nearly because of the demon god's whim, our entire Yen Kingdom became the demon god's playground. As he spoke, the shadowy figure revealed a hint of sadness. As you saw earlier, we have all been transformed into monstrous creatures that are neither human nor ghost. As the shadowy figure finished speaking, upon hearing that the other party hailed from the divine age, Bai Ye fell into deep thought. Facing the shadowy figure, Bai Ye finally asked the question he had been wanting to ask all along. Since you come from the divine age, you must know the true reason behind the god's extinction, right? Upon hearing this, the shadowy figure nodded slightly. I do know some things, but what I know is limited. After a brief pause, the shadowy figure proceeded to recount everything he knew. As the shadowy figure spoke, Bai Ye also understood. It turned out that the primary reason for the god's extinction was the power of the laws. Whoever could control all the laws would become the supreme god. Of course, becoming the sole deity holds little allure for the gods, who are nearly immortal. For the gods, continuing to live in peace and comfort wasn't that enough? But among the gods, the moon god and the demon god emerged. No one knows what methods they used. They caused a situation where, if the gods did not vie for the laws, they would be stripped of their power. And if they couldn't control the power of the laws, what kind of gods would they be? Thus, the open and covert struggles among the gods began. Either they would be outwitted and die at the hands of other gods, or be stripped of the laws and eventually succumb to old age. Soon, after understanding all of this, Bai Ye fully realized that the age of the gods had been brought to an end by the moon god and the demon god. However, they remained hidden in the shadows, waiting for the day when they could seize control of the laws once wielded by the fallen gods. After digesting all of this, Bai Ye turned to ask another question. What about the abyss and the endless tower, and the key to seal the moon god? How much do you know about these things? As Bai Ye finished speaking, the shadowy figure shook its head. I am unaware of those matters. As the magic sustaining it gradually faded, its body began to dissolve. Then, you who come after me, you must absolutely stop the demon god and the moon god's plot. If not, the entire world will be plunged into chaos. Not only humans, but all sentient beings will spend their lives in fear brought by the demon god and the moon god. The voice grew fainter and fainter until the faint figure vanished completely. A beep sounded in Bai Ye's mind. You have obtained Divine Power 1. Looking at his attribute panel. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Ye consumed a portion of his attributes and converted them into divine power. Bai Ye was well aware that his future opponents were likely to be living deities. As a result, the resistance to forbidden spell mechanisms granted by divine power became extremely important. After making some attribute points adjustments, Bai Ye turned to Xia and said, Let's go, Xia. It's time to clear this dungeon. It had been over 2 hours since Bai Ye entered the dungeon. Roar! With a roar, the shadow dragon burst out of the dungeon first. Feeling the intense pressure emanating from the shadow dragon, Zhao Hang and his group couldn't help but show expressions of shock. Generally speaking, beasts have low intelligence and are unlikely to clear a dungeon without proper guidance. However, the shadow dragon not only cleared the dungeon but did so in just over 2 hours. What kind of divine level beast tamer is this? Just as everyone's hearts were stirred by a whirlwind of emotions. Fanning its wings, it stirred up a series of whirlwinds, and the Shadow Dragon once again entered a large-scale dungeon. Compared to the Shadow Dragon, the Dark Shadow group led by the Big Dog was significantly slower in their progress. However, in terms of time, they were all around 3 hours. Watching the performance of the beast tamers and guards, it seemed that what Bai Ye had mentioned earlier, completing all large-scale dungeons within a single day, might not be impossible after all. Thinking of this, Zhao Hong couldn't help but utter a sigh of admiration. The White Knight Assassin is powerful, but his beast tamers and guards are even stronger. As Zhao Hong finished speaking, the crowd present couldn't help but nod in agreement. 6 hours later, Bai Ye emerged from the dungeon with Xia. At the same time, the light emitted by the dungeon's teleportation array gradually transformed into a soft blue hue. This was a sign that the dungeon had been cleared. Upon seeing Bai Ye, Zhao Hong immediately approached him. White Knight Assassin, you must be exhausted from clearing the dungeon. Why don't you rest for a while? Dinner will be ready shortly. The dungeoness can be left entirely to your beasts and attendants. In response, Bai Ye waved his hand, declining the offer. No need. I'll tackle another dungeon. By the time I come out, dinner should be ready, and we can eat then. Upon hearing Bai Ye's words, Zhao Hong couldn't help but feel a bit awkward. It takes Bai Ye 5 or 6 hours to clear a dungeon. By the time he came out, it would probably be dark. Forget about dinner, it would be enough for a midnight snack. However, seeing how determined Bai Ye was, plus the fact that he was his superior, Zhao Hong could only force a laugh. Alright, White Knight Assassin, hurry up. We're all waiting for you to finish so we can eat. As Bai Ye entered another dungeon, someone in the group couldn't help but complain. I'm not saying this to be mean, but Bai Ye clearly has no idea of his own strength. Yeah, he can take his time after dinner, but now it's mealtime. This is making us wait for hours. Sigh. These big shots are just so confident for no reason. Bai Ye really thinks he's so powerful? It's all thanks to his beast tamers and bodyguards. Listening to the murmurs of the crowd, Zhao Hong also tried to calm them down. Enough. Stop talking. After all, Bai Ye the assassin is here to help us deal with the risks posed by the large-scale dungeon. What's a few hours of hunger? It's not like we're going to die. Chapter 157, Large-Scale Strategy. The conditions for the 6th transformation. Inside the dungeon, they were unaware of the situation outside. Having entered, they confirmed that there was no divine power present in this dungeon. Without wasting any time, Bai Ye emptied his magic and unleashed a barrage of forbidden spells. As the rolling flames mixed with thunder spread throughout the dungeon. With Xia's assistance, its power was truly astonishing. At the same time, Bai Ye heard a prompt in his mind. You have reached level 148. You have gained 10 free attribute points. Currently, nearly half of the large-scale dungeons in the entire area had already been cleared. Once all of them are cleared, I should be able to break through level 150 and meet the requirements for the 6th transformation, right? As Bai Ye gulped down the recovery potion. About an hour had passed. As the dungeon was being cleared, Bai Ye returned to reality with Xia. In the real world, Zhao Hong had just told the canteen to slow down with the food, saying there was no rush. But moments later, he saw Bai Ye and Xia emerge from the dungeon. Blinking his eyes, Zhao Hong couldn't react for a moment. He blinked again. Bai Ye the assassin, how come you're out so early? Did you run into any trouble in the dungeon? Bai Ye smiled, no trouble. I've already cleared the dungeon. As Bai Ye finished speaking, Zhao Hong's lips twitched. After all, this wasn't some small or medium-sized dungeon, it was a proper large-scale dungeon. Yet Bai Ye claimed to have cleared it? Even if Bai Ye was powerful, it couldn't be that exaggerated, could it? Just as Zhao Hong was feeling complicated and lost in thought, Bai Ye's voice snapped him back to reality. Speaking of which, is dinner ready yet? Everyone must be hungry. Did I come back too late? Upon hearing this, Zhao Hong hurriedly replied, it'll be ready soon. White Knight Assassin, please rest. I'll go check the kitchen. Just as Zhao Hong was about to leave, Bai Ye called him back. Wait. As he spoke, Bai Ye took out the large monster he had hunted in the dungeon. Take all of this to the kitchen. It's for the guild brothers to have a hearty meal. Everyone has been working hard on the dungeon raid lately. With a loud thud, the corpses of countless monsters piled up like a mountain. Zhao Hong couldn't help but swallow hard. Alright, White Knight Assassin, I'll handle it right away. At that moment, in the camp kitchen, a group of chefs were complaining. Some dishes are already cooked. Now we have to reheat them? Ugh, what a hassle. These important figures are so picky. Commander Zhao said to prepare more hearty dishes during this period, but the entire camp only has these ingredients. Where are we supposed to get more hearty dishes? It's not that they don't believe in Bai Ye's abilities. It's simply that Bai Ye's actions, which caused trouble for them because of himself, really annoyed them. When Zhao Hong entered the kitchen, he heard the chef's complaints and furrowed his brows.
Enough. You think there's no good ingredients here in the camp?
From his storage space, Zhao Hong took out the various monster remains that Bai Ye had given him. With a loud thud, the kitchen was filled with the meat of various monsters.
Zhao Hong said, "You were complaining about the poor conditions here and the lack of ingredients to make proper dishes, weren't you?
These are all the monster carcasses that Bai Ye's assassins just hunted.
Should be enough, right?"
As Zhao Hong finished speaking, the head chef also assured him repeatedly.
"Commander Zhao, rest assured. Our skills are top-notch. We'll make sure the White Knight assassins are satisfied."
Just as the head chef was speaking, one of the chefs noticed something amiss.
"Wait a moment, Commander Zhao. You said this game meat was just hunted by the White Knight assassins from the dungeon?"
Zhao Hong nodded slightly. However, the White Knight assassin has already cleared the second major dungeon and is currently waiting for your dishes.
Upon hearing Zhao Hong's words, the chefs exchanged glances.
The White Knight team had spent 5 or 6 hours on their first dungeon run. They had assumed this time would be almost identical to their first raid.
But they never imagined that it had only been about an hour. How could Bai Ye have so easily cleared such a large-scale dungeon?
At that moment, the chefs realized that Bai Ye's true strength was far more terrifying than they had ever imagined.
Dinner time.
As dish after dish was brought out, the former chefs were astonished.
The meals had always been so lackluster before. How could today's spread be so lavish? Moreover, weren't they supposed to wait for Bai Ye to return from clearing the dungeon? It's only been 2 hours, why are we already eating? Just as everyone was puzzled,
they saw Bai and Zhao Hong emerge from the tent. "Everyone, the White Knight assassin has returned from the dungeon raid.
The food we're having tonight was all hunted by the White Knight assassin. There is plenty of meat tonight, and the White Knight assassin is picking up the tab." Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned. Wasn't it said that the White Knight dungeon would take at least 5 or 6 hours to complete? Who on earth was spreading such false information?
The strength of class changers has always been judged by their power. Although we've heard from various media that the White Knight is very powerful. But seeing it in person is far more shocking than anything we've heard.
Sitting beside Bai, Xia was devouring her meat.
She noticed the occasional glances people were casting in Bai Ye's direction.
Xia's lips couldn't help but curl upward. "Did you see that?
This is my master, the world's strongest assassin."
After dinner. After a brief rest, Bai Ye prepared to continue entering the dungeon.
According to his plan, by tomorrow morning, he should be able to clear all the major dungeons and eliminate all the potential threats within the camp. As Bai Ye continued his actions,
Zhao Hong and his group couldn't help but feel ashamed.
No wonder Bai Ye had become so powerful. It wasn't without reason. When compared to Bai Ye, everyone couldn't help but feel inferior. For a time, the entire camp saw a surge of transferees once again entering the dungeons. Those who frequently engage in internal competition know that such competition is contagious.
As time quietly passed, after a night of leveling up,
when Bai Ye emerged from another dungeon,
the level up notification finally sounded. "You have reached level 150.
You have earned 10 free attribute points.
Notice, you have met the requirements for the 6th transformation. Please complete it as soon as possible. Finally, I can change my class."
Bai Ye had heard that the 6th transformation would be significantly different from the previous 5.
I wonder what the exact differences are. With that thought, he bid farewell to Zhao Hong and the others. Bai Ye also arrived at the nearest city's job change guild.
He obtained a large amount of resources from the abyss. Naturally, all the facilities in the various branches of the Transfiguration Guild had been completely upgraded. Now, high-tier job changers no longer need to travel all the way to Kyoto to change jobs.
As Bai Ye stepped into the Job Changers Guild and stated his purpose,
the front desk attendant smiled professionally. "White Knight Assassin, you have priority privileges in our guild.
Please follow me, the class change room is this way."
As he was led into the room, when Bai placed his hand on the class change crystal,
he couldn't help but look astonished. "No way? 6 transformations are this easy?" Chapter 158, Successful 6th Job Change. The Ruins of the Gods. 6th tier transformation no longer involves hunting monsters. All that's required is to submit the various materials needed. And after prolonged hunting, Bai Ye already possessed all the required materials. With a single thought, the materials in his storage space began to deplete rapidly. A white light enveloped Bai Ye. The class change ceremony begins.
As a surge of power coursed through his body, Bai Ye could clearly feel that his attributes had improved to a certain extent.
However, as the light faded, Bai Ye checked his current attributes. White Knight. Class Godslayer 6th transformation. Title Enemy of the Gods. Level 1500%.
Health 120,000 120,000.
Magic Power 28,000 28,000. Strength 9500. Speed 7850. Stamina 1500. Resilience 1, 500. Talents Infinite Plunder, Unbreakable, Ultimate Freedom, Immortality, Third-Person Perspective.
Available attribute points 0. Class skills: world destroying flames, life and death granting, tree barrier, divine might, thunderous might, icebound world, sound slash, for symbols seal.
Number of followers 58. Divine power 510.
Due to the fact that a significant portion of the attributes obtained through subsequent plundering are converted into divine power, the apparent growth in attributes is not significant. However, this does not significantly impact Bai Ye's overall strength. On the contrary, with divine power, Bai Ye will be stronger when facing the messengers of the gods and the major powers.
The 7th transformation occurs at level 200.
At my current upgrade speed, I believe I will soon reach level 200 and enter the general star stage. As he murmured to himself, Bai Ye couldn't help but wonder what kind of qualitative leap in power he would experience when he broke through to the general star stage. Perhaps by then, even if he enters the beyond, he will have some ability to protect himself.
Seeing Bai Ye step out of the room, the receptionist also gave a professional smile.
White Knight Assassin, congratulations on successfully completing your 6th transformation. As they walked, the receptionist continued, from level 150 to 200 is a major hurdle.
Many class changers spend their entire lives unable to break through this stage and achieve the rank of Star General.
However, White Knight Assassin, you have nothing to worry about. The news of your 6th transformation has already been reported, and Vice President Deng Zai is already aware. Regarding your leveling up, he has already helped formulate a complete plan.
Listening to the receptionist's explanation,
Bai Ye fell into deep thought. The higher one's level, the less experience one can gain from monsters of lower levels. Additionally, the required experience points increase exponentially. Each level requires an enormous amount of experience. Monsters in the real world and dungeons are no longer sufficient to meet the leveling needs of class-changing players.
So, what is the official solution to this problem?
Just as Bai was thinking this, the receptionist provided an answer.
During the Divine Age, the gods constructed numerous temples and shrines for worship.
And with the end of the Age of the Gods, these temples left behind gradually became ruins.
It seemed as though he felt his explanation was not clear enough.
The guide added another sentence.
These ruins are actually similar to the Endless Tower and the Abyss. I hope you understand, White Knight Assassin?
White Knight nodded slightly. The Endless Tower and the Abyss were constructed by the Wise Ones to seal away the Moon God and the Demon God. These ruins, however, were constructed by the gods themselves.
Essentially, the ruins are no different from the Endless Tower and the Abyss. Tell me what you know about these ruins.
As Bai Ye delved into the topic,
the host relayed everything Deng Ziling had told him to Bai.
Through the other's explanation, Bai Ye gained a complete understanding of everything related to the ruins. Within the ruins, there are typically trials left behind by the gods. These monsters used for trials, once defeated, would grant a massive amount of experience.
For class changers, these monsters are pure experience monsters. White Knight Assassin, follow me. He led Bai to the built-in teleportation array.
The guide continued, through this teleportation array, you will be able to directly enter the connected ruins. Within this ruin, aside from you, White Knight Assassin, there are also many other class changers from our Dragon Nation who are striving to become Star Generals.
Once you arrive, if you encounter any issues, you can ask them for help. Wishing you a smooth level up. As White Knight stepped into the array, the teleportation activated. A brilliant white light, almost tangible with magic, surged forth. White Knight instinctively closed his eyes.
Soon, the sensation of floating in empty space gradually gave way to the solid ground beneath his feet.
White Knight had also entered this divine ruin.
Before him lay a vast expanse of ruins.
Occasional sounds of combat echoed in the distance. Gripping Bai Ye's sleeve, Xia furrowed her brows.
Master, the magic in this space is very strange. Upon hearing this, Bai Ye stroked her head. After all, this was once a temple built by the gods.
It might be due to the presence of divine power. As he voiced his speculation,
taking Xia with him, Bai ventured deeper into the ruins.
6 transformations led to the 7th transformation, achieving the Star of Achievement. There was a 50-level gap between the two.
Although the experience gained from defeating monsters here was far greater than outside.
However, this process would still take at least several years.
As a result, many class changers had already made plans to stay here for the long haul.
Just as they entered the ruins, a medium-sized job changer camp appeared before Bai Ye. The job changers here were all between levels 170 and 180.
Upon seeing Bai Ye, the job changers who were resting couldn't help but turn their gaze toward him.
It's been years since we've seen a newcomer come in.
Yeah,
and it's just an assassin who's only reached level 150? Speaking of which, assassin-type classes are pretty rare, aren't they? That's right, mainly because the mortality rate is too high.
As the crowd whispered among themselves,
a burly man approached Bai Ye. Hey, kid, my name is Hong Fei.
Since you're new here, I'll give you a quick rundown of the rules. With a hearty laugh, Hong Fei said, first off, this place gathers the most promising talents from all over the Dragon Kingdom who aim to become generals. I don't care how talented or arrogant you are outside. Just remember this, keep a low profile, got it? If you get bullied outside, the authorities and your guild will protect you. But here, if you get bullied, no one will help you. After a brief pause, Hong Fei continued, as for the trials, there are restrictions. Of course, this isn't about limiting the number of monsters you can fight, but rather the number of people who can enter. Every class changer only gets one chance to challenge the trial, meaning you can only enter once. That's why we'd rather stay here for a long time than go out. Once you leave, you can never come back, which means losing the opportunity to advance to the 7th transformation and become a general star. At this point, Hong Fei's expression grew solemn.
Many newcomers' first battle was led by me. I'll take you to find a monster to practice on. Just go ahead and give it your all, I'll have your back. I won't let anything happen to you. Of course, this is only for this one time. If you want my help in the future, you'll have to give me something in return. Otherwise, I won't help you.
As he spoke, Hong Fei led Bai Ye toward the direction where the monsters would respawn.
Chapter 159, What? It's already defeated? As they walked, they watched Hong Fei's back and sensed his aura. Xia couldn't help but whisper to Bai Ye. Master, this guy isn't that strong, is he? Upon hearing this, Bai Ye ruffled her hair. He was just being kind to help us. There's no need to speak that way. Upon hearing Bai Ye's words, Xia nodded, seeming to understand yet not fully grasping the meaning. In the Fox Clan's way of thinking, there were two main things that mattered. The first is whether one has strength, with strength being the ultimate priority. The other is having connections, emphasizing social connections and relationships. If you have neither, then who are you? Soon, under Hong Fei's guidance, they arrived at an open area. Upon detecting an intruder, the trap set here was activated. A monster resembling a triceratops, with attribute values in the 6-digit range, appeared before Bai Ye and Hong Fei. Taking a step forward, Hong Fei explained to Bai Ye, this triceratops-like monster is the weakest and most basic creature here. Even so, its overall stats are around 100,000, and its health points are as high as several million. If we were in a group, the efficiency of clearing monsters would indeed be higher.
But in that case, the experience points would be split among everyone, resulting in significantly fewer points per person. Therefore, in most cases, we tackle them alone. Watch closely, kid. I'll show you how it's done. With my strength, I can take down this triangular dragon in under 6 hours. You're just an assassin with a low level. I estimate that if you grind it out slowly, it'll take you 3 days at most. Just as Hong Fei was about to engage the triangular magic dragon one-on-one, teaching him step by step while revealing its weaknesses. Unexpectedly, Bai Ye had already stepped forward. Hong Laoch, if you don't mind, may I try first? Upon hearing this, Hong Fei was taken aback. You want to try first? Hong Fei quickly recovered. Alright, go ahead. I'll protect you. After saying that, Hong Fei added, just go ahead. If you encounter any issues during the battle, I'll point them out and help you correct them slowly. A level 150 assassin, having never encountered monsters of this caliber before, how could he possibly defeat them? He didn't say it out loud. But Hong Fei was already enjoying the spectacle. He seemed to have already envisioned the scene of Bai Ye being humiliated. After all, there were many other transferees like Bai Ye who entered with such arrogance. And many of these transferees had paid a heavy price for their arrogance. Let Bai Ye suffer a little now and have his sharp edges blunted. That was better than losing his life in the future. Just as Hong Fei was thinking this, Bai Ye called out to Xia. Xia. Yes. Understanding Bai Ye's intention, the little beast girl pulled out her magic staff and began to chant and cast a spell. With Xia's enhancement, Bai Ye's combat power surged several levels instantly. In this ancient ruin, supplies were extremely scarce. Therefore, it was unclear when they would reach level 200. Bai Ye had already prepared herself for a prolonged battle here. If magic and healing potions can be saved, then they should be saved as much as possible. Arg! As the triangular magic dragon roared, it charged toward Bai Ye. Bai Ye charged straight toward it. As they crossed paths, the battle erupted instantly. From the rear, Hong Fei's eyes widened as he witnessed Bai Ye's fighting style. Wait, you're an assassin who taught you to engage in one-on-one combat with the enemy like this? Nonsense! This is complete nonsense. Which assassin would fight like this? Furious, Hong Fei rushed forward. Just as he was about to rescue Bai Ye, the next scene nearly made Hong Fei's jaw drop. Bai Ye executed a sliding tackle, and the triangular dragon's health bar dropped by more than half in an instant. What the hell is that damage? Hong Fei was speechless, completely stunned. A assassin like Bai Ye, with his basic attacks, actually dealt damage comparable to their skill abilities? Is this really necessary? Is this really that abnormal? Are you sure this is the power of an assassin who is only level 150? From initial disbelief to now being utterly horrified, Hong Fei seemed to understand why the developers had given Bai Ye, an assassin, the opportunity to enter the ruins. Just as Hong Fei was lost in thought, Bai Ye's blade danced wildly. With a set of bone scraping techniques, in just a few exchanges, the triangular demon dragon finally fell. The entire battle lasted less than half an hour. When the battle ended, Bai Ye couldn't help but sigh in admiration. No wonder it was chosen by the gods as a trial. It took me nearly half an hour. I haven't experienced a battle of this caliber in a long time. Hearing Bai Ye's exclamation, Hong Fei's lips twitched. Wait, listen to that. Is that even human speech? Hong Fei's expression grew complicated. Noticing Hong Fei's strange gaze, Bai Ye looked confused. Hong Lao Go, what's wrong? Was there something I could improve on in my fighting style just now? No, you did very well. Hong Fei forced a smile that looked worse than crying. You can already hunt alone. Go level up. I'm heading back. Before Bai Ye could speak, Hong Fei turned and left, looking dazed. It was clear that he had been deeply shaken by Bai Ye. Unaware of Hong Fei's thoughts. After bidding farewell, Bai Ye continued deeper into the ruins with Xia. After defeating the triangular magic dragon, Bai Ye's experience points increased by 10%. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before Bai Ye reached level 200 and earned the title of Star of Achievement, right? At that very moment, at the camp. Seeing Hong Fei return in a daze and not seeing Bai Ye anywhere, everyone rushed over. Old Hong, what's going on? Why did you come back so quickly? Yeah, where's the kid you were with? Did he get too cocky because he has some skills and ended up getting himself killed? Facing the crowd's chatter, Hong Fei couldn't help but feel a bitter taste in his mouth. Instant kill. At those words, everyone else also revealed expressions of I knew it. Ah, I knew it. Sending a level 150 assassin here is just asking for trouble. What a waste of that young man. He died too young. Otherwise, by 30, he might have broken through to the rank of General Star. At this, Hong Fei looked dumbfounded, as if to say, what are you talking about? I wasn't talking about the monster killing that kid in an instant. I'm talking about the kid who killed the monster in an instant. As Hong Fei finished speaking, everyone at the scene lost their composure. Chapter 160, Crazy Level Up. What kind of monster is that? Instantly killed? Everyone couldn't help but swallow hard. No way, Hong Fei, you're not joking, are you? The monsters here have at least 1,000,000 HP, and assassins mainly rely on basic attacks. How could they possibly be killed in an instant? Right, everyone knows assassins' damage is like a scratch. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Just as everyone was questioning, Zhang Yi, the scout, stepped forward from the crowd. No, it's possible. As Zhang Yi spoke, everyone couldn't help but turn their gaze toward him. Under everyone's gaze, Zhang Yi continued, didn't you notice the divine artifacts that boy was wearing? As soon as he finished speaking, everyone understood. Indeed, Bai Ye was equipped with divine artifacts. Defeating monsters in an instant wasn't impossible. Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help but feel envious. When they first entered this ruins, having even a single piece of legendary quality equipment was already considered a blessing. Unlike Bai Ye, who not only had one divine artifact but was fully armed with them, it was simply too over the top. But showing off his divine weapons like that isn't a good idea. Zhang Yi sighed softly. Everyone nodded in agreement. Although they couldn't use most of Bai Ye's divine weapons, but if they were to kill and loot, and later sell them in ruins, they could make a fortune. They didn't have such thoughts, but that didn't mean others didn't. Even a single divine artifact could grant financial freedom. It's hard not to be tempted by such a prospect. At that very moment, Bai Ye had already entered the depths of the ruins. He had no idea how many monsters he had slain. Through constant exploration, Bai Ye has largely figured out the pattern. The monsters only respawn in designated areas. And these monsters will only stay within their own territories. As long as you don't enter their territory, they won't attack. As another monster was slain. When Bai Ye looked up, he saw the ruins stretching endlessly before him. The entire ruins were far larger than he had imagined. He wondered what kind of reward they would receive after completing the final trial in this ruin left behind by the gods. Master, should we keep fighting monsters? As the sky grew dark, Xiala tugged at his sleeve and asked. Let's call it a day for now. His magic had been depleted. The healing potions he had obtained from Li Yi were almost gone. It seems we'll have to find Li Yi again once we get out to restock, no, to ask for more healing potions. As the sky grew darker, the human and the fox girl returned to the camp. Upon seeing Bai Ye, Hong Fei also greeted him. You didn't come back all day. I thought something had happened to you. As he spoke, Hong Fei tossed out the appraisal. Upon seeing Bai Ye's level, Hong Fei couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Level 156? No way, how did you level up so fast? Upon hearing this, everyone couldn't help but turn their gaze toward Bai Ye. At that moment, when they saw Bai Ye's level, everyone was speechless. Even if they were given a month, they couldn't possibly level up from 150 to 156. Yet here he was, having leveled up 6 times in just one day? That's way too exaggerated. Out of curiosity, Hong Fei couldn't help but ask Bai Ye, "Kid, how did you manage to level up 6 times in a single day?" Bai Ye replied, "I felt that killing monsters one by one was just too slow. So I thought, what if I challenged those groups of monsters instead? I have to say, facing those groups of monsters, the experience points come in much faster." As Bai Ye mentioned it casually, Hong Fei couldn't help but twitch his lips. Wait, who's the assassin who just entered the ruins and is already taking on groups of monsters? No wonder the developers allowed Bai Ye to enter. There's a reason for that. This kid is way too overpowered. The next morning, just like yesterday, Bai Ye prepared to continue his exploration. He had already explored the outer areas pretty thoroughly yesterday. Even if he didn't return to camp tonight, setting up camp in the wilderness wouldn't be a problem. Just as Bai Ye was about to leave, as if he had thought of something, Hong Fei suddenly reminded Bai Ye, "Kid, the nights in the ruins are very dangerous. Given your current strength, I wouldn't recommend going too deep." Seeing Hong Fei's serious expression, Bai Ye couldn't help but ask, "Why?" At night, the monster's attributes are enhanced, making them much harder to deal with. After glancing at Bai Ye's set of divine weapons, Hong Fei continued, "Moreover, this ruins aren't just filled with members of our guild. Members from other guilds are also here. Your equipment is too good, it's easy for others to target you." Hearing this, Bai Ye paused for a moment before smiling. "Thanks for the warning, Hong Gu, but don't worry. My strength is quite formidable." Seeing Bai Ye's unconcerned expression, Hong Fei couldn't help but add another sentence. "Don't underestimate the other guild's class changers. Many of them have reached around level 190, they're not someone you can handle." Seeing that Hong Fei didn't seem confident in his own strength, Bai Ye didn't explain further. "I'll be careful." Watching Bai Ye's departing figure, Hong Fei shook his head as well. He knew Bai Ye was very strong, but he could handle other class changers one-on-one and deal with those monsters as well. But when facing a team, it wasn't certain he could win. He was unaware of what Hong Fei was thinking. 5 hours after leaving the camp, Bai Ye also entered the central area of the ruins. As he stepped inside, Bai Ye could clearly feel that the magical energy in the air had become much denser. As my level increases, the experience gained in the outer areas becomes less and less. And only here can I maximize the efficiency of leveling up. He ruffled the head of the small beast girl by his side, and with a thought, Bai Ye summoned his beast tamers and guards. "Everyone, go wild and hunt to your heart's content." As Bai Ye's words fell, woof! Amidst the roars, the large dog charged toward the nearest monster. At the same time, the shadow dragon spread its wings, creating whirlwinds. The soldiers were not to be outdone. Under the leadership of the shadow, they also launched their hunt, working together as a team. With the assistance of beast tamers and guards, White Knight thought to himself, breaking through the 200th level and advancing to the rank of Star General within half a month, that's not impossible, is it? Just as Bai Ye was thinking this, he led Xia into battle. He had no idea that his subordinates had already caused a huge commotion throughout the entire ruins. At that moment, the shadow dragon soared through the sky. Unlike that foolish dog, in its eyes, only monsters that were strong and experienced were worth hunting. Where could such prey be found? Without a doubt, it was deeper within the ruins. Using its flying advantage, it crosses mountains and rivers, with the shadow dragon's destination being there. Finally, after flying for an unknown amount of time, the shadow dragon finally found a suitable prey. It was a 3-headed lion the size of an elephant. Chapter 161, Blame it on yourself for not having any backing. At that moment, in a barren wasteland, a group of adventurers wearing the emblem of the Shunon Guild were engaged in a hunt against the 3-headed lion. Looking at the 3 lions before him, as the team leader, Xin Hao's expression darkened. He knew these 3-headed lions were extremely powerful, but he never imagined that their strength would surpass his expectations. Each of the 3 heads could unleash attacks of 3 different elements, lightning, fire, and wind. Their life points, which numbered in the tens of millions, combined with their terrifying regenerative abilities, made them akin to mobile artillery platforms. "Captain Xin, we can't hold on any longer. The brothers are struggling." As the 3-headed lions continued their relentless skill barrage, the priests in the rear couldn't help but speak up. "That's right. Our healing is completely useless against this monster. Let's try again next time. This monster is way too strong." Listening to his brother's protests and glancing at the others, who were all battered and bruised, he knew their condition wasn't good. Despite his reluctance, Xin Hao knew he had to retreat. "Front guards protect the center and rear guards. We're preparing to retreat." As Xin Hao issued the retreat order, suddenly, at that moment, a brilliant aurora streaked down from the sky, flashing across the sky in an instant. After a brief moment of silence, boom! Rolling flames erupted, and the 3-headed lions that had left Xin Hao and his men helpless were instantly severely wounded. What's going on? Staring at the scene before them, which could only be described as a catastrophe, Xin Hao and his men couldn't help but freeze in place, their hearts churning with shock. A massive shadow engulfed the surrounding area. The dragon's roar echoed across the entire sky. Looking in the direction the sound came from, Shenhao and his group were all stunned. What? It's actually a young dragon? What a powerful young dragon! Its bloodline must be incredibly pure. This doesn't make sense. According to logic, there shouldn't be any flying beasts in this ruins. Where did this dragon come from? As everyone was discussing the origin of the shadow dragon, the shadow dragon had already dived from the sky, aiming to grab the three-headed lion. The three-headed lion, which seemed like a disaster in Shenhao's eyes. Before the shadow dragon, they were no different from children, barely able to resist its attacks. In no time, the shadow dragon had killed them. These monsters aren't that strong either. They were far weaker than the powerful nations and apostles that had followed Bai Ye. Shaking its head in boredom, the shadow dragon spread its wings and headed deeper into the ruins in search of stronger prey. Watching the shadow dragon's figure grow smaller and smaller. Just as Shenhao and the others were lost in thought, someone spoke up, snapping everyone back to reality. Look at that young dragon. It doesn't seem to be a beast, but rather a beast tamed by a beast tamer. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Yeah, judging by its appearance, the beast master who recently entered the ruins must be quite powerful. I wonder which guild this beast master belongs to. With such a powerful beast master joining their ranks, they're really going to rise to the top. As everyone was discussing the matter, Shenhao was equally curious. What kind of beast tamer could possibly tame a dragon? Meanwhile, on the other side, the large dog also charged deeper into the ruins. Possessing the bloodline of a mythical creature, it was no weaker than the shadow dragon. Within Bai's shadow realm, the big dog had frequently sparred with the shadow dragon. Therefore, despite their seemingly harmonious surface, they were secretly exchanging powerful blows behind the scenes. Since White Knight had declared free hunting, it couldn't let itself be outdone by the shadow dragon. Woof! Roaring all the way, the big dog charges at any monster it sees. Its motto is, kill any obstacle in its path. As its skills were unleashed continuously. In the deafening explosions, any area the big dog passed through was completely reduced to ruins. Not far away, a team from the Qinglong Guild witnessed the scene and were left speechless. Captain, look! Is that a beast tamer, not a beast? Whose beast tamer is that? How could it be so fierce? Wow, we've only been here in this ruins for 3 or 4 years. When did such a powerful beast tamer appear outside? Listening to the discussions of his subordinates, a bald, muscular man holding a large sword and adorned with a tattoo of a Qinglong dragon on his body also perked up with interest. He was the captain of this group, Lu Feiyu. It seems like this beast master is from the outskirts. Let's go introduce ourselves. As he spoke, Lu Feiyu led the group toward the outskirts. Having one more friend is always better than having one more enemy. Such a powerful beast tamer, there was no reason not to show him some goodwill. As they ventured further outward, Lu Feiyu grew increasingly uneasy. He saw numerous black armored guards, under orders, killing one monster after another. If they were merely cooperating, it wouldn't have surprised Lu Feiyu so much. What truly astonished him was the strength of these guards. Even a single guard could match a star-ranked transfigured warrior. And who could possibly be in control of so many guards? Only upon approaching did he realize the true terror of the transfigured warrior behind them. Time flew by. Before he knew it, dusk had fallen. Bai Ye also set up his tent. The monsters he faced included shadow dragons, large dogs, and a group of shadows. White Knight only needed to use his magic to heal and replenish when casualties occurred. Gathered around the campfire, they watched the meat sizzling on one side, already dripping with oil. Xia couldn't help but lick her lips. It was clear she was starving. Master, is it done yet? Almost there. As he answered, Bai Ye sprinkled cumin and other spices over the meat. The aroma was so tempting that the children next door were drooling with envy. As she took the grilled meat from Bai Ye, Xia's eyes lit up. She couldn't wait to put it in her mouth. Ouch! It's so hot. No one sing it from you, there's no need to be so impatient. Bai Ye wiped her mouth for her. Just as the human and fox girl were taking a brief rest. As if sensing something, Xia's fox ears twitched slightly. Master, someone is coming. I know. As Bai Ye and Xia stood up, a group of people could be seen approaching from the distance. The bald-headed man leading the group clearly wasn't someone to be trusted. The ones arriving were none other than Lu Feiyu and his men from the Qinglong Guild. As Lu Feiyu tossed an appraisal at Bai Ye, he discovered that the other party was merely an assassin, and he initially dismissed him. But soon, when he noticed the divine artifacts on Bai Ye's body, Lu Feiyu lost his composure. If he could seize Bai Ye's divine artifacts and sell them once they were outside, wouldn't he strike it rich? At this thought, Lu Feiyu's eyes lit up. However, unsure of the other party's true capabilities, he remained vigilant. Coughing lightly, Lu Feiyu said, Brother, my name is Lu Feiyu. I'm from the Qinglong Guild. Which guild are you from? Bai Ye replied, Assassin's Creed. What kind of third-rate guild is that? Upon hearing Bai Ye mention his guild, Lu Feiyu also let a hint of contempt show on his face. However, he quickly changed the subject and asked, "So, which family do you belong to?" "I don't belong to any family. I'm from an ordinary household." "Then who's your master?" "What master?" "I train alone." "Do you know any powerful beast tamers?" "No, I don't." Upon confirming that Bai Ye had no backing, Lu Feiyu no longer bothered to hide the greed in his expression. Don't blame others if anyone is to blame, it's Bai Ye for having no backing. Chapter 162, You're not an assassin? Is that reasonable? Just as Lu Feiyu was secretly activating his skill, preparing to launch a surprise attack on Bai Ye. "Oh whoa!" With a loud howl, at that very moment, the hunting dog returned and charged out, gazing at the fenrir that appeared before him. As he sensed that terrifying aura, Lu Feiyu froze in place, breaking out in a cold sweat. The skill he had been about to unleash was forced back into his body. Gazing at the terrifying beast before him, a creature with the bloodline of a mythical being, Lu Feiyu involuntarily took a few steps back. "Come back, big dog." Unbeknownst to Lu Feiyu, his mind was already in turmoil. Bai Ye summoned the big dog back into the beast taming space. Big dog? Such a powerful beast, yet he gave it such a tacky name? Lu Feiyu looked at Bai Ye with a strange expression. At that moment, Bai Ye also turned to Lu Feiyu and asked, "By the way, everyone, what brings you here?" Lu Feiyu forced a smile. "No, nothing. We just came by to take a look." Just as Lu Feiyu was speaking, the ground suddenly trembled. The shadows, accompanied by their guards, returned. "Master, all the monsters in the surrounding area have been completely eliminated. There shouldn't be any more monsters appearing here for a while." Upon hearing Shadow's report, Bai Ye nodded slightly. "All right, everyone return. Tomorrow we'll head deeper in to investigate. The monsters there should provide more experience points." As the Shadows group bowed to Bai Ye, they clearly became his subordinates. Lu Feiyu smiled on the surface, but inside he was furious. No wonder Bai Ye said he didn't recognize any summoners. So he's the master of Big Dog in the Shadow Clan after all. Wow, you're an assassin, yet your beast tamers and bodyguards are more powerful than some beast tamers and summoners. Is that even fair? At that moment, when Bai Ye looked at him again, Lu Feiyu felt as if needles were pricking his back. He opened his mouth but felt as if a fishbone was stuck in his throat. In the end, he forced a smile that looked worse than crying. "Brother, we were just here to say hello. Since we've already said hello, we'll be on our way." As soon as the words left his mouth, leading his men, Lu Feiyu wished he had been born without 2 legs. He didn't hear Bai Ye catching up behind him. Lu Feiyu also whispered to the side-standing class changer, "Keep an eye out and see if he's coming after us." The transferee trembled. "Captain, I dare not." "Coward." After scolding the transferee, Lu Feiyu added, "It's okay, just take a quick glance. They won't notice." After Lu Feiyu's repeated requests, the transferee finally lowered his head and glanced over. "Captain, he didn't catch up." What are you waiting for? Run." As Lu Feiyu ran out of the valley without looking back. Once he was sure it was safe, Lu Feiyu finally let out a breath of relief. Following him, the other job changers were panting heavily. "We almost fell into his trap. I didn't expect that kid to be so cunning." As he muttered under his breath, a hint of caution flashed across Lu Feiyu's expression. During the time he and the others had been leveling up in this ruins, what had happened in the outside world? When had such a powerful assassin appeared? Just as Lu Feiyu was puzzled beyond comprehension. Roar! A dragon's roar echoed through the skies. Lu Feiyu instinctively looked up. A massive black shadow swept across the sky. He noticed that the shadow dragon was entirely black and bore the same blue patterns as the dark shadows of the large dog. Lu Feiyu's pupils contracted sharply. Even a dragon of the lower ranks could be controlled. Who on earth was that assassin? Unaware of what was on Lu Feiyu and his companions' minds. At that moment, inside the tent, based on the Shadow Dragon's daytime reconnaissance, Bai Ye also had a general understanding of the terrain deeper within the ruins. Currently, he had reached level 167. At this rate, it would only take another 10 days at most for him to reach level 200 and then leave this place. And once he reaches the rank of Star General, he should be able to hold his own against those monsters in the other realm, right? With that in mind, after completing his level up and attribute allocation, Bai Ye also converted part of his attributes into divine power, further enhancing his resistance to forbidden spells. Current divine power 1020. This attribute has now reached 4 digits. I wonder how much more is needed to condense my own divine essence. Only by reaching this new height, Bai Ye finally realized that his path to upgrading had only just begun. "Master, I can't eat anymore." Xia, sleeping soundly beside him, seemed to be dreaming of something. She clung tightly to Bai Ye, looking just like a sleeping kitten. Before he knew it, the sun had risen and the moon had set. As time passed, the next day arrived. When Xia opened her eyes, she felt as though she couldn't move properly. "What's going on?" She rubbed her sleepy eyes. The little beast girl realized that she had been used as a pillow by Bai Ye.
For a moment, Zia's face turned red. Master, it's dawn.
I know. When Bai Ye stood up, he saw Xia looking shy, occasionally glancing at him.
What's wrong?
Why is your face so hot? Ugh. After stammering for a while, Xia quickly changed the subject.
Master, we should head deeper into the ruins. We've already passed the trial. With her short legs, Xia stood up and walked toward the exit.
Just as she was about to step out of the tent, she seemed to think of something and stopped in her tracks. Oh, right, Master, pack your things. I'll go prepare breakfast. Notice her hasty movements, as if she were trying to escape.
Bai Ye didn't pay much attention. After packing up the tent and finishing breakfast,
a thought crossed his mind, and Bai Ye summoned the Shadow Dragon.
Come out, Shadow Dragon.
He flipped over and mounted it with Xia. Under Bai Ye's command, the Shadow Dragon spread its wings. As it soared into the sky, carrying one person and one spirit fox, the Shadow Dragon flew toward the depths of the ruins. Soaring through the sky, looking down from above, the ruins below, weathered by history, were a breathtaking sight.
As if recalling something, Xia couldn't help but speak up.
Master, I once heard the elders of my clan say that if one could pass the trial of the gods, they would receive the gods' blessing.
I heard that the blessing is said to be a divine artifact. Upon hearing Xia mention the divine artifact, Bai couldn't help but feel a stir of interest.
He only heard the little beast girl continue speaking.
Master, if we pass the trials, will we be able to take the divine artifact hidden within this ruin?
Bai Ye shook his head lightly. I'm not sure, but let's wait and see after we've figured out the strategy.
Who knows, maybe we'll really get our hands on a true divine artifact.
The divine artifacts Bai Ye currently possessed were formed by the combined effects of multiple pieces of equipment. Compared to true artifacts imbued with the power of the laws, there was still a significant difference. If we could obtain a divine artifact and fuse it with our current equipment,
with the enhancement of the new equipment, White Knight's strength would undoubtedly rise to a whole new level.
Originally, Bai Ye had come to this ruins merely to level up. He never expected to receive such an unexpected bonus. It seemed to sense Bai Ye's emotional fluctuations. The Shadow Dragon let out a long, piercing cry, then suddenly flapped its wings, creating a whirlwind.
Its speed also increased slightly. Chapter 163, Trial. The True Divine Weapon. An hour later, Bai Ye also arrived at the depths of the ruins. Compared to the outer areas, there were far more ruins here.
Vaguely, one could glimpse the prosperity of the Age of the Gods.
Just like yesterday, Bai Ye summoned his beast and attendants, ordering them to split up and explore.
The ruins were simply too vast.
The number of monsters is simply too great.
If we were to fight them one by one to level up, we'd be here until the cows come home. Soon, after sending out the Shadow Dragon and the big dog,
Bai Ye said, Xia, let's go check out the temple. Following Bai Ye as he walked forward,
Xia held her magic staff, following closely behind as the rear guard. Thud, thud. As they passed through a section of crumbling walls, the sound of footsteps echoed from ahead. Soon, a group of people emerged.
Captain, do you think we can really obtain the forbidden spell here?
I'm not sure either, but since we heard the news, it won't hurt to check it out. I heard that forbidden spells are powers only mastered by the great powers and the apostles of the gods.
If we could master them, wouldn't that be? That'd be awesome.
As everyone was discussing, when they saw Bai Ye and Xia, Shenhao and his group as smiles gradually froze. As they looked at the badges on Shenhao's group, Bai Ye furrowed his brows.
The Shen Known Guild?
Seeing that Bai Ye was only a level 167 assassin, Shenhao relaxed his guard and walked up to him. Brother, I am Shenhao, the representative of the Shen Known Guild in the ruins.
What is your name, and which guild do you belong to? Shenhao?
Bai Ye and Xia exchanged glances, both noticing the strange expression on each other's faces.
I am the leader of the SSS-grade guild, Bai Ye. As Bai Ye gave his simple introduction,
Shenhao and his group exchanged glances.
Aren't assassins supposed to be one-way trips, with no chance of survival in team battles? Is this a job class among the class changers? When did assassins start forming guilds?
Just as Shenhao and his group were still in a daze,
Bai Ye spoke again.
I just heard you all mention that there might be forbidden spells in this ruins. That's convenient, as I'm also interested in forbidden spells.
Could you tell me more about them? Seeing Bai Ye immediately demand to share information, such brazen audacity, Shenhao couldn't help but feel annoyed.
But soon, noticing that Bai Ye and Xia were both adorned with divine artifacts, a fleeting look of greed flashed across his face. If he could get his hands on Bai Ye's divine artifacts, they would achieve financial freedom once they left the ruins.
If they could obtain Xia's set of divine artifacts,
then they would have a very good chance of passing the final trial of the ruins. And if they could obtain both. Just thinking about it made Shenhao feel a rush of excitement. Coughing a few times, Shenhao spoke up.
Brother Bai, you didn't know, did you? Within this ruins, aside from the final trial at the deepest part,
There are actually various smaller trials, like side quests in a game. And by completing these trials and defeating the monsters within, you can also obtain rewards from the gods. However, the era of the gods has ended, and the master of this ruins is already dead.
So those smaller trials are one time only and won't respawn. Listening to Shin Hao's explanation,
Bai Ye also realized the importance of these smaller trials. If that's the case, this area might indeed hide a forbidden spell. It had been a long time since he had obtained a brand new forbidden spell. I wonder how Bai Ye's strength will change after obtaining a brand new forbidden spell. Just as Bai Ye was filled with anticipation, Shin Hao extended an invitation to him.
What do you think, White Knight? We happen to have some intelligence about this trial. Want to join us? Without hesitation, Bai Ye nodded lightly. Sure, then we'll be counting on you, Shin Hao. As he watched, Shin Hao actually invited a stranger he didn't know to join.
A class changer couldn't help but whisper, Captain, this kid is only level 167 and he's an assassin.
He's useless in group battles.
Upon hearing this, the others quickly agreed.
Yeah, the only useful thing he has is his support. With such a liability in tow, how are we supposed to compete with other guilds for the forbidden spells? Ugh. We'll have to split our attention to protect them. That's just asking for trouble. Seeing that his teammates didn't understand his meaning,
Shin Hao sighed softly. He whispered his plan in a voice only his teammates could hear.
Who said we have to protect them?
When the time comes, we can use them as cannon fodder.
We can do this first, then that. After understanding Shin Hao's plan, everyone's eyes lit up. That's right, once we lure Bai Ye to an isolated location and eliminate him,
not only would we get 2 divine artifacts, but we could also avoid other guilds and prevent them from spying on us.
This is a huge win. At this thought, the group's gaze toward Bai Ye and Xia gradually grew ominous. It was the gaze of predators fixated on their prey. Following behind Shin Hao and his group, Xia also couldn't help but whisper to Bai Ye, Master, these people don't have good intentions. Bai Ye stroked her head. It's okay. We still need them to lead us to the place where the forbidden spell exists. There's no need to fight. Although Shin Hao and his group were no slouches and had numerical superiority, unfortunately, Bai Ye's stats and mechanics were superior to theirs. Just as Bai Ye and Xia were chatting idly, unnoticed, they had arrived at a ruin, and Shin Hao and the others also stopped in their tracks. Brother Bai, we've arrived. According to the scout's reconnaissance, the small to medium-sized trial where the forbidden spell might be located is right here. Just as Shin Hao finished speaking, the ground trembled, and shortly after, a hidden passageway appeared before everyone's eyes. Everyone, let's go. As he spoke, Shin Hao was about to lead everyone inside. But just then, a voice echoed through the air. Brother, please wait. This trial was discovered by all of us together. You want to take it first? That's not very ethical, is it? The group that arrived were all dressed as holy knights, members of the Holy Light Guild. Upon noticing Bai Ye's divine weapons, as the team leader, Yuan Jun couldn't help but flash a look of astonishment. But he quickly regained his composure. Yuan Jun smiled and said, Everyone, since we're here to tackle the trial, why don't we go together? We can also protect this young brother as safety. How could one not hear the sarcasm in his words? Shin Hao snorted coldly. But the forbidden spell might only be available once. Who gets it then? Yuan Jun said, then it naturally belongs to whoever gets it first. Alright, let's go. Leading his own team, Shin Hao stepped inside first. Seeing Bai Ye about to follow, Yuan Jun also gave him a warning. Young man, the people from the Shin Nong Guild aren't trustworthy. You and your attendants, slaves should be careful. Facing Yuan Jun's strange gaze, Bai Ye did not explain further. Alright, thanks for the warning. I'll be careful. Seeing Bai Ye also step inside, Yuan Jun followed closely behind with his men. Just as the 3 factions had entered. Upon discovering that the entrance to the trial was open, more and more factions from various guilds began to enter one after another. It was clear that they were all here for the forbidden spell that might be hidden within the trial. Chapter 164, I am Bai Ye, give me some face. Following the stone steps downward. Soon, everyone had entered the trial. The dimly lit cave was lined with demon-like stone statues on both sides. By the flickering light of the torches on either side, Xia was the first to notice something amiss. Master, those statues, they seem like monsters. Hearing Xia's soft mutterings, Bai stroked her head. It's okay, they'll handle it. Just as Bai Ye finished speaking, click, a sound echoed, as if someone had triggered a trap ahead. The entire passageway suddenly trembled. Immediately afterward, a magical array appeared. Bai Ye heard Yuan Jun's voice from behind him. Shen Hao, what are the scouts in your group doing? Can't you detect the traps? Upon hearing this, Shen Hao also grew angry. What the hell are you yelling about? We're already clearing the way for you. Stop complaining and just do it if you've got the guts. Just as both sides were on the verge of a confrontation, a rush of footsteps could be heard from behind. A group of people hastily assembled from various guilds was rushing toward them.
In an instant, the once relatively spacious passageway was packed with people.
Wait, it's just a trial. Do we really need so many people?
I didn't expect even the members of the top 10 guilds to show up.
Give us newbies a chance.
Quiet. The stone statues have come to life. Just as the chaos reached its peak, suddenly, the monsters on both sides revealed their true form, stone golems with bat wings and appearances resembling goblins. Without any warning, a large number of stone golems charged toward the crowd. A chaotic battle erupted in an instant. As the situation grew increasingly chaotic, Bai Ye quickly picked up Xia.
Xia, let's go.
As he spoke, Bai Ye charged deeper into the darkness. Although killing these stone golems allowed Bai Ye to loot some attributes. However, compared to the attributes he had obtained, the forbidden spell hidden within the trial was far more important to Bai Ye. As Bai Ye carried Xia forward, Shenhao and Yuan Jun, along with representatives from various guilds, all shared the same intention. Having broken away from their respective groups, they all rushed toward the depths. With the stone golems no longer interfering, only various traps remained as obstacles. For Shenhao and his group, who were on the verge of breaking through to the star rank, these traps were nothing more than child's play. Soon, everyone arrived at the deepest part, where the boss was guarding. However, upon arriving at the deepest part, they found it completely empty. Shenhao and the others couldn't help but look puzzled.
This is strange.
Where is the boss?
Yeah, maybe someone beat us to it? That doesn't seem likely.
There are no signs of a fight here, and it's impossible for anyone to have defeated the boss in such a short time. Among them, some had been in this ruin for years. They are well aware of the rules here. They certainly knew that bosses in trials like this weren't that easy to deal with. But since no one has posted a strategy guide for the boss,
where is the boss here then?
Just as everyone was puzzled, the ground suddenly trembled. Before anyone could react, a massive hand descended from the sky.
Bang! Under the extreme power, one person couldn't react in time and was instantly turned into a pile of flesh. Everyone, be careful. The boss is above us. Although their relationships weren't exactly friendly, having been class changers for so many years, the group of representatives reacted swiftly. Relying on their muscle memory, they found suitable positions and formed a formation. They looked up at the ceiling, where a strange, gigantic face had appeared. Shenhao and his group realized that this space was actually the monster's avatar. The rear guards must remember to heal the front guards in time. Center defenders, block the monster's attacks. All front guards, follow me.
Holding a long sword, Yuan Jun shouted orders while leading the charge. Seeing this, Shenhao reluctantly followed. But seeing that the entire area had been sealed off by the monster, if they didn't kill the monster, forget about obtaining the forbidden spell, they would all die here. Thus, Shenhao followed suit. Compared to the magic statue, there was a huge disparity in their stats.
However, thanks to teamwork and wearing it down, dealing with the magic statue was still relatively easy. Just as the battle grew more intense.
As the captain of the Qinglong Guild in this ruins, Lu Feiyu also arrived here. He hid in the shadows, waiting for the others to defeat the boss, planning to strike when they were weakened. At that point, the forbidden spell would be his. Thinking of this, a hint of excitement couldn't help but show on Lu Feiyu's face. As time passed,
just as Lu Feiyu had anticipated,
soon, Shenhao and Yuan Jun, along with their group, had already defeated the boss.
When the boss fell,
a parchment scroll inscribed with the forbidden spell appeared.
Gazing at the parchment floating in mid-air, everyone couldn't help but reveal a look of longing.
At that moment, Shenhao spoke first.
Everyone, may I have this forbidden spell? Once I return, the Shinnon Guild will surely reward you handsomely. Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions darkened. Shenhao, that's not right. We all contributed to defeating the boss. Why should you get the biggest reward? Exactly. What's your Shinnon Guild's so-called generous reward worth? I don't care about it.
In my opinion, once we obtain this forbidden spell, we should each rely on our own abilities.
As the tension in the room grew and no one was willing to back down,
hidden in the shadows, Lu Feiyu took out the soul-binding incense and lit it. Looking at the burning soul-binding incense, Lu Feiyu's eyes flashed with a hint of pain. This was made from the essence of a mythical creature's skill, refined from a spirit herb that had been corrupted. The aura it emitted could cause temporary paralysis and weakness.
This soul-binding incense was a rare treasure in Lu Feiyu's possession.
Thinking that he could use it to obtain a forbidden spell,
it was worth it. He took the antidote in advance.
As the crowd argued, he gradually noticed something amiss.
Lu Feiyu also appeared, snatching the forbidden spell scroll into his hands.
Unbeknownst to him, someone else was lurking in the shadows. Shenhao and his group's expressions changed instantly. However, they were paralyzed, and there was no pure priest in the team to cast a purifying spell. They could only watch helplessly as the situation unfolded.
Lu Feiyu, what are you doing? Are you trying to provoke everyone's anger? Do you really want to make enemies of us?
As the paralysis quickly subsided, the crowd's gaze toward Lu Feiyu grew increasingly hostile. Despite being outnumbered, Lu Feiyu remained completely unfazed. I just defeated the boss, and your weakness hasn't worn off yet. Even if the purification effect wears off, it'll take half a day.
If you want to fight me, you're dreaming.
The tension on the scene was so thick it felt like time had frozen. A major battle was about to erupt.
Thud.
As footsteps echoed, Bai Ye and Xia, who had been accidentally trapped by a transfer trap in the trial, finally arrived. They noticed the forbidden spell scroll in Lu Feiyu's hand.
Bai Ye smiled. Everyone, stop arguing. Give me some face. Hand over the forbidden spell scroll to me. I'll owe you all a favor. How about that?
At these words, Shenhao and the others all laughed. Wait, they were here fighting over the forbidden spell.
Why was Bai Ye, a mere assassin, meddling in their affairs? As Lu Feiyu walked toward Bai Ye, just as everyone thought Lu Feiyu was going to teach this arrogant youngster a lesson, Lu Feiyu's next move caught everyone off guard. Chapter 165, The Power of the Five Elements. A New Transformation.
Since Brother Bai Ye has spoken so decisively, I shall relinquish this forbidden spell to you. As Lu Feiyu looked on, his face twisted in pain, his expression betraying the agony he felt inside. He reluctantly handed over the forbidden spell scroll to Bai Ye. Shenhao and the others were all stunned.
What's going on here? Isn't Lu Feiyu's rank higher than Bai Ye's? Isn't Bai Ye just a lowly assassin? Does Lu Feiyu really have to be so subservient? For a moment, everyone wore expressions of disbelief. Is this really the same Lu Feiyu they remembered, who was so arrogant and unstoppable? Just as everyone was lost in their thoughts, he put away the forbidden spell scroll. Bai Ye nodded lightly. Alright, thank you for your help. If you encounter any issues once we're out, feel free to contact me, he said to Lu Feiyu. Then Bai Ye turned to the others, who were still stunned by the magical scene. You all as well. Once we exit the ruins, if you encounter any issues, feel free to contact me or mention my name. In the Dragon Kingdom, I still have some standing. With that, his purpose fulfilled, Bai Ye prepared to leave. Xia, let's go. Alright, master. Grasping the hem of Bai Ye's white robe, the two, one large, one small, disappeared into the passageway. Watching Bai Ye's departing figure, recalling what Bai Ye had just said, Shenhao and the others couldn't help but feel curious. With such a bold tone, coupled with his mythical level equipment, what on earth is Bai Ye's background? What had happened in the outside world during the years they had spent in the ruins? Soon, as the weakening effect wore off, everyone gathered around Lu Feiyu. Lu Feiyu, who is that assassin? Yeah, you dog, do you know anything? Facing the hostile glances of the crowd, Lu Feiyu shook his head lightly. To be honest, I'm not really sure either. Under the stunned gazes of the crowd, Lu Feiyu spoke again. But I know that he's an assassin who commands over 200 followers, and each of those followers possesses the strength of a star-ranked warrior. These words sent shockwaves through the crowd. Lu Feiyu continued. Not only that, but he also has a shadow dragon and a fenrir under his command. Those two beasts are true monsters. Upon hearing this, Shenhao could no longer remain calm. He recalled the shadow dragon that had appeared before him recently. Such a powerful dragon hybrid was actually Bai Ye's beast companion? I've seen that shadow dragon before. It directly pinned 3 lions to the ground and rubbed them violently. As Shenhao spoke, the crowd erupted into chaos. Everyone's expressions grew increasingly complex. These were all top-tier warriors, there was no need to lie about such a thing. If what Lu Feiyu and Shenhao said was true, someone capable of controlling such a powerful servant and beast must have an extraordinary background. Among the crowd, Yuan Jun also recalled his earlier warning to Bai Ye. It turned out that Bai Ye didn't even care about the potential threat Shenhao and his group might pose. Perhaps in Bai Ye's eyes, Shenhao and his group were nothing more than ants that could be crushed with a single flick of the wrist. Thinking back to how he had casually chatted with Bai Ye without a shred of respect, Yuan Jun couldn't help but shiver. They say many powerful figures are unpredictable. Could Bai Ye be planning to settle the score with him later? Just as Yuan Jun was growing increasingly terrified and filled with dread, he didn't know that all of this was just his imagination running wild. At that moment, they had emerged from the trial. Bai Ye and Xia had also arrived at a mountain peak. In this desolate place, Bai Ye took out the forbidden spell scroll. At the same time, his innate ability activated. You have obtained the forbidden spell, Wind God's Wrath. Notice, a forbidden spell of the same elemental attribute has been detected. This type of forbidden spell has been fused. Notice, you have obtained the forbidden spell, 5 elements power. Forbidden spell, 5 elements power. Effect, consumes magic power to control the 5 elements to attack enemies, simultaneously inflicting 5 negative effects: burn, paralysis, weakness, severe injury, and frostbite. The more magic power consumed, the stronger the skill effect and negative effects. The fixed magic power consumption has been converted to a selectable option. With the fusion of the forbidden spell, this allowed Bai Ye to overcome the frustration of sometimes feeling like firing a cannon at ants. This enables him to maximize the use of his magic in subsequent battles.
Even if I fail the trials and don't obtain the divine artifact, I've still gained a lot from coming to this ruins.
Gradually adapting to the transformation brought by the new skill, Bai Ye couldn't help but let out a sigh of admiration.
As the sun began to set, the sky was painted by the fading sunlight. As the shadow dragons returned.
After a day of hunting,
Bai Ye's level rose rapidly.
White Knight. Class Godslayer 6th Transformation. Title Enemy of the Gods. Level 17968.74%.
Health 146,000,146,000. Magic 31,000,31,000.
Strength 10,500. Speed 8, 950. Stamina 18, 500. Resilience 1, 500. Talents Infinite Plunder, Unbreakable, Ultimate Freedom, Immortality, Third Person Perspective.
Class Skills 5 Elements Power, Life and Death Grant, Divine Might, Sound Slash, for Symbol Seal, Divine Punishment.
Number of Servants 58. Divine Power 1480. Currently, Bai's level has been upgraded to 179. Upon entering the depths of the ruins,
it is believed that he will soon break through to level 200 and then pass this divine trial. Even before reaching the general star rank, Bai has already been able to hold his own against the top tier powers. Once he breaks through to the general star rank,
that would be even more terrifyingly powerful.
White Knight now felt more confident about the upcoming journey to the other side.
At the same time, on the other side, Hong Fei and his group also followed suit, moving deeper into the ruins. Strangely enough, after Bai Ye left,
the monsters at the edges of this area stopped respawning. The amount of experience points they could obtain was decreasing steadily.
If this continued, their chances of leveling up would be slim.
With no other choice, they had to move deeper into the ruins in search of areas where monsters would respawn.
Honggu, something's wrong.
We've already reached the central area, but the number of monsters hasn't increased much at all. A class-changed player complained.
Hong Fei couldn't help but run his fingers through his sparse hair. I'm not sure either. Something must have happened.
Seeing the low morale of the group, Hong Fei hurriedly said, "Let's go find the transferees in this area and ask them.
Maybe they know something."
Over the years, the ruins had always been normal, with nothing out of the ordinary happening.
Until Bai Ye arrived. Could this be something that Bai Ye did?
As soon as he thought that, Hong Fei shook his head.
Impossible. It absolutely couldn't be.
He pushed the thought out of his mind. Leading the group, Hong Fei continued forward.
Chapter 166, The Final Trial. Shadow Dragon's Advancement. The next morning, Bai Ye arrived at the deepest part of the ruins.
As soon as you step inside, the intense magic envelopes you. The feeling it gave Bai Ye was as though he were standing at the very edge of another world.
Roar!
Just as Bai Ye was about to step forward, a roar echoed through the air.
The monsters sensed an intruder.
The monsters within the cave were all startled by the commotion.
Countless wyverns filled the sky, obscuring the sun. A dense aura of power swept over them. Since the ruins first appeared, centuries had passed.
Yet, over the years, countless adventurers have only been able to roam the outer layers. No wonder no one has ever been able to conquer it throughout history. It turns out that deep within the ruins, there are dragons guarding the trials.
Shadow Dragon, come forth.
As the thought crossed his mind, Bai Ye summoned the Shadow Dragon. Gazing at the hundreds of dragons soaring through the sky, the Shadow Dragon responded with a roar of its own. Fanning its wings, the Shadow Dragon charged toward the dragons. At the same moment, Bai Ye no longer hid. With a flick of his wrist, as the forbidden spell was released, Bai Ye assisted the Shadow Dragon.
Meanwhile, not far from the battlefield, watching the sky grow dark and stormy,
Shen Hao and his group were all stunned. Over the years, many transfigured warriors had attempted to pass this trial.
However, they had always been all talk and no action.
Having witnessed the bloody lessons of other transferees,
those challengers eventually had no choice but to give up.
Over the years, Shen Hao had never seen anyone cause such a commotion.
"Captain, look! That dragon!"
Just as Shen Hao was startled, a voice came from the side.
He followed the direction the person was pointing and looked in that direction.
There it was, a figure that stood out distinctly from the other dragons. Shen Hao immediately realized who among them dared to attempt to pass the trial.
It's actually him? With his strength, can he really pass this trial? Muttering to himself, Shen Hao couldn't help but grow curious. Let's go take a look. If Bai Ye could truly pass this trial, he would be the first person in recent history to do so. It wasn't just Shen Hao who had noticed that the one attempting the trial was Bai Ye. The representatives of the major guilds who had participated in yesterday's forbidden spell battle also realized this. Without exchanging a word, they all headed toward the center of the battlefield. Listening to Shen Hao and Lu Feiyu boast about it, they were eager to see just how strong Bai Ye truly was. Meanwhile, as a large number of class changers rushed toward the depths of the ruins, Hong Fei was also stunned. What on earth has been happening in the central part of this ruins lately? Grabbing a transferee, Hong Fei couldn't help but ask, "Brother, can I ask what's going on here?" Seeing Hong Fei's confused expression, the transferee casually mentioned, "You don't know?"
Today, someone went to challenge the final trial. Upon hearing this, Hong Fei was astonished. After all, that trial was far beyond their current level to even attempt. It seemed as though he had read Hong Fei's mind. The class changer laughed, "Don't doubt me, I'm telling you the truth." Curious to see what would happen, Hong Fei followed the other person toward the battlefield. Hong Fei casually asked, "By the way, old buddy, who is that class changer?"
"Do you know him?" The other party didn't hide anything. "I think he's an assassin." "An assassin?" Upon hearing this, Hong Fei's expression grew peculiar. Could it be Bai Ye?
The thought barely crossed his mind before Hong Fei shook his head.
Impossible. Absolutely not. Bai Ye has only been here for a few days of training. How could he have gone to challenge the final trial? If it's not Bai Ye, then could it be some old monster who's been lurking in the trials for ages?
Thinking this, Hong Fei listened as the class changer continued.
"You don't know, that assassin is a veteran. Yesterday, all the major guilds were fighting over a forbidden spell scroll, right? That assassin just casually spoke a single word and took the scroll right away. A forbidden spell. That's a forbidden spell, for crying out loud. The guild representatives just handed it over without a second thought. Tell me, is that assassin powerful or not? Is he scary or not?"
Seeing the other party acting so serious,
Hong Fei couldn't help but swallow hard. If that's the case, that assassin is truly terrifying. As they looked toward the edge of the battlefield, countless class changers were staring intently at the central battle, afraid to miss a single detail. Facing the assassin, Hong Fei grew even more curious. For a moment, his steps quickened. Just as he arrived, Hong Fei heard the crowd buzzing with discussion. "These dragons are just the appetizer, the real powerhouse is yet to come." "That's right. He only has one shadow dragon under his command. Even with a forbidden spell, he can't compensate for his weakness against aerial targets. This is tense. I'll admit he does have some skill, but not much." He pushed his way through the surging crowd. Just as he caught sight of the familiar figure at the center of the battlefield, Hong Fei felt a sense of déjà vu. Could it be that I know him? As soon as he thought that, Hong Fei dismissed it as impossible. He's just a low-level player at level 180, how could he possibly know such a big shot? Just as Hong Fei's thoughts were wandering, Zhang Yi's voice suddenly rang out beside him. "Hong Ge, look! The person challenging the final trial seems to be Bai Ye." At those words, Hong Fei froze. That's impossible. How could Bai Ye be that strong? He looked back toward the figure at the center of the distant battlefield. When Hong Fei focused his gaze, he was speechless. Wow! This is really it. For a moment, he, who had been relatively composed, suddenly lost his composure. Wait, how much time has passed? How did Bai Ye become such a big shot so quickly? Gazing at the figure at the center of the battlefield, Hong Fei's expression was complicated. He knew Bai Ye was formidable, but he never imagined that Bai Ye could be this formidable. At that very moment, at the center of the battlefield, under the relentless attacks of the Shadow Dragon and the forbidden spells, the lesser dragons were falling from the sky like dumplings being dropped into boiling water. Unlike the monsters in the outer layers, which were constructed from magic, these sub-dragons all possess physical forms. This means that Bai Ye can plunder them. As his innate abilities kept triggering, he continuously stripped them of their attributes. White Knight also enslaves the souls of those sub-dragons. When skills are activated, under Bai's control, the souls of the sub-dragons merge with the Shadow Dragon. Through their connection, Bai Ye can clearly sense that the Shadow Dragon's power is gradually increasing. In mid-air, black shadows surge. They sense the terrifying aura contained within the shadows. The group of dragons that had been preparing to charge forward all retreat several steps, just as the shadowy sphere began to compress at a visible speed. Before long, the Shadow Dragon reappeared. Compared to before, its size had more than doubled. A pair of black dragon wings, with blue patterns faintly flickering on their surfaces. Its sharp claws and pointed teeth gleamed with a cold light. With each fusion, the dragon god's bloodline within the Shadow Dragon grew more concentrated. With the blessing of life and death, the Shadow Dragon could now grow stronger endlessly, just like Bai Ye. In the future, in an age when all gods have fallen, it is highly likely that it will replace the long-dead dragon god. Roar! A roar shatters the clouds, causing the lesser dragons to tremble. The Shadow Dragon charged toward them. Chapter 167, The Depths of the Ruins. The embryo of the divine weapon. What had once been an evenly matched battle between the sub-dragons and the Shadow Dragon was shattered by the Shadow Dragon's transformation. It turned into a rout. It became a one-sided slaughter. Watching the Shadow Dragon's solo performance, while continuously extracting and enslaving the souls of the fallen young dragons, Bai Ye also checked the Shadow Dragon's attribute panel. Shadow Dragon. Attributes: Shadow, Ice, Fire.
Health 5 800 0005 800,000. Strength 2 1000. Speed 8 600. Magic 1800 18,000. Skill Shadow Swamp, Shadow Ball, Freezing Breath, Dragon Breath, Blazing Beam. Description: a beast tamer imbued with the pure blood of the dragon god, it has the potential to become the next dragon god. Even now, the shadow dragon can easily handle those divine emissaries, provided they lack any special mechanisms, right? Just as Bai Ye was thinking this. As he watched, all the lesser dragons were slaughtered by the shadow dragon. Behind them, the group of class changers couldn't help but swallow hard. Although Bai Ye had contributed significantly throughout the battle, but most of the time, it was the shadow dragon doing the heavy lifting. Even when injured, they wouldn't die and could recover immediately. At the same time, they could continue fighting while constantly evolving. This monster among monsters completely obeyed Bai Ye's commands. They remembered that they had only been in this ruins for a few years, hadn't they? When did the Dragon Kingdom produce such a demonic being? Just as everyone was thinking this, as the young dragons were about to be wiped out, the path to the deepest part of the trial was now completely unobstructed. Watching Bai Ye's unstoppable strides, exchanging glances, the crowd followed suit. On one hand, they wanted to witness the birth of the first person to pass the trial in hundreds of years. On the other hand, once Bai Ye left, they could pick up the scraps and get a taste of the spoils. The deeper they went, the more concentrated the magical energy became. Almost every 100 meters, the magical energy in the air multiplied exponentially. Gradually, the number of job changers following behind Bai Ye began to dwindle. How much longer until we reached the deepest part of the trial? Looking around and seeing nothing but desolation, Shen Hao couldn't help but vent his frustration. I thought that after eliminating those dragons, we'd have a clear path ahead. But it turns out the magic in the air is the real threat. Yuan Jun couldn't help but sigh. As he gazed at Bai Ye's back, which seemed completely unaffected. Lu Feiyu felt fortunate for having offered Bai Ye the forbidden spell the previous day. He knew that someone who could control such powerful beasts and followers couldn't be as simple as he appeared on the surface. When Lu Feiyu cast the identification spell, and saw that Bai Ye's displayed level was 197. There was only one thought in his mind: this level is for reference only. Half an hour later, a structure resembling a pyramid came into Bai Ye's view. This was the final trial. Boom! With a deafening roar, the ground trembled, and the pyramid slowly opened. As Bai Ye stepped inside, the pyramid closed behind him. At the same time, a screen projected into the sky. On the screen was a live broadcast of the entire trial that Bai Ye was about to undergo. Gazing at the screen, the other transfigured warriors began to discuss among themselves. If I had known it would be broadcast live, I wouldn't have come in. I never expected that after defeating those dragons, the final trial would take place inside a tower. Even if the challenge fails, just reaching the final trial location is enough for Bai Ye to brag about for a lifetime. I never thought Bai Ye was this powerful. I'll call him the strongest assassin. Just as everyone was curious about what the final trial would entail. Inside the pyramid, following the passageway, Bai Ye walked straight ahead. The sound of his footsteps echoed. As the scene before his eyes gradually opened up, Bai Ye found himself in a massive arena roughly the size of 10 basketball courts. At the same time, the contents of the final trial unfolded before Bai Ye's eyes. Final trial. Challenge content: defeat your own clone. As Bai Ye finished reading the trial's content, a shadow slowly emerged from the front. Its features were blurred, but faintly, one could discern a resemblance to Bai Ye. The content of the final trial was to challenge myself after all. Muttering to himself, Bai Ye felt that things were gradually becoming more interesting. Gazing at the duplicate before him, Bai Ye casually waved his hand. Instantly, a massive fireball shot toward the clone. In response to Bai Ye's casual test, the clone countered with the same technique. Boom! As the heat wave erupted in all directions. Taking advantage of the heat wave's cover, the clone launched a preemptive attack. Amidst the flashing blades and swords, two figures twisted and dodged. In no time, the interior of the pyramid was reduced to a chaotic mess. Meanwhile, Bai Ye had also gained a rough understanding of the clone's strength. Their attributes were fairly evenly matched. However, equipment and such could not be replicated. Therefore, dealing with this clone was still relatively straightforward. With that in mind, Bai Ye took the initiative to attack. As he activated the counterattack, when divine punishment was unleashed, Bai Ye exchanged blows with it, with extremely high damage reduction. After a fierce exchange, Bai Ye's condition remained relatively stable. However, the clone's health dropped sharply in an instant. Keeping an eye on its health, he waited for the right moment. Bai Ye also unleashed his forbidden spell as a combo, delivering the final blow. You have reached level 200. You have earned 10 free attribute points. You have met the requirements for the 7th transformation. Please proceed with the class change as soon as possible. You have obtained Divine Power 10. You have obtained the divine blessing. Amidst a series of sounds, Bai Ye could clearly feel a force causing the previously scattered divine power to solidify. This was Bai's divine foundation, gradually adapting to the transformation of the power. When Bai Ye opened his eyes once more, before him, a piece of pitch-black, lustrous black iron came into view. As the appraisal was cast, the information about the black iron also appeared before Bai Ye's eyes. Item: Divine Weapon Embryo. Description: forged by the Sun God, this is the finest material for crafting divine artifacts. After reading the information about the black iron, Bai Ye's eyes lit up. With this, the holy light blade in his hand could finally be transformed into a true divine artifact. Without hesitation, as the plundering began, Bai Ye channeled the power originally imbued within the mystical iron and fused it with the holy light blade. As time passed, he didn't know how much time had passed. A short blade with a silver glow, its hilt resembling angel wings, appeared before Bai Ye's eyes. Gazing at the new equipment, with a thought, Bai Ye checked its information. Chapter 168, Angel's Blade. Advanced Star General. Angel's Blade. Quality Mythical. Effect 1, each attack deals judgment effect, reducing recovery by 90%, while normal attack damage is additionally increased by 8,000%. Effect 2, movement speed increased by 1,500%. Effect 3, basic attacks ignore shield barriers and other skill effects. Effect 4, you become the sole user of this equipment. Consider this information about the Angel's Blade, especially when seeing Effect 3. Bai Ye was astonished. Completely ignoring defensive skill effects, is this the concept level ability only true divine artifacts possess? She felt a connection between herself and the equipment. Bai Ye casually threw the short blade like a throwing knife. With a whoosh, the Angel's Blade embedded itself into the wall. Gazing at the Angel's Blade, Bai Ye's thoughts flickered. Blade, come! Instantly, the Angel's Blade flew out of the wall and returned to Bai Ye's hand. As the sole user, no matter where the Angel's Blade was, Bai Ye could summon it back. Additionally, even if the blade were accidentally obtained by someone else, they would be unable to use it. That's pretty cool. All along, Bai Ye had always wielded the blade with one hand. If he could obtain another true divine weapon and switch to dual blades, then, when facing those monsters on the other side, his chances of victory would increase by a few more points, right? As he thought this, not long after, Bai Ye and Xia emerged from the pyramid. The ruins had already been conquered. At the same time, the master of the ruins was dead. Those who came after would no longer be able to obtain the reward for passing the trial like Bai Ye had. For the job changers remaining here, this place was nothing more than a leveling ground for gaining experience. When they saw Bai emerge, Shen Hao and his group couldn't help but show a look of awe. When they cast the appraisal and discovered that Bai Ye had already reached level 200, their hearts couldn't calm down for a long time. Previously, the youngest rising star in Longhua was Li Linglong. But even Li Linglong had spent 2 years here. But Bai Ye? He had only been here for less than 10 days, hadn't he? Not only has he reached level 200, but he can break through to the rank of general upon leaving. More importantly, he actually managed to complete the final trial within the ruins. This is simply too unbelievable. Under the complex gazes of Shen Hao and the others, having achieved the purpose of their visit to the ruins, Bai Ye was ready to leave. Everyone, I'll be heading out first. If there's anything, you can always contact me. Upon hearing this, Shen Hao and the others also hurried to strike up a conversation with Bai Ye. Then, White Knight Assassin, let's meet up again once we're outside. Once we're outside, if we want to join your guild, please don't look down on us. That's right. Our strength is still lacking, so we might need to rely on you, Bai Ye Assassin, in the future. In response, Bai Ye smiled faintly, our guild is still short-handed. If you want to join after we leave, we'll definitely welcome you with open arms. With Bai Ye's assurance, Shen Hao and his group all lit up with hope. You have to understand that Bai Ye is only in his 20s and has a lot of room to grow. Joining Bai Ye is like latching onto a powerful ally. Watching Bai Ye leave, until Bai Ye disappeared from sight, Shen Hao and his group finally returned. A seed was planted in their hearts. Once they got out, they were determined to join Bai Ye's guild. No one could stop them. The Job Changers Guild. While Bai Ye was heading to the ruins to fight monsters and level up, Deng Zai had already taken over the guild from Zhou Yintian. In just a few days, the entire system of the Job Changers Guild underwent a complete overhaul. Unlike Zhou Yintian, who emphasized concentrating resources on promising job changers and prioritizing their cultivation, Deng Zai adopted a strategy of distributing resources as evenly as possible among more new job changers, placing greater emphasis on the guild's ability to nurture new talent. He was well aware that he was different from Zhou Yintian. His strength lies not in his abilities, but in his previous experience as deputy guild master. As a result, Deng Zai desperately sought to build his own popularity. And those newly transferred employees were undoubtedly his targets for recruitment. In the office, the secretary reported the recent situation to Deng Zai. President, we have established strategic partnerships with Tianjin Pavilion and the Silver Merchants Guild. Additionally, Assassin's Creed is also a target we are trying to recruit. Additionally, Sheen's pharmaceutical company has agreed to help us alleviate some of the pressure related to potions. As he listened to the secretary's report, Deng Zai's brows gradually relaxed. For someone who had just taken the position of chairman, the assistance from the Bai faction would undoubtedly alleviate the pressure he was facing. What about the other major guilds? They must be making moves as well? The secretary nodded slightly. Currently, the major guilds are fiercely competing for the ownership of the dungeon. Deng Zai was not surprised by this. The dungeon resources that originally belonged to the Transferee Guild have been divided among others. Although the Transferee Guild's influence had diminished. However, in return, the Transferee Guild is no longer the primary target of the other major guilds. For Deng Zai, this was entirely acceptable. Just as Deng Zai was about to speak, dong dong, the office door was knocked. A man rushed in with a panicked expression. Chairman, the White Knight assassin is back. As the words fell, Deng Zai was taken aback. He instinctively stood up. After all, Bai Ye had only been in the ruins for a few days. Normally, staying in the ruins for 1 or 2 years would be considered normal. How could Bai Ye have returned so quickly? For a moment, Deng Zai felt an ominous. We'll discuss the details later. After saying that to his secretary, Deng Zai quickly left. Where is the White Knight assassin now? As he walked, Deng Zai asked the person reporting to him. In response, the other person led the way while honestly replying, the White Knight assassin is currently on the first floor. He just came out, so I brought him to a restroom. Upon hearing this, Deng Zai unconsciously quickened his pace. As they arrived at the restroom, upon seeing Bai Ye, Deng Zai looked worried. White Knight assassin, why did you come back so quickly? Access to the ruins is restricted. If you left so early, we'll have a hard time providing you with other ruins for leveling up. Deng Zai could see what he was thinking. Bai Ye said, Deng Zha, I've already reached level 200, the maximum level for the 6th transformation, so I naturally had to come out. As Bai Ye finished speaking, Deng Zai looked utterly disbelieving. In such a short time, he had already broken through to level 200. Is that even possible? With a look of doubt, Deng Zai also presented Bai Ye with an appraisal. Bai Ye, Class God Slayer. Current level, 200. The moment he saw Bai Ye's level, Deng Zai lost his composure entirely. Those who had entered the ruins and undergone class changes had all spent at least a year or two doing so. But Bai Ye, in less than 10 days, had already reached level 200. How did Bai Ye achieve such a rapid breakthrough? While shocked, Deng Zai was also incredibly curious. He couldn't help but ask, White Knight assassin, would you mind sharing with us how you managed to level up so quickly? There was no harm in sharing, after all. White Knight then briefly recounted the entire process. Chapter 169, 7 Transformations. The Cultivation Method of Destiny. When he heard that Bai Ye had relied on the Shadow Dragon and the others to spread out and fight multiple enemies simultaneously, Deng Zai's lips twitched involuntarily. And when he heard that Bai Ye had reached the deepest part of the ruins, and even passed the final trial, Deng Zai couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Bai Ye the assassin, you say you passed the final trial? Bai Ye nodded slightly. Upon receiving Bai Ye's confirmation once more, Deng Zai's heart was already in turmoil. He knew Bai Ye's character. There was no reason for Bai Ye to lie about such a thing. In other words, Bai Ye was the first person in hundreds of years to complete the trial. He forced himself to suppress his excitement. Deng Zai said, alright, Bai Ye the assassin, go ahead and change your profession first, then take some time to rest. Regarding your promotion to General Star, I will report it to the higher-ups. There might be an official reception later. What do you think? Just contact me when the time comes. I'll go reclassify first. Bai Ye said casually. Alright, I won't bother you anymore, White Knight assassin. With that, Deng Zai hurriedly left. As the guild master, Deng Zai was very busy. And just after parting ways with Deng Zai, under the guidance of the receptionist, Bai Ye also arrived at the job change room. Looking at the job change crystal before him, Bai Ye also extended his hand. As he touched it, a prompt appeared before Bai Ye. You have met the requirements for a class change. Do you wish to proceed? Yes. As Bai Ye silently recited the words, the materials in the storage space rapidly depleted. A gentle white light enveloped Bai Ye. A sense of comfort, as if his entire body were being massaged, spread throughout his body. Bai Ye could clearly feel that his body was undergoing a fundamental transformation. White Knight. Occupation, Godslayer's 7th transformation. Title Enemy of the Gods. Level 2,000%. Health 180,000,180,000. Magic Power 36,000,38,000. Strength 12,000. Speed 10,000.
Stamina 22000. Resilience 1, 500. Talents infinite plunder, unbreakable, ultimate freedom, immortality, third-person perspective.
Class skills 5 elements power, life and death grant, divine might, sound slash, for symbols seal, divine punishment.
Number of servants 58. Divine power 1580. The stage from level 200 to 300 is known as the star rank.
At the same time, this is also the pinnacle of the most elite class of job changers in Dragon Nation and even the entire world. They often have the privilege of participating in national events and meetings, or taking part in large-scale activities. Each star-ranked individual holds a position of immense importance. Of course, even among star generals, differences in professions lead to varying skill point allocations and access to resources during their growth. As a result, there are significant disparities in their overall strength. By the time one reaches the general star rank, their level is no longer a reliable benchmark for others to judge their strength. As Bai Ye gradually accepted the transformation of his own power, he left the Job Changers Guild. Bai Ye sent a message to Li Linglong. Having just been promoted to General Star, he was still unfamiliar with the affairs of his new rank. As a seasoned General Star, Li Linglong knew far more than Bai Ye. In this regard, he planned to seek her advice. As Bai Ye sent the message within the Holy Light Guild. Upon seeing Bai Ye's message, Li Linglong couldn't help but reveal a look of shock on her face. She knew that, given Bai Ye's strength, he would eventually break through to the General Star rank. She also knew that it wouldn't take long for Bai Ye to break through to the Star General rank. But Li Linglong never imagined that this day would come so soon. How much time had passed since Bai Ye entered the ruins? Lost in her thoughts, Li Linglong sent a message to Bai Ye. She arranged to meet at a cafe near the hospital. After changing into a different outfit, Li Linglong also left the guild. Upon seeing Li Linglong dressed in a casual-style long dress, the other job changers passing by in the guild couldn't help but be amazed, their eyes lighting up. In the past, Li Linglong would never have dressed like this. Watching her leave in a hurry, the others began to whisper among themselves. Do you think Vice President Li is in love? It's possible. After all, she never dresses like this usually. The Vice President always wears formal attire when she goes out, or something like a white shirt with jeans. This is the first time I've ever seen her in a skirt. Though the voices were soft, Li Linglong could hear them clearly. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, appearing calm on the surface, but deep down, Li Linglong's heart was already stirred. Could she really have feelings for Bai Ye? As soon as she thought that, Li Linglong immediately pushed the thought out of her mind. Impossible. Absolutely not. Even if she did have feelings for him, it would only be based on the fact that they had teamed up before. After all, Li Linglong knew that her younger sister had feelings for Bai Ye, and those feelings weren't exactly subtle. She couldn't possibly fall for the same man her sister liked, could she? As Li Linglong was lost in her thoughts. When she arrived at the cafe, she saw Bai Ye already sitting inside, apparently having waited for quite some time. Pushing open the glass door, Li Linglong also walked inside. Sorry, Bai Ye, I made you wait. Bai Ye smiled. It's okay, Linglong. I just arrived a moment ago. Noticing Li Linglong's long dress, Bai Ye complimented her. Linglong, you look really beautiful today. Li Linglong raised the corners of her mouth. You're such a smooth talker. As Li Linglong sat down, Bai Ye also asked the waiter for a menu. Take a look, Linglong. What would you like to eat? It's on me. Taking the menu, Li Linglong smiled sweetly. Now that you're a rising star, I have to treat you properly, don't I? Linglong, just look at the menu. No need to be so polite, Bai Ye said casually, picking up the coffee on the table and taking a sip. Soon, Li Linglong returned the menu to the waiter. When the waiter left, Linglong took the initiative to start a conversation. You've just become a star general, so there must be a lot you don't know yet. Since I have some free time today, feel free to ask me anything you're unsure about. Hearing this, Bai Ye didn't hesitate. Speaking of which, Linglong, I do have a lot of questions I'd like to ask you. At Li Linglong's gesture, Bai Ye continued, I'd like to ask about how to advance in rank as a general star. Linglong, could you tell me? Li Linglong didn't hold back. From the general star rank onwards, the way to level up completely changes. What we need to level up is no longer experience gained from killing monsters, but rather fate. You didn't know this, did you? In the past, during the Age of the Gods, this world was real. But after the gods fell and the divine era ended, this world became a semi-digital, semi-real world. Cultivating using fate is essentially cultivating using the methods of the divine era, but presenting it through the data-based concept of levels. Listening to Li Linglong's explanation, Bai Ye gradually understood. Seeing that Bai Ye had roughly grasped the reason behind cultivating using destiny. Next, Li Linglong explained how to obtain destiny. Chapter 170, The Star of Destiny Shines. My Star of Destiny brother. Bai Ye, you may not know this, but Qi Yun is actually limited. Those who have more means that others have less. And to obtain Qi Yun, one must seize it by force. At this point, Li Linglong looked serious. Like before, killing monsters or class changers is also a way to obtain fate. However, it is the slowest way to level up. To quickly level up, or even rise to the ranks of the great powers, one must rely on national fortune and the power of the guild. The stronger the national fortune, the more prosperous the guild. Even if we, as star generals, do nothing, our ranks will naturally rise. As Li Linglong explained. Bai Ye understood. Killing monsters or job changers and stripping them of their life force. In essence, it was about stripping the fortune from their bodies. This logic made Bai Ye couldn't help but think of infinite plundering. Plundering attributes, talents, or skills. Isn't that the same principle as plundering fate? Bai Ye had a premonition that his ability to infinitely plunder was not a coincidence. There might be an unknown truth hidden behind it. Thinking of this, Bai Ye asked again, Linglong, do you know about the power of the gods and the foundation of the gods? Li Linglong shook her head. I've only heard that the power of the gods is crucial for resisting forbidden spells and achieving godhood. As for the specifics, I'm not very familiar with them. Upon hearing this, Bai Ye could only give up. However, since the key to upgrading the Star of Destiny lies in national fortune and the guild, then what Bai Ye needed to do next became clear. That was to strengthen the guild's power and make Assassin's Creed the largest guild in Dragon Nation. Just as Bai Ye was thinking this, Li Linglong extended her hand toward him. Now, Bai Ye, take my hand, and I'll let you feel the national fortune. Upon hearing this, when he interlaced his fingers with Li Linglong's, closing his eyes, Bai Ye could clearly sense a force entirely different from magic or divine power emanating from Li Linglong and flowing toward him. Though faint, it was undeniably present. And this was the invisible, intangible, yet undeniably real fortune. Moments later, Li Linglong released his hand. She said, Bai Ye, do you know why the ranks of those apostles are so much higher than ours, and their strength so much greater than ours? Seeing Bai Ye shake his head, Li Linglong said, it's because, as apostles, they possess the fortune of the gods who have not yet died. There are also many apostle followers who have died at your hands, Bai Ye. In theory, you have already seized their fate, though you have not yet realized it. Once you become aware of the divine favor hidden within yourself, your strength will undergo a qualitative transformation. As she spoke, a hint of envy flashed across Li Linglong's expression. With this destiny's favor, it won't be long before White Knight not only surpasses her in strength but also leaves her far behind in terms of cultivation realm. Just as Bai Ye was seeking guidance from Li Linglong. At that very moment, on the other side, in the imperial city of the capital, the meeting hall, Deng Zai had also arrived here. He brought news of Bai Ye's breakthrough to the rank of General Star. All the leaders present couldn't help but show their surprise. Regarding Bai Ye, everyone fell into whispered discussions. I didn't expect Bai Ye to break through to the General Star rank so quickly. It's only been a little over a year since he completed his class change, right? It seems so. Our Dragon Nation has produced such a General Star, we must promote him properly. Since Li Linglong, our Dragon Nation finally has a new General Star. At this rate of advancement, it won't be long before Bai Ye achieves the status of a major power, right? I don't think it's likely. After all, once you reach the General Star rank, the methods for further advancement completely change. Don't say that. Since there's hope, all we can do is hope that Bai Ye can achieve greatness. That's right. Once Bai Ye becomes a major power, we'll finally be able to enter the other side and uncover the secrets of the gods, right? As time passed, as the meeting gradually came to a close, discussions about Bai also reached a conclusion. First, it will be announced to the entire network. Second, regarding Bai Ye's family, all the benefits they are entitled to will be provided according to the highest standards. Lastly, regarding resources, all suitable resources for cultivating future stars will be prioritized for Bai Ye. After finalizing these arrangements, the leaders turned their attention to Deng Zai. Mr. Deng, please extend an invitation to Bai Ye. At the same time, we will also invite the presidents and vice presidents of all major guilds. Tomorrow, the official side will host a banquet for Bai Ye and any available generals to get acquainted. Upon hearing this, Deng Zai bowed respectfully. Yes. Please rest assured, I will ensure everyone is informed. After all, Longwei is a society where personal connections matter. Since Bai Ye now has the strength to enter the inner circle, they certainly wouldn't exclude him. As everything was being arranged, an official announcement quietly made its way to the headlines of major media outlets. Congratulations to Bai Ye the assassin for becoming a Dragon Nation star. Tomorrow, the official authorities will conduct an interview with Bai Ye the assassin. We urge all aspiring warriors to continue striving for excellence and scale new heights. Luo City, Zheng family. At night, Zheng Hao was hiding under the covers playing with his phone. Suddenly, his phone vibrated, causing Zhang Hao to jump in surprise. He saw a text message pop up. What kind of junk ad is this? Just as he was complaining, he noticed it was an official notification. Staring at it, Zhang Hao couldn't help but rub his eyes. Immediately, he flipped over and jumped out of bed. Wow! Bai Ye has actually become a general star? He read the text message again, word for word. Zhang Hao was so excited he could barely speak coherently. Because the person who had become a general was his best friend. How could Zhang Hao not be excited? How could he not be excited? Immediately, he edited a message and posted it online to show off. At the same time, it wasn't just Zhang Hao. Those who had once interacted with Bai Ye also felt deeply moved. Who could have imagined that Bai Ye, as an assassin, could achieve the rank of Star General? For a time, that night, the entire internet erupted with excitement. If he's already a Star General, how far is it to becoming a major power? Joking. If Bai hadn't been born, assassins would have remained in eternal darkness. At Assassin Association, prepare to welcome your king. I have a feeling that Bai will become the 21st major power. The person above, it's not the 21st, but the 20th. Why? Because the original 20th was already taken out by Bai. Now that you mention it, I remember that not just any general can take down a great power. With his current status as a general, White Knight is bound to rise to the top. Kyoto University. In the girls' dormitory. Seeing that all her roommates were hiding under their blankets playing on their phones, Bai Ye, who had just returned from eating midnight snacks, placed the food on the table. Girls, I brought you some food. Hearing this, the girls nearly jumped out of their skins. One of the girls wearing glasses nearly dropped her phone in shock. Cough, Bai Ye, this is the new skincare cream I bought. I think it suits your skin type. As the girl with glasses took out a box of skincare cream, the other roommates also pulled out the gifts they had prepared in advance. Bai Ye, I bought you the full set of 4090. It's pretty powerful. Your computer will run smoothly when you're writing your thesis. I bought you a set of cosmetics. Bai Ye, take a look. Do you like it? I don't think I'm suited to be the dorm leader. Why don't you take it, Bai Ye? Seeing her roommate's eager, almost fawning expressions, Bai Ye felt a chill run down his spine. What's going on? Can you guys act normally? Seeing that Bai Ye didn't know, everyone looked at each other in confusion, and the girl with glasses handed her phone over. When he saw the news and the text message that had been sent to everyone in Longwa, Bai Ye was stunned. Wait, my brother has already become a general so quickly? For a moment, Bai Ye felt his head spinning. He thought about the special edition he had recently signed up for. Bai Ye had an idea. Since others could write My Mayor Father, couldn't she write one called My Rising Star Brother? Chapter 171, National Publicity. Fame across the nation. Just as the entire Dragon Nation was in an uproar because of Bai Ye. At that moment, after completing the routine enhancement of Zhou Ling's attributes, Bai Ye returned to the courtyard house given to him by Qin Yanan. Inside the house, following Li Linglong's teachings, Bai Ye began his cultivation. Calming his mind, Bai Ye also began to feel the benefits of having a higher spiritual power attribute. If it were any other general star, they might have prioritized other attributes due to point allocation issues, leading to difficulties in cultivation at this stage. But Bai Ye was a well-rounded warrior. His foundation was as solid as a rock. The issues Li Linglong had warned him about when first entering this state did not exist for Bai Ye. It was as if he had immersed himself in the sea of consciousness. Bai Ye has finally discerned the latent fortune power within. Prompt: do you wish to consume 1420 points of destiny to upgrade to level 14? Yes. As Bai Ye thought it, the destiny swiftly flew toward Bai Ye and merged into his body. At the same time, his level rose accordingly. 1420 points of Qi Yin reminded him of the followers, apostles, and major powers he had previously slain. Bai Ye fell into deep thought. Could it be that killing a major power grants 1000 points of fortune, an apostle grants 100 points, and a follower grants 10 points? If that's the case, then Bai Ye would need to kill at least 9 major powers. Reducing the original 20 major powers to half their number would allow him to break through to level 300 and become a major power himself. However, powerhouses of the great power tier rarely get involved in mundane battles. Even if I wanted to find them, it wouldn't be that easy. As he muttered to himself, Bai Ye stopped thinking about it. When he finished leveling up and stepped out of the courtyard, he saw that it was already dawn outside. Stepping out onto the street, Bai Ye noticed that everyone passing by was pointing and whispering about him. This made Bai Ye feel a bit uneasy. He had merely broken through to the rank of General Star. Was it really worth all this attention? Just as Bai Ye was thinking this, as he passed by a shopping mall, he saw his own close-up photo projected onto the electronic screen. Bai Ye's face darkened. He knew that the official announcement of his promotion to Star General would be widely publicized. But it didn't have to be this exaggerated, did it? Exaggeration isn't entirely out of the question, but couldn't they have at least taken a better photo? At that moment, Bai Ye seemed to understand why so many people had been pointing fingers at him along the way. Beep beep. Just then, his phone rang. It was Deng Zhe calling. Mr. Bai, the banquet has been arranged for this afternoon at 4 p.m. at the Imperial City Hall. Do you have time?
Do you need someone to pick you up? Upon hearing this, Bai Ye replied, alright, I'll be there at 4. As for picking you up, that's not necessary. Alright, then we'll just go to pick up your sister. Is that okay? Alright, just make sure to pick up Xiaoyu. As he finished speaking, the call ended. Looking up at the clear blue sky, Bai Ye couldn't help but sigh. Sometimes, being famous can be a real headache. 2 p.m. Kyoto University. At the school gate, a fleet of vehicles was neatly lined up, with an official welcoming party standing at the ready. The lead transferee was a high-ranking individual, with a level as high as 150, a figure that could dominate any crowd. Yet this formidable lineup was gathered solely to welcome a single individual. Seeing this scene, passing students quickly pulled out their phones to take photos or videos. Do you think they're here to welcome someone important? Yeah, our academy may be full of hidden talents, but this isn't just a dragon, it's a divine dragon. You don't know? I heard that Bai Ye's sister is in the same academy as us. What? There's such a thing? How come I didn't know? As the know-it-all explained, everyone was stunned. Wow, a big shot is right here with us? Just as everyone was curious, they saw a girl slowly walking out of the school gate. At the same time, the principal and other school officials were gathered around her, looking fawning. Bai Ye is still young, and no one knows how high he will rise in the future. Therefore, in the eyes of the university leaders at Kyoto University, it was necessary to curry favor with Bai Ye, the sister of this rising star. As Bai Ye's advisor, Chen Shanshan said, Bai Ye, I heard you signed up for the special edition. I happen to have some knowledge in this area. Do you need me to help you? Bai Ye shook his head lightly. Thank you, advisor, but I've already decided on the topic. Upon hearing this, Chen Shanshan was taken aback. However, she quickly regained her composure. But Bai Ye, the other applicants are all very talented. I'm still a bit concerned. Bai Ye smiled confidently. It's okay, advisor. I'm confident. I'll bring you back a first prize. Seeing this, Chen Shanshan couldn't help but ask out of curiosity, so, Bai Ye, what's the title of your article? Bai Ye replied, My Star Brother. Watching Bai Ye being escorted by soldiers and getting into the car, Chen Shanshan's lips twitched involuntarily. Although Bai Ye's article likely only had a title, but Qin Sanni felt as though she had already seen Bai Ye's article published in a special edition. The Imperial Palace's Grand Hall. All preparations for the banquet had been completed. The Grand Hall, adorned with gold and splendor, was filled with laughter and lively chatter. Here, even the most ordinary person could be a billionaire outside. As for those over 100 levels in their professions, they were everywhere. Taking just a few steps, one could easily bump into a military star. Such a lineup is sufficient proof of the official authorities for Bai Ye. As Bai Ye arrived, Li Linglong, dressed in formal attire, also walked toward them. Bai, you're here. Let's go, I'll introduce you to someone. Upon hearing this, Bai Ye followed suit. Soon, he was led to an old man with white hair, but his demeanor was far from that of an elderly person. This is Situ Chang, the president of the Holy Light Guild. As Li Linglong introduced them, Situ Chang extended his hand toward Bai Ye. I am Situ Chang. I have heard of your reputation as the assassin Bai Ye from our vice president. Meeting you today, you truly live up to your name. Bai Ye shook his hand as well. Master Situ is too kind. You are the pillars of the Dragon Nation. Compared to you, we younger generations still have much to learn. After some mutual praise, the following time, Li Linglong also took Bai Ye on a tour. The Dragon Kingdom is a society where personal connections matter. Therefore, getting to know many people wasn't a bad thing for Bai Ye. However, it was naturally tiring. Bringing Bai Ye a glass of juice, Li Linglong smiled and said, Bai Ye, you're not very comfortable, are you? You can rest for the rest of the time. The official will handle the rest. Although Bai Ye was the main focus of the publicity, the official organizers still prioritize his feelings. There was no such thing as overhyping. Just as Bai Ye was getting familiar with the process, he saw Lu Ran, the president of the Qinglong Guild, and Huang Yao, the president of the Shinam Guild, walking toward them. They raised their cups toward Bai Ye and drank a toast. Then, Huang Yao spoke first. White Knight Assassin, we apologize for the previous misunderstanding. There was a minor misunderstanding between you and our guild, and we now apologize to you. We hope you won't hold it against us. Upon hearing this, Bai Ye did not seem to mind. To be honest, he was either leveling up or on his way to leveling up. As for that minor misunderstanding, if the other party hadn't brought it up, Bai Ye had actually forgotten about it. Since it's in the past, let's just forget about it. As Bai Ye spoke, the two of them also took out 2 transfer agreements from their storage spaces. This is a portion of our Guild's dungeon guide area. Consider it compensation for your assistance, White Knight Assassin. Alright, I'll take it. After giving it a quick glance, Bai Ye put it away. Seeing this, the two of them finally relaxed. In fact, ever since Bai Ye defeated the apostle, Huang Yao and Lu Ran had already abandoned their plans to target Bai Ye.
Now, after Bai had broken through to the star rank, uncertain whether Bai Ye still harbored any grudges, they decided to avoid any unnecessary trouble. They decided to come forward and apologize. Chapter 172, The Trial of the Gods. Meeting the General Star. Watching the two depart. Li Linglong murmured beside Bai Ye. Huang Yao and Lu Ran are very vengeful.
For them to come and apologize personally, it seems they're truly afraid of you, Bai Ye. Bai Ye smiled. Linglong, don't tease me like that. Just as the two were talking, Bai Ye arrived late. Brother, you're famous now. Your little sister is riding your coattails too.
Upon seeing her older brother, Bai Ye's face lit up with excitement. She couldn't wait to tell Bai Ye everything that had happened to her after he left. Upon hearing that, during the time she had been away, the authorities had shown her special favor in every aspect.
Bai Ye couldn't help but be surprised. Watching Deng Zai take the stage and kick off the banquet,
Bai Ye fell into deep thought. It seemed that the authorities valued him far more than he had ever imagined. Just as Bai Ye was thinking this, the banquet gradually came to an end. After finishing his socializing, Deng Zai walked toward Bai Ye. White Knight Assassin, what are your plans moving forward? Every general was a crucial combat force for the Dragon Nation.
To avoid unnecessary trouble,
Deng Zai naturally needed to understand the plans of this newly risen star general. If possible, I wish to travel to the other side and bring back all the crystallized transfigured warriors.
As soon as Bai Ye spoke, everyone around him couldn't help but turn their gaze toward him. Go to the other side? That's unlikely, isn't it? Yeah, even if Bai Ye becomes a rising star and defeats the major powers, he might not survive in the other end. That's a tall order. To date, no one has ever returned from the other side unscathed. Hearing the whispers around him, Bai Ye didn't seem to care. But Bai Ye was a bit upset. In her opinion, these people knew nothing.
Since Bai Ye had said that, he must be confident. After a moment of contemplation, Deng Zai also spoke up. White Knight Assassin, may I speak frankly?
We have no way to reach the other side.
Furthermore, given your abilities, surviving there would be extremely challenging. As Deng Zai finished speaking,
White Knight did not deny it. I am well aware of that. For now, my primary focus is on acquiring fortune and secretly building up my strength. After a brief pause, Bai Ye asked proactively, speaking of which, Mr. Deng, aside from developing the guild, are there any other methods to quickly break through the star rank? As far as I recall, there aren't any.
Just as he shook his head, Deng Zai suddenly thought of something.
Wait. Based on the materials I've reviewed recently and the reports I've received, there actually seems to be a method.
As Deng Zai finished speaking,
not only Bai Ye and Li Linglong were moved.
The generals who had been invited also became interested. Starting from the general star rank, each subsequent promotion was incredibly difficult. To achieve the rank of general star was already a feat reserved for the elite. As for cultivating to the level of a major power, the difficulty was even greater, like crossing an insurmountable chasm.
Hearing Deng Zai mention an opportunity, how could they not be tempted?
At that moment, a middle-aged man with bulging muscles walked toward Deng Zai.
This man was Cheng Tianyu, the vice president of the Xuanwu Guild, one of the 10 great guilds. Deng Zai, please explain in detail.
During Zhou Yantian's tenure as president, we have never heard of any other methods to enhance one's star general rank. As Cheng Tianyu finished speaking, the others nodded in agreement. Under the gaze of the crowd, Deng Zai couldn't help but let out a wry smile.
Everyone, you should all be familiar with the trial of the gods, right?
After a brief pause, Deng Zai proceeded to share what he knew, along with his own speculations. The recent cataclysm, caused by the temporary opening of the other side, caused the previously sealed trials of the gods to resonate once more. In other words, not only did the number of dungeons increase dramatically, but the trials of the gods from the divine era also appeared alongside them. If one can clear the trial of the gods, they might obtain a large amount of fortune, thereby enhancing their level and strength.
Seeing everyone grow eager, Deng Zai suddenly changed the subject. Of course, these trials are completely different from the dungeons you've cleared before. These trials are extremely dangerous. Even if you're a star general, a single misstep could cost you your life. Seeing Deng Zai's serious expression, the scene fell into a brief silence.
Everyone began to weigh the pros and cons. If they could overcome the trials, it would undoubtedly bring them immense growth.
But if they failed, then all their efforts from the first half of their lives would be ruined in an instant. After finally achieving the rank of Star General, if they were to die in the trial, how could they possibly accept that? Just as everyone was hesitating, Bai Ye spoke up first. Mr. Deng, does the official side have any intelligence regarding the trial of the gods?
Deng Zai replied, there is some information, but I'll share it with you. However, I hope you all consider this carefully. Passing the trial and achieving the rank of Star General is no easy feat.
Under everyone's gaze,
Deng Zai also shared the intelligence the official side had gathered about the divine trial.
Lingfeng Mountain, that's where we discovered the divine trial.
Upon hearing Deng Zai's words, Chang Tianyu stepped forward first. Speaking of which, Mr. Deng, I have some business to attend to tonight, so I'll have to leave for now. With that, Chang Tianyu turned and left. As everyone watched Chang Tianyu's departing figure, everyone was taken aback for a moment but quickly recovered. Sorry, Mr. Deng, I also have something to do. I forgot to turn off the gas at home. I'll head out first, Mr. Deng. It's too late, and my wife will get upset. Using various excuses, the group of generals quickly dispersed. The age of the gods had come to an end. In other words, only one person could pass the gods' trial. After finally obtaining the path to break through the ranks of the great powers, to simply hand it over like this, how could the generals possibly accept that? As they watched the others depart, Li Linglong also turned her gaze toward Bai Ye. Bai Ye, when do you plan to depart? Right now, he replied casually, then asked out of curiosity, speaking of which, Linglong, aren't you going? Li Linglong shook her head with a bitter smile. No, with my abilities, how could I possibly compete with you? Others were unaware of Bai Ye's true strength. But Li Linglong, who had teamed up with him before, how could she not know? Going along would just be a waste of time. Let the other guild's rising stars go compete with Bai Ye. Seeing that Li Linglong wasn't planning to follow, Bai Ye decided to act. Well, Mr. Deng, I'll be on my way. I'll leave this banquet to you. With those words, Bai Ye turned and left. Deng Zai was left speechless. Wait, Bai Ye is the main guest today, he hasn't even taken the stage to say a few words yet. Just like that? Deng Zai couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. But the problem was he had no proof. Chapter 173, The Envy of All Nations. Abroad, the disasters brought by the other side gradually subsided. The order of the nations also began to stabilize once more. Just as the Dragon Kingdom was extensively reporting on Bai Ye. Upon seeing the news, the entire internet was abuzz with excitement. Wait, 3 of our Sakura Nation's star generals were killed in battle, yet not a single one of your Dragon Nation's generals died, and you even gained an extra one? At Dragon Nation official, they must be from our country. We strongly demand that Dragon Nation return this talent that belongs to our country. I'm so jealous of Dragon Country. If only I were a Dragon Country citizen, how wonderful that would be. At Eagle, isn't our country the most developed and free country in the world? Why are we still living so miserably? Can't you learn from Dragon Country? From initial contempt for the Dragon Kingdom. Then came the emphasis on national warfare. Finally, to the current envy. If it weren't for the current chaotic international situation and the strict customs in Dragon Country, I bet people from all over the world would risk everything to flee to Dragon Country. After all, the Dragon Kingdom is now the safest country in the world, without a doubt. Eagle Sauce Nation, Rose Guild. With the death of the president and vice president in battle, the entire Rose Guild is now in a state of decline. However, today, the Rose Guild welcomed a new president. Looking at the man seated in the president's position, dressed in priestly robes, the high-ranking members of the Rose Guild couldn't help but feel a sense of oppression. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce myself. I am Jeff Ross, a divine awakener and an apostle of the moon god, ranked 18th among the 20 great powers, and your new president. He gave a brief self-introduction. Jeff then got to the point. According to the moon god's revelation, the god slayer has emerged. From now on, we must spare no effort to eliminate this threat to our god. Upon hearing this, everyone looked at each other in disbelief. Though the Rose Guild had indeed grown to its current size with the moon god's support. But the moon god's support for the Rose Guild did not mean he supported them. Jeff was a disciple of the moon god, so he had no choice but to follow the moon god's orders. But they were merely followers. Going to help the moon god deal with so-called godslayers is a thankless task. At this point, an elder spoke up. But President Jeff, we are very weak and may not be able to handle the task you have assigned us. In response, Jeff smiled. Everyone, you've all heard of the Human Face Clan and those alternative apostles, haven't you? Those were the experimental subjects created by the moon god during the Divine Age. Currently, this technology has reached maturity, enabling you to possess power rivaling that of a star general. As Jeff finished speaking, everyone immediately felt an ominous foreboding. Time flew by swiftly. Before they knew it, 3 days had passed in the blink of an eye. In the eastern part of Longhua, near the border. According to the intelligence provided by Deng Zai, Bai Ye had arrived here. Looking at the towering mountains in the distance, that was Lingfang Mountain. Young man, are you also heading to Lingfang Mountain? As Bai Ye passed by a farmer's house, an old woman wearing a flowered skirt blocked his path. What's the matter? Bai Ye asked in confusion. The monsters in these mountains are incredibly powerful. We reported it to the authorities recently, but everyone they sent was killed by the monster. As she recalled the events, a hint of fear flickered across her face. Yesterday, another group came, saying they were here for some kind of trial, but they haven't returned yet. Take my advice, young man. Don't take any risks. Go back home immediately. Hearing the old woman's words, Bai Ye fell into deep thought. The group she mentioned, who passed through here yesterday, must have been Chang Tianyu and his men.
But old woman, you know there are monsters here and it's dangerous. Why don't you just move away?
As Bai Ye finished speaking, the old woman gave a bitter smile. Leave? Where would I go?
My son is a class changer.
14 years ago, he went out there to resist the calamity, and he still hasn't returned.
If I move away, how will my son find me when he returns?
After all, my son is just temporarily out of contact.
He might still be alive.
As his mother, I must wait for him to return.
Hearing the old woman's words, Bai Ye sighed softly. How heartbreaking it is to be a parent.
But alas, her son had likely perished in the great disaster 14 years ago and would never return. Thinking of the monsters that might have emerged from the ruins in the mountains,
Bai Ye spoke up. Old woman, don't worry. I'm very powerful. Well, I'm with the authorities. I'm here to help you deal with that monster.
As Bai Ye finished speaking,
the old woman was stunned. Young man, don't lie to me. Bai Ye couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. I'm really strong. The monster you mentioned in the mountains, leave it to me. You can rest assured.
Holding Bai Ye's hand, the old woman said, but young man, don't push yourself too hard.
I won't, old woman. Just leave it to me.
After bidding farewell to the old woman, Bai Ye also entered the depths of the mountains.
Just as Bai Ye had left, a group of official job changers also arrived at Lingfang Mountain.
Upon seeing the old woman, the leader of the group smiled and said, Old woman, we're from the Job Changers Guild.
We're official agents.
We heard from you that there are monsters in Lingfang Mountain, so we're here to help you deal with the situation. As Chao Jia finished speaking, the old woman looked completely bewildered.
Official personnel? A young man just said he was official personnel and has already entered the mountain. What? Chao Jia couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Going in alone like that, does he really think he's a military genius? Thinking of this, Chao Jia's expression grew grim.
Turning to her teammates, she said, let's hurry into the mountains.
If we're late, then.
Before Chao Jia could finish speaking.
But everyone else understood her meaning. After bidding farewell to the old woman, they entered the mountain. They couldn't help but complain. What's going on? Who is this person? They're just causing trouble for us. Yeah, these newcomers think they're invincible just because they become class changers. This is ridiculous.
The White Knight assassin has just become a star general, and at such a critical moment, if something happens to that newcomer, how are we supposed to report this to higher-ups?
Listening to his teammates' complaints, Chao Jia couldn't help but sigh. Enough with the complaining. I heard that the White Knight assassins are coming our way in the next few days. If we mess this up, we'll be the ones in trouble. One word from above, and everyone below runs themselves ragged. This is the helplessness of mid to lower tier job changers.
Upon hearing Chao Jia's words, everyone's footsteps unconsciously quickened.
There were scouts in the team.
They quickly spotted the monster that had escaped from the ruins.
Chapter 174, City of Dawn. Ruin Residence. At the same time Chao Jia and his group noticed the monster.
The monster also detected the presence of Chao Jia and the others. It slowly turned around. The entire creature was approximately 5 to 6 meters long, resembling a lizard in appearance, covered in green scales, with a pair of eyes that darted around like a chameleon's. When Chao Jia cast her identification spell, her expression turned grim. All attributes were in the 5-digit range, and its health points were as high as 1,000,000. Such a monster was no match for their team, whose average level was around 70.
Jia, we can't do this. Let's retreat first and discuss it later.
Looking at the monster before them, a girl with freckles on her face and a staff in her hand couldn't help but speak up. Upon hearing this, the remaining few also began to lose their resolve.
Yeah, Captain, let's just take the scolding. It's better than dying. Right, the official perks are nice, but they're not worth risking our lives for. Let's leave while we're still out of the monster's attack range. We can still make it out in time.
Facing her teammates, please.
Chao Jia couldn't help but waver. Just as she was about to speak, unexpectedly, the monster moved first.
It opened its massive jaws, revealing rows of sharp teeth. Immediately afterward, it extended a forked tongue resembling a snake, and with lightning speed, suddenly swept up the flame warrior who had been serving as the vanguard of the group. Before anyone could react, the flame warrior had already been stuffed into the lizard monster's mouth.
2,000. 2,000.
As the damage numbers kept popping up, the flame warrior's bones were crushed, and his agonized screams echoed into Chao Jia and his companions' ears. Seeing their comrades being brutally attacked, holding his long spear, without a moment's hesitation, Chao Jia charged forward while the others were still stunned.
Captain! Jia!
Seeing Chao Jia act so impulsively, the others couldn't help but cry out in alarm.
To assist Chao Jia in completing the rescue,
they also charged forward. A team battle was about to erupt. At that very moment, after searching the Lingfang Mountains for some time, just as Bai Ye thought that all the monsters here had been dealt with by Cheng Tianyu and his group,
boom! A deafening explosion echoed through the air. Dust flew everywhere in the distance. What's that?
Under his heightened senses, Bai Ye also detected the monster hiding nearby.
Without hesitation, Bai Ye set off toward it. A few minutes later,
when Bai Ye arrived at the scene was in complete disarray, with a group of transfigured warriors engaged in a fierce battle. Judging by the situation, the transferee squad was already at a disadvantage and could be wiped out at any moment. Noticing the emblem of the transferee guild on their bodies, Bai Ye also moved. In the blink of an eye, as Bai Ye's blade sliced through the air, with multiple damage effects stacked, the monster took a massive amount of damage in an instant. As the monster's head hit the ground, the damage numbers popped up. 1,225,000. This damage was the monster's maximum health. However, it was not the upper limit of Bai Ye's damage. With a loud thud, the monster collapsed to the ground. As she watched Bai Ye's back, Xiao Jia couldn't help but blink. She struggled to her feet with her long spear. White Knight's back gave her a sense of familiarity. Thank you. Which guild are you from? Just as Xiao Jia was about to ask, Bai Ye turned around at that moment. When she saw Bai Ye's group, Xiao Jia felt as though she had seen her idol, her eyes lighting up involuntarily. Bai Ye the assassin. With a startled cry, Xiao Jia felt that his hands were no longer sore, his waist no longer ached, and even the injuries he had sustained in battle no longer hurt. He slapped his own cheeks, still finding it hard to believe. Am I dreaming? Just as she was murmuring to herself, White Knight summoned Xia. Xia, heal them. Got it, master. Holding her magic staff, the little beast girl followed the priestess and began healing the injured. As she watched Xia's healing work, the wounds began to heal at a visible pace. The priestess couldn't help but exclaim in awe. This was the partner of a star-ranked powerhouse. Compared to her, a mere novice priestess, she was simply leagues ahead. Half an hour later, seeing that everyone had recovered sufficiently, Bai Ye also bid them farewell. Next time we go monster hunting, don't come to such a dangerous place. Let's find a different location. In response to Bai Ye's reminder, Xiao Jia explained, No, Bai Ye, we're not assassins. We came here to save someone. Rescue someone? Bai Ye was puzzled. As Xiao Jia recounted everything the old woman had said, Bai Ye couldn't help but feel embarrassed. He hadn't expected the problem to stem from himself, nearly endangering the other party. Unaware of what Bai Ye was thinking, Xiao Jia continued, White Knight, the assassin. If you see that newcomer, make sure to advise him and tell him not to take risks. Actually, I'm the newcomer you're talking about. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jia was completely speechless. You? Bai the assassin, you're. The White Knight assassin sighed and nodded slightly. I didn't want to worry that old lady, but I ended up almost getting you all into trouble. No, it's okay. Xiao Jia waved his hands frantically, his expression panicked. Leading his men, Xiao Jia fled the scene as if he were escaping. Thinking about how he had just spoken ill of his idol in front of him, Xiao Jia couldn't help but feel embarrassed and started picking at her feet. At that moment, there was only one thought in her mind. Family, who understands? Xiao Jia's incident was just a minor setback. Bai Ye didn't give it a second thought. Since the monster had been dealt with, taking Xia with him, Bai Ye also entered the ruins according to the location provided by Deng Zai. You have entered the trial, City of Dawn. As the prompt appeared, as the scene gradually came into focus, he found himself in the middle of a barren desert. What greeted Bai Ye's eyes was a dilapidated city. But as you approach, to Bai's surprise, this is not a dead city. Though it was a ruin, there was still life remaining. However, looking at the city, which was now inhabited only by the elderly, the weak, the sick, and the disabled, Bai Ye furrowed his brows. With their strength, the city's demise was only a matter of time. Upon seeing Bai Ye and Xia, passers-by couldn't help but glance at them with curiosity. Approaching someone, Bai Ye asked, Old man, what's going on here? How long have you been living here? Facing Bai Ye's inquiry, the old man replied, We have lived here for generations. Following the instructions of our ancestors, we fight against those demons to prevent them from escaping into the outside world. There used to be many young people here. However, they all perished in the war against the demons. Now, only we old ones remain here. Upon hearing this, Bai Ye roughly understood the nature of this trial. Could it be that the task is to exterminate all the demons within this ruins? Just as Bai Ye was thinking this, suddenly, a commotion erupted from the distance. Trouble! The demons are attacking. As soon as the words fell, Bai Ye saw that the entire street was empty, with no one fleeing. Some were wielding sickles, others hoes. They were desperately trying to fight the demons to the death with weapons that could hardly be called such. Seeing this, Bai Ye followed suit. Upon arriving, what greeted his eyes was a scene of scattered limbs and shattered remains. The scene was filled with the agonizing screams of the victims and the maniacal laughter of demons. Some were struck down and their bodies shattered by the demons as soon as they approached. Others were grabbed by demons, their limbs snapped off, and they were toyed with like dolls. Others were being swung around by the demons, used as weapons. In the hands of these demons, the human race was no better than livestock, to be abused at will. At that moment, Bai Ye's gaze grew increasingly cold. Shadow, kill them all. As Bai Ye's words fell, a group of guards emerged from the shadows behind him. As you command, my lord. As they spoke, Shadow wielded his long spear and charged forward. Chapter 175, Trial Map. They were mercilessly slaughtering the human race. They never expected the shadows to suddenly emerge. As the Shadow led his guards into battle, the entire battlefield situation was instantly reversed. As the Shadow's long spear danced like a dragon, one could feel the intense magical power emanating from it. The demon commander Quet, who was engaged in battle with it, couldn't help but reveal a look of astonishment. Who are you? You're not human. If you're not human, why are you protecting these ants? In response to Quet's loud interrogation, Shadow remained silent. He flashed his spear and then withdrew it. Suddenly, a hole appeared on Quet's body. He pulled out the spear and wiped the blood off it. Shadow spoke. I am indeed not human. I am merely a knight by the side of that great being. As the Shadow spoke, Quet collapsed instantly. The Shadow shouted, Demons, your leader is dead. As it impaled Quet's body with its long spear. The entire scene erupted into chaos as countless demons panicked. After all, to become a demon commander, Quet's strength was no joke. Yet he was defeated so swiftly? With the tide of battle turned, the demons collapsed like a house of cards. The battle ended, and amidst the chaos, the shadows and guards helped carry away the wounded. Bai Ye turned to Xia on the side and instructed, Xia, go heal them. Got it. Upon receiving Bai Ye's instructions, Xia also made her way toward the injured. As the little beast girl swung her magic staff, a faint glow descended. At a speed visible to the naked eye, the injuries of the wounded began to heal slowly. Ordinary healers could only heal one person at a time with their healing spells. Not only that, but their skill cooldown times are ridiculously long. In critical moments, when the healer's delayed healing spell finally lands, it can only warm the cold corpses of their teammates. However, having fought alongside Bai Ye in countless battles, Xia's support abilities were clearly far beyond those of ordinary healers. Her area of effect healing spells unleashed magic as if it were free. She is like a mobile fountain. Those who feel her healing don't even need bandages, their wounds stop bleeding and begin to heal. Those who had thought they were doomed to die. Now, facing Xia, their expressions were filled with gratitude. My wounds, they've healed. Mine too. Not just the wounds, but even some old injuries I had from before are gone. Unbelievable. This is a miracle. Savior. You are truly my reborn parents. Who has ever experienced such a scene? Xia scratched her head and gave a shy smile. I'm just doing what my master told me to do. Looking at a few people with broken arms and missing legs, Xia also showed a hint of regret. Although I've healed most of you, your physical injuries are too severe. I can only treat your wounds, I can't make your arms grow back. The others didn't seem to mind. It's okay, young lady. We're already lucky to be alive. That's right. Without you, we probably would have died long ago. Exactly. You've done your best, young lady. There's no need to feel guilty. Just as they were clearing the battlefield, a man approached Bai Ye and Xia. You two, please follow me. The city lord wishes to see you. Upon hearing this, Bai Ye and Xia exchanged glances. Without hesitation, the two followed the messenger toward the city lord's mansion. Half an hour later, as they stepped into the city lord's mansion, in the hall, an old man dressed in plain clothes appeared before them. His eyes shone deeply, as if hiding something. That gaze felt familiar to Bai Ye. It was the gaze of someone who had taken countless lives. Gentlemen, we are grateful for your assistance today. The old man spoke, then introduced himself. My name is Lu Qingshan, the Lord of Dawn City. Without beating around the bush, Lu Qingshan got straight to the point. If I'm not mistaken, you two are here for the trials left behind by the gods, aren't you? Upon hearing this, Bai Ye also guessed what was going on. Lord Lu, before us, there were others like us who came here, weren't there? Lu Qingshan nodded slightly. That's correct. After I explained the contents of the trial to them, they departed. After a brief pause, a hint of admiration flashed across Lu Qingshan's expression. Unlike them, you are the first transferee willing to help us. After exchanging a few casual words, Lu Qingshan got down to business. He had someone bring over a map. This is a map of the entire ruins, drawn by our people, with the trial site marked on it. Currently, I've only given this map to you. Although you're a day behind them, with this map, you'll definitely get the rewards from the trials before they do. As he handed the map to Bai Ye, Lu Qingshan changed the subject. Of course, I'm not giving this to you without conditions. As their eyes met, Lu Qingshan spoke up. Before you leave, I hope you'll take all the women and children from our Dawn City with you. They shouldn't stay here to die with us old folks. Are you not coming with us, Lord Lu? Bai Ye invited Lu Qingshan. Although Lu Qingshan had restrained his aura, but through his mastery of the ZZIGE technique, Bai Ye could still sense the overwhelming power of a true powerhouse within Lu Qingshan. In theory, if Lu Qingshan wanted to leave, it would be completely possible. However, Lu Qingshan shook his head. After you leave, we will seal the entire ruins and imprison those demons here. Having said that, he looked out at the city, which had been reduced to a wasteland. If I leave, who will seal this ruins? Who will stop those demons from harming the world? Facing Bai Ye, Lu Qingshan's eyes held a deep meaning. Among those demons, there are many that are disasters on par with major powers. Even you, along with your beast tamers and attendants, would be unable to defeat those monsters. Seeing that the other had discerned the shadow dragons hidden within his own shadow. Listen. Bai Ye said no more. During the time I am conquering the trial, leave the Shadow Clan here to assist Lord Lu in defending the city. Bai Ye stood up, holding the map. When I depart, I will certainly bring the women and children of Dawn City with me. With that thought, he followed the shadows and the guards, staying behind. Xia, let's go. As Bai Ye's words fell. Watching Bai Ye's departing figure, Xia also took a step forward and followed him. Just as they exited the castle, a group of people appeared, some holding steamed buns and flatbreads, others carrying fruits. Young man, thank you for your help earlier. This is a token of our gratitude. Please take it for your journey. As the elderly man leading the group spoke, the others chimed in. Yes, young man, please accept it. This is all we have here. Though it can't compare to what you have outside, please don't look down on it. Seeing everyone's warmth, Bai Ye couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. He accepted everything they offered. Thank you. Just as Bai Ye was thanking them, suddenly he saw a little girl with a dusty face. She handed him a green apple. Big brother, this is for you. As she spoke, she handed over the apple while swallowing nervously, her eyes betraying her longing. She didn't understand why her grandmother had told her to give the apple to this stranger. She only knew that even her grandmother, who had always spoiled her, wouldn't let her eat it. Bai Ye reached out and gently touched her head. This apple, would you like to share it with your uncle? Seeing the girl nod timidly, Bai Ye also split the apple in two. He and Xia each ate half of their half, while the girl took the other half. As Bai Ye took a bite, it was bitter and sour, not very tasty. However, the girl ate it with relish. Before long, she had devoured the entire half of the apple. Licking her lips, she seemed to want more. How was it? Was the apple tasty? Facing Bai Ye's question, the girl nodded vigorously. She gave a smile. Delicious. Then let me treat you to something even better. As he spoke, Bai Ye had a sudden thought. He retrieved the remains of the exotic beasts he had hunted from his storage space. To Bai Ye, these beasts were not only ingredients but also materials for trading with the merchant guild. However, for the residents of Dawn City, they were a delicacy they might never taste in their entire lives. Chapter 176, Star God Guardian. Trial of the Gods. Looking at the mountains of beast meat piled up before him, the elderly leader shook his head repeatedly. No, young man, you mustn't. Bai Ye smiled. What's the harm? Take it and process it, then we'll all share it. After speaking, Bai Ye retrieved some cumin and other spices from his storage space. Then he knelt down. He wiped the dust off the little girl's face. Add this to the meat and eat it with the old men, okay? Yes. Thank you, big brother. She gave Bai Ye a gentle peck on the cheek. She had heard her grandmother say that people in the outside world were very happy, with endless steamed buns and flatbreads to eat every day, and water to drink until they were full. And those brave warriors who had killed the demons would go to the outside world after they died. Her father and mother had become heroes after killing the demons and gone to the outside world to live in happiness. Big brother, what's the outside world like? Seeing that Bai was about to leave, the girl couldn't help but step forward to ask. Is there really an endless supply of steamed buns and flatbreads? Can you really drink water until you're full? Bai Ye paused in his steps. Yes, when we meet again next time, I'll take everyone to the outside world. There, everyone will be able to eat their fill and stay warm. Hearing this, the girl's tiny body trembled uncontrollably. Then, does that mean I can see my dad and mom again? Noticing the uncomfortable expressions of those around her, Xia stood up at that moment. Little sister, your parents aren't outside. They've gone to a much farther place. The girl's expression grew despondent. Seeing this, Xia hurriedly comforted her, but they're watching over you from heaven. You mustn't cry, or your parents will be sad. Yeah, I won't cry, because I don't want my dad and mom to be sad. Xia wiped away the girl's tears. In a while, your older sister and brother will take you out. Then you can eat as many steamed buns as you want, and as many flatbreads as you want. Hearing this, Yaha stopped crying and smiled. Yes. Yaha will definitely wait for you all to come back. As she watched Bai Ye and Xia mount the shadow dragon and soar into the sky, she looked up. Until the shadow dragon's figure completely disappeared from sight. They bid farewell to Dawn City. Bai and Xia followed the map given to them by Lu Qingshan and headed toward the trial grounds. They soared through the sky. Compared to the other class changers, this undoubtedly saved them a lot of legwork. Master, look. Those demons seem to be gathering. As Xia's voice echoed. Bai Ye also looked down below. As the ruins connected to the outside world, the demons living here naturally grew restless. Let's keep moving while clearing out these grunts. As Bai Ye finished speaking, Xia also understood. These demons were no match for Bai Ye. But for Dawn City, this was a disaster. While the demons hadn't gotten too close, helping to clear a few wouldn't hurt. Just as Bai raised his hand, magic surged forth. When the forbidden spell is unleashed, a massive magical array slowly took shape in midair. The sky suddenly grew dim. The gathered demons were confused. But the next moment, as they raised their heads, they couldn't help but freeze in shock. They gazed at the powerful aura emanating from the magical array in the sky. The demons' expressions gradually turned to fear. With a thunderous crash, amidst the deafening roar, rolling white flames intertwined with lightning descended from the sky. Under this forbidden spell, all beings are equal. Before they could react, the demon army was engulfed within it. You have stolen demon attributes, strength +2. You have looted demon attributes, health +10. As Bai Ye's level continued to rise, the attributes he could plunder each time grew increasingly scarce. But even an ant is still meat. Over time, these small gains add up, significantly boosting White Knight's attributes. The path to Dawn City has been blocked. White Knight gently patted the shadow dragon beneath him. Shadow dragon, let's go. Roar. In response to the dragon's roar, the shadow dragon's speed instantly increased by a notch. They raced toward the location marked on the map. Before long, Bai Ye also arrived at the trial grounds. It must be said that having a map was incredibly convenient, reducing the time it took Bai Ye to locate the trial grounds by at least 2/3. Standing at the entrance of a canyon, seeing no signs of anyone having passed through, Bai Ye knew he was the first to arrive here. Xia, let's go. Retracting the shadow dragon, Bai Ye and Xia stepped into the canyon. At that very moment, on the other side, after much effort, they finally located the trial ground. Cheng Tianyu and his group, who were also rushing toward this direction, noticed the commotion in the distance. They watched as countless demons scattered in all directions, seemingly having encountered something utterly terrifying. The group's expressions grew solemn. Could it be that the people from Dawn City are fighting the demons again? As someone spoke up, Cheng Tianyu shook his head. Impossible. With the strength of the people from Dawn City, they couldn't have caused such a commotion. This must be someone else. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. But if it's not the people from Dawn City, then who could it be? Could it be another hidden faction within this ruins? It might even be other transferees like us who came from outside. Regardless, we need to hurry. The reward for the trial is only one. That's right. Once we reach the trial grounds, it'll be every man for himself. As they spoke, everyone's footsteps unconsciously quickened. They didn't care who was fighting to the death. They only knew that if they lagged behind, the reward of the trial might be snatched away by others. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to advance further. They had been stuck at the rank of star for years. No one wanted to miss out on this opportunity so easily. At that moment, in the canyon, after walking for about 10 minutes, Bai Ye and Xia had also reached the deepest part. Before them stood a stone statue as tall as a person, resembling an elf in appearance. Upon sensing someone approaching, the statue activated instantly. Holding a longbow, the statue assumed a shooting stance. A battle was about to erupt between the two. Facing the statue, just like in previous battles, Bai Ye also threw out his identification. Star God Guardian. Health points 18,000,000 18 million. Magic 10,000. Strength 21,000. Speed 15,000. Resilience 1500. Talent Star God's protection reduces all mechanism-based effects by 50%. Skill Fatal Bow inflicts a fatal blow on targets with health below 5%. Meteor Arrows fires 9 arrows consecutively, each dealing 1 million damage. Evaluation: a mature form derived from the human face species, even the weakest among them possess the strength of a major power. It has been some time since the last encounter with Jack. This is the first time Bai Ye has faced a powerhouse-level existence. Thinking this, Bai Ye strikes first. Chapter 177, Battle Against the Great Powers. The Gap in Strength. The distance between Bai Ye and the Guardian is less than a kilometer. With all firepower unleashed, in less than 3 seconds, he could reach the enemy's front. As Bai Ye moved from the rear, Xia also sprang into action. Holding her staff, she provided buffs for Bai Ye while hiding behind cover. She was well aware that, with her own strength, she couldn't interfere with the battle. Aware of her duties, she remained in the rear, fulfilling her role as a support, providing buffs, and sustaining Bai Ye's endurance. Bai Ye's movements were swift, But the Star Guardian's movements were even faster. Whoosh! With a loud sound, an arrow shot into the sky. Immediately afterward, another arrow was fired, targeting Bai Ye. A thunderous roar echoed through the sky. The arrow aimed at the sky blocked Bai Ye's path. The arrow fired directly at him aimed to deliver a fatal strike. The two arrows had completely immobilized Bai Ye's movements. Shadow Dragon, come out! Roar! Summoned by Bai Ye, the immortal creature immediately flew toward the arrows about to strike. With the Shadow Dragon's protection, Bai Ye swiftly advanced. The entire process unfolded in just 4 or 5 seconds. A deafening crash echoed through the air. The Shadow Dragon was instantly pierced by the arrows. The gashes it left behind instantly carved a straight horizontal line plunging vertically into the horizon. This was the power of a superpower. A single strike alone was enough to declare invincibility. Even a basic attack was so terrifying. What about skills? He knew he absolutely couldn't let it fire a third arrow. While using magic to heal the Shadow Dragon's injuries, Bai Ye summoned the large dog. Woof! After prolonged combat, how could the big dog not understand Bai Ye's intentions? One man and one wolf attacked the Star God Guardian from both sides. At the same time, in the sky, the Shadow Dragon opened its massive jaws, unleashing a torrent of dragon breath. Under the intense heat, the ground melted into lava at a visible speed, and the moisture hidden beneath the earth evaporated into hot air. The surrounding rock walls had already completely collapsed and crumbled from the first round of combat between the two sides. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Another volley of arrows flew out. During the brief pause in the Star God Guardian's skill activation, Bai Ye and the big dog, one on the left and one on the right, had already closed in. Knowing the other wouldn't just stand there, Bai Ye immediately activated his counterattack ability. At the same time, he thrust the angel's blade in his hand forward. As divine might bound him, and sound/activated. While applying debuffs and gaining buffs at the same time, Bai Ye activated his ultimate ability, unleashing divine punishment. A seamless combo flowed effortlessly, enhanced by Xiao's skills. Under the accumulation of multiple damage, the Star Guardian's health dropped by 1/6. It only took a few combos to take it down. But as nice as it sounds, the Star God Guardian won't just let Bai Ye and the big dog attack freely. Just as it forced itself to create some distance. The arrows it fired into the air one after another were like 9 bolts of lightning striking downward. The earth roared and exploded with a deafening boom. Hot sand, soil, and rocks erupted like a mountain fire, unstoppable. The Star God Guardian did not aim the 9 arrows at Bai's current location. Instead, they used the arrows to completely block all possible routes for Bai Ye to attack or escape. As explosions erupted from all directions simultaneously, the damage values appeared on the screen. 1,000,000 points of damage were reduced by 99% thanks to innate abilities and counterattack effects. Additionally, with both physical and magical resistance, plus the magical shield provided by Xia from the rear. Under the premise of maximum error tolerance, each arrow still dealt over 3,000 points of damage. Over 30,000 points of damage directly reduced Bai Ye's health to 150,000, a loss of 1/9. Even with Xiao's healing and the second life granted by immortality, White Knight couldn't withstand the Star God Guardian unleashing 15 skills in a row. Although I have become a general star, compared to these true superpowers, my strength is still too weak. As he sighed, the third round of attacks began. Seeing the opponent attempt to create distance, Bai Ye raised his hand, and the 5 elements power was unleashed at that moment. Multiple spells were cast simultaneously: lightning and flames, extreme cold and storms. In an instant, the forbidden spell rampaged, engulfing the Star God Guardian within its chaos. Millions of life points, along with the resistance to forbidden spells and high dual resistance granted by the Star Gods. This combination of techniques drained all of Bai Ye's magical power. Yet it only managed to reduce the Star God Guardian's health by a quarter. As Bai Ye gulped down the healing potion, his usual habit of relying on potions. Behind him, Xia chanted and cast spells. She boosted Bai's health and magic points. As a bonus, she cast a shield on Bai, further increasing his margin for error. Amidst the constant explosions and the chaotic dance of various elements, the battle against the Star God Guardian grew increasingly intense. Both sides possessed finishing moves. Whoever reduces the opponent's health to the finishing line first wins. High resistance was no match for extreme numerical values. There was no doubt about it, this was a game of mutual annihilation. At this very moment, 10 miles away from the trial grounds, looking up at the sky, which had grown dim, with flashes of lightning flickering, Chang Tianyu and his companions' expressions grew grim. They knew all too well that the battle raging in the distance was a clash between powerhouses of the highest caliber. Who could this person be who dared to challenge them for the trial rewards? How could his strength be so terrifying? Changgu, what should we do? As the words of a star-ranked officer fell, the others also spoke up. Yeah, a battle of this caliber? Charging in would be suicide. Maybe we should just give up. It's just a chance to break through. There's no need to risk our lives here. This is way too terrifying. We have no chance of winning. Just as everyone began to feel a sense of fear, Chang Tianyu clenched his teeth. Let's go. Let's give it a try. Facing the others, Chang Tianyu said, if they both end up weakened, 1T we have a chance? Seeing that everyone was already tempted, Chang Tianyu continued to persuade them, let's give it a try. If things go wrong, we can always leave at any time. Hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. Everyone knew that the appearance of this ruin was nothing more than a coincidence after the disaster. If we miss this opportunity, no one knows when the next one will come. To give up like this would be too regrettable. Let's go. Shengge, let's give it our all. That's right, let's give it a shot. Turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. Let us bet they'll both be weakened, and the trial's difficulty will drop drastically. With all this commotion, the reward for the divine trial must be no ordinary prize. Though they said it to their teammates, they were really talking to themselves. After all, everyone knows that the reward for the trial can only be claimed by one person. Once you survive the trial, everyone around you becomes an enemy. Everyone understood this implicitly. Chapter 178, The Divine Statue Shatters. The ruins transform suddenly. At the center of the battlefield. After another half hour of intense combat, the life points of the Star God Guardian had been reduced to 1/3 by Bai Ye. Now, it was dangerously close to Bai Ye's killing threshold. However, after a fierce exchange of blows, White Knight's health had also dropped by half. And this was with Xiao's assistance. Otherwise, Bai's health would have dropped even further. Master, someone has broken in. At that very moment, accompanied by Xiao's startled cry, Bai Ye's gaze grew intense. Ying Long, big dog, you two go deal with them. If they try to force their way in, eliminate them. As for here, leave it to me. As Bai Ye finished speaking, the two beasts immediately rushed toward the entrance of the canyon. As another wave of attacks unfolded. Although the beasts were no longer assisting him, it had little effect on Bai Ye. After all, while the Star Guardian's health was high, under Bai Ye's high damage output and powerful mechanics, it couldn't gain much of an advantage. After a series of exchanges, Bai Ye actually came out ahead. Given the current situation, defeating it would merely require a bit more effort. At the same time, Chang Tianyu and his group arrived at the scene. Looking at the canyon that had been destroyed beyond recognition, everyone couldn't help but gasp in shock. And as they looked at the shadow dragon and the big dog emerging from the canyon, everyone's expressions grew solemn. The strength of this dragon and wolf was actually stronger than that of these generals. Feeling that the battle in the canyon was nearing its end, with victory about to be decided, Chang Tianyu could no longer sit still. Brothers, let's go. Kill these two beasts. The reward for the god's trial is ours. As he spoke, Chang Tianyu charged forward first. Seeing that Chang Tianyu wasn't afraid to die and had already charged forward, the others no longer hesitated. They formed a battle formation, and a fierce battle erupted. As they watched the group charge toward them, Big Dog let out a loud howl. Woof! It issued a warning to the crowd. Bai Ye had mentioned that as long as the enemy retreated, they wouldn't need to intervene. But clearly, Chang Tianyu and his group had no idea what they meant. Seeing the various skills being unleashed toward them, the big dog grew furious. A tiger doesn't show its claws. Do you really think it's a sick cat? As the skills were released, countless shadows transformed into tentacles, binding Chang Tianyu and his group. At the same time, as it opened its massive jaws, a dark purple aurora surged toward the group. As the big dog moved, the shadow dragon circling midair also showed no signs of backing down. As the ground was shrouded in shadows, it transformed into a swamp. Combined with the giant dog's shadow bind, Chang Tianyu and his group were almost completely immobilized. And just as they completely restricted their opponents, dragon breath erupted forth. For a moment, facing a mechanism far superior to their own, the eyes of the generals grew clear. The aura of these two colossal beasts was no different from that of the generals, was it? Yet why was the disparity in their strength so vast? At that moment, the fleeting hope in everyone's hearts turned into a mockery. Some died, others fled. They dared not entertain even the slightest thought of this so-called trial of the gods. Watching the others flee in panic, the great dog and the shadow dragon were both satisfied. This should count as completing the task their master had assigned them, right? They exchanged a glance. To prevent anyone from scavenging Bai Ye's remains, the wolf and the dragon chose to remain stationed at the entrance. They remained there until Bai Ye once again utilized the 5 elements' power to completely deplete the blood bars of the Star God Guardians. The two beasts finally returned to Bai's side, who was now weakened, and chose to protect him. Having downed several healing potions and with the blessings of their equipment and Xia, after about 10 minutes, Bai Ye had also recovered to a certain extent. Come back, Shadow Dragon. As he summoned the beasts back, Bai Ye stood up and continued onward with Xia. Finally, the man and the beast girl arrived before a divine statue. Since the deity was invisible, the statue did not depict its true form and remained completely faceless. As Bai Ye slowly approached, he immediately sensed the intense divine power and divine fortune contained within the statue. You have obtained divine power 1000. You have obtained fortune 2000. You have reached level 234 with 200 free attribute points. As both types of power within the divine statue were absorbed by Bai Ye, at a speed visible to the naked eye, countless cracks spread across the entire divine statue. In the next instant, the divine statue shattered into pieces. The gods are dead. Now, with the divine fortune taken away, even their own divine statues could no longer be maintained.
After a series of upgrades and skill enhancements, Bai Ye said, "Xia, let's go. It's time to take the women and children of Dawn City out of here."
Alright, master. Holding on to Bai Ye's sleeve, Xia followed closely behind him. Meanwhile, deep within the ruins, upon learning that the advance party they had organized had suffered heavy losses.
Demon City. Within the castle, the expressions of the high-ranking demons grew grim.
You say,
for some unknown reason, they were ambushed and killed halfway through?
Facing Lucifer's interrogating gaze,
the demons who came to report couldn't help but sweat profusely.
Yes, my lord, we truly have no idea what happened.
We only saw lightning and flames descending from the sky. We couldn't defend against it, we simply couldn't. Recalling the scene at the time, the demon was still trembling with fear.
Useless.
With a cold snort, under the overwhelming pressure, the demon instantly turned into a pile of flesh.
No one had expected Lucifer's methods to be so brutal.
The demons present couldn't help but show a look of awe. "Lord Lucifer, what should we do now?" A high-ranking demon spoke up.
Lucifer glanced at it.
"Here's what we'll do, you lead the army and attack them,
wear down Lu Qingshan until he's exhausted, and then we'll follow behind you and break out."
Upon hearing this, the demon immediately knelt before Lucifer. It looked distressed. "My lord, this is impossible.
Though that old man is a powerful demon, he can unleash the power of a pseudo-god when he gives his all. Sending your subordinates to him is tantamount to sending them to their deaths."
Upon hearing this, Lucifer sneered. "Exactly, I'm sending you to die. Go and die alongside that old man. If you don't die, do you expect me to go instead?"
At these words, the demon broke out in a cold sweat.
"But my lord, that's final. Go prepare immediately and set out on the expedition."
Under Lucifer's threatening gaze,
the demon could only reluctantly concede defeat.
Below the divine realm, all are but ants. It was merely a minor power. In the outside world, it was indeed a calamity, a being that struck fear into countless hearts. But within these divine ruins, having experienced the glory of the divine age, even as a major power, it was merely a slightly stronger entity. With a large number of demons being summoned, the entire ruins are now filled with undercurrents of turmoil.
Chapter 179, The Final Dawn.
The Trial Stone. At this very moment, within Dawn City, through the contract's connection, the shadows confirmed that Bai Ye was heading this way.
Thus, it reported to Lu Qingshan. "Lord Lu, you can now gather the women and children. My master is on his way here. Once he arrives, we can set off immediately." Upon hearing this, Lu Qingshan was slightly taken aback.
He hadn't expected Bai Ye to pass the trial so quickly. But he quickly regained his composure.
"Alright, I'll make the arrangements immediately. As for maintaining order, I'll leave that to you, Shadow Pavilion." Upon hearing this, Dark Knight also prepared to depart. "We'd better hurry. It seems like the demons are making another move."
Upon hearing this, Lu Qingshan also couldn't help but adopt a serious expression.
He immediately made the necessary arrangements. In an instant, the entire Dawn City was mobilized.
As numerous women and children were gathered in a square, they all waited for Bai Ye's arrival.
Holding her grandmother's hand, Yaya's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Grandma, is my brother coming? Are we going to follow him to live a life of luxury outside?"
Looking at her granddaughter, the old woman gently stroked her head.
"Yes, Yaya.
Once we get outside, we'll have endless steamed buns to eat." Grandma heard that the steamed buns outside are soft, fragrant, and sweet.
Seeing her granddaughter's eager expression, the old woman couldn't help but laugh. Just as the old woman was about to say something, boom!
With the explosion, everyone instinctively looked toward the source of the blast.
The City Lord's mansion, symbolizing the heart of Dawn City, collapsed in an instant.
As the City Lord's mansion turned into a pile of rubble in an instant.
For a moment, the entire scene fell into complete silence. The demons have arrived.
Someone shouted in panic, breaking the silence, followed by chaos.
Countless demons flew through the air.
On the ground, a group of veteran soldiers armed with weapons were fiercely resisting them. The demon army had not yet arrived. These demons were merely a raiding party from a nearby outpost, sent to cause trouble.
However, even a demonic guerrilla force was no match for these seasoned veterans in their twilight years.
Some were being attacked from all sides by demons, torn to pieces. Some were tossed high into the air by the demons and crashed to the ground, reduced to a bloody pulp. The acrid smoke and the overpowering stench of blood mingled in the air. The adults hurriedly covered their children's eyes, unable to bear witness to their loved ones or familiar neighbors meeting such a gruesome end before their eyes. Meanwhile, some were protecting the women and children gathered on the playground. Shadows led a group of guards in clearing the demons from the scene. As it fired its gun like a dragon, demons fell one after another. However, despite the Shadow's relentless slaughter, the demons kept coming endlessly. Why are these demons so? Muttering to himself, Shadow clenched his long spear tightly as he watched the demons swirling in the air. It could only hope that Bai Ye would return soon. Otherwise, with just its strength and that of its guards, it would be impossible to stop so many demons. Looking at the countless demons, Lu Qingshan felt powerless. He wasn't incapable of slaughtering all these demons. But after dealing with these demons, his magical power would definitely be insufficient to seal the ruins afterward. But if he simply let these demons run rampant, would he just let them rampage and slaughter the people of Dawn City at will? Roar! Just as Lu Qingshan was torn between conflicting emotions, his expression betraying his inner struggle. A dragon's roar echoed across the sky. Rolling flames, swept up by a violent storm, engulfed countless demons. Seeing Bai Ye arrive, the veteran soldiers who had already accepted their fate, along with the desperate women and children, couldn't help but glimpse a glimmer of hope. Since Bai Ye had survived the trials of the gods, it was proof of his terrifying power. They all knew that the moment White Knight appeared, the outcome was already decided. You have looted demon attributes, strength 2. You have obtained demon attributes, health 10. As the of the triggered talent echoed continuously. As White Knight converted part of the attributes he had stolen into divine power. Facing the scattered demon corpses, Bai Ye also enslaved their souls. After all, these are crucial materials for strengthening beast tamers and servants. As Bai Ye redistributed the souls of the enslaved demons, at a speed visible to the naked eye, the knight-like appearances of the Shadow faction began to change. At this moment, there was not a single trace of holiness left in them. They looked like demon knights emerging from hell. Shadows. Health 1,000,000,001 million. Magic 5,000,005,000. Strength 1,20,000. Speed 6,500. Resilience 1,500. Skill Piercing Lance. Description: a demon knight imbued with demonic power, capable of clearing out most opponents with its sheer strength. Just as Bai Ye activated the life or death gift to enhance the shadow forces. Upon witnessing this scene, Lu Qingshan was completely stunned. Unbelievable, truly unbelievable. Muttering to himself, Lu Qingshan couldn't help but sigh repeatedly. Those who can master forbidden spells are few and far between. And those who could master them with such skill were even rarer. But Bai Ye, he could not only master the power of his own forbidden spells. Moreover, he can even use multiple forbidden spells simultaneously. After all these years, the outside world has finally produced a talent capable of standing toe-to-toe with the gods. As he sighed in admiration, Lu Qingshan walked toward Bai Ye. Bai Ye, we of Dawn City are counting on you. Looking at Lu Qingshan's solemn expression, Bai Ye instinctively glanced at the crowd in the distance. He then said, Lord Lu, rest assured. I will ensure their safe exit. Upon hearing Bai Ye's response, Lu Qingshan also smiled. As time passed, as the setting sun painted the sky with its last rays, as people gradually withdrew, as he was about to leave, Bai Ye paused. Well, Lord Lu, the ruins are now in your care. Lu Qingshan laughed heartily. You may go in peace. I will seal the ruins, and those demons won't be able to escape for years to come. As he spoke, Lu Qingshan produced a jade pendant. Bai Ye, this is an item passed down through the generations of the city lord of Dawn City. I am entrusting it to you, hoping it will be of assistance to you. As he looked at the jade pendant, its information unfolded before Bai Ye's eyes. Item: Trial Stone. Description: originally a medium for entering the trial grounds of the gods, but with the fall of the gods, it now serves no purpose except to sense the location of the ruins. Looking at the information about the trial stone, Bai Ye's eyes lit up. This trip to Dawn City had brought an unexpected bonus. He put it away and said to Lu Chengzhu, let's go. Lu Qingshan said, go ahead. When you return next time, with the blessings of the gods, you will surely be able to eliminate all the demons imprisoned here. He watched them depart until they were completely out of sight. Lu Qingshan finally turned and led the soldiers up to the city walls. Looking into the distance, countless demons gathered, resembling a dark cloud pressing down on the city. Lu Qingshan had no qualms. Even if he were to die, he would seal all the demons here. The aura of a major power was clearly evident. Feeling Lu Qingshan unleashing his full power, Lucifer, at the rear of the demon army, couldn't help but smile. Just as he thought Lu Qingshan would fight them to the death. Little did it know, Lu Qingshan suddenly activated the forbidden spell. As both magic power and life force depleted simultaneously, the passage connecting the ruins to the outside world closed as well. Caught off guard, Lucifer's smile froze on his face. Old fool, even as you're dying, you still have to pull this stunt. He cursed under his breath, gazing at the veteran soldiers still holding their positions in Dawn City. Lucifer issued his orders. Kill them all. Upon hearing this, the demons grinned savagely and charged toward the veterans. Facing the countless demons, the veterans showed no fear. Brothers, the city lord has already left, and we will stand with Dawn City until the end. They charged forward like moths drawn to a flame. As the sun set completely, the entire Dawn City was left in complete silence. Chapter 180, The Battlefield of the Foreign Tribes. The Arena of the Gods. As the entrance to the ruins closed completely, they emerged from Lingfang Mountain. Under the cover of night, they gazed at the neon lights flickering in the distance. The residents of Dawn City had never witnessed such a scene before. For a moment, everyone couldn't help but exclaim in awe. This is the outside world. The buildings here are so tall. How strange. Look, those big metal boxes are moving. Yes, it's amazing. Just as everyone was marveling at everything around them, Bai Ye led everyone into Jiangcheng. He had already made arrangements with the local authorities in Jiangcheng. That's why they had arrived here. Bai Ye saw Chao Jia, who had been called to be in charge, waiting there for quite some time. Upon seeing Bai Ye, Chao Jia's eyes lit up. White Knight Assassin, she greeted him with a smile. Bai Ye replied, then addressed the crowd, everyone, let's rest here tonight. From now on, we'll follow Miss Chao's arrangements. Just as Bai Ye was speaking, someone suddenly tugged at his sleeve. Looking down, he saw it was Yaya. Brother, didn't you say that once we got outside, there would be endless white steamed buns and flatbreads to eat? The little girl's stomach growled, and she looked embarrassed. Bai Ye smiled and ruffled Yaya's hair. Of course there is. Since your brother promised you, there will be plenty. After saying that, Bai Ye also looked at Chao Jia. Seeing this, Chao Jia nodded in understanding. Everyone, I'll take care of dinner. Tonight, whatever you want to eat, I'll make sure you're all well fed and satisfied. Having spent so much time in the ruins, for everyone, eating their fill was a luxury. Therefore, as soon as Chao Jia finished speaking, everyone's eyes lit up and they couldn't help but swallow hard. Then, White Knight Assassin, I'll take them with me first. After saying this to White Knight, Chao Jia led the others away. As soon as they parted ways with Chao Jia and the others, as they walked down the street, Xia asked Bai, Master, what should we do next? The moon god and the demon god could be released at any moment from the endless tower in the abyss. Their followers were stirring in the shadows. The aftermath of the catastrophe still lingered. My father is on the other side, and there is still a chance he may have survived. Facing all this, Bai said, in any case, we must first pass through the trial stone, find those hidden ruins, and undergo the divine trial. Finding those powerful beings won't be easy. However, if the goal is to pass the trials and obtain a boost in fortune to advance in rank, the difficulty will be significantly reduced. As Bai Ye outlined the plan for what came next, Xia also nodded seriously. The next day, before setting out to search for the ruins, Bai Ye first brought the people he had brought out from Dawn City to the capital. They arrived at Qin's pharmaceutical company. As Bai Ye briefly recounted everything that had happened in Dawn City, looking at the women and children, Qin Yanan proposed a solution. Bai Ye, why don't we let them stay and work at Qin's pharmaceutical company, and pay them wages? At the same time, we will provide for the children's education. In the future, if they don't awaken a profession, they can stay at the Qin family as ordinary employees. If they become transferees, they can join our guild. What do you think of this arrangement? Facing Qin Yanan's proposal, Bai Ye nodded lightly. This would resolve the livelihood issues of the residents of Dawn City. It can also help cultivate new talent for the Qin family and the guild. This is truly a win-win situation. Then I'll leave this matter to you, Yanran. As for their identity issues, I'll go and explain to Deng Zhe myself. Upon hearing this, Qin Yanan smiled. This is what I should do. Didn't we agree that I would handle matters related to the Qin family and the guild, while you focus on external affairs? As Bai Ye was about to leave, Yaya felt a bit reluctant. Brother, are you leaving? She met the girl's tearful, innocent eyes. Bai Ye said, brother has things to do. From now on, Yaya must remember to listen to the sister carefully, understand? Yaya nodded her little head firmly. Yaya understands. One day, Yaya will definitely help brother and defeat those evil demons. As she spoke, she waved her little fist at Bai Ye. Bai Ye stroked her head. Alright, then I'll be waiting for you. After saying that, Bai Ye also looked toward Qin Yaran. Well, Yan, I'll be going now. As Bai Ye bid farewell, he watched Bai Ye come and go in a hurry, leaving behind only a stall. Qin Yanan's gaze grew resentful. Why is Bai Ye's mind filled with thoughts of leveling up? Can't he think about something else? Does that mean, in Bai Ye's eyes, women really slow down his leveling speed? Just as she was complaining, she thought of the little beast girl Xia who had been following Bai Ye all along. Qin Yanan immediately added another sentence. What about the little girls? The headquarters of the Job Changer Guild. As Bai Ye arrived, Upon entering, apart from Deng Zai, the elite members of various guilds were also present. Some were injured, others were covered in dust and dirt.
Aren't these the same people who followed Cheng Tianyu earlier? Just as Bai Ye was thinking this.
Upon seeing Bai Ye, Deng Zai also greeted him. White Knight Assassin, you've arrived.
As Bai Ye sat down, Deng Zai spoke up. I know that your recent trip to the ruins for the trial was not smooth.
Some died at the hands of demons, while others perished in the struggle. But regardless of the outcome, casualties are a fact, and this will undoubtedly be detrimental to our upcoming operations.
Under everyone's gaze, after some preliminary remarks, Deng Zai got to the point.
Due to the aftermath of the last disaster, according to our scouts' reports, a special dungeon called the Battlefield of the Foreign Race has appeared. This instance seems to be an arena created by a god in the past, and all nations will participate. In such matters involving the gods, the rewards are usually very generous. Therefore, I hope that you will represent the Dragon Kingdom in this battle and emerge victorious. As Deng Zai finished speaking, the faces of the gathered generals grew grim. After all, aside from Li Linglong, who hadn't even participated in this divine trial, the rest of them had all sustained injuries to varying degrees and were in poor condition. Under such circumstances, it would be extremely difficult for them to showcase their true strength on that so-called foreign battlefield.
But regardless of what the generals were thinking, Deng Zai took a document from one of his secretaries. He handed it to everyone. According to our official investigation and various data inquiries, anyone who participates in this foreign battlefield can obtain divine favor from the gods. The more outstanding one's performance, the more divine favor one will ultimately receive.
Upon hearing the word divine favor, the generals who had previously looked reluctant all changed their attitudes. After all, the opportunity to obtain divine favor this time was far less dangerous than the gods' trials.
An hour later,
as the discussion about the foreign battlefield came to a close, as the generals departed,
Deng Zai also turned his gaze toward Bai Ye. White Knight Assassin, you must have something to discuss with me, right? Chapter 181, The existence of the ruins must have a reason. I do have something I need your help with, Mr. Deng.
Without beating around the bush, Bai Ye explained the reason for entering the ruins and bringing the people of Shiguang City to the outside world. After a brief pause, Deng Zai responded.
It's just a matter of giving them an identity. I'll handle it for you, Mr. Bai.
As the residents of Dawn City were settled, they exited the Guild of Transformed Warriors. Walking down the street, Bai Ye took out the trial stone. As Bai Ye infused magic into it,
the trial stone began to emit a faint glow.
It seemed to react with the ruins. Bai Ye confirmed the location of the nearest ruins.
There is a divine trial hidden to the west. Seeing that Bai had already pinpointed its location, Xia also asked Bai, Master, should we rush through this trial before the foreign battlefield opens? Let's give it a try.
Saying this, Bai Ye headed toward the direction of the ruins he had sensed.
He was certain that the ruins were not far away.
Therefore, if they wanted to conquer it, there should still be enough time. After leaving the capital, Bai Ye summoned the Shadow Dragon. Mounting the Shadow Dragon, he rushed toward the ruins.
At the same time, online,
information about the otherworldly battlefield was also released.
If one could win the championship, not only would they receive a large reward, but they could also secure certain benefits for their country. At that moment, countless netizens were instantly excited. Wow! This isn't going to be like the National War, is it? I remember the space for the National War was supposedly built by the gods of the past as an arena. Wow!
Look at the lineups of the participating nations, they're all-star generals.
Yeah, such a clash between the strongest is far more exciting than the National War. At that very moment, across the ocean, Eagle Nation, the Rose Guild.
When Jeff saw Bai Ye among them, he grinned. He had already transformed all the high-ranking members of the Rose Guild into guardians, so now he had some fun to look forward to. This time, on the battlefield of the alien race, he would make sure Bai Ye never returned. As the undercurrents swirled in the shadows, the Shadow Dragon descended from the sky.
Bai Ye had already entered a mountain valley. According to the of the trial stone, the ruins are right here. Master, look. As the little beast girl finished speaking, Bai Ye followed the direction she pointed and looked in that direction.
Vaguely, the corner of a ruin could be seen. The ruins leading to the trial of the gods were buried beneath the earth. Seeing this, he raised his hand.
Bai Ye activated his skill.
Under the influence of the five elements' power, the ground slowly began to crack. Soon, accompanied by earth-shaking tremors, an abandoned temple appeared before Bai Ye's eyes. As Xia approached and her staff touched the corner of the temple, as the magic flowed into it, the teleportation array hidden within the temple was triggered and gradually revealed itself.
Let's go.
As he spoke, Bai Ye stepped inside first.
Xia followed closely behind. A blinding white light flashed.
As the scene before their eyes gradually became clear,
Bai Ye found himself in a land of ice and snow. You have entered the frozen winter realm. As a line of text flashed before Bai Ye's eyes,
A biting cold wind howled in the air. This frigid land, where blizzards rage everywhere, is surely the trial set by some divine being? Just as Bai Ye was filled with curiosity, a massive figure slowly emerged from the blizzard ahead. It was a winter dragon, its entire body covered in smooth, white scales. Winter dragon. Health 28,000,000. Magic 50,000. Strength 8,000. Speed 1,000. Resilience 1,500. Talent Blessing of the Gods restores 1% health every 10 seconds and reduces damage from curses by 50%. Skills Arctic Blizzard, Icy Breath, Dragon's Breath. Evaluation The most perfect lifeform created by the gods, it is the most successful experimental subject. As the winter dragon turned its gaze toward Bai Ye, White Knight could clearly sense that the dragon blood within it was far more concentrated than that of the shadow dragon. Human, are you the challenger? The winter dragon's voice echoed through Bai Ye's mind via telekinesis. Bai Ye was startled. In the past, he had experienced countless battles, but those like the winter dragon, who could communicate, were few and far between. Considering the dragon clan's legendary longevity, this winter dragon might know something. Thus, Bai Ye also spoke. I am the challenger. As the winter dragon's gaze sharpened slightly, Bai Ye continued, but before the challenge, I would like to ask, during the age of the gods 10,000 years ago, why did the gods fall, and for whom were the gods' trials prepared? Facing Bai Ye's question, Winter Dragon hesitated for a moment before responding. The fall of the gods, I only know that it originated from a struggle over the laws and authority. As for the specifics, I am unaware. After a brief pause, Donlong added, as for the trial of the gods, it was prepared by the gods to prepare for the slayers of the moon god and the demon god. Upon hearing Winter Dragon's words, Bai Ye couldn't help but show surprise. He listened as Donlong continued. It seems the gods had already foreseen that after their fall, this world would be ruled by the moon god and the demon god. That's why they prepared this plan. You may not know this yet. The trials of the gods were actually the fragmented laws left behind by the gods after their fall. The more Donlong revealed information he didn't know, the more Bai Ye heard, the more his heart raced. He had thought that going to Dawn City and obtaining the trial stone from Lu Qingshan was just a coincidence. But now, it seemed as though this was destined to be, predetermined long ago. Could it be that even before the gods fell, they had already foretold what would happen thousands of years later? As Bai Ye's thoughts raced, he turned to ask another question. The God Slayer, is this profession specifically prepared by the gods to combat the moon god and the demon god? Winter Dragon tilted his head in confusion. I'm not entirely sure about that, but I have heard that this profession can be passed down through generations, and each successive God Slayer possesses a terrifying ability. Passed down? Upon hearing this, Bai Ye had a premonition. Perhaps once his mother awoke, he might find the answers he sought. Following Donlong's speculation, the fact that Bai Ye could obtain infinite plunder was no coincidence. Just as Bai Ye was lost in thought, Winter Dragon spoke again. Then, challenger, come and kill me, and take the inheritance I have been guarding. As he spoke, Donlong's powerful magic surged forth. Gale force winds and blizzards engulfed the entire arena. Though far weaker than the dragon god. However, as a powerhouse of his caliber, he remained a formidable foe for Bai Ye. As the blizzard closed in, Bai Ye also moved his thoughts. Relying on the power of the 5 elements, a wall of fire materialized, deflecting the winter dragon's attack. Sia! As Bai Ye spoke, the small beast maiden behind him also planted her staff into the ground and began chanting spells. While receiving the buff, Bai Ye also summoned his beast tamers and attendants. From different directions, they charged toward the winter dragon to surround and attack it. Chapter 182, Dual Blade Style. The battlefield of the foreign race. Ice attribute skills generally come with the debuff slow. Facing the ice dragon's relentless barrage of wide area AoE attacks, even with White Knight moving at full speed, he had no way to avoid them. His speed dropped from 10,000 to 8,000. Bai Ye furrowed his brows. His resilience was maxed out, yet his movement speed was still reduced by 1/5. It goes without saying how incredibly powerful the ice dragon's multiple slow effects truly are. When Bai Ye looked around, all his guards had been frozen into ice sculptures. Only the Shadow Great Dog and the Shadow Dragon were still capable of fighting. Meanwhile, at the rear of the battlefield, Xia was trembling uncontrollably. Xia, come back. As he spoke, Bai Ye summoned the little beast girl back. The big dogs can be revived with magic if they die. But if Xia dies, she's truly gone. Without Xiao's assistance, it simply reduces the margin for error and attack power. In Bai Ye's view, this was of no great consequence. As Sound Slash was released, the icy coldness clinging to Bai Ye vanished instantly, along with the slowdown effect. As Bai Ye raised his hand, white flames intertwined with thunder surged toward the winter dragon. Facing Bai Ye's forbidden spell, the winter dragon naturally didn't back down. Roar! Amidst the roar, a biting cold wind swept in. For a moment, the entire ruins were engulfed in a battle between ice and fire.
Outside, the countdown to the opening of the alien battlefield had already begun.
In the sky, projections had already unfolded.
The list differed little from the official announcement.
Those who had been selected to participate in the alien battlefield were the cream of the crop from all the nations. Not only the projections, but an empty island has appeared out of thin air.
That is where the participants from all nations will head next to compete in the arena.
Tomorrow is the global competition.
With Bai Ye here, our dragon nation will win, right? This is a one-on-one duel, not a team battle. This is the assassin's domain.
With Bai Ye's strength, winning this competition is a piece of cake.
Everyone has witnessed Bai Ye's strength. Plus, this competition is quite advantageous for Bai Ye.
In everyone's eyes, the competition hasn't even started yet, and Bai Ye has already won.
Just as everyone was filled with an inexplicable confidence in Bai Ye, a comment suddenly appeared on the screen.
Look quickly, something's off about the participants this time.
Upon seeing the comment, countless netizens couldn't help but freeze in shock.
As they all rushed to check the list of participants,
everyone was stunned.
It turned out that the participants were not only transferees from various countries.
Among them were even members of the alien race from the other side.
Compared to the present world, the transnational warriors from various nations were already extremely powerful. But compared to those from the other side, there was no need to think twice. The gap in strength between the two sides was enormous. Facing these opponents from the other side, shrouded in mystery and far more powerful.
Can they truly defeat them?
At that moment, the list of participants poured cold water on the excitement of those who had already felt certain of victory.
Will the upcoming competition unfold as smoothly as they had initially imagined? Kyoto University.
With no word from Bai Ye couldn't help but grow concerned. The competition is tomorrow, and all the other transferees are already in place, but my older brother still hasn't shown up. I hope nothing happened to him.
As Bai Ye murmured to herself, unable to calm down.
As if sensing her thoughts, her best friend comforted her. Bai Ye, don't worry too much. Your brother is so capable he won't be in trouble.
He might just have something urgent to attend to. Hearing this, Bai Ye nodded slightly. Yes, I believe my brother will win. Within the ruins,
facing the severely injured winter dragon, Bai Ye quickly downed the healing potion. Thanks to his equipment and the healing potion as sustained effects, White Knight barely had enough strength to fight. He had used the 5 elements power to apply debuffs to the winter dragon. He also tried combining multiple damage attacks with crowd control to deal massive damage to the winter dragon. However, the winter dragon's health pool was simply too massive. After several combo attacks, he finally managed to reduce the winter dragon's health to 1,000,000, reaching the kill threshold. This might work against other class-changed warriors or major powers, but to take on a creature created by the gods, my damage output is still far from enough. As he muttered, the divine punishment was unleashed.
Bai Ye delivered the final blow to the winter dragon.
You have obtained the winter dragon's talent, a gift from the gods. You have obtained Fortune 1000. You have reached level 244, with 100 free attribute points, accompanied by a series of sounds. As the winter dragon's remains were stored in Bai Ye's storage space, the swirling snowflakes in mid-air gradually settle. At the same time, Bai Ye arrived at the deepest part of this space. A short blade with a pale blue hue and ice flower patterns at the hilt was visible on an altar-like structure. Having passed this trial, the reward was a divine weapon.
Equipment Frostblade. Quality Mythical.
Effect 1 basic attack damage increased by 100%.
Effect 2, each normal attack inflicts a frostbite effect, reducing movement speed and defense by 10%.
Effect 3 reduces the effectiveness of all negative effects on the user by 50%. Effect 4 deals an additional 200% damage to enemies with divine power. Evaluation: a special weapon forged by the god of destiny. It seems to have been prepared specifically for someone. With the acquisition of the Frozen Blade, Bai Ye transitions from a single sword style to a dual sword style. Having grown accustomed to a single sword, the sudden change left Bai Ye somewhat unsettled.
It seems that this will require more practical experience and practice. As he thought this, after putting away his equipment, Bai Ye stepped out of the ruins. Upon returning to the outside world, the temple that had once stood there had vanished without a trace. On the way back, when his phone finally got signal again, Bai Ye was startled. He saw that Bai Ye had called him several times. This girl must be so worried about him. With a mix of laughter and exasperation, Bai Ye dialed back. As soon as the call connected, he heard Bai Ye's voice, slightly harsh. "Brother, where did you go? I was so worried." Hearing this, Bai Ye casually replied, "What's there to worry about?" Before he could finish, Bai Ye heard Bai Ye snort coldly on the other end. This competition not only includes experts from various countries but also participants from the foreign tribes. How could I not be worried? Foreign tribes? Seeing that Bai Ye still didn't understand, Bai Ye explained, "Just check the news yourself. You have to be careful tomorrow, big brother." As the call ended, just as Bai Ye opened the news page, looking at the list of participants, Bai Ye fell into deep thought.
Given his previous experiences, it was hard for Bai Ye not to draw connections. Could this also be part of the gods' plan? Chapter 183, The Battle of the Empty Island. The night grew darker. However, due to the influence of the foreign battlefield, the entire sky was shrouded in a dense purple magic. Just before returning, Bai Ye flickered his thoughts. The guardians had no souls and could not be enslaved. However, Donglong was completely different. Just as Bai Ye was about to fuse Donglong's soul with the shadow dragon, the power of the shadows surged forth instantly. At a speed visible to the naked eye, the shadow dragon's power underwent a qualitative transformation. Its originally black wings were adorned with ice crystals at the tips. The dragon scales, as black as obsidian, bore faint blue patterns that shimmered faintly. Shadow Dragon. Attributes: Shadow, Ice, Fire. Health 7, 900, 000. Strength 32, 000. Speed 10000. Magic 28000. Skills: Dragon Breath, Blazing Beam, Frozen Breath. Description: a special beast tamer containing half the blood of a true dragon. It has a chance to become a dragon god in this era of fallen gods. Gazing at the colossal beast before him, with the shadow dragon by his side, Bai Ye felt more confident about the upcoming battles against the alien races. On the way back, he merely glanced at the night sky outside the window. He no longer paid attention to it. He arrived at the hospital. As usual, he activated the life and death bestowal and enhanced Zhou Ling's attributes. He believed that once his mother woke up, she would be startled by her own attribute values. As he thought this, Bai Ye also noticed a slight movement of Zhou Ling's fingers. Although she had not regained consciousness, the residual corrupted magic within her body still lingered. However, after such a long period of treatment, Zhou Ling's body had gradually regained some of its functions. Once the official researchers develop a method to neutralize the remaining magical energy, it should only be a matter of time before she fully recovers from the mid-stage to the early stage and regains consciousness, right? But those who noticed the changes that night were not limited to Bai Ye alone. Eagle Sauce Country, Rose Guild. Jeff grinned. In a few more hours, once dawn breaks, the battlefield against the alien race will open. Following the instructions of the moon goddess, he had made thorough preparations. Taking this opportunity, he was determined to slay Bai Ye. With the moon goddess's temporary arrival, there would be no danger. Click. A sound echoed behind Jeff. 12 guardians slowly emerged. Each guardian possessed the power of a major power. With him included, there were 13 powerhouses. Even if Bai Ye is a god slayer, he couldn't possibly defeat them, could he? As if already envisioning the scene of slaying Bai Ye, Jeff's smile grew even broader. In the depths of the abyss, a man dressed in armor and warrior attire slowly emerged. His entire body was engulfed in flames, resembling a demon god descending from the heavens. This man was the demon god's emissary. He is also Matsumoto Ren, one of the 20 great powers of the present age. Gazing up at the floating island shrouded in a purple vortex, Matsumoto Ren let out a sinister grin. This must be another trick of the dead gods, right? Shaking his head lightly, Matsumoto Ren no longer bothered to care. Regardless of what the gods may be plotting in the shadows, he only needed to follow the demon god's orders and slay Bai Ye. In that case, the demon lord's arrival would face no threats. As time slipped away unnoticed. Before long, the next day was about to dawn. A screen projected itself, visible to everyone around the world. At the same time, centered on the floating island, a white aurora swept across the land. As the aurora touched the ground, it expands at a speed visible to the naked eye. All participants were transported to the island by the white light. As the large screen unfolds, those on the ground could finally see the island's true form. Across the entire island, transferees from various nations were each stationed in a separate tower. In the tower belonging to the Dragon Nation faction, Bai Ye noticed that Li Linglong was also there. Apart from Li Linglong, the remaining person was Chung Tianyu, White Knight Assassin. Upon seeing Bai Ye, Chung Tianyu awkwardly greeted him. Previously, he had actually looked down on Bai Ye, the assassin who had been promoted to the rank of general. However, after being humbled in the divine trial, Cheng Tianyu had also become much more low-key. White Knight, look, the competition seems to have begun. At that moment, Li Linglong's voice echoed through the air. Bai Ye also looked out the window of the tower. 3 transfigured warriors from the 3 kingdoms appeared on the scene. All 3 were star generals, with decent strength. As they watched the 3 general stars of the 3 kingdoms, Li Linglong explained to Bai Ye, do you see the leader of the Asan group? His name is Sing. He is a veteran star general of the Asan kingdom and is currently just 1 step away from joining the major powers. As Li Linglong explained, on the battlefield, Sing and his 2 companions faced a humanoid beast with a lion's head from another realm. As the beast's aura unfolded, its power on par with the major powers was fully revealed. Sing and his 2 companions were indeed no pushovers. However, they were not generals, and compared to the Lion Man, the gap in their strength was vast. The battle hadn't even begun. Bai Ye had already foreseen the outcome. As the battle erupted, just as Bai Ye had envisioned, facing the powerful foes, Sing and his two companions had no chance of putting up any resistance. As the three charged at the lion men from different directions, their attacks were no more effective than scratching an itch. With just a few casual swipes, the lion men had already knocked the three of them to the ground. They could only be pinned to the ground and ruthlessly rubbed by the lion men.
Yes, the physical kind of friction. This contest would only end when one side was completely defeated.
As the three were left bloodied and mangled, with no intact flesh visible on their bodies, the lion men finally ceased their attack. Crack! As the lion man crushed their heads under his feet, blood spattered everywhere. Singer and the other two were dead beyond any doubt.
Witnessing this scene, outside the floating island, countless people couldn't help but be shocked. How can it be that Sing was just one step away from becoming a major power, yet he was completely overwhelmed? The gap is simply too great. You're telling me? In the hands of these lion men, a star-ranked warrior is no better than a toy. This is bad. Look, another nation's transferee is being brutalized by the lion men. This is impossible to win. That's right. Unless it's a major power, we're doomed to lose. Just as everyone's morale was plummeting.
In the hospital, watching the live stream, Bai Ye clenched his fists tightly. She didn't doubt Bai Ye's strength. It was just that the gap in strength between the two sides was simply too vast. Facing such a powerful monster, could Bai Ye still defeat this lion man the way he had defeated Jack before? Just as Bai Ye was praying for Bai Ye, at that very moment, on the floating island, the once pristine arena was now drenched in a thick layer of blood. As it was about to be their turn to face the monster, Li Linglong also asked Bai Ye, do you have confidence that you can defeat this creature? In response, Bai Ye smiled and said nothing. Why not give it a try and see? Just as Bai Ye finished speaking, the three of them were teleported to the arena. It seemed as though they had finally waited for the main event to arrive. Upon seeing Bai Ye, the lion man finally perked up, revealing a savage grin.
Chapter 184, Talent Integration. The Body of the Gods. Godslayer, we've been waiting for you.
After flexing its wrists, the lion man spoke.
Seeing the other speak, Bai Ye also took a few steps forward. He raised an eyebrow. Waiting for me? Are you here to kill me?
Just as both were testing each other,
Bai Ye also presented the identification.
He checked the information about the lion man.
Golden Lion Man.
Health points 9, 800, 000.
Magic power, 8000.
Strength 10000.
Speed 8000. Resilience 1, 500.
Talent Blessing of the Beast God reduces all spell damage and forbidden spell damage taken by 80%.
Skills Wind Blade, Hurricane Slash, Tornado Breath.
Evaluation: the clan leader of the Golden Lion clan, inheriting the power of the Beast God, possesses high resistance and significant damage reduction. Although White Knight's forbidden spells are powerful, however, when facing an opponent blessed with divine grace, compared to forbidden spells, close combat with physical burst damage is undoubtedly more cost-effective. With that thought, Bai Ye gripped his twin blades and dashed toward the lion man. As the battle was about to erupt, from the rear, Li Linglong couldn't help but clench her teeth tightly. Over the past period, Li Linglong had also become aware of her own shortcomings. In order to contribute to her future collaboration with Bai Ye and prove that she was not just a pretty face, in private, Li Linglong had put in a great deal of effort. However, she never imagined, in her next collaboration with Bai Ye, facing the powerful forces, she couldn't even get close to them, let alone assist Bai Ye. At that moment, Li Linglong felt an overwhelming sense of defeat wash over her. At that very moment, watching the live stream projection, it seemed as though Bai Ye and the lion man were evenly matched. The crowd was engrossed in heated discussion.
Li Linglong is so useless. Isn't she the sword saint? This is way too weak. You can't say that.
Li Jianqing is still very strong. Yeah, her opponents are either apostles or major powers.
Even if she has the strength, she can't fully utilize it.
Li Linglong, I'm the sword saint, I only fight in high-level matches.
Just as everyone was joking around, there were also those who analyzed the current battle situation and the overall landscape.
In my opinion, Bai Ye has defeated the major powers before, and now facing this lion man, his strength has grown even stronger, so his chances of winning are still quite high.
As for who will make it to the final showdown, I feel that Jeff from Eagle Sauce Country and Matsumoto Run from Sakura Country will definitely make it.
After all, they're both major powers, their strength speaks for itself. As the expert analyzed,
countless people couldn't help but marvel. Who could have imagined that this interracial battlefield would attract so many powerful warriors?
For the common folk, the number of generals and major powers they've seen in this interracial battlefield is more than they've seen in their entire lives.
Meanwhile, on the island, Matsumoto Ren and Jeff were also observing Bai Ye's battle. Knowing one's enemy is the key to victory. To defeat Bai in the upcoming battle, the two naturally wouldn't take it lightly.
At the center of the battlefield, a storm had already erupted.
Even with the enhancement of magic, the entire arena was still left in ruins.
They knew that relying solely on basic attacks and agility would never be enough to take down this lion man.
White Knight sighed softly.
I really don't want to reveal too many of my trump cards so early on. He glanced at Matsumoto Ren and Jeff, who were perched on a tower. Then, Bai Ye unleashed divine might.
In an instant, an invisible yet overwhelming pressure surged toward the lion man like a tidal wave.
The lion man's world suddenly turned black and white.
In the brief moment it was temporarily controlled. White Knight seized the opportunity.
His twin blades danced wildly, combined with the divine punishment. Combined with the earlier exchange of injuries, Bai Ye managed to slay it. With a plop, the lion man's head fell to the ground, and blood gushed out like a fountain.
You have obtained the lion man's innate ability, Beast God's Blessing. Notice, similar talent detected. Talent has been fused. You have obtained an SSS rank talent, Body of the Gods. Talent Body of the Gods. Quality SSS. Effect 1, reduces the effect of all forbidden spells by 70%. Effect 2, absolute immunity to all base negative effects.
Effect 3, reduces all damage taken by 99% and increases all healing effects by 1000%.
Effect 4, when on the brink of death, health is preserved at 1 and continuously restored by 10% every 10 seconds.
This effect triggers once every 12 hours.
With the integration and transformation of innate talent.
This also marks a new qualitative leap in Bai Ye's strength.
White Knight. Class Godslayer 7th Transformation. Title Enemy of the Gods. Level 244.
Health points 320000.
Magic 56000. Strength 15000. Speed 11000. Stamina 28000. Resilience 1,500.
Talents Infinite Plunder, Supreme Freedom, Body of the Gods. Class Skills 5 Elements Power, Life and Death Grant, Divine Might, Sound Slash, for Symbol Seal, Divine Punishment.
Number of Servants 58. Divine Power 2, 180.
By feeding on death, originally, before eliminating the Lion Man, Bai Ye only had a 40% chance of winning this competition. But now, after eliminating the Lion Man, Bai Ye felt he should be able to achieve a 50-50 chance.
As he was teleported back into the tower.
The first day of the competition gradually came to a close. Hundreds of military generals from around the world gathered together. But now, after a full day, only a dozen or so military prodigies remained alive.
As for the rest, they were all brutally killed.
Facing the overwhelming power disparity of the major powers. These rising stars, who had enjoyed emperor-like treatment in their homelands, were nothing more than cannon fodder, going through the motions. However, by the end of the day, Bai Ye wasn't entirely without gains. He had gained a general understanding of Jeff's skills. As a divine awakener, Jeff possesses special mechanisms to impose debuffs on opponents or transfer damage he receives to himself. These mechanisms are all classified as negative effects.
Coincidentally, Bai Ye had just obtained the Body of the Gods. Jeff's mechanisms were indeed unconventional. But Bai's mechanisms are even more powerful than Jeff's. White Knight, our opponent tomorrow might be Matsumoto Ren.
Let me share the intelligence I have with you first.
Li Linglong found Bai and looked serious. At Bai Ye's gesture,
Li Linglong spoke again.
Matsumoto Ren's profession is a ghost samurai.
Additionally, he seems to have received a blessing from a demon god. His stats are all incredibly high, and he is referred to as the most versatile warrior in Sakura country.
Upon hearing the explanation, Bai Ye smiled. The most versatile warrior? That's convenient. He happens to be an all-around assassin. It seems like tomorrow's battle will be a clash of all-rounders. Glancing through the open window.
In the dead of night, Bai Ye could see the tower where Matsumoto Ren was located, with flashes of swordlight. At the same time he noticed the other party.
Matsumoto Ren also noticed Bai Ye's presence. Chapter 185, Showdown with the Demon Warrior. The Ace card is revealed. Will the White Knight Assassin be able to defeat Matsumoto Ren tomorrow? Looking at Bai Ye, Cheng Tianyu felt uneasy. He had thought that, with his own strength, even if he couldn't win the competition, he could at least ensure his survival. But he never expected that upon arriving here, he would be facing such monstrous beings? Noticing Cheng Tianyu's thoughts, White Knight said, "Don't worry too much. Maybe we'll be the ones to win." Hearing Bai Ye's words, Cheng Tianyu could only smile.
It wasn't that he didn't have confidence in Bai Ye, it was that he lacked confidence in himself.
As night grew deeper.
Outside, the entire Dragon Nation was engrossed in discussions about this competition.
Who do you think will win this battle? I think Bai Ye the Assassin has a better chance of winning, right? I'm not so sure. Haven T, you noticed that there are also major powers among the foreign tribes? That's true, and it's not just the foreign tribes. The participants from Eagle Nation and Cherry Blossom Nation are all among the top 20 global superpowers. They're no easy opponents. Let's just hope White Knight wins.
After all, our dragon nation has finally produced such a powerful military genius. If we lose. If they lose, our dragon nation couldn't withstand such a blow. As everyone was worrying about tomorrow's decisive battle, in a private hospital room, Deng Zai also reported the latest developments to Zhou Yentian. He never expected that after stepping down, one bad thing after another would follow. Zhou Yentian was so angry that his chest rose and fell unsteadily. Cough cough. Seeing that Zhou Yentian couldn't stop coughing, Deng Zai took his hand in his own. Old Zhou. Looking at his former superior, whose face was as lifeless as a piece of wood, his entire body emaciated, and his appearance clearly indicating that his time was nearly up, Deng Zai had 1,000 words on his mind, but in the end, he managed to say only one. Mr. Zhou, please rest assured. I will definitely manage the transferee guild well. Just as Deng Zai spoke softly, Zhou Yentian closed his eyes. Even the strongest transferees cannot defy the aging process. Perhaps the only way to achieve immortality is to become a god? As he stood up to leave, Deng Zai also sent a message to his subordinates, instructing them to notify Zhou Yentian's family and assist with the funeral arrangements. Dawn was about to break. Deng Zai had other matters to attend to. Did Zhou Yentian pass away last night? On the empty island. Upon hearing the news, Bai Ye was taken aback. Li Linglong said, I heard that President Deng Zai has already begun making arrangements for the funeral. Upon hearing this, Bai Ye looked out the window. After the competition ends, let's go pay our respects to him. After all, Zhou Yentian had always been kind to Bai Ye in the past. Now that he's gone, Bai Ye couldn't possibly not go to pay his respects. Just as the two were chatting idly, the live broadcast from the floating island was projected again. A new round of the competition began. After yesterday's ordeal, today's battle was even more brutal. In just the span of a morning, nearly all the class changers on this side had been eliminated by the foreign warriors. Now, the only ones still alive are Bai Ye's side, Matsumoto Ren, and Jeff. Through Matsumoto Ren's battle process, Bai Ye has also analyzed the enemy's general capabilities. Firstly, as a ghost samurai, Matsumoto Ren possesses the unique ability to grow stronger as the battle progresses. In other words, if he cannot be killed instantly, dealing with him will be quite troublesome. Secondly, there is the katana wielded by Matsumoto Ren. As another holder of a divine artifact, Bai Ye could confirm that the divine artifact in Matsumoto Ren's hands was genuine. In terms of attributes, the two are actually quite evenly matched. The issue lies in their skill mechanics. At this level of power, everyone possesses the ability to instantly defeat their opponent and also has means to ensure their own survival. Intelligence gaps often determine the outcome of a battle. Just as Bai Ye was deep in thought, Li Linglong's voice came from the side. Bai Ye, the next battle is ours. As soon as Li Linglong finished speaking, as the battle on the field came to an end, a white light enveloped the three of them, and in an instant, they were teleported to the arena. At the same time, Matsumoto Renzu, wielding the demon sword Muramasa, walked toward them. Dressed in red samurai armor, he grinned widely, as crimson magic seeped out from the cracks in his armor. Without hesitation, Matsumoto Ren closed in. Without giving Bai Ye a moment to react, he executed a draw and slash technique. As Matsumoto Renzu aimed directly at Bai Ye, Li Linglong and Chang Tianyu, positioned on either side, were startled. White Knight, be careful. As she warned, Li Linglong charged at Matsumoto Ren from the left, intending to divert his attention and help Bai Ye. Just as Matsumoto Ren drew his sword, a silver flash of blade light flickered past. White Knight activated his counterattack. 5,000. As the damage numbers appeared, Bai Ye's health dropped slightly. Meanwhile, under Matsumoto Ren's armor, a deep wound that exposed the bone appeared. Blood flows out from the armor. While dodging Li Linglong's attack, Matsumoto Ren quickly backed away. He never expected Bai Ye to have such a move up his sleeve. At that moment, a look of caution flashed across Matsumoto Ren's expression. Having been caught off guard by the intelligence, he had been outmaneuvered. Just as Matsumoto Ren was retrieving a healing potion from his storage space, Bai Ye wouldn't let him replenish his status so easily. Holding dual blades, he charged toward Matsumoto Ren. At the same time, Bai Ye employed a two-pronged strategy as magical energy surged forth. Utilizing the power of the five elements, as Bai Ye's fatal strike was about to land, rolling thunderbolts struck Matsumoto Ren with overwhelming force. Seeing Bai Ye gaining the upper hand, Li Linglong and Chang Tianyu followed closely behind, striking the fallen enemy. Attacked from all sides, facing enemies on three fronts. From this situation, Matsumoto Ren quickly made his decision. Bai Ye was the strongest, and he couldn't decide the outcome in an instant. While Li Linglong was weaker, she defended herself fiercely, making it impossible for him to defeat her with a single move. Therefore, Chang Tianyu became the breakthrough point. As the skill was activated, Matsumoto Ren's speed surged to a new level. With a tearing sound, Chang Tianyu felt a searing pain in his abdomen, and his expression changed drastically. No, he had finally gotten the chance to act.
But before he could even touch his opponent, he was instantly defeated? A flash of blood blossomed in the air.
Cheng Tianyu nearly had his health bar disappear on the spot.
Li Linglong's expression flickered.
Distracted for a moment, the speed of the sword in Li Linglong's hand slowed slightly. I thought you Dragon Country people were so powerful. Turns out, you're all just a bunch of useless trash.
With a smirk, Matsumoto Ken kicked out.
Although his health had been reduced by over 10,000 points by Bai Ye, he managed to kick Li Linglong flying. Although his star rank was high, he was still unable to participate in battles between the major powers. The gap in strength was as exaggerated as the difference between a 100-level and a 200-level opponent. Of course, Bai Ye was not included among them. Under the effect of infinite plundering, he had become the most unique existence.
Amidst the swirling blades and swords on the battlefield, watching Matsumoto Ren's health bar steadily decrease, Jeff also gained a rough understanding of Bai Ye's abilities. First, Bai Ye possesses an incredibly powerful counterattack mechanism.
Therefore, he must stop attacking Bai Ye the moment he senses the fluctuations of his magic and the counterattack mechanism activating.
Second, Bai Ye possesses a forbidden spell that controls all attributes.
Once hit, the target is afflicted with debuffs, making them vulnerable to being overwhelmed by a combo and killed.
Finally, there's Bai Ye's equipment.
All of them are divine artifacts, and if hit, they seem to also inflict debuffs.
With so many mechanisms in play, even before the battle began, Jeff felt utterly disgusted. Other assassins all focus on maximizing their stats. But with Bai, it's not just about stats, there are also mechanics involved.
It's as if he's taken all the advantages for himself.
No wonder the Moon Goddess considers him a threat. If this kid continues to grow, he'll be terrifying beyond belief.
Muttering to himself, Jeff continued watching the clash between the two.
Chapter 186, Magic Corruption Cure. Zhou Ling awakens.
At that very moment, at the center of the battlefield,
while drinking the recovery potion,
Li Linglong helped Cheng Tianyu temporarily stop his bleeding, as his life points slowly recovered. At a speed visible to the naked eye, Cheng Tianyu's wounds also began to heal. Looking toward the distance, he could see that under Bai Ye's relentless assault, Matsumoto Run was on the brink of collapse. Cheng Tianyu couldn't help but sigh in relief. Sword Saint Li Linglong, judging by the situation, it seems like the White Knight assassin is certain to win.
Just as Cheng Tianyu spoke these words, unexpectedly, an accident occurred.
As Bai Ye unleashed divine punishment, delivering the final blow to Matsumoto Run.
The blessings bestowed upon Matsumoto Ren by the demon god also activated at that very moment.
At a speed visible to the naked eye, his body began to swell and undergo a transformation.
In the end, Matsumoto Ren transformed into a demon.
He felt the surging power within him.
Matsumoto Ren's expression turned hideous.
White Knight, with the demon lord's blessing upon me, you stand no chance against me.
With that, Matsumoto Ren reached out to grab Bai Ye. Rolling demonic energy nearly consumed everything in its path.
In response, Bai Ye sighed softly. Divine might and sound slash were unleashed.
He hadn't even faced Jeff yet.
His true intentions have already been revealed. Now, only the four symbols seal remains undiscovered.
Even if he were to obtain the protection of a demon god, what good would that do?
Facing the unreasonable control of divine might,
Matsumoto Ren, in front of Bai Ye, instantly turned into a motionless target.
Jeff had assumed that Matsumoto Ren had activated his second stage and might be able to hold his own against Bai Ye to some extent. But he never expected to be overwhelmed by a relentless barrage of attacks, leaving him completely helpless. At that moment, he lost his composure.
What kind of skill does Bai Ye possess that can even control the strongest opponents?
His eyes darted around as Jeff grew increasingly vigilant.
Fortunately, Matsumoto Ren was there to serve as Bai's test subject, revealing many of Bai's hidden cards. Otherwise, even with 12 guardians at his disposal, he might have fallen to Bai Ye. Thinking of this, Jeff felt a sense of relief. Outside, those watching the live broadcast were stunned. In Sakura Country, countless people were stunned. What's going on? Isn't Matsumoto Ren the first ghost warrior of the great Sakura Empire? Isn't he one of the 20 great powers? Damn you, Matsumoto Ren. I'm going to report you for fixing the match. A worthless loser like you doesn't deserve to be among the great powers. As countless people in Sakura Country raged over their own country's fighters being overwhelmed by continuous combos and unable to defend themselves. On the other side, netizens from the Dragon Nation were all laughing. When I saw Matsumoto Ren activate his second stage, I was so scared I thought something bad was going to happen. Yeah, I thought he was going to pull something big, but instead he pulled a big one. It looks like our Dragon Nation still has a good chance of winning. Unfortunately, Cheng Tianyu and Li Linglong can't be relied on anymore. Now we can only count on Bai Ye. After a series of battles, when they saw Bai Ye's performance at the hospital, Bai Ye finally relaxed. I knew it. With my older brother's strength, there's no way he'd fail. Muttering to himself, he gazed at his mother lying in the hospital bed. Just then, Bai Ye suddenly noticed that his mother's eyelid twitched. Could it be?
As if he had guessed something, Bai Ye couldn't stay calm. She hurriedly called Fang Yuan over.
After a thorough examination, Fang Yuan couldn't help but exclaim, "Unbelievable, absolutely unbelievable." Looking at Fang Yuan, Bai Ye asked worriedly, "Mr. Fang, is my mother okay?" Fang Yuan smiled. "Not only is she fine, but based on my years of experience treating magic-induced disorders, this is a sign that your mother is about to wake up." After a brief pause, Fang Yuan continued, "I've already summoned all the relevant personnel. Believe me, your mother will wake up soon." Hearing this, Bai Ye felt as though a stone had been dropped into a calm lake, sending ripples across the surface. "Really? That's wonderful. That's wonderful." As he spoke, Bai Ye couldn't help but shed tears. She had thought many times that Zhou Ling would spend the rest of her life in this hospital bed. But unexpectedly, today marked a turning point in Zhou Ling's condition. As the medical staff arrived, the professional team immediately conducted a thorough examination of Zhou Ling's entire body. And upon examination, everyone was stunned. The patient's muscle density is significantly higher than that of an average person. Her magical power is also extraordinary, it can even be compared to that of a star-ranked class changer. The patient is about to wake up. This is a major breakthrough in the treatment of magic-induced syndrome. He is awake. The patient is awake. With a cry of astonishment, the entire ward erupted in excitement. While recording data, the team of doctors led by Fang Yuan trembled with emotion. After all, this was the first case of complete cure in the hundreds of years since the onset of magic-induced syndrome. Upon hearing the word awake, Bai Ye rushed into the room without hesitation. On the hospital bed, Zhou Ling slowly opened her eyes. She saw the white ceiling. "I wasn't supposed to die trying to save someone, killed by that earth dragon." Before Zhou Ling could process what was happening, suddenly, she felt someone grasp her hand. "Who are you?" Looking at the face that was slightly familiar yet somehow, Zhou Ling couldn't help but feel confused. "Mom." Bai Ye's voice choked up, "I'm Xiaoyu, your daughter?" Xiaoyu, as she murmured, memories from the depths of her mind began to surface. The hand held by Bai Ye tightened slightly in Zhou Ling's grip. "So it's Xiaoyu. I never thought you'd grown so much." Zhou Ling looked around, seeing only doctors and no familiar faces. She couldn't help but ask, "Xiaoyu, where's your brother?" Bai Ye wiped away her tears and smiled. "My brother? He's currently in the middle of a big battle." Facing her mother, who had just regained consciousness, Bai Ye seemed to have endless things to say. "Mom, you didn't know? My older brother is so talented. Now, he's already a rising star in the military of the Dragon Kingdom. A general?" Upon hearing this title, Zhou Ling also smiled with pride. Like all parents, Zhou Ling naturally hoped for her son to become a dragon and her daughter a phoenix. After so many years apart, her son had become someone she could never have imagined. It goes without saying that Zhou Ling couldn't help but feel excited. While chatting with her mother, Bai Ye couldn't help but feel excited. When Bai Ye returned and saw his mother awake, what expression would he wear? Chapter 187, regardless of gods, demons, or evil spirits. One punch to kill them all. On the floating island. As the second day's battle came to an end, a panel appeared before Bai Ye and the others. "Do you wish to withdraw from this competition?" Upon seeing the panel unfold, Bai Ye also glanced at Cheng Tianyu beside him. "Cheng Tianyu, you go back first. I'll handle this with Linglong." As Bai Ye finished speaking, after hesitating for a moment, Cheng Tianyu nodded. "Then we'll leave this to you, Bai Ye the assassin, and Linglong the sword saint. Escaping is not shameful." Cheng Tianyu's strength was far inferior to Li Linglong's. He was well aware that if he stayed here any longer, he would only hold them back. It would be better to withdraw early and lighten the burden on Bai Ye and Li Linglong. Thus, as Cheng Tianyu made up his mind, he chose yes. As a flash of white light appeared, he was teleported to the ground. Those who chose to withdraw were not only Cheng Tianyu but also the job changers from various countries who had made the same decision. After fighting non-stop for 2 days, being able to hold on this long is no small feat for those who have switched professions. They know that the title of first place is not something they can strive for. It would be better to withdraw promptly and cut their losses, thereby preserving some combat strength for their country. That night, a large number of transferees withdrew. The originally scheduled third round of battles was directly advanced to the finals the next day. One after another, the foreign enemies from the other side were eliminated by Bai Ye and Jeff. By observing Jeff's battles, they gained a general understanding of his abilities. As a divine awakener, Jeff's abilities primarily involve imposing debuffs on enemies and buffs on allies. However, under the blessings of the moon god, his debuff skills had evolved into forbidden spells, no longer merely inflicting debuffs on enemies but capable of being fatal. Fortunately, I had already done my best to enhance my divine power and obtained the body of the gods. Otherwise, I would have truly fallen at Jeff's hands. Muttering to himself, he stepped onto the arena, wielding dual blades, and charged toward Jeff. Class disadvantage, mechanical counter. White Knight had a high chance of defeating Jeff. As Bai Ye approached, Jeff grinned. Without Cheng Tianyu, Bai Ye's side was always missing a key combatant.
In Jeff's eyes, with the numerical advantage, the advantage was his. Thus, as Jeff raised his hand,
magic surged forth.
The 12 divine guardians who had been refined were summoned by Jeff. The 12 guardians were none other than the 12 great powers.
As the overwhelming pressure engulfed them, the skies darkened.
Jeff alone was still manageable. But now, with 12 guardians added to the mix, the situation has completely changed. With Jeff, the divine messenger, assisting them, these 12 guardians are like tigers with wings. Linglong, you, Big Dog, and Shadow Dragon hold off 5 of the guardians.
The remaining 7 are mine and the guard's responsibility.
Under Linglong's solemn gaze, as Bai Ye summoned his beast tamers and attendants,
the battle was about to erupt at any moment.
Outside, no one had expected that Jeff was actually a moon god's apostle, capable of summoning 12 guardians whose strength rivaled that of the great powers. For a moment, the battle projected before their eyes was filled with intense tension.
The entire online forum erupted in chaos. Even one major power is already terrifying enough, but now Bai Ye has to face 13 at once? How is that even possible? Yeah, this is way too terrifying. Even with Li Linglong's assistance, there is no way they can win. Sigh. It's not that I don't have confidence in Bai Ye, but the opponent's strength is simply too overwhelming. As countless comments and messages flashed by. At the hospital, Zhou Ling was being cared for. As the news broadcast showed the footage of Bai Ye fighting Jeff, Bai Ye couldn't help but feel tense. Finally, Zhou Ling regained consciousness. She was waiting for Bai Ye to return so she could share the good news with him. Big brother, please don't get hurt. Bai Ye murmured. Hearing her voice, Zhou Ling gently held her daughter's hand. She comforted her, trust your brother, he won't be in any danger. Hearing this, Bai Ye nodded slightly. Yes, my older brother will be fine. On the empty island, it was unclear how many times they had clashed. The terrain had been completely devastated, leaving nothing but a barren wasteland. Li Linglong had also largely figured out the abilities of these divine guardians. Shadow Dragon, Big Dog, let's focus our attacks on one guardian. You two keep it under control, and I'll handle the rest. As Li Linglong's words fell, the two beasts obeyed the command. They exchanged blows with the other guardians, taking damage to inflict damage in return. At the same time, facing one of the guardians, they unleashed their skills. A swamp of ice and shadow tentacles formed. As the guardian was held in place, Li Linglong exhaled a breath of turbid air. As her magic depleted, she unleashed her skill. With this next move, Li Linglong proved that her title of Sword Saint was well deserved. Boom! As the sharp sword chi struck, the guardian was instantly slain under the percentage damage. Li Linglong also felt as though her body had been completely drained. Only 11 guardians remained on the scene. Under the protection of Big Dog and Shadow Dragon, Li Linglong slowly restored her condition using healing potions. Just as she looked toward Bai Ye's direction, Li Linglong was stunned. She saw Bai Ye first use the 4-symbol seal to bind several of the divine guardians. As the battlefield was separated, the pressure eased significantly, and Bai Ye summoned the divine giant. Its appearance signaled invincibility. The attacks of the divine guardians were completely ineffective against it. Watching this beast, Jeff was filled with dread. He had calculated everything, yet he had failed to anticipate that Bai Ye had hidden his true strength so deeply and possessed such a trump card. Stop it! At Jeff's command, the divine guardians standing before him charged toward the divine giant. They were prepared to use their own bodies to withstand the divine giant's iron fist. At the same time, Jeff in the rear continued casting spells, hurling one debuff after another at the divine giant. Weaken! Weaken! Poison! Slow! Feeling the unparalleled power of the divine giant, Jeff couldn't help but show a look of terror in the face of death. Alas, in the face of overwhelming power. No matter how Jeff responded, it was all in vain. Boom! With a deafening roar, centered on the spot where the divine giant struck, countless cracks spread out like a spider's web, constantly expanding in all directions. As the tower collapsed and the ground cracked, the entire floating island seemed to teeter on the brink of collapse. Having underestimated the situation, Jeff did not die. However, with his health depleted by more than half, Jeff was little better than dead. Facing Jeff, who was already on the brink of death, White Knight showed no mercy. He gave Jeff no chance, delivering the final blow. Current magic, 0. A notification appeared before Bai Ye. A sense of helplessness spread throughout his body. The guards who had been killed, lacking magic power, could not immediately revive. Only then did Bai Ye realize. The feeling of having no magic is really unpleasant. Chapter 188, the competition ends. The Sky Island falls. You have obtained Divine Power 10. You have obtained Fortune 500. As the talent triggered, a prompt sounded in Bai Ye's mind. Looking at the divine guardians trapped within the 4-symbol seal, as well as the shadow dragon and the massive dog that were proving difficult to handle, Bai Ye gulped down the healing potion in one go. Now, it's time to put an end to this competition.
Outside, everyone watched as Bai Ye summoned the divine giant.
Regardless of those demons and monsters, strike them down with a single punch. Countless people were stunned. The entire forum seemed to freeze in place. But soon, countless comments flooded the screen. Though it was only one move, this single move could only be blocked by a true god. The shock it caused was unimaginable. Inside the Job Changers Guild, everyone was closely monitoring the battle. Seeing the same scene, Deng Zai couldn't help but mutter under his breath. This is on par with a nuclear bomb. No, this strike is even more terrifying than a nuclear bomb. With Bai Ye present, who in the entire mortal realm would dare to invade the Dragon Kingdom's territory? If it were Bai Ye, with his strength, even traveling to the other side wouldn't be a problem, right? As Deng Zai was thinking this to himself, he saw the office door suddenly burst open, and the secretary rushed in to report. Chairman, all nations around the world have sent us messages. At Deng Zai's gesture, the secretary continued. The nations have stated that as long as we do not send Bai Ye, they will not launch nuclear weapons. Additionally, they request that we impose restrictions on Bai Ye. Under no circumstances, except in a war that threatens the survival of our nation, will they allow Bai Ye to participate. Beyond that, all nations are willing to form alliances and strategic partnerships with our country. As the secretary finished speaking, Deng Zai smiled. With Bai by our side, the Dragon Kingdom will usher in a century of peace and prosperity, with all nations paying homage, right? Thinking of this, Deng Zai couldn't help but feel excited. Regarding Bai Ye's matter, report it immediately and increase protection for her family. Under no circumstances shall anyone harm them in any way, Deng Zai said solemnly. The secretary felt a chill run down his spine. Yes. I'll handle it immediately. At that very moment, on the floating island, the entire Sky Island was engulfed in battle, beginning to crumble into pieces. After a day of battle, they had consumed an unknown number of healing potions. At a terrible cost, Bai Ye had completely annihilated all the guardians. You have obtained Fortune 100. You have obtained Fortune 100. You have reached level 260, gaining 10 free attribute points. As the prompts continued to sound, under the massive boost of Qi Yun, Bai Ye's strength underwent a small but significant transformation. Though he had not yet reached the level of the great powers, he was already very close. Bai Ye felt that with his current strength, he was more than capable of venturing into the abyss. The slanting sunlight of the setting sun casts its glow. As Li Linglong gradually recovered under Zia's healing, Bai Ye also brought her back to the ground. As the two returned, a welcoming party had been waiting for them on the ground for quite some time. A large banner hung there, clearly displaying words of welcome. Deng Zai walked toward them. White Knight Assassin, Li Linglong Sword Saint, welcome back. You've worked hard. Just as Deng Zai finished speaking, bang! Bang bang! Salute cannons fired into the sky. Deng Zai smiled and said, we've already prepared a welcome banquet for the two of you. Please this way. As he led the way, Deng Zai seemed to think of something. He turned to Bai Ye and said, by the way, Bai Ye the assassin, I have some good news for you. At this, Bai Ye grew curious. What good news? Deng Zai said, it's about your mother. She's awake. As Deng Zai finished speaking, Bai Ye couldn't help but feel excited. He immediately said, there's no need for a welcome banquet. I won't be joining. Linglong, you go with them. After speaking, Bai Ye set off immediately. He hurried toward the hospital. Watching Bai Ye's figure disappear like the wind, the journalists, who were holding microphones and ready to confront Bai Ye at any moment, couldn't help but look at each other in disbelief. The true protagonist of this competition had already left. Now, only Li Linglong remained. For a moment, they ignored the soldiers blocking their way and rushed toward Li Linglong. Li Jiancheng, I never expected you to possess the power to defeat the strongest opponents. Could you share the details of that sword strike with us? By the way, Master Li, I heard you're almost 30 years old. Are you still single? Master Li, may I ask, what are your measurements? As the questions grew increasingly absurd, Li Linglong's face couldn't help but darken. These journalists really ask anything, don't they? Thinking about how Bai Ye had left, she felt she had to take the blame for him instead. Li Linglong felt like her head was about to explode. Achoo! As she sneezed, Bai Ye also arrived at the hospital. As soon as he arrived, Bai Ye saw Fang Yuan and a group of doctors discussing something. Dr. Fang. As Bai Ye spoke. Upon seeing Bai Ye, Fang Yuan's eyes lit up. Bai Ye, your mother has woken up. According to our examinations, she is now in good health. As he spoke, Fang Yuan seemed to have discovered a new continent. Not only that, but we've also discovered that her overall abilities far surpass her previous levels. Despite being only in the 90s in rank, her true strength can now rival that of a general tier transfigured warrior. This is truly astonishing. As Fang Yuan and the others marveled at Zhou Ling's strength, believing this to be an anomaly following her recovery from the demonic transformation syndrome, Bai Ye almost burst out laughing. Why was his mother's body in such good condition? As the person directly involved, could Bai Ye possibly not know? The corners of his mouth couldn't help but turn up. As long as my mom is okay. After saying that, Bai Ye turned and asked, Dr. Fang, can my mother be discharged now? Fang Yuan nodded slightly, she can be discharged. As soon as Fang Yuan finished speaking, the other doctors couldn't help but grow anxious. After all, this was the first ever case of complete recovery from magic transformation syndrome in the world. No, that's not possible. The patient needs to stay for observation. As one of the doctors spoke, Bai Ye furrowed his brows. Even the slightest hint of his presence sent a chill down everyone's spine. Reputation and wealth, in the face of life-threatening danger, suddenly became insignificant. The doctor's eyes suddenly cleared. They were well aware that the young man before them was not someone they could afford to provoke. Unable to resist, they swallowed hard and dared not obstruct him. They let Bai Ye walk toward the ward. Chapter 189, Clues at the Other End. They arrived at the ward. He stared at the tightly closed door. After hesitating for a moment, Bai Ye finally opened the door. Just as the sound of the door opening was heard, Zhou Ling and Bai Ye both instinctively turned their gaze toward him. Seeing it was Bai Ye, Zhou Ling paused for a moment before flashing a smile. Xiao Yi, you're here. Upon hearing Zhou Ling speak, Bai Ye hurried forward. Mom, I'm here. As Bai Ye approached, Zhou Ling suddenly reached out and tightly embraced him. You've all worked so hard while I was away. Holding her mother's slightly cold hand, Bai Ye said, it wasn't hard. This is what I should do. Just as the mother and son were catching up. Suddenly, at that very moment, a notification sound rang out in everyone's minds. Congratulations to Bai Ye for winning the championship on the foreign battlefield. All attributes of everyone in Dragon Country have been increased by 5%. As the notification sounded, Zhou Ling felt a warm current flow through every part of her body. Looking at Bai Ye, Zhou Ling's expression changed. After waking up, Zhou Ling had heard many stories about Bai Ye from Bai Yu. She knew that Bai Ye was extremely powerful. However, Zhou Ling never imagined that Bai Ye's strength could be this formidable. Thinking about her child's future, Zhou Ling's voice couldn't help but choke up. Good, good. Little Yi, you've made something of yourself. If your father knew, he'd probably be so excited he'd jump for joy. Hearing her mother mention her father. Bai Ye also said, speaking of which, Mom, what happened during the great disaster 14 years ago? And Dad, I saw him at the other end. He's completely crystallized. As Bai Ye recounted everything he had gathered, Zhou Ling did not hide anything and spoke up. 14 years ago, the great cataclysm struck. Upon receiving the official order, your father and I rushed to the battlefield to rescue the ordinary people affected by the disaster. After speaking, Zhou Ling's expression flickered with a hint of apprehension. At first, everything went smoothly. But just when we thought this disaster would be like the previous ones and could be handled smoothly, no one expected the unexpected to occur. We faced the moon god's apostles head-on. As she recalled the events, Zhou Ling continued, I'm sure you're well aware of how terrifying those apostles are. We were ultimately defeated, and many lost their lives. The scene was complete chaos, and that's when I was separated from your father. After that, I fell into the dungeon and was corrupted by magic. After speaking, she seemed to think of something and locked eyes with Bai Ye. Her expression grew serious. Oh, right, Xiao Yi, I found a crucial clue in the dungeon. The 20 major powers in the world today are all messengers of the gods. It is not that they became apostles after becoming great powers. Rather, they first became apostles and then used the power of the gods to achieve their status as great powers. As she delved deeper into the past truths, Bai Ye fell into deep thought. So you're saying that the great catastrophe 14 years ago wasn't caused by a single individual but by all 21 major powers? Zhou Ling nodded slightly. From the intelligence I've gathered, it seems to be exactly that. How did those great powers come into contact with the gods who had not yet perished? What role did the endless tower in the abyss play in all of this? The infinite plundering within himself, where did it originate? All of this, Bai Ye had a premonition he might find the answers on his journey to the other side. The next morning, after helping Zhou Ling with her hospital discharge, Bai Ye also brought her to the courtyard house. White Knight Assassin, you're back. Upon seeing Bai Ye, the two guards also greeted him. Even the guards were of a high rank, over 100 levels. Zhou Ling's expression was filled with astonishment. Xiao Yi, what's going on here? White Knight smiled, Mom, you didn't know? Your son is now among the top warriors in Dragon Country. Considering your safety, proper protection is only natural. As Bai Ye finished speaking, Bai Yu, who was standing beside him, chimed in as well. That's right, Mom. My brother is so capable. There must be countless people trying to use us to blackmail him. So, protecting our safety is only natural, right? As Bai Yu finished speaking, Zhou Ling glared at her. It's because your brother is capable. Why are you getting so full of yourself? As they chatted, they entered the house. Zhou Ling also took the initiative to ask Bai Ye, Xiao Yi, what are you planning to do next? Bai Ye replied, I plan to go to the other side and figure out a way to bring my father back. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ling couldn't help but feel concerned. Isn't that too dangerous? I heard that the other end is a forbidden place only accessible to the divine apostles. Bai Ye took her hand. It'll be fine. I've got this. Don't worry, Mom. Seeing Bai Ye's serious expression and knowing his temperament, Zhou Ling no longer tried to persuade him further. Speaking of the way to the other side, I recall that the library within the Guild of Job Changers has records on it. You could go take a look, perhaps there's a solution there. Upon hearing Zhou Ling's words, Bai Ye was a bit surprised. He hadn't expected his own mother to know such an important clue. In the afternoon, at the Job Changers Guild. As Bai Ye arrived. Upon learning of his background, Deng Zai was taken aback. He has read most of the notes left by the guild masters throughout the ages. However, the records regarding the other side were too scattered. Deng Zai didn't have the time to conduct such research. White Knight Assassin, you say you're ready to head to the other side right now? White Knight nodded lightly. That's correct. Next, I plan to go to the scripture hall to look for some information. Is that okay? At present, Bai Ye was the very pillar of Longhua. Generally speaking, Deng Zai would never agree to Bai Ye leaving so casually. After all, the place White Knight was about to head to was not some insignificant location, but the other side. If anything were to happen to Bai Ye, it would be a tremendous loss for the entire Dragon Kingdom. However, facing Bai Ye's unwavering tone, Deng Zai knew that Bai Ye had made up his mind. Therefore, he agreed. White Knight Assassin, I have no objections to your journey to the far end. But I hope you return safely. After all, you are the hope of the entire Dragon Nation. He was led by Deng Zai toward the direction of the library. Upon hearing his words, Bai Ye also gestured for him to rest assured. If you encounter any danger, I will withdraw immediately. I am confident I can handle it. Hearing this, Deng Zai couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. They arrived at the library. With a loud boom, a hidden door slowly opened before Bai Ye. White Knight Assassin, this is the library. Inside are the notes and records of the Guild of Class Changers throughout the ages. I hope the items inside will be of assistance to you. As Deng Zai finished speaking, Bai Ye also stepped into the library. Chapter 190, Breaking the Boundaries. Preparations before headed to the other side. Following the stairs downwards. The entire library was hidden beneath the Transfiguration Guild. The candles on either side burned without wind. After an unknown amount of time, Bai Ye followed the spiral staircase and arrived at the library. Neatly arranged bookcases held various studies and hypotheses about professions and skills. Following the markings, it didn't take long for Bai Ye to find the notebooks of the past guildmasters of the Guild of Job Changers. For the Dragon Kingdom, these notes were invaluable treasures. Let's start with the first generation. Muttering to himself, Bai Ye summoned Xia. Xia, I'll look at the first generation's notes, while you start with the notes of the current guildmaster. Let's search for clues together. Upon hearing this, the little beast girl couldn't help but feel excited. Yes, master. As she responded, Xia also took out the notebook and began flipping through the various hypotheses inside with great concentration. The records regarding the method to reach the other side were very scattered. Therefore, they could only record each piece of information one by one and then compile them. As time passed, through the relentless efforts of Bai and Xia, the human and the beast girl, soon, Bai Ye achieved results. The teleportation array to the other side was actually not much different from the arrays used to enter dungeons or the official multi-location connection arrays. The only difference is that the coordinates are unknown. This led to the situation where, even if the array could be constructed successfully, it was impossible to travel there. Standing on the shoulders of their predecessors, a sudden idea came to Bai Ye's mind. Dungeons are essentially the friction between the present world and the other side, creating a special space embedded between the two realms. If he could use the dungeon to establish a connection with the other side, wouldn't that allow him to enter the other side? With this thought, Bai Ye left the library and sent messages to Li Yi and Nie Xiaoyu, arranging to meet them at a cafe near the Job Changers Guild. Tianyin Pavilion. Upon seeing Bai Ye's message, Nie Xiaoyu couldn't help but feel excited. A man and a woman alone, wasn't this a date? Thinking this, Nie Xiaoyu hurried to her own resting room, took out several outfits from the wardrobe, and tried them on repeatedly. This was a rare invitation from Bai Ye. Nie Xiaoyu naturally wanted to present her best self to Bai Ye. At the same time, at the Silver Merchants Guild. Upon receiving Bai Ye's message, Li Yi immediately lost her composure. She hurriedly pulled out her little dress. While the competition was underway, Li Yi turned to Yi Qing on her side and asked, Yi Qing, what do you think of this outfit? Does it look good? Yi Qing remained expressionless. Miss, you look quite nice in this outfit. If Mr. Bai sees you, he will definitely like it. Hearing this, Li Yi's eyes lit up. Really? Yi Qing replied firmly, of course it's true. Would I lie to you, miss?
Receiving the affirmation from her maid and close friend, Li Yi was also satisfied. Thinking of Nie Xiaoyu, that foolish woman, she couldn't help but curve her lips into a smile. Bai Ye had invited her alone. If Nie Xiaoyu heard about it, she'd probably go crazy with anger. Feeling delighted, Li Yi hurried toward the location Bai Ye had sent her. However, half an hour later, just as Li Yi arrived at the cafe, Li Yi was completely speechless. Not because of anything else, but because Nie Xiaoyu was there too. And just as Li Yi noticed him, Nie Xiaoyu naturally noticed Li Yi's presence as well. "It's you? Wasn't it Bai Ye who invited me? Why are you here?" The two of them almost spoke at the same time, questioning each other. This immediately drew the attention of the other patrons in the cafe. After all, both women were goddess-level beauties. As the two women were about to start arguing, just as everyone was eagerly anticipating the showdown, they saw a figure walking toward the two women. "Xiaoyu, Yi, you're here." As Bai Ye spoke, the two women couldn't help but shoot him a resentful glance. As if he hadn't noticed their expressions. After sitting down, Bai Ye ordered a cappuccino for each of them. Immediately afterward, he shared the information he had gathered about how to reach the other side. Upon hearing that Bai Ye planned to head to the other side next. After a moment's thought, Nie Xiaoyu spoke first. "Bai Ye, are you asking us to help you gather skills related to teleportation?" "That's exactly it." As Bai Ye admitted readily. After a moment of contemplation, Nie Xiaoyu said, "We do have scrolls containing those skills. Why don't you come with me to take a look and see if they're what you need?" Upon receiving Nie Xiaoyu's response, Bai Ye was delighted. "Little fish, I'll leave it to you. There's no time to waste, let's set off right away." Nie Xiaoyu smiled and said, "Alright, let's go take a look right now." As the two left one after the other. Seeing that he was completely ignored, she followed them onto the car, watching Nie Xiaoyu sitting in the front seat chatting animatedly with Bai Ye, who was driving. Li Yi's lips twitched involuntarily. Perhaps she shouldn't be in the car right now, but under it? As Li Yi sat there with a look of despair on her face, the three of them arrived at Tian'an Pavilion, Mississippi. Upon seeing Nie Xiaoyu, a receptionist greeted him respectfully. Our guild should have scrolls related to teleportation, right?" While leading Bai Ye and Li Yi toward the pavilion, Nie Xiaoyu instructed the receptionist, "Go fetch all the skill scrolls related to teleportation stored in our guild. I need them." Compared to ordinary skill scrolls, teleportation-related scrolls were incredibly valuable, each one priceless. Yet now, Nie Xiaoyu was demanding they be brought out and handed over to Bai Ye to choose from, allowing him to take whatever he wanted. That's a bit too extravagant, isn't it? "Yes, I'll go get all the scrolls right away." A short while later, in a private room, looking at the teleportation-related skill scrolls before him, Bai Ye began to select them as well. Teleportation alone is far from enough. The key lies in how to break through the barrier between this world and the other side and create a temporary exit. With this in mind, Bai Ye also presented specific requirements to Nie Xiaoyu. "By the way, Xiaoyu, shouldn't the Tian'an Pavilion also have scrolls with skills that can specifically target barriers?" Though he knew Bai Ye's general idea, he wasn't clear on his specific plan. However, Nie Xiaoyu didn't think much of it either. "We do, Bai Ye. I'll have someone fetch them for you right away." As time passed, he managed to obtain several skill scrolls he needed. Bai Ye quietly absorbed the effects of the skills. Then, he fused the effects he had stolen together. The skill points accumulated from previous looting were now being consumed in large quantities. A prompt sounded in Bai Ye's mind. "You have obtained the forbidden spell, Break the Boundaries." Forbidden spell, Breaking the Boundaries. Magic cost, 1000. Effect, absolutely shatters a single shield or barrier. Chapter 191, I'm back. With this skill, I should be able to reach the other side now, right? Thinking this, Bai Ye spoke up, "Xiaoyu, thank you. I have something to attend to, so I'll be leaving first." "Ha? So soon?" Seeing that he had been treated like a tool by Bai Ye, Nie Xiaoyu couldn't help but twitch his lips. Watching Bai Ye's departing figure, she couldn't help but complain, "This is way too straightforward, isn't it?" Leaving the Tian'an Pavilion. Soon, Bai Ye also arrived at the border where the previous realm and the present world had connected, where the disaster had erupted. As he extended his hand, bang! The barrier between the two realms shattered like broken glass in an instant. A passageway of moderate size appeared before Bai Ye's eyes. As he watched, the passage began to slowly repair and close. Without hesitation, Bai Ye stepped into it. As a flash of white light passed, the scene before him gradually became clear. Bai Ye found himself on the other side. Standing in this barren land, an overwhelming sense of pressure engulfed him at every moment. By Bai Ye's side, Xia held her staff, her expression vigilant. "Master, the opponents we'll face this time are far stronger than last time." Just as the little beast girl spoke to remind Bai Ye. In the distance, a massive figure gradually materialized. As the figure revealed its true form, Bai Ye couldn't help but show a hint of surprise. The monster guarding this end of the world was none other than the bone dragon formed from the remains of the deceased dragon god. Though it was now nothing but a skeleton, after 10,000 years, its power had dwindled to just 1/10,000th of its former might. Yet, having once been a god, its power remained terrifying. Facing such an opponent, Bai Ye summoned the shadow dragon and the other beasts with a single thought. Along with his attendants and beast tamers, they attacked from all directions. The battle erupted at that very moment. A barrage of various skills erupted. Even casual exchanges shattered the earth into pieces. Just as the bone dragon unleashed a breath of dragon fire. It spoke. "Godslayer, this is our resting place, a place you have no right to enter." A muffled voice echoed in Bai Ye's mind. The bone dragon continued, "From this moment onward, retreat. We will forgive you for what has passed. If not, you will pay the price." Upon hearing these words, Bai Ye did not retreat but advanced instead. He saw the group of people hidden behind the bone dragon, their bodies corrupted by magic. No matter what, Bai Ye would bring them back. Noticing that the shadow dragons were obstructing them, and that Bai Ye was attempting to flank them from behind, the bone dragon immediately changed his strategy. It allowed the shadow dragons to attack freely. It shifted its attention to Bai Ye. "Godslayer, stay away from those sacrifices." As it roared, the bone dragon opened its blood-stained maw. Roar! As the dragon's breath swept toward him, Bai Ye did not dodge or flinch. He activated his armor and charged toward the bone dragon against the dragon's breath. The bone dragon's stats were indeed formidable. However, unfortunately, Bai Ye's mechanics were superior. Several elemental orbs appeared behind Bai Ye. The bone dragon couldn't help but be startled. Having lost the memories that once belonged to the dragon god, it had been stationed here all along. During this time, the bone dragon had faced challenges from several god slayers. However, none of these god slayers had ever reached the same level as Bai Ye. "God Slayer, you don't really think you can slay a god and take its place, do you?" It roared in anger. The bone dragon flapped its wings. As the wind howled and skills collided with magic orbs. As Bai Ye engaged it head-on. Behind them, Xia endured the aftermath of the battle, and with a soft exhale, she continuously cast buffs toward Bai. With an endless supply of buffs, coupled with the constant enhancement from her innate abilities, the White Knight offensive shows no signs of letting up. The ultimate mechanics, when faced with numerical values, ultimately prevail. After a fierce battle lasting a day and a night, the bone dragon was finally defeated. As the bone dragon fell, gazing at White Knight standing atop the skeleton's remains. Behind them, Xia exhaled a breath of stale air. "Master, we won." As he responded, Bai Ye also shifted his gaze to the victims nearby who had been crystallized due to the demonic transformation syndrome. Crackle, crackle. As Bai Ye approached, countless cracks began to appear on the bodies of the victims. Having been exposed to the other side for an extended period, they had long since fused with the bone dragons. Therefore, with the death of the bone dragon, they too would meet their end. "You are Xiao Yi?" A stone statue resembling Bai Ye spoke. Xiao Yi stepped forward. "Dad. It really is Xiao Yi. I never expected, you've grown so much." As he sighed, he seemed to think of something and added, "Speaking of your mother, how is she doing now?" Bai Ye replied, "She's doing well. She's gradually recovering from the demonic transformation syndrome." Hearing this, the man also smiled. "That's good. From now on, she and Xiao Yu are in your care." After a brief pause, the man added, "Oh, and please tell your mother for me that I'm sorry." As he spoke, cracks began to spread across his body. Bai Ye's expression grew complex. "Dad, you're leaving, aren't you?" The man said, "Seeing that you're so capable, even if I die, I'll do it willingly. You're truly my most proud son." Bang! Bang bang! As the stone statues shattered into pieces, Bai Ye collected all the fragments of the stone statues at the scene. "Dad, and everyone else, I'm here to take you home." Muttering to himself, Bai Ye reopened the portal between the two worlds. "Xia, we should go now." As Bai Ye spoke. As Bai Ye's figure grew increasingly distant, the little beast girl Xia immediately followed after him. "It's the master." Just as she responded, suddenly, as if sensing something, Xia halted her steps and turned to look back. A powerful aura emanated from the depths of the darkness, sending a chill down her spine. The era of the gods had long since ended. However, the influence of the gods still lingered to this day. But regardless, Bai Ye had already completed everything he was meant to do. As a flash of white light appeared. As he returned to the mortal realm. After reporting everything, it was as if Bai Ye had returned home. He saw that dinner was already prepared on the dining table. "Brother, you're back." Upon seeing Bai Ye smiled. "What are you standing there for? Come eat. Your mom was worried sick because you didn't come back for so long." Pulling Bai Ye headed toward the dining table. Just then, a familiar figure emerged from the kitchen. "Mom, I'm sorry. I didn't bring Dad back safely." In response, Zhou Ling shook her head gently. "It's okay, as long as you're safe." As she placed the braised pork on the table, Zhou Ling smiled. After all, you're his proudest son. The evening sun cast its rays through the window, illuminating her mother's face. This made Bai Ye pause for a moment. But he quickly snapped out of it. Reuniting with his family, wasn't that exactly what he had always been striving for? Thinking of this, Bai Ye also smiled and said, "Yes, I'm back."